System binding. After hearing the strange voice, Anlin opened his eyes dazedly. What came into view was not the familiar ceiling, but a character panel similar to that of an online game. Anlin was a little confused, and suddenly a cacophony of memories flooded back. Last night, he had tried to save the beautiful girl, but was outnumbered and hit on the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. When he woke up, he had arrived in this parallel world. According to the original host's memories, this was a world of beast control, where everyone cultivated by contracting demonic beasts. Furthermore, the original host was a worthless person who hadn't even contracted a demonic beast. Anlin felt somewhat helpless about this outcome. After calming down, Anlin put on his clothes and prepared to go for a walk. Anlin came to his backyard, which had his own exclusive pet area. There were not only common mammals, but also many insects. The grass in the backyard was surrounded by a bunch of fences, and there were a few little white rabbits raised here. At this moment, the little white rabbits were burying their heads and gnawing on the cabbages in the trough. When they saw Anlin coming, they did not run away. Instead, a few more little rabbits gathered around. Anlin took a long breath, looked at the little white rabbit in front of him, and silently repeated the identification in his mind. The next second, a message appeared in front of Anlin. Name, Little White Rabbit, attributes, none. Congratulations to the host for killing the ant and obtaining 0.01 blood energy. The system's voice sounded, and Anlin was a little abrupt. Then he saw an ant under his feet and immediately understood that blood energy could be obtained by killing any creature. Anlin, understanding the system's rules, destroyed an ant nest and instantly gained 24 points of blood energy. Congratulations, host, for obtaining blood energy. The system is officially activated. The system voice rang out. The next second, the system interface suddenly appeared. Unlike the exquisite functions he had imagined, Anlin only saw a fusion interface. A piece of information appeared in Anlin's mind and was quickly absorbed. Blood energy currently has only one function, fusion. Fusion allows a specific demon beast to fuse with anything. After the fusion is complete, the demon beast will remain loyal to the host due to the changes in blood energy. After exiting the system interface, Anlin excitedly walked into the cabin where he raised insects. When he saw the fusion, Anlin thought of the red-footed ants he raised. In his memory, the quality of this red-footed cultivated ant queen had already reached the mid-grade mortal level. However, it was generally difficult to successfully contract with monsters like the queen ant and queen bee, as forcible enslavement required a tremendous amount of mental strength. After opening the ecological nest, Anlin sprayed some special anesthetic and used tools to search for the queen of the red-footed ant. Soon, Anlin found the queen of the red-footed ant. The queen was a little bigger than the ordinary worker ant. Name, Queen of the red-legged ant, attributes, none. Level, ordinary stage 3 potential. Ordinary mid-grade. The red-legged ant is ferocious, possessing powerful mandibles and a poisonous stinger. In the cabin, Anlin stared at the queen of the red-footed ant in the test tube, his brow furrowed as he pondered. A small ant cartoon had appeared on the fusion interface. Pulling out a small iron rod from the side, Anlin placed it on the fusion area on the table. Ding, do you want to fuse the red-footed fierce ant queen with the iron rod? Anlin gasped as he looked at the fusion display below. Required blood energy, 150, fusion success rate, 60%. 150 points of blood energy wasn't much, but this was only for the fusion with the iron rod. At best, it could improve the defense of the red-footed cultivator ant, but if it were to fuse with the termite queen, wouldn't that require thousands of blood energy? Anlin sighed and decided to collect blood energy first. Anlin looked at the box of mealworms and cockroaches. These were carnivorous insect feed, very cheap, and could be converted into blood energy. He immediately got to work. After a lot of trouble, Anlin also successfully obtained 75 points of blood energy. Without further ado, after collecting enough blood energy, Anlin quickly took the red-footed ant queen and ran back to the insect house. The fusion interface reappeared. After selecting the iron rod as the consumption option, Anlin silently chanted fusion in his mind. Suddenly, red silk threads emerged from thin air and wrapped around the red-footed cultivator ant queen. The iron rod on the other side also melted into a pool of molten iron, which was absorbed by the silk cocoon wrapped around the queen of the red-footed prune ant. Fusion time remaining, 1 minute. It felt like a long century. Anlin stared at the blood cocoon on the table, not daring to breathe, fearing that a small move would affect the success rate of the fusion. Fusion successful. The blood cocoon turned into bloody water, which was absorbed by the red-footed prune ant queen, allowing Anlin to clearly see the changes in the red-footed prune ant queen. Her originally rough body now shone with a metallic luster. Anlin lost all the extra colors, and the queen of the red-footed fierce ant became even bigger. The silver appearance made it look like a hideous work of art, full of aggression. Identification name: Iron Ant Queen, attribute, metal, level. Ordinary stage 3, potential. Ordinary high grade, productivity. Ordinary stage 1, 2 to 1 day. Ordinary beast, 200 to 1 day. Introduction: the mutated queen of the red-footed ant has enhanced defense and weakened production capacity. The worker ants produced can strengthen their own defense by devouring steel. Anlin gently picked up the queen ant in front of him. At this moment, the queen ant seemed to have established a special connection with him, making him feel particularly kind and friendly. Although the fused queen ant was somewhat loyal to him, due to its low intelligence, he could only contract it first before commanding it through mental power. If it were an intelligent monster, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Anlin closed his eyes, and a faint spiritual force emerged, merging into the queen ant's body. The spiritual force quickly enveloped the queen ant's spiritual core, and the queen ant's tiny figure emerged on Anlin's spiritual sea. Anlin looked at the queen ant in disbelief. He could clearly feel that he could issue orders to the queen ant through his thoughts. The next second, a powerful heat flowed into Anlin's dantian. Beast masters who practiced were often those with strong mental strength but weak physical talents. They could not become stronger through their own practice, so they could only practice through the energy fed back by the beasts they tamed. To put it simply, it is difficult for this type of people to absorb spiritual power from the outside world, and the spiritual power absorbed by the beast tamer will flow into their bodies for a circulation, thereby improving the realm of the beast tamer. Therefore, beast masters themselves are very weak and cannot defeat practitioners of other systems. They can only attack through beast control. But Anlin clearly noticed that he seemed to be a little different. This spiritual power continued to spread throughout his body, and every time it passed through, Anlin could feel his body becoming stronger. Perhaps because his body was originally too weak, this feeling was particularly obvious. Spiritual energy continued to wash over him, as if some impurities were being expelled from his body. Through the mirror, Anlin could see that black impurities were constantly oozing out of his body. Is there so much benefit to contracting a demon beast? Anlin pulled out a few more spirit-gathering pills from the drawer. These were the things he usually ate, but they were completely useless. The spiritual energy they brought dissipated quickly. They were barely enough to replenish the queen ant. After ordering the queen ant to begin giving birth, Anlin went to the bathroom to wash off the filth on his body. In the room, the queen ant crawled towards the carp, lowered her head, and began to eat, her ferocious jaws easily tearing off the fish meat. The energy in the fish wasn't enough to produce high-quality, ordinary-grade worker ants. The queen ant tilted her head and glanced at the elixir beside her. The growth period of the red-footed ant was long. If she continued at this rate, she'd be preparing for her final exams. He finished washing up soon. The queen ant had already laid several ant eggs on the table. Anlin used the system function to identify them. Name: Iron Ant, attribute, metal, level, ordinary level 1. Potential: ordinary mid-grade. Incubation time: the hatching time of 1 day larvae is greatly shortened. As it is of ordinary quality, it has absorbed most of the energy in the queen ant's stomach, so the hatching time will also be much shorter. After hatching, Anlin will buy some metals containing spiritual energy and let it devour them to increase its defense and thus achieve the goal of improving its strength. At present, the main problem he faces is still insufficient energy. Fortunately, I have enough pocket money to buy a small amount. Once the ant colony develops, I can let it go and develop freely, but for now, I still have to reproduce quickly. The mutated iron ants can also reproduce and lay eggs. Although the quality of the eggs produced by worker ants is definitely not as high as those produced by the queen ant, they are still passable as the most basic labor force. Anlin thought about it. High-quality ant eggs can only be laid 2 per day. After all, they require more energy. It would be better to directly produce ordinary ant soldiers to kill small insects. Come to think of it, I felt a bit foolish. I had so many worker ants, but I killed them all, leaving the queen alone. Queen, produce normal ant eggs. On the table, the queen ant, having received the birthing order, gently trembled her antennae, then bent down to begin the birthing process. Soon, one ant egg after another was laid. These ant eggs are much smaller than ordinary medium-quality ant eggs. Due to the influence of the queen ant herself, the hatching time of ordinary ant eggs is also much faster. Soon, wriggling larvae appeared in the crystal-clear ant eggs. Anlin raised his eyebrows. With such a fast development speed, it turned out that cultivation could not be linked to science. The queen ant is not a perpetual motion machine. She stops after producing 50 eggs. Limiting the production of so many eggs also puts a certain burden on her, so she needs time to recover. If it is producing ordinary eggs, the current queen ant can produce 200 eggs a day, but if it is ordinary medium quality ant eggs, then it can only produce 2. Forcing production will hurt itself, which is a thankless task. Name: iron ant. Egg. Attributes: metal, level, none, potential, none, incubation time. 10 minutes. During the incubation period, Anlin began to search for metal products. After hatching, the iron ant can enhance its defense by eating, but the larval stage is still quite vulnerable, and it is unknown how long the larval stage will last. Although ordinary iron manganese ants do not have much combat power, at least the red-legged ants before mutation can fight mealworms alone. If 50 iron manganese ants are thrown into the yard, they can kill many insects in one night. Back in his room, Anlin eagerly awaited the hatching of the iron ants, a feeling of accomplishment far superior to his previous life spent playing with insects. After a short while, the iron ants hatched. Anlin was stunned. Logically, shouldn't these iron ants be in larval form? How come they were already adults the moment they hatched? Each ferocious-looking iron ant tore through its egg shell, revealing itself to be the size of a little finger. Anlin felt that these ants could even hunt small animals like mice. The newly hatched iron ants began to devour the iron sheet, making an unpleasant friction sound. As the iron basin disappeared, Anlin discovered that the bodies of these ants began to shine with a metallic luster, and each one became like a work of art. Picking up an iron ant, Anlin looked at it carefully, then gently pinched the iron ant and found that the hardness of the iron ant was almost the same as that of some beetles. It was truly terrifying. Perhaps he should change his strategy and let the queen ant fully produce ordinary iron manganese ants. In this way, in just 5 days, thousands of iron manganese ants would appear in the backyard. The ant soldiers continued to devour the iron basin. Anlin thought about it and took out his mobile phone to buy some new iron basins. They all looked exactly the same anyway, and nothing could be seen after tearing off the labels. Rubbing his hands, Anlin thought, these few iron basins alone can increase the defense of the ant soldiers so much. What if they are rare metals, similar to ordinary metals? Thinking of the future when he would have a large army of ants, Anlin couldn't contain his excitement. Beast taming and other things were weak, and massing troops was the mainstream. However, Anlin's ideal worker ants should evolve directly through the use of metal. However, this is just a small synthesis, and it is already good to be able to use metal to accelerate growth. After throwing a bunch of worker ants and fish into the backyard and ordering them not to harm the rabbits, Anlin let them grow. These worker ants also have the ability to produce, which gives Anlin the opportunity to snowball. Although their strength is not strong, they have the advantage of large numbers. If an iron ant is injured and cannot recover, its companions can also kill it. As long as they have the queen ant's blood, the blood energy of the creatures they kill will be directly given to Anlin. After doing all this, Anlin locked the door of his room to prevent his parents from entering his room and harming the queen ant. After all, it was difficult to explain why he had contracted the queen ant. For them, without strong mental strength, it is impossible to contract this type of monster. Next, they prepared to head to Xinsha Road. The Xinsha Road market is home to all sorts of bizarre items and monsters. Although most of the items are superficial, people still buy them with the mentality of opening a blind box. Anlin quickly took a taxi to Xinsha Road. It was the weekend, and the market entrance was packed with people, a scene that made him feel a little embarrassed. Just then, the system's backend messages began to flood the screen frantically. Kill the earthworm, gain 0.2 blood energy. Kill the mole cricket, gain 0.4 blood energy. Kill the cricket, gain 0.5 blood energy. It seems that the iron ants in the backyard have started to act. Anlin nodded with satisfaction. Anlin strolled leisurely, passing by the chaotic stalls and moving forward. Although these items all had their own unique effects, through identification techniques, Anlin still found a few genuine items. Anlin considered it and bought some hard metals without any special properties. Although they had no special properties, they could serve as food to accelerate the growth of ordinary worker ants. These little guys might not be able to digest higher quality metals. Having just arrived in this world, Anlin didn't know the prices. He asked several stall owners about their prices and checked the food delivery app on his phone. Finally, he stopped at a relatively cheap stall and prepared to bargain. After a lot of bargaining, the boss finally sold the black firestone to Anlin for 100 yuan cheaper. Anlin continued to walk around the ore area, but he didn't find anything. Anlin glanced at the ore in his pocket, shook his head, and decided to call it a day. If he continued shopping, he might not even be able to carry his belongings. Just as he was about to leave the market, a kind voice suddenly came from behind him. "Little brother, I see a bad omen on your brow." Anlin stopped and fixed his eyes. A kind old man in a Taoist robe with a frown suddenly appeared behind Anlin. Chapter 5. Mental Load. Anlin used his identification skills to find that the old Taoist in front of him was at least a cultivator of the second realm, which filled him with anticipation. After all, he had heard many stories about those who had extraordinary encounters and could inadvertently meet important people. Although he didn't carry the fate of his family like some legendary characters, he was still a protagonist with some background. Although he had some expectations in his heart, Anlin was still pulled back by reality. Most of his teachers were only at the first level of cultivation, and even the principal was only a cultivator at the peak of the first level. The place he was in was a remote area, where the cultivators were generally weaker. Even the only dimension was at the yellow level. There were basically no powerful cultivators here. The old man stroked his long beard and looked at Anlin. "I see that you have a weak constitution, but you have an unusually powerful energy within you. Perhaps you have contracted a demonic beast that is beyond your strength." Anlin listened attentively, feeling somewhat puzzled. Although the queen ant was more powerful than he didn't feel any discomfort. He didn't even realize that there was anything wrong. Demon beasts can indeed make your physique stronger, but your mental strength is too weak. If you contract more monster beasts, the burden on your spiritual sea will make you collapse, and even a Daluo Jinxian will be powerless to save you. The old Taoist's words shocked Anlin. The old Taoist went on to say, "In fact, the mental burden that the monster puts on you is only part of it. The main problem is that your spiritual sea is not strong enough and cannot accommodate more spiritual cores." After hearing this, although Anlin understood the reason, he was still a little confused. The old Taoist continued to explain, "The power of the monster can indeed help you increase your strength, but your mental strength is too weak to support the contract with the second monster." Although Anlin understood, he secretly thought in his heart that with the help of the system, he didn't have to worry about these problems. He knew that unlike others, the system made his contract easier, and the monster beast's backlash against him was almost zero. Furthermore, his mental power requirements were also relatively low, far less severe than the old Taoist had worried. The old Taoist looked at Anlin and smiled. "The method is actually very simple. Just improve your mental strength, but your current talent is too poor, and improving your beast taming realm may be too much for you to bear." Although Anlin understood, he knew that the energy in his body could fully digest these burdens. The old Taoist seemed to see Anlin's confusion, stroked his beard again, and said slowly, "I have a way." After that, he waved his hand, and an oversized glass bottle appeared in front of him. Anlin looked at the bottle in surprise, and he exclaimed in his heart that it was incredible. How could such a large bottle possibly hide something? In the bottle, several pills lay quietly inside, which was particularly eye-catching. Anlin's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a spiritual pill. Although it was of low grade, it was definitely helpful in improving mental strength. "This is the spirit tempering pill," the old Taoist said casually, a hint of complacency in his eyes. "This pill can help improve your mental strength. In your current situation, if you can improve your mental strength, you can bear more contracts with monsters." Anlin quickly took the pill, his heart filled with gratitude. The old Taoist looked at Anlin and said in a gentle tone, "You and I are destined to meet, so I will give you this bottle of elixir. I hope you can get out of your predicament as soon as possible." Anlin was stunned for a moment and was shocked that this old Taoist could be so generous. When he took the pill, a picture emerged in his mind. He seemed to have returned to that time and heard the ridicule of the people around him. Look at him. He got drunk after drinking just a few cans. He is so lame. Anlin felt guilty. He didn't expect the old Taoist to be so generous to give him the pill. "I've got what I need," the old Taoist said softly, turning and leaving. Anlin was still pondering the meaning of this sentence, when in the blink of an eye, the old Taoist disappeared at the intersection. "How should I take this pill? Before or after a meal?" Anlin shouted. The old Taoist's voice drifted over. "Take it as a meal." Anlin felt the air around him fluctuate slightly, and when he came to his senses, he found that passers-by were still busy, and no one noticed the pill in his hand. Anlin felt emotional. Although he didn't know what the old Taoist had gained, according to his words, it seemed that a cause and effect had been formed, which was undoubtedly a good thing for him. He packed the pills, still feeling a little puzzled. The old Taoist looked like a highly accomplished person traveling around, and he had nothing to offer in return. Anlin touched his neck and suddenly realized that his magic weapon was missing, and his heart tightened. He quickly felt around his body, but nothing was there. Anlin's face suddenly changed, his heartbeat quickened, and he felt a chill running down his spine. What kind of cultivation level is this? How dare you steal my things? Anlin's heart burned with rage, and he instantly felt the anger of being deceived, his face pale. Chapter 6. The Collapse of Chi's Father. Anlin took a deep breath and recalled what the old Taoist said just now. Although it made sense, hadn't he learned the same thing in school? He was actually deceived so badly. How stupid. Even though the old Taoist priest was telling the truth, he had never expected that he would actually believe him. A true liar must convince himself that he is a liar. The more Anlin thought about this, the angrier he became. He had actually fallen for his trick. Fortunately, he still had the bottle of pills in his hand. He sighed and shook the bottle. However, when he looked carefully, he found that the pills in the bottle had changed. Identification name: chocolate beans quality, none introduction, a little sweet. Anlin nearly choked back his breath, his chest felt tight, and he nearly vomited blood. The bottle, which was supposed to contain the spirit-quenching pills, only had about 20 of them. The rest were just chocolate chips. He was so pissed. Upon returning home, Anlin felt completely exhausted, as if he had been completely defeated. It would have been fine under normal circumstances, but tonight his father had disappeared, leaving him at a loss for words. Furthermore, he had actually been robbed by a cultivator above the second realm. Who could believe this? What on earth was this guy trying to do? However, thinking about those spirit-tempering pills, although it was a bit of a loss, it was not completely useless. Anlin stood at the door, sighed, and walked to the backyard, feeling like he had been abandoned by the whole world. Arriving at the ant nest, he looked at the busy iron ants and felt a little better. Although these ants were just ordinary iron ants, there were enough of them to at least help him accumulate blood energy. Anlin had just harvested 57 blood energy points, and he felt a little relieved. Right now, these iron ants weren't particularly strong, primarily used to accumulate blood energy, while the queen ant was more of a long-term project. Anlin's plan was to use this time to seize the opportunity to contract a powerful demon beast in preparation for tomorrow's military training. Anlin looked up at the sky. Tomorrow was the start of his senior year, the college entrance exams were drawing closer, and yet today he had to go through another round of military training. Unlike his old world, this training took him to another world, where he would hunt monsters and gather resources. Only monsters with combat prowess were worthy of accompanying him through this journey. It's just right that my father is back. We can go to the beast tamer shop and pick out a monster beast together. Anlin thought to himself as he went upstairs. Entering his room, Anlin saw the queen ant sleeping on the table with a medium-grade ordinary egg next to her. Anlin sighed helplessly. His room was now occupied by the queen ant, and she had even eaten the pot, causing her body to swell and grow, making her look a little strange. Anlin stared at the metal on the table, thinking about the bottle of pills. This world wasn't as simple as he'd imagined. Becoming a cultivator wasn't a piece of cake. A thought suddenly struck Anlin. How about using the soul-tempering pill to fuse the queen ant? He gently lifted the pill from the bottle, and a system prompt suddenly flashed before his eyes. Ding! Fuse the Iron Ant Queen with the soul-quenching pill? Anlin took a closer look and discovered that there was enough blood energy, with a 90% success rate. He felt excited. With such a high success rate, the queen ant and the soul-quenching pill must be very compatible. But thinking about the huge amount of blood energy he would need to consume, Anlin hesitated. Killing 100,000 ants to accumulate enough blood energy was too strenuous. Plus, every fusion was like opening a blind box. He had no idea what would happen. Just as he was struggling, his mother's voice suddenly came from downstairs. Anlin, come and see who's here. Anlin shrugged helplessly. Although he had grown up, in his mother's eyes, he was still a child. He walked downstairs and saw the scene at the door, and was stunned for a moment. My father, whose memory was hazy at first, had changed so drastically. My mother was still young and beautiful, and Anlin and my sister had inherited her good looks, often attracting attention on the street. As for me, I couldn't say if I was handsome, but I was definitely not ugly. But the problem was, my father had become completely different. He was muscular, with a slick back hair, a completely different image. Anlin couldn't believe that this big guy was actually his father. Dad, don't you consider getting a paternity test? He thought to himself, but of course, this was just what he said in his heart. When Xingfei saw Anlin, he smiled brightly and said, Son, don't always hold these useless books. Come, take a look at this. After that, Qi Xingfei threw the Chinese textbook in Qi Anlin's hand. Qi Anlin quickly said, "My dad won't harm me." Qi Xingfei opened the door, and several cages appeared before Qi Anlin. Qi Anlin's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw a snow-white wolf cub among them. Finally, there was a suitable monster that his father had brought with him that he could contract with. Chapter 7: Killing Monsters. Qi Anlin was incredibly lucky. He actually had the opportunity to use the identification function on these monsters. What a blessing from heaven. Name: Ice Spirit Wolf. Attribute: Ice. Level: None. Potential: High grade ordinary. Although the Ice Spirit Wolf that Father Qi brought back was a young wolf cub, its contracting difficulty was much lower. Father Qi had previously bought several demon beast cubs for Qi Anlin, but all failed for various reasons. Most of these cubs were forcibly taken away from their parents, or their parents were hunted, resulting in unstable personalities and difficulty in contracting. The situation of this Ice Spirit Wolf was different. It had been abandoned by its mother wolf and was weak. If it had not been picked up, it might have become food for other monsters. Qi Anlin continued to check on the other monsters. Most of these monsters were at low health, so Father Qi brought them back specifically to help Qi Anlin build up his courage. Qi Anlin's current strength wasn't enough to fight alone. Father Qi continued, "I was originally planning to catch you a fire monster, but fire monsters are prone to backlash, so I decided to give you this Ice Spirit Wolf." Then Father Qi took out a piece of ice crystal from his pocket. This was originally the material for making weapons, but in order to make the Ice Spirit Wolf closer to you, you can wear it for a while as a pendant. After that, he took out a small knife. Qi Anlin frowned and looked at the knife. His father continued, "In order to test your courage, you can't use long weapons. You have to get close to the monster." Although Qi Anlin was not used to it, he knew that this was a lesson. Finally, he made up his mind and held the knife firmly. Father Qi looked at him and said, "You're holding the knife wrong." He turned the handle over with the tip facing down. This is called the ice cone style. It has strong force and the attack is more powerful. Qi Anlin thought for a while and finally gave up his confusion. He then lowered his head and began to search for related content on his phone. "Dad, Baidu said it was because of Shang Yang's reforms." Qi's father looked confused. He continued to explain, "The ice cone's main attack method is horizontal slashing and downward smashing. The force is more in line with the human body's explosive power, and most importantly, it is more concealed." Qi Anlin nodded doubtfully. Half an hour later, Qi Anlin re-gripped his knife and approached the weakest molters. Having killed chickens before, he had no problem killing birds. As for the tiger, he'd kill it last, to create a more intimidating effect. Molters' eyes were filled with resentment, but due to the special ropes binding it was restrained. It didn't even have the strength to struggle. Qi Anlin silently muttered, "Amit ba? If possible, I really want Queen Ant to help me kill the bird." Closing his eyes, he stabbed Molter's neck directly. Blood spurted out, and Qi Anlin was almost splattered all over. Killed the mortal level 2 monster Molters, gaining 150 blood energy points. The smell of blood made Qi Anlin feel uncomfortable, but he didn't stop. Adrenaline surged, giving him the motivation to keep going. He then moved towards the other monsters, dispatching them one by one. Killed the mortal level 2 monster Flame Tiger, gaining 250 blood energy points. Killed a mortal level 3 monster Firestone Rat, and gained 400 blood energy points. Killed a mortal level 4 monster Fire Pig, and gained 800 blood energy points. The system prompt sound instantly dissipated the uncomfortable feeling in Qi Anlin's heart, and was replaced by a pleasant sense of accomplishment. Harvesting so much blood energy is just right for resynthesizing the queen ant and fusing the wolf cubs. Qi Xingfei looked at Qi Anlin and nodded. "Not bad. I didn't expect you to deal with these monsters so quickly. But if you're out in the wild, you have to clean up the blood on your body quickly, otherwise it might attract other monsters. Now that you have this courage, I'm relieved. At least you won't be scared and run away when you encounter a monster." Father Qi nodded with satisfaction. After handing everything over to Qi Anlin, Qi Xingfei left again. Although he gave Qi Anlin some living expenses every month, he rarely interacted with him. In addition to the items he had prepared, Qi's father also gave Qi Anlin a beast taming bag that could hold 3 demon beasts. Qi Anlin looked at the bag and felt ready. After returning to his room, he washed off the blood and prepared to begin the next step of his plan with the Ice Spirit Wolf. Ding! Fuse the Iron Ant Queen with the Spirit Tempering Pill? Yes, the system's voice echoed. The blood cocoon once again enveloped the queen, and Qi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. The blood energy had been resolved. The next task was to contract the Ice Spirit Wolf. He looked at the ice crystal and thought to himself, the Ice Wolf has ice attributes, and the possibility of fusion with the ice crystal is very high. Identification name: Ice crystal quality, yellow grade low. Introduction. Ice attributed refining material. Keeping it close to the body can improve physical fitness, nourish the mind, and soothe the spirit. Anlin looked at the ice crystal and sighed. The low-grade yellow-grade quality left him feeling somewhat frustrated. The blood energy required was simply an astronomical figure for him. Ding. Do you want to fuse Ice Spirit Wolf and Ice Crystal? Required blood energy, 15,000 fusion success rate. 10%. Anlin looked at the pitifully low fusion success rate and felt a little hesitant, but he decided to give it a try. Chapter 8. Continuous Synthesis. Anlin was somewhat frustrated. After synthesizing the queen ant, he only had 667 blood energy left, not enough for the next fusion. However, the ice wolf had to be contracted. He pondered for a moment and finally decided to take out the ice cube for the synthesis. Ding. Do you want to fuse the ice spirit wolf and the ice cube? Required blood energy, 100 fusion success rate, 99%. Okay. The ice spirit wolf and the ice cube were wrapped in blood energy and entered the blood cocoon. Anlin secretly praised his own cleverness. While the ice couldn't significantly transform the ice wolf, it could at least meet the requirements of the contract. While waiting, he couldn't help but glance at the iron ant eggs again. He thought about his usual spending habits, spending his allowance as soon as it came in, leaving him with little blood energy. Fortunately, he bought a lot of ore today, allowing him to do some shallow synthesis. Ding. Do you want to fuse the iron ant and the golden sandstone? Required blood energy, 500 fusion success rate. 80%. They fused blood energy and or entered the synthesis system together, and Anlin began to look forward to new results. This iron ant wouldn't become his beast, but as the queen's guardian, its presence was crucial. Anlin continued to wait patiently. The quality and materials of demonic beasts were categorized into mortal, yellow, spirit, and profound levels. The yellow level was equivalent to the first realm of a cultivator, and the remaining grades were currently beyond Anlin's reach. After a while, the ice wolf successfully emerged from its cocoon. It didn't seem to have changed significantly, perhaps just a little wider. Anlin used his mental power to envelop the ice wolf's spiritual core. Drawing on his previous experience, he quickly completed the contract with the ice wolf. A faint icy spiritual force entered his body, and the ice crystals on his neck suddenly glowed. The pure icy spiritual force split into two strands, entering Anlin's spiritual sea and meridians respectively. As the icy spiritual force washed over him, Anlin's meridians became crystal clear, gradually expanding, and his aura also changed dramatically. His spiritual power began to flow into his dantian, breaking through the original barrier and entering the second stage of the mortal level. Finally broke through, Anlin felt an indescribable complex feeling in his heart. He finally broke through the regrets before crossing over, gradually integrated into this world, and many memories became clearer. At this moment, the ice spirit wolf also broke through the limitations of wild beasts and became a mortal monster. Name: Ice Spirit Wolf. Attribute: Ice level, mortal level 1 potential, mortal level high skill, freeze upgradable. Anlin was stunned for a moment. This synthesis actually gave the ice wolf a skill, Ice Freeze. This was good news. Military training should be no problem. Although skill upgrades required a significant amount of health, the ice wolf was currently at a low level, so Anlin decided not to upgrade it for now. After successfully signing the contract, Anlin sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to practice. After fusing his memories, the cultivation method he had been unable to recall finally appeared in his mind. This, Guiyuan Xiangong, was Qi's father's method, and it was much more powerful than the Fan Xiangong taught in school. Anlin's breakthrough was purely due to the accumulation of blood energy. After practicing the technique, his strength had reached the peak of the second stage of the mortal level. For hours later, Anlin opened his eyes and felt that his realm was more stable. His body, flushed by spiritual energy, had reached the peak of the second stage of the mortal level, and his strength had increased significantly. The queen ant has also completed the synthesis, with a darker body color and a much larger head. Name: Iron Ant Queen. Attribute: Metal. Level: Ordinary Stage 3. Potential: Ordinary Peak. Productivity: Ordinary Stage 1. 3/day. Ordinary Ant Soldier. 300/day. Skills: Bloodline Control. Allows complete control of insects that share one's bloodline. Deterrence. Inflicts a mental shock on the selected creature. The higher one's own mental power, the greater the shock effect. The queen ant's various attributes were greatly improved, and Anlin's eyes lit up. This change was not only due to the effect of the soul-tempering pill, but also due to the effect of blood energy. Suddenly, A strange sound came from the table. Anlin turned around and saw that the iron ant egg had hatched and the new golden ants were eating the metal. Name: Golden Ant Attribute, Metal Level. First stage of the Ordinary Class Potential. High-grade Ordinary Class Skill. Hardening. Increases defense by a large amount, lasting for 10 minutes. Anlin smiled. The synthesis accelerated the hatching of the iron ant. All this was thanks to his father's arrangement. Without Father Chi's help, it would have taken several days to achieve the current progress. With the completion of the synthesis and breakthrough, Anlin began to look forward to the upcoming military training. He was eager to test the queen ant's intimidation skills, especially to see if the beast bag would help him pass the training smoothly. Anlin decided to try the queen ant's deterrent skills. Queen ant, try to use the deterrent skills on me. The queen ant tilted her head, seemed a little hesitant, but finally did as Anlin ordered. The result: Anlin was frightened and almost jumped up. After a dizzy spell, Anlin woke up to daybreak. He checked the clock and realized he'd slept until 8, nearly making him late. He quickly loaded the 3 monsters into his beast bag and prepared to head to the military training area. Suddenly, he spotted a dense mass of iron ants standing in a neat formation on the table. There's no time to explain, Queen Ant. Let them all crawl into the box. Anlin was busy putting these iron ants into his school bag, thinking that these ants would definitely come in handy during military training. Chapter 9. What time did you two go to bed last night? It was already 8:30 when we arrived at school. Anlin walked to the classroom door, feeling a little nervous. Although he wanted to see the classroom in the world of cultivation with his own eyes, he wanted to know more about how he would be punished for being late. In the classroom, the students were discussing the upcoming military training. Everyone was excited. After all, this was their first time in another world, so excitement was inevitable. More importantly, everyone was waiting for Anlin, because entering another world was a big deal, and everyone had to listen to the precautions together. Walking into the classroom, Anlin saw the homeroom teacher, Old Wu, standing at the podium. His muscles were so strong that they were jaw-dropping. Anlin sighed inwardly. How come even you are a physical cultivator? Physical cultivators focus on their bodies and have a bad temper. They will attack anyone they dislike. Anlin was about to sneak in when Wu Hong saw him, snorted coldly, and shouted in a hoarse voice. Anlin, stop. Wu Hong had always turned a blind eye to this somewhat special student. After all, Anlin's father was a cultivator of the second realm, and his strength was stronger than the principal. But today's matter was too important. If Anlin continued to be so indifferent, if something happened in the other world, he would definitely be implicated. Thinking back to Anlin's father's unreasonable character, Wu Hong felt helpless. Forget it, let's not pursue it. It's best if he doesn't come. He sighed and asked in a low voice, why are you late? Anlin was a little nervous and said with a stiff upper lip, traffic jam, traffic jam. Although Wu Hong could tell that he was lying, there was nothing he could do. He just said symbolically, traffic jam? Is it my fault? As long as Anlin admitted his mistake, everyone would have a way out. Unexpectedly, Anlin reflexively said, do I blame you? The entire class was speechless, and the air froze instantly. Anlin gasped, it's over. His words were too impulsive. If old Wu got angry, one punch would definitely make him kneel down and beg for mercy. Wu Hong's forehead veins bulged, but he remained smiling. I'm so angry. I wish I could kill this guy. But thinking of Anlin's previous strange behavior, Wu Hong's anger subsided considerably. After all, this kid's brain circuits were completely different from others. Okay, get off first. You'll miss the bus for military training. Hearing this, Anlin breathed a sigh of relief and walked back to his seat. Brother, you're really brave. You dare to confront old Wu. Gigi next to him teased. Gigi was Anlin's deskmate before he traveled through time. He had always been the class's most cheerful person, and he hadn't expected that after arriving in the world of cultivation, he would still be his deskmate. Anlin looked at this familiar face and smiled. You can't change your outspoken nature. Wu Hong began to talk about the precautions for military training, while Gigi excitedly shared his morning experience. You know, I just got scolded by the teacher. I was so happy. Anlin looked at his excited face and asked doubtfully, could it be that you awakened some strange attributes in the world of cultivation? Gigi didn't care about Anlin's strange look and continued. Yin Xingxin and I went to the classroom together. I saw her sleeping on the table, so I lay down too. When Anlin heard this, he knew what was going on. This guy is licking the dog again. Old Wu yelled as soon as he came in. What time did you two go to bed last night, hey? Hey, you too. Gigi said proudly. Anlin sighed silently. Brother, this wave is stable. Gigi was even more excited. And in the elevator, I saw her press the 8th floor. Hee hee, she was hinting to me that the 8th floor likes me a little bit. Anlin took a deep breath. Brother, this wave is stable. As Gigi was feeling proud, Anlin began to prepare for the upcoming military training. After all, this military training was different, and whether he could pass it successfully depended on how he handled it. Military training is usually led by teachers, and only after arriving at the entrance to the other world will they be handed over to the military. Anlin got out of the car with his suitcase and was a little surprised by the scene before him. This place was very prosperous, surrounded by monks living in the area. The resources in the other world are abundant, and many cultivators come here to collect resources and hunt monsters. Therefore, the cultivators in this area are very rich, and most of the goods in the commercial district are related to cultivators. Anlin glanced around and suddenly noticed a student walking towards him, carrying a donation box. He looked at the student, feeling a bit puzzled but also a warm feeling. Apparently, the student had seen his unusual attire and casual demeanor and assumed he was from a wealthy family. When the student saw Anlin looking at him, his eyes lit up and he quickly stepped forward. Brother, many people have donated money to help poor students. After that, he handed the donation box to Anlin. Anlin was moved, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and took the donation box. Thank you, everyone. But just as he finished speaking, he felt a huge force on the back of his neck. Wuhong lifted him up speechlessly and took Anlin away like a chicken. Anlin adjusted his collar awkwardly and asked with a smile, Teacher, Mr. Wu, do you have something to talk to me about? Wuhong looked at the 2 suitcases that Anlin brought and was furious. Look at what you brought with you. Are you here for military training or vacation? Why did you bring so many weapons? Are you smuggling arms? Anlin scratched the back of his head. I'm doing this for my own safety. Safety? You are the biggest source of danger. Wuhong looked at Anlin's suitcase, and the veins on his head bulged again. Chapter 10, Terrorist Anlin. Anlin's suitcase was filled with a large number of pots and pans, seasonings, and even a small barbecue grill and many beverage packets. Which serious student would bring these things? The second suitcase was surprisingly filled with all sorts of dangerous items. If it were just weapons like knives or brass knuckles, that would be common. After all, they were allowed in another world. But what Anlin brought were guns, grenades, and other explosives. Wuhong's forehead broke out in a cold sweat when he saw these items. If these items exploded in the car, he might not even survive, let alone the students. Anlin had taken these items from his father's warehouse. His father said casually, Take any magical tool you like. As long as it can save your life, it's fine. Anlin wasn't interested in fancy magical instruments, but rather preferred firearms. After all, he played shooting games in his previous life, and these weapons made him feel more secure. So he accidentally ended up carrying a lot of them. These weapons are temporarily kept by the military and will be handed over to your father. Wuhong suppressed his surprise. The area where you are training is under the jurisdiction of the military. There won't be any ferocious monsters coming here. Besides, I don't think your father would let you use a gun. What if you hurt other students? Wuhong looked at Anlin and nodded, feeling mixed emotions. He felt that this guy was as soft as cotton. He couldn't be beaten or scolded, and it was really hard to know where to start. You can take those pots and other things with you. But what's with the ants in your school bag? Wuhong was immediately displeased. This guy actually had a beast-controlling bag. Anlin's father was so high-ranking, yet he actually bought this ridiculously expensive thing for Anlin. It was simply an extortion. Those are my graduation thesis. I plan to observe whether ordinary ants are affected by the spiritual energy of another world, and then... Anlin said calmly. Wuhong's fists clenched and crackled, and he felt very annoyed. You are a high school student. How can you have a graduation thesis? Taking a deep breath, Wuhong finally suppressed his anger. I don't care what you want to do, but don't do anything that threatens your safety. Also, it's best not to let others know about your beast bag. Although it is bound, you may encounter some desperados in the other world. In the modern world of cultivation, precious and unlocatable items like beast-controlling bags often have GPS tracking. Anlin nodded. Although he felt that Wuhong was a little too cautious, he knew that old Wu was kind, so he had to keep a low profile in the future to avoid trouble. After resolving the luggage issue, Anlin and Wuhong boarded the military armored vehicle. Anlin knew that while these thermal weapons could inflict some damage on a level 1 monster, they wouldn't be effective against a level 2 monster. However, Anlin also understood that level 1 monsters were very fast and could be very dangerous if one wasn't skilled with the gun. As the car was driving along, Anlin suddenly saw from the window that the sky in the distance was like broken glass with countless cracks. just like a series of captivating black holes, which swallowed up the armored vehicles one by one. According to the plot, this military training will go terribly wrong, and you'll be the only one left alive, Gigi said solemnly. Anlin was stunned for a moment. What? What's wrong with this guy? Gigi said sternly. Old Chi, you've always been last in your grade, and your father is a cultivator at the peak of the second realm. You must have a lot of talent. It must be that your hidden bloodline hasn't been activated. Your situation is like the protagonist template in a novel. Anlin's mouth twitched. This guy was playing a joke again. Don't use what I said before to harass me. Gigi agreed with a smile, then became serious. You may not care, but you should know that your grandfather died in another world. Anlin's face changed slightly. He had indeed heard about this. When I was keeping vigil, I saw a snake and thought it was my grandfather coming back. But when I was bitten, I realized it was someone else's grandfather. Gigi said with a wry smile. After hearing this, the classmates around him fell silent. Several girls even wanted to comfort this usually frivolous classmate. Anlin rolled his eyes and said, as expected. At this moment, the instructor's majestic voice suddenly came from the carriage. Quiet, prepare to enter the other world. It may be a little bumpy when you first enter the other world, so everyone sit tight. At first, everyone was very nervous, but as Anlin and Gigi played and laughed along the way, the atmosphere gradually relaxed, and everyone felt that the other world didn't seem so scary. However, after the car entered the black hole, everyone's heart began to tighten again. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and the students in the carriage widened their eyes. A magnificent steel fortress appeared before their eyes. In the distance, soldiers in combat uniforms were running back and forth, with bloodstains on their bodies, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. The armored vehicle stopped, and Anlin and his classmates disembarked. They weren't inside the iron fortress, but on the plains at the entrance. You'll all go to the chief instructor's office to collect your tents. This military training will not only strengthen your willpower and help you understand the other world, but also equip you with the ability to survive in it. Instructor Sun Wu's voice echoed in the air. Anlin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He thought that if it was that kind of rigid military training, he would definitely not be happy, but this time it sounded like he could move around freely. Next, you can form teams of 7 people each. Instructor Sun Wu continued. The team's final performance will be linked to rewards. This military training result will be counted towards the college entrance examination, so choose carefully. After that, the instructors left, leaving behind a group of confused students. Old Chi, find a way to support someone. Gigi said excitedly. He would definitely be in the same group with Anlin, but Anlin was too weak. If he didn't find someone to support him, he would definitely die. Chapter 11 Ding. You have a team formation message. Anlin thought carefully and realized that there must be a reason for the 7-person configuration. After the revival of spiritual energy, dimensional nodes frequently appeared on the blue star, bringing with them many hostile races. Small alien worlds want to invade Blue Planet, while large alien worlds want to occupy it. To deal with these threats, humans began to develop various professions, such as combat-oriented physical cultivation, chi cultivation, spiritual refinement, beast control, formation master, and talisman master, as well as auxiliary professions such as doctors, spiritual plant masters, alchemists, and weapon refiners. A 7-person team typically consists of 6 combat-type characters and 1 healer. While this configuration is considered basic, it's the most suitable for fairness. Gigi is a warrior, already at the 4th level of the mortal class, making him a top-tier player in his class. If a team were to form, he'd surely be a popular choice. However, this time, the teams weren't limited to classes. There were approximately 3,000 students participating in the military training from various schools, such as number 1 middle school and number 3 middle school. Anlin speculated that the assessment for this military training might involve hunting monsters. Anlin touched his chin and said, I just completed the contract with the Ice Spirit Wolf, and my beast taming is only at the 1st level of the ordinary level. It seems that no one is willing to take me with you. After all, this matter is related to the college entrance examination results. Although the Queen Ant's strength has reached the 3rd level of the mortal level, due to certain restrictions, Anlin does not intend to expose it, and the Ice Spirit Wolf is only the juvenile form of the 1st level of the mortal level. Anlin's strength had already reached the 2nd stage of the mortal level, but Beastmasters usually demonstrated their strength by contracting monsters, so in the eyes of others, he might be no better than a nurse. Anlin's unique feature was that his strength mostly relied on blood energy. Just as he was still pondering who to team up with, several students in specially made combat uniforms approached him. Are you Anlin? the leading teenager asked. Anlin was stunned for a moment, then looked up. He didn't recognize any of the students before him. Some cliched plots instantly emerged in my mind. Could it be that these people have illegitimate children as their fathers, or their mothers are princesses from a big family who were forcibly taken away by their weak fathers? He glanced at the students' attire, saw the familiar first middle school medal on their chests, and saw their strength that was obviously higher than the 4th level of the ordinary level. Anlin took a deep breath and said, I am. Hearing this, the leading young man smiled and said, That's right. Our fathers are old friends. Yesterday, your father gave my teammates and me a lot of benefits as a hiring fee. The team is still short of 2 people. Since you haven't formed a team yet, why not join us? When Anlin heard this, he was a little confused. The students around him were all stunned. It turned out that Anlin had such a powerful background. Although they looked down on Anlin's father was a powerful cultivator. Who would dare to offend him on this matter? Anlin accepted their invitation without hesitation. Although he lacked the ability, it was a guarantee given by his father after all, so there was no reason to refuse. Gigi watched helplessly as Anlin went from a golden thigh to a lying dog, his face complicated. Through the captain's introduction, Anlin got a general understanding of his team members. The captain's name was Xia Yan, a fire-attributed Qi cultivator with a strength of the 6th level of the mortal level. This strength reassured Anlin. Xia Yan was a typical cultivator from fantasy novels, relying on spiritual power to fight. Divine Refiner Li 1, a mortal level 4th stage, is a ranged mage, but has chosen not to become a beastmaster. Formation Master Wang Chong, a mortal level 4th stage, has formation skills suitable for ambushes and support, but is weak in single combat. Talisman Master Li Yu, Li Wen's younger sister, is an ordinary female type, but this profession is extremely expensive, and once the resources are invested, the power is enormous. Finally, there was the doctor, Chu Xining. She looked cute, but her strength had reached the 5th stage of the mortal level. Anlin felt that although she was petite, as a doctor, her milk production was enough to reassure anyone. Most of the team members were approachable, and Anlin felt that this was largely due to the lure of money, and he quickly integrated into the team. Anlin, I heard that you're a beastmaster. You had an illness when you were a child, so you've always been restricted. Xia Yan observed Anlin for a moment and continued. Have you successfully contracted the beastmaster yet? Although we're taking the test with you, if you don't contribute a little, your final score will be very low. Anlin nodded. The contract has been signed, but the realm is relatively low. Xia Yan smiled. It's good that it's signed. After receiving the tent, you can go to the beast room to get the beast. We have a general understanding of this assessment. We need to occupy a good area as a camp first. It's best to choose a place near a water source. I heard that this military training provides nothing but tents and things everyone brings with them, so we have to find food and water on our own. Anlin nodded, feeling a little emotional. So that's how it is. Military training can also be considered survival training. By the way, the defensive magic weapon you have on you has been handed in. You must be more careful, Xia Yan added. Although there are soldiers stationed around, they may not be able to make it in time if there is an emergency. Anlin's heart sank. Although these defensive magic weapons had long been taken away by a shameless boss of his, he was still a little uneasy about not being able to use them. As the team was organized, Anlin, carrying everyone's expectations, followed the team members to prepare to enter the other world. Chapter 12. The Queen Ant's Bloodline Calls. After receiving the tent, Anlin pretended to go to the beast room, and after confirming that no one was around, he used the beast bag to summon the ice wolf. In an instant, Anlin felt the atmosphere around him change slightly, and little A's eyes lit up. Wow, a dog. Little A ran over and tried to pet Xiaoya, but Xiaoya dodged him coldly. Anlin smiled helplessly. This little guy is a bit arrogant. Seeing Xiaoya's refusal to get close, he added, It's a first-level mortal monster cub. Xia Yan rubbed his brows and glanced at Xiaoya. A first-level mortal-level demon beast cub. He could see that although Xiaoya's quality was not bad, he was just a cub after all, and could not even defeat a large wild beast. Anlin sighed. Yes, this is my beast. He knew that if he had time to train Xiaoya, his potential would definitely be greater, but for now he could only make do with it. Little A looked excited. Can I protect it? I promise not to let it get hurt. Brother Chi, what's this little guy's name? Seeing Xiaoya evade, Little A felt a little disappointed, but quickly recovered and prepared to start anew with Xiaoya. Its name is Ergu. Ice Wolf, Little A, huh? Seeing this, Anlin coughed twice and changed his words. Actually, it's called Xiaoya. Xiaoyu? This fair and tender girl should be called Xiao Tian. It sounds more domineering. Gigi interjected. It's a pity that old Chi doesn't have a third eye. Chi Anlin rolled his eyes at him and said, Erlang Shun had a frontal lobotomy to get his third eye, but he couldn't control his lust and even beat his own nephew. I don't want to be like that. Everyone was stunned and speechless for a moment. Xia Yin finally broke the silence. Okay, let's talk about other things after we find a campsite. The assessment will begin soon. Several people took their tents and luggage and set off into the forest. The plains were the gathering place, and after entering the forest, they needed to find a secluded place to camp. The rules of this military training were somewhat special. Not only did they have to hunt monsters and collect monster cores, they could also gather medicinal herbs. These herbs and crystal cores are stored in the camp's defensive formations. These formations identify team members, and outsiders seeking entry must stand in a designated area for 1 minute before the formations are unlocked. This rule is designed to foster competition between teams, not through theft, but through combat. Formation masters can deploy protective formations to ensure the camp's safety. A special feature of the assessment is that hunting is during the day, and robbing other teams' spoils is allowed at night. If you are robbed during the hunt, you need to fight back quickly. Soon, they found a small, clear pool. Although there was a river nearby, the water source was frequently used by others and could easily lead to attacks, so the small pool became the best choice. The pool was quiet and peaceful, and fish and crabs could be seen swimming at the bottom of the water. If they couldn't find food, catching fish was also a good option. Next to the pool was a rocky mountain, towering into the clouds, and at its base lay a cave. Xia Yan's exploration revealed nothing unusual inside. Let's set up camp here. Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he'd chosen a good spot early. The group quickly set up their tents, while Wang Chong went into the cave to set up a formation. Formations could provide powerful protection for the camp, and Wang Chong's formations could conceal their location, preventing the enemy from easily discovering them. Personal belongings can be placed in the tent first. What resources did you bring? Xia Yan asked. Everyone began to pack their belongings. Little A placed her suitcase in the tent with a slight embarrassment. The suitcase was filled with clothes and some medical supplies. Apart from these, she had almost no wilderness survival tools. Li Yu's box was filled with talisman materials, and Chi Anlin couldn't help but marvel at the talisman master's generosity. Li Wen brought a lot of elixirs and compressed food, while Wang Chong brought some extra materials for setting up the formation. Xia Yin brought a lot of ordinary weapons, including knives, swords, and bows. As for Gigi, he brought a lot of books, board games, and daily necessities. According to him, the military training was so long that he would definitely be bored, and he needed these to kill time. When Chi Anlin opened his suitcase, Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Why did you bring so many kitchen utensils? Chi Anlin answered seriously, to have a good meal. There are many monsters in this other dimension, so we have to cook well. Gigi also nodded in agreement, and Xia Yin sighed helplessly. Did you know this is the insect realm? Insect realm. Chi Anlin was stunned for a moment, and immediately lost his appetite. Most of the monsters in this other world were insects, and there were very few edible animals. Little insect world, little A's face paled. Although she was a cultivator, she was still a girl at heart and somewhat afraid of insects. Seeing this, Xia Yin immediately said, pack up and prepare to go hunting. Little A, you and Chi Anlin stand in the center of the team. If you encounter danger, crush the amulet immediately. The nearby soldiers will take you away. During this military training, all students who took the assessment were given amulets with a defense level of level 7. After activation, they could lead the students to evacuate. Each student had 3 activation opportunities. If they failed to activate the amulet during an attack, they might suffer casualties. Everyone packed up and prepared to leave. Chi Anlin silently walked back to the tent, thinking about the information he had just sensed from the queen ant. He took out the pile of iron ants and the queen ant and observed them. Squeak! The queen ant approached excitedly, and a message immediately flashed through Chi Anlin's mind. You mean, in this world, you can feel your former bloodline? If you get close, you can recall it. Chi Anlin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the queen ant could actually sense the call of bloodline. It seems that there were indeed iron ants in this area before, and they might have been captured and sold to Chi Anlin. The ants here should be at the level of ordinary beasts. Chapter 13 Hunting Plan, Troublemaking Jijiki. First, we have to choose a valley for hunting, which will make it convenient to set up the formation and prevent the prey from escaping. Xia Yin held a fiery red spear in his hand, and looked particularly handsome against the backdrop of his capable combat uniform. Judging from the style, he was at least a genius at the level of a sect's young master. On the other side, Chi Anlin had just returned to the team, and this time, He carried the queen ant and the ordinary level iron ant on him. Anlin ordered the rest of the iron ants to spread around this area, and also asked the queen ant to lay the 400 eggs today. These are the only iron ants left at the moment, so Anlin has them act as scouts. If anyone approaches the camp, these iron ants will pass the information to the queen. Leave the task of finding the valley to me. Jijiki volunteered, as this was his strong point. Physical cultivators all maxed out their attack and defense skills, but this guy's style has always been rather crooked, so he put his talent points into speed and stealth. So for a professional assassin, scouting the terrain is also part of this profession. In addition, he can also act as a monster lure. Anlin nodded in agreement. This guy's stealth skills were really amazing. It is said that one time, Jijiki suddenly had the idea to study what brand of shower gel men used when taking a shower. So he observed and interviewed 100 men, but 98 of them answered, "How the hell did you get in?" From this we can see that Jijiki's talent is really terrifying. Okay, let Jijiki do this job. Li 1, you can assist him in interfering with the monster's mind and making it out of control. Xiaoyan nodded. Through his self-introduction, he also got to know Jijiki. As a divine refiner, Li 1 can stimulate the spirit of the monster and make it angry. Ordinary monsters all have a certain degree of intelligence, and when they are awake, they can easily discover the traps set by Wang Chong. Anlin, Xiaoya, as an ice spirit wolf, has a very keen sense of smell and can find the footprints of monsters. While searching for prey, we can hunt some weaker monsters. Li Yu, keep an eye on Anlin and Xiao first to prevent the monsters from approaching them. Soon, the team completed the division of labor, and several people dispersed and started doing their own things. Anlin was in a 4-person team, separated from Jijiki. The monster they needed to find could not be too powerful, otherwise it would easily cause a lot of noise when dealing with the monster, thus attracting the attention of other teams. If you want to hunt this type of monster, it would be safer to introduce the formation set up by Wang Chong. The plants in the insect world all look rather strange. On the one hand, they have to defend themselves against being eaten by insects, and on the other hand, they have to accept pollination from insects like bees. Therefore, they not only have a steel-like appearance, but also contain some weapons against herbivorous insects in their stamens. Soon, Anlin saw a dung beetle. Name: Earth Elemental Dung Beetle. Attribute: Earth. Level: Ordinary Level 3. Potential: Ordinary Mid-Level. The dung beetle is also known as the dung beetle. When Anlin discovered it, this guy was pushing a piece of feces that was 1 meter tall. The size of this dung beetle was also exaggeratedly large, and it was half a meter tall. I don't know why the queen ant is so small that she can fit into his pocket despite having the same strength. They are at the 3rd level of the mortal class, so they can be hunted directly. Li Yu, keep an eye on them. Xiaoyan said in a low voice. Although the earthworm dung beetle was only at the 3rd level of the mortal class, its armor that glowed with yellow light was very powerful. In addition, it had earth-related skills. If it was close, it might kill Anlin in seconds with just 1 ground spike. Li Yu nodded and leaned back. There was no tacit understanding between the few of them, so it would be better to let Xiaoyan take the lead now. Xiaoyan rushed to the front of the earthworm dung beetle with a few leaps. A cluster of flames suddenly shot out from the spear and stabbed towards the joint of the dung beetle's front legs. Compared to the dung beetle's back, this joint is obviously easier to break through. In fact, for Xiaoyan, it is not difficult to directly break through the dung beetle's defense, but that will consume a lot of spiritual power, which is not conducive to subsequent battles. Click. This blow directly broke the dung beetle's front legs, and the dung beetle fell directly to the ground before it could react, and the dung ball as tall as a person also rolled out. The frightened dung beetle stood up with the support of its 3 legs. After feeling Xiaoyan's strength, it spread its wings and wanted to fly away. At this time, Xiaoyan stabbed out again, passing through the dung beetle's open wings and directly into its body. Red Flame Spear. The flames flowed down the spear into the dung beetle's body and exploded at the tip of the spear. The dung beetle's body was torn into pieces, and fragments and mucus splashed everywhere, directly covering Xiaoyan's face. Anlin in the distance took a breath. He was still a little confused about the strength of cultivation, but if he were to face this dung beetle, he might not even be able to break its defense. He didn't expect Xiaoyan to kill it in just 2 or 3 moves. And looking at how skilled he is, I wonder how many battles he has experienced. Not far away, Xiaoyan picked up the yellow crystal on the ground and said calmly, "Let's go and continue looking for the next target." At the same time, on the other side, Jijiki was fleeing frantically. Behind him, a group of palm-sized bees were approaching rapidly, their ferocious stingers flashing with a metallic luster. With their strength, They could even pierce a big hole in a steel plate. There's something wrong with old Xia's plan. The monsters here can all fly, so what's the point of having a valley? Just now, he found a particularly narrow valley with rock walls on both sides. If he climbed to the top of the mountain, he could attack by pushing boulders. But what he didn't expect was that shortly after entering the valley, a group of terrifying golden bees appeared. Each of them is at the level of ordinary beasts. If they are surrounded, not to mention him, even a cultivator of the first level will have no choice but to suffer and regret. Li Wan, who was far away, felt his throat was a little dry and couldn't help swallowing. Gigi was really fast. If it were him, he would have died just 2 seconds after running out. Although Gigi ran fast, he was still not as fast as those bullet-like golden bees. He saw several ordinary third-level golden bees approaching, and at this time, the sound of fighting was heard not far away. I would rather die than let my friend die. Gigi's eyes lit up, and he ran towards the source of the sound. Although this is not very authentic, if you meet other students, you can save the opportunity to use the amulet. You have to know that in this place, everyone is actually in a competitive relationship. If someone is eliminated, it not only means that the competitiveness will be much smaller, but there will also be more prey. Chapter 14. The Queen Ant Advances, the Attack of the Venomous Spider. After passing through the jungle ahead, the view suddenly opens up. I saw that the ground in front was covered with mucus, and giant earthworms divided into several segments were still wriggling constantly. The broken trees and flying sand and stones made the scene look particularly messy. Under a giant tree, Yin Xingxin was covering the wound on his right arm, staring at his enemy breathlessly. In front of her was the team from number 3 middle school. They were surrounding Yin Xingxin and approaching her. Military training assessments do not prohibit students from competing. Even without activating the amulet, there is still a risk to one's life. After all, everyone who participates in this assessment has signed a life and death agreement. If they die accidentally, they can only blame themselves for their bad luck. This is also to allow students to experience the cruelty of the world of cultivation in advance, so that when they go to another world to fight in the future, the battles will not be limited to this. Xiaoxi, snatch her amulet later and don't give her the chance to activate it. The leading young man had a pair of slanted white eyes and a fierce look. His pointed face and monkey cheeks made it clear that he was a villain. Brother Monkey, will this matter? Xiaoxi looked at his boss hesitantly and responded in a low voice. No. If the amulet is not activated, no matter what happens, the nearby soldiers will not come, and what we have done will not be exposed. Yin Xingxin bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. She could hear the conversation between the few people clearly and felt a little anxious. If the amulet is activated, not only will he lose a chance to save his life, but the monster crystal core in his hand will also be taken away. When attacked by another team, if you activate the amulet and return to the camp, the crystal core on your body will be left to the attacking team. This crystal core is a 6th level ordinary crystal core, which came from a seriously injured black earth earthworm. She had to spend a lot of effort to kill it. Unexpectedly, after finally obtaining the crystal core, these people in front of her jumped out. In her current state, it would be difficult for her to escape. It is unknown whether these people want to get something for nothing or really want to do something to Yin Xingxin. This scene happened to be seen by Jijiki, who was escaping. Seeing that his secret crush, Yin Xingxin, was actually besieged by several villains, Gigi suddenly felt furious. He was a little hesitant at first, and now he was too lazy to even issue a warning. Swish! Hearing the noise, a few people were about to turn around when they saw a shadow suddenly rush out, pick up Yin Xingxin, and run away. Who is it? Stop! When Yin Xingxin saw the person rushing towards him, he was shocked and planned to activate the amulet, but after finding out that the person was Gigi, he thought about it and gave up resisting. After a while, screams of several people were heard behind me. You mean, you feel your own blood here and need to go down to the ground? Through spiritual communication, Anlin understood the Queen Ant's thoughts. Will there be any danger? The Queen Ant swayed gently in her clothes, and Anlin nodded. If the Queen Ant had not learned mental deterrence, he might not have been so reassured. But now, this mental power would frighten ordinary mortal monsters. Except for some monsters with special talents, the mental power of other monsters was relatively weak. Using the excuse of having to pee, Anlin ran to the side and put the Queen Ant down, and by the way, he also put the ordinary level Iron Ant guard next to the Queen Ant. Go ahead, I'll come find you later. After doing all this, Anlin returned to the team and continued to move forward under the leadership of Xiaoya. 2 hours later, Xiaoyan dealt with 4 ordinary level monsters. It must be said that this guy's strength is still very abnormal. At least if it were his squad leader, he would definitely not be able to defeat him. Compared with other young monsters, Xiaoya's personality seems particularly unsociable. Not only is he not clingy, he is even a little indifferent. Woo-woo. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Xiaoya's hair stood up and he let out a warning howl. Get ready for battle. Xiaoyan's eyes fixed. He grabbed Xiaoya by the scruff of the neck and threw him backwards into Qi Anlin's arms. At the original location of Xiaoya, a pool of green venom suddenly splashed down, corroding the surrounding land with a hissing sound. Name Senluo Poisonous Spider. Attributes: Poison Dark. Level: Ordinary Level 7. Potential: Ordinary High Quality. Xiaoyan, be careful, it's a 7th level mortal monster. Qi Anlin opened his eyes wide and shouted. The strength of monsters is much stronger than that of humans, not only in terms of attack power, but also in their powerful physical bodies, so few people can kill monsters of a higher level. When they encounter such a monster, with their strength, they can only run away. Xiaoyan nodded and said through gritted teeth, Liu, take them away first, I'll hold them back. As soon as he finished speaking, the Senluo Poisonous Spider suddenly rushed up. Xiaoyan's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously fired a shot. The spear collided with the body of the Senluo Poison Spider, sparks flew, and a huge force surged out, knocking Xiaoyan away. Ouch! Xiaoya's sky-blue eyes stared at the Senluo Poisonous Spider. The next second, an ice wall rose up and blocked Xiaoyan. Taking this opportunity, Xiaoya raised his hands, and a white light gathered in his palms and flew towards Xiaoyan. Minor healing technique. The Senluo Poisonous Spiders are very fast. If they leave, Xiaoyan will definitely not be able to escape. At the same time, Liu opened her backpack and a pile of talismans appeared. She shook her hand slightly, and several talismans with flame symbols painted on them floated into the sky. Boom! Liu stretched out his hand and pointed, and several talismans exploded instantly, turning into several huge pillars of fire, rushing towards the Senluo Poison Spider. Qi Anlin shook his head helplessly. Although this seemed a bit passionate, there was no point for them to stay if even Xiaoyan couldn't defeat the monster. If they leave in time, then only Xiaoyan will use the amulet, but if several people stay together, it is likely that everyone will use the amulet together. It's a losing business. At this time, a familiar feeling came, and Qi Anlin felt a stream of pure spiritual power flowing into his body and being quickly absorbed. The Queen Ant advanced. Kill the mortal level 5th stage monster Woodthorn Mantis and gain 1500 blood energy points. Immediately afterwards, a prompt sounded, and Qi Anlin's eyes lit up. It was a good opportunity to try out the skill upgrade. Xiaoya's body slowly grew larger, and a cold light appeared on his originally tender claws. His smooth white fur danced in the wind, and his aura suddenly changed. Influenced by the spiritual power in Qi Anlin's body, Xiaoya advanced again and became a mortal level 2nd stage monster. System: strengthen the beast taming skill, freeze, Qi Anlin said silently in his heart. Whether to strengthen the ice, consuming 50 health points. Yes. Immediately afterwards, Qi Anlin strengthened the ice freeze 5 times in succession, successfully consuming 1,550 blood energy points. The Senluo Poisonous Spider shattered the ice wall with a light wave, and in the gap, Xiaoyan leaped to the other side and avoided the attack of the Senluo Poisonous Spider. Xiaoya, use Enhanced Freeze. Xiao Yu leaped with all his might, and a burst of icy air blew out of his mouth, instantly enveloping the Senluo Poisonous Spider. Chapter 15. Escape, Qi Anlin's sister. This time the freezing skill was extremely powerful, directly freezing the 2-meter-tall body of the Senluo Poisonous Spider. However, Xiaoya was only at the 2nd level of the mortal level after all, so in the next second, the Senluo Poisonous Spider broke out of the ice and shifted its attention to Xiaoya. Damn it! Qi Anlin quickly asked Xiaoya to leave. He still had a talisman, but Xiaoya didn't have one. If he was caught, he would really die. At this time, Xiaoyan jumped up again, and flames swirled on the spear, turning Xiaoyan's whole body into a fiery red. The sound of flames burning and exploding resounded in the air. Xiaoyan shouted in a deep voice and threw the spear out with force. Pyroblast gun. The spear pierced into the body of the Senluo Poisonous Spider under the cover of flames, but it stopped after only penetrating a finger's distance. The next moment, the spear suddenly exploded, and brilliant sparks bloomed above the Senluo Poisonous Spider. Squeak! The Senluo Poisonous Spider screamed in pain, and Xiaoyan picked up Liu beside him and rushed directly towards Qi Anlin. He is a Qi cultivator and has strong attack power, but his defense is very fragile. If he makes a mistake and is hit by the Senluo Poisonous Spider, he will be seriously injured, so when encountering this situation, he can only retreat first. This kind of powerful monsters can only be fought by forming a team of people at the same level. He doesn't think that he is the genius who can challenge monsters of higher levels. Are we going to retreat? Anlin glanced at the frightened little A beside him, took a deep breath, and turned around to carry him up. The Queen Ant's spiritual power is still circulating in his body, so his body is also becoming stronger. According to this progress, as long as he finds a place to practice well, he can directly break through the third level. One level a day. How embarrassing it must be for Gigi, who practiced for a year before breaking through to the fourth level. Anlin had a hunch that he should be able to catch up with everyone else's progress in this military training. Swish! Anlin started running directly. He was now a physical cultivator at the peak of the second stage of the mortal level, and this physical cultivator had tempered his entire body. He had no shortcomings and was only slightly slower than Xia Yin in terms of speed. Oh! Little A was frightened by Anlin's move. In her impression, Anlin had a very poor physique and could not retain the effect of the medicine. He relied on the accumulation effect to break through to the next level. He was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. She did not expect the speed to be so fast. Besides, even if we were to escape, shouldn't we carry her like Xia Yin did? There's no way we'd run away carrying her. We'd be vomiting. Xia Yin was also stunned by this scene. He was still thinking about how to escape, but he didn't expect that Anlin was actually a physical cultivator. Several people kept running in the woods, and Xiaoya, who was in the front, kept using ice walls to block the attacks of the Sanluo poisonous spider. Many trees were broken by the rampaging Sanluo poisonous spider. Xiaoyan's previous attack completely angered it, causing it to chase several people like crazy, and even its compound eyes turned red. The surrounding teams all dodged away when they heard such a noise. They still had some self-awareness and could distinguish the sounds of fighting and being chased. A monster that could cause such great damage was not something they could deal with. At this moment, Jijiki's eyes lit up not far away. I don't know how I offended these stupid bees. The golden bees kept chasing me. Even after I took care of Monkey Brothers' team, I still didn't give up my goal. The Sanluo poisonous spider caused a lot of noise, and Jijiji knew that he could not afford to offend it, but in his current state, the more ferocious the monster, the more it could help him escape the pursuit of the golden bee. So he started running towards the Sanluo poisonous spider. On the other side, two soldiers in combat uniforms were chatting. I heard that there are many good seedlings in this class. Xia Yin from number 1 middle school has reached the peak of the 6th level of the ordinary grade. The squinting-eyed soldier said with a smile. In this small place, the 6th level of the ordinary grade is already very good. He is only at the 9th level of the ordinary grade. As a seeded player, I don't know if I can get into a top university. Our place is still too small. Another fat-looking soldier shook his head and sighed. It's still difficult to get into a top-tier school, but getting into the first tier is a sure thing. It has nothing to do with our mission. Now there's a 7th-level mortal monster chasing Qi Xingfei's son. The squinting-eyed soldier watched with his mobile phone. With their strength, they must have noticed so many students, so there were many specially made drones in the sky of this area. Hey, we can't break the rules until there's no life-threatening danger. But oldly, why are the people above giving Qi Xingfei so much face? Even if he is one of the few 2nd-level masters in Zhao County, he doesn't have to. The squinting soldier sighed. Qi Xingfei isn't very powerful in other places, but he has a daughter who's been admitted to the military academy, and the power behind him shouldn't be underestimated. We'd better just obey him. The squinty-eyed soldier couldn't help but shudder when he thought of Qi Xingfei's enchanting daughter. You know, in the military training a few years ago, he was also one of the soldiers in charge of the battlefield. However, that woman was rampant in the small insect world and even broke into the non-exam candidate area, causing a series of incidents. In the end, the person in charge of the insect world stepped in to quell the dispute, and Qi Xingfei's daughter Qi Shuyue could no longer enter the small insect world. But I didn't expect his son to be such a loser. Why is he so vulnerable in the rumors? Hoping that nothing would go wrong this time, the squinting soldier looked at Anlin, who was running away on the screen, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. It's finally here. Gigi rushed out excitedly and found several familiar people and the terrifying 7th-level mortal monster. Old Qi, Brother Chicken? Anlin was completely confused. Why was Gigi still holding Yinxingxin? What was going on in this world? Run! After being in a daze for a second, Gigi suddenly woke up and found a bunch of golden bees behind him. But in fact, even if he reminded them, everyone would still continue to run away. As if sensing something, Xiaoya suddenly turned around, gathered all his spiritual power, and used freezing on the ground. The Sanluo poisonous spider stepped on the ice and slid forward suddenly, knocking down many trees, and just happened to encounter the chasing golden bee. The golden bees decisively shifted their attention to the most threatening target and all rushed towards the Sanluo poisonous spider. However, the Sanluo poisonous spider was not a pushover and immediately launched a counterattack. Taking this opportunity, several people fled the battlefield. What the few people did not notice was that when the Sanluo poison spider and the golden bee were fighting, the sealed ground suddenly collapsed and tentacles emerged. Underground, the iron ant queen was lying on the back of a giant ant queen, absorbing a crimson crystal. All around, ordinary red-legged ants are constantly transporting food and metal here. Chapter 16. The powerful queen ant, whose blood can exceed 10,000. Back at the camp, Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. He had never run so hard in 1,000 meters in his previous life. Little A fainted because the road was too bumpy. What a straight man. Xiaoyan was speechless. As the group's favorite, Xiaoye was always eager to show off wherever he went. He didn't expect to be treated like this by Anlin. What is this? Xiaoyan looked at Gigi in confusion. Where did this guy bring this girl back from? Xingxin stood up shakily. She was seriously injured. If Gigi didn't take her away, she would have no choice but to activate the amulet. Thank you. I owe you a favor this time. If you have any requests, you can tell me, and I will do my best to fulfill them. Xingxin said very seriously. She didn't expect that the person who saved her in the end was not her teammate, but this boy whom she had never taken seriously. Hearing this, Jijiki swallowed his saliva and said nervously, "Be my girlfriend." What the hell? Anlin was shocked. This guy really showed the skill of taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Xingxin was stunned for a moment. A blush appeared on her face, and even her ears turned red. She lowered her head and hesitated for a long time. When Anlin thought that Gigi, the 1,000-year-old widower, was about to leave his single life, Xingxin whispered, "Why not? Just consider it, as I owe you 2 favors." Sure enough, Anlin breathed a sigh of relief again. God still has eyes. And Jijiki turned into a stone statue. After the farce, several people returned to their tents to rest. They had wanted to show their skills in the military training, but they did not expect to suffer a Waterloo on the first day. Everyone couldn't help but feel discouraged. But in fact, Xiaoyan's team has achieved good results. During this day, nearly half of the people used the amulet, which kept the soldiers very busy. The passionate young people finally had a chance to enter the other world, so of course they all stayed close to the powerful monsters. So after paying the amulet and the lives of a few unlucky guys, everyone took this military training seriously. Kill the second stage mortal monster Gene BB and gain 100 blood energy points. Kill the mortal level 3 monster Gene BB and gain 300 blood energy points. Kill the second stage mortal beast iron-legged grasshopper and gain 200 blood energy points. Kill the mortal 4th stage monster fire dragonfly and gain 600 blood energy points. A string of news made Anlin suddenly jump up from the ground. What happened? Anlin quickly contacted the queen ant. Could it be that the queen ant was caught up in the battle with the Sanluo poisonous spider? The response from the queen ant came from his spiritual sea, leaving Anlin stunned. His eyes almost popped out, and he began to tremble with excitement. Ding, your plug-in is online. The course of events is somewhat mysterious. The queen ant left Anlin and entered an ant nest underground. The ants in this ant nest all had a trace of the queen's blood. Through the skill of blood control, these ordinary red-footed cultivator ants directly became its subordinates. Along the way, it harvested thousands of ordinary subordinates. When they reached the depths of the ant nest, they found that one of the queen ant's former children had become the queen ant after she captured him. It was unknown what kind of adventure he had encountered, but he had already possessed the strength of the 8th level of ordinary rank, and the ants he gave birth to all had the strength of about the 2nd level of ordinary rank. So, the queen ant successfully recruited it, and also had an adventure with the queen of the red-footed fierce ant. A crimson crystal. So during this time underground, it had been absorbing this crystal, and the battle of the Sanluo poisonous spider happened to spread to the top of the nest, so the red-footed ant legion joined the war. The background messages kept refreshing the screen, and in the blink of an eye, Anlin gained more than 5,000 blood energy. Kill the mortal level 7 demonic beast Sanluo poisonous spider and gain 11,000 blood energy points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 10,000 points of health. You have been rewarded with the extreme ice crystal lotus, the white ant queen, and the swift wind grass. There are rewards. Anlin quickly took out the system reward and used it for identification. Name ice crystal lotus. Attribute, ice. Quality, ordinary high quality. Introduction, an extremely icy object that can increase ice-type spiritual power and also change the purity of spiritual power. Name white ant queen. Attributes, none. Level, ordinary level 1. Potential, ordinary high quality. Production speed, 100/day. Name Swiftgrass. Attribute, wind. Quality, ordinary great. Introduction, food for wind-type monsters, can increase speed, and wind attributes spiritual power. The moment he saw the information, Anlin instantly knew how to use it. All integrated. The queen ant is not around now, so Xiaoya can only perform the fusion first. As for himself, after using the synthesis skill, part of the blood energy of the synthesized monsters will be transformed into spiritual power and enter his body. So the more blood energy used in the synthesis, the more strength he can improve. The thing that Anlin regretted most was that this system could only be used for synthesis and could not be upgraded by killing monsters. But now it seems that it has that flavor. Xiaoya was sleeping in the tent at this time. He had used too many skills today, which not only exhausted Xiaoya's spiritual power, but also overdrawn his body. So he urgently needed to rest. But rest and synthesis do not conflict with each other. Anlin placed the extreme ice crystal lotus next to it and used the synthesis skill. Ding! Do you want to fuse the ice spirit wolf and the extreme ice crystal lotus? Required health, 2000. Fusion success rate, 85%. Fusion. Fusion begins. Remaining fusion time is 30 minutes. After thinking for a while, Anlin picked up the gale grass. Through this escape, Anlin understood the importance of speed. If he had escaped slower, he would probably be waiting in the fountain for resurrection. Xiaoya will definitely become his mount in the future. Facing these monsters, Anlin feels that sometimes he still needs to escape, so he has to give Xiaoya some speed talent. With control and speed, Xiaoya will definitely become the most disgusting beast master. Aiming the synthesis option at the blood cocoon, Anlin tried to use synthesis again. Ding! Should we fuse ice crystal wolf and swift windgrass? Required health, 8000. Fusion success rate, 65%. Fusion. Fusion begins. Remaining fusion time, 50 minutes. Many bloodlines appeared on the blood cocoon again, thickening the cocoon wall. Anlin, it's time to have dinner. We have to take turns guarding the formation tonight, so you need to make some preparations. Little A's voice came from outside the tent. Oh no, the blood cocoon cannot be seen by everyone. Otherwise they will be mistaken for an evil cultivator. I feel like I'm about to make a breakthrough. You guys eat first, I'll practice for a while. A flash of inspiration came to his mind, and Anlin immediately replied. At this time, the sea of spirituality fluctuated again, and the queen ant's pure spiritual power came again. Anlin's barrier, which had reached the edge of a breakthrough, collapsed, and he successfully stepped into the third stage of the mortal level. Chapter 17 Xiaoya Evolution, Yellow Grade Lower. Really, one section a day. Anlin stood up, and crackling sounds came from all over his body, like frying beans, and his muscle lines became more perfect. This is what physical cultivation is like, but Anlin feels that he is perfect now. He won't be called a skinny dog, nor will he become a muscular monster like his father. No, the problem is that the queen ant has made another breakthrough. Anlin felt it in the sea of spirituality. The spiritual core belonging to the queen ant was as bright as a small star. It has reached the 5th level of the mortal level. After communicating with the queen ant again, Anlin sighed. He originally thought that with so many ants, they would need to hunt many monsters every day, and they should leave behind a lot of monster crystal cores. But after all, the red-footed ant colony will definitely not let go of the pure spiritual power in the monster crystal core, so the monster crystal core is often more attractive to these ants than the monster's body. The screen in the background is still constantly refreshing, but most of the monsters killed are ordinary-level monsters, and it will take some time to accumulate them. After turning off the background prompt sound, Anlin looked at the blood cocoon in the tent. During the time he was breaking through, Xiaoya should have been synthesized. Within 2 minutes, the blood cocoon burst, turned into a pool of blood, and entered Xiaoya's body. A stream of pure spiritual power emerged again, continuing to strengthen Anlin's body and pushing his realm to the peak of the 3rd stage of the mortal level. Name Snow Wolf. Attributes: Ice, Wind. Level: Ordinary Level 3. Potential: Yellow Grade Lower. Skill: Freeze, a top-grade mortal skill that controls the enemy's movements. Even after escaping the skill, the enemy is still affected by the slowing effect. Swift Wind Step, a mid-level ordinary skill, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power and doubles the speed. Low-grade Yellow. Anlin opened his eyes wide. No wonder they say that the rich rely on Krypton gold and the European emperors rely on mutations. This jump is too big. Xiaoya was already 1 meter tall at this time. His fur was even softer, and his azure eyes were full of indifference. Anlin felt that it might be because he was an ice-attributed monster. Let's go and eat. Your monster is growing too fast, isn't it? Xiaoyan took a breath. He noticed the changes in Xiaoya while he was escaping, but he didn't expect that he would become another different person after he came back. When a monster beast's strength increases during its infancy, it will undergo certain changes, similar to the changes in its body when a physical cultivator's strength improves. But it is a bit strange to jump 2 levels in such a short period of time. He didn't know what quality of beast this wolf beast was. He was a pure chi cultivator and didn't know much about beast taming. Maybe it's because after the contract was signed, my father gave it some pills, and after the quick digestion during the battle, its strength increased. Anlin explained seriously. No wonder. Xiaoyan nodded and continued. I've thought about what happened today. I think we can cooperate well in hunting in the future. If we encounter monsters like the Sunluo poisonous spider again, we can first lure them to the valley that Jijiji found. If you encounter a monster of equal strength, Wang Chong, you will set up a formation around it to prevent it from escaping. This will also stop those who are waiting for it. Anlin's beast control has reached the 3rd level of the mortal level, and he's already capable of participating in battle. Today's battle was conducted by me alone, which was too inefficient and didn't provide much training for everyone else. So tomorrow, everyone except Little A must participate in the hunt. Several people began to discuss the battle plan, while Anlin narrowed his eyes and walked to the pond nearby. He has a synthesis system, and the monsters he synthesizes are all very loyal to him. However, due to the limited number of monsters to be tamed, he cannot contract every monster. At present, the queen ant and Xiaoya are enough to meet the needs of this realm, and the distribution of blood energy is just right. Xiaoya is the most commonly used beast. Not only does he have control skills, but he is also very fast. Even if he can't win, he can still escape. So in the next period of time, he will focus on improving these 2 skills. As for the queen ant, Anlin felt that it should have more types of troops. After all, ants have great limitations, such as being unable to go into water, being afraid of fire, and being unable to fly. There is still a long way to go. The team can still rely on some compressed food to cope now, but it will be troublesome if it goes on for a long time. Anlin thought about it seriously and suddenly thought of the queen ant. There are wild beasts in the insect world, but because there are too many insects, these beasts have become endangered species. Although they may not be able to find these beasts, the queen's army of ants can certainly do so. In this way, everyone was doing their own thing, and before they knew it, it was late at night. We've gained a lot today. I think it's not cost-effective to go out and snatch other people's crystal cores on the first night, so we can hold on for a while. The students who suffered a blow in the morning may want to get some psychological satisfaction from each other because of their unwillingness to accept the result, so a large number of them will go out to snatch other people's crystal cores. If they continue to go out to snatch crystal cores, they are likely to be robbed. I think I can go out and give it a try. If I'm lucky and encounter a small number of people, I can go directly to the crystal core area to rob it. Jijiji took the initiative to suggest. As an assassin, night is his protective color. Okay, be careful and don't get surrounded. The amulet only has 3 chances. Anlin's pupils flickered slightly. He notified the queen ants to come to the camp and prepare to fuse the queen ants with the white devouring queen ants. If there really was someone stronger than the team who came to snatch the crystal core, he would not be polite. Guarding the queen ant is a 7th-level ordinary ant soldier, one of the few high-level ant soldiers in the nest. After allocating the time for each person to keep watch, Anlin returned to the tent. He was the 3rd person to keep watch tonight, and this time period was relatively safe. After a while, the queen ant entered his tent from underground. If an ordinary monster appeared around the tent, it would be easily sensed by Xia Yin or Li Wan, but the queen ant was special and her mental power was extremely strong, so no one noticed it. Compared to when she left before, the queen ant was much bigger. Anlin stroked its head. With the queen ant's current puppy-sized body, it was impossible for her to hide on his body. Ding! Should we fuse the Iron Ant Queen and the White Ant Queen? Required health, 21,000. Fusion success rate, 90%. Anlin checked his blood energy. Currently, he still had about 25,000 blood energy. The number of monsters hunted by the ant army in a day was very impressive, which made Anlin feel again that contracting with the queen ant was a wise choice. If it weren't for the queen ant, he would now be able to only watch others fight from the sidelines with Xiaoya, who was at the 1st level of the mortal level. Fusion. Fusion begins. Remaining fusion time is 3 hours. Chapter 18. Attacked, kneeling 2. After the queen ant began to fuse, Anlin looked at the 7th-level ordinary ant soldier, who was in the tunnel at the moment, curiously touching him with its antennae. Name Fire Ant. Attribute, fire. Level, ordinary level 7. Potential, ordinary high quality. Or a fire monster. Anlin touched his chin. Although he really wanted to synthesize this ant soldier, the blood energy required for a 7th level mortal monster should be very large. Taking out a piece of iron, Anlin tentatively used synthesis. Ding, should we fuse fire ant and iron? Required health, 100. Fusion success rate, 80%. Note, this monster has extremely high loyalty and does not need to be restrained, which increases the success rate. Only 100? Anlin was stunned. It seemed that his idea was wrong. The blood energy required for fusion has nothing to do with strength, but is related to the quality of the auxiliary fusion object and the difficulty of fusion. The fire ant shouldn't change much after fusing with iron, so the blood energy required is relatively small. But if it is other mortal level 7 stage monsters, the blood energy required should be a little more. After all, the fusion here also has a taming function, which also consumes blood energy. After opening the system backend, Anlin discovered that the health he gained from killing monsters was much less. At least before, killing a 6th level monster would give him at least 6,000 or 7,000 health, but now it was only 2,700. No experience decay, just no cross-level rewards. Could it be that before, because his realm was too low, killing the monster was considered a cross-level kill, so he obtained more blood energy? But now that his strength has increased, the range of cross-level kills is not that large, so the blood energy obtained is much less. No wonder the Sunluo poison spider gave him 11,000 blood energy. It turned out that it was because he had crossed too many levels. While Anlin was still thinking, an explosion suddenly sounded outside the tent. He quickly covered the entrance and took Xiaoye out of the tent. Outside the tent, the fire illuminated the surrounding trees, and Xiaoyan was seen fighting with a man with a knife with a new spear. The early stages of physical cultivation are really not easy. The man with a knife swung his knife while dodging the flames. Anlin's pupils shrank. He knew this man. His name was Su Wu. He was the 10th grader in the 2nd middle school and a 6th level physical cultivator. Xiaoyan's flames fell on Su Wu, burning him so hard that he grimaced. From a distance, it seemed that Xiaoyan had the upper hand. But upon closer inspection, Xiaoyan's hands were shaking slightly, and there were some cracks on his knuckles. This was the weakness of Qi cultivators. Their physical strength was not enough. Although these flames would cause certain damage to Su Wu, Xiaoyan's strength was still inferior to Su Wu's. If he had not used medicinal baths to temper his physique, he would probably not have the strength to swing his gun now. Qi cultivators of the same level are most afraid of being approached by body cultivators, but the two are just ordinary cultivators, so they are equally matched. Su Wu cannot rely solely on his physical body to fight Xiaoyan, and Xiaoyan cannot directly break through Su Wu's defense. On the other side, Li Wen, Wang Chong and others were also fighting. There were 4 people in this attack. In addition to Su Wu, the others were the Divine Refiner, the Talisman Master, and the Wet Nurse. As for the remaining 2 people in the team, they should be guarding the house. While fighting, Su Wu glanced at the others. This team was a bit tricky, as only one person had gotten out. But after seeing Anlin, he was completely relieved. He also knew Anlin's strength, so he didn't pay much attention and concentrated on fighting Xiaoyan. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Anlin was stunned for a moment, and then as if he thought of something, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After asking Xiaoye to help Li Yu, Anlin sneaked around to the nanny and the team. Anlin walked through the bushes and went around behind the nanny. The nanny in Su Wu's team was also a girl with the strength of the 4th level of ordinary level. Through the moonlight, Anlin saw the girl's fair back. When a girl shows you the back of her neck and is completely defenseless towards you, that was her negligence. Anlin held his breath and walked forward, slashing her neck with a knife. Plop! The others heard the noise and looked over. After seeing this scene, one of them was furious. Xiao Xue! Yang Xue fell to the ground. The blow made her burst into tears, which made Anlin feel a little embarrassed. Sorry, I saw it played like this in the movies, and I thought this would make you faint. Because he was afraid that this would kill Yang Xue directly, Anlin reduced his strength a little, but he didn't expect that he didn't knock her out. And judging from the appearance of that Divine Refiner, he probably has some relationship with Yang Xue. Tang Ming simply gave up his opponent and rushed towards Anlin. Psychic thrust. Although he was a little surprised, Yang Wen did not relax. Seeing his enemy leaving, he decisively used a mental shock attack. Tang Ming gave up on defense and took the blow head-on, launching a direct mental attack on Anlin. Anlin stood there in a daze, the distance between the two of them rapidly closing, and a dagger appeared in Tang Ming's hand and stabbed towards Anlin. Be careful. Li Wen shouted. He didn't expect that Tang Ming had no intention of fighting with him at all, but was determined to kill Qi Anlin. The moment Tang Ming approached Qi Anlin suddenly grabbed Tang Ming's arm and pulled it to the side. Tang Ming was startled and was about to break free, but he didn't expect Qi Anlin's strength to be so great that it clamped his hand like an iron clamp, making it impossible for him to resist. The next second, Qi Anlin suddenly pushed his knee upwards with a huge force, making Tang Ming's throat sweet, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Hiss, I used a little more strength this time. Sorry. This was his first personal battle in the world of cultivation, and he didn't expect it to be so dramatic. Tang Ming fell to the ground, and Qi Anlin looked at the stunned Li Wen with an innocent face, scratching his head embarrassedly. Come to think of it, this guy seemed to have launched a mental attack on himself just now, but it only made him feel a little uncomfortable. In order to confuse his opponent, he deliberately pretended to have Alzheimer's disease. On the other side, Su Wu turned around, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Taking advantage of this gap, a flash of fire shot out from Xia Yan's spear, and he thrust forward with force. At this time, Su Wu barely reacted and turned his head slightly, barely avoiding the attack. The scorching flames singed his hair, and a line of blood appeared on Su Wu's cheek. He slashed with his sword in anger, knocking Xia Yan back. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. We are doomed today. Su Wu spat and took a deep breath and said, Xia Yan, how about we stop fighting tonight? If we continue like this, both sides will suffer. Hearing this, Xia Yan chuckled softly, swung his spear, and plunged it into the ground. Do you think we're just playing house? It's over when we say it's over. Xia Yan glanced at Qi Anlin and continued. If you don't activate the amulet today, you will all stay here. If he and his companions were slightly weaker, they might have been injured and started activating the amulet by now. On the other side, two soldiers who were watching the battle through a drone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Squinting his eyes, he sighed. If I'm not mistaken, Qi Anlin shouldn't just be a physical cultivator. His mental strength is also quite strong, and he's also a beastmaster. Chapter 19, Divine Skill Gene Extraction. Su Wu glanced at Tang Ming, who had lost consciousness, and sighed deeply. This amulet is not that advanced and can only be activated by itself, so Tang Ming cannot activate the amulet at all. Although everyone has no deep hatred and may not kill each other, if this continues, Tang Ming probably won't be able to participate in the next assessment. Activating the amulet won't do you much good, Xia Yan. How about we make a deal? He had thought that with his own strength, he could at least get some crystal cores tonight, if not a full load. He didn't expect that the first team he robbed would be so tough. Xia Yan frowned and did not take action immediately. In fact, Su Wu was right. Meeting Su Wu tonight was just a coincidence. If he continued to pester him, not only would the team be seriously injured, but the hatred between the two teams would also be deepened. Su Wu breathed a sigh of relief and struck while the iron was hot, saying, How about 2 ordinary grade, 4th stage crystal cores, and letting us go? The teams on the first night weren't very wealthy, so being able to come up with these crystal cores was already quite impressive. However, Xia Yan shook his head and said coldly, The 4 of you have more amulets than just these crystal cores. I don't want more. 4 ordinary grade, 4th stage crystal cores, and I'll let you go. We can keep to ourselves. Okay. Su Wu took out 4 crystal cores from his pocket very readily. There were not many crystal cores on the first night, so most people chose to carry them with them. This also led to the fact that the entire army was basically dispatched at night. After checking the quality of some crystal cores, Xia Yan nodded, but still did not put down the gun in his hand. Let your people take them away, and you leave last. Although Su Wu was not as skilled as his opponent, he did not say anything and quickly left with his team. Xia Yan put away his gun and returned to the team, only to see the others surrounding Qi Anlin and chatting animatedly. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Tell me, how did you block that mental attack? Li Wen spoke first. Brother Qi, how did you hide your strength for so long without anyone noticing? Little A asked curiously. Their team brought Qi Anlin and Ji Jiji on board at the behest of Qi Xingfei, which also led them to reject the applications of 2 other 5th-level ordinary students. I thought I would be dragged down in this exam, but I didn't expect that Qi Anlin and Ji Jiji both had certain fighting power. Xia Yan didn't say anything, but looked at Qi Anlin thoughtfully. This assessment does not allow the carrying of magic weapons, so Qi Anlin definitely does not have any magic weapons to protect his spirit, and Tang Ming, who is in an angry state, will definitely not hold back when using the mental thrust. Qi Anlin's mental strength is much stronger than imagined. It can be seen from the fact that he took Tang Ming's attack without any reaction that at least in terms of mental strength, he is far superior to Tang Ming. Possessing such spiritual power, Anlin would definitely not only contract Xiaoya, the monster beast. Moreover, the power behind Qi Xingfei is also very powerful, so Anlin's other monster beast must be very powerful, at least a 5th-level mortal monster beast. With such strength, when Mr. Qi invited them, he was quite sincere and offered a lot of compensation. Could it be that he had some plan and was hiding his strength? Xiaoyan thought for a while and suddenly thought of Anlin's sister. Could it be that you are afraid of retaliation? Anlin didn't know what Xiaoyan was thinking, nor did he know why Tang Ming's mental attack was useless to him. But according to his feeling, Tang Ming's mental power should be much stronger than his. Forget it. This is my first time to participate in a battle, and I have not received any systematic training before, so I am just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, relying on my own physical body to bully these two people. If it were any other profession, I would probably be in big trouble. After chatting for a few words, Anlin returned to his tent to rest, while Xia Yan continued to keep watch. After the battle just now, the people around actually had a certain understanding of Xia Yan's team and naturally gave up on this tough guy. The team spent 3 hours in a peaceful world without any trouble. In the tent, Anlin was sleeping soundly. At this moment, a ball of blood-red spiritual power poured into his meridians. It was so huge and pure that it almost broke his meridians. Oh shit! Feeling the pain, Anlin suddenly jumped up, then fell to the ground again, rolling over and over. In front of him, an ant half the height of a man was looking at him curiously with its head tilted. It's the queen ant. The queen ant has changed a lot this time, not only in size, but also in her appearance. Its tail inherited the plump body of the termite queen, except that it was covered with a transparent oval shell on the outside. Its limbs were thick and hard, shining with a metallic luster. Originally, the queen ant's shell was extremely smooth, but now it is covered with barbs, making it look a bit ferocious. Even without its egg-laying function, the queen ant itself is a killing weapon. It seemed like several centuries had passed before Anlin climbed up weakly. This time, the blood energy feedback was particularly painful, probably because he had used a larger amount. The dantian that was originally unable to be opened finally began to store spiritual power because of this flushing, and the blood energy suddenly disappeared and merged into his dantian. This also means that Anlin can become a Qi cultivator. Hiss! Being kicked to the ground doesn't hurt this much. Sweat soaked his back, and Anlin spat out a mouthful of blood foam from his mouth. In order to prevent himself from screaming and attracting other people's attention, he almost bit his silver teeth to pieces. The first time the blood energy made Anlin feel like his marrow was cleansed, and his pores were filled with blood. The following times all strengthened his physical fitness, and this time, it even opened up his dantian. Dantian can store spiritual energy, which means Anlin can become a Qi cultivator. However, having many professions is not actually a good thing. The more professions you have, the more powerful you are. Cultivation itself is a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. If you don't focus on it, it will be difficult to achieve anything. Moreover, having 2 professions at the same time is not as easy as 1 + 1 = 2, and the financial resources required will also increase accordingly. This is also the reason why divine refiners do not become beast tamers, as it would drag down their realm too much. However, what does everyone's difficulties have to do with him cheating? Feeling the spiritual power in his body, Anlin smiled slightly. He could finally use his skills as cool as Xiaoyan. But then, Anlin looked at the queen ant, which was the biggest beneficiary this time. Identification. Name: Eating Ant Queen. Attributes: Gold, Fire. Level: Ordinary level 6. Potential: Yellow level mid-grade. Production speed: Ordinary level 9th Dan, 1/90th days. Ordinary level 8th stage, 1/30th day. Ordinary level 7, 1 out of 10 day. Ordinary level 3, 10/1 day. Level 2, 50/day. Level 1, 200/day. Normal, 2000/day. Skill: Deterrence, Ordinary grade. Bloodline control, Special. Gene uptake: Yellow grade mid-level. Can extract the genes of the devoured monster and integrate them into one's own body through blood energy. Production: Yellow high quality. Produces ant soldiers. The higher the skill level, the faster the production. Different types of soldiers can be produced through gene arrangement. Note: the strength of the soldier type itself affects the production speed. Chapter 20, Night Watch, Tang Ming's Death. Holy crap. Ever since the synthesis system came into being, I feel like I'm being shocked every day. Anlin stroked the queen ant's tail in disbelief. The skill he had always dreamed of finally appeared. I always thought that the queen ant only had one type of troops, which was too limited. I didn't expect that this time the synthesis would produce such a magical skill. In this way, he can manually assemble troops in the future. At this time, the Queen Ant's shy message came from the Sea of Spirituality. Anlin raised his eyebrows and found that the Queen Ant was twisting her buttocks a little embarrassedly. Hiss! Anlin withdrew his hand somewhat angrily, having forgotten that this was a special part. The Queen Ant has changed a lot this time. As her first beast, even if it didn't rely on the adventure she encountered in the world of insects, its own strength far exceeds Xiaoya's. As a result, Anlin's own strength also increased rapidly. After this flush of blood energy, he faintly touched the barrier of the 4th stage of the mortal level. However, this is also because the Queen Ant encountered an adventure. Normally, the speed should not be so fast. Queen Ant, focus on producing 2nd-level ordinary ant soldiers. Anlin patted its head. Although the Queen Ant can produce high-level ant soldiers, it takes too long and is not cost-effective. 2nd-level ordinary ant soldiers have the best cost-effectiveness. You must know that there are mostly low-level monsters around here, and 2nd-level ordinary ant soldiers can maximize the collection of blood energy. By the way, give me the crystal cores you collected recently. Don't rush to devour them. Anlin reminded him. This military training is related to which university he can enter in the future. For long-term planning, the strength of the ant soldiers should be put aside for the time being. However, there were drones monitoring in the sky, so he could only pretend to be digging for treasure to collect these crystal cores, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. In the world of small insects, there are also some inheritances of cultivators, so the crystal cores dug out by oneself can also be included in the assessment score, but there will be a certain discount. This made Anlin feel helpless. If it was done freely, it wouldn't be so troublesome at all. It would be great if we could leave this area. The drone only monitors the outer area. The monsters further in will be stronger, and the drone will be destroyed. After instructing the Queen Ant to catch meat, Anlin ordered her to return to the underground cave. The Queen Ant's current size was too large to be carried around, and producing ant eggs also required a lot of energy. These had to be done by the ant colony, and he certainly didn't have the ability to do so. Soon, it was time for him to keep watch. Anlin squatted by the water, feeling a little bored, and observed the fish swimming in the water. There are some low-level ant soldiers all around. As soon as someone approaches, the Queen Ant will pass it to Anlin through the sea of spiritual energy. It seems that the Queen Ant is really powerful. She can receive information from the ant soldiers from such a distance. So Anlin didn't need to keep watch at all. No one could escape the detection of the ant soldiers. The ordinary ants are all deep underground and cannot be sensed by the monks, and no one will realize that these ordinary ants are actually scouts. Since you can't practice, why not take a look at the book that Brother G brought? Anlin kicked a stone into the water, walked slowly to G's tent, and picked up the book he placed outside. Lu Sun's Adventures. Anlin was stunned for a moment, thinking that history had been tampered with, and quickly opened the book. After reading several pages in a row, Anlin threw it down speechlessly. He didn't know who wrote the same book, or whether it was just a rubbish product from a pirated website. Picking up a few other books, Anlin took a closer look and felt a pang of frustration. The Camel's Appearance, Romeo and the Pig's Night, Liang Shambua and the Pig's Hardcome, Snow White and the 7 Little Lovers. What the hell is this? Anlin threw the books away with force. These books perfectly matched G's painting style and had a sense of impropriety. Shaking his head vigorously, Anlin glanced at the last book. God is above, and the earth is my witness. I will never reconcile myself to gambling and drugs. Really beautiful. Just like that, an hour later, Anlin closed the book and looked around with a vigilant look on his face. According to the information transmitted by the Queen Ant, there are several people approaching not far away. Their strength is not very strong, probably around the 3rd level of the mortal level. After thinking for a while, Anlin took Xiaoya and entered the forest. The few of them were not very close to the camp and seemed to be looking for a target. Since they had nothing to do now, they could go over for a stroll. Anlin also urgently wanted to know his own strength. With Xiaoya around, he could run for help even if he couldn't win. As for the safety of the camp, with the ant sentinels there, no one will break in at all. Cloud shadows crossed the sky, and the moonlight was like water. Anlin rode on Xiaoya's back and rushed towards the ant soldier's alarm. Not far away, a corpse lay quietly on the ground. The mottled moonlight tilted, illuminating the man's body. His chest was stained red with blood, and his eyes were staring in one direction, full of unwillingness and resentment. There was silence all around, but after a while, a rustling sound came from the bushes on the side, and Anlin walked out slowly with a frown on his face. The night wind blew by, carrying a strong smell of blood. Anlin approached the corpse and slowly squatted down. Tang Ming. After seeing the face of the corpse clearly, Qi Anlin's pupils suddenly shrank. This person was the divine refiner who was beaten by him and vomited blood not long ago. He actually died here. What about Su Wu? Qi Anlin looked around. It was obvious that a fight had taken place here. The place was in a mess. A tree as thick as a bowl was broken. Qi Anlin walked closer and found bloodstains on it. After careful observation, he found many traces of impact, and there was a huge gash on Tang Ming's chest, as if someone had punched him through. Physical training? Qi Anlin raised his eyebrows. Su Wu's strength was not weak, but he still lost a teammate. This proves that during the battle, no one was able to protect Tang Ming and could not activate the amulets on their bodies. There were no traces of battle caused by the Qi cultivators around, and the other formation master probably didn't have time to take action, so there were no breaches here caused by the formation bombing. Hiss! Su Wu's troops may have been completely wiped out. Qi Anlin looked up at the sky and saw no drones, which meant that the military might not be aware of the battle here. At this time, the Queen Ant conveyed the information again, saying that many ordinary cultivators appeared in this forest. According to the Queen Ant's description, Qi Anlin also knew the identity of this group of people. Soldier. Xiaoya, go back first. Qi Anlin jumped lightly and landed on Xiaoya's back. With so many military personnel showing up, it seemed that what was happening here was not a fight between students. If it is a student, it will not destroy the drone in the sky. You know, these drones are coated with a lot of insect-hating liquids, so ordinary mortal monster insects will not approach them. Chapter 21 Earth Dragon turns over. Along the way, Qi Anlin had a heavy expression on his face. He only found Tang Ming's body, and he didn't know how many other people had died during this period. But there was one thing he was sure of. It was not a student who killed Tang Ming. In this military training, the strongest one is only at the 7th level of the ordinary class. If he were to fight with Su Wu, the noise would not be so loud that the whole camp could not hear it. If Su Wu and the others were safe and sound, Tang Ming's body would definitely be taken away. Qi Anlin felt that even if they were weak, as teammates, they would at least bring him back for burial. Soon, Qi Anlin returned to the camp. After calming down a little, he walked to Xia Yan's tent and coughed lightly twice. Qi Anlin. The tent was suddenly opened. Xia Yan stuck his head out and took a look, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Before Xia Yan could continue speaking, Qi Anlin said, I just heard some noise and asked Xia Yan to go to the forest. He found Tang Ming's body. Xia Yan's eyes fixed, and the last bit of sleepiness disappeared. Have you seen Su Wu? Qi Anlin shook his head and continued. I rushed over to check. There were no signs of monsters fighting around, and the drone in the sky was destroyed. I doubt it was a student. Impossible, Xia Yan said in a deep voice. The first 3 days of military training are the student's adaptation period. This area is strictly guarded by the military, and no other cultivators will enter. This area is completely enclosed to allow students to adapt to the battle. Generally speaking, students will not move to other areas until the 4th day. Therefore, there are not many monsters in this area, and there are no high-level monsters at all. But if you go to other areas, you may encounter monsters of the 1st level, and you can only consider yourself unlucky. Since the world of small insects is not a complete world, the most powerful monsters would not reach the 3rd realm. Otherwise, a place as small as Zhao County would have been conquered long ago. If they were students, there would be no need to destroy the drone. Besides, I think Su Wu's team should have been wiped out. Xia Yan continued. If they were outsiders, they would have to be at least in the middle stage of the 1st realm to rely on some concealment techniques to enter this area, and they would be easily discovered. As for those with higher cultivation, did they come here just to kill a few students? Seeing Xia Yan's confident look, Qi Anlin sighed and said no more. Although Xia Yan had great faith in the army, Qi Anlin felt that it was impossible to completely block off such a large area. For cultivators of the 1st or 2nd realm, even for divine refiners, the area that could be covered by their mental power was very small. Although the Senluo poisonous spider can cause such great destructive power, if you think about it carefully, if a dinosaur charges like this, it can also achieve such an effect. A cultivator of the 1st realm may not be afraid of cold weapons, but being hit by hot weapons is still very dangerous. Qi Anlin felt that if a monster emerged from the ground to attack, the army would not be able to discover it immediately. Wait. Qi Anlin was stunned. What if the enemy came out from underground? Thinking of this, Qi Anlin decisively contacted the Queen Ant. Seeing that Qi Anlin stopped arguing, Xia Yan did not say anything else. He was also seriously thinking about the cause of Tang Ming's death. Could it be that Su Wu was seriously injured while continuing to attack other camps, and happened to meet the top ones in the school? But there is no deep hatred between them, so would they really kill each other? Both of them fell silent, and at this time, there was a noise in the bushes on the side. Xiaoyan looked over and found that Ji walked out in a somewhat embarrassed manner. As for Qi Anlin, the news of Ji's return had already been passed on by the queen ant, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Through the contact just now, he learned a lot of information from the queen ant. There are indeed many holes under the ground, and the queen ant dare not approach them. According to the reaction of her ant soldiers, these were dug by the first-level earthworms. However, it seems that these tunnels have also been discovered by the military, and many soldiers have sneaked into the underground to hunt down the enemy. Qi Anlin naturally would not mention these things to Xiaoyan again. After all, Xiaoyan would not believe it even if he told him. It seems that his guess is correct, but what is the purpose of these people sneaking into the military training ground? Qi Anlin is very confused. None of the students here are carrying treasures. On the other side, Ji fell to the ground exhausted, raising a cloud of dust. Xiaoyan walked up and carried him back, then pulled out a sleeping bag from the tent for him to lie on. Something terrible has happened, Ji said after a pause. A bunch of lunatics suddenly appeared in this area. Not only did they destroy the drones, they also carried out suicide attacks on the students. If a soldier hadn't appeared and saved my life, I would have died right there. Ji said with lingering fear that his amulet had been activated once, and without it, he would not have survived until the soldiers arrived. Xiaoyan opened his eyes wide and looked at Qi Anlin suddenly. After hearing about this, everyone was silent for a long time, sitting by the pond, wondering what they were thinking. Zhao County is such a small place. It doesn't even have a university, and its military is not strong. Why would so many people suddenly appear to attack the students in military training? Qi Anlin frowned. The sense of crisis in his heart could not dissipate for a long time. Originally, as a time traveler, he carried the protagonist's panel with him and didn't care much about it. However, when a death really happened around him, Qi Anlin suddenly realized that this was not a game. This is also the reason why he feels out of tune with this world. He has to consider everything and does not dare to give it a try even if he has some combat power. Most of the time, he reflexively regarded other people as NPCs in the game, always thinking that there might be some hidden clues, but this is the real world, and many things are illogical. Qi Anlin looked at the people around him. This world was not peaceful, at least life and death were common. I need to adjust my mindset. At this moment, the queen ant in his mind suddenly issued a warning. Qi Anlin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted, "Danger! Activate the amulet." Several people were startled and subconsciously clenched the amulet. Qi Anlin quickly activated the amulet and used the beast-taming bag to put Xiaoya beside him into it. The next second, a loud bang almost ruptured the eardrums of several people. A black wave suddenly rose in the forest. Dust filled the sky and countless leaves and branches danced in the air. The sound of thunder resounded in the sky. Lightning split the sky like silk threads, making the already dark sky seem to be shattered. In an instant, the mountains roared and bottomless cracks spread across the ground, like a dragon turning over, swallowing up the entire area in an instant. Not far away, the steel fortress was torn to pieces and turned into ruins. Chapter 22 Seriously Injured. Hiss! Qi Anlin had a splitting headache. He struggled to get up, but accidentally pulled the wound on his body and couldn't help but gasp. Patting his head, Qi Anlin stood up shakily, and the scene just now emerged in his mind. At that moment, he felt like the end of the world had come. The entire space was directly shattered. Although he held up the amulet, he was still blown away by the rolling black air. After rolling for an unknown amount of time, he fell directly into a crack. I'm afraid a lot of people will die this time. Qi Anlin sighed. This is not something he can control. What bad luck. Looking up into the distance, Qi Anlin was stunned. After what just happened, shouldn't the world be devastated and full of dust? I saw a thin mist in the distance, and the mountains in front were looming in the sea of fog. The thick white clouds in the sky were connected to the mountains and floated slowly, like rolling white waves, surging and surging. And he happened to be on a plane. I'm dead again. Qi Anlin couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he had traveled through time again? He hadn't even become the king of the previous world, but he died again? System, are you still there? The next moment, a familiar panel appeared in front of Qi Anlin. Host, Qi Anlin. Realm, Ordinary Level 3. Occupation, Beastmaster, Physical Cultivator, Qi Cultivator. Blood Energy, 35,400. Beast Tamer. Ant-Eating Queen, Ordinary Level 6. Howling Moon, Ordinary Level 4. Fortunately, the system is still there. Xiaoya is such a good kid, secretly improving himself. No, haven't I traveled through time yet? Qi Anlin quickly contacted the Queen Ant. A faint connection came from the sea of spirituality. The queen ant was still there, but she was relatively weak. And according to the judgment of the contract, she didn't seem to be very far away from him. As long as she's still alive, Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. The queen ant is the main source of blood energy. If it's gone, he will have to remain weak for a long time. If I didn't travel through time, then where did I end up? Could it be that the natural disaster only affected a small area, and I was lucky enough to be blown to other areas? It would be nice if the system had a map. After checking the injuries on his body, he realized that such serious injuries would not heal in a short time. The most urgent thing was to find the queen ant first. After summoning Xiaoya, Anlin rode on it and ran in the direction where the queen ant was conveying the information. Crossing the plains, Anlin saw many strange monsters, including a horse with a single horn and a tall monster that looked like a big suction cup. Judging from the looks of it, I shouldn't be in the world of insects anymore, right? Fortunately, there were probably only herbivorous monsters along the way, so Anlin was not attacked and soon arrived at the location of the queen ant. The queen ant looked miserable at this time. Several of her legs were broken and her armor was covered with cracks. She looked like she was dying. Anlin walked forward with great heartache and put it back into the beast taming bag. The beast taming bag is a separate space, and the queen ant herself still has a certain recovery ability, so she will not die in the beast taming space. It may be a little difficult to reproduce the ant soldiers. Many of the original ant soldiers have died, and the remaining ones are old, weak, sick, and disabled. Only the original queen ant princess is still alive, and she is at least at the 8th level of the mortal level. This unexpected disaster directly weakened Anlin's overall strength. As for the other candidates, Anlin felt that the probability of their survival was not high. He opened the amulet in time and resisted for a while, and maybe because of his good luck, he did not die. The other students, relying on their physical strength, would probably be in great danger. What is going on? Anlin touched his head, not knowing whether those people in the team were still alive. However, after this disaster, Anlin finally understood the fragility of life. Although he had a system, if he encountered such an emergency, he would have been doomed if the queen ant had not reminded him. The injury was also very serious. Anlin thought about it, and thought that maybe he should synthesize an auxiliary monster that could heal and stack buffs. Otherwise, if he encountered an injury, it would be difficult to recover on his own. First, let's take care of our injuries, and then find a way to accumulate some blood energy. Currently, Xiaoya is the only one who has combat capability, but Anlin does not intend to spend his blood energy on Xiaoya first. The queen ant's skill of mass production is the fastest way to gain blood energy. It is not easy to catch a healing monster. At least he has never heard of anyone in Zhao County having a contract with such a monster. However, Anlin was not too worried about the queen ant's injury. This mutation allowed the queen ant to acquire a magical skill, gene extraction. The extracted genes can be integrated into the queen ant's body. In other words, as long as there is enough blood, he only needs to let the queen ant obtain the self-healing genes. In this world, animals have evolved into monsters because of spiritual energy, and their original self-healing abilities have become even stronger. As for the self-healing gene, Anlin felt that it could be obtained from those monsters that could regenerate severed limbs. For example, geckos. Geckos have the ability to regenerate after their tails are broken off, but this is only limited to broken tails. The queen ant's injuries are not only to her limbs, but also to her shell and internal organs. I don't know if there are sea cucumbers in this world. When they encounter an enemy, they will actively spray out their internal organs for the enemy to eat. They will not die without their internal organs, and they will grow new internal organs in 2 weeks. However, when it comes to regeneration, earthworms seem to be quite amazing, but this kind of regeneration is different. A cut earthworm can even split into 2, and both broken parts can grow new organs and survive independently. I don't know what problems will arise if this gene is extracted from the queen ant. After thinking about it, Anlin locked onto a type of insect in his mind, which was the stick insect. This magical creature not only had great camouflage, but also had a strong regenerative ability. Even if all its legs were broken and turned into a stick, it would grow back in no time. I decided to use a stick insect. I hope the blood used to extract genes is not too outrageous. Otherwise, with Xiaoya's efficiency, it will take a long time for the queen ant to recover. After the queen ant recovers, this gene can be placed in the ant soldiers, making these ant soldiers invincible cockroaches. Anlin looked at the sky. It was still daytime and his injuries were not easy to recover from, so he decided to find a place to recuperate first. As for the plain just now, Anlin didn't want to go there. As a paradise for herbivorous monsters, who knows what kind of powerful predators will appear there. What he needed was a place to camp. Following Xiaoya through the woods, Anlin soon saw a cave. The location of the cave is relatively hidden, which makes it an excellent camp for recuperation. However, there is also a monster living in this cave. Name Rock Pig. Attribute, Earth. Level, Ordinary level 3. Potential, Lower mortal level. Introduction. The meat is tender and delicious, but its stone armor provides strong defense, making it a good teething snack. Anlin looked at the giant wild boar in front of him. It was nearly 3 meters tall, covered with rocks, and had 2 sharp fangs. You call this a snack? Chapter 23. Xiaoya's first kill. The rock pig slowly walked out of the cave, looked at Xiaoya, and a puff of hot air came out of its nostrils, its eyes full of threats. Ayo. The rock pig let out a loud roar with saliva flying everywhere. Suddenly, a group of birds and beasts were startled and fled in all directions. The next moment, Xiaoya brought Anlin to a giant tree. After settling Anlin down, he flipped over and jumped down. Xiaoya has never really fought with any monster since he was born. The pursuit of the Sanluo poisonous spider was just a distraction, and it didn't dare to get close. If it was a monster of the same realm, Anlin might not dare to let Xiaoya fight it head-on, but for a third-level mortal level, very clumsy rock pig like this, Xiaoya could just run away even if he couldn't beat it. Unfortunately, Xiaoya doesn't have any offensive skills, mostly interference and speed. He may be at a disadvantage in this aspect, and it will be difficult to break the rock pig's defense. After sensing Xiaoya's hostility, the rock pig stopped intimidating him and kicked the ground with its hind legs, creating a small hole in the ground before rushing out. Xiaoya leaned down and stared at the rock pig. Before the rock pig was about to hit him, he suddenly jumped and avoided the charge. The rock pig's heavy body couldn't stop for a moment and continued to rush forward, hitting the tree and knocking it down directly. The trees in this forest are so thick that 2 people can hug them together. Although the rock pig did not suffer any injuries, it was still a little dizzy for a short time. Taking this opportunity, Xiaoya jumped onto its back and bit its throat. On another tree, Anlin nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoya was very smart and not as stupid as these monsters. He could see it from the pursuit of the Sanluo poisonous spider at that time. As for Xiaoya, Anlin didn't want to command its battle too much. Xiaoya's current attacks were based on its own wisdom and instincts. If he gave orders rashly, Xiaoya might lose its rhythm. Of course, if Xiaoya made a fundamental mistake, Anlin would remind him in time. Xiaoya bit the back of the rock pig's neck. In an instant, gravel flew everywhere. At this time, the rock pig came to its senses, turned its head angrily, and tried to bite Xiaoya. Xiaoya just leaned slightly and easily avoided the rock pig's attack. At this time, it also gave up biting the rock pig. The previous bite did not cause much damage except for grinding off some stones. If it continues on the rock pig's back, the rock pig may attack it by rolling over or hitting a tree. Although the rock pig is stupid, it is not so easy to deal with because it often deals with other carnivorous monsters. Otherwise, it would not be able to attack any monster on its back, and it would have been exhausted to death long ago. Anlin touched his chin. The rock pig did not use attacks similar to earth thorns. It seems that not all monsters have skills. The rock pig's earth attribute bonus should be used in defense. That would be even easier to fight. Xiaoya landed on a rock. There were no boulders nearby, otherwise it could lure the rock pig to hit the rock. As for the cave, it didn't want to destroy this new camp. While he was thinking, the rock pig rushed over again, this time at a faster speed. The dizziness from hitting the tree and Xiaoya's attack had made it angry. Xiaoya turned around and ran. With the wind attribute, he was much faster than the rock pig. However, he was afraid that the rock pig would turn around to look for Anlin because it could not catch up with him. So Xiaoya slowed down and tried to keep pace with the rock pig. After walking around the clearing, Xiaoya saw a larger tree and his eyes lit up. When it was 10 meters away from the tree, Xiaoya repeated the same trick and jumped to the side again, but this time, it used the skill of freezing. The ground was frozen, and the rock pig slipped and fell to the ground, sliding rapidly forward. At this time, Xiaoya spewed out white gas again, and many ice spikes suddenly appeared on the giant tree. It didn't think these ice spikes could break through the rock pig's defense. These ice spikes were not used to hit the rock pig's armor. The rock pig slid forward, but it was unable to react in time to the sudden appearance of ice spikes and was directly hit by them. Puff! An ice spike penetrated into the rock pig's eyeball and directly pierced through it. The ice spike created by Xiaoya was very strong and penetrated into its brain through the rock pig's eyeball. Blood gushed out. The rock pig let out a deafening roar, jumped suddenly, and then fell down weakly. Killed the third-stage mortal monster rock pig and gained 400 blood energy points. What the hell? Anlin opened his eyes wide when he saw this scene. He originally thought that Xiaoya had never experienced a battle, and even if his realm was higher, it would take a lot of effort, or he might not be able to kill this rock pig at all. Unexpectedly, this guy not only quickly found the rock pig's weakness, but also killed it with a trick. If you use ice spikes to attack directly, the rock pig will be able to dodge the attack quickly with its reaction ability. Even if it doesn't dodge, it only needs to close its eyes. With the speed of the ice spikes flying, it is difficult to pierce its eyelids. After all, there is still a certain degree of defense on the eyelids. However, when sliding at such a high speed, there was no reaction time to dodge the sudden appearance of ice spikes, and Xiaoya created several ice spikes. The rock pig's other eye did avoid the attack, but the remaining eye could only watch helplessly as it was hit. In short, Xiaoya killed the rock pig very easily with almost no effort. And this was its first battle. Anlin smiled happily, thinking he had found a treasure again. After being dragged down from the tree by Xiaoya, Anlin slowly walked to the side of the rock pig. When he was just sighing, Xiaoya attacked the rock pig's body several times and mixed up its brain. Anlin felt that even if he had killed the rock pig, he had never thought that he would have to finish it off like this. What if this guy didn't get stabbed in the brain as he imagined, or didn't die completely? Then the final fatal blow might take him away directly. Although this is absolutely impossible to happen, because he has already obtained blood energy, the rock pig would have been dead long ago. Well done, Xiaoya. Anlin stretched out his hand to touch Xiaoya's head, but it dodged him directly. Anlin was not embarrassed either. Xiaoya's personality was like that. Not very cute, but this guy was calm and thoughtful, so this unlovableness could not be considered a shortcoming at all. Although this battle was beautiful, it also made Anlin realize Xiaoya's shortcoming, which was that his attack power was too weak. If it weren't for this strategy, Xiaoya would probably have broken several teeth when breaking the rock pig's defense. I'll go into the cave first. You can drag the rock pig's body in. I heard it's delicious. We can use it as a food reserve. Anlin turned around and prepared to walk into the cave, but at this time Xiaoya rushed directly into the cave, explored it, and confirmed that there was no threat before running out. With such favor, what more could the Lord ask for? Chapter 24 Different World Fusion. Anlin was very satisfied with Xiaoya's performance. He also didn't want his pet to be like a puppet that could only obey orders and would freeze when faced with some complex commands without the next step. Right, Queen Ant? Anlin sighed. He had ordered the Queen Ant to serve as a sentry for him and patrol the area around the camp. Although this guy did as he was told, the Queen Ant did not mention a single word to him about the enemies that massacred students in other places. If the Queen Ant was as smart as Xiaoya, she should be able to understand that these are suspicious people who will pose a threat to her. If you let her patrol the camp, she will really only focus on the camp. Moreover, he didn't tell me about the adventure he had at that time. If it wasn't for the sudden breakthrough, Anlin probably wouldn't have known about it. Headache. Anlin now suspects that this huge disaster is probably related to the group of men in black. Otherwise, why would they go to so much trouble to enter the military? To kill students for fun? If I had known it earlier, I might have been able to tip off others and get some rewards. After summoning the Queen Ant and placing it in a clean area, Anlin walked to the rock pig and observed it carefully. Xiaoya, use your claws to attack the pig's body. After giving the order, although Xiaoya was a little confused, he attacked the rock pig without any hesitation. Snap! This claw directly cracked the rock on the surface of the rock pig, revealing its dark skin. Anlin touched his chin. Since the rock pig was able to control spiritual power when it was alive, the rocks on its surface were not ordinary rocks. This was also why many monsters had very strong defenses when they were alive, but were easy to skin after death. However, he is only in the mortal realm now. Even if those high-level monsters are dead, Anlin cannot tear open their corpses to find the crystal core with his current strength. Even if a high-level monster is blessed with spiritual power, its defense is still invulnerable to swords and guns. After letting Xiaoya tear off a large piece of rock pig flesh, Anlin threw the meat to the Queen Ant and let her chew it slowly. The Queen Ant also needs energy to recover. Looking at the big rock pig in front of him, Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were these monsters here. If it was in the small insect world before, it would only be able to eat insects after eating the dry food. Shaking his head, Anlin got a few pieces of meat and prepared to grill them. He was too busy to bring any cooking utensils with him before, so he could only grill them simply without even adding any seasonings. He asked Xiaoya to find a piece of wood and a stick. Anlin made a triangular hole in the wood and started to make fire by drilling the wood. I miss Xiaoyan's first day. Although Anlin can now be considered a chi cultivator, his attributes are the same as Xiaoya's, which are wind and ice. Logically speaking, if his attributes are the same as those of the Beastmaster, he should have gold and fire attributes. After all, the queen ant has these attributes. At this moment, in another alien world, a muscular man dropped the prey in his hand, looked at the panting man in front of him, frowned, and said in a cold voice, "Are you saying that there is a problem with the military training?" Yes, the insect world has somehow merged with this beast world. Now the entrance to the insect world is in ruins, with heavy casualties among students and soldiers. Hearing this, the man's aura suddenly changed, like an enraged lion. He picked up the thin monk and roared, "Where's my son? With such a change, what are your guardians doing?" "Don't worry, Lord Qi. We haven't found your son's body. He should still be alive," Qi Ming said with great difficulty. There was no signal in the other world. After receiving this news, he rushed here directly, thinking about how to face this hot-tempered peak-level cultivator of the second realm all the way. This person was Qi Anlin's father, Qi Xingfei. He took a deep breath, put Qi Ming down, and said in a cold voice, "You continue searching in the little insect realm. Now that the two realms have merged into one, perhaps Linner encountered spatial turbulence and was swept away to another place. We will search for his whereabouts directly in the little beast realm. The fusion of different worlds has happened before, and being teleported is also a real thing." Before seeing the body, Qi Xingfei would not believe that Qi Anlin died in another world. What about his teammates? Have their bodies been found? Are there any surviving students? Ask them if they've seen Linner. Qi Xingfei's blood and energy surged in his body. He looked up at the distant sky and let out a long breath. At this time, the military in the capital was large. A woman sat quietly in front of the desk. Although her posture was very elegant, she looked strangely heroic. Her half-loose black hair was draped behind her back, her skin was as white as clouds, with a light cherry pink hue, and her oval face had phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a dangerous aura. "Shuiyue, that's not right. Your eyes can't be so murderous. They should have a hint of charm." Qi Shiyue sighed, spread her hands, and slumped down in the chair. "Actually, I don't think I need to do this deliberately. That won't work. Look at you like this. Who would think you're a girl? Everyone would hide from you. How are we going to get sponsorship? Just hit them all at once. It's not that troublesome." Qi Shiyue was a little helpless. If it weren't for that damn sponsorship, she would still be happily killing people in another world. "Hey, Shiyue, you can't be so violent. Let's do it again." Su Tiantian rolled her eyes at her and then said gently, "Bang." The door flew open, and a graceful figure hurried in. "Have you heard? Something went wrong in the alternate world where the senior students were undergoing military training this year. Many people died. Is there a problem? It's just that you don't have enough strength." Qi Shiyue waved her hand and said nonchalantly, "Hey, Shiyue, you're here too. I heard the other world with the problem seems to be near your hometown." Before he could finish his words, Qi Shiyue suddenly stood up, his blood boiling and roaring. The already shaky chair could no longer withstand such pressure and broke into pieces, scattering all over the floor. "I'm going home." By the time Su Tiantian reacted, Qi Shiyue had disappeared at the door, and the door of the dormitory had also disappeared. This is really rushing out of the door. Does Qi Shiyue really care so much about her hometown? Su Tiantian was very confused. She rarely saw Qi Shiyue so anxious. She was not so angry when the scandal spread last time. She just beat the person who spread the rumor into a pig's head the next day. I heard she has a younger brother? Although she hasn't mentioned it much recently, but judging by the time, he should be in his 3rd year of high school. I see. I hope her brother is alright, otherwise this guy might go crazy. Chapter 25 Recovering. Qi Anlin had no idea what was happening in the outside world. He lay comfortably on a smooth stone surface, gently patting his stomach. The taste of this rock pig is simply amazing. The meat is crispy and chewy, with the right amount of fat and lean meat. Even if it is roasted directly, it still has a fruity aroma. It's a pity that there is no seasoning, otherwise it would be more delicious. There were several pieces of meat left that could not be eaten, so Qi Anlin asked Xiaoya to take them to the deepest part of the cave and freeze them. Although there were a lot of monsters here, it was better to store them for safety reasons. The herbivorous monsters on the plains are not easy to deal with. Each one runs faster than the other. Fortunately, Xiaoya has the wind step skill. If it were the queen ant's insect soldiers, they would only be left behind and eat dust. Qi Anlin looked at the queen ant that was gnawing on the flesh and blood of the monster, thought for a while, and then opened its gene panel. Regeneration consumes a large amount of energy and can quickly restore damaged parts of the body. Giant strength, a talent of the ant tribe that increases strength 20 times. Iron armor, integrate metal into the shell to improve the shell's defense. Fire poison can produce a continuous burning effect on the enemy. In the ordinary world, ants can probably lift objects that are 400 times their own weight, but the queen ant's strength now far exceeds this and is no longer determined by her own weight. If this skill were to come to him, he estimated that no one at the same level would be able to withstand his punch. Envious. The regeneration gene cost Anlin 30,000 blood energy. With this gene, the queen ant is able to heal herself, but at present, the energy is still a little lacking. Xiaoya goes out early and comes back late, and his combat awareness becomes stronger and stronger. Basically, every time he comes back, he brings the corpse of a low-level monster. After the queen ant recovers, her primary goal will definitely be to produce ant soldiers. If it were not for the lack of blood energy, Anlin would definitely collect some genes for the queen ant to produce soldiers. For example, let the ant soldiers grow wings and transform their tails into a bomb that will blow up anyone they encounter. Or a jet ant soldier that can carry a large amount of fire poison. He shook his head. He had nothing now, so he should improve his strength and earn blood energy first. When the blood energy reached 10,000 before, the system gave me a reward, which is why the queen ant's productivity has increased so much. I don't know what changes will happen when the blood energy reaches 100,000. Kill the third stage mortal monster, the deadwood python, and gain 350 blood energy points. After being out for a short while, Xiaoya killed another monster. For a monster like the deadwood python, as long as he used the freezing skill, it would basically be unable to move. I don't know whether cold-blooded animals can break free from this restriction after reaching a higher level. After a while, Xiaoya came back dragging a 4-meter-long python. This python was the queen ant's food, used to restore her body. In the cave, the queen ant, who had originally turned into a stick insect, had recovered a lot. Several small legs grew on her body, and the cracks on her back were also filled. After swallowing half of the python, the queen ant bent down and began to produce ant soldiers. Since the evolution, the queen ant soldiers no longer have a long hatching time, nor do they need to practice on their own like the previous golden ant. This time, the ant soldiers only need 5 minutes to hatch, and they are born with the cultivation level of the second stage of the mortal level. After producing 3 ordinary-level second-stage ant eggs, the queen ant began to devour them again. These ant soldiers require energy to produce. So if Anlin wants the queen ant to produce 50 ant soldiers a day, he has to hunt down at least a 5th-level mortal monster. Soon, 3 ant soldiers hatched. This time, the ant soldiers had extremely sharp barbs on the joints of their bodies, and the huge jaws of their front mouths were glowing with red light. These were the fire poisons unique to the ant soldiers, and they were also a powerful killing weapon that could kill the opponent. In fact, for Anlin, it doesn't matter where these monsters die. The main thing is that the queen ant still needs the corpses of these monsters. Otherwise, he can obtain blood energy just by slowly killing them with poison. As for the remaining dead with snake corpses, Anlin did not let the queen ant produce ordinary ant soldiers, but continued to produce ordinary second-level ant soldiers. The queen ant's efficiency in producing ordinary ant soldiers is still a bit low. The combat effectiveness of those 2,000 ordinary ant soldiers may not be weak. After all, they also carry fire poison, but the number is still too small. If there are tens of thousands of them, they can even surround and kill the third-level mortal monster. However, the casualties would be very heavy, so it would be better to continue producing ordinary ant soldiers and try again after the queen ant's production speed increases again. 3 ant soldiers walked out of the cave and headed towards the other side of the forest. That's deep over there, and the monsters there are much stronger. Anlin just let them explore the way. The ant soldiers are not Xiaoya, so he won't feel sad if they die. The speed of the second-level ordinary ant soldiers is not slow. If they encounter some first-level monsters, they can hunt them directly, and they can also try to surround and kill the second-level monsters. The combat effectiveness of a single ant soldier is definitely not as strong as that of a monster of the same level. But after all, they are all consumables, so there is no need to fear death, and there are fewer concerns. Soon, the queen ant brought him a message that a group of monkeys lived 1 kilometer away. Their strength varied, but most of them were around the 3rd level of the mortal class. This was a pleasant surprise for Anlin. Monsters are divided into different territories, and the time Xiaoya spends finding a monster is often longer than the time it takes to kill it. There are about 70 or 80 monkeys in the group. If they are all 3rd-level ordinary monsters, I can get at least more than 30,000 blood energy. His accumulated blood energy has now reached 40,000, and he needs another 60,000 blood energy to successfully reach 100,000. At that time, he should be able to receive system rewards again. Kill the second-stage mortal monster deadwood snake, and gain 170 blood energy points. Kill the first-level mortal monster Deadwood Snake and gain 90 blood energy points. Kill the third-stage mortal monster Deadwood Snake and gain 340 blood energy points. Kill the common beast Deadwood Snake and gain 30 blood energy points. Many messages popped up one after another, which made Anlin stunned. Did Xiaoya find the nest of the Deadwood Snake? Why are there so many Deadwood Snakes? Xiaoya has a natural advantage against this kind of monsters, so killing them is effortless. In just such a short period of time, more than 2,000 blood energies were contributed to Anlin. There are still about 2,000 health points away from 10,000, and the improvement of the Queen Ant's production skills only requires 10,000 health points. It's a pity that my injuries still need to be healed slowly, otherwise I could go out and earn blood energy now. Kill the mortal 4th stage monster Deadwood Snake and gain 700 blood energy points. After the last message popped up, Xiaoya stopped killing and began to return to the cave. A 4th level ordinary monster is the biggest prey these days, and it can allow the Queen Ant to produce more than 22nd level ordinary ant soldiers. Chapter 26. Ant soldiers retreat temporarily, monkeys and fruit wine. Soon, a 10-meter-long giant python was dragged back by Xiaoya, leaving a long outline on the ground along the way. This deadwood python almost exhausted Xiaoya to death. Xiaoya lay on the ground panting. There was nothing he could do. After all, his talents were in control and speed. It was really difficult to carry such a large prey. Anlin was pleased and prepared to touch its head, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, Xiaoya quickly got up and left. Anlin. Next time, he must contract a cute and friendly monster. Xiaoya never let him experience the joy of petting a pet. After letting Xiaoya rest for a while, Anlin picked up the Queen Ant and placed her on the deadwood python to make it easier for her to eat. After the production skills are improved, the Queen Ant's digestive ability also improves by leaps and bounds. As soon as the flesh and blood are swallowed, they will be directly converted into energy. After eating nearly 1/10 of the flesh and blood, the Queen Ant exerted a little force and 2 ant eggs fell. Giving birth did not delay the time for eating, and it continued to devour the flesh and blood of the deadwood python in big mouthfuls. The deadwood python had been eaten by the Queen Ant, and 3 ant eggs were born. 6 ant soldiers entered the territory of the group of ordinary monkeys, but Anlin was afraid that they would be besieged, so he asked the ant soldiers to look around to see if there were any lone, ordinary beasts. While the Queen Ant was devouring flesh and blood, Anlin sat cross-legged and began to practice his skills. After so many battles, Xiaoya's strength has also improved. He has reached the peak of the 4th level of the mortal level and should be able to break through soon. Speaking of which, even if monsters don't practice deliberately, they will still absorb the spiritual energy in the air. This makes Anlin extremely envious. The cave fell into silence for a short time, with only the creepy chewing sound of the Queen Ant as the only sound. An hour later, Anlin exhaled and opened his eyes. One after another, ferocious ant soldiers came into view. They all stood there woodenly, as if waiting for something. Queen Ant, after you produce ant soldiers, let them go to the monkey area to hunt. Why are you standing here? Anlin had a headache. Although the Queen Ant had strong mental power, she didn't have much brains. If she were in the wild, she would rely on instinct to let the ant soldiers go out hunting. But now that they had become his beasts, they had lost the ability to think. So the Queen Ant just now has been AFK the whole time. At the command, the ant soldiers ran out and rushed to the monkey area. If there were only 1 or 2 ant soldiers, it would be fine, but when there were more ant soldiers, the aura of the 2nd-level mortal monster was completely revealed and was soon noticed by the patrolling monkeys. Yuawa. A monkey sentry issued a warning, and all the monkeys shouted at once. I saw huge stones being thrown at the ant soldiers, hitting many of them with bangs. On the other side, Anlin sat on Xiaoya's body and rushed to the scene. The Queen's soldiers fight on instinct, and they are no match for monsters of the same level when fighting alone. When they encounter these long-range attacks, they are immediately thrown into disarray. If it weren't for the Queen's orders, they would have probably fled in all directions long ago. Queen Ant, let all the ant soldiers retreat. Anlin said helplessly. Those monkeys were very strong, and there were a lot of them. If they threw a few more stones, the ant soldiers would probably be wiped out. The Queen Ant is also stupid and doesn't know how to give orders at all. I don't know if buying a copy of The Art of War and combining it with the Queen Ant can make her ant soldiers stronger. I'll try it when I get back. I don't know if fusing books will also fuse the contents of the books, or if it will just be considered as fusing with paper. If it can only be synthesized with paper, then it would be a big loss. Anlin also planned to fuse some martial arts with Xiaoya. After the ant soldiers retreated, Anlin looked at the monkey group in the distance. On the tree in the front, he saw a huge monkey king. Identification. Name fruit wine monkey. Attribute, wood. Level, ordinary level 6. Potential, ordinary high quality. Introduction. This monkey can make wine. It has a bad temper and is difficult to tame. When it is threatened with death, it will directly destroy the wine cellar. Therefore, the wine made by the wine monkey is very precious. Anlin raised his eyebrows. Even if Xiaoye upgraded, he might not be able to defeat this guy. After identifying them one by one, Anlin roughly understood the overall strength of this group of monkeys. There is one 6th level monkey king, 8 5th level monkeys, 24th level monkeys, and 33rd level monkeys. The 1st and 2nd level monkeys are basically small monkeys, about 40 in total. These ant soldiers are really unreliable. Anlin cursed in his heart. If he hadn't come to take a look at the monkey group, Xiaoye would probably have rushed forward with a bunch of ant soldiers. He simply couldn't swallow so many monkeys at the moment. If he attacked rashly, Xiaoye would probably die there. With so many monkeys, once he was entangled, the 6th level mortal fruit wine monkey king would not be a pushover. Wait until the queen ant's production skills are upgraded, or the queen ant's realm is improved, and then develop for 2 days before provoking these monkeys yourself. Anlin silently led the ant soldiers back to the cave. The monkeys had just reacted, and the monkeys that threw stones were not very strong, so only 3 or 4 ant soldiers were killed. It is estimated that after this time, the fruit wine monkey will be particularly sensitive to ant-like creatures and will smash them to death directly when they see them. Therefore, Anlin feels that how to attack is also a big deal. Let's dig a tunnel. The fruit wine that can be introduced by the system must be extraordinary and should be the kind that can improve strength. Therefore, when attacking, he must also protect these fruit wines to prevent these monkeys from destroying his fruit wine. Queen Ant, send 30 ant soldiers to hunt the monsters. The rest of the ant soldiers will continue to explore the forest. If you encounter plants with strong spiritual energy fluctuations, no, anything with spiritual energy, bring it back. Anlin ordered that with these ant soldiers, Xiaoye would be much more relaxed. As for searching for something with spiritual power, if you find something that can heal wounds, then you'll make a profit. The next day, Anlin finally obtained 3,000 blood energy points. Anlin gave all the crystal cores to Xiaoye for breakthrough, so he could only rely on the ant soldiers to obtain blood energy. However, these ant soldiers were still very powerful. They cleared out all the surrounding monsters and wild beasts in just one night. However, 5 of the ant soldiers were unlucky and encountered a giant bear of the 5th level of the ordinary class. They were directly beaten to death by the giant bear. There were still 8 ant soldiers who were already disabled due to the battle. They could not continue fighting and could only be killed and devoured by other ant soldiers. In short, there was enough blood energy to upgrade the queen ant skills. Anlin looked at the queen ant and said silently in his heart, "Improve production skills." The next second, a streak of blood appeared on the queen ant's body. Under the influence of this streak of blood, the queen ant's tail became bigger and bigger. Chapter 27. Ant soldiers surround and kill the 5-level monster. The promotion was successful. At this time, the queen ant's tail was about half the size of before. Anlin didn't know the specific production speed, so he used identification. Name eating ant queen. Attributes, gold, fire. Level, ordinary level 6. Potential, yellow level mid-grade. Production speed, ordinary level 9th Dan, 1/30th day. Ordinary level 8 stage, 1 out of 10 day. Ordinary level 7, 1/3 day. Ordinary level 3, 30/1 day. Level 2, 150/day. Level 1, 600/day. Normal, 6000/day. Skill, deterrence, ordinary grade. Bloodline control, special. Gene uptake, yellow grade mid-level. Can extract the genes of the devoured monster and integrate them into one's own body through blood energy. Production, yellow grade, produces ant soldiers. The higher the skill level, the faster the production. Different types of soldiers can be produced through gene arrangement. Note, the strength of the soldier type itself affects the production speed. After the improvement, the production speed has become 3 times faster than before. If you want to produce a level 6 ordinary ant soldier, it only takes 1 day. Although Anlin really wanted to produce a 9th level ant soldier, this thing needed 30 days to grow, and it also required a lot of flesh and blood. By that time, he would probably have upgraded long ago. After much consideration, Anlin decided to continue producing ordinary 2nd stage ant soldiers. It only takes 2 days for him to let the queen ant produce a 6th level ordinary ant soldier and let this ant soldier fight the monkey king. Although the ant soldiers at the 6th level of the ordinary level are definitely no match for the monkey king and can even be easily killed by him, Xiaoya's breakthrough is also approaching. With the cultivation level of the 6th level of the ordinary level, even the Monkey King cannot catch up with it, so he can interfere with the Monkey King appropriately. Having the ant soldiers bring back the hunted monsters, Anlin ordered the queen ant to continue production. Today, 150 ordinary level 2nd stage ant soldiers can be produced and put into the team hunting monsters. 10,000 blood energies can be obtained in one day. However, this is Anlin's ideal value. The surrounding monsters will run away when they encounter danger. After so many of them were killed, they already felt something was wrong and headed to other areas. One by one, the ant soldiers walked out of the cave, hunting monsters and devouring their flesh and blood. These ant soldiers are not without room for advancement. They can also break through the realm, but this also requires a lot of spiritual power. Therefore, after the queen ant no longer produces ant soldiers, the remaining flesh and blood of monsters will also be eaten by the ant soldiers. 2 days later, Anlin stared at his blood energy value excitedly. All the monsters around were hunted down, and even ordinary insects were eaten by the ant soldiers, so there wasn't even a single earthworm nearby. In addition to the ordinary 2nd level ant soldiers, the queen ant also gave birth to many ordinary ants to find prey. And just now, the queen ant sent news that this group of ant soldiers were surrounding and killing a mortal level 5 monster. Xiaoya had reached the critical moment of breakthrough, so he did not go to help. More than 300 ordinary level 2nd stage ant soldiers rushed forward. Each of them was as big as a palm. In addition, this group of ant soldiers had recently swallowed a lot of metal, which made their armor defense far superior to that of newborn ant soldiers. Some ant soldiers even ate ordinary level high-quality metal and became ordinary level 3rd stage ant soldiers. The mortal level 5 monster originally only saw 3 ant soldiers. Although ants are not delicious, the crystal cores in their bodies are also energy, so it hunted them directly. Unexpectedly, after a while, a dense army of ants surrounded it. During these 2 days, the queen ant also fully recovered. To be on the safe side, Anlin followed the queen ant and went to the scene through the hole dug by these ants. The queen ant is a 6th level mortal monster. Although her combat power may not be strong, her mental power is rarely rivaled among mortals. Just by intimidating the monster with her mental power from a distance, a lot of casualties among the ant soldiers can be avoided. Arriving at the scene, Anlin walked out of the tunnel and saw a huge monster that was more than 3 meters long. Name: Bronze Ape. Attribute: Gold. Level: Ordinary level 5. Potential: Ordinary high quality. Introduction: the surface of the copper condensed ape has a layer of metal armor. It has great strength and strong defense. There are few rivals among the same level. Anlin glanced at the huge ape with a metallic luster all over its body. He wondered how many ant soldiers the queen ant would produce after eating this body of tendon meat. Perhaps because of the hard metal shell on its surface, the monkey looked smooth and slippery, like a sculpture poured down by metal, and no one knew how it could move. However, although this thing has strong defense, the mouths of these ants are used to chew metal, which is truly a professional match. Roar! The bronze ape slammed its chest hard and roared angrily. The sound of shock rolled out along with the roar, and a wave of air was set off around it, and rocks flew all over the sky. The next second, it slammed the ground and leaped directly towards the ant soldiers, leaving a circular deep pit on the ground. Anlin estimated that even if he was not injured, this punch would definitely smash him into a meat patty. At this time, the queen ant's tail trembled slightly, a squeaking sound was heard, and a terrifying mental attack appeared, rushing directly into the mind of the bronze condensed ape. The bronze condensed ape's body, which was flying in the air, suddenly straightened up and fell directly to the ground. Although the bronze ape had powerful attack power and first-class defense, its mental strength was still relatively weak. It was frightened stiff by the mental threat of the queen ant and fell into dizziness. The surrounding ants gathered around and began to gnaw on the bronze ape's body. Queen ant, have the ant soldiers gnaw on the neck and head of the bronze ape. There was a sound of metal friction, and the huge jaws of the ant soldiers fell on the armor of the bronze ape, tearing it apart directly. Feeling the pain, the bronze ape jumped up directly and was about to slap the ant soldiers to death, but was mentally intimidated by the ant queen. In an instant, the blood of the bronze ape gushed out, and the ant soldiers directly bit through its eyeballs and ate half of the flesh and blood on the bronze ape's face in a short time. The bronze ape's neck was also bitten, and an ant soldier bit its blood vessels and directly sprayed it out. The queen ant continued to use mental intimidation, but the poor bronze ape slowly lost its life without even resisting. Kill the 5th stage mortal beast, the bronze condensed ape, and gain 2,000 blood energy points. Looking at this bloody scene, Anlin turned his head, and the next second, the system's voice came again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 100,000 health points. The system has been upgraded. System upgrade, 24 hours remaining. The system has been upgraded. Anlin was ecstatic. He always felt that the system's functions were not perfect, but he didn't expect that it was because it had not been upgraded. I don't know what will be added after the upgrade, whether it will be in the mall or through a lottery or can be synthesized for the host. It takes 24 hours to keep people in suspense. Chapter 28, Optimizing Arms. While waiting, Anlin was not idle either, and continued to let the queen ant produce ant soldiers. The blood energy value has reached 30,000, and it can be synthesized again, not too small or too small. However, Anlin does not plan to use these blood energy pools now. After all, he does not know what new functions will be added after the system synthesis. If he uses them up, he can only watch helplessly. The corners of the cave are filled with medicinal herbs, which were found by the ant soldiers. Most of them are used to refine pills to enhance strength, and only a few are used to heal wounds. Anlin ate a few herbs, and then sat cross-legged. Although the herbs could only exert their maximum effect when they were refined into pills, he couldn't wait until then. After so much difficulty in acquiring powerful strength, he could only act like an ordinary person now. Although it was very satisfying to just sit back and collect blood, he still wanted to try to hunt down some monsters himself. About an hour later, a powerful spiritual power emerged from Anlin's body. These spiritual powers circulated in his meridians and finally entered his dantian. Xiaoya advanced. Anlin did not open his eyes. He was already at the peak of the third stage of the mortal level. After this spiritual power flush, the barrier showed signs of faint cracking. Pure ice and wind spiritual power circulated in his body, and the herbs he had swallowed before began to slowly heal his body with these spiritual powers, dissolving the blood stasis in Anlin's body. After a while, Anlin's injuries were healed, and the barrier of the third stage of the ordinary level was also broken through. A stream of heat flowed through his body, and Anlin slowly stood up and exhaled. Finally broke through to the fourth level of the mortal level. Anlin is now considered an outstanding student among the average senior high school students, but he is not really a genius yet. I don't know how strong I am. Anlin sighed. Although his realm had been improved, it was still not enough for actual combat. It was not that he did not want to guide Xiaoya in the battle that day. How would he know these combat skills? There was no such thing as combat in his previous life. At most, he had some wild fights. Find an opportunity for the ant soldiers to catch a second-level ordinary monster to practice. Anlin thought silently in his heart. He didn't want to be a waste with only realm, but no strength. This is my first official battle, and I'm fighting against a low-level monster. The monster won't hold back. What if I accidentally kill myself? Looking at Xiaoya beside him, Anlin used identification. Name Snowwolf. Attributes: Ice, Wind. Level: Ordinary level 5. Potential: Yellow grade lower. Skill: Freeze, a top-grade mortal skill that controls the enemy's movements. Even after escaping the skill, the enemy is still affected by the slowing effect. Swift Wind Step, a mid-level ordinary skill, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power and doubles the speed. Xiaoya had indeed made a breakthrough. With its current potential, it did not need to be synthesized for the time being. The blood energy should be used mainly on the queen ant first to get the highest yield. Anlin estimated that the place where he was should also be a different world, but it was definitely not the world of insects. The world of insects was full of insects, and there would not be so many monsters. After leaving this strange world, Anlin planned to keep the queen ant here to continue developing. After all, he still had to take the college entrance examination, and the queen ant could not be exposed at will, so the blood energy could be used on Xiaoya. Now use all the blood energy on the queen ant, and after you leave, you will be able to harvest a steady supply of blood energy. Glancing at the queen ant in labor, Anlin thought for a moment and opened the system page. Although the system is still being upgraded, the basic functions are still usable. Anlin called up the queen ant's genetic panel. There are many genes on the gene panel, but these are unfused genes. Chinese tiger methyl gene, an extremely fast insect with elytra that provides some defense. Generally speaking, flying ants refer to termites before their wings fall off. They belong to the order Blatodia, subclass Pterygoda, family Termitidae. They are more common on rainy days. Their wings are also very fragile and can easily fall off. And in this place, Anlin happened to catch the Chinese tiger beetle. This creature was extremely fast and had wings, which was exactly what Anlin needed. However, what he didn't expect was that when the system was upgraded, the genes here also changed, and a whole set of genes were directly moved over. If the Chinese tiger methyl gene is to be integrated into the queen ant's body, 50,000 blood energy is required. Logically speaking, the more blood energy the value, the more powerful the gene will be after fusion, so Anlin is also very much looking forward to it. Let's create a type of soldier. Anlin looked at the options on the side. The queen ant's ant soldiers can not only be created by integrating genes, but also by shaping their appearance, which is also more complicated to operate. At present, the queen ant can only have 3 types of troops, and I don't know how to increase the quota. Fortunately, the troops can be cancelled, so the old troops can also be updated. After calling up the original troops, Anlin thought for a while and realized that these ant soldiers did not carry the regeneration gene, so after their limbs were broken off, they were basically eaten by their companions. After selecting the regeneration gene, Anlin discovered that the output of the queen ant below was only 1/3. He frowned and cancelled it directly. Today's ant soldiers are all at the second level of the ordinary class and are not very valuable. They are only used as cannon fodder. These low-level ant soldiers can be easily killed after being attacked, so there is not much use in carrying the regeneration gene. After removing the original iron armor and fire poison, Anlin found that the output of ant soldiers had doubled. After thinking it over again and again, Anlin decided to keep it. The armor not only increases the ant soldiers' defense, but also enables them to devour metal. This gene is very important, and there is no need to remove it for such a small output. As for fire poison, 1 or 2 may not be of any use, but when the number of ant soldiers increases, the fire poison gene will become very abnormal. Thousands of ant soldiers will take a bite, and they can kill the prey without even the poison slowly appearing. As for the huge strength, that thing is the core gene of the ant soldiers and cannot be removed at all. If they were ordinary ant soldiers, Anlin felt that the 2 genes could be removed. After all, these were scouts and were useless. It would not be heartbreaking if they died, so it would be better to use them to increase production. Since the genes cannot be changed, Anlin thought about it and decided to change the appearance of these ant soldiers. The barbs on the joints were removed. These barbs were actually useless except for looking fierce, and the ant soldier's armor was also made much rounder by Anlin. The surface shell is thickened, and the barbs are unnecessary and can be easily broken by attacks. If there were no protrusions, and the oval shape alone was there, it could disperse the force. After making serrations on the ant soldier's giant jaws, Anlin transferred part of the fire poison to the ant soldier's tail, and then changed the tail structure so that the fire poison could be sprayed out directly. Chapter 29 System Upgrade, Blood Energy Space. The fire poison may not show much toxicity before it enters the body, but it can be sprayed directly into the enemy's eyes, creating a blinding effect. Save the troops. After completing the transformation of the troops, Anlin ordered the queen ant to produce new troops. The new type of soldiers does not look that ferocious. The original evolution only made these ant soldiers look a little fierce, and using these barbs to thicken the shell not only makes the ant soldiers more restrained, but also increases their defense. This change did not affect productivity, which is a good thing. Soon, new ant soldiers were born. Anlin ordered them to spray fire poison. The ant soldiers' tails bent slightly, and a stream of transparent venom was sprayed out at an extremely fast speed, hitting the stone surface. Very good. Ordinary monsters may not be able to defend against the spray of ant soldiers. If they are caught off guard, they can easily be sprayed in the eyes. Although the weak venom will not blind the enemy directly, the fire poison itself has a burning effect, which is more than enough to prevent the enemy from opening their eyes temporarily. The range of ant soldiers is probably within 2 meters. After all, they are only the size of a palm and cannot store too much venom. System upgrade completed, blood energy space opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. Space ring, yellow grade, lower grade, with 10 cubic meters of space. Breath concealing ring, top grade yellow grade, conceals one's own strength. Below the 4th realm, it can hide one's own strength from creatures within 2 realms beyond one's own. Heavy thunder crocodile egg, yellow grade mid-grade, thunder attributed monster. Earth spirit pill, yellow grade, low grade, can heal injuries and cure hidden injuries of cultivators of the 1st realm. Hearing about these rewards, Anlin's eyes lit up. Although he knew that he would definitely get some good things, he didn't expect that these things were all yellow level. Not to mention the space ring. My dad was so heartbroken when he bought a beast taming bag for himself, and I guess he would go bankrupt if he bought this 10 cubic meter space ring. The breath-harming ring is also a great artifact. His apparent identity is a beastmaster, but he is still an individual cultivator, so it is easy for others to see him. But after he has the breath-harming ring, If someone mistakenly regards him as an unarmed beastmaster, it would be very dangerous. As for the heavy thunder crocodile eggs, Anlin did not plan to contract this monster, nor did he plan to use it for synthesis, so it would be best to sell it. After all, the yellow-grade medium-quality monster eggs were much more expensive than mature monster eggs. Finally, as for the Earth Spirit pill, if my injuries had not recovered yet, I would have used it directly. But now there is no room for its use. It would be too wasteful. This is a pill that can cure hidden injuries, and it would fetch a lot of money if it were sold. Picking up the space ring, Anlin put the Earth Spirit pill into it. However, living things could not be stored in the space ring, so the heavy thunder crocodile eggs were put into the storage bag. If the space ring and the queen ant are combined, will space soldiers be generated? Although I really want to try it, I haven't figured out the functions after the system update, so I'll have to wait for the synthesis. After opening the system, a blood energy space option appeared in the original interface. Anlin clicked it without hesitation. Do you want to open the blood energy space? What is this? Anlin touched his chin. The system never gave instructions, so he could only explore it on his own. Yes. After making the choice, Anlin only felt a flash before his eyes, and the next second, he appeared in a blood-red space. The blood-red space seemed endless, and the light emanating from nowhere made it look less dim. In front of Anlin, there was a panel. Martial arts teaching actual combat simulation scenario simulation. What? Anlin was a little confused, but his eyes lit up. Just one synthesis had already benefited him a lot, and now there were 3 more functions in the blood energy space. After getting a general understanding, Anlin couldn't help but be ecstatic. Martial arts teaching, as the name suggests, you only need to buy martial arts and you can practice them here. The blood energy consumption depends on the quality of the martial arts. It is definitely a cheating tool. The actual combat simulation is to use blood energy to create an opponent. You can select keywords or create it randomly. The blood energy consumption depends on the level of the opponent. In this area, not only can you fight on your own, but you can also have Xiaoya and the Queen Ant join you, and most importantly, you will not die. Whether it is to train beasts or to train yourself, it is a good place to fight without fear of life and death. The final scene simulation is usually coordinated with the first 2. For example, when learning fire-based martial arts, simulate a place where fire spirit power is active, or fight in a forest. In short, there are 3 more gold-eating monsters. Anlin thought about it, and chose a combat simulation. Without any hesitation, he chose an opponent of the 4th level of the mortal level. It consumed 700 points of blood energy, which was almost the same as the blood energy obtained from killing a mortal 4th level monster. In other words, if he wanted to simulate an enemy with a higher level of cultivation, he would not need to pay extra blood energy. This made Anlin breathe a sigh of relief. Since no keywords were selected, the system began to create randomly. Soon, a man with 2 huge horns on his head and bright red eyes appeared in front of Anlin. What is this? Anlin was stunned and used the identification function. Name Ancient One. Race, lower level demon. Attribute, dark. Level, ordinary level 4. Introduction, a lower level demon with a brutal personality, raised in slaughter, and extremely powerful. Demons? There's even this thing? Why haven't I heard of it? But think about it. Zhao County where I live is too small, and these things are definitely not something I can encounter. Anlin stretched his muscles and prepared to test the strength of this lower-level demon. Judging from the system's introduction, they must be demons who have experienced many wars. I definitely can't defeat them, but with my physique and special features, I should be able to. Before Anlin could finish his thoughts, the lower-level demon named Gu Yi let out a low growl, bent his body slightly, and rushed towards Anlin like an agile cheetah. So fast. Anlin's pupils shrank, and he reacted quickly, clenching his fists and smashing them down on Gu Yi's head when he approached. With Gu Yi's speed, if he wanted to dodge, he would only continue to be in passive defense. Since he was not afraid of death, it would be better not to defend and exchange his life for his own. However, Anlin was determined to kill Gu Yi at the cost of his life, but Gu Yi was also simulated, so he didn't care about life or death at all. The next second, Anlin's abdomen was pierced, and while attacking him, Gu Yi tilted his head slightly, causing the fist to hit his shoulder. A severe pain surged over him, and Anlin clenched his teeth, letting out a low cry of pain. He turned his hands and dug into Gu Yi's eyes. When he made this move, Ancient One pulled out his right hand, changed from fist to claw, and stabbed Anlin's throat. His throat was torn open, and Anlin felt his eyes go dark before he lost consciousness. Damn, he was killed in seconds. Chapter 30 Pre-War Preparations. The blood color around him disappeared. Anlin opened his eyes again and saw the familiar stone wall. I didn't expect that I would be defeated in 1 second. Anlin was a little depressed. He thought that after having the system, not to mention being invincible at the same level, even surpassing a higher realm would not be a problem. As a result, he was defeated by a mere lower-level demon and couldn't even take 3 moves. Although he attacked Gu-yi, Anlin discovered before he died that his punch did not hurt Gu-yi at all. With a fragile body, poor strength, and no combat skills, Anlin felt that he was definitely the worst protagonist. After self-deprecation for a while, Anlin stood up with a determined look and entered the blood energy space. Challenge the 3rd-level mortal demon. Even if he can't defeat the 4th-level mortal ancient one, he will kill a demon to vent his anger. A minute later, Anlin fell out of the blood energy space again. He touched his stomach and breathed a sigh of relief when he found no cavity. This thing was really cruel. It just ripped him open with its claws. And what the hell is this blood energy space? It not only simulates real enemies, but also real senses. The pain just now almost killed him on the spot. Pain tolerance, +1. Anlin glanced at Xiaoya beside him and entered the blood energy space again with the intention of exploring. According to Xiaoya's description, he just stood there in a daze for less than 10 seconds before he woke up again. So the speed of time flow in the blood energy space, and in reality, is about 10-1. Anlin's eyes lit up. This meant that he could have more time to practice combat and cultivate his skills. However, what made him feel regretful was that it was only his consciousness that entered the blood energy space, not his whole body. Otherwise, when encountering danger, he could directly enter the blood energy space and become invincible. After letting Xiaoya join the team to hunt monsters, Anlin entered the blood energy space again. His foundation was far behind others, and now he could only make up for it through more actual combat. I don't have any martial arts skills yet. With my current strength, my father wouldn't let me practice them. They're completely useless. Damn it. How could the insect world merge with the beast world? Xingfei cursed on a crack. The small insect realm is guarded by Zhao County. The world level itself is not high, and the monsters inside are no higher than the 3rd realm. But the small beast world is different. There are 4 levels of monsters here. The new world formed by the fusion of the insect world and the animal world is faintly moving towards the earth-level world. Thinking of his son, Xingfei felt a little sad. This time the space fusion was not so violent. So many students who held up the amulets in time survived. In the past few days, they were looking for survivors at the fusion of the 2 worlds. Encountering such a disaster, the casualties were only more than half. Among these survivors, there was no son of their own. Xingfei felt a chill in his heart. With Anlin's strength, even if he held up the amulet, he might be devoured by other monsters after experiencing this disaster. Although he no longer held much hope, Xingfei still continued to search for Anlin's whereabouts in the crack, determined to find him alive or dead. Xiaoya seemed to have also come to the small beast world, but did not join him. Now that she is only a sophomore, Xiaoya's strength has surpassed his and entered the 3rd realm. Compared to herself, Xiaoya was even more extreme. She went directly to the depths of the original insect world, ready to capture the king of the original insect world. Continuing to walk along the crack, as if sensing something, Xingfei suddenly tensed his muscles, clenched his fists, and smashed them towards the ground. A crack appeared in the ground, and he reached out and pulled out a giant ant beast. The queen of the red-footed ants. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Xingfei's eyes. Anlin, that kid, was always idle and wanted to collect these things. Previously, Xiaoya also brought back a red-footed fierce ant queen from another world, but her realm was relatively low, only the 3rd level of the mortal level. Stay here, and give this thing to Linner after you find him. In the cave, Anlin lay on the rock with a look of despair. He spent 5,000 blood points to engage in actual combat, but was basically beaten. Even the rock pig that Xiaoya had killed before could pierce him directly. As for other humanoid creatures, each of them is extremely powerful. Even if the creature is lower than oneself, they can still blow oneself up. Not only did he fail to become a genius who could challenge opponents of higher levels, but he was also treated like a small monster by these geniuses. After belittling himself for a while, Anlin slowly stood up. Facing the monster, he had no weapons and could only fight with his bare hands. Even if he was very strong, he could not break the defense. Although he was also a chi cultivator, he was too useless before and had no knowledge in this area at all. After releasing the spiritual energy, he could only make a glass of ice water at most, which had no killing power at all. I must study martial arts well when I go back this time. It's a pity that the system doesn't have them all. Otherwise, buying weapons and martial arts can improve his current strength and prevent him from being killed instantly again and again. His only victory record now is defeating a third-level ordinary ant soldier, and it was a miserable victory. The Queen's ant army now has about 400 ants, and nearly 100 have been killed. Anlin did not intend to let the Queen ant participate in this battle. Those monkeys were not fools. If they could sense the Queen ant's presence, they would definitely attack her desperately. The Queen ant only had strong mental power and had no combat power. In order to maximize production capacity, the Queen ant now has difficulty even walking, let alone fighting. So to be on the safe side, the Queen ant stays in the cave. Among these 400 ant soldiers, 78 are at the 3rd level of the ordinary level, and 2 have reached the 4th level of the ordinary level. The most powerful ant soldier, the 6th level of the ordinary level, was directly produced by the Queen ant. So many ant soldiers should be enough to face the group of fruit wine monkeys. Queen ant, have the holes dug by the ant soldiers been completed? Anlin asked. In order to prevent the fruit wine monkey from destroying the fruit wine, Anlin asked the ant soldiers to dig many holes under the fruit wine monkey's territory and found the storage place of the fruit wine. Next to Anlin were stone jars, which were gnawed out by ant soldiers and were used to store fruit wine. Send 50 ant soldiers to store the wine, and the rest to the cave entrance near the fruit wine monkey forest to fight and attract the attention of the fruit wine monkeys. Anlin gently stroked the Queen ant's head, then turned to Xiaoya and said, Xiaoya, assist the 6th-stage ordinary ant soldiers in attacking the Monkey King. Mainly use the distraction. Once the ant colony has wiped out the monkeys, then besiege the Monkey King. Xiaoya did not need Anlin's command in battle. This guy seemed to be born for fighting and could quickly find the enemy's weaknesses and attack them. Chapter 31 Ants vs. Wine Monkeys. After receiving the order, the ant soldiers rushed towards the cave entrance like a black tide. The 150 ant soldiers that were born later were all improved types of soldiers. Anlin once let the 2 types of ant soldiers fight each other. The improved ant soldiers only suffered minor injuries and then killed the old ant soldiers. Ant soldiers are all melee fighters, so this time it basically took 4 ant soldiers to surround and kill a wine monkey. The new type of ant soldier can use the venom in its tail to attack the wine monkey's eyes, causing blindness, and then slowly bite it to death. After obtaining blood energy this time, Anlin plans to add the genes of the Chinese tiger armor to these ant soldiers, so that the ant soldiers will not only have the ability to fly, but their speed will also be greatly increased. Riding on Xiaoya, Anlin arrived at the battlefield first. He used the breath-concealing ring to cover up his breath. He did not intend to join the battle. This kind of war was not a one-on-one one. If he was surrounded and beaten, it would be a waste of time if he accidentally got caught here. After a while, for ordinary level 2nd stage ant soldiers swaggered into the fruit wine monkey forest and were soon discovered by a fruit wine monkey that was looking for insects under a tree. Ouch! The fruit wine monkey roared excitedly. It encountered a lot of such ants last time and was very scared at that time. However, after the ant soldiers were driven away, it became more contemptuous of these dark ants. Several ant soldiers died before the battle even started, and their corpses were eaten by the monkeys. This time, for more ant soldiers came. It was originally given a leg from one of the ant soldiers. It was crunchy and perfect as a teething snack. The cry attracted the surrounding monkeys. After discovering the 4 ant soldiers, more than a dozen monkeys did not throw stones, but ran over excitedly, fearing that they would not be able to share the insect corpses if they ran too slowly. The rest of the monkeys found that there were too many monkeys going to encircle and suppress the ant soldiers, so they gave up the idea and continued to do their own things. On the giant tree, the fruit wine monkey king also noticed all this, but he did not say anything to stop it. With the strength of these ant soldiers at the 2nd level of ordinary level, a dozen monkeys were more than enough. Recently, 1 or 2 ant soldiers would occasionally enter the territory and be surrounded and killed, so it didn't care much about these 4 ant soldiers. After hearing the sound, the 4 ant soldiers quickly ran towards the outskirts of the fruit wine monkey forest. These 4 ant soldiers were Anlin's bait. Before the battle, he planned to lure out some monkeys to surround and kill them. This method could only be used once. After all, the monkeys were not stupid. They dared to continue to split up into groups after seeing their tribesmen disappear. Soon, the ant soldiers came to an open space, and the more than 10 fruit wine monkeys followed them, excitedly preparing to attack the ant soldiers. At this time, there were rustling sounds all around. The fruit wine monkeys turned around and saw hundreds of tentacles sticking out. They were immediately frightened and roared. Quick battle, quick decision. Anlin passed the message to the queen ant, and soon all the ant soldiers rushed out and began to attack the fruit wine monkey. The monkeys in the fruit wine monkey forest heard the dying roars of the fruit wine monkeys and started roaring. For a moment, the monkeys went into chaos and the fruit wine monkeys fell to the ground one after another. Roar! The roar of the fruit wine monkey king sounded, and for a moment, the voices of the fruit wine monkey group gradually subsided. The fruit wine monkey king was also very clear and shouted, asking all the monkeys in the group to follow him to rescue. On the other side, hundreds of ant soldiers directly overwhelmed the fruit wine monkeys. The suppression of numbers made it impossible for the fruit wine monkeys to even fight back, so their hands and feet were bitten off and they became food for the ant colony. Kill the second stage mortal wine monkey and gain 200 blood energy points. Kill the mortal level 3 fruit wine monkey and gain 450 blood energy points. Messages popped up one after another. These dozen or so fruit wine monkeys brought nearly 4,000 blood energy income to Anlin, filling the blood energy gap he had used in the blood energy space. The fruit wine monkey group is about to come to support. Anlin ordered the hundreds of ant soldiers to prepare to continue fighting. His goal this time is to completely eradicate this tribe. The group of fruit wine monkeys limited the area of the map he could explore. If it was a single monster, even a 5th-level monster, it could be surrounded and killed at the cost of the death of some ant soldiers. However, this race was too united. As long as one fruit wine monkey was attacked, the others would rush over, making it difficult to eliminate it. The prey around the camp were almost hunted out, and he needed to expand his territory. Soon, the fruit wine monkey king came over with a group of elite monkeys. When he found that his people had been eaten by the ant soldiers, he roared angrily. Although there are many ant soldiers, its monkey group is not a pushover either. These 100 or so ant soldiers are all at the second level of the ordinary level, and their overall strength is not as good as that of the monkey group. The war was about to break out, and at this time, the rest of the ant soldiers crawled out of the cave and surrounded the monkeys. The reason why we didn't let these ant soldiers out before was mainly because we were afraid that there would be too many of them and they would scare away the monkeys. These monkeys really couldn't catch them in the trees themselves. Anlin had the ant colony specifically clear this open space to prevent the monkeys from using their agility to jump around in the trees and avoid the attacks of the ant colony. Seeing these ant soldiers, the monkey king's pupils shrank and he let out a terrified roar, but soon, a trace of blood flashed in his eyes. Even if he was surrounded and killed by this group of ant soldiers, he would fight his way out. Roar! The fruit wine monkeys have a bad temper. Even under the threat of extermination, they will not compromise. Instead, they will directly destroy their own wine cellar. So when faced with such a situation, although the monkeys were very frightened, they did not run away directly, but started a suicidal fight. The fruit wine monkey king jumped into the ant colony. These ant soldiers were all at the second level of the ordinary level and were easy to kill. Just after entering the ant nest, it tore apart several ant soldiers around it. When it was about to kill a lot of people, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its right foot. It kicked it out violently and found that among a pile of ordinary second-level ant soldiers, an extremely huge ant soldier shook its body and crawled out. The right foot of the fruit wine monkey king was bitten into a bloody mess. The ant soldier of the 6th level, relying on the cover of the other ant soldiers, got close to him and successfully attacked the monkey king. The monkey king became even more furious. He ignored the injury on his right foot and swept away the ant soldiers in front of him and rushed forward. The next moment, the fruit wine monkey king fell to the ground, and the ice on his left leg instantly shattered. As he rushed forward angrily, Xiaoya froze his left leg. The white wolf jumped down from the tree, rushed to the front of the fruit wine monkey king, opened its bloody mouth, and prepared to bite the fruit wine monkey king's head. The fruit wine monkey king roared, struggled to get up, and reached out to pinch Xiaoya's mouth, trying to tear it apart, but a human smile appeared on Xiaoya's face. In its mouth, the figure of an ant soldier flashed by. Chapter 32. Kill the monkeys, 70,000 blood energy. Roar! The fire poison with a burning effect sprayed into the eyes of the fruit wine monkey king, making a hissing sound. The fruit wine monkey king howled in pain, but his hand continued to grab forward, wanting to strangle the monster that had injured him. But Xiaoya didn't intend to fight it head-on. He directly used the wind step to dodge the attack of the fruit wine monkey king and quickly left the battlefield. The surrounding ant soldiers burrowed into the ground and rushed towards the other side of the battlefield. The blinded monkey king did not distinguish between friend and foe, but hammered the ground angrily, smashing bowl-sized trees into pieces. After Xiaoya's sneak attack was successful, he ran towards the group of fruit wine monkeys, where there were still some ordinary level 4 and 5 fruit wine monkeys to deal with. On the other side of the tree, Anlin observed this scene, and sighed in his heart that Xiaoya was really awesome. The fruit wine monkey king is very powerful and has strong defense. In close combat, Xiaoya can be easily killed directly, so Xiaoya does not intend to deal with it. After the attack is successful, he will go to deal with the group of fruit wine monkeys first. When the fruit wine monkeys saw their king being attacked, they were already terrified and became confused, making it easier for the ant soldiers to kill them. Kill the second stage mortal wine monkey and gain 200 blood energy points. Kill the mortal level 4th stage fruit wine monkey and gain 750 blood energy points. Kill the second stage mortal ant and gain 120 points of blood energy. Not only will the fruit wine monkeys be killed, but any ant soldiers who have lost their combat effectiveness on the battlefield will be replaced by passing ant soldiers. This is also Qi Anlin's order. These ant soldiers no longer have the ability to survive. Instead of being killed by the aftermath of the battle, it is better to contribute blood energy, otherwise it will be wasted. The ordinary 6th level ant soldiers attack the fruit wine monkey king from time to time, keeping him in a state of rage and causing toxins to slowly accumulate in his body. The eyes of the fruit wine monkey king were corroded by the fire poison and he had become blind. In a state of fear and anger, the fire poison in his body spread faster and his own speed slowed down. With Xiaoya's help, the wine monkey group was completely slaughtered in less than 10 minutes, and the remaining ant soldiers rushed towards the wine monkey king, who had become very slow. An icy air appeared and wrapped around the joints of the fruit wine monkey king, exposing the wounds that were gnawed by the 6th segment ant soldiers. The ant soldiers swarmed forward and gnawed at the exposed flesh and blood. The fruit wine monkey king roared weakly. In its current state, it was powerless to recover. Kill the mortal level 6 fruit wine monkey king and gain 3,000 blood energy points. Finally dead, Qi Anlin jumped down from the tree. Now he had reached the 4th stage of the mortal level, so the extra experience for killing opponents of higher levels was much less. The blood energy brought by the 5th level monster is only more than 1,200 points. If I were at the 3rd level of the ordinary person, I should be able to obtain 5,000 blood energy by killing this fruit wine monkey king. After taking away the crystal core of the fruit wine monkey king, Qi Anlin waved his hand and asked the ant soldiers to carry the body of the fruit wine monkey king back to feed the queen ant. Communicating with the queen ant in the sea of spirit, Qi Anlin received good news again. The monkeys who remained in the group were also surrounded and killed, but the fruit wine was intact. This battle brought Qi Anlin more than 70,000 blood energy, including not only the blood energy of the fruit wine monkey, but also the blood energy of the ant soldiers. The ant soldiers also suffered heavy damage, with only a little over 100 left. Even with Xiaoya's help, those 5th level mortal monkeys seemed extremely ferocious and almost destroyed their own ant colony. The strength of the ant colony is still too low. If Xiaoya does not make a breakthrough this time, he can only defeat the fruit wine monkey group and then return to the cave to continue developing. The ant soldier of the 6th level was also beaten so that its shell was cracked and one of its legs was broken. If it were any other ant soldiers, Qi Anlin would probably have executed them directly, but the ant soldiers of the 6th level of the ordinary class were still a relatively powerful type of soldiers. He could not create a large number of them at present, so it would be better to let them recover for a while. Even if they could not recover completely, they could still besiege the monsters of the 5th level of the ordinary class. Riding on Xiaoya, Qi Anlin excitedly rushed towards the territory of the fruit wine monkeys. He wanted to see his other gains. Passing through the tall trees, Qi Anlin saw an ancient tree that towered into the sky, with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters. At the roots of the ancient tree, there is a huge passage. It has been completely explored by the ant soldiers, and there will be no threat, so Qi Anlin walked in with a swagger. The surrounding wooden walls were polished very smoothly. Qi Anlin walked into the passage. He thought it would be very dark inside the ancient wood, but what he didn't expect was that this group of monkeys actually got a huge night pearl. This space is hemispherical. At the top of the space is a huge night shining pearl, and in the middle of the space is a sunken trough. The rich aroma of wine wafts out of the trough, making Qi Anlin swallow his saliva. It smells so good. The mellow aroma of wine, carrying a hint of fruity fragrance, lingered on the tip of Qi Anlin's nose. Just by taking a sip, Qi Anlin felt that his physique had become slightly stronger. Good stuff. Qi Anlin's eyes flashed with golden light. If it was before, he might not be able to take it away, but this time the system was upgraded, and he got a storage ring as a gift. The ant soldiers were waiting in an orderly manner around. Although the spiritual fluctuations from the fruit wine attracted them very much, they were restrained by the queen ant and could only wait by the side. This is the horror of bloodline suppression. As the queen ant's special skill, even if she sends her ant soldiers to die, they will not resist at all. I don't know whether other queen ants or queen bees can make their offspring completely obey them. Anlin opened the stone jar brought by the ant soldiers, reached out, and scooped it up, filled it up, and put it into the storage ring. The trough was very deep, and no one knew how long these monkeys had been brewing wine. The space inside was about 3 cubic meters. After exchanging it, he obtained a total of 6,000 kilograms of wine. If you drink it yourself, there is no problem drinking it for a few years. Anlin was extremely excited to have made a fortune. This was his first formal income in the other world. Eat away all the grooves. Anlin ordered the ant soldiers. Although the groove was dug into the wood, something was smeared around it, making the outer wall of the groove very waterproof. After being soaked in fruit wine for a long time, it also absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, so it was not a waste to give it to the ant soldiers to eat. The surrounding ant soldiers rushed forward, and Anlin looked at the corner on the other side. Those were the things collected by the fruit wine monkeys. With just a glance, Anlin saw a lot of minerals, some ordinary medicinal materials, and even a few human corpses. Anlin walked over slowly, his eyes fixed, and he picked up a book from a pile of treasures. Name Tiger Fist. Quality, ordinary top grade. Gongfa. It's a good opportunity to try out the first function of the blood energy space. Chapter 33 Martial Arts Learning. Who will save me? Anlin was overjoyed after harvesting more than 30 ordinary grade medicinal herbs, more than 10 ordinary grade metals, and 1 yellow grade metal. He didn't know the prices of goods in this world, but these medicinal herbs must be very valuable, and the metals could be fed to the ant soldiers to improve their strength. As for the human corpse, it only carried a martial arts book and a long sword. Although it was a bit unlucky, Anlin still accepted it. The long sword was just forged from ordinary metal, and anyone who could be defeated by the monkeys should not be a high-level cultivator. However, these were what Anlin urgently needed right now, and it just happened to suit his needs. After letting the ant soldiers bury the corpse, Anlin rode on Xiaoya and prepared to return. The territory of the fruit wine monkey group was taken over by themselves. Most of the territory was fruit trees, including some ordinary level fruit trees. After the ant soldiers were able to fly, they could produce some ordinary level ant soldiers to pick these fruits. The underground mineral resources are also extremely rich, and the fruit wine monkey has not yet reached the point of digging 3 feet into the ground, so it is a bargain for Anlin. After returning to the cave, Anlin quickly walked to the queen ant and opened her genetic panel. Integrated Chinese tiger methyl gene. Fusion begins, 10 hours remaining to. Anlin was deducted 50,000 blood energy at once, and he felt so heartbroken that he wanted to vomit blood. The blood energy he had just obtained was gone. Adding the remaining blood energy, Anlin currently has nearly 60,000 blood energy. He thought about it, gritted his teeth, and directly improved the queen ant's production skills. Improved production skills consumes 50,000 health points. Once we return to the time before liberation. With less than 10,000 blood energies left, Anlin sighed, ordered the remaining ant soldiers to continue hunting monsters, and then entered the blood energy space. All the blood energy obtained this time was poured into the queen ant. After these 10 hours, the queen ant's production speed and the strength of the ant soldiers will usher in a period of explosive growth, and he will also be able to harvest more blood energy. The blood energy didn't disappear, it just stayed with me in a different way. Anlin comforted himself. After learning the Tiger Edge Fist, he will go to the ring match. This time, he will bring a sword, and he should be able to defeat the 3rd level demon. The martial arts teaching function was turned on, and on the huge panel, there was only one martial arts tutorial, Tiger Edge Fist. Martial arts teaching is not something you can learn directly after touching a certain martial art. Anlin just tried it and found that only after he roughly read through a book, the martial art would appear on the teaching panel. Originally, he was thinking that since he had the martial arts teaching function, he might as well go to those martial arts malls and pick up a few to obtain a large number of martial arts. Now the dream is shattered. Clicking on Tiger Edge Fist, several options appeared in front of me again. Getting started, 100 HP. Skilled Teaching, 300 HP. Mastery Tutorial, 700 HP. Small Success Tutorial, 1500 HP. Mastery Tutorial, 5000 HP. Peak Teaching, 10,000 HP. Wow, it gets more expensive as you go along. Anlin touched his chin. The difference between teaching here, does it mean teaching oneself to this level, or teaching by someone who has mastered this level of proficiency? I don't quite understand. There wasn't much health left now, so there was no need to waste it. Anlin chose a mastery tutorial. Ding Teaching begins. Host, please get ready. A figure appeared in front of Chi Anlin. He was dressed smartly, his eyebrows were like swords, his face was tense, and he looked extremely majestic. Boxing emphasizes simplicity and compactness. When using Tiger Fist to kill an enemy, you must be cautious when using leg techniques. Your kicks must be 3/4 empty, and you must not be able to connect with them. The figure was practicing to Chi Anlin while speaking, and Chi Anlin did not show any carelessness at all and observed the boxing technique seriously. Tiger Edge Fist is fierce and sharp, strong and powerful. Like an angry tiger coming out of the forest, it is a killing fist. The man practiced the Tiger Edge Fist several times in its entirety, and Chi Anlin was so fascinated by it that he couldn't help but start imitating the man's movements. When he felt that he had mastered a part of the Tiger Edge Fist, the figure moved again and attacked Chi Anlin. Chi Anlin was startled, then thought that this was a blood energy space, and thought that he was being fed with moves. He growled and used the Tiger Edge Fist to fight back. With his legs slightly bent, he threw a punch. The man leaned forward, raised his hand to block Chi Anlin's punch, and then used his other hand to form a claw and reached for Chi Anlin's heart. After a burst of pain in his heart, Chi Anlin recovered instantly. He took a few steps back and subconsciously looked at his chest. There was no injury. The figure attacked again. Chi Anlin raised his leg to kick, but the figure dodged it easily. The next second, he felt pain in his knee and blood was all over the ground. Hiss! Chi Anlin took a breath of cold air and fell backwards. 2 seconds later, Chi Anlin jumped up again and found his left calf on the ground. Looking down, I saw that my legs were still there and the blood energy space had restored itself. Is this a one-time training to mastery? A hint of joy flashed in Chi Anlin's eyes. 700 health points in exchange for infinite recovery, it was worth it. As for the pain, in his previous life, he had continued playing football for half an hour after breaking a toe, and even pushed a dislocated toe back into place himself. Now, even though the pain was fatal, it wasn't enough to make him lose his fighting spirit. It's just a minor pain, nothing to worry about. 3 hours later, Chi Anlin lay powerlessly on the ground, tears in his eyes slowly sliding down his cheeks. During these 3 hours, his throat was torn, his eyeballs were gouged out, and his limbs were broken. It can be said that the 10 most cruel tortures of the Qing dynasty were no more severe than this. But fortunately, everything is over. After repeated alternations of life and death, his Tiger Edge Fist successfully transformed into a state of mastery. Once the martial arts teaching starts, it cannot be stopped. He also thought about using other moves to defeat the figure, but afterwards he realized that he was too inexperienced. As long as he used other moves, the figure would kill him instantly, without any reason. Therefore, only by learning the Tiger Edge Fist can I end this torture. Fortunately, I don't have that much blood to choose the peak tutorial. Otherwise, I would definitely not be able to get out for a few days and would die at least hundreds of times. Just these 3 hours of mastery made him doubt his life. No destruction, no construction. Chi Anlin jumped up with a somersault. After enduring so much pain, it was time to find someone to vent his anger on. After learning the Tiger Edge Fist, Chi Anlin felt that he had become a master. Although he could not defeat the figure who taught martial arts, he was more than capable of defeating the little demons in the actual combat simulation. I should be able to completely slaughter a mortal level 2nd stage demon without getting hurt. Chi Anlin made a rough comparison and found that this teaching not only allowed him to learn the Tiger Edge Fist, but also allowed him to learn many fighting skills. It was precisely because he knew nothing before that he only reached the level of proficiency in 3 hours after experiencing so many life and death situations. Actual combat simulation, keywords, mortal level 2, demon race. Simulation successful. A murderous aura was blowing in his face. Chi Anlin raised his eyebrows and looked at the simulated figure in the distance. Name Deviline. Race. Attribute, dark. Level, ordinary stage 2. Introduction, a genius from the tribe, whose strength is suppressed by the 2nd stage of the mortal level. He is powerful in combat. I wish you good luck. Chi Anlin. Chapter 34. Improving combat power and optimizing military units. Seeing this introduction, Chi Anlin took a breath. What does this system mean? Why is race a question mark? Is it because I don't have enough authority? Before he had time to think about it, Chi Anlin felt a murderous intent coming and quickly took a fighting stance. No matter how powerful his race was, he was 2 levels ahead of this guy, and his strength had greatly increased. How dare a mere mortal 2nd level demon? 30 seconds later, Chi Anlin walked out of the blood energy space. Moin, right? I will remember you. Chi Anlin took a deep breath. There are always people better than you. It shouldn't swell. It would be more accurate to say that he was tortured for 30 seconds rather than saying that he held on for 30 seconds. That guy was so strong that it was unreasonable. Anlin felt that even Xia Yin would have to kneel down when facing a player like Moin. After sorting out his mood, Anlin entered the blood energy space again. This time, he planned to choose an opponent carefully and not let the system be random again. Tiger Edge Fist is just an ordinary martial art. It can be used to fight ordinary beasts, but it is not good enough to fight these geniuses. After choosing a lower-level demon of the second stage of the mortal level, Anlin stretched his muscles. He originally planned to fight the rock pig alone, but then he thought that even Xiaoya could not break the rock pig's defense, and it would definitely be useless to hit it with his fist. Soon, a demon with small horns on its head appeared, and Anlin took the lead in attacking. He had challenged this demon before, named Kagu, but it was only a miserable victory. If it were a real injury, he would not survive for long. However, after acquiring certain combat skills, Anlin was able to deal with Kagu much more smoothly and was not as embarrassed as before. He was originally a 4th-level mortal physical cultivator, and his own strength overwhelmed the demon, but he was almost killed. A punch hit Kagu's shoulder. Anlin took a few steps back. When he was about to attack again, he gently turned his body and pushed hard with his right knee. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and Kagu's body bent, blood spitting out of his mouth, and he was knocked flying by the blow. In order to take advantage of his illness, Anlin bent down slightly, rushed out, and punched Kagu in the eyebrow, causing the corner of Kagu's eye to be broken. Kagu turned on the ground and bit Anlin's calf, which scared Anlin. Why didn't this guy play by the rules? Feeling pain in his calf, Anlin grabbed Kagu's hair and tried to pull him away, but the guy refused to let go. With a ruthless heart, he made a claw shape with his hand and poked at the back of Kagu's neck. A minute later, Anlin looked at the headless corpse on the ground and spat. If he hadn't been abused so many times and his pain tolerance hadn't improved, he would have probably screamed in pain just now. Even though his calf was almost bitten through, Kagu still held on to his leg tightly. Even though he was dead, his mouth showed no sign of loosening. Leave the blood energy space, Anlin said tiredly. The scene before his eyes changed, and Anlin returned to the cave. The pain in his right leg disappeared and was replaced by a deep feeling of fatigue. After fighting in the blood energy space for 3 hours, he was already exhausted. Now after experiencing 2 more battles, he felt like he was about to die. Xiaoya, keep an eye on me and the queen ant. I'm going to sleep for a while, Anlin ordered. The ant soldiers were also patrolling around. Xiaoya was called along just to guard against any birds or beasts entering the cave. After thinking for a while, Anlin took out the fruit wine. He didn't drink it before because he was afraid that he would be drunk and unable to learn the skills. Now that I'm ready for a good night's sleep, it's okay to drink a little. Name fruit wine. Quality, ordinary top grade. Introduction. The wine brewed by the fruit wine monkey has a certain healing effect. It is very mild and can also improve certain physical fitness. Picking up the stone jar, Anlin took a big gulp. It was not as spicy as he had imagined. The mellow and fruity aroma slid across his tongue and turned into a warm current. The medicinal power of the fruit wine quickly took effect and flowed into every part of his body. Anlin closed his eyes, savoring the memory carefully, and picked up the stone altar again with an unsatisfied look. Just like that, one bite after another, Anlin soon passed out. Anlin didn't know how long he slept before he woke up groggily. In front of him, Xiaoya stared at him coldly, and at its feet were pieces of roasted meat. The meat was wrapped in leaves, and there were bursts of sounds coming from the abdomen. Anlin looked at Xiaoya with some joy. I didn't expect this guy could barbecue. Seeing Anlin wake up, Xiaoya raised his front legs, pointed at the barbecue, and walked towards the cave entrance. Anlin didn't care about Xiaoya's cold attitude. This guy was quite precocious, had never been close to his family since he was a child, and was extremely intelligent. He was the type of child that other people's children were. Picking up the barbecue and starting to eat, Anlin looked at the queen ant on the side. The queen ant had changed again at this time, making Anlin a little unrecognizable. Compared to before, the queen ant's body looked even larger, and wings had grown on its back. However, Anlin estimated that these wings were probably just a decoration. Given the queen ant's size, it would be difficult for her to fly. Name eating ant queen. Attributes: gold, fire. Level: ordinary level 6. Potential: yellow level mid-grade. Production speed: ordinary level 9th Dan, 1/15th day. Ordinary level 8 stage, 1 out of 5 day. Ordinary level 7, 1/1 day. Level 3, 90/1 day. Level 2, 300/day. Level 1, 1200/day. Normal, 12,000/day. In addition to doubling productivity, the queen ant's own strength has also reached the peak of the 6th level of the mortal level. After opening the gene panel, Anlin found the Chinese tiger methyl gene and integrated it into his first branch of the army. The appearance of the ant soldier suddenly changed. Its originally slender body became even thicker, and its 6 legs became much longer. Its shell turned slightly green, and there was an extra shell with wings on its back. Looking at the production capacity, which had returned to the same level as before the upgrade, Anlin sighed. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Since the troops have been strengthened, it is understandable that productivity has been reduced. Although the ant soldiers born now can produce themselves, they still need to be hatched, and production also takes a certain amount of time. Unlike the queen ant gives birth almost immediately after eating and does not require much gestation time. This makes Anlin very puzzled. The ant soldiers of the 2nd stage of the ordinary level continued to reproduce, and soon, an ant soldier carrying the Chinese tiger armor gene appeared in front of Anlin. Queen ant, recall the 10 ant soldiers and assign 5 to surround this new ant soldier. The defense and speed of the new ant soldier have been greatly improved. I don't know whether the combat effectiveness of this ant soldier has been increased compared to the original type of soldiers. Soon, 5 original ant soldiers appeared in the cave, and the new ant soldiers rushed towards them without fear. This speed must have increased several times. Anlin murmured. Chapter 35, Powerful Tiger Ant Soldiers. The outer shell of the ant soldiers, which possess the Chinese tiger methyl gene, has been strengthened, and combined with the protective shell of the wings, their defense has reached a new high. Before the old ant soldiers could surround the ant soldiers, the new ant soldiers directly attacked one of them, biting the ant's waist and lifting it up. Crack! The sound of the shell shattering was heard. As the weakest part of the body, it was directly cracked into 2 parts by the attack of the new ant soldiers. Kill a 2nd stage mortal ant soldier and gain 100 points of health energy. At the first moment of contact, the new ant soldier eliminated one ant soldier with absolute speed, and soon, the new ant soldier turned direction again and rushed towards another ant soldier. The ant soldiers also rushed towards the new ant soldiers. Anlin was surprised to find that the new ant soldiers seemed unable to stop. Every time they rushed out, if they did not hit the prey, they would run very far away. After fighting with several ant soldiers, Anlin roughly knew the combat power of the new ant soldiers, which was almost 4 times that of the original ant soldiers. The increase in defense and speed is the main thing. Even if he is surrounded, he can escape quickly. If he is not stupid, 10 old ant soldiers would not be enough for this guy to kill. When I get back, I must ask the queen ant to synthesize some military tactics. The new ant soldiers inherited the genes and combat power of the Chinese tiger armor, so we will name them tiger armor ant soldiers. Anlin looked at the queen ant. As his first beast, he seemed to have not given it a name until now. Queen ants will continue to evolve synthetically, so naming them by race is not appropriate. I walked up to the queen ant and gently stroked her head, thinking of the tiny queen ant in my palm. I'll just call you Xiao-Yi. After giving the queen ant this name, Anlin couldn't help laughing. When the queen ant really appeared in front of the world and became a killing machine, he would shout Xiao-Yi, and many people would be shocked. After letting Xiao-Yi concentrate on producing tiger ant soldiers, Anlin checked his own condition. After drinking the fruit wine, the remaining injuries of his body were successfully recovered, and his physical condition became much stronger. If I really have to describe it, his strength increased by more than 2 times. The medicinal properties of some fruit wines have not been fully digested in the body. As a treasure brewed by the fruit wine monkey clan, it is extremely rare on the market. Most people who own fruit wine are high-level monks who will never sell it. In addition, because it is relatively rare, Anlin patted his head. If he had known that this thing was so effective, he should not have wiped out the fruit wine monkey clan. Find a way to catch a few and combine them. Then they will become your own, and you can come and get the fruit wine directly in the future. When others encounter this kind of resources, they can only destroy the entire clan to obtain the treasure, but I have a system and must pay attention to sustainable development strategies. Fruit wine is a high-grade treasure of the mortal level. Although it is very suitable for physical cultivation, it is easier to get drunk because it contains spiritual energy. Therefore, Anlin did not drink much yesterday and achieve this effect. There is still so much fruit wine left. Even if some of it is sold, it can be drunk for a long time. It is actually quite unprofitable to sell this type of resources. Given their rarity, bartering them is the most appropriate option. Soon, 150 ordinary 2nd-level ant soldiers hatched and marched deeper into the forest. The queen ant's next skill upgrade will gain 100,000 health energy. There is still a long way to go, but after the queen ant successfully breaks through the 7th level of the ordinary level, the speed of producing the 3rd level of the ordinary level ant soldiers will be the same as the current production speed of the 2nd level of the ordinary level ant soldiers. This is a qualitative leap, so Anlin issued an order that no matter whether it is crystal cores or rare metals, they should no longer be eaten by ant soldiers to increase their strength, and all of them should be brought to Xiao-Yi for consumption. After the order was completed, Anlin entered the blood energy space again. There was still some medicinal power in his body that had not been fully absorbed, and fighting was the fastest way to absorb it. This time, he planned to continue learning the Tiger Edge Fist. Fighting in the blood energy space was still relatively energy-consuming, unlike martial arts training, where even if he died, he would be resurrected immediately. Hiss! Deep in the world, a smartly dressed girl with a ponytail was holding a sledgehammer and smashing the ground into cracks. The surroundings seemed to have become purgatory, with flames burning on the ground and leaving deep pits. I remember that during the military training, you chased me for quite some time. Now, after so many years, you have just broken through the 3rd realm. Shu carried the sledgehammer on her waist and smiled disdainfully. Hiss! In front of her, a spider nearly 5 meters tall roared threateningly. Its body was covered with scars and green pus was constantly oozing out. This was the former ruler of the insect world, the green light poisonous blood spider queen. With one blow of the hammer, the small green poisonous blood spider was smashed into a pulp. Shu shook the hammer lightly, leaned forward slightly, and rushed forward suddenly, leaving a small pit in its original place. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sledgehammer hit the spider queen's body, and blood-red flames suddenly gushed out. This blow directly knocked the huge spider queen away. Do you know how to beg for mercy now? Shu mocked while attacking the queen of the clan. If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't be missing. Hiss. What do you mean it wasn't you? You're the ruler of the insect world. Any problems here are your fault. In the distance, several soldiers watched this scene, their mouths twitching slightly. I remember a few years ago, she was just an ordinary cultivator. The squinting-eyed soldier said. The previous riot did not cost him his life. As one of the backups to protect Anlin, Shu came to the little insect realm, and the first thing she did was to cause trouble for him. Yeah, are students from top schools really that perverted? It hasn't been long since she became a cultivator of the 3rd realm, said a soldier of the 1st realm. Besides, isn't she a chi cultivator? How could she be using a body cultivator's weapon? And her strength is so abnormal. Several people were discussing in a low voice that this young lady was not only powerful, but also had a very hot temper. When they heard that she had returned to Zhao County, even the person in charge came to greet her in person and did not dare to neglect her. If Shu didn't want to leave this spider queen for someone to train, given her personality, she would have come and killed it long ago. Under Shu's fierce attack, even the spider queen, who was at the dominant level, could only passively take the beating. The spider queen herself was also extremely aggrieved. Her intelligence was no less than that of humans. The woman in front of her not only stole the treasure that helped her get promoted, but now she was looking for trouble with her. 2 years ago, he found an extremely precious queen ant. This queen ant was very special. It basically did not require any gestation time to produce a large number of ant soldiers. I had wanted to raise it to the 2nd realm and then absorb and devour it, but I didn't expect that it would be taken away by this guy during a fight outside. Chapter 36, Queen Ant Breakthrough, producing ordinary level 5 ant soldiers. While Shu was beating up the green light poisonous blood spider queen, Anlin was developing at a high speed. The territory of the tiger-armored ant soldiers has begun to expand gradually, and they soon encountered many monsters above the 5th level of the mortal level. Compared with the previous ant soldiers, the tiger-armored ant soldiers are more powerful. 20 ordinary 2nd level ant soldiers can surround and kill an ordinary 5th level monster. And Anlin, with Xiaoya's help, also learned to use spiritual power. Using wind attribute spiritual power on his legs can make him faster. As for ice attribute spiritual power, it can hinder the opponent's attack and mainly plays a controlling role. In a critical moment, the ice spikes can also be used as your weapon. As the queen ant is close to breaking through, the ant soldiers also go crazy, hunting monsters everywhere to get the energy needed for the queen ant's breakthrough. I don't know if Xiaoyi can drink monkey wine. Anlin touched his chin. The queen ant needs some medium for her breakthrough. There are only 2 types of such media. One is the high-level crystal core containing rich spiritual energy, and the other is high-level metal minerals. He doesn't have a crystal core, but as for minerals, although ice crystals are not metals, they are also a type of mineral, right? Anlin thought about it, took off the ice crystal on his neck and gave it to the queen ant. Originally, this thing was intended to be used to synthesize with Xiaoya, but because Xiaoya's level was too low and the fusion degree was not high, it had to be postponed. Resources are something that can be bought if they are gone, so Anlin doesn't care how precious they are. After feeling the ice crystal in Anlin's hand, the queen ant excitedly made a hissing sound, and a flattering message came from the sea of spiritual energy. Anlin did not hesitate and directly gave the ice crystal to the queen ant. The ferocious mouthparts crushed and swallowed the ice crystals, and the queen ant bent down, as if brewing something. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Anlin observed that the queen ant's body began to vibrate rhythmically, raising layers of air waves on the ground, shaking the stones away. This cave is still very clean. The queen ant will transform everything she swallows into energy and will not excrete it as impurities. The corpses of those monsters are eaten cleanly, without even any bone residue left. The spiritual power in the air became very active, and Anlin quickly sat cross-legged. Streams of energy flowed through his meridians, and the queen ant began to break through. His own realm has also reached the peak of the 4th stage of the mortal level. This time, the spiritual power transmitted by the queen ant has the breath of ice crystals, which is particularly suitable for him and Xiaoya. Anlin opened the spiritual power channel between himself and Xiaoya, allowing his own spiritual power to flow back into Xiaoya's body. Feeling the arrival of spiritual power, Xiaoya let out a long howl and then lay down. At this time, a more vigorous tide of spiritual power surged, and waves of pain came from his meridians. Anlin growled and quickly practiced his skills to absorb it. Fortunately, Xiaoya's spiritual power channel was opened, otherwise his meridians might be broken. The man and the beast were immersed in the tide of spiritual power. Their realm began to loosen, and soon broke through like a flood bursting through a dam. After successfully breaking through to the 5th level of the mortal level, Anlin did not stand up immediately, but used this spiritual power to continue to consolidate his realm. Just like that, about half an hour later, Anlin opened his eyes again. He felt a faint sense of fullness in all parts of his body. Even the fatigue caused by long-term abuse disappeared, and he became very clear-headed. Looking at Xiaoya beside him, Anlin used identification. Name Snow Wolf. Attributes: Ice, Wind. Level: Ordinary level 6. Potential: Yellow grade lower. Skill: Freeze, a top-grade mortal skill that controls the enemy's movements. Even after escaping the skill, the enemy is still affected by the slowing effect. Swift Wind Step, a high-grade ordinary skill, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power and doubles the speed. Xiaoya's realm gradually caught up with the queen ant, which was normal. As a queen-type monster, its strength improvement must be much slower. After all, an advancement not only improves its own combat power, but also the promotion of the entire group. Therefore, Xiaoya's strength will definitely far exceed that of the queen ant in the future. After checking Xiaoya, Anlin looked at the queen ant. Name Eating Ant Queen. Attributes: Gold, Fire. Level: Ordinary level 7. Potential: Yellow level mid-grade. Production speed: Ordinary level 9th Dan, 1/5 day. Ordinary level 8th stage, 1 to 1 day. Ordinary level 7th stage, 3 to 1 day. Ordinary level 6, 10/1 day. Level 5, 50/day. Ordinary level 4, 100/1 day. Level 3, 300/day. Level 2, 900/day. Level 1, 3600/day. Normal, 50,000/day. What the hell? Anlin opened his eyes wide. This data has more than doubled. An ordinary 3rd-level ant soldier can give birth to 300 ants a day, and even an ordinary 7th-level ant soldier can give birth to 3 ants a day. The number of ordinary-level ant soldiers reached a terrifying number of more than 3,000 per day. Just as all the low-level monsters around had been killed, Anlin was very happy to let the queen ant start producing ordinary level 5 ant soldiers. With the strength of the monsters in the forest today, they are basically above the 5th level. If ordinary 1st-level ant soldiers are produced, although there are many of them can be easily killed by these monsters with just a light hit. Some monsters with attribute attacks, such as the flame tiger, can even cause a large number of ant soldiers' casualties by just spitting out a ball of fire. Although the combat power of the 5th-level ant soldiers is not as strong as these monsters, they will not die after a few attacks. When a monster attacks an ant soldier, the other ant soldiers will rush forward and bite the monster to death. A 5th-stage ordinary ant soldier was hatched, reaching 50 centimeters in length, like a puppy. Anlin picked up a stone next to him and threw it at it. Bang! The huge force hit the ant soldier, but the ant soldier just shook a little, His armor was intact, and the stone was shattered. Anlin made a rough assessment and found that the defense of this ant soldier was about 1/3 of that of a rock pig. In addition, because they can fly, the danger index of ant soldiers increases sharply. Even birds and beasts will be targeted and die on the spot. Squeak. When Anlin was encouraging the tiger-armored ant soldiers, the queen ant suddenly made a sound, and a message appeared in Anlin's mind. 3 kilometers away from the cave, the ant soldiers discovered humans, and the words spoken by humans were transmitted to Anlin's mind intactly through the queen ant's description. The queen ant may not understand what these humans say, but she can simulate it through mental communication. Yongyuan Pond seems to be nurturing natural treasures. Many cultivators and monsters have gathered there. Boss, should we? Are you crazy? Don't you think about your own strength? I heard that the Songlong squad has made a harsh statement this time. If anyone competes with them, it will be a fight to the death. Chapter 37, Hunting the Mortal Level 8 Monster. The Songlong squad. Anlin frowned slightly. Judging from the descriptions of these 2 people, the Songlong squad should be quite powerful. However, according to the queen ant's description, these 2 people only seemed to be at the 2nd level of the mortal level, which made Anlin feel a little strange. 2 mortal level 2nd stage cultivators ran to the depths of the forest. Judging from Anlin's recent experience of killing so many monsters, this place is still quite dangerous. If it weren't for the ant colony strangling him nearby, he certainly wouldn't be able to live so comfortably. Send 2 ordinary level 3 ant soldiers to follow them. Xiao Yi, produce 10,000 ordinary tiger armor ant soldiers and have them dispersed to search for the location of Yongyuan Pond. The tiger-armored ant soldiers are very fast. When they spread out their search at full speed, they can completely explore an area of several miles in radius. They are much more maneuverable than previous ant soldiers. The queen ant bent down and did as she was told. Anlin looked at the system background and saw that 20,000 health points had been accumulated. His strength has broken through to the 5th level of the mortal level. As an ordinary beast master, he can now contract the 2nd beast. The next time he would contract a beast tamer, he would have to wait until he entered the 1st realm. However, he had no shortage of combat beast tamers for the time being. Anlin thought about it and decided to contract a functional beast tamer. After thinking carefully for a while, Anlin planned a general goal. The first choice of monster is a healing monster. Since we have decided to contract this type of monster, it must be developed in all aspects. With the synthesis system, he could make his own monster beast stand out from the crowd. So he planned to make this beast not only a nurse, but also a gain assistant. It's like adding a group buff, defense, attack power, etc. to the ant colony during battle, or giving a speed gain buff when Xiaoya attacks the enemy. Of course, as an auxiliary, it is also necessary to interfere with the enemy, so it is best if this monster also has illusions and negative auras. This is also a huge project. If it really wants to be cultivated into this state, the blood energy required will even be comparable to that of a queen ant. But at this stage, I can't find so many good things. The second hypothetical monster is a treasure hunting type of monster. This monster not only needs to have the ability to find treasure, but also the ability to track and conceal its breath. Anlin thought about it and realized that as a treasure hunting monster, luck must be very important, so that it would not be without a target. Obviously, the second monster is easier to transform. When it comes to treasure hunting, Anlin thinks of the treasure hunting rat. This thing is small and exquisite and can dig holes, making it the best thing for searching for treasure. It is best to appear harmless so that you won't be killed instantly when you encounter certain monks. Xiao Yi, have the ant soldiers search for the rat monsters, but don't kill them. Then have them build a cage to hold them. Forget it, you don't understand this. Looking at Xiao Yi nodding his head like crazy, Anlin covered his eyes speechlessly, thinking of his other orders. It is impossible to order the queen ant to search for treasure. This guy has no idea what treasure is and always gives Anlin some corpses of monsters. Maybe for the queen ant, the corpses of these monsters are her treasures. Just do this first. I'm going to go out for a while. Name electric mouse. Attribute, thunder. Level, ordinary level 8. Potential, yellow grade lower. Skill, a flash of lightning, a high-grade mortal skill. The spiritual power surges throughout the body, transforming into a flash of lightning and rushing forward to cause damage to the enemy. Shock. Use lightning to attack the enemy, causing temporary paralysis. On top of the giant tree, Anlin looked at the electric mouse being besieged by ant soldiers below and shook his head regretfully. Although this electric mouse has a high level and potential, it is still far from being his ideal beast. Speaking of electric rat, the first thing that came to Anlin's mind was Pikachu, But this thing didn't look like it at all, and it was even a little scary. A yellow rat as tall as a human. As they went deeper into the area, the strength of the monsters began to grow. In just one day, Anlin successfully eliminated 7 ordinary level 6 monsters and more than 30 ordinary level 5 monsters. In other words, he gained 50,000 blood energies in one day. However, Anlin did not choose to let the queen ant eat the crystal cores of these monsters. After seizing the treasure from Yongyuan Pond, he planned to leave the forest and find a way out. He was sure that he was still in the scope of another world. The 2 humans discovered earlier seemed to be preparing to leave this area. 2 mortal level 3-stage ant soldiers and several hundred ordinary ant soldiers followed them. They should be able to find a way out of the other world soon. After leaving, the queen ant will continue to stay in this area to develop, and the crystal cores harvested will all belong to her. Now, part of the crystal cores obtained can be used for delivery, and the other part can be sold. Although he had a lot of pocket money, it was only on par with that of an ordinary person. Now, as a monk, even with his father, it was better for him to be self-sufficient in resources. I don't know if this military training still counts. I hope my friends in the team don't die, especially Gigi and Xiaowei. Under the tree, the ant soldiers began to besiege the electric mouse, and Xiaoya was also circling around it. Xiaoya's combat ability is very strong. Anlin plans to buy a few martial arts books suitable for Xiaoya after he returns, and use them for synthesis to improve Xiaoya's attack power. As his own single combat beast, and also an open beast, Anlin felt that he must train it to be invincible at the same level and to defeat Moin. While Anlin was daydreaming, Xiaoya began to interfere with the electric mouse. When the electric mouse uses electric shock, Xiaoya will use ice to block it. Although water is conductive, strictly speaking, ice is not conductive as long as there are no impurities in it. I don't know what's going on in Xiaoya's brain. If it was the queen ant, she would definitely fight head-on, but Xiaoya was very smart. She broke a slender tree and used it to attack the electric mouse. Under Xiaoya's command, the ordinary level 5 and 6 ant soldiers picked up trees or ice spears to attack the electric mice. They also flew into the sky from time to time and shot the electric mice with venom. As a range attack monster, the electric rat poses a huge threat to the ant soldiers. If Anlin had not finally encountered such a high-level monster, he would definitely not be willing to take the risk. Under the siege of the ant soldiers and the harassment of Xiaoya, the electric mouse, which had experienced several hours of fighting, was covered with wounds and its movements became very slow. In the end, several ant soldiers swarmed up and tore the flesh and blood of the electric mouse. A large amount of fire poison was injected into the body of the electric mouse, causing the already dying electric mouse to twitch and lose its life. Kill the mortal level 8th stage lightning rat and gain 18,000 health points. Chapter 38 New Types of Arms. The ordinary 8th level electric mouse was carried back to the cave by several ant soldiers and was quickly devoured by the queen ant. All this energy would be accumulated and saved for production tomorrow. Upgrading the queen ant's production skills requires 100,000 blood energy, and the current productivity is pretty good. So Anlin plans to use this blood energy to try synthesis. The things that can be synthesized are nothing more than some herbs and minerals. Anlin narrowed his eyes. Logically speaking, the more precious the item, the better the effect after synthesis. Of course, it also depends on the degree of compatibility. There was also a pile of medicinal herbs and some not very high-grade metals piled up in the corner of the cave. The high-grade metals were all used to enhance the strength of the queen ant and the ant soldiers, and the remaining metals were just for Anlin to sell outside. Most of it is gold. In the other corner, there were many tied-up rat-like monsters. Anlin touched his chin, looked at the queen ant, and turned on the synthesis system. Ding! Do you want to fuse the queen ant and the space ring? Required health, 150,000. Fusion success rate, 55%. What the hell? Anlin rubbed his eyes in disbelief and carefully counted his blood energy value. 1.5 million? Why not just rob it? After such a long time, the total blood energy he had was only about 200,000. 1,500,000. Are you trying to raise money to spend? A flash of inspiration came to Anlin's mind, and his expression changed, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The biggest problem facing the queen ant now is that the food she swallows needs to be digested. The later it is, the longer it takes to digest. After all, the flesh and blood of these monsters contain more energy. So now it takes more than an hour to produce all the ordinary level 5 ant soldiers. You should know that in the past, it only took 10 minutes to produce so many ordinary level 2 ant soldiers. If a space ring is synthesized, does it mean that the queen ant's stomach will become a space to accommodate the digestion of flesh and blood, and the production time will be greatly improved. The number of ant soldiers bred by the queen ant may also increase accordingly. Must be integrated. It is definitely impossible to fuse at this stage, and the success probability is relatively low. Perhaps after the queen ant's level is increased, the success probability of fusion will also increase. Putting the space ring back on, Anlin opened the queen ant's genetic panel. The genes of the monsters devoured by the queen ant will also be stored in the gene bank, but blood energy is needed to integrate them. Lightning mouse gene used spiritual power to convert into lightning and paralyze the enemy. Blood energy required for fusion, 32,000. The genes of the electric mouse can be fused to create a new type of soldier. Although the electrical energy of a single ant soldier may not be much, if a group of ant soldiers discharge electricity together, even a monster of a higher level will not be able to withstand it. After paralysis, the tiger ant soldiers can also inject venom. Anlin thought about it carefully and suddenly thought of the treasure in Yanjiwan. At that time, I will definitely have to compete. Although the ant soldiers can fly, they are definitely afraid of water. Their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced when they enter the water, and they will not be able to compete with the water monsters at all. It would be better to integrate the scuba gene into the new type of soldiers and preferably add the ability to advance underwater so that the electric mouse gene can be maximized. Anlin began to search in the gene bank. Recently, ant soldiers had swept through many places, including a small pond, and all the monsters in it were devoured by the ant soldiers. In the end, Anlin found a gene that was most suitable for the new ant soldiers. Rocket gene possesses the ability to swim underwater, and its multiple legs can move as fast as a yacht. Blood energy required for fusion, 20,000. Fusing the electric mouse gene and the rocket bug gene. Fusion begins, takes 1 hour. The queen ant was wrapped in a blood cocoon. Anlin closed his eyes and entered the blood energy space to fight again. In the past few days, he has spent tens of thousands of blood energy in battle, and his strength has increased rapidly. Now combat experience is no longer his shortcoming. Soon, an hour passed, and Anlin defeated several demons at the peak of the 3rd stage of mortal level in the blood energy space and retreated. Although he now has enough combat experience, he still lacks martial arts skills. He only has the Tiger Edge fist. After returning, he should choose some body movements and defensive skills. After leaving the blood energy space, Anlin looked at the queen ant. After the fusion this time, the queen ant grew many long legs under her body, which improved the queen ant's ability to move. At least it was not as strenuous as before. After opening the gene panel, Anlin selected the 2nd type of soldiers and started the true picking game. For the new type of soldiers, Anlin removed the tiger armor gene and fire poison gene, and incorporated the electric mouse gene and water arrow worm gene. After the fusion, the new ant soldiers looked very strange in appearance, like a flattened centipede. Anlin sighed. This was a big project. To make the ant soldier's body swell up again, Anlin transplanted 2 power-generating organs onto both sides of the ant soldier's body, and then molded the ant soldier into a streamlined shape so that it could break through the water flow and move quickly. Anlin redistributed the hairs on the centipede-like legs of the ant soldiers. With these hairs, the ant soldiers would have greater power when swimming. At the bottom of the body is the organ that the rocket worm uses for explosive sprinting. High-pressure water can be sprayed from here, allowing the ant soldiers to sprint quickly. After transferring the organ to the tail of the body, Anlin made some minor modifications. Soon, a brand new type of soldier was created. Anlin nodded with satisfaction. This thing looked pretty cool. The electric organs on both sides glowed blue, and its submarine-like appearance and sharp, arrow-like mouth parts. Let's call you Lightning Ant Soldier. Anlin thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a nice and domineering name, so he simply chose the simplest one. The queen ant was ordered to produce ant soldiers. Although many genes were added, the production speed of the new ant soldiers did not slow down because the Chinese tiger silver gene and fire poison gene were removed. Soon, a lightning ant soldier was produced. This ant soldier was smaller than the tiger ant soldier of the same level, but its body was much longer. Sitting on Xiaoya's back, Anlin brought the ant soldier to the pool and put it in. As soon as it was put into the water, the lightning ant soldier's multiple legs flapped rapidly, and it suddenly rushed out like a blue lightning. What the hell? The speed of the lightning ant soldier is almost the same as that of the tiger ant soldier on land, but you have to know that this ant soldier has not yet used the jet organ at its tail. The treasure of Yanji Wanton is mine. Chapter 39 The Third Beast, Treasure Hunting Rat. The lightning ant soldiers are not slow when walking on land, but their combat effectiveness is definitely not as strong as underwater. With this new type of ant soldier, some of the rivers we encountered before can also be reclaimed. The tiger-armored ant soldiers suffered heavy casualties in the river, and they were unable to even be killed by their companions, so Anlin also gave up on the monster in the river. The new type of ant soldiers can not only kill these monsters, but also search for treasure underwater. Treasures on land will basically be discovered by other cultivators, but treasures underwater are more special. Even cultivators with water-attributed spiritual power cannot survive underwater. Therefore, underwater monsters are not only more precious than ordinary monsters, but also stronger and more numerous than monsters on land. But unfortunately, the queen ant can no longer produce today. After creating the new type of soldiers, Anlin returned to the cave and began to select his own rat monsters. These rat-like monsters are basically ordinary monsters of the 4th or 5th level, and they are relatively large in size. After all, those rat-like monsters with relatively low strength have basically been hunted down by the ant soldiers. Anlin doesn't care about sustainable development. There are many other worlds. If it weren't for the powerful strength of humans, they would have invaded Blue Planet long ago, so he won't show much mercy. This is also China's idea. The door to the other world is still opening continuously, and China itself is also unable to do what it wants. Therefore, when facing the other world, it always maintains the idea of directly shocking and killing. After all, external threats are still there. If we negotiate peace, we never know when they will bite back. The agreement will not be able to restrain these heretics at all. These rodent monsters all have bared teeth. As his own beasts, Anlin feels that although their appearance doesn't have to be great, it should at least be acceptable, right? Of course, if the potential and attributes are perfect, Anlin would not care about its appearance. After continuously using the identification function, Anlin finally sighed. These were not the beasts he wanted. Queen Ant, let the ant soldiers kill all these mice. Waving his hand, Anlin was about to leave in disappointment. At this time, a white and yellow figure suddenly jumped out of his sight. Squeak! Anlin lowered his head and saw a small rodent-like monster that looked like a hamster, constantly clasping its hands and greeting him, as if asking for a red envelope during the Chinese New Year. Anlin stopped the ant soldiers who were about to attack the little mouse, squatted down, and used identification. Name: Hidden Rat. Attributes: None. Level: Ordinary level 4. Potential: Yellow level mid-grade. Skill: Can't see me. Yellow grade, lower grade, can reduce one's presence, making it difficult for the enemy to notice oneself. Introduction: A little mouse with lucky attributes, with a very low sense of presence. He loves money by nature, but is very timid. A gleam of light flashed in Anlin's eyes. This little guy is not bad. Even before being synthesized, its potential has reached the middle grade of yellow level, and it also possesses the skills that he has always dreamed of. No wonder he didn't notice it before. However, how could this monster with lucky attributes be caught by its own ant soldiers? Logically speaking, this little guy has a very low presence, possesses the attribute of luck, and has reached the 4th stage of the mortal level. He shouldn't be caught by the tiger-armored ant soldiers. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that he was a man who had the protagonist panel and a synthesis system, so being contracted by him to become a beast tamer was a very lucky thing in itself. If you think about it this way, it makes sense. A smile appeared on Anlin's face. He was still worrying about how to obtain the lucky attribute. After picking up the little mouse and finding that the little guy was too scared to move, Anlin touched its head and turned on the synthesis system. In the eyes of the hidden mouse, the ant soldiers below were killing crazily, making it feel like urinating. Rat almost died. Hidden Rat thought to himself. Because it was lucky enough to eat a very magical herb before, its intelligence is now no less than that of ordinary humans. It was precisely because of this that, relying on its own wisdom and keen intuition, it had just dug a hole into the cave and was about to steal the gold. After hearing what Anlin said, it came out to beg for mercy as a conditioned reflex. That's right, it was not caught by the ant soldiers, it was just passing by. Ding! Do you want to fuse Hidden Rat and gold? Required health: 10,000. Fusion success rate: 100%. 10,000. Anlin opened his eyes wide and looked at the hidden mouse in his hand and the gold on the ground. Why did gold, a metal with no quality at all, require so much blood energy? Moreover, this was the first time he had seen a synthesis with a 100% success rate. Aiming the gold at an ant soldier, Anlin chose fusion again. Ding! Do you want to fuse tiger ant and gold? Required health: 100. Fusion success rate: 60%. Sure enough, the hidden mouse is special. Anlin no longer hesitated and directly chose to fuse the hidden mouse and gold. Suddenly, Some blood emerged from the ground, wrapped the gold, and flew towards the hidden mouse. Fusion successful. How come this fusion doesn't require cocooning and time? Anlin was a little confused. This is unscientific. He hadn't synthesized a beast for a long time, so his body hadn't been able to get the blessing of blood energy. As long as he contracted this hidden rat, the blessing of blood energy would appear on his body again and increase his physical fitness. Name treasure hunting mouse. Attribute, gold. Level, ordinary level 4. Potential, lower spirit level. Skill, can't see me. Yellow grade, lower grade, can reduce one's presence, making it difficult for the enemy to notice oneself. Treasure hunting, yellow grade, has a special ability to sense treasures and can sense treasures within 100 meters. Introduction, a treasure hunting rat with lucky attributes, with a very low sense of presence. He loves money by nature and has a special ability to sense treasures, but he is very timid. Lower spirit level, Anlin was stunned. Just 10,000 blood energy could allow this little guy to cross to the spirit level? And the fusion is just ordinary gold. It seems that I need to pay more attention to the best contract items in the future. Anlin skillfully contracted the treasure hunting rat with his mental power. A huge amount of energy surged into his body. Anlin quickly sat cross-legged and began to absorb the blood energy. Unlike before, Anlin felt that impurities were being expelled from his bones, and his strength became stronger. At this moment, a mysterious feeling appeared in his body. Anlin felt his mental power suddenly explode, and he became clear-headed in an instant. His strength was pushed to the peak of the 5th stage of the mortal level. Anlin felt that at this rate of advancement, he would probably be dissected if he went out. Squeak. Just as I was immersed in the joy of improving my strength, suddenly the queen ant sent a message that Yanjiwanan had been found. Moreover, the way out was found. 3 good things coming together. I'm so lucky. Chapter 40 Treasure Hunt. Ordering the tiger-armored ant soldiers to explore the area around Yongyuan Lake, Anlin went out with the treasure-hunting rat. Now that I have a treasure-hunting rat, of course I have to go out and try it myself. The surrounding area has been cleared by ant soldiers, so there won't be any danger. In the forest, a white shadow kept shuttling back and forth. It was so quiet along the way that even the sound of insects could not be heard. Above Xiaoye's head, the treasure-hunting mouse was observing carefully, its pink nose twitching slightly, as if it was looking for something. For female monks, the treasure-hunting rat is definitely a powerful weapon. But Anlin looked at the treasure-hunting rat and smiled evilly. The treasure-hunting rat is extremely timid and has a lucky attribute, so Anlin feels that even if this guy goes to the front line, he will not die. As a master of Plants vs. Zombies, Anlin knows very well that the timid mushroom should be placed at the front line to build up its courage. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the treasure-hunting mouse's eyes lit up and he shouted in ecstasy. Found the treasure? Anlin was stunned for a moment and looked at the treasure-hunting rat inquiringly. The treasure-hunting mouse's eyes flickered and he nodded firmly. Anlin understood that this guy must have found the treasure. Next, the man and the mouse looked at each other with their eyes wide open. The air seemed to freeze. After a full minute, Xiaoye made a puzzled sound. The next second, the treasure-hunting rat drew a graceful arc in the air and flew out directly. Lead the way once you find it. Are you waiting for me to dig it out myself? Anlin said speechlessly. This guy really has no sense of priority. So, the treasure-hunting mouse began to lead the way dejectedly. I, rat, have met a bad guy. Name Xuanyu spiritual root. Quality, yellow grade, low grade. Introduction, wind attribute medicinal herbs that can increase elemental affinity and are essential for the evolution of monsters. Well done, Xiaoxing. Anlin touched the treasure-hunting rat's head. This guy was simply his lucky charm. He found a low-grade yellow-level medicinal herb the first time he came out to look for something. Speaking of which, those ant soldiers really had nothing. I don't know how many good things they didn't find and whether they were eaten by themselves. Anlin planned to find an alchemist to refine this wind-attributed elixir after returning. For many medicinal herbs, the effects will be greatly reduced if taken directly. They need to be combined with other spiritual medicines to be refined into pills to achieve the greatest effect. After putting the Xuanyu spiritual root into the space ring, Anlin continued to move forward. According to the feedback from the only lightning ant soldier, the treasure in Yongyuan Pond is a lotus, which is still in the gestation stage and is surrounded by many high-level monsters. It looks like it should mature within 3 days, so it still has time to develop. The number of ordinary level 5 tiger-armored ant soldiers has reached more than 120, and the original ordinary level 2 tiger-armored ant soldiers have now basically reached the 3rd or 4th level. with a total number of over 1,000. As for the ant soldier of the 6th level of the ordinary class, since it is not a tiger-armored ant soldier, its combat effectiveness may not be that strong, but it has eaten a lot of rare metals recently and has reached the 7th level of the ordinary class. With such a force, even a 9th level mortal monster can be killed directly. In the next 3 days, Anlin planned to produce all the 5th level ordinary lightning ant soldiers to deal with underwater monsters. Xiaoya was running aimlessly in the forest, and at this time, a sharp sound was heard. Anlin looked up and saw a bat running away, and behind it was a 5th level ordinary tiger-armored ant soldier. These flying guys are all the fish that have slipped through the net. Anlin smiled, suddenly thought of something, and looked at the treasure-hunting rat. I wonder if the treasure-hunting mouse would think the flying mouse was an angel. At this moment, the voice of the treasure-hunting rat came from the sea of spirituality. Rat, I saw the stewardess. Anlin, can you speak? Although he had a lot to complain about, Anlin couldn't help but ask. Although Xiaoya and the queen ant were able to communicate with him in the sea of spirituality, they did not actually transmit language directly, but rather a strange message. Anlin could only understand it roughly. The treasure-hunting mouse was stunned for a moment, then nodded rapidly. Yes, brother wolf and sister ant, don't they? After saying that, it looked at Xiaoya below it with contempt. What it doesn't know is that the communication in the sea of spirit is actually shared among all the beasts. So every time the queen's ant soldiers are attacked by high-level monsters, Xiaoya will rush to interfere in time. A gust of icy air came and instantly froze the treasure-hunting mouse into an ice cube. Seeing this scene, Anlin laughed out loud. He had been here for a week. Whenever he was bored, he could only enter the blood energy space to fight. His life was very depressing. Xiaoya was not very willing to pay attention to him, and the queen ant was rather stupid and had no idea what Anlin was talking about, so he had never had anyone to communicate with in this world. The appearance of treasure-hunting rats has added some color to our boring and dull life. In 3 days, Anlin harvested a total of 5 yellow-grade medicinal herbs and more than 10 yellow-grade metals. What surprised Anlin the most was that he found the remains of a human monk again and obtained 2 top-grade mortal martial arts and a mid-grade mortal longsword. With the increase in the number of ant soldiers and the appearance of lightning ant soldiers, Anlin's speed in obtaining blood energy also increased rapidly. In 3 days, he obtained a total of 130,000 blood energies. The low-level monsters have basically been hunted down, and now the only ones left are high-level monsters, so every time you kill one, you can gain thousands of blood energies. In the water, the lightning ant soldiers also brought back many fresh and delicious fish monsters, but some of the fish were difficult to catch, so the prices they sold outside were ridiculously high. So, Anlin asked the lightning ant soldiers to catch these fish and bring them to a small pond very close to the cave to raise them. Maybe next time I come to another world, I will be able to harvest fish fry. The treasure in Yonyuan Pond is close to maturity, and Anlin has also sent out a large number of ant soldiers to search for any enemies around. It must be said that this treasure has attracted a lot of cultivators, including 5 at the 7th level of the mortal realm. The army of ant soldiers was ready to go. Anlin also came to a big tree near Yonyuan Pond and used the breath-concealing ring to conceal his breath. Anlin himself was unwilling to deal with human monks, but treasures were tempting, and with the presence of these monks, it would be difficult for him to obtain treasures. Therefore, they must lose their fighting power. When he came to this world, although he knew that the world of cultivation could be very cruel, after all, he had received so much education that he would still be hesitant if he really had to take action against humans. However, Anlin is not a saint. His own strength is definitely the most important. If someone threatens his life, he will not hesitate to let the ant soldiers surround and kill him. Chapter 41 Tian Fenglian. Ant soldiers lead to war. Brother, what kind of treasure is hidden here that there are so many high-level monks? A man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks said in the bushes. According to rumors, it should be Tian Fenglian, said the man with a bandage on his head. He is Li Qing, the captain of the Canglong squad. His strength has reached the 9th level of the mortal level, and he is only 1 step away from the 1st level. But this 1 step away was like an unbridgeable chasm that had been bothering him. He also knew that his qualifications could only support him so far. However, the treasure bred in Yonyuan Pond has the function of cleansing the marrow. Although Tianfeng Lotus is only a yellow-level spiritual medicine, it has a very powerful effect on low-level cultivators. Although it is a yellow-level spiritual medicine, its selling price is much higher than that of a mysterious-level spiritual medicine. Moreover, this thing is in short supply. As soon as it appears on the market, it will be monopolized by the big families. as long as he can get it. Even if he does not use it himself, he can sell it, and the resources he gets will be enough to support him to break through to a new level. Thinking of this, a hint of heat flashed in Li Qing's eyes. As long as he could get the lotus seeds of the Tianfeng lotus, not only his strength, but also the strength of the entire team would be greatly improved. Tianfeng lotus. The monkey cried out softly. They didn't expect that they would encounter such a treasure. Fortunately, there is something strange about this area, and only cultivators below the first level are allowed to enter. Otherwise, the name of the Tianfeng lotus alone would attract many cultivators of the first and second levels, and then they would definitely not even have a chance to drink the soup. Boss, we've made a fortune. Monkey stared at Yongyuan Lake with burning eyes and continued. Boss, after I finish this job, I'll go back and marry her. On the other side, Anlin sighed sympathetically. He had thought that this team was composed entirely of high-level cultivators, and they would definitely be his strongest competitors. He didn't expect that this guy would actually set a flag. There might have been a chance to grab the lotus seeds, but after hearing the words conveyed by the queen ant, Anlin began to doubt whether this guy could go back alive. The queen ant's ordinary ant soldiers are lurking around these people. Although they are all cultivators and have a certain sensitivity to monsters, who would care whether there are ordinary ants around them? No one would have thought that these ants could actually transmit information to their enemies. Through the information from these people, Anlin learned about Tianfenglian. Putting aside other things, just based on this effect, if I had been able to use it in the past, it wouldn't be so useless. From this we can also see how precious the Tianfeng lotus is. Otherwise, with my father's character, he would have brought it back to me long ago. As for that violent sister, Anlin reflexively stopped thinking about her. That girl was a genius. Compared to himself, Anlin even doubted whether she was his biological daughter. However, there is one thing that these people reminded Anlin of. When the Tianfeng lotus matures, the lotus seeds will be ejected like bullets, usually in about 15 pieces, so it depends not only on strength, but also on luck. Maybe someone else would not be able to harvest all the Tianfeng lotus seeds, but Anlin has an army of ant soldiers. As long as he lets the ant soldiers spread out, he can stop all the lotus seeds. Xiao Yi, let all the lightning ant soldiers enter the water. Feeling that the monsters under the water were beginning to stir, Anlin immediately gave the order. These monsters or humans may just be thinking about whether they can harvest 1 or 2 lotus seeds, so they will wait until they are fully ripe, see the direction in which the lotus seeds are spraying, and then start to grab them. But Anlin is different. What he needs is all the lotus seeds, including this Tianfeng lotus. Although they heard that the Tianfeng lotus itself has no effect, Anlin has a synthesis system. If it can be combined with a certain beast, it will be a big profit. Therefore, for Anlin, the more chaotic the scene is, the better. Hundreds of lightning ant soldiers dived into the water, moving through it like bullets, and soon encountered the lurking monster. This was a 7th-level ordinary snake-like monster. It was quite far away, and Anlin had no way to identify it, so he just let the ant soldiers start attacking it. After seeing the mighty ant soldiers, the silver water snake curled up slightly and made a threatening sound. Anlin did not say anything and directly ordered the ant soldiers to start fighting. The lines on both sides of the lightning ant soldiers suddenly burst out with dazzling blue light, and powerful electric currents rushed out. The electric currents of hundreds of ant soldiers illuminated the pool of water. In an instant, the silver water snake's body twitched, and it became as stiff as a stick, floating to the surface of the water. The nearby fish also suffered, and all of them floated up with their bellies turned up. For a moment, all the monsters in the pool were alarmed and started to riot. This change also attracted the attention of the monsters and humans on the shore. They thought that the Tianfeng lotus had matured, so they all rushed out. Roar! Anlin had never expected that his attack would cause such a chain reaction. He didn't know if it was because his luck had improved recently. Originally, everyone was just waiting for the lotus seeds to mature before competing, but now they have lost their hiding place, and without hesitation, they directly start attacking their competitors. Only a small number of people who were waiting to take advantage of the situation continued to hide, while the rest were caught up in the melee. Damn it! The lotus seeds are not ripe yet. What the hell are these monsters doing? Li Qing roared. The Tianfeng lotus may mature at any time, and a melee at this time will not benefit anyone. As soon as he appeared, his powerful aura was noticed by everyone, and 3 8th-level mortal monsters also came to him. Li Qing punched a 7th-level mortal monster and sent it flying. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Now that things had come to this, he could only kill all these blind guys. His strength is not comparable to that of an ordinary 9th-level cultivator. Hiss, so many high-level cultivators. Although he was mentally prepared, Anlin was still a little shocked to see all these cultivators and monsters coming out to fight. These high-level monks were all wood-cutting gods. As soon as they appeared, the battle affected the surrounding trees and directly opened up the area around Yongyuan Pond. Anlin also quickly moved to another location. As the fuse of this war, the lightning ant soldiers were of course the focus of attention, but Anlin did not order them to continue fighting. The monsters here were all high-level monsters, and they were besieged. His group of lightning ant soldiers were not enough to deal with them. He ordered the lightning ant soldiers to use their skills to escape from the scene, and Anlin continued to lurk. Before, the thousands of ant soldiers had no confidence in being able to take down these monks and monsters, but after the melee, he is the biggest Oriole. Open the mountain. Li Qing's roar was heard from afar. The veins on his hands were surging, and he swung a huge axe and chopped down a giant green ape in front of him, sending it flying. Chapter 42. Picking up the leak, a lot of blood energy. The giant ape's chest was chopped into pieces of blood and flesh, and it fell heavily to the ground, losing its combat effectiveness. Li Qing did not finish it off, but quickly attacked another mortal level 8-stage monster. If the Tianfeng lotus had not been forcibly picked before it was ripe, which would have caused it to self-destruct, he would have definitely snatched the lotus directly and would not have been left here and besieged. On the other side, Anlin saw the mortal level 8-stage giant ape still wailing on the ground. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly ordered a mortal level 5th-stage tiger-armored ant soldier to go and finish him off. The system doesn't care whether the monster was injured by itself or not. As long as it is the one who kills it in the end, its health will not be reduced at all. Soon, the tiger-armored ant soldiers rushed out like an arrow, bit the giant ape's Adam's apple, and killed it directly. Kill the mortal level 8th level green wood ape and gain 20,000 blood energy points. After biting the green wood ape to death, the ant soldiers fled the scene directly. Anlin did not intend to let the ant soldiers move the giant ape's corpse away at this time, even though this thing was enough for the queen ant to produce many ant soldiers. As the strength of the ant soldiers increases, the queen ant needs more and more nutrition, which is also a headache for Anlin. But now, if the ant soldiers move the monster's corpse away, they are likely to be attacked by other cultivators or monsters. The corpse of an 8th level ordinary monster is still extremely valuable. The battle soon entered a white-hot stage. The water in the pool turned scarlet, and there were heavy casualties on the ground. By picking up leaks, Anlin actually gained nearly 100,000 blood energy. Unfortunately, these guys were so bloodthirsty that sometimes they would directly kill their opponents, which made Anlin heartbroken. As for the human cultivator who was about to die, Anlin sighed and did not kill him directly. He still couldn't bring himself to do it. After he leaves, if anyone enters this area again, he will not care. He is not everyone's nanny. If he allows human monks to enter this forest, it may pose a threat to the queen ant. Most importantly, this group of people brought him news that there would be no cultivators above the ordinary level in this area. Without absolute strength, who can deal with so many ant soldiers? Xiaoxing, go and practice your courage. Anlin flicked the treasure-hunting rat lightly and sent it directly to the nearest monster corpse, asking it to take out the monster's crystal core. This is the most valuable part of the monster. Anyway, the treasure-hunting rat is very small and has skills, so it will not be noticed. Xiaoxing is the name Anlin gave to the treasure-hunting mouse. This little guy brings him luck and is a mascot. This name is perfect. The treasure-hunting rat looked at Anlin tremblingly, stood up from the ground, rubbed his butt, and walked towards the monster's corpse with tears in his eyes. Rat, I'm going to the battlefield. Ignoring Xiaoxing, Anlin observed the battle. Looking at the remaining monsters and humans, he thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and directly spent 100,000 blood energy to improve the queen ant's production skills. Although it cannot be synthesized remotely, the skills can be improved remotely. Even after you leave, you can continue to improve the queen ant skills. This skill upgrade only takes 10 minutes. Anlin waited for a while, and then he received the news that the queen ant skill upgrade was complete. Name Eating Ant Queen. Attributes: Gold, Fire. Level: Ordinary level 7. Potential: Yellow level mid-grade. Production speed: Ordinary level 9th Dan, 1/1 day. Ordinary level 8th Dan, 5/1 day. Ordinary level 7th stage, 20 to 1 day. Level 6, 60/1 day. Level 5, 200/day. Level 4, 400/day. Level 3, 800/day. Level 2, 1800/day. Level 1, 8000/day. Normal, 150,000/day. Skill: Deterrence, Mortal Grade, Bloodline control, special, gene uptake, yellow grade, mid-grade, production, Xian grade, lower grade. Hiss. Anlin opened his eyes wide. His skills were so powerful after being upgraded to the lower level of Xian level. Every time he improved his production skills, there would be a qualitative leap. The next upgrade would require 300,000 health points, but Anlin stopped thinking about it out of envy. About 15 ordinary level 5th stage ant soldiers can surround and kill an ordinary level 7th stage monster beast, and more than 100 ant soldiers should be able to surround and kill an ordinary level 9th stage monster beast. After letting the queen ant start producing ordinary 5th level ant soldiers, Anlin no longer hesitated and directly sent out all the ordinary ant soldiers to carry the corpses of the monsters, while the remaining ant soldiers directly attacked the monsters. After an hour of fighting, everyone was very tired. After all, this was the territory of monsters. Human monks suffered heavy casualties, and monsters continued to appear in the distance, attracted by the noise of the battle. Boss, what should we do? The monkey looked at the monster in front of him with some horror. As a leader in the ordinary team, he had successfully completed many missions and originally thought that the Tianfeng Lotus would be in the pocket of the Songlong team this time. He did not expect such a change to happen. Don't worry, Lu Li and the others will be here to support us soon. Li Qing looked at Tianfeng Lian in the distance with some reluctance. He didn't understand why this group of monsters suddenly rioted. Despite being seriously injured, he managed to kill a demon beast that had just entered the 9th level of the mortal realm. Now it has no combat capability left. Lu Li will bring the 5th level mortal beauty here later. She is a doctor and should be able to restore half of my strength without damaging my own foundation. Li Qing thought to himself. Originally, he was planning to take the Tianfeng Lotus from this beautiful girl and then go back to enjoy it. But if he brought her here now, he would not be able to protect her in the melee. At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded around him. He looked up and found a group of ant beasts with ferocious mouthparts appeared in the sky. The number was so large that it was shocking. Damn it! Come here if you don't want to die. Li Qing roared in horror. This was not the time to decide whether to snatch the Tianfeng Lotus. Being surrounded by this group of ant soldiers, it was even a question whether they could escape. On the other side, Anlin seemed to have sensed something. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he rode Xiaoya and rushed in the opposite direction of the battlefield. According to the ant soldier's perception, little A seemed to have arrived nearby. Anlin was very happy to see his acquaintances. He had been in this place for so long, and there was not even anyone to chat with. The next moment, his brows furrowed as he saw Chu Xining, her body covered in blood, her limbs tightly tied up, held in the hands of a very strong-looking woman. 7th level of mortal level. Anlin raised his eyebrows and took out a long sword from the storage space. She jumped off Xiaoya's body, and Xiaoya stepped forward to block the woman's way. The woman was startled and stopped immediately. She breathed a sigh of relief when she felt Xiaoya's breath. A beast tamer of the 6th level of the mortal class, and a beast tamer who didn't know how to live or die, dared to block his way. Lu Li laughed a little. The boy in front of her should have no combat experience. Doesn't he know that it is better for a beastmaster not to be exposed to the sight of a physical cultivator? What's more, this physical cultivator is even stronger than his own beast tamer. Anlin, who possesses the breath-suppressing ring, looks like a beastmaster without any strength. When Chu Xining saw Anlin, her eyes, which had been somewhat dim, lit up again. As if she had thought of something, she quickly shouted, "Brother Run, these people are all high-level cultivators." Chu Xining cried out in a hoarse voice. Tears as big as beans fell down. They killed Brother Wang Chong. Chapter 43, Killing the Mortal Level 7th Stage Body Cultivator. Anlin's eyes fixed. He had a bad feeling in his heart when he saw this scene. Although he had not had much interaction with Wang Chong, they were in the same team after all, so he still had a deep impression of this always taciturn formation master. If he had met a 7th level mortal cultivator before, he might have just asked the queen ant for help, but he has not been idle these days. Not only has he improved his proficiency in the Tiger Edge Fist, he has also learned other martial arts from treasure hunting. Although he still couldn't defeat the demons of the same level, he tried to fight Xia Yin in the blood energy space and ordinary human cultivators, and won easily. The repeated battles not only gave him basic fighting instincts, but also made him understand the various weaknesses of the human body. As long as he seized the opportunity, he could kill with one blow. Lu Li pulled out a dagger from her waist. This was her weapon. The Songlong squad is considered a mercenary group, and the restrictions within it are certainly not like the college entrance examination. In the small beast world, most mercenary groups are composed of physical cultivators, and cultivators of other professions rarely appear. After throwing Chu Xining out, Luli leaned forward like a cheetah and rushed towards Anlin. Although she was very jealous of the woman's beauty and her inhumanly full body, the boss had declared that he would make this woman his slave, so no matter how much she wanted to kill her, she could only think about it in her mind. In the other world, the women captured by mercenaries will never see the light of day again until they are tired of playing with them and then fed to monsters. But now that the boss is in danger, this woman's life becomes even more important. She doesn't want Chu Xining to be affected by the aftermath of the battle. Seeing Chu Xining flying out, Xiaoya growled and quickly rushed towards Chu Xining, trying to catch her. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Li's eyes. It seemed that this kid didn't discipline his beastmaster well. Didn't he know that the most important thing a beastmaster should pay attention to is the safety of his master? The beastmaster himself has no means of defense, and Anlin does not have any spiritual power fluctuations on his body. For an ordinary person like this, she only needs a snap of her fingers to smash his head. After all, he was still a kid with no combat experience, just like the formation master he had encountered before, not even half the strength of a mercenary of the same level. Once she kills this beastmaster, the pale wolf beast of the 6th level of the mortal level will be retaliated against, and she will be able to kill it without any injury. Die! The dagger slashed forward with force. With just a slight touch, the throat of the little ghost in front of him would be torn open, and bright blood would burst out. In her eyes, Anlin was just standing there stupidly, and he must have been scared out of his wits. And the wolf beast didn't even have the slightest thought of turning back to offer support. What she didn't know was that the moment she turned her head, Xiaoya suddenly turned around, with the breeze blowing under his feet, and rushed back towards her quickly. Clang! The dagger scraped sparks on the long sword. Lu Li's pupils shrank, and a huge force came, knocking Lu Li's arm away. Although she was startled by this sudden change, she was someone who often walked on the edge of a knife, so she reacted quickly. She quickly pulled out another dagger from her waist with her other hand and blocked Anlin's next stab. With a slight twist of her right leg, Lu Li released the force with her hands, and with the help of Anlin's strength, she turned over. Suddenly, a sharp spike emitting a black luster emerged from the back of her shoe and stabbed towards Anlin's forehead. At this moment, a spiritual power fluctuation appeared on Anlin's body, and the speed suddenly increased. Lu Li only felt a sharp pain from her back, and was kicked out by Anlin. Physical cultivation and chi cultivation? Lu Li's heart sank. She did not feel any fluctuations in Anlin's spiritual power. Excluding the possibility that Anlin's realm was far superior to hers, he must have a secret treasure on him. Thinking of this, Lu Li became even more panicked. If an ordinary person possessed such a secret treasure, she would definitely be ecstatic. However, the young man in front of her not only possessed a secret treasure, but also practiced the 3 major professions at the same time. To be able to achieve such strength at such an age is not something that ordinary people can do. He must have a huge family behind him. They also have countless life-saving magic weapons. Invincible. This thought flashed through Lu Li's mind, but the next moment, a breeze came from behind her, bringing a slight cool feeling. Without thinking, Lu Li turned around and stabbed behind her, but as soon as she made this move, the joints of her arms were covered with ice, making her unable to move for a while. It's that wolf beast. The sharp claws sank into her throat, and Lu Li lost consciousness instantly. Kill Lu Li, a mortal level 7th stage, and gain 8,000 blood energy points. Hearing the system prompt, Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. Fighting against a physical cultivator who was 2 realms higher than him was still very stressful. Fortunately, this guy was tricked by me and mistakenly thought that I was a beast master with no real ability. Anlin smiled as he gently stroked the breath-hardening ring with his fingers. The identity of a beast tamer was good, as it could also be used to trick people. If it weren't for this, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. At least with this woman fighting to the death, even if he had rich combat experience, he couldn't avoid the possibility of injury. Fortunately, I mastered the acceleration of wind spiritual power this time. Otherwise, I might have been poked by the sharp spikes on the heel of this guy's feet. Looking at Xiaoya, whose claws were stained with blood, Anlin showed a relieved smile. Xiaoya would not abandon him to save others first. This was just to trick Lu Li. Brother Chu Xining was protected by Xiaoya's ice wall. She was shocked when she saw Anlin knock Lu Li away. Lu Li is a 7th level ordinary physical cultivator. What on earth happened to Brother Chi in these short 10 days that his strength increased so quickly? After being rescued by Anlin, Chu Xining's tense heart finally relaxed. For a moment, grievance, fear, joy, relief, all kinds of emotions surged in her heart, making her burst into tears. Hey! Anlin walked up and gently touched her head. I will avenge Wang Chang. Shi Anlin looked up in the direction of Yongyuan Pond, where the ant soldiers were already bloodthirsty. After getting the news, they no longer held back. After hearing the news of Wang Chang's death, Shi Anlin felt that he still had to change his view of this world. This is a world of cultivation and also a world of cannibalism. In a peaceful world, so many dirty things happen, let alone here. If you want to get the treasure, no matter what the reason, you have to accept the possibility of death. On the ground, the monks who discovered that the ant soldiers would not take their lives did not run away. Instead, they rolled their eyes and walked back again, lying on the ground, waiting for the Tianfeng lotus to mature. Suddenly, the ant soldiers came back again and tore their throats. These monks who wanted to reap the benefits had no ability to resist and turned into corpses one after another. Chapter 44, 250,000 Blood Energy. Kill Zhang Feng, the 8th stage of the mortal level, and gain 16,000 blood energy points. Kill Yi Ming, a mortal level 7th stage, and gain 9,000 blood energy points. Kill the 6th level mortal Wang Yang, and gain 3,500 blood energy points. Messages came one after another, and those human monks who had lost their combat effectiveness but did not escape received lunchboxes, which immediately provided Shi Anlin with 120,000 blood energy. Let Xiaoya take Chu Xining back to the cave, and Shi Anlin walked towards Yongyuan Pond. Of course, the queen ant in the cave received the order to go to other places and would not be discovered by Chu Xining. At this time, Yanji wanted. What's going on with these ants? The monkey said in some horror. He had originally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that these ant soldiers only killed monsters and not humans. He had given up fighting with the ant soldiers and wanted this group of strange ants to clean up the battlefield. As a result, these ants suddenly started to kill ruthlessly. Even their injured companions were not spared. Under the siege of several ants, even with his 8th level mortal cultivation, he was at a disadvantage. On the other side, Li Qing smashed the shells of several ant soldiers with a blow, roaring, "Hold on a little longer. The sky wind lotus will soon mature." Damn it, what on earth is Lu Li doing? There were more and more ant soldiers around him. Although he had killed more than 10 of them, this group of ant soldiers seemed not to be afraid and continued to rush towards him. TSK, TSK. An ant soldier hugged his thigh, and Li Qing split its head in half with an axe. At this time, he felt a burst of heat behind him, and the surrounding ant soldiers began to attack with venom. Fortunately, there are only more than 30 of these ordinary level 5 ant soldiers left. Although the few people on the battlefield are at the end of their strength, they can still barely clear out the ant soldiers. By that time, no one will pose a threat to him, but he still has a trump card. In this chaotic situation, and because there are few doctors in the mercenary group, it is difficult for them to recover from their injuries. After swallowing a healing pill, Li Qing ignored his injuries and used his martial arts again to attack the ant soldiers. 10 minutes later, at the cost of more than 10 lives, the high-level ant soldiers were finally wiped out. On the other side of the tree, Shi Anlin looked at the results of the battle and sighed. Although he had a lot of ant soldiers, most of them were middle-level mortals after all. The cultivators and monsters here were consuming each other, so it was already very good to be able to achieve this step. But 150 ordinary level 5th stage ant soldiers are on their way. These people must have no ability to resist anymore. Shi Anlin no longer arranged for the other low-level ant soldiers to go and die, as these ant soldiers still had to carry corpses and snatch lotus seeds. On the battlefield, a golden hamster was running around in confusion. "Rat, I'm scared to death." When it found those crystal cores and was about to go back to be praised, it discovered that Shi Anlin had already disappeared from his original location and did not care about its safety at all. If my master does this, I, the rat, will be unfaithful. Of course, this is just a thought. Xiaoxing tremblingly placed the crystal core he had obtained into the space ring prepared for it by Shi Anlin and looked at the Tianfenglian in the distance. It seemed that this thing was about to explode. The master came to this place and ordered these tool ants to die, just for this thing. If it explodes later, should it grab it? After thinking for a while, the treasure-hunting rat suddenly straightened its back. With its lucky attribute, it would definitely get 2 lotus seeds later. When the time comes, I must let this vicious master reward me well, preferably by helping it catch a flight attendant. The next second, the lotus suddenly exploded. Xiaoxing looked over excitedly, and her face changed drastically in an instant. The base of this lotus exploded, but the lotus itself remained intact, resulting in the lotus seeds not popping out. The entire lotus flew towards Xiaoxing herself, and those ugly-looking mercenaries were all rushing towards this direction. Xiaoxing, looking at the direction where the lotus seeds flew, Shi Anlin's mouth twitched slightly. He accidentally forgot about this guy. Although the treasure-hunting rat has the ability to reduce its presence, in the current situation, everyone's attention is on it, and it cannot reduce its presence at all. Hiss. The treasure-hunting rat is also a person who values money over life. Although he is scared to death, he can't help but take the treasure away after seeing it. The lotus suddenly disappeared, and the treasure-hunting rat began to flee frantically, holding the space ring. Stop! How dare you! Seeing the pursuers behind him, the treasure-hunting rat ran with all his might, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. The human monk, who was seriously injured, was unable to catch up with the treasure-hunting rat for a while. Xiaoxing, turn right, the ant soldiers will be here soon. Anlin said in the sea of consciousness with a headache. Xiaoxing was running while calling and screaming crazily in the sea of consciousness, making the queen ant a little irritable. After hearing what Anlin said, the treasure-hunting rat immediately gained confidence and asked those cannon fodder to help block it. A group of ant soldiers of about level 3 appeared and began to resist these people, and soon, the treasure-hunting rat saw the more than 150 ant soldiers of level 5. A glimmer of joy flashed in the treasure-hunting mouse's eyes. I once took all the Tianfeng lotus seeds from the midst of thousands of troops. Damn it, Li Qing, who was fleeing, roared. He gave everything, but ended up being so unlucky. Not only did Lu Li's support fail to arrive, but even the lotus that had exploded was taken away. He gambled everything, but got nothing in return. No, I can't die here. As long as I'm still alive, I'll be able to make a comeback sooner or later. He glanced at the monkey that escaped with him. After this battle, the Canlong squad was almost wiped out, with only the two of them left. With a ruthless heart, Li Qing suddenly kicked the monkey towards the ant soldiers behind him. No, the monkey was furious. He had never expected that Li Qing would actually attack him. In terms of relationship, Li Qing is still his cousin. Li Qing has always taken good care of him, and even gave the women he was tired of abducting to him. Unexpectedly, when both of them had the opportunity to escape, Li Qing still attacked him to be on the safe side. Li Qing, you will not die well. The monkey's heart-wrenching voice sounded and soon turned into a wailing sound. The ant soldiers were also pulled back a distance. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, without any guilt in his heart. When he returned, he would tell the military about the situation here and let the military wipe out the insect queen here. You know, the worm queen is at the red danger level, only one level lower than the world lord. The ant soldiers behind him were getting farther and farther away. Li Qing was delighted and was about to escape from this restricted area. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and lost consciousness for a short time. A divine refiner at the peak of the mortal level. The next moment, hundreds of ant soldiers rushed out and swallowed it up. Killed the mortal 9th level Li Xin and gained 60,000 health points. Not far away, Anlin smiled. His blood energy had reached 250,000. Chapter 45, Battle Results, Blood Wind Lotus. After picking up the treasure-hunting rat, Anlin took back the space ring. This little guy's luck is a little weird. Originally, as an ant colony, it might not be able to intercept all the lotus seeds, and some of them might be taken away by those monks. The treasure-hunting rat's actions also attracted the monks and monsters who were still hiding, allowing Anlin to wipe them out in one fell swoop. If the news about the queen ant were to be leaked, there might be some trouble, but there is no need to worry about it now because all the people who knew about it are dead. After taking out the Tianfeng lotus, Anlin raised his eyebrows. Why is this thing blood red? Name blood wind lotus seed. Quality, yellow great. Introduction, a variant of the Tianfeng lotus formed after absorbing a large amount of blood. It has the effects of cleansing the marrow and nourishing the body, and can widen the meridians to a certain extent. Mutated? Anlin's eyes flashed with joy. The heavenly wind lotus was already precious enough, not to mention this mutant. Looking at the blood-red lotus, Anlin thought for a moment and used the identification method again. Name blood wind lotus. Quality, yellow great. Introduction, a variant of Tianfeng lotus that can absorb blood to nurture lotus seeds. Absorbing blood to nourish lotus seeds? Anlin opened his eyes wide. If it was the sky wind lotus, the lotus seeds would be useless after being blown away, but the lotus of the blood wind lotus could continue to produce lotus seeds as long as there was enough blood. It just so happened that he had an ant colony, which had a strong harvesting ability and could devour a lot of monsters a day. The blood of these monsters could be gathered in a pool for the lotus to absorb. Satisfied with putting the blood wind lotus back into the space ring, Anlin picked up the sulking treasure-hunting rat and walked towards the cave. In this battle, not only was a precious blood wind lotus harvested, but a large amount of blood energy was also obtained. Adding it all up, The accumulated blood energy finally reached 500,000, which is one step closer to 1 million. It would be better to give this blood energy to the queen ant to improve her reproductive skills or fuse genes. In the cave, Chu Xining's eyes were red, and it looked like she had just cried. Brother Qi. Chu Xining's voice trembled, causing Qi Anlin to sigh. I'm sorry I didn't notice you earlier. At Qi Anlin's reminder, several people quickly opened the amulet that day, but faced with the catastrophe of the fusion of the insect world and the small beast world, they eventually fainted. When Chu Xining woke up, only Wang Chong was by her side. Both of them were seriously injured. Fortunately, Chu Xining was a doctor. After 2 days, their injuries finally recovered. The whereabouts of Xia Yin and others are unknown. Fortunately, Wang Chong exists, so Chu Xining will not starve to death in this world or be hunted by monsters. A helpless doctor has no guarantee of survival in this different world, and they have basically no combat power. The nightmare of the two people happened after they met the Songlong squad. Chu Xining was originally very happy after seeing the Songlong team. It meant that they had the possibility of returning and would be safer. But what she didn't expect was that when this group of people saw her, they revealed their true nature like wolves tearing off sheep's clothing, and Wang Chong was beheaded by the enemy when he was helping her escape. Afterwards, when her clothes were torn and she was about to be violated, the captain of the Songlong squad suddenly seemed to have received some news and left directly, allowing her to escape temporarily. Looking at the girl with moisture in her eyes, Qi Anlin sighed again. Although the ant colony had expanded to a large area, only 2 ant soldiers left the forest in search of a way out of the other world. Therefore, there was no way for them to encounter the Songlong squad, nor could they find Xia Yin and the others. After something like this happened, even if revenge was taken, the dead cannot be brought back to life, and Wang Chong was gone forever. Chu Xining seemed to be tired of crying, and curled up in the corner and fell asleep. What happened in the past few days made her nervous, and she hadn't had a good rest for a long time. After Chu Xining fell asleep, Qi Anlin lit a fire in front of her to prevent her from catching a cold, and then put his clothes on Chu Xining. The girl's clothes were covered with blood and had many holes, revealing her snow-white skin. Qi Anlin didn't even think about changing her clothes. This was too ambiguous and felt like taking advantage of someone. It would be better to wait for her to wake up and change. After leaving the cave, Qi Anlin found the queen ant. In a short while, the ant soldiers surrounded and killed several high-level monsters again, allowing Qi Anlin to gain more than 30,000 blood energy again. Although this battle yielded fruitful results, it also resulted in heavy losses. Of the original thousands of ant soldiers, only the newly survived group of ordinary 5th-level ant soldiers remain. What the queen ant needs to do now is to accumulate military strength again and expand her territory. With the current strength of the ant soldiers, they will not be able to stop another 9th-level mortal monster. The energy used by the queen ant to produce ant soldiers today is all the energy accumulated in recent days. Otherwise, she would not be able to produce them so quickly. If the queen ant really had to devour flesh and blood to produce ant soldiers, she might only be able to produce 20 ant soldiers in an hour. After all, chewing food takes time. Therefore, Qi Anlin plans to create another ant soldier that can help convert nutrients, so that it will not be so troublesome for the queen ant to replenish energy, and it can also speed up the production of ant soldiers. When it comes to converting and storing nutrients, Qi Anlin thought of honey ants. Ordinary ants cannot expand at will because their digestive organs are covered with a layer of exoskeleton, but the stomach of honey ants can expand to the size of a grape. So what Qi Anlin needs to do is to remove the exoskeleton of the new soldiers and simulate the structure of the honey ants. Then what remains are the genes that convert energy. Qi Anlin was selecting from the gene bank. Fortunately, the queen ant ate a lot of monsters, so Qi Anlin quickly found similar genes. Heavy silkworm gene. It can convert food into nutrient solution with higher energy content and store it in the body with extremely high conversion efficiency. The blood energy required for this gene fusion is as much as 100,000 points. Fortunately, Qi Anlin is now a nouveau riche, and he decisively merged it into the queen ant's body. Next, Qi Anlin found the ant lion's genes and spent 10,000 blood energy to integrate them into the queen ant's body. When hunting, ant lions inject digestive enzymes containing certain toxins into the prey's body through their mouthparts, dissolving the substances in the prey's body and then sucking them up. The new type of soldiers does not need to have very strong combat capabilities, so the remaining genes can be discarded. Chapter 46 Puppies Never Lie. After an hour, the queen ant's fusion was completed. Qi Anlin opened the gene panel again and integrated the 2 genes into the body of the new ant soldier. The bodies of ant soldiers need to store enough nutrient solution so they can give up their defense and mobility to expand their size. After shaping the new ant soldier into a caterpillar-like shape, Anlin asked the queen ant to produce a new ant soldier without any rank. As soon as the ant soldiers appeared, they collapsed into meat paste. Anlin raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he still had to give up something. The excessive pursuit of size has resulted in the new ant soldiers' bodies being extremely fragile and unable to bear their own weight. Afterwards, Anlin made many attempts, and finally, after the 10th failure, he successfully created a new ant soldier. Let's call you transport ant soldiers. Anlin looked at his masterpiece. The full name of the transport ant soldiers is nutrition transport ant soldiers. Even if this thing has no level, its length is as long as Anlin's forearm. If it is a 5th level ordinary ant soldier, its size will be as big as a buffalo. This type of ant soldier has no combat capability or walking ability and can only rely on other types of soldiers to deliver food to them. However, these ant soldiers do not need to move to devour flesh and blood. They only need to inject digestive enzymes into the body of the monster, and then they can directly absorb the liquid in the monster's body. The production volume of transport ant soldiers is 3 times that of ordinary ant soldiers. If ordinary level 5 transport ant soldiers are produced, 600 can be produced per day. However, Anlin felt that at this stage, only 50 ordinary level 5 stage transport ant soldiers would be enough. A transport ant soldier can store its own maximum nutrient solution within a day, which is enough to produce 10 tiger ant soldiers of the same stage. However, these ant soldiers can only start producing tomorrow. In the evening, Anlin returned to the cave. On the way, he ate a 4th stage ordinary rock pig. The meat of this thing was very delicious, and Chu Xining must have been hungry for a long time. Chu Xining, who was originally very lively and cheerful, became a little silent. Anlin didn't say much. After leaving here tomorrow, Chu Xining should be much better. I have been in this strange world for long enough. If I don't get out, my family will be worried sick. After eating the barbecue, Anlin did not enter the blood energy space. He had fought too many battles recently and was a little tired. He needed a good rest. Chu Xining hugged her knees and squatted beside Xiaoya, wondering what she was thinking. Xiaowei, maybe Xia Yin and the others are already waiting for us outside. Wang Chong definitely doesn't want to see you like this. After thinking about it, Anlin took the initiative to comfort Chu Xining. When we get home, we'll have a good reunion with our family. That Songlong squad has been completely wiped out, and Wang Chong's revenge has been avenged. As soon as she finished saying this, Chu Xining's eyes turned red again, leaving Anlin at a loss. Sure enough, whether in his previous life or this life, he didn't know how to make girls happy. Chu Xining curled up into a ball like a wounded little animal. I don't have any family. Brother Wang, Brother Xia, and everyone in the team are my family. Chu Xining said in a tearful voice. My mother died during childbirth, and my father traveled to another world when I was 7 and also lost his life. I only have Xiaobai left. Chu Xining raised her head, tears welling in her eyes. She said sadly, after Dad passed away, Xiaobai stayed at Dad's grave for 6 days and 6 nights without eating or drinking. On the 7th day, Dad picked up Xiaobai and must have scolded him severely. Dad said he would stay with me forever, and Big Brother Wang Chong also said he would never leave me. Chu Xining's voice became increasingly hoarse, and her face turned terribly pale. The man and the dog looked at Chu Xining somewhat bewilderedly, and she could no longer hold back. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her crying became louder and louder. They always say that puppies lie, but puppies never lie. My father left me, Xiaobai left me, and even Brother Wang Chong left me. I can neither keep nor let go. Anlin looked at Chu Xining, who was crying so hard in silence, not knowing what to say. Perhaps he should comfort this girl now, but he has no experience in this area at all. Fate, a thing without shape and life, always tortures proud human beings with unspeakable pain. With a flick of his hand, Anlin took out a jar of monkey wine and handed it to Chu Xining. He didn't know how to comfort Chu Xining, but a long time ago, when he wanted to forget something, he would choose to drink. Beside his legs, the treasure-hunting rat kicked a stone beside him in frustration. Then, a painful whine was heard. Chu Xining fell into a deep sleep again. Anlin sighed softly and decided to just wait until they left the alien world. After all, as teammates, he would send her to Xia Yin and the others first. I hope that the next time you cry, it will be because of happiness. After saying this in a low voice, Anlin walked to a corner and sat down, entering the blood energy space. This turmoil made him realize that his time travel was not just a game, but could really lead to death. If he had not activated the talisman or received Xiaoya's protection, he would have been dead when the turmoil broke out. Nothing is more important than strength. In one night, he spent 30,000 blood energy. The next day, Qi Anlin opened his bloodshot eyes, picked up Xiao Xing, and put Chu Xining on Xiaoya's back. Today is the day I leave this other world. The blood lotus was planted in the queen ant's new base. Underground, a huge pool was dug by the ant soldiers to store blood. Hundreds of tiger-armored ant soldiers appeared around the queen ant, temporarily ensuring her safety. After telling the queen ant to be safe and develop freely, Qi Anlin rode Xiaoya away from here and followed the route given by the ant soldiers to go home. After leaving the other world, he will go to the Chamber of Commerce hundreds of kilometers away from Zhao County to buy some rare materials and treasures for Xiaoya's synthesis. Xiaoya's strength will also make a qualitative leap. The queen ant's strength increases relatively slowly, but as an independent individual, Xiaoya can quickly break through the mortal level and enter the first realm as long as he is willing to spend money and blood energy. Soon, a steel fortress appeared, and Qi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief, finally leaving here. Suddenly, he saw the corpse of a spider that exuded a terrifying aura and was stunned. Under the spider's corpse, a familiar figure froze for a moment, then burst out with terrifying speed and rushed towards him. Chapter 47 Sister Arrives. Before he could react, Qi Anlin felt his head being clamped, and a familiar fragrance hit him in the face. Good boy, do you know how worried I have been these days? You still have time to fool around with girls. Qi Shuiyue strangled Qi Anlin's head with her hands and squeezed out every word from between her teeth. This guy actually brought a drunk girl with him, and the turbulent appearance of her breasts was so breathtaking that even she was amazed. At this moment, Qi Shuiyue suddenly realized something was wrong and said in disbelief, "What's wrong with you? How come you're already at the 5th level of the mortal level?" If her perception was correct, this guy was not only a beast master, his physique had also reached the 5th level of the mortal level, and there was spiritual power flowing in his body, and he also seemed to be at the 5th level of the mortal level. All-round development? Fuck, Qi Anlin exclaimed. Qi Shuiyue could actually see his own realm. He had a breath-concealing ring on him. So how did Qi Shuiyue see his true level of cultivation? His head was fixed, and he couldn't move. He gave up struggling and used identification. Identification failed. The truth is revealed. Qi Shuiyue must be a cultivator above the 3rd level. I'm only 2 years older than him. So why is the gap so big? Qi Anlin was a little confused. Could it be that this guy also had a system? Sister Shuiyue, please let go first. My head is going to explode. Hearing this, Qi Shuiyue finally let go of her hand, and then hugged Qi Anlin tightly. I'm glad you're okay. A lot of people died this time, and I was scared to death. I'm glad you're okay. Qi Anlin felt a warmth in his heart, and was about to express his feelings when he suddenly felt a huge force coming, and he appeared in the air the next moment. There was confusion in his eyes, and on Xiaoya's back, Qi Shuiyue clapped her hands. Not bad. You are more resilient now. Now that it is confirmed to be safe, I will notify Dad and rush back to school. Taking this opportunity, she finally dealt with the world ruler who bullied her 2 years ago. It must be said that the world ruler is very powerful. If she had not reached the peak of the 3rd realm, she might not be able to kill him. In some special worlds, high-level cultivators would have their cultivation suppressed when they entered, and the insect realm was just one of those. If she hadn't merged with the beast realm this time, she might not have been able to deal with this green light poisonous blood spider queen. The strength of the world ruler is not as simple as the same realm, and his combat power is extremely strong. With the level of insect mother and world domination, Qi Shu narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking that she could get a lot of money now. The resources to break through the 4th realm are also available. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. Qi Anlin got up and patted himself. If you have enough strength, go pick up manure. After grumbling in his heart, Qi Anlin smiled. Sister Shuiyue is really a genius. She has reached such a level at the age of 20. Huh? Are you saying I'm old? Qi Shuiyue looked at Qi Anlin with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Doesn't this guy know that age and weight are women's biggest secrets? Which eye of yours saw me calling you old? Qi Anlin took a deep breath and continued. Sister Shuiyue is too modest. You are as young as a placenta. The next second, he flew out again, his eyes full of confusion. People coming and going around lowered their heads, fearing that they would be implicated. In the car, Qi Shuiyue sat carelessly in the back seat, with Chu Xining who was still sleeping beside her. Chu Xining's emotions were out of control last night, and she might have drunk a little too much. Qi Anlin didn't expect that this guy had such a poor alcohol tolerance, but he still poured wine into his mouth after getting drunk. Little Anzi has grown up now and has learned to take cabbages from other people's homes. After carefully looking at Chu Xining's pink and white little face, Qi Shuiyue squinted her eyes with satisfaction. This girl is so pretty and worthy of our Qi family. He gently touched Chu Xining's face, And at this time, Chi Anlin said, "Don't get me wrong, we are just ordinary teammates." Hearing this, Chi Shuiue almost bit her silver teeth to pieces, but then she thought of Chi Anlin's worrying emotional intelligence and finally sighed. Forget it, let it be. Oh, what a pity, this guy has good looks, good height, and good emotional intelligence. Looking at Chi Shuiue's uncertain expression, Chi Anlin didn't say anything and shut his mouth tactfully. When he was young, he had rebelled and quarreled with Chi Shuiue. But that time they had a fight while being tied to a telephone pole. After scolding Chi Anlin for a long time, Chi Shuiue finally said she was tired and closed her eyes to rest. She had been looking for Chi Anlin's whereabouts these days and had not slept well. I belittle myself in the most extreme way every day. You don't really think that those few insulting words you said to me can really affect me, right? At this time, Chi Anlin felt that he should also properly maintain his dignity. Bang! Feeling pain in his head, Chi Anlin closed his mouth. Fortunately, I put the treasure-hunting rat into the beast taming bag in advance, otherwise I would have been laughed to death by this guy. Soon, Chi Anlin returned home. His parents were still looking for him in the other world. They must have just received the news and were on their way back. After Chi Shuiue arranged Chu Xining to rest in her room, she grabbed Chi Anlin and walked into the backyard. I gained a lot from this trip to the other world. You have officially entered the world of cultivation, so it's time to prepare some resources for you. Chi Shuiue waved her hand, and a pile of rare treasures fell to the ground. Here are some resources I collected from the small beast realm, as well as some treasures I obtained from raiding houses. Keep them for honing your realm. The rest are resources I no longer need, so they're perfect for you. Right now, I'm just hoping you get good grades in the college entrance exam. I don't know what adventures you've had, but in the upcoming tests, you don't have to hide your other professions. With me around, no one will care about your special abilities. These can all be added points. Once you go to college, you'll have to get your own resources. I won't help you anymore. Looking at these exquisite treasures, Chi Anlin nodded quickly and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Most of the treasures here are yellow-level treasures, and there are also a few medicinal herbs that cannot be identified. There were even quite a few martial arts techniques that Chi Anlin lacked. Among them, the one that attracted Chi Anlin the most was a high-grade yellow-level bodybuilding technique. I have also become a relative, Chi Anlin thought with some pride. Okay, take these things away. You also have a space ring. Don't tell anyone you found this space ring in another world. Just tell others that I gave it to you. It can also intimidate some scoundrels. Chi Shuiue's lips curled up slightly as she continued. Remember, I gave you a space ring. Remember to return it to me after you go to college. And as for these resources, return them double in the future. Chi Anlin, who was just immersed in joy, suddenly froze at the corners of his mouth and looked at Chi Shuiue in disbelief. This woman is being so attentive for no reason. It turns out she has ulterior motives. Chapter 48 Yellow Level Body Refining Method. After accepting the training resources given by Chi Shuiue, Chi Anlin sighed and felt that he had boarded a pirate ship. Tell me, what did you do in the other world? Chi Shuiue asked curiously after giving the cultivation resources to Chi Anlin. I saved a life, and I'm proud of myself. Chi Anlin said seriously. Chi Shuiue raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh, can you tell me more specifically? I was just struggling over whether or not to beat you to death, but I finally held back. Bang! Chi Anlin flew out again. A minute later, Chi Anlin came back trembling, holding his chest. This guy is serious. Looking at his sister, Chi Anlin sighed. This female devil has always had a bad temper and caused a lot of trouble during her school days. In comparison, Chu Xining is too well-behaved. Not only does she have a soft voice, but she also gives people a feeling that makes people want to protect her. Perhaps this is the reason why poverty leads to evil and excessive happiness leads to drinking. Leaving aside the existence of the Queen Ant, Chi Anlin recounted his experiences in the other world in detail. In the courtyard, Chi Shuiue fell silent. It turned out that she had always thought that Chi Anlin was very lonely and weak. In addition, due to his lack of talent, he would never be able to come into contact with these things in his life. So, you mastered a common martial art in just one day? Chi Shuiue said doubtfully. Come on, try attacking me with this technique now. Don't think you've mastered it right after just starting out. Learning martial arts is not that simple, especially when Chi Anlin's cultivation is not high. It will take her a month or so to master a martial art. Of course, if she were to learn the Tiger Edge Fist now, she could learn it within a day. After all, after becoming stronger, she has also learned many martial arts, and she can use these simpler martial arts with ease. Isn't this bad? As soon as Chi Anlin spoke, he suddenly attacked Chi Shuiue. Bang bang. Chi Shuiue blocked Chi Anlin's attacks several times with a speechless look on her face, and then kicked him away. He wanted to sneak attack her without even considering his own strength. However, this guy's martial arts skills have really reached the mastery level. What Qi Shuiyue was sure of was that Qi Anlin had definitely not learned any other martial arts, and there was no one in the other world who could teach him. So how could he have reached the mastery level so quickly? Could it be that he lied about military intelligence? If not, it means that Qi Anlin's talent in this area is terrifying. Qi Shuiyue's eyes lit up. She must talk to her tutor when she gets back and try to get some benefits. Well done. It took me half a day to master a single martial art. With your talent, even if you enter the military academy, you will be sought after by all the instructors. Hearing Qi Shuiyue's words, Qi Anlin raised his eyebrows. He had been in the blood energy space for a long time, coupled with high-intensity training, before he learned this martial art. This guy was even more outrageous than himself. But what made him feel at ease was that according to Qi Shuiyue, he was still quite a genius. Okay, I won't waste any more time talking to you. I have to pack up and go back to school. It's not vacation time now, and I still have a lot of work to do. Spend more time with girls. Xiao Chu is so pitiful that she still doesn't have a girlfriend at this age. Take more care of her in the future. Qi Shuiyue sighed and said, the old Qi family is still waiting for Qi Anlin to carry on the family line. As for the Bloodwind Lotus that Qi Anlin mentioned, it had no effect on her, so she didn't mention it any further. You yourself have not. Just as he was about to retort, seeing Qi Shuiyue's unhappy expression, Qi Anlin held back his next words. After seeing Qi Shuiyue off, Qi Anlin began to check his spoils. In the space, he obtained 20 crystal cores of the 7th level of ordinary level, and 5 crystal cores of the 8th level of ordinary level, but no crystal cores of the 9th level of ordinary level. Those human cultivators he killed were all poor guys. All the elixirs on their bodies had been eaten up, leaving only some weapons and magic weapons, all of which were collected by Qi Anlin in the space ring. And the resources obtained in the other world, plus the resources given to him by Qi Shuiyue, are more than enough to cultivate to the 1st level. This is the joy of having a background. The resources that you have worked so hard to obtain are not even 1/3 of what Qi Shuiyue has prepared. These resources include not only elixirs that can assist in cultivation, but also medicinal materials that can temper the body. The most important thing is that the book of bodybuilding exercises is exactly what he needs. I don't know if this kind of skill can be learned in the blood energy space. Qi Anlin thought about it and realized that the time flow rate in the blood energy space was 10-1. If possible, he would definitely be able to double his strength again in the shortest time. He checked the information about the college entrance examination on his computer, and during this time, he was also searching for the surviving students in the insect world. This time, the disaster affected not only the students, but also the people who were already in the small beast world. The casualties have exceeded 10,000. Military training areas across the country have been attacked by cults, but none as severely as the little insect world. Therefore, the military training results were also invalidated, which led to the reform of the college entrance examination this year. Many senior executives were dismissed for improper management. For a time, a wave of crackdown on cults was set off across the country. The cult here refers to the lackeys of another world. Qi Anlin sighed. This was truly an unexpected disaster that just happened to happen to him. I don't have the contact information of Xia Yin and others, so I'll wait until my father comes back and ask them. What makes Qi Anlin feel fortunate is that Ji is still alive and is now recuperating in the hospital. After seeing the news about Qi Anlin, he has been clamoring to come and see him. After tidying up, Qi Anlin entered the blood energy space. He estimated that it would not be long before the school would return to normal, and the new college entrance examination policy would definitely be implemented. There is only 1 month left before the college entrance examination. If you want to be admitted to the military university, you must work hard. When Qi Shuiyue was in military training, she had already reached the 9th level of the ordinary level, surpassing her classmates. You have to work hard too. After entering the blood energy space, Qi Anlin started learning martial arts and was delighted to find that all the skills he had obtained could be learned. Thinking of this, Qi Anlin decisively chose the Xianjun body refining method. The Xianjun body refining method has a total of 9 levels, and each level requires a large amount of body-tempering medicinal materials to promote it. Among the options given by the system, there was one that shocked Qi Anlin. First level learning, 10,000 blood energy, consumed medicinal materials, flower rain fruit, mortal high grade, blood flame root, mortal top grade. 50,000 blood energy can be used instead of medicinal materials. Second level learning, 30,000 health energy, medicinal materials consumed, Tungsha orchid, low-grade yellow, Beidou lotus, low-grade yellow. You can use 200,000 blood energy to replace medicinal materials. Chapter 49, Level 1 Body Refining. The consumable medicinal materials here are just the best options given by the system. Of course, other medicinal materials can also be used for accumulation and cultivation. However, Anlin had not expected that blood energy could be used instead of medicinal herbs. There are more places where blood energy is needed, and Anlin has a headache. After thinking about it, Anlin directly learned the first level. He had quite a few spiritual medicines. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. Anlin was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. In front of him was a blue space. In the center of the space stood a large cauldron with fiery red liquid swirling inside. Please throw in the medicinal materials. There was a progress bar next to the cauldron. Anlin walked closer to observe it. It seemed that a medicinal bath was about to be conducted. This is the kind of thing that was created on the first level. Will the body refining in the future have to simulate magma? Without thinking too much, Anlin directly took out a bunch of ordinary-grade medicinal herbs. And at this time, he found that there were numbers written on these herbs. For example, the high-quality ordinary wind leaf grass actually has -10 written on it. Not all medicinal herbs are suitable for body tempering. Anlin did not expect the system to be so considerate. It saved him a lot of trouble. Flame orchid grass, fire Buddha fruit, red blood fruit. Throwing herbs into the cauldron one by one, Anlin quickly filled up the progress bar and then flipped in directly. As soon as he entered the cauldron, a burning sensation flowed through his skin into his internal organs. Anlin's eyes suddenly widened, his teeth clenched, and he almost cried out in pain. The skin was torn and blood gushed out. At this moment, a blue light flashed in the space, followed by bursts of coolness. The injuries on his body slowly recovered, but were torn apart again in the blink of an eye. Anlin was caught between these two extremes, like a blade of grass that could be broken at any time, feeling both in ecstasy and death. Anlin's blood began to burn like some kind of medium, and the flames that burned through the blood were once again absorbed by Anlin's body, burning the meridians and entering Anlin's dantian. The icy spiritual power in the dantian seemed to have encountered a formidable enemy, constantly fleeing to the surroundings and being absorbed by the walls of the dantian, causing a hint of blue to appear above Anlin's dantian. At this moment, outside the blood energy space, Xiaoya seemed to feel something. His body twitched, and he quickly curled up into a ball, constantly making low wailing sounds. A colorless fire inexplicably rose above its white fur, but it did not burn the surrounding furniture, as if it only existed on its body. Anlin didn't know about Xiaoya's changes, otherwise he would definitely feel happy. We share the hardship. I don't know how long it took, but Anlin woke up drowsily. The painful torture had long ended, and he was directly kicked out of the blood energy space. Although the blood energy space was not entered by the physical body, everything that happened inside would be directly fed back to Anlin's physical body, which made him feel incredible. After struggling to get up, Anlin looked at his arms. His arms, which had been somewhat darkened by the sun, now looked like they were new. Anlin quickly stood up and walked towards the mirror. No! Anlin let out a wailing sound. After the body refining was completed, his body turned several shades whiter, and he looked somewhat delicate. This is because during his first body refining, his skin was constantly torn and regenerated, so to some extent, his skin now is new. He had thought that after training his body, he might become like those muscular monsters, but he never expected that it would turn out like this. After being stunned for 5 minutes, Anlin finally accepted this setting, sighed, and hoped that he would not be like this again next time he practiced body training. After feeling it carefully, Anlin felt that not only his defense had become stronger, but his strength had also doubled. His strength increased a lot again, and Anlin even felt that he could fight against a 7th-level ordinary physical cultivator alone. Anlin had fought many battles in the blood energy space before, and he had defeated many 6th-level ordinary players, but those were ordinary people, not geniuses who could fight across levels. Unfortunately, I need to digest the excess energy now and cannot start the 2nd level of learning immediately. If Shuya knew that Anlin actually wanted to learn the 2nd level, she would definitely want to send him for research. You know, Xianjun body refining method is a high-grade yellow-level technique. Anlin was able to enter the 1st level when he was at the 9th level of the mortal level, which made him a genius among geniuses. In fact, if it weren't for the special nature of the blood energy space and Anlin's maximum pain tolerance, he might have exploded and died during the body training. Therefore, Anlin's combat power has more than doubled. You should know that many cultivators in the 1st realm have only entered the 1st level. The Xianjun body refining method becomes more and more difficult as you go on, and its power is even greater than that of the spiritual level exercises. This is also Qi Shuiyue's collection. After the exercise, Qi Anlin looked at Xiaoye standing beside him. The house was messed up by this guy. It seemed that Xiaoye himself had the blood of a husky, and when he was not paying attention, he could not help but destroy the house. It's totally inconsistent with my usual personality. Now that we're back in the normal world, I have to improve your strength. Qi Anlin thought for a moment and said to Xiaoye. In the other world, he mainly relies on the queen ant. Although Xiaoye is also very powerful, the maximum blood energy he can get every day is only 10,000 points, and he mostly serves as a mount by his side. As the queen ant's soldiers develop, if they are lucky, they can gain 100,000 blood energy a day, so it is natural for him to take care of the queen ant's strength first. After looking at Xiaoye's attributes, Qi Anlin touched his chin. It still lacks some offensive skills for combat. It just so happens that among the martial arts given by Sister Shuyue, there is an ice-related martial art. I might as well let Xiaoye try it. Qi Anlin did what he said. He took out the martial arts book, aimed it at Xiaoye, and used synthesis. Ding! Do you want to fuse Wind and Snow Wolf and Ice Palm? Required health, 30,000. Fusion success rate, 85%. The success rate is quite high. Qi Anlin raised the corners of his mouth slightly and decisively chose to confirm. Yes. Fusion begins. Remaining fusion time is 1 hour. The blood energy once again enveloped Xiaoye. During this time, Qi Anlin continued to think about how to improve Xiaoye's combatability. There was still a lot of blood energy left. In the morning, the queen ant attacked another monster's nest and killed an 8th-level ordinary monster and more than 10 6th-level ordinary monsters. Enough for me to splurge on. Qi Anlin's eyes lit up when he caught a glimpse of his bookshelf. Xiaoye's fighting ability is so strong. Why not learn some martial arts that I have collected before? Qi Anlin ran to the bookshelf and pulled out a copy of Bajiquan. Chapter 50, Ice Wolf. Bajiquan is a type of boxing in Chinese martial arts. It is a short-range boxing style with great explosive power, strong, and crisp. In fact, martial arts still have a certain role for monks today, and some martial arts are also transformed from martial arts, which are more suitable for monks to use. Some martial arts also need to be used in conjunction with spiritual power, so the difference is still quite large. After getting Bajiquan in his hands, Qi Anlin caught a glimpse of several other books out of the corner of his eye. Psychology, the art of war, meditation. Try them all. As long as the degree of fusion is high, it proves that this thing is more compatible with Xiaoyu. So Qi Anlin also took it off with great interest. Ding! Do you want to fuse Wind and Snow Wolf and Bajiquan? Required health, 50,000. Fusion success rate, 98%. So expensive? Qi Anlin raised his eyebrows. This Bajiquan should have greatly improved Xiaoye. Otherwise it wouldn't be so expensive and have such a high success rate. Yes. The blood cocoon was once again wrapped in blood threads, and the time required to synthesize Xiaoye became 3 hours. Ding! Do you want to merge Ice Wolf and the Art of War? Required health, 10,000. Fusion success rate, 5%. Huh, the variety has changed again. Qi Anlin raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Xiaoye's quality was going to be improved again. However, it seems that the Art of War cannot be integrated. In fact, a long time ago, Qi Anlin had been wondering why in ancient times, when the enemy hung up a banner of no fighting, both sides would cease fighting, and they were not afraid of the enemy's false surrender. Later, after reading The Art of War, I also understood why Sun Wu was called Sun Tzu. Shaking his head, Qi Anlin continued to try to combine the other books with Xiaoye. Ding! Should we fuse Ice Wolf and Psychology? Required health, 70,000. Fusion success rate, 80%. Hiss! Qi Anlin didn't expect that he would be so lucky as to find 2 books suitable for Xiaoye in a row. Yes. The synthesis time became 5 hours. Qi Anlin shrugged his shoulders. The system's synthesis process was always extremely long, which kept him on tenterhooks. There was nothing to do at the moment, so Qi Anlin entered the blood energy space, found a sword technique book, and started learning. After a while, a powerful energy surged into his body, and Qi Anlin felt that every cell in his body was cheering with joy. Blood energy feedback is here. Qi Anlin stared blankly at Xiaoye, whose appearance had changed drastically, and couldn't help swallowing. Steel-like claws gleaming coldly, light blue eyes, a faint chill rising from under his limbs. Xiaoye's size expanded again, reaching more than 3 meters. Any higher, and the room won't be able to accommodate it. Xiaoye lowered his head, and Qi Anlin noticed that on his forehead, there was a blue snowflake emitting a faint light. This is so cool. If this were a mount, it would be so cool that it would kill everyone. Chi Anlin thought happily in his heart, which man doesn't like a handsome mount? By the way, I haven't looked at your attributes yet. Name, Arctic Ice Wolf. Attributes, Ice, Wind. Level, Ordinary level 7. Potential, Yellow grade. Skill, Freeze. Lower grade yellow. The freezing effect is determined by the amount of spiritual power consumed, and it can create ice to attack the enemy. Swift Wind Step. A top-grade ordinary skill, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power and increases the speed by 2 times. Ice Claws. Yellow grade, lower grade. Each attack carries a frost mark, which strengthens the attack power of the claws. When the frost mark reaches a certain level, it will freeze the opponent. Physical skills. Yellow level mid-grade. Passive skill that can improve the explosive power, attack power, and combat ability of the beast. Eye of Insight. Yellow level top grade. Passive skill. Can find the enemy's weaknesses and infer the enemy's next move based on the movements of various parts of the enemy's body. Holy shit. Chi Anlin opened his eyes wide, hating himself for being uneducated and unable to describe how awesome this synthesis was. Xiaoya originally had a certain talent for combat, and now with the Eye of Insight and physical skills, his combat instincts have been elevated to the peak. Not only can he find weaknesses, but he can also infer the enemy's movements. Chi Anlin felt sad for the enemies Xiaoya would encounter later. This is the cheating. Xiaoya's strength has broken through to the 7th level of the mortal level, and the large amount of blood energy fed back this time, plus the spiritual power fed back from Xiaoya's breakthrough, directly allowed Chi Anlin's realm to rise again, reaching the 6th level of the mortal level. What Chi Anlin is sure of now is that he can kill Xia Yin with one punch. After waking up, Chu Xining left Chi Anlin's house with a red face. Although her cell phone was not with her, she contacted Xia Yin and others through Chi Anlin's computer. The good news is that all the members of the team except Wang Chang are alive, and Xia Yin has also broken through to the 7th level of the mortal level. As for Chu Xining's blushing face, Chi Anlin was a little confused. Maybe it was because she was drunk last night? Or did she feel that she had lost her composure? In the car, Chu Xining's face was red, like a peach that could be squeezed to produce juice. The clothes she was wearing were changed. The shame made her want to crawl under the cushion. Even if Chi Anlin didn't do anything to her, but changing clothes. Chu Xining also didn't know that it was actually Chi Shuiyue who helped her change her clothes. Because she was drunk, she had no memory of meeting Chi Shuiyue at all. At this time, at home, Chi Anlin was reviewing his experience to his parents. With the experience of Chi Shuiyue that time, he could speak very fluently. His mother's eyes were red, and his father took a long breath, patted his shoulder, and said, "It's okay, it's okay." In the past few days, he has used almost all his connections to find Chi Anlin, and he has found dozens of second-level cultivators alone. Fortunately, Chi Anlin was fine, otherwise he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. After a lyrical scene, Qi Xingfei pulled Chi Anlin into the room. "Your sister has told me everything. I didn't expect that you could practice 3 professions at the same time." When he said this, he looked at Chi Anlin suspiciously. He didn't sense any spiritual fluctuations from Chi Anlin. He looked like an ordinary person. "You have a breath-retaining treasure on you, right?" Qi Xingfei said. There was no need for Chi Shuiyue to lie to him. Chi Anlin nodded and used the appraisal on Qi Xingfei with some curiosity. Name Qi Xingfei. Realm, 2nd realm, 9th stage. Occupation, physical training. As expected, he is at the peak of the 2nd realm. That has not hidden his strength. Thinking of the old man who stole his magic weapon, Chi Anlin felt a little angry. He was now certain that the guy was just idle. When you reach that level, why would you care about his little magic weapons? Actually, I've had the breath-concealing ring a long time ago, and I've always wanted to hide my strength. Chi Anlin thought about it and realized that his strength had improved too quickly, so he still needed a fig leaf. The breath-concealing ring was the best way to hide it. After all, he had only come into contact with a cultivator 2 realms higher than himself once in Zhao County, so it was understandable that he wanted to hide for so many years. Chapter 51 Spirit Stone Mine. No wonder. Qi Xingfei murmured. If it weren't for the breath suppression method, how could Chi Anlin have gone from a mortal level 1 stage trash to a mortal level 5 stage 3 professional practitioner in such a short time? However, the change in Xiaoya's strength was somewhat terrifying. He met Xiaoya in the yard just after he came back. This little wolf cub who was just brought back by him more than 10 days ago had become a 7th level mortal monster in such a short time. However, Xiaoya itself is a mutant monster, and its strength is evolving rapidly. He couldn't explain it clearly. He just thought it was appropriate to capture it. He didn't know Xiaoya's specific quality. He was not a beastmaster, and he did not seek professional help. "No, why are you hiding?" Qi Xingfei frowned and looked at Chi Anlin. Based on his understanding of this kid, As long as Chi Anlin has some strength, he will definitely want to let everyone know. Chi Anlin was stunned. Oh right, why should I hide? After staring at his father for a minute, Chi Anlin sighed and said, Dad, think about it. Sister Shueyue is so talented. I definitely can't compare to her during the college entrance examination. If this happens, many people will compare me with her, and I will be under a lot of pressure. But if I were to become completely useless, and then suddenly show my cultivation during the college entrance exam, wouldn't that shock everyone? There's a saying that goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't despise the young and poor. At this time, Chi Anlin looked around, lowered his head, and said slyly, Dad, I don't know if you have read novels. The protagonists in the novels are all useless at the beginning, so… Bang! I finally know who Chi Shueyue learned this from. Chi Anlin dusted himself off and said nonchalantly, Anyway, for various reasons, I've been hiding for so many years. Chi Xingfei stared at Chi Anlin without saying a word. Seeing that he was calm and collected, he finally accepted this setting. Be careful. I've always thought that since your sister is so talented, even if your talent can't reach Xiaoshua's level, it can at least surpass the average person and not be so useless. But your 3 professional cultivation is indeed taking a bit of time. If you had focused on conquering one of the professions, you might have reached the 8th or 9th level of the mortal level long ago. Chi Xingfei said very seriously. Although Chi Anlin would get a lot of extra points for practicing 3 professions, if he continued on this path, there wouldn't be many people investing in him. Throughout human history, no one has been able to reach a higher level through practicing 3 professions simultaneously. Most people stayed at a low level and had to give up some of them. Even if it is an auxiliary profession, everyone can only practice with one person at most. If Chi Anlin could give up other professions and only focus on one profession, his progress would be very fast. Chi Anlin nodded. He had systematic help, so it was not difficult for the 3 professions to practice together. After these few feedbacks, he finally understood that most of the blood energy would be fed back to his physique, and Xiaoya's breakthrough spiritual power would change his dantian. As for the queen ant, the spiritual power it needs for each breakthrough far exceeds that of other creatures, and the amount fed back should also be huge. Therefore, Chi Anlin guessed that most of the feedback from the queen ant was converted into other things, and only a small part of it was used to improve her physical fitness and gain spiritual power. As for Xiaoxing, it brought him more good luck. Therefore, Chi Anlin felt that even if he developed in all aspects, he would not be left behind. Xiaoya was a mutant monster and was eventually fooled. Chi Anlin originally wanted to buy a few wooden stakes online for Xiaoya to practice martial arts, but then he thought of Xiaoya being able to make icicles by himself, so he didn't mention it. After confirming Chi Anlin's safety, Chi Xingfei also left. As a cultivator, one must look for opportunities to make himself stronger. What Chi Xingfei needs now is more of a battle of life and death to break through this bottleneck. Chi Anlin also got a brief period of leisure. Kill the mortal 9-stage iron-toothed tiger and gain 65,000 HP. Kill a level 5 tiger ant soldier and gain 1,500 HP. A long string of information came, and Chi Anlin raised his eyebrows. The queen ant found a 9th level mortal monster. Judging from this news, the ant soldiers suffered heavy losses. There are more than 20 ant soldiers who have gained experience. These are ant soldiers whose injuries cannot be healed, not to mention those who died in battle. Kill the mortal level 8th level spirit stone tiger and gain 19,000 blood energy points. Kill the mortal 7th segment crescent python and gain 9,000 blood energy points. Another long series of prompt sounds were heard, followed by silence. Chi Anlin quickly contacted the queen ant, but he didn't know what it was doing. In the system space, news of the queen ant came, and Chi Anlin's pupils shrank as he fell into ecstasy. Continue to produce monsters tomorrow, and I will use all my blood energy on you. The queen ant discovered a spirit stone mine in another world. According to its perception, if it occupies this spiritual stone mine, it will be able to make a breakthrough quickly. After this experience, his blood energy has reached 280,000, which is made up for Xiaoya's consumption. There are 20,000 health points left, which should soon reach 300,000, which can be used to upgrade the queen ant's reproductive skills. While waiting, Chi Anlin took Xiaoxing out. This guy had been clamoring in the beast bag to come out and play, which made Chi Anlin a little overwhelmed. Arriving in the backyard, Chi Anlin threw the treasure-hunting rat to Xiaoya. Xiaoya trained Xiaoxing's evasive ability. Its main function on the battlefield is to collect supplies, not to fight, so escape and evasion skills are more important. Squeak! Xiaoxing opened his mouth and called out. He didn't want to play with this guy. Xiaoya always gives it a feeling of no entry, and is very cold. I won't play with this big guy. He's not very smart, and he can kill rats. Xiaoya stopped when he heard this, looked at Xiaoxing, and exhaled a breath of cold air. Xiaoxing was frozen into an ice sculpture, with a look of horror on his face. Shushu, was bullied by the beast tamer. Kill a level 5 tiger ant soldier and gain 1200 HP. Improve the queen ant's reproductive skills. After obtaining the last 1000 points of blood energy, Anlin immediately improved the queen ant skills. This time, the queen ant took an unusually long time to improve her skills, a full 5 hours. Anlin also calmed down. After all, the spirit stone mine was right there, and she couldn't escape. As for those monsters that are still absorbing the spirit stone, they will eventually become food for the queen ant, so the spirit stone is not wasted. Anlin will use the blood energy he obtains next on Xiaoxing. This guy is too weak, so Anlin plans to give him some more escape skills. However, the treasure hunting rat can be a bit mean sometimes, so it could be better to add some active taunting skills. Chapter 52, Queen Ant's Production Options. 5 hours passed quickly, and after the query of the queen ant's skills was completed, Anlin couldn't wait to query the queen ant's data from the system background. When you're not around, you cannot use the identification function directly. Name Eating Ant Queen. Attributes: Gold, Fire. Level: Ordinary level 7. Potential: Yellow grade high quality. Production speed. Queen ant. Production speed is half of the original queen ant production speed. Strength is the same as the original queen ant, and does not have the ability to produce queen ants. 1/90th day. Ordinary level 9th dan, 2 to 1 day. Ordinary level 8th stage, 10 to 1 day. Ordinary level 7, 40/1 day. Level 6, 120/day. Level 5, 400/day. Level 4, 800/day. Level 3, 1600/day. Level 2, 3600/day. Level 1, 16000/day. Normal, 300,000/day. Skill: Deterrence, Ordinary grade. Bloodline Control, Special, Gene Uptake. Yellow grade, Medium grade. Production, Spirit grade, Top grade. Queen Ant. Anlin was stunned. Xiaoyi could give birth to a queen ant? This time skill upgrade even led to an improvement in Xiaoyi's quality. The production speed doubled again. Anlin asked the queen ant to continue producing ordinary level 5 ant soldiers. At this stage, ordinary level 5 ant soldiers are still the best choice. As for producing the queen ant, we have to wait until Xiaoyi has enough troops or his skills are upgraded again. Otherwise, if Xiaoyi produces a queen ant now, it will take at least 60 days for her to make a profit and make up for the ant soldiers that were not produced during this period. The next time production skills are upgraded, it will be 1 million. Anlin sighed. It seemed that the only things he could look forward to recently were accumulating health to 1 million and upgrading the system. According to the feedback from the queen ant, Anlin learned that there were 5 mortal level 9th stage monsters and more than 20 mortal level 8th stage monsters in this spirit stone mine. As long as he kills these monsters, his accumulated blood energy value may exceed 1 million. However, judging from the current production capacity of the queen ant, it will take at least 2 days to clear this place. First, clear out the lower level monsters around, and pick some spirit stone mines for the ant soldiers to eat. Anlin was not quite sure what level this spirit stone mine was, but judging from what the queen ant said, this spirit stone mine was very large, enough for it to break through to the 9th level of the mortal level, and there would be a lot left over. Therefore, Anlin felt that those fragmented spirit stone mines at the beginning could be used to help the ant soldiers improve their strength. It was much easier for individual ant soldiers to break through than for the queen ant. After receiving Anlin's order, the queen ant began to act quickly, and soon the sounds of killing monsters began to be heard one after another. The ant soldiers of the 5th level of ordinary class have also become consumables recently. Anlin sighed. In the past, a monster of the 7th level of ordinary class could chase him everywhere, but now it has become a small monster that needs to be killed on the road. This time it's my fault. I'm sorry to everyone, an officer said with red eyes. This cult attack resulted in the tragic deaths of many innocent students and monks, and was a disaster for the entire Zhao County. The fusion of the insect world and the beast world was secretly planned by the Zhao County cult over the past 10 years. This group of desperate lunatics finally began to attack students in military training in a sprint for the final sacrifice. The culprit of all this, the ruler of the insect world, was finally killed by a human genius, but those dead creatures could never come back. More than half of the students who participated in the military training were killed. What shocked and angered Situli the most was that the evil cult actually got the core of the world of the insect world. Although it is just a small world, The core of the world is not an ordinary thing, and the damage caused in the future cannot be compared with today. He will definitely be punished by his superiors and may even be sent to an unknown world as a vanguard. However, due to this sudden change, China quickly took action and destroyed several cult strongholds overnight. At this time, at home, Anlin looked at the message sent on his mobile phone, frowned, and fell into deep thought. Because so many students died this time, Zhao County's college entrance examination policy was also given preferential treatment. Originally, military training was required for assessment, but now, people from higher levels will conduct qualification review. In a small place like Zhao County, it is impossible to check talents, and in such a small place, many people will take the wrong path and don't know what suits them. Therefore, the qualification review can be regarded as a benefit to Zhao County, and some students who have gone astray will be guided back. People with good talents can enter good universities even if they are not very capable. I don't know what my talent is. Anlin was a little worried. He knew his situation. It wasn't that he didn't practice before, but because he was really useless. So for him, measuring qualifications was actually a disadvantage. Forget it. Even if I really take the test, maybe I have talents in other areas. Anlin didn't know what this measurement method was. Maybe it was like in the novel, where there was a magical instrument that could measure aptitude. The Queen's army of ant soldiers has already conquered a small area and devoured all the spirit stones in that area. Nearly 20 ant soldiers have broken through to the 6th level of the mortal level. The remaining ant soldiers should be able to break through if they devour a certain amount of spirit stones. Although the ant soldiers have the ability to devour metal, spirit stones are a common commodity. Even Anlin has rarely seen spirit stones. The spiritual stones used by ordinary cultivators are mostly mixed, and absorbing them is not good for the body. After returning home, Anlin no longer had the exciting feeling of being in another world. He thought about it and decided to focus on his cultivation and prepare for the next talent test. A dreamless night. The next day, the Queen Ant produced another 400 tiger-armored ant soldiers, consuming all the reserves stored by the transport ant soldiers. When the Queen Ant breaks through to the 9th level of the mortal level, the blood and flesh of the monsters in that area will not be able to keep up with the amount required for the Queen Ant's production. The warning sounds of many monsters being killed rang out, and Anlin's blood energy reached 100,000 again. We are one step closer to the 1 million mark, and I don't know what rewards or new features the system will give next time. There was a crunching sound in the room. Anlin raised his eyebrows and looked over, and found that the treasure-hunting rat was holding his table leg and gnawing on it. When he discovered it, the table leg was almost broken. Sure enough, this guy was still bored. Anlin felt that it was necessary to let the treasure-hunting rat be taught a lesson by its so-called flight attendant. This guy is still too timid. He should ask the flight attendant to take him flying for a while, so that he won't be scared when being carried by the tiger ant soldiers in the future. Anlin walked up and flicked the treasure-hunting rat away, then took out his cell phone and bought a bat. As for whether the bats will listen to him, all he needs to do is synthesize them. After placing the order, Anlin glanced at the treasure-hunting rat. It just so happened that he needed to sell some things, so he might as well take the treasure-hunting rat to the Chamber of Commerce and use it to buy some good things. The treasure-hunting rat shuddered, covered his aching head, and looked at Anlin. Rat, looking at your shifty eyes and eyebrows, I know you are not a good person. For treasure-hunting mice, any adjective related to mice is a positive word, but the Queen Ant is relatively stupid, which is a negative word. Chapter 53 Lynching Chamber of Commerce. The college entrance examination reform means that the crystal cores collected by Anlin are no longer useful. The monsters in the small beast world are divided into different areas. The area where he is located is mostly wood and earth monsters, and there are no ice monsters, so Anlin cannot give these crystal cores to Xiaoya. However, there are a few golden crystal cores that can be used by Xiaoxing. Anlin picked up the treasure-hunting rat and tossed it casually. Although this little thing was of the highest quality among his 3 beasts, it had never been trained much, and its level was only the 4th level of the ordinary class. During the 2 days since returning home, Anlin also searched the internet for the classification of quality and level, and gained a deeper understanding of this world. There are only a few in terms of professions, and as for realms, above the ordinary level, they are from the 1st to the 9th realm. And there are only 3 9th-level masters in China. I heard that when one reaches that level, one can destroy a large alien world single-handedly and directly shatter the space. As for the quality, monsters, elixirs, weapons, etc. are all unified. Mortal level, yellow level, spirit level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, king level, monarch level, ancient level, and saint level. The treasure hunting rat is currently at the lower spiritual level, corresponding to the second realm. Although it sounds like a very low level, you have to know that there are very few cultivators at the second realm in Zhao County. Anlin thought about his own cultivation and couldn't help but sigh. Wait for the queen ant to occupy the spirit stone mine. After taking Xiaoxing and Xiaoyao out, Anlin got on the high-speed train. It would be troublesome for a beastmaster to take the high-speed rail. After all, if he does not have a beast taming bag, the beast will be sent to the monster check-in area. The Chamber of Commerce is about 100 kilometers away from Zhao County, in Linqing. The cultivators there are much stronger than those in Zhao County, so the management is also stricter. After closing his eyes and entering the blood energy space and experiencing several battles, Anlin finally reached his destination. Accidents in cars basically don't happen. The strong don't have the time to do that, and the weak will be suppressed by the people around them as soon as they get angry. Not only the law enforcement officers, but many of the monks in the car are powerful fighters, and they basically will not sit idly by when encountering such things. After getting off the car, Anlin took Xiaoxing out and walked towards the Chamber of Commerce. Large monsters are not allowed to appear in any special areas of the city, so Anlin did not summon Xiaoya. Otherwise, if every beastmaster carried a monster with him, the whole city would have been in chaos. Soon, Anlin saw a grand building with 4 large golden characters emitting waves of spiritual energy. Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce. There are spiritual power detection pillars at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce. Generally speaking, the alarm will only sound if the spiritual power of the demon cult is detected. The devil's cult is different from the evil cult. The evil cult is the lackey of the other world. You know, among so many other worlds, there are several whose strength can be compared with that of Blue Star. For them, Blue Star is also considered another world. Different races restrain each other, and humans are not the only dominant species. The demon cult is a group of demons who use living beings for sacrifice and practice. Not only are these people powerful and murderous, they are also extremely mentally abnormal. There have even been incidents of the demon cult massacring cities in the past. In fact, Anlin felt that, in a certain sense, he could also be considered a member of the demon cult. After passing the reconnaissance column, Anlin entered the Chamber of Commerce and was immediately blinded by the dazzling scene. Name Bluestone. Quality, ordinary mid-grade. After conducting a thorough inspection of the ground, Anlin took a deep breath. This was a big deal. This entire building is actually constructed with ordinary materials. Apart from anything else, the entire Chamber of Commerce would not even be harmed by an ordinary earthquake. The first floor of the Chamber of Commerce was a market-style building with many people setting up stalls. The overall layout seemed somewhat European in style. Anlin looked up and saw that the crystal ceiling lamp was even covered with monster crystal cores. Rich dog owner. Anlin cursed inwardly and then went to the second floor. Most of the areas on the first floor are where ordinary people hang out, while the second floor belongs to monks. There are many shops on the second floor, which are more modern in style, and the innermost area is used for gambling on stones and identification of magic weapons. Anlin walked around again. The third floor was the Chamber of Commerce's own area, where there were many elixirs, spiritual herbs, etc. on display. There were also many cages on both sides, which held monsters of different growth levels. The fourth floor is where martial arts techniques are sold, and it looks like a large library. Anlin was too weak to enter the last 5th and 6th floors. In fact, Anlin's dream has always been to own a small world where he can farm and raise spiritual beasts, but the gold ring he obtained after traveling through time is obviously not of this kind. That's probably another type of novel. Back to the second floor, Anlin began to wander around. He wanted to find the manager of this place in a mysterious way, tell him that he had a big business, and then shock his eyes. However, if others gave it to me, they would probably look down upon my ordinary crystal core. It's okay to take it to Zhao County to show off. After finding a place selling crystal cores, Anlin walked in. As soon as I entered, a young lady came up and said in a gentle and delicate voice, "Hello, what can I buy?" On Anlin's shoulder, Xiaoxing looked around. When he saw the young lady, his eyes lit up and he kicked Anlin in a hurry. "Big fool, contact information quickly." Anlin flicked its head gently and replied, "I need to sell some things, and I need a larger space. There are a lot of miscellaneous things in the space ring that you don't need and can be used to exchange for resources." The sales lady observed Anlin carefully and found that he was not holding any bags in his hands, but the fluctuations of the magic weapon coming from his body should not deceive her. Last time, Shuiwen not only gave Anlin a lot of cultivation resources, but also gave him a defensive magic weapon, so Anlin dared to come to Linqing to sell things. Things like the space ring may be picked up, but when it is paired with a defensive magic weapon, anyone will know that he has a background. Moon rock necklace. Quality: spiritual, grade low grade. Introduction: when attacked, the shield will be automatically activated, and it is equipped with an automatic alarm and positioning system, which can withstand the attack of a peak-level cultivator for 5 minutes. Although it may not be able to stop those powerful monks, it at least provides me with an identity. This magic weapon was also specially refined by Qi Shuiyue, and it has sufficient safety guarantees on Blue Star. As for the other world, regardless of whether the positioning system and alarm can be effective, others may not care about your identity. Sir, please come in. The sales lady saw the space ring on Qi Anlin's hand and the beast taming bag on his waist, and smiled sweetly, appearing even more friendly. Chapter 54: Selling Crystal Cores. Qi Anlin nodded and walked in. In order to protect the privacy of some guests, many transactions were conducted in private rooms. Following the sales lady into an empty room, Qi Anlin moved the items he had already selected to the room. Suddenly, a pile of crystal cores, elixirs, and a lot of miscellaneous items appeared in front of her. The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go get the appraiser to estimate the value. Although the ant soldiers could even eat the bones of the monsters, Qi Anlin still left many important parts of the monsters for sale. For example, bear gall, snake gall, tiger penis, etc. It was nothing interesting. He just wanted to see if the combination of tiger penis and wolfberry could allow Mr. Tang to penetrate Mrs. Tang. Soon, the sales lady came in with a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Name: Li Sheng. Occupation: divine refiner. Cultivation: first realm, second stage. Seeing the things on the ground, Li Sheng looked at Qi Anlin in disbelief. After discovering the treasure-hunting rat on Qi Anlin's body, he nodded thoughtfully. Although he couldn't tell what kind of species the treasure-hunting rat was, according to his identification, the quality of the treasure-hunting rat must be above the yellow level. This rat-like beast is only at the 4th level of the ordinary level. It is possible that it has been raised since it was a cub. Coupled with the space ring and the beast bag, it is enough to prove that there must be a strong person behind Qi Anlin. He didn't think Qi Anlin had obtained all these crystal cores and elixirs by himself. But why does this young master want to sell these things? Li Sheng shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and started his work. The total price of the crystal core is 7 first-grade spirit stones, while those scattered monster parts are 4 first-grade spirit stones. Young master, these things can be exchanged for a total of 34 first-grade spirit stones. I'll make a deal here and give you 35 spirit stones. Is that okay with you? Li Sheng looked at Qi Anlin and said, and Qi Anlin had done his homework online in advance and roughly knew the recycling price of these things. 34 first-grade spirit stones were almost the same as his estimated price. 1 crystal core of the first level can be exchanged for 5 first-grade spirit stones, so Qi Anlin's supplies can be exchanged for about 7 crystal cores of the first-level monster. The yellow-level elixirs were not taken out. These were either rare treasures or given to him by Qi Shuiyue. They were all useful. Anlin did not take out the Bloodwind Lotus Pond. Even if he wanted to sell it, he could not sell it so hastily. After all, there was no market for it. A first-grade spirit stone would be worth about 100,000 yuan when converted into RMB, which was far more than Qi Anlin's pocket money. This is also the sorrow of ordinary people. A lifetime of work may not be as good as a hunt by a cultivator of the first realm. In fact, Li Sheng gave Qi Anlin an extra spirit stone because in his eyes, if he could be favored by Qi Anlin and be considered as a long-term transaction partner, he would definitely make a profit in the future. Even ordinary 4th-level cultivators may not be able to obtain a space ring. On the top floor of the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce, in the area open to high-level cultivators, only 5 space rings were for sale. On the other side, the sales lady blushed. As a relatively remote store on the 2nd floor, their main customer groups are ordinary level and 1st-level cultivators. 35 spirit stones can give her a commission of nearly 3 months' salary. After adding the store's contact information, Qi Anlin took the spirit stones and left. It was rare for him to have so much money on him, so he planned to go to the gambling stone area to take a look. He had always known about this kind of thing through novels or games, and had never witnessed it with his own eyes. Now that I have the opportunity, I naturally have to go and have fun. Besides, I have a treasure hunting rat, so why should I be afraid of losing money? If I really lose, I'll take the treasure hunting mouse with me tomorrow to train my courage. Xiao Xing on his shoulder shuddered, looked at Qi Anlin suspiciously, and then looked around excitedly. So many young ladies, phew, so many treasures. Feeling the atmosphere of the gambling stone area, The treasure-hunting mouse's eyes became starry. The treasures here are more than it has ever seen in its life. Crack, crack. Underground, an extremely huge and ferocious insect beast was devouring ordinary spirit stones. And around, extremely fast ant soldiers were moving quickly, splitting the spirit stones and sending them into Xiao Yi's mouth. On the other side, at the spirit stone mine, a mortal level 9th stage demon beast roared angrily. On its body were densely packed tiger-armored ant soldiers. Its steel-like skin was torn like plastic under the ant soldiers' giant jaws. A burning sensation came from all parts of its body, and the fire poison flowed into its body through the wounds. These ant soldiers are all above the 5th level of the ordinary level, and some have even reached the 7th level of the ordinary level. On the ground, the bodies of many tiger-armored ant soldiers had been crushed into meat paste, and some ant soldiers who were unable to fight would be killed by passing ant soldiers. Within one day, the ant soldiers directly captured 1/3 of the territory of the Spirit Stone mine, and with the help of some ordinary ant soldiers, they quickly mined it all. Anlin's guess was wrong, because creatures like ant soldiers can quickly become stronger by relying on the Spirit Stone mines they obtain. There are now more than 50 ant soldiers who have reached the 7th level of ordinary level. These ant soldiers alone are enough to kill all the 9th level ordinary monsters in the spiritual mining area. It only takes a few hours for the queen ant to completely break through the spirit stone mine. The spiritual power in the queen ant's body has reached a critical point and is on the verge of a breakthrough. Anlin didn't know all this. The ant soldiers have been fighting too frequently recently. In order to get a good night's sleep, Anlin turned off the system notifications. At this time, Anlin was wandering around the gambling stone area with Xiaoxing. An ordinary stone actually costs 30 first-grade spirit stones. Why don't you just go and rob it? Anlin cursed in a low voice. The stones here are so expensive that it's frightening. No wonder there aren't many ordinary cultivators hanging around here. Anlin also knew that his identification system was of little use. Name raw stone. Introduction in ordinary stone. This is a stone that contains nothing, and the only difference in the system is name raw stone. Introduction in ordinary stone containing something. It's better not to give any hints. After Anlin complained, he continued to select the raw stones. If it weren't for Xiaoxing, he might have gone back. After all, although the system can determine whether it contains something, it cannot determine how precious the things inside are. A tingling sensation came from his belly button through his clothes. Anlin raised his eyebrows and reached into his pocket. In order to prevent Xiaoxing's magical powers from being discovered by those with ulterior motives, Anlin put Xiaoxing into his clothes so that it would remind him when it sensed good things. This guy actually dared to pick my belly button. Pinching Xiaoxing, Anlin held it gently, using a force that it could accept. Rat, I'm going to be strangled to death. Let you be a jerk. At this time, a voice came from his head again, and Anlin was stunned. Ding, congratulations to the host for accumulating 1 million HP points. System upgrade. Chapter 55, Gambling on Stones. The system has been upgraded? Anlin quickly checked the back-end messages and found that the queen ant had actually killed 3 9th-level mortal monsters. The accumulated blood energy value has reached 1 million, and the remaining blood energy is as much as 300,000, which is enough for him to consume. And the queen ant is about to break through. He pinched Xiaoxing happily. Apart from this guy, the other 2 beasts performed quite well. The system was in the process of upgrading, and there were still 12 hours left. Anlin suppressed his joy and continued to visit the gambling stone area. With his current financial resources, 35 first-grade spirit stones can only buy 1 raw stone. The spirit stones that the queen ant harvested in the small beast world all contained ordinary grade spirit stones. The exchange rate between ordinary grade spirit stones and first-grade spirit stones was 100:1. So, the queen ant has already devoured around 50,000 spiritual stones. In the entire mining area, there are 1,500 first-grade spirit stone ores. Anlin felt a little itchy. The queen ant was a small, rich woman. Holding the pitiful 35 spirit stones, Anlin walked towards the cheapest raw stones. Xiaoxing, take a look at the raw stones priced below 35 spirit stones. Which one gives you the strongest feeling? Anlin had looked up treasure-hunting rats on the internet, and usually he could only vaguely sense the existence of the treasure. This kind of raw stone is very special and cannot be detected by spiritual power, so it is difficult for ordinary treasure-hunting monsters to sense the items inside. But Xiaoxing, aside from its abilities, it itself has the attribute of luck. A tingling sensation came from his belly button again, and Anlin's face turned dark. This guy really doesn't learn his lesson. I'm too lazy to argue with this guy now. I'll settle the score when I get back. Chi Anlin looked at the rough stone that Xiao Xing had chosen. It was not a big thing, and in the eyes of ordinary people, it would basically be a big loss. Price: 31st grade spirit stones. Seeing the price, Chi Anlin took a deep breath and said to Xiao Xing, "You can feel it again? If this thing can make money, I will buy you a cheese stick. This thing is very expensive. You have to kill several first-level monsters to make money." Cheese sticks? Inside the clothes, Xiao Xing tilted her head. Although she didn't know what this thing was, she was surprised that Chi Anlin, a stingy man, could spend such a huge amount of money to buy it for her. "You need to." So it stretched out its claws and scratched Chi Anlin's belly button twice. "Okay, then 2 pieces. Are you sure?" Chi Anlin took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and smiled kindly in the sea of spiritual consciousness. After confirming that there was a treasure in this rough stone, Chi Anlin said to the staff, "I want this rough stone." "Okay, sir, a total of 31st grade spirit stones." The employee looked at Chi Anlin, then came forward enthusiastically and picked up the raw stone. There was no trace of a cultivator on Chi Anlin's body, but the aura of the magic weapon on his body was unmistakable. Presumably, he was another rich kid out for fun. Chi Anlin's mind moved, and 30 spirit stones emitting a faint luster appeared on the table. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the employees, and the expressions on their faces became more enthusiastic. "Excuse me, sir, do you need me to cut this rough stone?" Chi Anlin thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Cut it open." Coming to the gambling stone area, of course he wants to make a fortune, but Chi Anlin will not be too complacent so as not to attract the attention of others. "Okay, please wait a moment." Following the staff to the stone-cutting machine, a master craftsman took the raw stone, looked at it carefully, and then began to polish it gently with the machine. Seeing the stone skin being worn away layer by layer, Chi Anlin became a little nervous. His gold ring was not like those in novels where you could directly see what was inside, so he had no idea what was inside. There were quite a few people gambling on stones nearby. After seeing Chi Anlin's attire and the appearance of the raw stones, they couldn't help but shake their heads and continued to choose their own raw stones. The stupid son of a landlord. Soon, the stone was cut open, and a very familiar pale white color appeared in Chi Anlin's sight. Identification. Name: 2nd grade spirit stone. Introduction: a stone containing spiritual energy that can be used to practice martial arts to absorb spiritual power. Sir, this is an undecomposed 2nd grade spirit stone, or it can be exchanged for 2 2nd grade spirit stones here. The staff member raised his eyebrows and said to Chi Anlin, 2 2nd grade spirit stones? Chi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. He had made a fortune. 2 2nd grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 200 1st grade spirit stones, which means that he made 17 million in one go. Huge profits. Okay. Chi Anlin nodded. Although it was not like the magical weapons or magic medicines in the novel, if you think about it, the ores here have been screened, and the good ores have basically been digested internally. After exchanging the spirit stone or for 2 2nd grade ores, Chi Anlin continued shopping. Now he had money to buy more expensive raw stones. With the experience from the first time, Chi Anlin quickly selected 2 raw stones priced at 51st grade spirit stones and 1 raw stone priced at 41st grade spirit stones. In fact, only the raw stone of poor quality contains good things, and the others are empty stones. If I win every bet, I guess someone will come to have tea with me. However, Chi Anlin's worries were obviously unnecessary. As the largest chamber of commerce in Linqing, Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce had encountered all kinds of situations. As long as Chi Anlin did not make big profits for 5 or 6 times in a row, they would basically ignore him. The person who just noticed Chi Anlin opening the stone looked over with interest, wanting to see whether this lucky rich 2nd generation could continue to be lucky. Soon, the first 2 rough stones were cut, and everyone showed an expression of as expected. Another rich kid who hasn't been beaten by society. He doesn't know when to quit. Wang Ming said sourly in the crowd. He noticed Chi Anlin from the beginning. This guy actually had a space ring. If it weren't for the defensive magic weapon on his body and the rules of China, he would have gone up to kill people and steal the treasure long ago. In another world, if someone is killed, there is a high probability that the murderer will not be found. After all, in that kind of place, death is in vain and the murderer will basically never be found. Without solid evidence, there is no need to worry about being targeted for revenge within China. Unless you encounter some high-level monks. Just as Wang Ming was secretly cursing the unfairness of the world, he saw the 3rd rough stone selected by Chi Anlin opened. Fuck! Amidst the pile of debris, a martial arts technique emerged. Wang Ming's eyes instantly turned red. The raw stones here were all mined from an alien world. Anyone could tell how precious this thing was that the martial arts could be preserved in the stone for such a long time. On the other side, Anlin's eyes lit up instantly. Identification failed. Please improve your strength or upgrade the system. Chapter 56, King Level Kung Fu. On the first page of the technique, there are 3 big characters written. Flame Phoenix Art. Anything that Anlin couldn't identify must be at least at the Xian level. The breathing of the people around him became heavier, and Anlin also realized the seriousness of the matter. He took out his mobile phone and prepared to call Shuiyue. Little brother, I spent 10,000 11th grade spirit stones to buy this martial arts book of yours, said a pot-bellied Qi cultivator of the second realm. He also noticed the storage ring on Anlin, and for a moment he did not dare to threaten him. 10,000 11th grade spirit stones? Who do you think is a fool? Little brother, don't listen to this guy. I will spend 2,000 second grade spirit stones, said another second-level physical cultivator. There was a big knife on his back, emitting spiritual power fluctuations. Hearing these words, Wang Ming's eyes turned red. These 2 people were family cultivators, different from him, who was a casual cultivator. He had just entered the second realm and couldn't even come up with these 10,000 11th grade spirit stones. My Hu family wants this technique, said a luxuriously dressed cultivator of the third realm. He exuded a faint sense of pressure and pressed down on Anlin. 3,000 second grade spirit stones, give me this technique. Anlin raised his eyebrows. Even in his previous life, there were many so-called capitals in private. He also knew that no matter where you are, there will be a dark side. What's more, this is the world of cultivation. If you have no power and influence, going to a place like this is just seeking death. With a thought, Anlin directly put the Flame Phoenix art into the space ring. If this thing was snatched away by someone, even Shuiyue would find it difficult to get it back. Anger appeared on Hu Yi's face. He saw the storage ring on Anlin's hand and knew that Anlin might be of extraordinary status. However, he had heard of this martial art in ancient books. It was a king-level martial art. If he could get it, even if he offended the people behind Anlin, his family would protect him. Anlin felt the pressure coming from this guy and suddenly laughed. I don't know much about the transaction, so I naturally have to ask my sister from the military department for advice. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait. First, calm this guy down, to prevent him from suddenly attacking and killing people. Although the laws in China are very strict, the world is still ruled by the strong, and many high-level cultivators have the power of life and death. Hu Yi was stunned. He knew the heirs of several major families, so he had the confidence to intimidate Anlin. But if Anlin's sister was from a military university, it would be difficult to deal with. After graduating from the military university, they would all join the Great Xia Army. They were the official external deterrent force, so the military university was extremely serious in handling matters concerning students. If they knew that they had robbed the relatives of military university students, Anlin thought about it and did not report Shuiyue's name. Although Sister Shuiyue had reached the peak of the third realm, after all, the strongest person in the Qi family was only his sister, which was still a little worse than that of ordinary big families. After calling Shuiyue, Anlin thought for a moment and spoke first. Sister Shuiyue, I just want a set of skills by gambling on stones. Someone from the Hu family in Lincheng wants to buy it for 3,000 second-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, Shuiyue, who had received the call, was about to impatiently ask Anlin what was going on. After hearing this, she was silent for a moment and said, the technique the family gave you is enough for you to reach a higher level. It can be sold, but the Hu family can't afford it. Wait a moment there. I have a few friends in Lincheng too. Let them take a look at it for you. Shuiyue said this as she ran towards her teacher's residence. Since ancient times, it is rare to find martial arts techniques in gambling stones. Unless the material of the martial arts technique itself is extremely special, it is difficult to preserve it. Most of these skills are of heaven level or above and are extremely precious. Anlin called me, probably because he felt threatened. The monks have excellent hearing and can hear the voice coming from the phone, even from a long distance. So what Shuiyue said was deliberately meant to intimidate these people. After a full sprint, Shuiyue soon arrived at the mentor's door. She didn't even knock on the door and just walked in. Teacher. In the room, an extremely charming woman was lying on the sofa. Her face was not made up, and her phoenix eyes revealed a cloud-like brilliance. Seeing Shuiyue breaking in, she smiled and said nonchalantly, Xiaoxue, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Before Shuiyue reached the door, she had already sensed Shuiyue's presence, so she was not surprised. Shuiyue did not waste any time and quickly explained the whole story. She didn't have any friends in Lincheng. They were just enemies she had beaten up. The woman smiled slightly after hearing this. What a lucky little guy. I know about this. Wait for me to call Qizhan. Qizhan is the guardian of lynching. In this world, high-ranking officials are all high-level cultivators, otherwise they will not be able to control the people below. Hearing the teacher's words, Qi breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, Anlin's safety was guaranteed. But why is this guy gambling on stones instead of practicing at home? Where does he get the money? This guy must be made to explain himself afterward. We came out in a hurry this time and didn't get to know him well. At the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce, several third-level physical cultivators walked up to Anlin. These people were guards recruited by the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce. They seemed to have received some notice. Anlin also noticed the logo on their chests, frowned, and looked at Hui. Hui's cell phone rang. His expression changed, and Anlin also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that these people must have received the notice from my sister, so they came here. If Anlin hadn't seen Hui answering the phone, he would probably think that it was an insider who came to arrest him. After answering the phone, Hui glanced at Anlin and left dejectedly. Those people around him who were ready to make a move also suppressed their thoughts. This guy's background should be even bigger than they imagined. Young master, if you want to sell your martial arts skills, you can consider the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce. We will definitely give you the most fair price. A guard with a crew cut said with a smile, with a hint of envy in his eyes. It's okay for this man to have a powerful background, but he also has such good luck. It's really enviable. After a while, a man with a dignified face floated in the air. Anlin was stunned. His elder sister had such a relationship. Floating in the air is the symbol of a cultivator in the fifth realm. I don't know what realm this person in front of me is at. The expressions of the people around Tiger War King changed, and they bowed and said, King level? Anlin's eyes lit up. He knew this. The title of the defender of lynching was Tiger War King. Anlin was about to speak when his face changed drastically. The queen ant broke through. A huge amount of energy surged into his body, like an angry dragon, shattering his meridians. Qizhan frowned, as if he sensed something, and looked at Anlin. Chapter 57 Multiple Promotions. This kid is actually a practitioner of 3 professions? Qizhan saw through Anlin's secret at a glance. At his level, the breath-containing ring is of no use at all. He could feel that there was a tide of spiritual power in Anlin's body that was beyond his ability to bear. If he didn't take care of it, he would probably explode and die. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand, and Anlin appeared directly in front of him. Qizhan's body floated in the air again and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, Anlin appeared in a room full of spiritual power. This was the training room opened to monks by the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce, and it was also the most advanced training room in the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce. At this time, Anlin had lost consciousness, and Qizhan gently placed his hand on Anlin's back and began to clear Anlin's spiritual power. You've contracted a beast that's far more powerful than you are. Qizhan's eyes narrowed. This situation has happened before. Many people who are born with strong mental power naturally don't want to contract low-level beasts, but they never thought that their own strength is too low and they can't withstand the spiritual power transmitted by the beast. Although the combat effectiveness of the beast masters themselves is relatively low, if the monsters advance quickly, their strength will be greatly improved. However, they are no match for other professional monks of the same level. Qizhan used his own spiritual power to clear the violent spiritual power in Anlin's body and sighed. He knew Qi, but he didn't expect that the Qi family would produce 2 geniuses. How strong is this guy's mental strength that he can actually contract a beast of this level? After curiously exploring Anlin's spiritual sea, Qizhan was stunned. There were 3 marks on Anlin's spiritual sea. A mark, like a huge sun, is located in the center of the spiritual sea, emitting spiritual power in all directions and strengthening Anlin's spiritual sea. The other mark, carrying a sense of extreme cold, continuously transported spiritual energy to nourish Anlin's meridians and dantian. He didn't quite understand the last golden mark. It was a golden mouse. There was no fluctuation at all, but it gave him a very special feeling. 3-headed beast? Qizhan stopped investigating Anlin. These 3 beasts were of a special type, different from the contracts he had known before. In a general Beastmaster's contract, the monster beast can only feed back energy, but cannot nourish the Beastmaster himself. Only special monster beasts can have an impact on the Beastmaster's body. With just these 3 beasts, Anlin is enough to look down upon the geniuses of his age. Qizhan has a hunch that the little fellow in front of him will have a longer way to go than him. After thinking for a while, Qizhan took out a golden petal, dissolved it with his spiritual power, and merged it into Qi Anlin's body. When Qi Zhan was stabilizing Qi Anlin's meridians, Xiao Xing crawled out tremblingly, took one look at Qi Zhan's face, and her hair exploded. Oh my god, this guy has such a stinky face. The treasure-hunting mouse quickly ran to the side, trying to run out of the room. I'm sorry, Xiao Anzi. Shoo, I will go find Big Silly Wolf to avenge you. As a result, the next second, it stopped. A pile of spirit stones caught its eye. The treasure-hunting rat took a deep breath. People die for money, birds die for food. I can't let myself be fooled by these spirit stones. Squeak. They're all mine. The treasure-hunting rat pounced on the pile of spirit stones. The treasure-hunting mouse, with red eyes, was about to put the spirit stone in front of it into its mouth. It could feel that the spiritual energy of this thing far exceeded that of the second-grade spirit stone and was worth a lot of money. At this moment, it suddenly hung in the air. Qi Zhan looked at it speechlessly from a distance. He had sensed the presence of this little mouse a long time ago, but he didn't expect that this guy was so brave. Although he has a lot of these spirit stones, the treasure-hunting rat's current level of cultivation will definitely explode if it swallows them. Feeling Qi Zhan's gaze, Xiao Xing turned away stiffly. Xiao Xing's expression, Qi Zhan shook his head, stopped paying attention to the cute hamster, and continued to help Qi Anlin clear his spiritual power. Waves of spiritual power flowed to various parts of the body, and soon, Qi Anlin's aura changed, and he directly stepped into the 7th level of the mortal level. And only a quarter of that spiritual power was consumed, so Qi Zhan had to continue to clear it for Qi Anlin. On the other side, Xiao Xing breathed a sigh of relief when she found that Qi Zhan no longer paid attention to her. Looking at the unreachable spirit stone in front of it, its little heart ached slightly. No, even if I can't eat the spirit stones, I, Shoo, have to absorb more. So, the treasure-hunting rat put all its strength into absorbing the spiritual power around it. At this moment, in the beast-taming bag, a large amount of spiritual power poured into Xiaoya's body, wreaking havoc on Xiaoya's meridians. Xiaoya's meridians quickly recovered after being shattered, and his aura became stronger and stronger. While absorbing these spiritual powers, a flame ignited in Xiaoya's ice-blue eyes, floating slightly. Xiaoya's aura became stronger and stronger, and finally broke through a critical point and entered the 8th level of the mortal level. Practice room. Qi Zhan's face changed, and a spiritual power with an icy feeling inexplicably appeared in Qi Anlin's dantian, and it actually followed the meridians and wrapped them all up. What secrets does this guy have? Generally speaking, the monsters contracted by the Beastmaster are all of the same attribute to avoid attribute conflicts caused by the influx of spiritual power. The huge spiritual power before was attributeless, which made Qi Zhan a little unbelievable, but this time the ice spiritual power. Qi Anlin's dantian and meridians were dyed blue, and the violent spiritual power also calmed down, quickly becoming compatible with the ice spiritual power and being absorbed by Qi Anlin. After a while, Qi Anlin's aura changed again and reached the 8th level of the mortal level. At this time, Qi Anlin's body was like a dry, dead tree, madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Even though these spiritual powers were only a drop in the bucket for the entire training room, Qi Zhan still couldn't help but feel surprised. Some kind of bodybuilding technique? Qi Zhan's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that he would pick up a treasure by helping his friend. As if he thought of something, Qi Zhan sighed. Linda could not compare to Junda. This kid was so talented, I was afraid he could not compete with those old guys in Junda. Let's make a good relationship. A pile of medicinal herbs appeared in the training room. Qi Zhan used his spiritual power to transform them into a pool of spiritual liquid, which then merged into Qi Anlin's body. Qi Anlin opened his eyes again, and everything he saw was unfamiliar. The crystal-clear spirit stones emitted a white luster. Qi Anlin swallowed his saliva. He could feel the surging spiritual power in these spirit stones. They were definitely high-grade spirit stones. Awake! A deep and powerful voice came from behind him, and Qi Anlin quickly turned his head. Thank you, Lord Tiger War King, for saving my life. Although he was unconscious, he still had some impression. If it weren't for the man in front of him taking action, he might have exploded. Speaking of which, the Ant Queen's spiritual power is really terrifying. Chapter 58, Mortal Level 9. Host, Qi Anlin. Realm, Ordinary Level 8. Occupation, Beastmaster, Physical Cultivator, Qi Cultivator. Blood Energy, 412,000. Beast Tamer, Xiao Yi, Ordinary Level 8 Stage. Xiao Yu, Ordinary Level 8 Stage. Xiao Xing, Ordinary Level 5th Stage. Kung Fu, Tiger Edge Fist, Ordinary Level Top Grade, Great Success. Ling Feng Bu, Ordinary Level Top Grade, Minor Success. Falling Leaf Sword Technique. Top grade mortal, minor success. Guiyuan Xian Gong. Yellow grade, upper grade, second level. Xianjun Body Refining Method. Yellow grade, upper grade, second level. Qi Anlin was stunned. He didn't expect that the Queen Ant's breakthrough this time would cause such a huge chain reaction. Not only did he break through 2 levels, but Xiaoya also broke through. As for Xiao Xing, for some reason, this guy didn't share a spiritual power channel with him, which meant that whether it advanced or he advanced, it would not affect each other. The most important thing is that his bodybuilding skills have also improved. Qi Anlin feels that he should be able to defeat Li Qing, who is at the 9th level of the mortal level. Little guy, you've consumed a lot of my supplies this time, Qi Zhan said with a smile, and Qi Anlin couldn't help but stiffen when he heard this. Of course, he felt it, and now his body was still faintly flowing with the power of the medicine. In fact, Qi Zhan didn't want Qi Anlin to return it. He just teased him on purpose. His intuition told him that he would have to deal with Qi Anlin in the future. This can also be considered an investment, but a genius who has not grown up is ultimately just a genius. The key is to be able to continue moving forward. Qi Anlin thought about it and took out the Flame Phoenix art. As the guardian of Lincheng, and because Qi Zhan saved his life, Qi Anlin felt that he was trustworthy. Faced with someone of this strength, even if you want to rob him, you have no way to do so. It is better to just cling to him. Senior Tiger War King, this is the technique I got from gambling on stones. I wonder if it would be useful to you. The king-level cultivator with a title has reached the 6th realm in strength and can be regarded as the king wherever he goes. The art of the Flame Phoenix. Qi Zhan was stunned. Feeling the fluctuations of the king-level monster on the book, as well as the trace of the breath of the great Tao, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. This book is made of the skin of a king-level monster. The original versions of many martial arts techniques are made with materials of corresponding grades, and this Flame Phoenix art is most likely the original version of a king-level martial arts technique. Qi Zhan's eyes were a little hot. This book also recorded the path of a king-level cultivator. But Qi Zhan took a deep breath and looked at Qi Anlin. He was a Qi cultivator of the gold attribute, so naturally he couldn't practice fire-based techniques. The most he could do was learn from the path this person had taken. This is the preciousness of the king-level technique. With the Tao left in this technique, it may be possible for a cultivator at the peak of the 5th realm to break through. Do you know the importance of king-level skills? Qi Zhan looked at Qi Anlin very seriously. Unless they were the closest people, few people would share skills of this level. Qi Anlin sighed. He also wanted to learn this technique, but the name Flame Phoenix art sounded like a fire-based technique, which did not quite match his attributes. Sister Shueyue can use this technique. I don't know, but if it weren't for the senior's help, I would have exploded and died by now. What's more, the senior also refined a lot of resources for me, and the martial arts are external things. How can they compare to the grace of saving my life? Qi Anlin said very sincerely. Senior, and I have no kinship, yet I am truly grateful for your kindness. If I fail to repay your kindness, it would be unbecoming of the rules. Qi Zhan was amused. This kid spoke in an interesting way. Look again, as a king-level powerhouse, ordinary mortal cultivators may not even be able to stand steadily when they meet him. Although this guy calls him senior all the time, he actually does not have much respect for him. He patted Qi Anlin's shoulder with great satisfaction. Not bad. You are worthy of being the pride of Lincheng. This petal of golden feather leaf was not wasted. This book doesn't suit my attributes, and I don't understand the true meaning of the flame Tao within it. However, it's a king-level technique after all, and perhaps it will allow me to advance further. I'll accept this technique for now. I heard that your sister is also a fire-type Qi cultivator. After I finish reading this technique, I will pass it on to your sister. Although he paid a golden feather leaf, what he gained far exceeded that. Qi Anlin also smiled. Although he didn't quite understand what Qi Zhan said, he could understand that the most important part of this martial arts technique would be left behind, and he would not suffer any loss. It's time to say goodbye. Qi Anlin thought about it and decided that he had to go home and soak in the blood energy space to adapt to his own realm, so as not to cause an unstable foundation. At this time, a wave came from the sea of spirituality, and Qi Anlin stopped. This was the message conveyed by the Queen Ant. It's about to break through again. Qi Anlin took a deep breath, looked at Qi Zhan, and said with an embarrassed smile, Senior, I may need your help. Looking at the young man sitting cross-legged in front of him, Qi Zhan looked at him almost as if he were a monster. Although he had seen geniuses who broke through one realm during the college entrance examination, he had never seen a freak who could practice 3 professions at the same time at this age and had such a solid foundation. If this guy had a good fighting awareness, no one in the same level would be his opponent. Qi Zhan could feel that Qi Anlin's physical strength and mental power were far beyond those of cultivators of the same level, and the amount of spiritual energy stored in his body was more than twice that of an ordinary 9th-level Qi cultivator. And this guy obviously has a strong sense of combat. Qi Anlin has a fearless attitude. Although he looks smiling, he actually has a ruthless spirit in his bones. He has a dangerous spirit of wanting to bite off a piece of flesh from his enemies, even if he dies. All of this stems from the battle in the blood energy space. After all, Qi Anlin will not really die in that place, so he will continue to attack the enemy until the moment his consciousness disappears. At this moment, even though he was practicing, Qi Anlin's body was not completely relaxed. If someone attacked him, he would fight back like a conditioned reflex. Another little monster. Qi Zhan continued to channel the spiritual energy in Qi Anlin's body. This guy was about to break through to the 9th level. A 3-professional monster of the 9th level of the mortal level. Qi Zhan gave up the idea of keeping him. This kind of guy will definitely go to those top universities. Soon, Qi Anlin's aura changed, and a spiritual power with an icy meaning emerged in his dantian again. Qi Zhan let out a breath. This situation was expected to happen. I really want to slice this guy up and study him. Chapter 59 System Upgrade. Qi Anlin opened his eyes again, and every part of his body was filled with strength. After the queen ant ate the spirit stone, or he jumped 3 levels in a short period of time and reached the 9th level of the mortal level. However, there were also dangers involved. Qi Anlin estimated that if he hadn't suddenly wanted to gamble on the stone, and if he hadn't just happened to get the Flame Phoenix art, and if his sister hadn't called the Tiger War King, I guess he's reincarnated again. Now, not only has he broken through the 9th level, his own realm has also been pushed directly to the peak, and he is only one opportunity away from the 1st level. What he was sure of was that he could take down someone like Li Qing within 3 rounds. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to the buffs that I stacked by cheating. After thanking Qi Zhan, Qi Anlin checked the Queen Ant's data. Name Eating Ant Queen. Attributes: Gold, Fire. Level: Ordinary, Level 9th Stage. Potential: Yellow Grade High Quality. Production Speed. Queen Ant. Production speed is half of the original Queen Ant production speed. Strength is the same as the original Queen Ant, and does not have the ability to produce Queen Ants. 1/90th day. 1st level, 2nd stage, 1/3 day. 1 realm, 1 section, 5/1 day. Ordinary level 9th Dan, 40/1 day. Ordinary level 8th stage, 120/1 day. Ordinary level 7, 400/day. Level 6, 800/day. Level 5, 1600/day. Level 4, 3600/day. Level 3, 10,000/day. Level 2, 30,000/day. Level 1, 100,000/day. Normal, 1,000,000/day. Cough, cough, cough. Qi Anlin was choked by saliva and couldn't help coughing. I thought I had improved enough, but I didn't expect that compared with the Queen Ant, I was just a piece of trash. 40 ant soldiers of the 9th level of the ordinary level can play with themselves as balls. As for the production volume of 1 million on the following day, Qi Anlin shuddered, his intensive phobia coming on. Qi Zhan glanced at Qi Anlin, smiled, and didn't care anymore. After setting up the training room for only 1 hour, he left. As the garrison commander of Linqing, he doesn't have much time to hang out outside. If a crisis occurs in another world, he must be there at the first moment. He had to use this time to quickly check over the exercises to see if they could be of any help to him. After leaving the training room, Qi Anlin bought a ticket home and left Linqing with the treasure-hunting rat. Maybe it was because he had become luckier after contracting the treasure-hunting rat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly thought of coming to this place to sell his excess resources. There are still 2 hours left before the system update is completed, so he just needs to wait quietly. Soon, Qi Anlin returned home. Since his parents and sister were all monks, Qi Anlin was usually alone at home and relatively free. Xiaoya was released. Due to Qi Anlin's continuous breakthroughs, Xiaoya also reached the 9th level of the mortal level. From this perspective, Xiaoxing is indeed a bit of a loner. But this time, thanks to this little guy, otherwise I would have exploded. I have to reward it well. At least, you have to be less harsh on it in the future. This little guy is a mascot. Qi Anlin smiled and turned to look at the treasure-hunting rat. On the lawn behind him, the treasure-hunting rat was holding a mobile phone and tapping the screen excitedly. Huh? What is he doing? Qi Anlin shook his head. This guy must be playing games. Although he is smart, he is still like a child. Damn it. Qi Anlin accidentally saw the screen and found that the treasure-hunting rat was chatting with his mobile phone. The message bar displayed some big words that made Qi Anlin furious. This was the chat box with Xiao. Qi Anlin rushed over with a ferocious look on his face and pressed Xiao Xing on the phone. Xiao Xing, who was held down by Qi Anlin, used all her strength to press the send button. Louis Lin, Xiao F. I've fantasized about being an inventor and a philosopher, but in the end I still want to live in your house at Acti. The rest of the gibberish was typed using Xiao Xing's head. Qi Anlin withdrew the message in a second in horror, and couldn't help but sit on the ground and hold his heart, almost dying. Fortunately, I withdrew quickly and was not seen by Chu Xining. After calming his pounding heart, Qi Anlin grabbed Xiao Xing, who was about to escape, and showed a ferocious smile. Looking at the message that popped up and then withdrew on the phone, Chu Xining's face turned red instantly, as if steam would come out in the next second. Chu Xining curled up into a ball, putting her head back under the quilt. Outside the room, Xia Yan sighed. They all grew up together, and Chu Xining could be considered their common sister. Wang Chong left first, and there was one less person to take care of Chu Xining. After this college entrance examination, they may go their separate ways, and there will be even fewer places where they can take care of Chu Xining in the future. The Canlong squad has been disbanded, and those who had participated in this incident were killed in another world. Wang Chong's revenge has been completely avenged. Qi Anlin, Xia Yan murmured. After listening to Chu Xining's description, he also realized that Qi Anlin might be hiding his strength. Shaking his head, Xia Yan returned to his room. Since the college entrance examination had been reformed, he had to take this opportunity to see if he could make another breakthrough. Ding! The system has been successfully upgraded, and the path of monster evolution has begun. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the system. The rewards are as follows. White Crane Sword, lower spiritual grade, possesses the White Crane Spirit, which can increase the speed to a certain extent. Great Strength Diamond Pill, a top-grade yellow-grade item that can increase strength to a certain extent. In addition to these rewards, the system also rewarded 2 monsters. Name Lucky Cat. Attribute, Gold. Level, Ordinary level 4. Quality, Yellow grade. Skill, Fortune, Yellow level Ultimate, temporarily improve luck through blessing and gain wealth. Introduction: an ornamental monster that can bring wealth. After seeing the attributes of this monster, Qi Anlin's eyes lit up. It happened to be a monster that increased luck. He wondered if it would be highly compatible with the treasure-hunting rat. Name Frost War Soul. Attribute, Ice. Level, Ordinary level 9th stage. Quality, Spiritual grade low grade. Skill, Arctic Storm. Top grade yellow skill, creates an ice storm on the spot, causing certain damage to the enemy. Freezing Fist. Yellow level lower grade, uses spiritual power to simulate several fists for rapid strikes. Elemental Body. Lower spiritual level, passive skill. As long as half of the body is not destroyed, it can absorb spiritual energy to recover. Introduction. Elemental Monster. Immune to certain physical damage. Qi Anlin. Is it too late to replace Xiaoya now? The properties of this thing are too abnormal. Qi Anlin was a little moved after seeing it. After calming down for a while, Qi Anlin gave up the idea of making a contract with the monster. If it were an ordinary person, he might contract this monster as his own beast. After all, it has the same attributes as Xiaoya, and there will be no attribute conflict after the contract. But Qi Anlin was different. He was rather reckless before and didn't know that monsters had different attributes, so the attributes of the 3 beasts were different. However, after these attempts, Qi Anlin also realized his own peculiarities, so if he contracted this monster, the position of this monster would conflict with Xiaoya. Furthermore, after breaking through to the first realm, he can contract with another demon beast. If he makes a hasty choice, he will have to wait until the second realm to contract with a demon beast again. Chapter 60. Bonds, Lucky Treasure Hunting Mouse. For the next beast he would tame, he was planning to choose an auxiliary beast. After all, with his special features, there was a high probability that he would become a lone wolf in the future, so he had to carry an auxiliary beast that could add blood with him. So this monster can serve as his first beast for the time being. After all, the Queen Anne is not around. He will wait until its strength cannot keep up with his, and it is eliminated. Although he seems to have a lot of blood energy now, if they are really used, it is not enough for the 3 little ones, and there is very little that can be used on other monsters. Catch Xiao Xing, who is being carried around in the air by the bat. You can try to combine it with the Lucky Cat later. But before that, Qi Anlin opened a new function of the system, which is the path of monster evolution. The next second, Xiao Xing's attribute column appeared in Qi Anlin's sight. Name Treasure Hunting Mouse. Attribute, Gold. Level, Ordinary level 5. Potential, Lower Spirit level. Evolution Route. Golden Rat, Spirit level mid-grade. Required blood energy, 300,000, blood energy can unlock the materials required for evolution. Spirit Mine Rat, spirit level top grade. Required health, 500,000. So this is the path of evolution. Anlin touched his chin and showed an expression of as expected. In this way, maybe he could also serve as a spirit trainer? The profession of spirit trainer is relatively niche and requires more knowledge. This profession is specifically for beast masters and is mainly responsible for evolving beasts. After all, many beast masters find it difficult to give up monsters after they have contracted them, so in order to make further progress, they can only evolve the monsters. Therefore, most of the spirit trainers are beast masters. After all, cultivators of other professions do not have so much leisure time to understand monsters. After checking the evolutionary range of the treasure hunting rat, Anlin shook his head. These evolutionary directions were not what he wanted. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology, and the European emperors rely on luck. With luck, of course the choice is synthesis. The lucky cat was extracted from the system. It was a golden cat with spots on its body like copper coins, and it looked very rich. Ding! Do you want to merge treasure hunting mouse and lucky cat? Required health, 350,000. Fusion success rate, 90%. The degree of fusion is indeed very high. Since Xiaoxing's own quality is relatively high, it requires more blood energy, which directly consumes more than half of Anlin's blood energy. Without hesitation, Anlin directly chose fusion. When merging with the monster that serves as the main part of the synthesis will be retained, while the monster in the auxiliary part will disappear. In other words, the treasure hunting rat will absorb the fortune cat. It sounds inhumane, but thinking about the monsters he had killed, Anlin felt relieved. When he came to this world, he should adapt to the survival rules of this world and should not be too merciful. A blood cocoon wrapped the treasure hunting rat and the fortune cat. After Anlin moved them into the house, he looked at Xiaoya. The fusion time is 24 hours. Anlin is going to see if Xiaoya can fuse with the frost battle spirit. The frost soul was summoned. This thing looked a bit like the blue buff in the game, except that it was surrounded by elements and had no entity. Ding! Do you want to fuse the ice wolf and the frost soul? Required health, 800,000. Fusion success rate, 30%. Sure enough, Anlin touched his chin. Although they were both ice-attributed monsters, the degree of fusion between Xiaoya and the frost battle soul was not high. After all, the frost battle soul was an elemental body, which was very different from Xiaoya's flesh and blood body. The frost battle soul also needs to be synthesized, otherwise it will not obey his orders. Anlin asked Xiaoya to create a piece of ice out of thin air, and then used synthesis on the frost battle soul. Ding! Do you want to fuse Frost War Spirit and Ice Cube? Required health, 5,000. Fusion success rate, 80%. The Frost War Soul is a 9th level mortal monster. If it were an ordinary beast, it might only take more than 10 points of blood energy to fuse with the ice. Most of the 5,000 blood energies here are used to change the loyalty of the Frost War Soul. After choosing fusion, the Frost War Soul was wrapped in a blood cocoon and broke out of the cocoon 5 minutes later. There was no change in its attributes, so Anlin put it into the beast bag. This monster would disguise itself as his first beast. Since there was no contract, he could only give verbal commands. He had also looked up information about beast masters on the internet before. It seemed that other beast masters commanded the beasts to fight verbally, which seemed different from him being able to communicate directly in the sea of spirituality. The Frost Battle Soul is more restrained by Qi cultivators, but for ordinary body cultivators, it can be said to be absolutely suppressive. Host, Anlin. Realm, level 9 of the ordinary stage. Occupation, Beastmaster, Physical Cultivator, Qi Cultivator. Blood Energy, 250,000. Beast Tamer, Xiao Yi, 9th stage, ordinary level. Xiao Yu, 9th stage, ordinary level. Xiao Xing, 6th stage, ordinary level. Exercise, brief. Bond. Sea of Spirit. It has some of the functions of the Queen Ant, greatly increases mental power, and expands the capacity of the Sea of Spirit. Ice Soul Dantian. The speed of spiritual power recovery and absorption is accelerated. Whenever Xiaoya breaks through, he will gain a large amount of source ice power to expand Dantian and improve his physical condition. Luck. Your luck improves and your chances of encountering adventures increase. 24 hours had passed. Xiaoxing's synthesis was completed and evolved again, and Anlin also found the new prompt given by the system. Bond. No wonder I suddenly have a Dantian. It turns out that Xiaoya gave it to me. From this perspective, every time you contract a monster, you will gain a bond, so you should be more cautious in choosing the monster to tame. Name Lucky Treasure Hunting Mouse. Attribute, gold. Level, ordinary level 6. Potential, spiritual grade top grade. Skill, can't see me. Yellow grade, lower grade, can reduce one's presence, making it difficult for the enemy to notice oneself. Luck, special passive skill, luck increases with level. Treasure hunting, yellow grade, has a special ability to sense treasures and can sense treasures within 100 meters. Xiaoxing doesn't seem to have changed much, but in fact, its luck has improved a lot because of this synthesis. It has broken away from the introduction column and become a real skill. It's a pity that this lucky skill cannot be upgraded using blood energy. Otherwise, Anlin would have started consuming blood energy long ago. After upgrading Xiaoye's Gale Step to the lower level of yellow grade, Anlin stretched, packed up, and prepared to go out. The so-called college entrance examination is today, and I don't know how these people test their talents. After contacting Gigi, Chu Xining, and others, Anlin went out with the beast taming bag. I had a faint anticipation in my heart. It was finally my turn to show off and get slapped in the face. Chapter 61 Spiritual Power Test. Soon, Anlin arrived at the testing center. Under the scorching sun, there were huge crowds of people, and it seemed that except for me, everyone else was accompanied by their parents. Zhao County suffered heavy losses this time, with many students dying in another world. This caused parents to be worried that something might happen to their children, and they had to accompany them wherever they went. The testing center was originally a gymnasium in Zhao County, and at this time, many monks wearing special combat uniforms were maintaining order around them. Anlin, this guy didn't die in the world of small insects? Not far away, Tang Hao looked over with a frown. As the class monitor, he was extremely disgusted with people like Anlin who dragged down the average, but because of Anlin's extraordinary family background, he never said anything. This time, 5 people in the class died. I thought that with Anlin's strength, he would die in this battle, but now it seems that he is not even seriously injured. He also heard that Shuiyue had killed the ruler of the insect world because Anlin was missing. Forget it. Let him live, he is lucky. Tang Hao shifted his gaze. He was not a fool. He knew Anlin had a strong background, but still went to provoke him. At the gate, Gigi had already joined the team, and Anlin saw his humble appearance from afar. Xiaoye, after my hand heals, can I play the guitar? Gigi said with a sad face. His arm was wrapped in bandages because he had injured his bones in the other world and needed to rest. Although doctors can restore bones for others, it also depends on their own level. There is no doctor in Zhao County who can restore bones. Chu Xining couldn't bear to see Gigi's sad look, so she whispered, Okay. I'm so cool. Once my hand is healed, I can learn guitar. Gigi cheered, and Xia Yan and others around him looked at him speechlessly. This guy would die if he didn't act like a humiliator one day. When the insect world merged, they fell into the same place as Jijiki and were almost annoyed to death by this guy. Stop messing around. Anlin is here. It's time for us to go in. Xia Yan sighed and pulled Gigi over. Although this guy was a bit annoying, Chu Xining's mood had been a bit abnormal recently, so it would be good for her to spend more time with this guy. After all, this guy is an optimist and heartless. Anlin walked over slowly. He took a glance and found that everyone's strength had improved. After all, no one has ever been exposed to the other world before. After experiencing life and death, everyone's strength will be improved to a certain extent. Xia Yan's cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th level of the mortal level, while Li Wan and Li Yu have also reached the peak of the 5th level of the mortal level. As for Chu Xining, perhaps due to the influence of Wang Chang's death, she is still at the 5th level of the mortal level. This is a hurdle in Chu Xining's heart. If she can overcome it, her realm will be greatly improved in a short period of time. What Anlin didn't expect was that Gigi had actually reached the 6th level of the mortal level. Although everyone has made great progress, Anlin, who is like a cheat, has directly jumped from the 1st level of the ordinary level to the 9th level of the ordinary level. Therefore, he was not surprised by the improvement of several people, and even had a sense of expectation. After exchanging greetings with a few people in the team, everyone walked into the gymnasium together. Parents are not allowed to enter the gymnasium. After Anlin and others verified the candidates' information, they began to line up. This test is more comprehensive. After all, it is not only for testing the realm, but also for testing the talent for cultivation. In fact, beast masters and spiritual refiners can actually be considered 2 branches. After all, they can both be considered as the same kind of mental power. Others, such as formation masters, talisman masters, doctors, etc., can be considered branches of qi cultivation. Therefore, the first step in the test is to test one's own spiritual power, followed by mental power, and finally physical fitness. Not only that, This time there will also be a test of one's talent for practicing martial arts. There were many unfamiliar figures around. Anlin raised his eyebrows. There were not so many candidates from Zhao County itself. Most of them came from other counties and cities. Of course, most of these students who came here were geniuses, and they wanted to use the talent test as a plus point for themselves. After queuing up, not far away, an old man with a white beard was conducting a spiritual power test. Behind him, there was a 3-meter-high machine running. A fair-skinned young man walked up and input his spiritual power into a crystal ball. The crystal ball slowly turned khaki, and the amount began to be displayed on the tall machine. 287. Number 65, Feng Pan, Level 3, Earth Attribute, Low-Quality Spiritual Power. An old and majestic voice sounded. Feng Pan's expression changed, and he shouted, "Impossible. I want to retest." The next second, several people in special combat uniforms came forward, picked him up, and took him to the next testing point. The people around were whispering and became very nervous. When they first entered the world of cultivation, as young people, they were all full of high spirits and believed that they could be the one who could surpass all the others and eventually reach the top. After all, as an individual, everyone thinks that they are the protagonist of this world. However, we are more than just the protagonists. In the lives of many people, perhaps we have all been just insignificant supporting roles. Anlin shook his head. If it weren't for the system, perhaps he would just be Zhang San or Li Si, just a part of the vast living beings. If there is nothing special about you, is it really possible to reach a high level just by hard work? Anlin looked around. No matter which world, background is an extremely important part. People with backgrounds can get more resources for cultivation, while those without resources can only rely on themselves. In this world, how much resources can an ordinary person without any strength get by relying on himself? You know, there are basically no ordinary people among the rich people in this world. Ordinary people are unable to protect their wealth. Shaking his head, Anlin stopped thinking about it and began to wait slowly for the test. There were fewer and fewer people around, and many students started crying. However, the staff did not try to comfort them, but took them directly to the next test site. At this time, a playboy in gorgeous clothes walked up, and his aura startled the people around him. Ordinary level 8. When did Zhao County produce such a genius? I heard he came from Linqing. He seems to be from the Hu family, one of the 5 major families. On the examination table, Hu Tian looked down at the students around him with disdain. What a poor little place, it breeds a bunch of trash. Hu Tian's eyes were full of disdain. In his opinion, these guys who would be cannon fodder in the future had no qualification to test their talents at all. Because of these guys, he had to wait for so long. He reached out his hand to the crystal ball, and soon, a number appeared on the machine. 720. Number 250 Hu Tian, Mortal Level 8, Fire Attribute, Low Quality Spiritual Power. Chapter 62. Ice Soul Battle Body. Impossible. Impossible. For this test, his father spent a lot of training resources and forcibly improved his strength by 2 levels, hoping that he could enter a top university. However, with this kind of breakthrough, his realm has been raised, but his foundation is unstable, so the quality of his spiritual energy is only equivalent to the 7th level of the ordinary level. There must be something wrong with the mechanical test. I didn't get such a result when I tested in my family. Hu Tian yelled, but was quickly taken away from the scene. The old man shook his head, but did not stop. In fact, when Hu Tian came up, he had already noticed the weakness of Hu Tian's aura. If you force yourself to improve your strength, it is easy to cause your foundation to become unstable, which will affect your qualifications. However, during the college entrance examination, many people know the disadvantages of this, but still do it without hesitation. After all, if you can get into a better school and get more resources, you can eliminate the previous defects. Next, although the old man's voice was small, it echoed in the ears of every candidate. After hearing this, Xiaoyan clenched his fists and walked forward. The spiritual power levels of the more than 200 people before him were very low, which made him doubt himself. As a genius from number 1 middle school, can he really compare to someone from a big family in Linqing? After taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan placed his hand on the crystal ball, and his spiritual power circulated. Soon, the crystal ball was dyed red. Below the stage, Chu Xining and others stared at the machine nervously, as this test would determine their college entrance examination scores. The final college entrance examination tests theoretical knowledge, but generally speaking, as long as you have enough talent, the score requirements will be lowered. Soon, a number appeared on the machine. 799. Number 251 Xiaoyan, 7th level of ordinary level, fire attribute, high quality of spiritual power. The old man nodded slightly. This result represented that Xia Yin had a solid foundation and could control his spiritual power well. It's much better than those who take drugs. Xia Yin breathed a sigh of relief, said thank you, then left the scene and headed to the next testing point. Although he was also curious about the results of other members of the team, the tests were conducted one after another, and he could not delay. After Xia Yin left, the students who had not been tested talked about it. The 200 people before had put too much pressure on them. Now that someone with high-quality spiritual power had finally appeared, their hope was rekindled. And then, several people in the team also walked up one after another. 550. Number 345 Chu Xining, Mortal Level 5, Physician, Medium Spiritual Power Quality. The attribute of a physician is not one of the major attributes, but involves a little bit of life, so they do not have any combat capabilities. Generally speaking, wood attribute Qi cultivators may also have some healing abilities, but they are far inferior to doctors of the same level. However, wood attribute cultivators still have certain combat capabilities. 384. Number 388 Liu, 5th level mortal, Talisman Master, Medium Spiritual Power Quality. The Talisman Master mainly relies on talismans to fight, so he needs some spiritual power and mental power, and it mainly depends on his own talisman-making ability. As for Li 1 and Gigi, they went directly to the next test. They did not have much spiritual power in their bodies, so they had to take the next spiritual power absorption test to test their Qi cultivation talent. The number of people around gradually decreased, and Anlin also saw several geniuses with high spiritual power quality, most of whom were people from other places. 987. Number 1580 Luo Yudi, Mortal Level 9, Water Attribute, High Quality Spiritual Power. Upon hearing this news, there was a burst of exclamations from the audience. This was also the first candidate to reach the 9th level of the ordinary level. We're both in the 3rd year of high school, so how come this guy has already reached the 9th level of the mortal realm? I've been training like crazy for 10 hours every day, and I'm only at the 5th level. Brother, you are already considered a genius in Zhao County. These are all people from Linqing, a student who was only at the 3rd level of the ordinary level side. The children of large families have no shortage of resources for cultivation. For this test, his family spent a huge amount of money to buy him a first-grade spirit stone for absorption, which allowed him to barely reach the peak of the 3rd stage. The family members can get a lot of such spirit stones every month. After causing a commotion, Luo Yudi left the scene, and the old man looked at the next person's name. Anlin. The old man raised his eyebrows, and he perked up from his sleepy state. He was originally a mentor at Lin University. After hearing a rumor from someone, he took the initiative to come here to help with the testing in order to find a good seedling in advance. The person on the list is one of his targets this time. However, Anlin would definitely be accepted by a top university unless he actually had poor talent, so he didn't hold out too much hope. Lu Long had some expectations in his heart. This was the first time he came to accept a disciple before the college entrance examination. If Anlin could become his disciple, he would probably be able to teach a king-level student in the future. Next, Anlin. Hearing Lu Long's voice, Anlin walked onto the stage excitedly. He was also very curious about the quality of his spiritual power. Generally speaking, he seldom uses spiritual power to fight, and mostly relies on the pulsation of his physical body. However, with the interference of ice spiritual power, defeating ordinary enemies becomes extremely easy. I don't know whether my spiritual power is high or low. Soon, Anlin walked onto the stage and reached for the crystal ball. Below the stage, Tang Hao looked at Anlin and shook his head. He knew that Anlin was a beastmaster. Perhaps this spiritual power was refined from the elixir sent by Sister June and was not worth mentioning. He also couldn't sense the spiritual energy from Anlin, so he probably wasn't even at the 1st level of the mortal level. Just as Tang Hao was constantly belittling Anlin in his heart, he suddenly heard bursts of exclamations around him, and he hurriedly looked over. Above the crystal ball, a shadow of ice appeared and disappeared. The old man's gaze fixed, and he stood up directly. Battle body? Lu Long trembled with excitement. Anyone with a combat body would at least be at the king level in the future. The numerical value on the machine soared and soon reached 900, but it continued to rise. The icy shadow gradually solidified into shape, and its figure vaguely resembled a smaller version of Anlin. It's the ice soul battle body. Lu Long confirmed Anlin's physique, and it was undoubtedly a battle body. There are tens of thousands of types of combat bodies, but this is not limited to the number on Blue Star, but in all the worlds. Although Anlin's combat body was only the 2nd to last, it was still better than many geniuses. You know, there were countless living beings in the heavens and myriad worlds, but there were only tens of thousands of combat bodies. The Eye-Soul Battle Body not only has a fast training speed, but also makes it difficult for the owner to go astray, and the speed of spiritual power recovery is far beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, there are very few people of the same level who can be his rivals. While Lu Long was still thinking about how to recruit Qi Anlin as his disciple, another color faintly emerged on the crystal ball. Dual attributes? And above the machine, the values are finally fixed. 1098. Chapter 63 Individual Test. Number 1581 Qi Anlin, Mortal Level 9, Ice and Wind Attributes, Top Level Spiritual Power Quality. Lu Long hesitated for a moment and said, since Qi Anlin possesses the Ice-Soul Battle Body, he can obtain a special recruitment quota in advance. After the announcement, he looked at Qi Anlin and said with a kind smile, I am Lu Long, the Special Warfare Instructor of Lin University. If you are interested in entering Lin University, you can become my disciple. Before Qi Anlin could react, the crowd started to make a noise. Master Lin, the Special Warfare Instructor. I remember now. The old man who checked the spiritual power is a heavenly level expert. Heavenly level, isn't that the 5th level? A student from Linqing suddenly said, didn't you notice what Senior Lu said? This Qi Anlin is actually a combat body. Battle body? What is a battle body? Isn't Qi Anlin a waste who can't practice? Hearing this, the people around him instantly turned their heads and looked at him with contempt. If this can be called trash, then what are they? While everyone was talking about it, Qi Anlin also reacted. Battle body. Could it be because of Xiaoya's bond? Thanks to Senior Lu's kindness, if I have the opportunity to enter Lin University, I will look for Senior Lu. Qi Anlin was polite. Although he would most likely enter Lin University in the end, his roots were here after all, so it was very important to gain some favor in front of the heavenly level cultivators. Lu Long nodded and smiled. All right, Jin Lin is not a creature that stays in a pond. I know that you are unlikely to stay in Guizhou province. Let's go to the next testing point. Although he has been considered as a student admitted to a top university, he still needs to complete the test. Qi Anlin nodded, said a few polite words, and then went to the next testing point. Have you heard? Qi Anlin is actually a combat body, and his spiritual power quality exceeds 1,000. A student from number 2 middle school said excitedly. Just now, a friend told him the news on his mobile phone. What? Isn't Qi Anlin unable to practice? The news quickly spread throughout the entire testing point, and everyone started talking about it. Legend has it that as long as the battle body survives premature death, one can eventually enter the king realm. That's right. Although the Eye-Soul Battle Body ranks 9998, this physique is what many people dream of. Not only can it increase the speed of cultivation, but it also does not fear going astray, said the person from the Science Popularization Group. At this time, the Dihua group also began to speak. Qi Anlin's sister is also a genius, but she is a fire element. Could it be that because she was suppressed by her sister's attributes before, she was unable to cultivate? It was not until she experienced the crisis in the other world that she suddenly awakened, accumulated a lot of experience, and reached the 9th level in one day. On the other side, the gossip group started talking. I saw Chu Xining from number 1 middle school running out of Qi Anlin's house with a red face. Finally, the slander group said, if I had that kind of talent and family background, I would definitely be far stronger than this guy. This world is so unfair. Jijiji suddenly appeared beside this person and whispered in his ear, life is boring, toads commenting on humans. Shit. The man was frightened by Jijiki. He didn't feel anyone approaching him at all. Xia Yan sighed and said to Jijiji, stop messing around and come here quickly. Let's get ready for the test. Originally, he thought that even if Qi Anlin hid his strength, he should be about the same as himself, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. Thinking of Qi Anlin's sister, Xia Yan felt even more helpless. This brother and sister of the Qi family were simply monsters. After hearing Xia Yan's words, Jijiji continued to say to the man disapprovingly, jealousy makes me Gaussian fuzzy. Jealousy makes me increase but decrease. Jealousy makes me induce breeding. Jealousy makes me oxidatively decompose. Before he could finish his words, he was pulled away by Qi Anlin, who had just arrived. Although he had long been accustomed to Jijiji's painting style, it had to be said that Qi Anlin sometimes didn't even want to admit that he knew this guy. For example, when they were playing games together, his name was Robbery Police Station, and Jijiji's name was Kingwaging Minuai. Who the hell would come up with a name like that? After taking Jijiji away, Qi Anlin learned about the content of the second test, which was to test the speed of absorbing spiritual power. This test involves sending out a spirit stone, which is then absorbed under the observation of the tester, so even physical cultivators can be tested. The ultimate goal of the spiritual power of qi cultivation is to enter the dantian and circulate throughout the body, while the ultimate goal of body cultivation is to integrate the spiritual power into the body and strengthen the physical constitution. After exchanging a few pleasantries with a few people in the team, a man in a special combat uniform came over and said, "Student Qi, we will test you individually next." This was notified by Qi Zhan after he received the news. As a combat body, conventional testing methods should not be used, not to mention that Qi Anlin is a practitioner of 3 professions. Qi Anlin was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt like the sky was falling. I have endured humiliation for so long just for this moment of showing off, but this group of people actually want to deprive me of it. Seeing Qi Anlin's constipated look, Gigi nodded thoughtfully and said, "Will we know the results after the test?" "The results will naturally be announced." Qi Anlin felt relieved. It turned out that Gigi understood him best. Arriving at a separate room, Qi Anlin saw several instructors who exuded a sense of oppression and stood aside somewhat restrainedly. Another warrior has emerged from Zhao County. The person who spoke was a physical cultivator at the 5th level. Veins were exposed on his muscles, and he seemed to be suppressing his own strength. Again, Qi Anlin was a little puzzled. He had never heard of any combat body, but it seems that I didn't care much about these things before. Seeing Qi Anlin's puzzled look, a female Qi cultivator said, "Little guy, don't you know that your sister also possesses a combat body?" "Hey, this is quite strange. The same parents actually gave birth to 2 combat bodies with completely different attributes." The instructors were talking about it, and Qi Anlin was upset. Qi Shuiwe didn't even tell him about such a big thing. Well, even if I tell him, he won't care at that time. He will just give me a few compliments and then try to ignore it. "Excuse me, master, what kind of combat form does my sister have?" "Flame Phoenix battle body. To be honest, her battle body is much higher than yours, but at this stage, it's not as abnormal as yours." Flame Phoenix battle body. Qi Anlin thought of the Flame Phoenix art he had obtained earlier. Was it a preparation for her? The ranking is probably around 5,000. Qi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that the violent maniac's combat physique was in the top 10. Now it seemed that it wouldn't take too long for him to surpass her. After all, when Xiaoya's quality is improved, the bond will also change. By then, his physical condition will be more than the current 9,998. Alright, little one, stop chatting. We're going to test your spiritual power absorption speed, mental strength, physical strength, combat ability, and comprehension. Others might be able to test their talent as a talisman master, etc., but for you, I suggest you focus on your current profession. After all, biting off more than you can chew will make you lose weight. You may have to give up some professions in the future, otherwise it will be difficult to move forward. Chapter 64. Excessive Mental Strength. Qi Anlin nodded. The 3 professions were due to the bond. Otherwise, he would not have reached his current level. If I were to learn a few more professions, it would take me even longer. It's not that I can't learn it, but wouldn't it be better to use this energy to focus on improving other abilities? Most importantly, Qi Anlin felt that he might be able to synthesize a beast that could refine medicine, so he wouldn't have to do it himself. Soon, Qi Anlin began his first test. A mentor in a long robe waved his hand, and several spirit stones appeared on the ground. Then, he drew a formation with his hand, and some dense patterns appeared on the ground with Qi Anlin as the center. A golden light rose up, and Qi Anlin felt that the concentration of spiritual energy around him suddenly increased and became thicker. This is a simplified version of the spirit gathering formation. Now you can start absorbing spiritual energy. Hearing this, Qi Anlin nodded, and without any delay, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb spiritual energy. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be caught in a whirlpool, and the expressions of several instructors slowly changed. How could Qi Anlin's combat body be so highly developed? This absorption speed is no less than that of a cultivator in the 1st realm. His ability to absorb spiritual power is also top-notch. Xiaoshan nodded. As a spiritual refiner, he could see more clearly the circulation of spiritual power in Qi Anlin's body. Part of this spiritual power entered the dantian, and the other part began to temper the body. It's just that the dual cultivation of Qi and Qi is really slowing down my progress. If I gave up one of them, I would probably have reached the middle of the 1st realm by now. In fact, Qi Anlin had basically never absorbed spiritual power on his own. The spiritual power transmitted from the queen ant at all times was enough for him to temper his body. The spiritual power that was fed back during the breakthrough allowed him to break through the realm again and again. If it weren't for the blood fed back after each synthesis to transform his body, his realm probably wouldn't be so stable now. Xiao Shun shook his head with some regret. Chi Anlin was young and energetic. As a genius, he might not listen to his advice. He would understand after he suffered losses in the future. After testing the spiritual energy absorption ability, the 5th-level physical cultivator brought a machine from outside the door. This is a psychotronic device. I'm not quite sure how it works, but you just have to lie down on it. Chi Anlin nodded and lay down directly. Something like a blindfold covered his eyes, and Chi Anlin also felt as if something was stimulating his head. While Chi Anlin was testing, Xiao Shun stared at Chi Anlin's head in disbelief, as if he had picked up a treasure. His body trembled slightly, and he said with some regret, "With such a spiritual C, he is still a beast master." When the instrument interfered with Chi Anlin's mental power, he also noticed the fluctuations in Chi Anlin's spiritual C. Soon, a numerical value began to appear on the instrument. 1390. 9th level mortal, with spiritual power close to that of a 4th level divine refiner. Hiroyun opened her red lips slightly. If she could not compete with those strong men from the top universities, she would even want to force Chi Anlin to be her disciple. Hurry, continue the test. This kid has a strong body and strong chi and blood. He's obviously a good candidate for my physical training. Soon, the results of the physical fitness test came out, and Chi Anlin's physique was equivalent to that of a physical cultivator at the 1st level of the 1st realm. Several instructors took Chi Anlin away from the testing center. Originally, the practical test should have been conducted during the official college entrance examination, but because of Chi Anlin's special situation, they would test him in advance. The actual combat test was conducted in an arena where there were monsters that they had just captured. Since they didn't know Chi Anlin's actual combat ability, they discussed and decided to release a 7th level mortal monster to test the waters first. Even if Chi Anlin couldn't win, he wouldn't be killed directly under their protection. They also knew that Chi Anlin had never had the opportunity to go to another world before, and when he finally completed military training, something went wrong. Therefore, Chi Anlin's own combat ability should not be strong. Everyone in the Colosseum was driven out. Chi Anlin walked to the center of the Colosseum. The ground here was stained black due to years of being soaked in blood, and it revealed a strong smell of blood. Most people would even vomit after smelling this smell, but Chi Anlin, who had experienced many battles in the blood energy space, had long been accustomed to this smell. The door in front slowly opened, and Chi Anlin subconsciously used the identification function. Name Lightning Dog. Attribute, Thunder. Level, Ordinary level 7. Potential, Ordinary high quality. 7th level of mortal level. Chi Anlin smiled. Are these instructors afraid that he will be killed accidentally? Chi Anlin clenched his fists and did not choose a weapon. Although he had learned swordsmanship, after experiencing so many physical fights in the blood energy space, it can be said that bare hands were his best skill. This time, he had no intention of hiding his strength. The more he showed, the more resources he could get. As long as the queen ant is not exposed, it will be fine. Chi Anlin stepped hard and rushed out like an arrow, directly facing the lightning hound. Feeling the sudden burst of breath from Chi Anlin, the lightning hound was startled and hurriedly prepared to escape, but the next second, its limbs were frozen and it was unable to move for a while. Kill the mortal level 7th stage lightning dog and gain 9,500 blood energy points. The lightning hound's head exploded like a falling watermelon, and an ice wall appeared in front of Chi Anlin, blocking the splattering blood. The blood on his hand turned into ice, and Chi Anlin shook it off lightly. Teacher, let's switch to a mortal level 9th level demon beast. Although most cultivators cannot defeat monsters of the same level, his strength cannot be calculated as the 9th level of the ordinary level. If you are so confident, Yang Zheng, release the beast king you caught. Hiroyun said with a chuckle, her eyes flashing slightly. This little guy was so decisive in killing, and he didn't seem to feel uncomfortable at all. The most important thing is that when he threw a punch, Hiroyun could feel the murderous aura from him, as if he had experienced many battles. Physical cultivator Yang Zheng did not refuse, and said with a hearty laugh, "Boy, the strength of the monster I released is far beyond the reach of ordinary 9th level monsters. Don't let anything go wrong." When the beast controlling bag for capturing monsters was opened, a huge monster fell into the arena. Name Silver Sand Ironback Bear. Attribute, Gold. Level, Ordinary level 9. Potential, Yellow Great. Roar. A cloud of dust rose from the ground, and a deafening roar was heard. The Silver Sand Ironback Bear's several-meter-tall body suddenly rushed out and attacked Chi Anlin directly. Chapter 65, Chi Anlin's Limit. The wind spiritual power circulated in his feet, and Chi Anlin dodged the attack by rolling over. The Silver Sand Ironback Bear is very powerful. If it slaps you on the body, You will either die or be injured. Anlin dodged the attack of the silver sand ironback bear. After finding the right moment, an ice wall appeared in the silver sand ironback bear's field of vision, blocking Anlin's figure. The silver sand ironback bear roared and smashed the ice wall into pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Anlin came to its back and punched it in the back of the neck. If it were in the past, he would hit someone's head first. After all, injuries to the head are often fatal. But now, after experiencing so many battles, he also understands the disadvantages of hitting the head. For monsters like the silver sand ironback bear, hitting the head can be fatal, but it also depends on whether you have enough strength. Although Anlin's strength is not inferior to that of an ordinary first-level cultivator, as a beast king of the same level, hitting the head is often a stupid act. The skull is the most defensive part of the body, not to mention that of the silver sand ironback bear. A blow hit the back of the neck of the silver sand ironback bear. Anlin rolled over and dodged the silver sand ironback bear's palm again. And this time, Anlin also fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, several ice cones shot towards the silver sand ironback bear's eyes. Feeling threatened, the silver sand ironback bear also blocked the ice cones with his hands. Taking this opportunity, Anlin approached the silver sand ironback bear again, with his claw-shaped hands, and directly grabbed the silver sand ironback bear's vitals. As the weakest part of a male creature, this weakness is fatal enough, and in order to kill the enemy, Anlin often uses any means necessary. However, a large part of the tricks he used were those that others had used on him in the blood energy space. Roar, roar, blood splattered everywhere, and the silver sand ironback bear let out a miserable howl. An indescribable pain surged into its heart, making it unable to help but roll on the ground. In the stands, seeing this scene, several instructors had strange expressions on their faces, and some even laughed out loud. Although Anlin's behavior was somewhat sinister, it also improved the evaluation of him by several mentors. During a battle, flashy and hesitant behavior is not desirable, and people like Anlin who are unscrupulous are what they value most. It's either you die or I live. There's no need to talk about morality. While the silver sand ironback bear was rolling around, Anlin also attacked it several times. However, at this time, the silver sand ironback bear mostly attacked randomly, so Anlin didn't want to fight with it desperately. The attacks of the ice cones were useless. Facing a monster of this level, unless the monster was overwhelmingly powerful, the ice cones would not be able to destroy its defense at all. Therefore, in the early stages, the attack power of fire monks is often higher than that of monks with other attributes. When the silver sand ironback bear was already exhausted, Anlin attacked again, and this time he directly used the fully developed tiger edge fist. The attack was faintly filled with the roar of a tiger. Anlin quickly attacked the silver sand ironback bear's weakness, jumped up and kicked it, directly piercing the silver sand ironback bear's throat. Kill it while it's weak. The subsequent punches all hit the same spot, and Anlin punched a large gap in the silver sand ironback bear's neck. The silver sand ironback bear, which had lost too much blood, finally fell down helplessly. Kill the mortal 9-level silver sand ironback bear and gain 80,000 HP. After taking a few deep breaths, Anlin looked at several instructors. With his greatly increased strength, he thought he could easily defeat monsters of the same level, and even defeat monsters of the first level. But now it seems that he may still be a little short. The power of the monster is too strong. If you are not careful, you may be seriously injured, so you must be extra cautious when fighting. Several instructors were also stunned by Anlin's desperate fighting style. It doesn't look like he has never experienced much combat. Even those military children who were sent to fight in another world since childhood do not have such combat awareness and murderous intent. What a monster! However, no matter how they guessed, they would never have thought that Anlin had experienced far more battles than ordinary people. After all, when he was in the other world, he spent most of his time fighting in the blood energy space and died more than 100 times, so he could not only quickly find the enemy's weaknesses, but also avoid his own weaknesses. After the battle, Anlin took a deep breath, and a large amount of spiritual power around him was drawn into his body, and the energy consumed in the battle was quickly restored. Defeating the Beast King of the same level is enough to prove the fighting ability of this little monster. Hiroyin looked at Anlin with a very dangerous look, as if she wanted to eat him. I think his limit is not limited to this. I have someone capture a first-level monster. Why not let him try it? Xiao Shun suggested. A first-level demon beast? Are you crazy? Don't you know the difference between the mortal level and the first level? Yang Zheng frowned after hearing this. Although he was also curious about Anlin's limit, this was too dangerous. Xiao Shun shook his head. You are exaggerating too much. Although Qi Anlin's talent is indeed extraordinary, it is not so easy for him to die young. Besides, he has defensive treasures on him, so he will be fine. I agree with Xiao Shun's opinion, but even if Qi Anlin might be in danger, we can subdue the monster in the first place. Everyone was talking about it, and at this time, in the Colosseum, Qi Anlin suddenly opened the beast bag and released 2 monsters. His talent as a beast master has never been shown, but beast taming is part of his strength, so it can be used in actual combat tests. Although the Frost War Soul is not his own monster, after being synthesized by the system, the monster is absolutely loyal to him, so Qi Anlin can also command its battle normally. In order to conceal his tracks, Qi Anlin separated a bit of his mental power to surround the spiritual core of the Frost Battle Spirit and did not establish a contract with it. Teachers, beast control is also considered a part of my strength. I want to challenge a first-level demon beast. Hearing Qi Anlin's words, several instructors were slightly stunned. Because Qi Anlin's other talents were too dazzling, they naturally ignored his talent as a beast master. After all, a genius who can cultivate Qi to the 9th level of the mortal level at this age should not have the energy to take care of the training of beast taming. This kid actually owns 2 high-quality mortal level 9th level beasts? A sense of absurdity arose in the hearts of several people. As mentors, they had seen many geniuses, but compared with Qi Anlin's performance, they were nothing. Good, you have guts. Yang Zheng laughed first. As a physical cultivator, what he admired most was courageous people like Qi Anlin. He has talent, strength, and courage. If he had a daughter, no, he would never let others take away his own cabbage. Unless you are stronger than him. Chapter 66. Battle against a level 1 monster. The 2 monsters, like Qi Anlin, have ice attributes, and when they work together, it's more than just 1 + 1 = 2. Soon, a second-level cultivator holding a beast-taming bag came to the arena, nodded slightly, and released the first-level monster. Because his strength increased too quickly, Qi Anlin had never fought against a first-level monster. The moment this monster appeared, he felt his body giving him a warning, which made Qi Anlin tremble slightly. This was also his first time fighting a monster that could threaten his life in reality. Qi Anlin's adrenaline was secreted crazily, and he became excited. Name: Giant Rock Warrior. Attribute: Earth. Level: 1 stage. Potential: Yellow grade mid-grade. Introduction: a monster whose entire body is made of rock, possessing powerful defensive capabilities. After seeing this first-level demon beast clearly, Qi Anlin took out the white crane sword from his space ring. When facing such a monster, using fists will not only fail to break the defense, but will also injure your hands. Of course, if you have a sledgehammer, it should be much easier to fight. The giant rock war monster's body was covered with moss. Its hands were like war hammers, and its nearly 5-meter height made Qi Anlin swallow his saliva. When the realm is relatively low, the size of the monsters will often become very large, but when they reach a higher realm, their bodies will be compressed to a normal level. Once they fight with all their strength, they will expand to unimaginable heights. The monster in front of him could be killed with just 1 punch. Frost War Soul, focus on attacking the right leg of the giant rock war monster. Xiaoya will assist the Frost War Soul in the attack. Qi Anlin ordered quickly. The giant rock war monster's huge body and terrifying strength meant that its movements were destined to be very slow. Qi Anlin's primary goal was to destroy one of the giant rock monster's legs. After receiving Qi Anlin's order, the Frost War Soul flew towards the giant rock war demon without hesitation. Its elemental body could float in the air and was immune to certain physical attacks. Therefore, the Frost Soul can not only serve as a main attacker, but also as a meat shield. The giant rock war monster's huge fists smashed down, and for a moment, sand and stones splashed everywhere on the ground, and dust filled the sky, engulfing the body of the Frost War Spirit. In the stands, Yang Zheng scratched his head. As a physical cultivator, although he was strong, he could only sense 4 life breaths below and could not use his mental power to observe the actual situation. Elemental monsters? Where did this guy get them? Xiao Shun said in surprise. Elemental monsters are specifically designed to defeat physical cultivators and are highly praised by many beast masters. However, this type of beast is mostly found in a different world in the north. According to the information he obtained, Qi Anlin has never left Qianzhou. Could it be that Qi Shuyue brought it? Thinking of this, Xiao Shun suddenly understood. Besides Qi Shuyue, could Qi Anlin also create a monster out of thin air? This is even more ridiculous than those protagonists in novels who have systems. In the Colosseum, the smoke and dust dissipated again, and the giant rock war demon raised his hand in surprise. In the deep pit, The blue figure of the Frost War soul swayed slightly. If the Frost Battle Soul does not solidify into a solid entity, it will not be harmed by physical attacks. Therefore, if the Chi Cultivator cannot separate the Chi and blood from the body, he will not be able to harm the Frost Battle Soul at all. Frost War Spirit. Use Freezing Fist to attack the Rock War monster's knees. Howling Moon. Use Ice Freeze to freeze its hands. Just now, Xiaoya used the Eye of Insight to see the weakness of the giant Rock War demon and its next move. After communicating with Xiaoya in the Sea of Spirituality, an ice path appeared in front of Qi Anlin, and Qi Anlin stepped hard and slid on the ice path. The ice path surrounded the body of the giant Rock War monster, and Qi Anlin was able to approach the neck of the giant Rock War monster through the ice path. Falling Leaf Sword Technique. In a very short time, Qi Anlin swung out several swords in succession, all hitting the same position, cutting a gap in the neck of the giant rock monster. The body of the giant Rock War monster is made entirely of special rocks. Only the crystal core in its head and the rock spirit in the middle of its chest are the most deadly parts. Apart from that, every part of its body can be discarded. These damaged bodies can be restored as long as they absorb enough Earth's spiritual power. As long as one of the fatal points is removed, the body of the giant Rock War monster will collapse directly and turn into a pile of rocks containing spiritual power. The Ice War Spirit's fists glowed blue, and in a very short period of time, he threw out several punches, hitting the knees of the giant Rock War demon. Xiaoya's body changed quickly. He used the wind step to reach the right shoulder of the giant Rock War monster. After using the ice skill to freeze it, he began to attack the giant Rock War monster with the ice claws. The giant Rock War monster roared angrily, and for a moment didn't know which side to attack, so it waved its other unrestrained hand and began to slap around randomly. When its right arm broke free from control, Xiaoya had already left blue scratches on its hand. This was Xiaoya's frost mark. When it accumulated to a certain amount, it would directly cause a freezing effect. The Ice War Spirit attacked the giant Rock War demon's knees frantically, smashing layer of rock into pieces. The giant Rock War demon also swung its legs angrily and kicked the Ice War Spirit's arms directly. The next second, the Ice War Spirit condensed its arms again, but at this time the giant Rock War monster's legs had already passed through its body, so it began to attack the giant Rock War monster's leg band. The weakness that Xiaoya saw was the damage the giant Rock War monster had suffered when it was captured, so this position was relatively weak and could be easily destroyed. There were more and more ice tracks on the field, and Qi Anlin kept sliding on them, occasionally finding opportunities to attack the weak points of the giant Rock War monster. Under such an attack, although the giant Rock War monster was angry, it was still unable to attack Qi Anlin and Xiaoya. Suddenly, its hands sank into the ground, and the next moment, spikes of earth suddenly shot out from the ground, destroying all the ice roads. Qi Anlin jumped lightly and landed on the ground. Due to the interference of the earth spikes, he had no chance to let Xiaoya build the ice road. Seeing that destroying the earth spikes was a thankless task, Qi Anlin directly changed the battle plan and attacked the weak points of the giant rock monster separately. And just like that, about 5 minutes later, the right knee of the giant rock monster was completely pierced, and its body tilted, and it almost fell down. Ice Battle Spirit. Use Arctic Storm. An ice tornado blew up, and the giant rock monster lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. The surrounding earth spikes shattered with a loud bang, and this fall also completely shattered the weak point that Qi Anlin attacked. The right arm of the giant rock monster fell off, and its threat ability was greatly weakened. Xiaoya's frost skill also took effect, directly freezing the entire giant rock monster into an ice sculpture. The battle was no longer suspenseful. Qi Anlin and the two monsters pursued the victory. After a few minutes, they finally took out the crystal core of the giant Rock War monster. Kill the first-level monster, the giant Rock War monster, and gain 150,000 blood energy points. Chapter 67. Earth-level Kung Fu Fragments. Qi Anlin took a deep breath. He didn't expect that killing a first-level demon beast would be so difficult. If this thing hadn't run so slowly, and with the help of Xiaoya and Hanbing Battle Soul, it would have been difficult for him to deal with this monster. In the stands, several instructors stared at Qi Anlin in shock. The giant Rock War monster is a relatively special monster. Its actual combat power is stronger than that of ordinary first-level monsters. However, it was solved so easily by Qi Anlin at this time. The reason why the mortal level is called the mortal level is because it has not yet left the scope of mortals, while the first realm is the real step into the world of cultivation, and the level of life is different. Therefore, the difference between the ordinary level and the first level is like the difference between heaven and earth. The real monster. Xiao Shun let out a breath and did not continue to test Qi Anlin's combat effectiveness. Being able to fight across borders was enough to prove Qi Anlin's talent. Qi Anlin will definitely be accepted by a top university. The military university just sent a message that he will arrive tomorrow. Before that, we should keep an eye on Qi Anlin. Xiao Shun said very seriously. Qi Anlin's talent will definitely be reported, and as a genius of China, this is also the time when he is most likely to fail. After the college entrance examination results are released, people from evil cults or demonic sects will attack and kill some extremely talented students. Most of these people are cultivators of the first or second realm, and they dare not show up unless it is absolutely necessary. Therefore, many schools will come to pick up students in advance. Although geniuses should not grow under the wings of a school, due to the presence of these people, if they go out alone, they will basically die. What is frustrating is that these people are like rats in the sewer and cannot be cleaned up at all. As a combat body, Qi Anlin would be attacked by cult members, just like his sister Qi Shue, who was attacked by a second-level physical cultivator after the college entrance examination. Therefore, when these universities have not sent people to recruit students, they will always protect Qi Anlin. The next test was a comprehension test. Several people led Qi Anlin to a relatively quiet practice room and began to discuss the exercises. This kid just used the falling leaf sword technique and was able to thrust out 4 swords in 1 second. I guess he has reached the minor success stage. Hiroyun glanced at Qi Anlin. In the early stages, it was difficult to keep a distance between cultivators, and the minor success martial arts that Qi Anlin mastered would definitely make his combat effectiveness far superior to others. Hey, I can see that. This kid has a special physique. I thought he was born with supernatural powers, but after careful observation, I found that he must have practiced the yellow-level body refining technique. Yang Zheng touched his chin, thinking back to when he was learning the ordinary level body refining technique. He had been tortured to the point of being worse than death. This kid not only learned the yellow-level body refining technique in advance, but also looked like he had entered the second level. At least, an ordinary 7th-level physical cultivator would not be able to break through Qi Anlin's defense without using all his strength. Like a humanoid monster. In that case, it seems that Qi Anlin's comprehension is far superior to that of ordinary people. There is no need to use those low-grade skills to test him. Hiroyun, I remember that you just came out of the ruins not long ago and obtained a yellow-level sword technique that has not been included. Why not let Qi Anlin test it? Xiao Shun suggested. With Qi Anlin's mental strength, it is already enough to comprehend the yellow-level martial arts. If Qi Anlin could master the basics of this sword technique within 1 day, he would be considered a genius. Well, by learning my swordsmanship, you are doing me a favor. This favor will be of great use in the future, Hiroyun said with a smile. She also intended to do so. As Xiao Shun happened to mention it, she naturally took out the swordsmanship directly. After discussing it, several people walked towards Qi Anlin. Xiao Qi, come and take a look at this yellow-level martial art. This is the last step of the test. If you can master this martial art within 1 day, you will be considered a seed in the future. Hiroyun was stunned when she said this. With Qi Anlin's current performance, even if he didn't take the last test, he would be trained as a seed student if he entered a top university. After all, he is a combat body. Qi Anlin nodded, feeling a little excited in his heart. He had picked up a yellow-level martial art for free. Only after the experience of making money, you will know how good it is to make money. After giving a few instructions, Hiroyun handed the martial arts to Qi Anlin. With Qi Anlin's physique, there was no need to worry about the possibility of him going astray. What they were worried about was that if he failed to get started, Qi Anlin's self-confidence would be hit. But Qi Anlin doesn't care about these at all. The time flow rate in the blood energy space is 10:1, and with the personal teaching of the strong, if you can't get started in the blood energy space after 10 days, you might as well just kill yourself. After obtaining the martial arts, Qi Anlin sat cross-legged, opened it, and read it, then entered the blood energy space. In the martial arts learning column, the shadow of this sword technique appeared. Xian Yin sword technique, incomplete, a mid-grade yellow-level martial art, an incomplete version. The original sword technique is divided into 5 parts and is a low-grade, earth-level martial art. The sword technique carries the energy of Xian Yin, which can be detonated inside the enemy's body, breaking the enemy's tendons and veins. Hiss, so vicious. Qi Anlin raised his eyebrows. The introduction didn't seem like a serious martial art. However, the people in this world mainly rely on strength. After all, external enemies are still there. Since this kind of martial arts can kill people, no matter how vicious it is within the scope of learning. In addition to the magic blood sacrifice technique. Since this martial art is a fragment of an earth-level martial art, then its difficulty should be more difficult than a mid-level yellow-level martial art. Chi Anlin sighed. Others might be excited to find this technique, but he had to know that he would have to go find the remaining fragments later. It was very troublesome just thinking about it. Shaking his head, Chi Anlin clicked on the remaining chapter of Xian Yin sword technique. Getting started, 30,000 HP. Skilled teaching, 100,000 HP. Mastery tutorial, 300,000 HP. Small success tutorial, 1 million HP. Deshang teaching, 250,000 HP. Peak teaching, 8 million blood energy, with Xianyin power. It's ridiculously expensive. Chi Anlin felt a little embarrassed. If the Queen Ant hadn't been promoted, he probably wouldn't have been able to master it. During this day, the Queen Ant produced 15 ordinary level 9th stage tiger armored ant soldiers. As for why she didn't produce all 40 of them, it was because there wasn't enough flesh and blood. The Queen Ant also needs to replenish energy, and most of the monsters in this forest have been killed. These ant soldiers were only able to be born because it captured several ordinary 9th level monsters. Maybe in 2 days, it will have to go somewhere else. Chi Anlin shook his head. With the Queen Ant around, he could spend lavishly. Learn to master teaching. Ding! The teaching begins. Host, please get ready. Chapter 68 Epiphany. Soon a figure appeared and began to explain the sword technique to Chi Anlin. As the figure appeared, Chi Anlin couldn't help but start to dance with the wooden sword given to him by the system. If he didn't learn now, it would be too late when the sword stabbed him later. At this moment, in the training room, several instructors looked at each other in confusion. After reading the sword technique, Chi Anlin became dazed. Hiroyun was stunned and almost choked to death by her own saliva. Why is this kid starting to daydream? Yangzhen couldn't help but say, when I first started learning martial arts, I couldn't concentrate for a long time. I started to daydream like this kid and almost got beaten to death by the teacher. Should I remind him? At this time, Xiao Shun frowned, feeling something was wrong, so he used his mental power to investigate Chi Anlin. This sight made Xiao Shun open his eyes wide and shout at the others, "Shut up! Don't disturb him!" Around Chi Anlin, a faint sense of martial arts truth emerged, and the sound of swords could be heard faintly. Xiao Shun said in disbelief, "This kid actually had an epiphany." Epiphany. Upon hearing this, Yang Zheng could no longer sit still and stood up with a bang. Ahem, it's my fault. Feeling the murderous gazes around him, Yang Zheng scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and sat down gently. Afterwards, several people stared at Chi Anlin. Some people may not even experience enlightenment once in their entire lives, but they didn't expect that Chi Anlin would fall into a state of enlightenment within a minute of coming into contact with this martial art. I don't know how long this enlightenment will last. The training room was completely silent. After a long moment of silence, Yang Zheng couldn't help but whisper, "Is this kid's talent really that abnormal?" "Shut up!" Xiao Shun and Hiroyun shouted in unison. "This guy talks too much. They should have not brought him out earlier." Shrugging helplessly, Yang Zheng closed his mouth. He has never had an epiphany in his life, and he doesn't know what it feels like. Xiao Shun continued to observe Chi Anlin. This kid had too many secrets. As a divine refiner, he could see through Chi Anlin's poor concealment method at a glance. There were 3 spiritual cores in Chi Anlin's spiritual sea, and only one of them belonged to an ice-attributed monster. And the Ice War spirit before was obviously not Chi Anlin's beast. Then why? Can he obey Chi Anlin's orders? Xiao Shun glanced at the 2 people next to him. Although he really wanted to study Chi Anlin, he definitely had no chance with these 2 people around. Shaking his head, Xiao Shun dismissed the idea. Not to mention that he would be hunted for the rest of his life. There was also this guy Yang Zheng. This guy had an overwhelming sense of justice and wasn't very smart, so he might fight him to the death. At this moment, in the blood energy space, Chi Anlin was covered in blood, and blood was gushing out like a sluice gate. Only an hour had passed in the outside world, but he had been in here for 10 hours, and he didn't know how many times he had been killed by the man in front of him. The projection in the blood energy space has the same strength as himself, and even the physique is exactly the same, but this person is proficient in the Xian Yin sword technique, so he can kill Chi Anlin again and again. If Chi Anlin used other martial arts, the projection strength would suddenly increase, and then he would be killed with one sword. I don't know if there is a kind of martial arts that can upgrade to a higher level after dying once. Otherwise, Chi Anlin feels that after dying hundreds of times, he should be invincible in the world. His swordsmanship has reached the entry level, but he still suffered repeated defeats at the hands of the projection. With the torture of the blood energy space, even if Chi Anlin was like the protagonist of a certain anime, with his toes pulled out, and he calculated 1,000 to 7, he would not turn evil. In the small animal world, The queen ant keeps producing ordinary-level tiger-armored ant soldiers. There was nothing left to eat in the entire forest, and it discovered a strange place with many small balls containing spiritual power and many square objects that were thinner than leaves. He had the ant soldiers carry all these things back. There were still some small balls left. These small balls contained as much spiritual power as several spirit stone mines, so even he had to digest them slowly. It ate one of those square objects, which seemed to be made of the skin and flesh of a monster, but it was too dry and tasted like chewing wax. It and the ant soldiers don't eat everything, but thinking that their owner likes this kind of strange thing, the queen ant kept it. In addition, there seemed to be a strange voice chattering something in its mind. The queen ant gnawed on a monster bone angrily. It was this thing that kept making noises and prevented it from sleeping. And within its spiritual core, a spiritual consciousness, like a pyramid scheme, kept saying, "I am truly a king-level powerhouse. Become my successor, and I will at least make you a heaven-level monster." The blood-devouring king's consciousness fluctuated slightly, and he was almost angry to death. This monster had powerful mental strength and was also the mother of insects. Logically, it should have been extremely intelligent, but it couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Whether it is animal language, demon language, human language, or even the common language of the major worlds, this guy cannot understand it. It's so stupid. If it hadn't been so long and his spiritual consciousness was on the verge of collapse, he would have definitely killed this guy. The blood-devouring king sighed. If he had known that this queen ant was so special, he should have directly taken over the body of an ant soldier. Unexpectedly, the boat capsized in the gutter after all. However, he also felt that this queen ant had an owner, and he didn't know what level of powerful person could be able to subdue a creature like the insect queen. I hope it's not a monk from a hostile force. The blood-devouring king's consciousness continued to wander. This queen ant had a special physique. Not only was her reproduction speed extremely fast, but the spiritual power reserves in her body were also extremely terrifying. Even if some of the spiritual power in the few pills he left behind had been lost, they were not something that a monster of this level could devour. No, I have to find a chance to leave here and take over the body of an ant soldier. Although ant soldiers are only low-level creatures, he can't pick so many now. Wait until I have recovered a certain amount of strength, and then come back to take over the body of this queen ant. As for the queen ant being a female creature, it can become stronger, so who cares what kind of creature it is? Several figures flashed by in the sky. This battle body is mine. No one can snatch it from me. King Finghua is a fire-attributed chi cultivator, so he is not suitable to teach the ice soul battle body. Stop arguing. Let's talk about accepting disciples after we get back to school. If you two delay the trip again, your combat bodies will be snatched away by Tianshan University, and the dean will skin you both alive. King Bailing said helplessly. These two people were born to clash, and he didn't know why the dean allowed them to come together. They dare. I'm going to kill them at Tianshan University right now. Finghua King. Chapter 69 The Adventures of the Blood-Devouring King. After hearing the news about the war, many universities began to send people to Zhao County. Other geniuses can only have the opportunity to become kings if they are well trained, and as for the combat body, as long as it does not die, it will definitely enter the king realm in the future. And Zhao County, this insignificant little place, was once again pushed to the forefront. I finally escaped. The blood-devouring king looked at the queen ant with some lingering fear. As a powerful king of the demon clan, he could get to this point thanks to that hateful old man. There are no restrictions in the world of small beasts. I thought that with my own strength, I could devour all the creatures in the world, but I didn't expect to meet the wandering old man. A trace of reminiscence flashed in the blood-devouring king's eyes. He thought about how glorious he was in the past. As a genius of the demon clan, he was unruly and conceited, always thinking that he could reach the top. However, he never expected that after sneaking into the human world, he was hunted down by a large number of powerful people and had to flee to the small animal world to hide. Seeing this unoccupied small world, he originally wanted to sacrifice the blood of all the creatures in the world and then devour the origin of the world. His strength would definitely increase greatly, and he might even break through to the monarch level. But he never expected that as soon as he arrived near the forest, he would meet an old man. This man had no breath on him, but he floated in the air. Before he could react, he pushed him into the ground and sealed him up. His physical body was destroyed, and after he took out the things in the storage ring, he left some of them underground. As for why he didn't kill himself, he heard the old man's soft murmur while his consciousness was still asleep. I'll leave you here to accept the consequences. When he woke up again, he was on the queen ant's body. The blood-devouring king was extremely frustrated. If the queen ant had not thought he was too noisy and kicked him out of the spirit core, he would not have been able to break free even if he had waited until he was destroyed. With a sigh, the blood-devouring king's consciousness flew towards a 6th-level ant soldier. His consciousness was too weak now and could not fly too far, so he could only choose an ant soldier nearby. The spiritual consciousness entered the body of the ant soldier. The blood-devouring king felt it, and felt that it was okay, and could be temporarily inhabited for a while. His spiritual consciousness fluctuated slightly, and after destroying the ant soldier's spiritual power, the blood-devouring king directly entered its spiritual core and quickly occupied it. The blood-devouring king breathed a sigh of relief after regaining control of his body. At least he no longer had to worry about his spiritual consciousness collapsing. But the next second, his face changed and he hurriedly tried to escape from the ant soldier's body. But it was too late. A familiar spiritual force instantly enveloped it. The next moment, the blood-devouring king's face changed drastically. He was completely trapped in the body of this ant soldier. A force of law enveloped him, and a ferocious look flashed across the blood-devouring king's face. What kind of monster was this? Opposite it, the queen ant suddenly woke up and looked at it with some confusion. Just for a moment, it felt that the soul of one of its children had disappeared. It didn't take it seriously at first, but the next moment, the child seemed to be resurrected. The queen ant tilted her head as she let the resurrected tiger ant soldier come to her side. This child seemed to have become different and seemed to be somewhat resistant to it. The queen ant's antennae trembled slightly. According to her owner, she must have given birth to a mutant child. The queen ant was very happy. This child was able to think independently, just like herself. The antennae tapped the cute little ant soldier's head, and the queen ant let it leave with relief. One day, this child may become as smart as its mother. In the blood energy space, Anlin began to fight back and forth with the figure. 3 days have passed, and I have become numb to death. Anlin knew very well that he was not a genius, and even if he had a system, he could not just sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor and become stronger. But at least, the path he took should be correct. Without the contract with the queen ant, he would not be able to obtain so much blood energy. Without the contract with Xiaoya, he might be directly suffocated to death by the queen ant's spiritual power. Without the contract with the treasure-hunting rat, he would not have met Zhan in the first place. Anlin has never fallen behind in training beastmen and improving himself. He looked at the figure and realized that his comprehension was indeed not strong. In a place like this, if it were Shuya, he would probably have reached the minor success stage by now. It was completely in line with his own instructions, an endless battle of life and death. If he couldn't even endure this little bit of pain, then he would be useless. After blocking the sword that was stabbing at his vitals, Anlin made a move to retaliate, but when the figure swung the sword to block it, he suddenly changed his stance and slashed upwards. Xinin swordsmanship, to put it simply, is Liao Yinbi's swordsmanship. The more sinister the move, the more likely you are to receive the true teachings. In this sword technique, the unscrupulousness and cunningness are fully demonstrated. The figure was injured by this move, and Anlin had a vague understanding in his heart. A cold air appeared in his dantian, but it was quickly integrated with Anlin's own ice spiritual power and turned into a more strange spiritual power. Spiritual power surged from the long sword, entered the figure's body, and began to destroy the figure's meridians. The next moment, Anlin brought out several swords in succession, and his aura slowly changed, becoming more restrained. Compared to his previous aggressive display, Anlin now looked like a cold and venomous snake. He began to hide his figure, ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. The realm of mastery has been broken through. The figure retreated step by step and soon had no strength to fight back, and the blood energy space was directly released, allowing Anlin's consciousness to return to his body. In the training room, Anlin opened his eyes, the sound of swords around him disappeared, and the 3 instructors clearly felt the change in Anlin's aura. Is the epiphany over? Hiroyan appeared in front of Anlin like a flash. Enlightenment. Anlin was a little puzzled, but then he thought that his way of comprehending martial arts was indeed different from that of ordinary people, so he nodded thoughtfully. Let me see how far you've learned. A long sword flew over, and Anlin subconsciously caught it, and then blocked Hiroyun's sword attack. This was a sword strike made by Hiroyun under her control. Otherwise, with Anlin's current realm, he would definitely not be able to withstand a sword strike from a cultivator of the 5th realm. Clang clang. The 2 men started fighting, and Hiroyun also used the Xian sword technique, and she understood it more thoroughly than Anlin. With a few sword strikes, she directly knocked Anlin away. After knocking Anlin away, Hiroyun stood there in a daze. After those few sword strikes, she had already felt that Anlin had mastered this martial art to the level of mastery. She looked at Anlin with burning eyes. Even if she couldn't snatch those top universities, she would pull Anlin onto her own warship. At present, Anlin is still very weak, and his investment is undoubtedly a timely help. Chapter 70 Attack. Thinking of this, Hiroyun looked at Anlin with even gentler eyes. As a heavenly level expert, she has been stuck in this realm for more than 10 years and has been unable to break through. At this time, we can only rely on external forces. Therefore, when many geniuses are still very weak, strong people will appear to protect them and help them grow. Of course, the investment here means that the genius's talent far exceeds one's own and can break through to a higher level. Otherwise, if he is at the same level as oneself in the future, how can he help? And Anlin is just the right person for this role. Maybe she has a chance to take revenge. Little guy, you and I are destined to be together. We also happen to learn the same sword technique, so you can be considered as half of my successor. This martial art is divided into 5 parts. I have only found 2. You may have to find the remaining 3 on your own in the future. It's just right. I see that you are on the verge of a breakthrough. I have a pill here that can expand the meridians when breaking through a realm. I will give it to you today. It can be regarded as fulfilling half of the responsibility of a master. Anlin was stunned, and Yang Zheng was also stunned. They looked at Hiroyun in disbelief, as if to say, "You're just kneeling and licking my boots." Hiroyun rolled her eyes at him. Has this guy got muscles in his head? This was clearly an advance investment. On the other side, Xiao Shun gently pushed his glasses frame, his eyes flickering slightly, wondering what he was thinking. Without waiting for Anlin to refuse, Hiroyun flipped her hand lightly, and a bottle of pills appeared. She affectionately took Anlin's hand and stuffed the bottle of pills into his hand. In a short period of time, Anlin felt that Hiroyun wanted to accept him as his godson, so he quickly tried to find an opportunity to urinate. But after all, the 3 of them came to protect him, so how could they let him escape? So Anlin could only sit there helplessly waiting for the arrival of the university admissions staff. If these people come here, they should take a plane, right? Anlin felt that no university would send a strong person above the heaven level just for a genius. As for the danger that Hiroyun mentioned, Anlin did not underestimate it. What if there really were 1 or 2 desperate people who wanted to replace him? Wouldn't he be the one being taken advantage of? Anlin sighed. Others came here to slowly train with opponents of the same level. But why was it that when he came here, he might encounter a bunch of unbeatable lunatics? After spending 200,000 blood energy to upgrade Xiao Xing's can't see me skill from the lower yellow level to the upper yellow level, Anlin summoned it out and stuffed it into his clothes. This guy is a lucky treasure hunting rat. With it, even if I encounter an enemy, I won't be so unlucky as to be killed in one blow. Unfortunately, although Xiao Xing's skills are powerful, they are still not good enough for a cultivator in the 5th realm. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of the 3 mentors. Hiroyun and Xiao Shun knew that Anlin must have 3 beasts, but Yang Zheng, whose mental strength was not strong to begin with, and who had no intention of exploring other people's bodies, said in confusion when he sensed the appearance of the treasure-hunting rat. You still have a beast? Anlin chuckled. In fact, he also felt that he was being watched, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was still too weak. When I find some treasure, I must cure this shortcoming. Otherwise, I will always be visited by these powerful people. How can I pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? I was born with strong mental strength, so I contracted 3 beasts. To be honest, Anlin's spiritual power had already reached the 1st level, so Yang Zheng didn't doubt it much. He just muttered, why not contract a beast? Contract a little mouse. Although the quality is a bit higher, this thing is not suitable for combat. Anlin looked away as if he didn't hear anything. At this moment, he felt a tingling sensation in his belly button, which made him take a deep breath. There is no treasure here. Xiao Xing is doing this just to be a slut. While in Anlin's clothes, Xiao Xing scratched Anlin's belly button and felt Anlin's body stiffen, then rolled over with joy. Shoo just like this. Zhao County, North District. I heard that this time it was a combat body. The Feathered Clan paid a huge price to let us capture him alive. A man in black said in a low voice. I heard that this battle body is escorted by 3 powerful heavenly masters. We, the 3rd level cultivators, have no way to capture him alive. Another man in black, who was obviously a physical cultivator, said. There were a total of 2 3rd level cultivators and more than 10 9th level ordinary cultivators who came here this time, just to capture this battle body alive. Our goal is to capture the battle body alive, and those heavenly level masters will be held back by their own people. said the man in black who spoke before. If the bounty was not very tempting, he would not take the risk to capture the battle body. Fortunately, he got the news quickly and was relatively close to here. Otherwise, he would not have had such a good opportunity to receive this task. Hu Yin sighed. After completing this order, he would have to leave the human world. If Yurin had not promised him to keep him safe, he would not have risked implicating the Hu family to capture Anlin. Several people slowly approached the training room where Anlin was. With their strength, they would definitely be sensed by the heavenly level strongman if they reached the vicinity of the training room. So they had to let the person who was delaying the heavenly level strongman take action first. The night was deep and quiet. 3 instructors were guiding Anlin's practice in the training room. As they talked more, they also learned about Anlin's shortcomings. This kid doesn't seem to understand much other basic knowledge besides training and fighting. But if you think about it carefully, it's normal. No one can be omnipotent. Anlin asked the 3 teachers for advice very humbly, without any airs or arrogance of a genius. At this time, Xiaoxing suddenly raised his head from inside his clothes. His intuition told him to stay away from this place. A sense of crisis came, and Xiaoxing immediately exploded, shouting madly in Anlin's spiritual sea. Xiao Anziran. Someone wants to kill the rat. Xiaoxing began to pick Anlin's belly button frantically. Over the past few years, it relied on this intuition to survive after stealing things from other monsters. Hearing Xiaoxing's words, Anlin's face changed. He suddenly looked at the 3 instructors around him and shouted, "Enemy attack!" After saying that, Anlin summoned Xiaoya and the Frost Battle Soul, and lay directly on Xiaoya's body, ordering the Frost Battle Soul to use the Arctic Storm multiple times. Although they did not sense the presence of the enemy, Hiroyun and Xiaoshun were still ready to protect Anlin immediately. The next moment, an old voice was heard, and the faces of several people changed drastically. What a sharp boy! He can actually sense my murderous intention. An extremely powerful pressure emerged. Hiroyun drew the sword from her waist and shouted, "Heaven-level masters! Yang Zheng, Xiaoshun, go protect Anlin. Take him away from here." Even the aftermath of the battle of a heavenly level expert was enough to shock and kill Anlin. A murderous look appeared on Hiroyun's face. There must be more than one person coming this time. I just invested in this genius, and you hyenas are trying to attack him. The building collapsed with a loud bang, and several frost storms blew up sand and gravel, making the scene extremely chaotic. Chapter 71, Xiaoshun's Rebellion. Anlin asked Xiaoya to try his best to escape, although he knew it was dangerous to do so, but it was more dangerous to stay there and wait for death. As for Yang Zheng and Xiaoshun in the rear, Anlin did not completely believe them. In the case of 3 mentors, if 2 of them had evil thoughts about him, they would have taken action long ago, but if there was only one, he would wait for an opportunity before taking action. Anlin never completely trusted anyone. Although the 3 mentors were here to test his talent, it was inevitable that they might have bad intentions towards him, or even be a cult. Be it paranoia or not, Anlin felt that at this time he could only trust himself. Yang Zheng felt Anlin fleeing quickly and followed him immediately. He had to protect this kid, as there must be more than one cult member coming. The big guy shouldn't be a bad guy. After all, teacher, he has been led away. If he wants to attack me, he can directly go after Xiaoshun, who is beside him. Anlin thought to himself. Few other professional cultivators can defeat physical cultivators in close combat, not to mention that Xiaoshun is a divine refiner. Anlin glanced at Xiaoshun. Although this mentor was most likely not an enemy, under this circumstance, Anlin felt that it was necessary to be suspicious. Xiaoya used the Gale Step to fly away, while the Ice War Spirit returned to the beast taming bag again. The extreme cold storm just released was only to disrupt the field of vision. Although this method is useless against heavenly level strongmen, it is still useful against some low-level cultivators. Secondly, the extreme cold storm is very noisy and may attract some instructors who are taking tests in the gymnasium. At this time, Hiroyun was waving his sword like a madman, stabbing the old man's vital points with every sword move, while the old man was also using his spear to resist Hiroyun's attack. Hiroyun, is this kid worth your risking your life for? The old man looked serious. His purpose was just to stop Hiroyun from going to support, but he didn't expect that this woman would be so crazy. She only attacked and did not defend, and adopted a fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries. Hu Tianzong, as the ancestor of the Hu family, you dare to join a cult. Aren't you afraid that your Hu family will be uprooted? Hiroyun snorted coldly. She recognized the identity of this old man. He was a reclusive ancestor of the Hu family. She didn't expect that he was still alive. My time is numbered, and this kid is worth a lot of money. Even if it brings trouble to the Hu family, As long as I can break through, the Hu family will have a chance to make a comeback. Hu Tianzong's eyes flashed, and he deflected He Royun's sword with a spear and flew backwards. He Royun, I know you've been using all means to achieve a breakthrough these past few years, all for the sake of revenge for your husband who died at the hands of the blood-devouring king. But putting aside the risks of investing in a genius, even if this guy truly reaches the king level, will he really consider our old friendship and help you break through? Hu Tianzong laughed heartily. That's too vague. Why don't you join me in capturing this brat and exchanging it for cultivation resources to break through? Don't forget, the blood-devouring king is a genius of the demon clan. Once you break through to the king level, will he be unable to move an inch and wait for you to kill him? Roar! He Royun swung her sword, and the sword light turned into a water dragon, roaring towards Hu Tianzong. The human race is trying to survive in the cracks because of traitors like you who keep hunting geniuses. Hu Tianzong, even if you don't kill Anlin today and your identity is exposed, I will definitely kill you. Behind He Royun, torrents rushed into the sky, surrounded her body, and rushed towards Hu Tianzong together. It's unreasonable. Hu Tianzong's face turned cold. Seeing that He Royun was so stubborn, he didn't waste any more words. He tore the water dragon with his spear and stabbed towards He Royun. Chase! Seeing the house collapse, the two third-level strong men hurriedly chased in the direction where Anlin fled. Not far away, Yang Zheng's roar could be heard. Lu Gao Wu Peng, how dare you rebel? A violent roar was heard, and for a moment it caused the ground to crack. Puff! Blood gushed out of Anlin's mouth, and Xiaoya was also blown away. At the moment when the heavenly level experts in the back were fighting, he felt threatened and quickly took back the treasure-hunting rat. Otherwise, with Xiaoxing's strength, he would most likely be shocked to death. This was just the spatial fluctuation caused by the battle between the heavenly level powerhouses, but it almost shocked him to death, and the surrounding houses were all shattered, and many ordinary people were directly turned into blood mist. Damn it! Anlin no longer cared about the casualties. He struggled to run towards Xiaoya and took out the Earth Spirit Pill that the system had rewarded him. The Earth Spirit Pill can cure the hidden injuries of a cultivator of the first realm, so curing Xiaoya's injuries is certainly no problem. To be precise, it is a bit of a waste. But at this point, Anlin couldn't care less. As for my own injuries, escaping is more important. Xiaoya took the pill and his injuries recovered quickly. He stood up and continued to escape with Anlin on his back. Behind him, Yang Zheng was entangled with two heavenly level powerhouses and was beaten back repeatedly. Xiao Shun, stop being dazed. Help quickly, reinforcements will be here soon. Yang Zheng roared. He felt that the other mentors were on their way. Although their strength might not be as good as theirs, they could still be considered a fighting force. Xiao Shun lowered his eyes and looked at the devastated ruins around him. A young man who looked only in his teens was wailing under the rubble. With a sigh, Xiao Shun's mental power emerged, and under Yang Zheng's shocked gaze, he directly crushed the boy's body into a pool of blood. A special aura emerged. Yang Zheng was furious, lost his fighting rhythm, and was knocked to the ground by Lu Gao's punch. Junior brother, if this goes on, do we really have a chance to avenge our master? Xiao Shun's face was indifferent, as if he had become a different person. Blood and energy appeared on his body, as if countless dead souls were wailing in it, like purgatory. Lu Gao and Wu Peng stopped involuntarily. Xiao Shun was not one of them, so this was a pleasant surprise. On the ground, Anlin heard the noise and turned around to see this scene. He almost couldn't suppress his injuries. His throat felt sweet and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If I had just met up with these two mentors, I would have probably been arrested by now. But then, Anlin felt a little desperate. Why did others level up like Calabash brothers, saving their grandfather, beating the younger ones before the older ones, making these enemies their stepping stones? But when he came to his place, there were several heavenly grade experts right at the beginning. If no one rescued him, with Anlin's current means, he would definitely be captured in the end. The difference in realm is too great. No matter what trump card he has, it will be useless. I'm going to fail. Anlin's current feeling is no less than that of Emperor Hun Tian getting the script and killing Xiao Yan at the beginning. The ground trembled slightly, and a roar was heard. Yang Zheng flew up directly from the ruins, his eyes bloodshot, and his blood boiling all over his body, like a human-shaped nuclear bomb about to explode. Seeing this, Lu Gao's face changed and he yelled, Yang Zheng, are you trying to kill yourself? Yang Zheng's power continued to increase, and he actually directly stimulated all his potential and destroyed his own foundation. Under the horrified gazes of several people, Yang Zheng's aura changed again. This guy's burning potential was not enough, but he actually burned his life. Chapter 72 Death of Yang Zheng. The surrounding smoke and dust seemed to be impacted and spread out all of a sudden. Yang Zheng's aura reached its peak, even approaching the king level. One punch, the wind and rain stop, and there are no gods in the world. With all the muscles in his body surging, Yang Zheng threw a punch at Lu Gao, who was closest to him. The fist came down with an unmatched force, and Lu Gao's body froze in place. Although they were both heavenly-level warriors, his strength was not as good as Yang Zheng's. Not to mention that Yang Zheng had burned everything and forcibly increased his combat power. The surrounding air squeezed his body, making him unable to move, and the next moment, the huge fist smashed into him. The roar was like thunder, resounding through the sky, and a wave of air spread out with Lu Gao as the center. For a moment, it was like a nuclear bomb explosion. Bang! Lu Gao's body was smashed into the ground, and the surrounding sand and soil seemed to evaporate, leaving behind a deep pit with a diameter of 50 meters. The ground was in ruins. Yang Zheng fell rapidly and attacked Lu Gao again. At their level, if they don't quickly deal with the opponent and protect civilians, it will cause greater damage. The so-called protection and kindness are of no use except giving the opponent the opportunity to hurt you. Xiao Shun remained silent. This guy Yang Zheng actually burned his vitality for a combat body that had nothing to do with him. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the souls beneath him. They seemed to be living in purgatory, surrounding his body and trying to drag him down to hell. Over the years, he has been stained with countless blood and killed many innocent people. Yang Zheng did not answer his question, but directly burned his life and exhausted everything to fight. That was his answer. Xiao Shun smiled self-deprecatingly. My hands are stained with blood, so what? I killed innocent people, so what? What did I do wrong? He stretched out his hand and waved it gently, and Xiaoya, who was fleeing in the distance, stopped and flew towards him uncontrollably. At this time, a figure flew out directly from the ground, and Yang Zheng's voice also came out. That's not enough. All three of you come at me. As he spoke, Yang Zheng appeared beside Xiao Shun. He punched out, and the powerful energy and blood made the souls around Xiao Shun's body scream in fear. Junior brother, why are you doing this? Xiao Shun shook his head. If Yang Zheng risked his life to take these two people away, he would probably end up with his body abandoned and unable to practice. But if I am taken with him, I will die and my soul will be destroyed. Locking his aura on Lu Gao, who was about to escape, Yang Zheng said coldly, Are you worthy enough to call me junior brother? Xiao Shun dodged Yang Zheng's attack, while the other two also moved closer, preparing to forcibly surround and kill Yang Zheng. I do this just to break through, junior brother. If it wasn't for revenge from Master, would I want to become this half-human, half-ghost appearance? Xiao Shun seemed to be crying and laughing. Facing Yang Zheng's oncoming fist, he did not block or resist, but took the attack head-on. Yang Zheng's fist stopped in front of him, and the wind from the fist made Xiao Shun's long hair fly. In order to seek revenge, you have to harm innocent people. In order to seek revenge, you have to fall into the evil cult. Xiao Shun, you are unworthy of being my disciple. Turning around and attacking Lu Gao, Yang Zheng's body faintly cracked, showing signs of collapse. Killing innocent people? Yang Zheng, as heaven-level experts, how much have we contributed to China? We are the ones blocking the front line. Why? Why should we waste all our resources on a so-called genius, a so-called combat physique? We have no merits? We have no contributions? What? Xiao Shun was like a madman, but did not attack Yang Zheng. How many heaven-level cultivators are unable to break through due to hidden injuries from battle? Teacher, so are we. We have cultivated to the heavenly level, so aren't we considered geniuses? Just because of a battle physique, just because of a gifted talent, a huge amount of resources are wasted on these so-called geniuses. And what about us? We can't break through, and can only wait to die of old age or in battle. This is how they treat us. Xiao Shun's eyes were bloodshot and tears of blood flowed out. Their teacher, unable to break through a hidden injury, traveled to another world before his death and used up his last life to kill the enemy. Why? How much resources and time are needed to train a genius to become a king? It is obvious that if we just give them the resources, we can immediately have a few more king-level strongmen. Yang Zheng smashed Lu Gao's head with one punch. His hair turned pale, his body looked a little old, and his breath dropped sharply. Xiao Shun, Master once said that you are talented and suitable for the position of mind training, while I am stupid and can only train the body. Master once told me that if I followed you, I wouldn't easily go astray. Tears welled up in Yang Zheng's eyes, but Master was wrong. I hated it. I hated why no one from the human race helped Master break through. I hated why they didn't let Master enjoy his old age in peace. On the side, Wu Peng roared and wanted to escape, but was trapped by Yang Zheng. Under Yang Zheng's desperate attack, he could only passively defend. But, Master told me so himself. His path is blocked, and when he needs help from others to break through, he will be stuck there for the rest of his life. He once told me that we were able to get to where we are today, thanks to the protection of the older generation. The human race cannot be without hope, even at the cost of one's own life. I don't blame others, it's my own incompetence. I don't have the ability to break through to the king realm and help Master recover from his injuries. It's my incompetence. He looked at Xiao Shun, the big man who could only endure the pain silently, and said with a choked voice, Master said you were smart and never told you these things, thinking you would understand, but never thought you would go astray. He is really wrong. After half of Wu Peng's body was shattered, Yang Zheng's eyes were a little dazed. He turned around and looked at Anlin, who was imprisoned on the ground by Xiao Shun's mental power. Was he also protected by his teacher in this way back then? In Anlin, Yang Zheng saw the little version of himself. It was also that time that the teacher hurt his own foundation. However, the teacher only drove away the evil cult leader, while he not only fought 3 of them alone, but also killed one and injured the other. Teacher, I am much better than you. Yang Zheng grinned. Because he was honest and an orphan, he had been bullied by people around him since he was a child. He resented the people around him and was full of malice towards everyone. The appearance of the teacher made him change his mind. For the first time, he felt warmth and home. For the first time, he felt what love is. The surrounding scenes passed by quickly, and Yang Zheng's body fell weakly from a high altitude. In a trance, he seemed to see the kind old man handing him a piece of hot sweet potato with a kind face. Under the guidance of this old man, he learned to show kindness to people around him, learned to control his temper and be kind to others. Teacher, the part of me that has been changed by you will stand with me forever on your behalf. This way, we can be said to be fighting side by side forever. Chapter 73 King Level. Wu Peng's body slowly recovered. He glanced at the falling Yang Zheng and breathed a sigh of relief. This madman was finally dead. If he had not reached the peak of the heavenly level, he would probably have died here. As for Lu Gao, it's better for him to die. One less competitor and one more resource. Yang Zheng's body stopped gently the moment it touched the ground, without stirring up any dust. Above the sky, Xiao Shun looked at Yang Zheng's body with a complicated expression, his eyes filled with sadness or confusion. On the ground, Anlin looked at Yang Zheng's body, and there was a faint anger in his heart that could not be released, which turned into a sad low hum. The mentor who was joking with me and scratching his head innocently yesterday fought for me and died because of me. Anlin was a little dazed for a moment. Why? Why would he risk his life for himself? Why would he burn his life without hesitation? Anlin looked at Xiao Shun, his eyes filled with bloodshot and resentment. Perhaps Xiao Shun did have his own difficulties, but because of these difficulties he went astray and watched his fellow apprentice die in battle. He would never understand. Feeling Anlin's gaze, Xiao Shun looked over. Pope, I regret it. Xiao Shun sighed softly, his eyes full of pain. A soul roared, mixed with blood, was drawn by him and merged into the blood curtain behind him. This was Lu Gao's soul and blood essence. Even if he was not as good as Yang Zheng, he was also a dignified heaven-level strongman. The next moment, Xiao Shun took action. The huge mental power turned into a skull and rushed towards Wu Peng. Xiao Shun, how dare you? A terrifying shout rang out, almost breaking Anlin's eardrums. But Xiao Shun did not stop his actions and attacked Wu Peng directly. The seriously injured Wu Peng was no match for Xiao Shun. He said in horror, Xiao Shun, kill me, and the Pope will not let you go. He originally thought that Xiao Shun was only tempted by profit and became enemies with Yang Zheng, but he never imagined that Xiao Shun was actually a member of the cult. The next moment, the skull swallowed it in one gulp, and the floating souls began to gnaw on his body and soul. Above the sky, Xiao Shun's aura suddenly changed and began to gather. Unlike Yang Zheng's burning life, he absorbed the souls and blood essence of 2 heavenly-level powerhouses and was preparing to break through by force. This idiot has been stupid all his life, and he's smart just this once. Bloody lines appeared on Xiao Shun's body, and his eyes became even more scarlet. Under Anlin's confused gaze, a giant hand covering the sky appeared in the air and grabbed Xiao Shun, who was like a demon in the air. Xiao Shun, do you really think that by relying on magic to forcibly break through the king realm, you can rival me? Under the giant hand that covered the sky, Xiao Shun was as insignificant as a blade of grass trembling in the wind and rain. This was also the first time that Anlin saw a king-level strongman take action. If it weren't for Xiao Shun's mental power protecting him, He might have been crushed into bloody mud by the pressure of the giant hand. As strong as a king, but so what? Xiao Shun said with a smile, but his eyes were full of indifference. If my foundation hadn't been damaged, how could you, an old dog, use me as a pawn? And how could you let me watch my junior brother die? The blood curtain unfolded, and countless wronged souls wailed and howled, like hundreds of ghosts parading at night, and for a moment, they actually blocked the fall of the giant hand. A lot of blood flowed from the corner of Xiao Shun's mouth. After all, he was promoted to the king level by external force. He was still a little short of defeating this person. Many dead souls dissipated, and Xiao Shun saw his former students, those innocent people, and even his own daughter. For the sake of power, he took a step, made a mistake, and when he finally came to his senses, his hands were covered in blood. Xiao Shun smiled bitterly and looked at Qi Anlin on the ground. Boy, it's impossible for a person to be right every step of the way. For the sake of power, I even forgot that I am still a human being, a real human being. I killed my students, I killed my daughter, and finally, I killed my fellow apprentice. He closed his eyes gently, and a tear stained with blood slid down. The surrounding ghosts roared and merged into Xiao Shun's body. For a moment, human faces appeared on Xiao Shun's body. Wailing and cursing continued to come out of their mouths, but they became weaker and weaker, and finally turned into Xiao Shun's voice. Countless faces, mouths open, some crying, some laughing, all saying in unison, "I can't turn back anymore." All the past events came to Xiao Shun's mind. When he made his first mistake and wanted to make amends and pay off the debt, he found that he was simply unable to do so. We always pay off what we have committed. After the ghost entered his body, Xiao Shun's aura became even more powerful and seemed even more weird. "You have trapped me for 10 years, King Qianshan. Today is the day of your death." The human faces on Xiao Shun's body bulged out and began to bite each other. At this time, his spiritual power gushed out like a flood bursting through a dam, turning into a vicious ghost under the 9 netherworlds that was demanding his life, and actually swallowed the big hand directly. Just a fake king. Several giant hands stretched out again, and when they approached Xiao Shun, they suddenly changed direction and grabbed towards Qi Anlin. The next second, the giant hand shattered, and a blood-red sickle shot up into the sky. Xiao Shun let out an unpleasant screech. "Wanna run? Old dog, you're getting worse and worse." The sickle was swung, as if breaking through the sky, and an old figure appeared in the sky. His body was like a giant sun, emitting the power of qi and blood. King Qianshan's face looked a little ugly. If Xiao Shun had not rebelled, he could have taken Qi Anlin away without any action. But now he was in trouble. His identity was exposed, and there was no place for him to stay in the human world. "In that case, then you will die here," King Qianshan said lightly. After capturing Qi Anlin, he left quickly to avoid further trouble. However, even if he didn't do it himself, Xiao Shun would eventually be strangled to death by humans. It is against the will of heaven to cultivate evil, and no matter how hard he tried, he would still die. The shadow behind Xiao Shun suddenly rushed towards King Qianshan, and at this time, a charming light flashed in Xiao Shun's eyes. King Qianshan's face changed, and he hurriedly protected his sea of spirituality. This man was also a genius more than 10 years ago, but he was impetuous by nature and was eventually plotted against by him and controlled by him for a long time. I thought this genius would fall because of this, but I didn't expect that his mental strength would actually improve a step further in secret. The sea of spirituality seemed to be torn apart. King Qianshan roared angrily, and white light flashed on his fist as he smashed toward Xiao Shun. Emperor breaking fist. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart, and the sound of explosions resounded through the sky. Xiao Shun frowned, and the aura on his body floated. In just an instant, he turned into more than 10 figures. Above the figure, a ghost holding a sickle appeared and chopped towards the punch at the same time. Chapter 74. Xiao Shun versus Qianshan King. The two men fought at such a fast speed that even Qi Anlin could not see their shadows. He could only feel the pressure coming towards him and the deafening explosion. Xiao Shun kept dodging the attacks of King Qianshan. The phantom he created with his resentment and mental power already had the strength of a king, but it was still far from enough to kill King Qianshan. The distance between the two gradually widened, and at this time, the restraints on Qi Anlin suddenly disappeared, and Xiao Shun's voice appeared in Qi Anlin's mind. "Run. There are 2 more third-realm cultivators chasing you." After hearing this, Qi Anlin quickly got up from the ground. When he ran towards Xiaoya, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Yang Zheng's body out of the corner of his eye. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth, rushed over, and put it into the space ring. "Xiaoya, run." At this time, Qi Anlin finally understood that Xiao Shun did not want to be an enemy of Yang Zheng, but had to watch Yang Zheng die. If he had just made a move, the Qianshan King in the Dark would have also made a move. After Yang Zheng burned his vitality to kill 2 heavenly-level powerhouses, Xiao Shun used the magic technique to absorb their souls and finally broke through to the king level by force. Qi Anlin fell silent. In the previous world, although some negative social news would often break out on the internet, it was far less realistic than this world. With a certain level of power, can the law really still restrain people? He shook his head with a wry smile. For a moment, Qi Anlin began to desire strength. Only when he was strong would his relatives and friends be safe from threats. After summoning Xiao Xing, Qi Anlin rode Xiao Yu and started to run away. Because of today's incident, he and the cult are irreconcilable. Xiao Shun's right arm was torn off by King Qianshan, and at this time the sickle swept across, cutting off one of King Qianshan's hands. However, Xiao Shun was a spiritual cultivator, while King Qianshan was a physical cultivator. This injury was nothing to King Qianshan. As his blood and energy surged, the severed arm reappeared. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Shun escaped again. His glasses had already been shattered before the battle began, and the clothes on his body were also transformed by his mental power. With his eyes flickering slightly, Xiao Shun landed in a house on the ground, while King Qianshan's eyes were full of indifference and disdain. Could it be that this guy thought that he would not attack civilians? Just as he was about to destroy the house with a punch, a familiar aura appeared, causing King Qianshan to quickly retract his attack. Xiao Shun flew out again, and this time, there was a child about 5 years old in his hands. Bastard! Let him go. King Qianshan's eyes were grim, and he wished he could tear Xiao Shun into pieces. Let him go, Xiao Shun said with a sinister smile, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Old dog, this is your only relative, right? The child trembled all over. When he saw King Qianshan, tears welled up in his eyes. He wanted to speak, but when he opened his mouth, King Qianshan became angry, and the houses around him collapsed, as if the end of the world had come. There was no tongue in the child's mouth. Xiao Shun, you have such a cruel heart. He is just a child, King Qianshan said word by word through his teeth, almost breaking his fist. Child? So what if they're just children? Xiao Shun pinched his head and said coldly, my daughter, my student, aren't they children anymore? You forced me to kill them, time and time again. Now I'm alone, and I'm not afraid of you threatening me again. Tears of blood flowed from Xiao Shun's eyes. Yes, even that honest junior brother died in battle in front of him. What else does he have to lose now? It's not just your grandson. All your dead relatives over the years were killed by people I sent. Xiao Shun waved his hand, and a pile of corpses fell to the ground. At this time, something flew towards King Qianshan. King Qianshan's face changed, and he quickly caught it. Old dog, you are such an old man. Even at your age, you still married a young and beautiful wife. Unfortunately, when I dug the baby out of her belly, she was still muttering your name. King Qianshan looked at what was in his hand with trembling hands. It was a dead fetus that emitted a stench of corpse. It was his child. You're crazy. Qianshan King burst into tears, not thinking about how he had dealt with Xiao Shun in the past. He just kept repeating, I will make you pay with your life. I will make you pay with your life. Xiao Shun shook his head, and the head in his hand spurted out blood like a bursting watermelon. Xiao Shun. Qi Anlin stretched out his hand to recall the frost-fighting spirit that was almost dissipated and continued to flee with a gloomy face. Behind him were 2 third-level cultivators and several lower-level cultivators. For my sake, you sent out a king-level, 3 heaven-level, and so many small fry. You cult. You are really awesome. Qi Anlin's teeth were almost broken. He had never offended the cult before, so why did he do this? Qi Anlin kept releasing spiritual power to the rear to hinder the pursuit, and at this time, his spiritual sea was already in chaos. Queen Ant, I gave birth to a super smart child. Xiao Xing, Shu Shu is dying. Mommy, you don't have to save any food for me tonight. Silly, stop having children. Help. Someone is going to kill the rat. Someone wants to kill the rat. Of course, the Queen Ant cannot speak, so Qi Anlin only understands the general meaning. Xiaoye ran away with his head held high, reaching his maximum speed, but the distance between him and others kept closing. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Qi Anlin helplessly discovered that he had no means to escape from the hands of the third-level cultivator. Even if Xiaoye's skills are upgraded, there is not that much health left now. Qi Anlin's consciousness entered the blood energy space, and he immediately began to fight against the third-level cultivator, trying to find his weakness, but the next second, he died. The gap is too big. Soon, one of the third-level cultivators caught up with him and pulled Xiaoye to a stop while he was running. If he wasn't afraid of accidentally killing Chi Anlin, he would have used martial arts to attack Xiaoya long ago. The next second, Xiaoya suddenly disappeared, and Chi Anlin ran away. The moment he was caught, he put Xiaoya back into the beast bag. Brother, whatever the cult gave you as reward, my Chi family will give you double. Chi Anlin no longer cared about face at this time. The most important thing was to survive. He would take revenge after becoming stronger. The next second, he flew out directly, and another third-level cultivator arrived. Don't waste time talking to this kid. Just capture him quickly. The reinforcements will be here soon. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the third-level cultivator. He almost let this guy run away into the wild. Their mental power is not as exaggerated as that of a scanner. If Chi Anlin really runs away, they will most likely lose their target. Chi Anlin fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Looking at the two third-level cultivators with some despair, Chi Anlin sighed. He had tried his best, but it seemed that the author wanted to kill him. Who the hell was chased by a bunch of bosses when he was a novice? My life is over. Chi Anlin closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. But the attack from the third realm cultivator did not arrive for a long time, and at this time, Chi Anlin felt a chill. Lord Fenghua, look at this. If you two hadn't wasted time, this little guy would have been injured like this. Chi Anlin opened his eyes with some confusion, and after seeing the scene in front of him clearly, his pupils shrank involuntarily. The evil cult members who had just been chasing him were now turned into ice sculptures. Chapter 75. Raw Rhinoceros Cannot Be Burned. Above the sky, King Bailing's beautiful watery eyes were filled with accusations. This kid has a really good physique. King Fenghua landed on the ground and patted Chi Anlin's body gently. Suddenly, the injuries caused by the attack began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next second, King Fenghua waved his hand again, and flames rose behind him, like purgatory, engulfing the group of evil cult monks. All right, kid, you're safe now. Seeing this scene, Chi Anlin couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Is he out of danger now? The two third-level cultivators were killed instantly without even making a splash. Chi Anlin looked at Fenghua King. From the other person's address, he knew that this person was also a king-level cultivator. The Fenghua King in front of him had a ferocious face, as if he would be furious in the next second. Coupled with his flaming hair, Chi Anlin shrank his neck and did not dare to speak for a while. Don't scare him, King Fenghua. He has an ice-soul battle body. If you don't restrain your fire-attributed spiritual power, you will hurt him. A gentle spiritual power lifted Chi Anlin up, and when Chi Anlin turned around, he saw the holy King Bailing, who was as fairy-like as a fairy. The flawless white skin, delicate facial features, and gentle and quiet temperament made Chi Anlin think of Chu Xining when she grew up. Fenghua Wang blew out a puff of hot air from his nose, and without refuting, he turned to Chi Anlin and asked, "Boy, where are the instructors who tested you?" Hearing this, Chi Anlin's pupils shrank, and he quickly said, "Two seniors. Instructor Xiao is still fighting with the Thousand Mountain King. Although he has the aura of the demon sect, it was because of the Thousand Mountain King that he fell into the demon sect." No wonder. King Fenghua nodded and suddenly laughed. "I don't know that old man, but he's incredibly weak. Being beaten by a fake king, he's even showing some signs of going crazy. Don't worry, King Shueihua has already gone to capture the two king-level cultivators. As for the matter of the demon cult, that's not something you should worry about. Damn it, how dare a mere mortal monster bully this king?" On the grass, a bloody ant roared and rushed towards the giant tiger in front of it. Several tiger ant soldiers around seemed to sense something, and they raised their butts and rushed towards this side excitedly. There are fewer and fewer monsters in the forest, and their food is also a bit scarce. I didn't expect that there is still one here. Sensing the arrival of the ant soldiers, the Blood-Eater King's face changed, and he no longer hid his weakness and pounced directly at the giant tiger. Blood Demon Kill. The giant jaw pierced into the body of the Lingua tiger, and at this moment, the blood around it suddenly gathered together and pierced into the body of the Lingua tiger. The next second, the Lingua tiger turned into a dried corpse, and the blood-devouring king also fell to the ground. Squeak. A few ant soldiers arrived late, and after finding that only a tiger skin was left of the Lingua tiger, they left somewhat disappointed. The blood-devouring king's body turned even more scarlet. In just one night, he had already reached the 8th level of the mortal realm. Although the ant soldier he took over was not very strong, he was able to kill many monsters and gather a lot of blood and energy with the help of his various secret techniques. After absorbing the energy of an entire spirit moon tiger, the blood-devouring king continued to search for the monster. For some reason, he felt that he no longer had any hostility towards the queen ant, and even had to obey the queen ant's orders. As a former king-level warrior, the blood-devouring king naturally refused to live under someone else's roof, but this ant soldier's body seemed to fit him perfectly. I don't know if I can break free from the queen ant's control after my strength increases. At this time, in the underground cave, the spiritual power of the queen ant was vibrating, and she felt like she was about to break through. After eating nearly half of the meatballs, the queen ant felt a little full and quickly gave birth to a bunch of babies. Only then did she feel much better. Out of boredom, its consciousness swept over the child it was paying special attention to. This little guy was about to break through to the 9th level of the mortal level. The queen ant shook her body happily. She didn't know what her master was doing and didn't even contact her. Thinking of this, the queen ant felt a little disappointed. Could it be because she had killed too few monsters recently? In that case, let this little guy lead the ant soldiers out of the forest. At this time, the queen ant's body has reached a critical point and only needs an external force to successfully break through to the next level. After giving the order to the blood-devouring king, the queen ant's body trembled slightly, preparing to go back to sleep. In Zhao County, a huge water ball wrapped around two figures and floated in the air. Anlin was a little dumbfounded. These were two powerful king-level warriors, and they were captured like this? A king-level physical cultivator can be exchanged for some cultivation resources, but this pseudo-king probably can't be saved. King Shueiyue said with a smile. This was the first time he captured a king-level cultivator so easily. The water ball broke apart, and the two fell to the ground. King Fenghua said coldly. This old man must be the Grand Pope of Qianzhou. I didn't expect that someone from the 4 major families would be involved this time. It's time to investigate thoroughly. King Bailing smiled, but said nothing. Among the 5 major families in Linqing, only the Ding family did not participate. This time, Tiger War King has to take a big blame. After all, Linqing is under his jurisdiction. At this time, He Royun flew over and looked at Xiao Shun with a complicated expression. Although I don't understand the general situation, the soul in Xiao Shun's body. Even if he is not a member of the cult, he will be liquidated. No matter what, you cannot use human lives to improve your own strength. Xiao Shun also knew his own ending, so he did not quibble and looked at Anlin with indifference. After a long silence, he forced a wry smile. Anlin, I don't deny that I had thoughts about your body before. Although this sentence seemed a bit strange, Anlin didn't say anything at this time, but just looked at him silently. He didn't know what to say. Although Xiao Shun did want to attack him, it was undeniable that if it weren't for him, he would have been dead today. However, now that things have come to this, I don't ask for your forgiveness. I just hope that you can kill a few more kings of the Tianjiao clan in the future. Xiao Shun shook his head. This time, the ghost had entered his body and he would definitely die. Instead of dying like this, it would be better to do something else. Stars danced in the air, and under Anlin's complicated gaze, Xiao Shun's body began to slowly dissipate. Although there isn't much left, it's enough for you to break through. A short, pitch-black horn emerged in his hand, and Xiao Shun ignited his mental power to cover it. A strange fragrance wafted out, and a little bit of expectation reappeared in Xiao Shun's dead eyes, but it quickly turned into disappointment. Raw rhinoceros horn cannot be burned. When burned, it produces a strange fragrance. If it touches clothes, people can communicate with ghosts. Tears slowly rolled down Xiao Shun's eyes. Anlin stared at him, whose body was covered with human faces. For some reason, he felt a little sad. The surrounding starlight floated towards Anlin, and Xiao Shun's body became a little illusory. The 3 kings stared at Xiao Shun in silence. King Bailing sighed, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the sneaky Xiao Xing. Xiao Shun stared at the empty space in front of him, and his eyes finally darkened. He burned rhino horns and learned the magic method of controlling souls. No matter what he did, he still could not see the old man who was like a father to him. Teacher, do you also think I did something wrong? The starlight entered Anlin's body, transformed into gentle spiritual power and mental power, and began to push Anlin's realm. Xiao Shun's body completely collapsed, and Anlin saw that at the last moment, a hint of joy appeared on Xiao Shun's face. Even so, around him, countless hands of the dead grabbed him and dragged his soul into the abyss. Chapter 76. Monster. Beastmaster is also a fighting body. Boy, this is also a blessing for you. Close your eyes and absorb it quickly. King Fenghua said in a deep voice. With him and others here, Anlin's breakthrough will not be a problem. But this kid is really a bit of a monster. Thinking of Anlin's test results, King Fenghua's eyes swept over the 2 kings beside him. If these 2 people were not there, he would have accepted Anlin as his disciple even if he had to snatch him away. Who says a fire attribute disciple can't accept an ice attribute disciple? I understand ice and water attributes better than anyone else. Qi Anlin sighed, feeling the spiritual power surging wildly in his body, and finally sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. This spiritual power was extremely powerful. Although it was gentle, it had a tendency to break the meridians. At this time, the spiritual power channels belonging to the Queen Ant and Xiao Yu opened, sharing the spiritual power tied with Qi Anlin, as well as the ownerless spiritual power that almost shattered the sea of spiritual energy. On the side, Xiao Ye, whose injuries were healed by King Bailing, was stunned for a moment, then immediately lay down and began to absorb spiritual power. In the forest, the Queen Ant suddenly woke up, felt the extra spiritual energy and mental power in her body, and began to absorb them happily. Master still remembers me. This spiritual power was so huge that it actually caused the barrier of the Queen Ant's realm to begin to break. The Queen Ant thought about it and decided that with so much spiritual power, it would be better to give some to the little guy. This was the first time she was so partial to a child. In the ant colony, the Blood Eater King's body suddenly stiffened and began to roll on the ground, causing the surrounding ant soldiers to stop involuntarily. King-level spiritual power. What's going on? The blood-devouring king's body swelled up and almost exploded. Although he was once considered a strong man among the king-level cultivators, otherwise he would not have escaped to another world despite being hunted by China. However, this ant body was not that strong. If he had not reacted quickly, he would have been blown up. The fluctuations on Qi Anlin's body became stronger and stronger, and at this time, Xiao Ye's aura suddenly changed, and he was the first to break through. The three kings' attention shifted to Xiao Ye, who was suddenly released by Qi Anlin just now. He was seriously injured, but there was a magical healing power in his body that was constantly repairing him, allowing him to hold on until King Bailing treated him. They were also knowledgeable people, so they naturally realized that Xiao Ye was sick because he had taken the elixir. But the problem was that they had never seen this kind of elixir before. Could it be that Qi Anlin got it from some ruins? However, King Shuiwei shook his head when he saw that the boy was really a fool for feeding the pill to the beast when he was so seriously injured. Xiao Xing kept acting coquettishly on King Bailing's body, which made King Bailing couldn't help but smile gently. With a thought, he took out a few pills and fed them to Xiao Xing. It's strange to say, this kid hasn't even broken through to the first realm, yet he can actually contract 3 beasts. King Bailing continued as he helped Xiao Xing digest the medicinal power, but why didn't this little thing share spiritual power with him? King Shuiwei observed Xiao Xing and frowned slightly. What kind of monster is this? It looks like a hidden rat, but its quality is much higher than that. Although he is not a beast tamer, he is still a king-level powerhouse. His sea-like mental power has already memorized countless monster illustrations, and the closest one is the hidden rat. And that wolf beast, he didn't recognize it either. However, there are so many monsters in the world, so King Shuiwei didn't think much about it. Combined with the power of the medicine before, he was 90% sure that Qi Anlin must have found the ruins. Perhaps, this outrageous physical and mental strength is the result of gaining from the ruins. In the ruins, Xiao Ye quickly broke through and his body began to slowly swell. His sharp claws faintly glowed with blue light, the mane behind his neck fluttered, and his slightly swollen muscles made Xiao Ye look very majestic. In Qi Anlin's body, the dantian expanded again, showing an ice blue color, and the meridians in various parts of his body became more perfect, and the speed of absorbing spiritual power subtly increased a bit. What's going on? There was a glint of fire in King Fenghua's eyes, as if he wanted to burn Qi Anlin's body. At this time, King Bailing's icy spiritual power brushed past, and the turbulent space immediately returned to calm. King Fenghua, control your strength. King Bailing said softly. This guy has no sense of propriety. Qi Anlin is so weak. What if he gets burned to death? After blaming Queen Fenghua, her gaze turned to Qi Anlin. Why did the breakthrough of the ice wolf beast cause Qi Anlin's combat form to change? King Bailing looked at Xiao Ye carefully, and his pupils shrank involuntarily. How could it be possible? This wolf beast also has the aura of an icy soul battle body. King Bailing's calm and gentle voice finally showed a slight fluctuation. The wolf beast's fighting body had not yet been fully stimulated, so they had not been able to see it before. Seeing 2 identical combat bodies, King Bailing took a deep breath. This kid's luck is a bit incredible. The battle body is something that not only humans have, but all races have it. The beast that Qi Anlin contracted is also a battle body. The 2 complement each other, and the increase in strength will be terrifying. No wonder the spiritual power in this kid is so pure. While King Bailing was thinking, the other 2 kings were also shocked. A demon beast with a fighting body actually became a beast tamer. This is the first time. King Manhwa, those old guys from other universities seem to be coming. Why don't you go stop them first? King Bailing, and I will take this kid back. King Shueihua quickly reacted. Dual combat bodies. It's enough for them to break the rules once. Such a monster cannot be acquired by other universities. They dare. King Manhwa suddenly flew up, and his figure disappeared in an instant. King Shueihua was also stunned and dumbfounded for a moment. Idiot, I just mentioned it, and you really went? King Shueihua cursed in a low voice, saying that this guy had a hot temper and would get angry at the slightest provocation. He might even fight with those kings. But this guy didn't think about it. Those guys are not vegetarians either. Don't let them be caught. It would be embarrassing. Anlin didn't notice the unexpected events happening nearby, but his realm was about to break through. The barrier of the first realm shattered. Anlin's aura suddenly changed, and powerful spiritual power fluctuations were faintly transmitted from all parts of his body, making Anlin unable to help but want to find someone to vent. The catharsis of fighting. Before he had time to get familiar with the power, the next moment, the Queen Ant's spiritual power surged over. The familiar scene resurfaced. Blood flowed from the corner of Anlin's mouth. He looked at the remaining two kings with some difficulty. Senior, help. Others are worried about having too little spiritual power, but Anlin is afraid of bursting every time he breaks through. A bit like a balloon, Anlin felt inexplicably sad. It was like this every time. It was too embarrassing. Sensing the changes in Anlin, King Bailing and King Shueiyu's expressions changed. They quickly took action to stabilize Anlin's meridians and began to help Anlin absorb the spiritual power. What kind of beast did this kid find? The spiritual power feedback is too abnormal. King Shueihua could no longer remain calm. He thought that it was abnormal enough for Anlin to have an ice soul body beast, but he didn't expect that this first beast was also very special. Moreover, he clearly felt that the beast had fire and gold attributes, so why was the spiritual power fed back to him attributeless? Also, what the hell is this mental feedback? On the other side, King Bailing couldn't help but secretly curse him as a pervert, but he kept taking out pills and throwing them into Anlin's mouth. This spiritual power is too huge, and Anlin's realm may break through again. She has to lay a good foundation for this guy to prevent his foundation from being unstable. After a while, Anlin's aura changed again, and he broke through to the second stage of the first realm. Chapter 77. Anticipation of New Troops. Logically speaking, Anlin has reached the second stage of the first realm before he has officially taken the college entrance examination. King Bailing smiled lightly, as if with this kid's strength, there is no need to look at the final theoretical knowledge. However, Zhao County has also been plagued by disasters. Many people died because of the incident in the small insect world before, and today they fought with several powerful men, which seriously damaged their vitality. Above the sky, a powerful wave appeared. King Shueihua raised his head and saw that the person who would take the blame had arrived. Tiger War King's clothes were torn, and it was obvious that he had been through a great battle. He looked around Zhao County and sighed deeply. After the battle between cultivators above the 5th level, there are no survivors left in the ruins nearby. Shaking his head, Tiger War King was no longer sad. He looked in the direction of Lin Chung with murderous intent in his eyes. It's time to clean up the several major families. Looking at the time, people from other universities should be here soon. King Bailing, take this kid with you and let's go. King Shueihua didn't care about King Qizhan. Although they were all at the king level, the regions spanned too far, so there was no connection between them. Moreover, the presence of so many high-level evil cults on this person's territory also shows that he is not managing the territory properly. However, Lincheng is also a relatively backward place. There are not many kings, and the territory is vast, so it can be said that it has the will but not the ability. King Bailing looked at King Shueiyu with some surprise. He thought King Shueiyu was just joking, but he didn't expect this guy to be serious. Who knows what kind of trouble this kid might cause in Zhao County. Let's take him back to school first. As for other universities, let's have a fair competition. Our army has no shortage of resources to retain him. King Shueihua reminded that although at present, they were the only ones who knew that Xiaoya and Anlin had the same combat body. Even if the person who came later was not at the king level, he would be at the heaven level, and his eyesight would not be too bad. It would have been fine if Xiaoya hadn't made a breakthrough, and their combat body hadn't awakened, so they didn't notice it. But now, if he was discovered, if a fight broke out, it would be disadvantageous to them. King Bailing nodded, looked at King Huzhan, nodded, and flew into the sky with Anlin and the two beasts. Host, Anlin. Realm. 1 realm, 2 stages. Occupation, Beastmaster, Physical cultivator, chi cultivator. Blood energy, 230,000. Beast tamer, Xiao E, level 1, stage 1. Xiao Yu, level 1, stage 1. Xiao Xing, ordinary level, stage 7. Kung Fu, tiger edge fist, ordinary level top grade, great success. Ling Feng Bu, ordinary level top grade, minor success. Falling leaf sword technique, top grade mortal, minor success. Guiyuan Xian Gong, yellow grade, upper grade, second level. Xianjun body refining method, yellow grade, top grade, level 3. Xianin sword technique, remaining, yellow level mid grade, proficient. The data may not reflect how much strength has changed, but Anlin can feel that even if 20 of his previous selves came together, they would not be his current opponent. The Queen Ant's production stage has moved up a level, and now she can produce a level of ant soldiers. The number of troop types has reached 6, and the troop types before the Queen Ant are already full, so now I can create new troop types. Anlin glanced at the rapidly retreating white clouds, and his legs felt a little weak. Even though the king was carrying him flying, the spiritual power shield around him made him unable to feel the existence of wind resistance. But after all, his feet were still empty. Xiao Qi, in 2 hours we will be able to arrive at the military university, but you may have to wait. Other schools will also come to recruit you, and we can't break the rules. King Bailing saw Anlin open his eyes and started to explain first. Military university is a top university, and since your sister is also a student at the military university, the benefits it can offer you will be even greater. On the other side, King Shuiwe also spoke up. You and your beast are both combat bodies, but top universities also have their own circles. If you enter a military university, you won't be ostracized. Anlin's sister is very important in the military university. If anyone causes trouble for Anlin, he will definitely be harassed by that crazy woman, so Anlin will not be suppressed in the military university. Although too much smooth sailing is not very conducive to the growth of a genius, in the eyes of King Shuiwe, a genius should be honed in another world, rather than fighting wits and courage with his own kind in school, which is meaningless. After the two kings talked with Anlin for a while, Anlin took the initiative to ask, "Two seniors, I remember that when my sister tested her combat form before, she was not surrounded by so many powerful people. She also encountered a heavenly grade evil cultivator at that time, but Feng Huojuan happened to be in lynching at the time. Even though he was hundreds of kilometers away, he blasted the evil cultivator to pieces with a single blow." Feng Huojuan? Anlin was stunned. The battle fluctuations of a king-level expert could destroy half of Zhao County, and a full-strength attack could raise an entire city to the ground, not to mention the lord level above the king realm. Your situation is quite special this time. Your sister has a fire-type combat body, but you have an ice-type combat body, so some people speculate that you may have undergone some kind of abnormality. Besides, if we capture you, we might have a chance to lure your sister out, so we let this evil cult directly expose 2 king-level monks. Anlin was speechless. He thought that it was because of this reason that he had suffered so much misfortune. It's just that Zhao County. Anlin sighed. Even if it wasn't caused by him, it was more or less related to him, which made Anlin feel a little guilty. Prince Shuiwe seemed to have seen through his thoughts and consoled him. The incident in Zhao County can only be blamed on Prince Hujan's mismanagement. So many evil cults have appeared under his command. Instead of feeling guilty, you should practice hard and strive to eliminate the evil cults. Kill the Iron Brahma ape, a level 1 demon beast, and gain 160,000 blood energy points. Kill the Iron Flower Mantis, a level 1, stage 2 monster, and gain 300,000 blood energy points. News of the death of many tiger ant soldiers came one after another. Anlin was stunned. Did the queen ant run outside? It seemed like this guy had been saying recently that he had given birth to a child who was as smart as him. Anlin felt that he needed to go and take a look. At this level, killing a monster can gain hundreds of thousands of blood energy. As long as you go to the small beast world, you can try to synthesize the queen ant and the space ring. The queen ant's greatest use now is to gain health energy. It may take until she reaches the 4th or 5th realm before she can truly appear before the world. Thousands of king ant soldiers are born all at once. Let's see who dares to attack him again. There was nothing to do in the air, so Anlin closed his eyes, moved his mind, and entered the system background. Although the tiger-armored ant soldiers are powerful, Anlin feels that something is still missing. It just so happened that the queen ant killed a mantis at the 2nd stage of the 1st realm. Why not fuse their genes and create ant soldiers with the mantis's powerful attack power? Ant soldiers with sickles. Anlin began to look forward to it. Chapter 78 Bloodbreak Ant Soldiers. The Queen Ant's gene list appeared, and Chi Anlin quickly found the iron flower mantis's gene. What made Chi Anlin a little sad was that this gene fusion actually required 800,000 blood energy. Money was really spent like water, and Chi Anlin reluctantly chose to confirm it. The fusion takes an hour. After fighting in the blood energy space for 10 hours, Chi Anlin finally waited for the fusion to be completed. In the air, King Bai Ling and King Shui Yu were a little surprised. Chi Anlin just closed his eyes to rest, but they could feel that this guy was slowly improving his realm, and his control over his body seemed to be getting stronger. Originally, King Bai Ling was a little worried. Chi Anlin broke through 2 levels in a row, and they were both large levels of the mortal level and the first level. It was inevitable that he would not be able to adapt, but now it seems that he seems to have a tendency to fully master the strength of this realm. What a little monster. Bai Ling, although this kid has some extraordinary talent, he has learned too many things. King Shueihua frowned and said, in fact, even for Qi cultivators, after breaking through the King realm, their physical fitness and mental strength will undergo a transformation. So King-level cultivators can overpower or even kill Heaven-level cultivators in seconds. After all, compared to them, the two are no longer at the same level of life. Even for a king, it is difficult to switch to other professions after a breakthrough. This will not only cause a decrease in control over the body, but also easily cause an imbalance of energy in the body. As Chi Anlin did, he would eventually have to give up his other careers and switch to another one. As a combat body, King Shueihua thinks that Chi Anlin should switch to practicing Qi cultivation. After all, the I-Soul combat body has a blessing for the absorption of spiritual power, which is the best choice for Qi cultivation. But now, Chi Anlin's beast is also an I-Soul combat body, which makes him a little worried. The two combat bodies of the same origin complement each other, and the final achievement is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. As for physical cultivation, this kid's physique is also a bit scary. He also saw that Chi Anlin's body refining method is the Xianjun body refining method. Speaking of which, this body refining method came from the military academy, and it must have been brought to him by Qi Shihua. Although there are 9 levels in total, a cultivator at the peak of the first realm who can cultivate to the 7th level is actually far superior to other geniuses. Sighing, King Shueihua didn't know how to describe it. He just hoped that this kid could understand the trade-offs. Chi Anlin also heard the conversation between the two. In fact, in the blood energy space, he would have a certain sensitivity to the outside world. Otherwise, if he encountered an enemy attack while practicing and didn't know it, his death would be too unfair. After some testing, Chi Anlin discovered that Xia Yin, who was at the 8th level of the mortal realm, could not break his defense at all. In other words, even if he stood there and let Xia Yin hit him, Xia Yin would not be able to cause any injuries to him. This is too perverted. The Queen Ant's cultivation speed is very slow. After Chi Anlin's realm catches up, she will continue to break through, so there is no need to worry about the Queen Ant's spiritual power bursting herself again in the future. As for what the two kings said about giving up a profession, there is absolutely no need for that. I have a cheat. However, now that he has reached a certain level, he can contract another monster. Chi Anlin thought about it and decided that he must choose an auxiliary monster this time. Without thinking anymore, Chi Anlin entered the system background and found the Ant Queen's troop type option. Mantises are natural hunters, and the Iron Flower Mantis's arms attacks are even more terrifying. Even a high-level monster would not dare to withstand its attacks. Chi Anlin removed the fire poison from the new soldiers. After reaching the new realm, the fire poison was not so useful. He would wait until he found the right toxic gene and then install it on the new ant soldiers. Chi Anlin thought about the new ant soldiers and felt that the current monsters had very strong defenses, and if the tiger-armored ant soldiers wanted to break through their defenses, they would have to bite them several times. This would easily lead to a situation where the monster would escape before being killed, so Chi Anlin felt that after the blood volume increased, he would have to get a control-type soldier. After adding the genes of the Iron Flower Mantis, a strange ant similar to a mantis appeared in front of Chi Anlin. Chi Anlin took a look at this thing and couldn't bear to look at it. Chi Anlin did not continue to add genes to the tiger-armored ant soldier. This new ant soldier looked a little deformed, with all 6 legs shaped like sickles. It is impossible for you to fight with your legs, and it is difficult to exert force. Chi Anlin decisively removed the sickles on the back 4 legs and used the hind legs of the new ant soldiers as the support points for walking and fighting. As for the sickle stuff, 2 are enough. As for the end of the sickle, which was originally used to support the ground when walking, Chi Anlin made it into the shape of an armor-piercing cone. This does not affect walking and still has the function of breaking armor and bleeding. The defense of the new ant soldiers is not very high. There are gains and losses. Chi Anlin doesn't care about these. It's better to leave the defense to the tiger-armored ant soldiers. However, the tiger ant soldiers are strong in mobility. Anlin thought about it and wondered if he could create some meat shields later. Forget it, let's not be too ambitious. Soon, a new ant soldier was pinched out by Anlin. This ant soldier looks very similar to a mantis, but its body is much heavier than a mantis. A cold light appears on its iron-like sickle, and the armor-piercing cone at the end is like a three-edged bayonet, which makes people shudder at the sight. In order to enhance the armor-piercing ability of this type of soldiers, Anlin thickened the muscle fibers in their bodies to increase the explosive power of the ant soldiers. However, this would also result in a loss of mobility, so Anlin thought about it and found a new gene again. Mimic genes. This gene cost Anlin 300,000 blood energy, and after the ant soldiers stepped into the area outside the forest this time, the blood energy obtained from killing several first-level monsters was once again exhausted. Mimic insects are insects discovered by ant soldiers during their raids. Although this thing can not only imitate the external environment, but also conceal its breath, it is still easy for ant soldiers who want to take a bite of everything to discover it. When the tiger ant soldiers discovered it, the mimic insect was imitating minerals. After adding the genes of the mimic insect, Anlin made some further fine-tuning, so that the new ant soldier would become a rather bulky assassin. The main reason is that their movement speed is definitely not that fast, so Anlin added a stealth function, which might allow these ant soldiers to kill with one blow. After completing the new type of soldiers, Anlin took a look at the production options. Producing one new type of ant soldier is equivalent to 5 tiger-armored ant soldiers of the same level. However, the new ant soldiers at the first level are almost as big as humans. Perhaps with such a large body, the function of mimicry seems to be of little use, but ant soldiers do not attack alone. As long as the tiger-armored ant soldiers attack the enemy, the new type of ant soldiers can hide their breath and approach, and then use a fatal blow directly. Looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction, Anlin named the new type of ant soldiers blood-killing ant soldiers. This is a real killing machine. Chapter 79, Killing Machine. After pinching the ant soldiers, Anlin exited the system back-end with satisfaction. Most of the queen ant's ant soldiers are now dead, and it is unknown whether that special little ant soldier is dead. However, with so many corpses of first-level monsters, the queen ant can produce many first-level ant soldiers, so there is no need to worry about the source of blood energy. There were some lights on the ground in the distance, and the bright lights looked like a brocade scroll, which made Anlin a little dazed. It would be even better if there were guardrails underfoot. Flying in the air always feels unsafe. Haiching, we're here. Although this group of ant soldiers don't have much brains, their fearlessness is indeed frightening. On the ground, the blood-devouring king absorbed the blood around him and slowly recovered from his injuries. Not long after they left the forest, they encountered a battle between several first-level monsters. The blood-devouring king had planned to wait for them to be defeated so that he could reap the benefits, but he didn't expect that this group of brainless ant soldiers would rush forward directly. This group of ant soldiers at the 9th level of the ordinary level seemed to have no idea what fear was. They wanted to take a bite of everything they came across, whether it was the sky, the earth, or the air. Faced with several first-level monsters, they launched suicide attacks one after another. What surprised the Blood Eater King even more was that this group of ant soldiers did not allow any injured ant soldiers to exist. Once an ant soldier was injured and unable to fight, the other ant soldiers would kill him even if they did not attack the enemy. Only victory or death is allowed. What a terrifying species. This was also the first time that the blood-devouring king encountered such a strange ant. Moreover, the queen ant could actually produce ants of the same type continuously. If he had not been seriously injured, he seemed unable to attack the queen ant. Whenever he had any thoughts about the queen ant, he would strangely calm down and force himself not to think about it, making it impossible for him to feel hostile towards the queen ant. It's a pity that the corpses have been taken away by the ant soldiers. Otherwise, with the blood in these monsters, I should be able to reach the first realm. After all, he was once a king-level demon. Even if he is now just a 9th-level ant soldier, he is able to use some martial arts to kill a first-level demon beast. Shaking his body, the blood-devouring king left the spot and began to look for lone first-level monsters. He temporarily left the ant colony. Otherwise, if he killed a monster, he would have to transport it back to the queen ant for food, which was too inefficient. After absorbing the souls of the first-level monsters and ant soldiers, the aura of the blood-devouring king became even more powerful, and there was a tendency for him to break through the first level. At this time, in a cave under the forest, several blood-killing ant soldiers with ferocious looks and a hint of murderous intent were licking their sickles. The appearance of new ant soldiers usually requires testing their combat effectiveness against the old ant soldiers. So the queen ant also produced several ordinary second-level blood-killing ant soldiers and a bunch of tiger-armored ant soldiers. For the remaining, the queen ant produced 10 tiger-armored ant soldiers of the first level and 3 blood-killing ant soldiers to supplement high-end combat power. Under the command of the queen ant, the battle was about to break out. The tiger-armored ant soldiers rushed forward and began to besiege the blood-killing ant soldiers, while the blood-killing ant soldiers stayed where they were, slightly bent over, ready to counterattack at any time. Sizzle! A blood-killing ant soldier took the lead, and its sharp armor-piercing spike pierced directly into the tiger-armored ant soldier's head without any hindrance, nailing it to the ground. The next second, the other ant soldiers attacked, and their sickle-like forelimbs swept across, tearing the tiger-armored ant soldiers in front of them into pieces. The blood-killing ant soldiers have extremely strong explosive power. Coupled with their sharp forelimbs, they are like natural killing machines, leaving the tiger-armored ant soldiers helpless. Compared with mantis-like monsters, the blood-killing ant soldiers with ant-like talents are more powerful. Compared with monsters of the same level, the blood-killing ant soldiers can also kill with one blow under hidden attacks. After a while, more than 10 tiger-armored ant soldiers were killed. Although the tiger-armored ant soldiers were much weaker than the monsters of the same level and generally relied on the advantage of numbers, they were no match for the high-attack assassins like the blood-killing ant soldiers. More tiger-armored ant soldiers rushed up, and the blood-killing ant soldiers began to show disadvantages. Although the blood-killing ant soldiers were powerful, they were still much larger than the tiger-armored ant soldiers, and they were not as flexible as the tiger-armored ant soldiers. So after killing hundreds of tiger-armored ant soldiers, the blood-killing ant soldiers finally died on the spot. However, even after its body was eaten to pieces, the blood-killing ant soldier still did not give up the attack. After its head was completely bitten off, it also took away 2 tiger-armored ant soldiers. Strong. After receiving the feedback from the queen ant, Anlin was also very satisfied. This was just a frontal battle. One blood-killing ant soldier could take care of 7 or 8 tiger-armored ant soldiers. If they were not besieged, but attacked one by one, the blood-killing ant soldier could kill half more tiger-armored ant soldiers. Coupled with their fearlessness of death, every blood ant soldier is a terrifying existence that strikes fear into the hearts of the enemy. Anlin, who was landing, thought about it and realized that the tiger-armored ant soldiers themselves were not weak, but because they were brainless and reckless, they caused such casualties. It seems that the matter of combined military tactics needs to catch up with the progress. All kinds of inspiration flashed through his mind. At this time, King Bailing said, "Shao Qi, this is Haiqing, but we won't be returning to Juanda tonight." After all, Anlin has not officially become a student of the military university. It is already presumptuous enough to take Anlin away directly. If Anlin is brought to the military university and forced to be a student of the military university, the other major schools will also jointly report it. Although combat bodies are scarce, it is normal to have a few combat bodies with tens of millions of candidates every year. However, only this little bit of combat body can appear among so many people, which is enough to show how precious combat body is. This year is also special. There are more than 10 combat bodies. If Anlin is not counted, the military university has also received 3 combat bodies. Among them, the Tianlai battle body ranked 8720, the Jinhong battle body ranked 9702, and the Bingfa battle body ranked 4705, which also cost the military a lot of money. Among all the worlds, the human race is not considered strong. In the past hundreds of years, there has only been one combat body ranked in the top 100. Anlin nodded. He heard that his sister had gone to another world, so he didn't need to see her for the time being when he came to Haiqing. If Shuiue saw his current state, she might even have a small discussion with him, which was something Anlin didn't want to face. "I'm finally going to college." Anlin was a little excited. After entering college, he could get more resources and have more synthesis options. An idea emerged in his mind, and Anlin felt a little elated, thinking that his future was bright. He has a synthesis system. When he goes to university, he can help some monsters evolve and mutate. Wouldn't that make him rich? The students studying at the military university are all rich people. Chapter 80 New Function, Training Beastmen? After checking into the hotel provided by the school in Haiqing and seeing off his 2 mentors, Anlin began to plan his own money-making venture. Although using blood energy to synthesize monsters directly to make money quickly, it is too ostentatious. Anlin estimated that if he dared to do this, even if the government did not look for him, a large number of kings would come to forcibly abduct him soon. Therefore, Anlin is more inclined to take the exam for the position of a spirit trainer. After all, he started out as a beastmaster. For Anlin, even if he gave up the other two professions, he would never give up the beastmaster profession. Otherwise, he would really be letting down his own synthesis system. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Anlin looked at Xiaoxing, who was jumping on the bed beside him. Since his system is related to beast taming everywhere, what about the blood energy space? Anlin curled the corners of his mouth, as if he took it for granted that the blood energy space would be his own place. But what if the beastmaster could also come in? Taking a deep breath, Anlin grabbed Xiaoxing. Apart from anything else, Xiaoxing has seriously hindered the team, so if there is a chance, Anlin still wants him to practice courage and train well. This is also because Xiaoxing is special and does not have a spiritual power channel with me. Otherwise, the energy that I have broken through might be enough to kill it. Anlin felt that he should take better control of the Queen Ant's spiritual power channel. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for him to almost die every time the Queen Ant broke through. Grabbing Xiaoxing, Anlin said silently in his heart, "Let Xiaoxing enter the blood energy space." The next second, Anlin was surprised to find that Xiaoxing disappeared from his hands. The physical body enters the blood energy space. Without thinking too much, Anlin's consciousness also quickly entered the blood energy space. The scene in front of him changed, and Anlin came to the blood energy space. After looking at the three familiar options, he found an additional option, beast taming training. Sure enough, the blood energy space can also be used to train beast men. Anlin couldn't help but want to slap himself twice. Why did he realize this only now? It's all because of this 3-no system. There is no prompt every time there is an update, and I can only slowly explore the functions by myself. At this moment, Xiaoxing looked at the bloody space with a confused look on his face, and the next moment, it was like being struck by lightning. Rat, I'm already dead. Xiaoxing almost fainted with this horrible thought in her mind. Anlin, who noticed this scene, pressed his temple helplessly and picked up this guy. You're not dead, but you're almost dead. Anlin smiled evilly. You like picking your belly button, right? You like using my phone to send messages to girls, right? Without hesitation, Anlin clicked on the beast taming training, and the next moment, several options appeared again. Please select a training direction. Attack, defense, speed, skill, combat ability, all-around improvement. Compared to Anlin's training, Beast Tamer's training is obviously much more comprehensive. Since it was his first time using it, Anlin thought about it and clicked on speed. Train the Beast Tamer, Xiaoxing. Select the direction, speed. Training requires 10,000 HP and takes 1 hour. Anlin looked at the notes given by the system. This thing calculates blood energy and training methods based on the strength of the beast. If you want to train for 2 hours, you have to add another 10,000 blood energies. However, the cultivation time should not be too long. Anlin was also very clear about this. After all, he had endured so long in the blood energy space and almost became mentally exhausted. After clicking OK, Xiaoxing's body appeared in the center of a venue in the next second, and more than a dozen humanoid puppets holding machine guns appeared around her, all looking at Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing, sensing danger, raised his head and looked at the puppets in astonishment. Rat, the rat's time is coming. The next second, sparks shot out from the muzzle, and bullets flew towards the treasure-hunting rat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The picture is so beautiful, but it's a pity that I can't bring my mobile phone into the blood energy space, otherwise I would definitely record this moment. Xiaoxing dodged the bullets quickly, and this training was tailor-made for it, so, within 2 seconds, Xiaoxing was successfully hit by several bullets and died gloriously. The next second, Xiaoxing's body appeared again, with the fear and grief from the previous second still on its face. It was unable to react for a while, so after letting out a heart-wrenching scream, it died gloriously again. Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xiaoxing would not be harmed in here, which made him feel much more at ease. However, this may not be too cruel for Xiaoxing, as it will be tortured like this for a whole hour. For Xiaoxing's sake, Anlin sighed and exited the blood energy space. In this way, Xiaoxing would be free in a few minutes. After exiting the blood energy space, Anlin returned to the familiar room. This training was not mandatory. As long as he wanted to stop, Xiaoxing could come out of the blood energy space directly. Xiaoya has improved his strength, and there has been no way for him to fight recently. Why not give him some training as well? After summoning Xiaoya, Anlin had a brief conversation with it, then brought Xiaoya to the blood energy space and chose the attack option. In fact, Anlin originally planned to choose the all-round improvement, but after taking a look, He found that it was a large package that included the previous items and would take a long time. So, after some consideration, Anlin decided to increase its attack power first. The cultivation time is also 1 hour, but the blood energy consumed is as high as 100,000, which is enough to kill a first-level monster. However, there are other conditions for attack power training, such as whether to actively recover from injuries. Anlin chose this option, so it is so expensive. Otherwise, training would only require 10,000 blood energy. After starting training, Anlin finally understood why recovering from injuries was so expensive. Many huge wooden stakes of varying hardness appeared in front of Xiaoya, and Xiaoya needed to attack the stakes continuously, which would cause its claws to wear out and even crack. Soon, Xiaoya's claws became bloody, and the next second, a stream of energy appeared and healed his injuries. If he didn't choose this function, Xiaoya would have to recover from his injuries slowly on his own. After exiting the blood energy space, Anlin waited for a while. King Bailing sent a message saying that she had communicated with the school and would come over to discuss the resource allocation issue with Anlin later. As for combat physiques, several major schools are vying for them, so these schools will offer certain benefits to recruit combat physiques. Anlin was faintly excited, as this meant that people from several other universities had also arrived. I don't know what this group of people will use to recruit me. Chapter 81 Recruitment from Major Schools. Soon, Anlin, who got the news, left the hotel and came to a spacious gymnasium. The graceful figure of King Bailing descended from the sky, and beside her, King Shui had a slight smile on his face. That guy Fenghua Wang actually went to intercept the King realm from other schools, and his tone was very arrogant. As Fenghua Wang's best friend for many years, he knew what that guy would say without even thinking about it. The battle body has been taken away by our army. You can leave on your own. If you don't obey, you can fight me. The scene can be imagined. Several kings surrounded and fought together. Even if they didn't kill him, it would be enough to make King Fenghua suffer. This guy didn't even show up when he came back. He just yelled, "I will remember today's grudge." Then he went straight to heal his wounds. King Bailing looked at King Shuiyue's gloating expression and couldn't help shaking his head. Only King Fenghua would be so reckless. Shaoqi, the major universities will offer some benefits later. Don't rush to choose. Since you are here, we can continue to discuss it privately. Although the military university has natural advantages, Anlin also has a combat beast, so there is no guarantee that other universities will become jealous and offer extremely high conditions. In order to recruit soldiers with combat bodies this year, the military university has spent a lot of resources. After all, this is not a university for one person, and they cannot reduce resource allocation to other students for the sake of combat bodies, so the conditions they can offer are relatively limited. Anlin nodded. If the difference was not big, he would of course choose military university. After all, Shuiyue was also here. It's a pity that Shuiyue is not a beastmaster, otherwise he could take her away. After a while, several figures appeared in the sky. Anlin felt the powerful pressure above his head and raised his eyebrows. So many King Realm people? Logically speaking, at my current level, I shouldn't be able to explore a map of this level. King Bailing, King Shuiyu, long time no see. A strong man with a body like a brown bear laughed and landed on the ground. Suddenly, the whole gymnasium shook. King of brute force, control your strength. This is not another world. The Sky Sword King, dressed in white and standing on a king-level sword, said coldly. In addition to these two, 5 king-level powerhouses also landed on the ground. In China, there are 5 top schools and hundreds of first-class schools. Except for the Heavenly Sword King and the Barbarian King, who were from Wuhan University, the other 3 top universities only sent 1 king-level powerhouse, and the remaining 2 were from first-rate universities. Generally speaking, first-class universities cannot compete with top-tier universities. However, the first-class universities to which these 2 king-level powerhouses belong are also among the best, so they sent king-level cultivators to recruit students. Anlin, your spiritual power quality is top-notch, your mental strength is top-notch, your physical strength is top-notch, your combat ability and comprehension are also top-notch. The 7 absolute kings from Yuanda checked the information and then looked at Anlin with a look of amazement in their eyes. I thought the test was either inaccurate or the levels of other professions were relatively low, but I didn't expect that there are people who can improve all their abilities to the top level at this age. Moreover, this kid's realm has actually reached the 2nd stage of the 1st realm, and it looks very solid, not like it was forcibly improved by using elixirs. If he can be admitted to the school, he will be the leader among the freshmen. Although the battle body is ranked relatively low, if you take into account these top talents, The treatment should be equal to that of the battle bodies ranked within 5,000. The seventh absolute king was the first to extend an olive branch to Chi Anlin. Little fellow, join my yuanda, and I will give you 5,000 credits, a king-level technique, 5 heaven-level golden cicada spirit leaves, and a place to practice in the secret realm. In addition, the school will provide you with 2 complete sets of resources for your body refining technique. If you are talented enough, you can reach the 9th level. Hiss. Chi Anlin originally thought that even if he was recruited, the maximum he would get would be 12,000 rank spirit stones. However, after hearing the benefits offered by the 7 absolute kings, he almost didn't agree directly. Hold on, wait a little longer. Don't be tempted. Chi Anlin took a deep breath and said with a smile, Senior, I've just entered university and don't understand a lot of things. I don't know if I can live up to your kindness. Be polite first and see what other schools say. King Chi Ju smiled and didn't care. Many young warriors are arrogant and think that they will be able to reach the king level in the future. Therefore, many of them are extremely proud and are not polite even to the king level. And Chi Anlin's attitude is already very good. At this time, the Purple Thunder King from Nanjing University also spoke up. Admit to my Nanjing University, and you will receive 5,000 credits, a king-level technique, a heaven-level dragon blood, and a chance to practice in the Tao of Enlightenment. Wadea? Nanjing University is really generous. King Chijue raised his eyebrows. Wadea opens once every 4 years. In it, one can not only improve his comprehension and fall into a state of enlightenment, but also may realize the true meaning of martial arts. The most important thing to become a king is to have his own way. You know, although the school can give Chi Anlin a heavenly level martial arts technique, it is only a rubbing version, not the original, so it does not contain the Tao. Therefore, every place in Wadea is extremely precious. Beside Chi Anlin, King Bailing's expression changed. It seemed that Nanda was determined to get the opportunity to attain enlightenment. Although the combat body will definitely reach the king realm, it is unknown how much time it will take to comprehend the Tao. Chi Anlin saw the expressions of the kings around him and instantly understood that this enlightenment cliff must be very precious. But as for enlightenment, Chi Anlin felt that although his comprehension was not very good, with the system, if he spent 10 times as much time and received guidance from an expert, he should not be inferior to this enlightenment. King Bailing sighed and said to Chi Anlin, Xiao Qi, the opportunity to understand the Tao is rare. With this opportunity, you may be able to understand the Tao directly. After telling Chi Anlin about the function of Wadea, Chi Anlin nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that he really didn't need this thing. However, since Nanda has offered such a great benefit, it also proves that they value me enough. Although it is not really necessary, it cannot be said directly. Chi Anlin sighed in his heart, and then smiled with some joy. Thank you for your kindness. I heard that you are a beast tamer. Why don't you summon him out to see his beast taming talent? Then I can see if I should give you a king-level quality monster cub. At this time, Longda, the dragon tamer king, suddenly spoke. The conditions offered by Purple Thunder King were too generous. This kid came from a small place and probably had never seen the world. He might have agreed to it in the next second. He had just observed from the side. As the king of beast masters, he could naturally see through the 3 barriers in Chi Anlin's spiritual sea. However, the 3 balls of light in Chi Anlin's mind, especially the first one, were not the beasts that Chi Anlin could contract at his level. Even he had never seen such a strange ball of light. Chapter 82. An offer that is hard to refuse, ending. King Grade Beast Taming. Chi Anlin instantly became excited. With this thing, he could save 10 years of hard work. On the side, King Bailing and King Shui Yu's expressions changed. As expected, they still couldn't hide it. Originally, they concealed the news that Chi Anlin possessed a beast of the same origin, and just now they were secretly contacting the school to ask for more shares, just to keep Chi Anlin. But if Chi Anlin exposed Xiaoya, it would mean that they would have to pay a higher price to accept Chi Anlin. Xiao Qi, release your beast. King Bailing sighed. Now that things have come to this, they can no longer stop Chi Anlin from summoning the beast. However, she was also curious about what Chi Anlin's first beast was. Chi Anlin nodded and pretended to take out the beast taming bag, and the next second, Xiaoya appeared on the ground. The ground suddenly cracked, and the pupils of several kings shrank suddenly. King Bailing also waved his hand lightly, dispersing the surging aura from their bodies. Ice Soul Battle Body, the Dragon King said with some trembling. Originally, he was only concerned about Chi Anlin's first beast, and not necessarily about Chi Anlin's battle body identity. The combat body is only needed by the school, and as a Beastmaster, he doesn't care much about other combat bodies unless they are the special combat bodies of the Beastmasters. However, Right now, there is actually a person with an ice soul battle body who has contracted a beast that also has an ice soul battle body. We must snatch this kid away. The Dragon King's body was shaking with excitement. As a beast master, he naturally knew how precious it was to have a beast with a combat body. No matter what race, as long as they are combat bodies, it is basically impossible for them to become someone else's subordinate, especially those beast masters. If they want to force a contract, the backlash of the combat body is not comparable to that of ordinary monsters. Moreover, the war bodies are the most talented seeds of all major races. It is basically impossible to capture a monster with a war body. Their backgrounds cannot be underestimated. The next moment, he looked at King Bai Ling and King Shuiyu. These two must have known about it. He was also wondering, even if Qi Anlin was a very talented warrior, he would not allow the military to break the rules and bring him directly to Haiqing. Fortunately, I suggested it after I realized it, otherwise I would still be kept in the dark. Shaoqi, summon all three of your beasts. The Dragon King said kindly, even addressing them in a more intimate way. Three-headed beast, Qi Anlin summoned the Ice War Soul and Shaoxing. The Ice War Soul's body was still a little weak, and he was recovering from his injuries in the beast taming bag. Shaoxing, the moment he came out, hugged Qi Anlin's thighs and wiped his tears and snot on his trouser legs. After seeing Shaoxing, although he didn't know what kind of thing it was, the Dragon King felt it, and felt that this monster seemed to be slightly special. Could it be some special variant? As for the Ice Battle Soul, the Dragon King could tell at a glance that this was not Qi Anlin's beast. Shaoqi, where is your first beast? Qi Anlin's face changed. What do you mean by the first beast to be controlled? This Ice War Spirit is his first beast to be controlled. This monster is so obedient even though it has no contract. Could it be that it has been raised since childhood? No way. The Dragon King muttered to himself, but then he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Elemental monsters don't have emotions, so even if you raise them from childhood, it won't help. He took a closer look at the Ice War Spirit and could tell that this thing was obeying Qi Anlin's orders. Could it be the companion spirit beast of that Ice Soul battle body monster? This way it does make sense. Qi Anlin felt a little too fake. It turned out that his clumsy disguise had been seen through long ago. Could it be that the king could still sense that he had contracted the queen ant? It's possible. I'm sorry, senior. My first beast was lost in another world and has not been found yet. Qi Anlin said calmly. Lost? The Dragon King's voice rose slightly. Shaoqi, join my Dragon University. I can help you find your beast from another world. I'll also give you a king-grade demon beast cub, 10,000 credits, a king-level technique, and a heavenly-grade beast bag. As a beast taming bag carried by a beast tamer, the higher the quality of this thing, the more powerful its function. Qi Anlin's beast taming bag can only hold 3 beasts and has no function. However, the heavenly-level beast taming bag can not only hold 10 beasts, but also has the function of absorbing spiritual power and spirit stones. In this way, even in the beast taming bag, the monster can practice independently. The Ice Soul battle body is prepared for Qi cultivators. Boy, join my Wuda, and you will get 10,000 credits, 1 king-level technique of your choice, a piece of king-grade Yuanyang ice, a set of heaven-grade inner armor, and 1 trip to the Lingqi secret realm for cultivation. The Sky Sword King suddenly spoke. With Xiaoye as his beast master, Qi Anlin's importance increased again. Although Qi Anlin may give up 1 or 2 professions in the end, the many special things about this guy just represent that he has great luck and his future achievements will definitely not be low. After all, we are the host nation. It would be humiliating if we were outmatched by you on our own territory. At this moment, having received a response to the message, Prince Shuiwe suddenly laughed and said, Boy, the military commander has invested heavily this time. At the military university, 10,000 credits, 1 king-level cultivation technique, 1 king-level body refining technique, 1 king-level heavenly wolf divine jade, 1 heaven-level snow crystal pill, 1 blood flame secret realm cultivation session, and 1 pound of earth-level source of life. After these words were spoken, the several kings fell silent. This time, the military had indeed invested a huge amount of money. The 2 champions from the top universities had bitter expressions on their faces. Although they also wanted to recruit Qi Anlin as their disciple, they were still far behind in terms of resources and had no way to participate in the bidding. The Dragon King was somewhat unwilling to accept this. If it were any other king from Dragon University, their offer might not be as high as his. This was the limit of what he could offer, and it also exceeded the share that the school originally gave him. However, since the military has put forward such conditions, there is nothing we can do. The Dragon King sighed and said to Qi Anlin, If you are interested in learning Dragonda, I will teach you everything I know. After saying that, He left somewhat dejectedly. There was nothing more painful than watching a genius being taken away by other forces. He also knew that there was no chance that Anlin would come to Longda. I'm sorry, seniors. My sister is studying at the military university, so it has always been my first choice. Anlin said with some apology, but he was very excited in his heart. I am only at the first level, and the rewards for contact are either king level or heaven level, which makes him feel a little unreal. Now, he can't wait to get these benefits. After receiving Anlin's response, the kings talked for a few words and then left. Chapter 83: The Wealthy Military. After everyone left, King Bailing said, "So your beast was lost in another world. At that time, I thought you just didn't summon it. If the beast dies, it will backfire on the Beastmaster. Anlin's beast was lost in another world, so it is very necessary to find it. However, there is another method, which is to cut off the connection with the Beastmaster. Although this will cause some harm to the Beastmaster, it is not serious and can be treated. Many Beastmasters, after becoming powerful, will abandon their original beasts and replace them with higher quality ones. This is much more cost-effective than finding a spirit trainer to help the beast evolve." After talking with King Bailing for a few words, Anlin's attitude was very firm and he would never cancel the contract. Are you kidding? The role of the queen ant is very important. What can you do with your own blood without the queen ant? However, if I tell this lie and the school really helps me search for it in the beast world in the future, it will be quite troublesome. In the small beast world, the density of spiritual energy is not high, and the strongest monster is only at the 4th level. As long as the school sends a king there, it can be directly defeated. So, we have to find a way to cover it up. Anlin felt helpless. These kings were like radars, and they could see all the secrets of the body at once. It seemed that he had to think of a way. Following the two kings, they arrived at the gate of the military university. Unlike the university Anlin had imagined, the military university was not located in Haicheng, but in another world. What a big deal. Through King Bailing's narration, Anlin finally understood that the alien world where the military university was located was not conquered, but was developed by the first president as a subsidiary world of Blue Star. Most of the secret realms were actually opened up by powerful people. These are not considered separate worlds and cannot generate spiritual power on their own. For example, the Lingqi secret realm of Wuhan University has a very high density of spiritual power. Legend has it that it was opened up by a supreme being. It contains 10 large spiritual springs, but the number of people who can enter each year is relatively limited. This is also the rule left by that supreme being. The world of Juanda has a more general name, called the military realm, and there is also a large spiritual spring in it. Therefore, the density of spiritual energy in the military university is much higher than that in Haicheng, which is enough for the teachers and students of the school to practice. Through the space tunnel, Anlin entered the military world. Everything went dark before his eyes, and the next moment, a towering gate appeared, carrying a hint of primitive aura, which made Anlin feel awe. The whole world was not arranged like a modern university, but a bit like the sect described in the novel. King Bailing led Anlin into the sky. The mountains that emerged from the clouds were floating like islands, just like a fairyland. In the military academy, each green peak represents the residence of a king. King Bailing introduced it to Anlin with a smile. Of course, you can also think of them as factions. After all, every king's path is different, so the paths on these mountains are also different. At first glance, Anlin found that these mountains did look very different. For example, the brightest mountain, without a doubt, is the mountain of the king of fire attributes. On top of that mountain, there are many trees that are burning with flames. However, rather than being trees, they are more like a new species. In the world of cultivation, science is not the norm. God knows why a tree keeps burning. In addition to this mountain, Anlin can also see mountains that look like ice crystals, azure mountains with many pools of water and waterfalls, or mountains that are made entirely of stone. It's quite unique. Where the king lives, if he does not restrain his aura, then over time, the surrounding environment will change. In fact, this is not a privilege of the king. After all, as a strong man, if he needs to restrain himself all the time, it would be too stifling. So in order to prevent the school from becoming too diverse, someone specially formulated this rule. He flew towards the school with Anlin. Along the way, several students raised their heads. It was not yet the start of school, and most of the students were training in another world, so there were not many people in the school. Another combat body has arrived. How many combat bodies has the school accepted this year? A student murmured. He saw Anlin's realm at a glance. The students who enrolled at this time were basically all combat bodies. As for the rest, unless they are extremely talented, the school will definitely not send the king to pick them up in person. Even if you have reached a certain level during this period, you still have to wait for school to start before you can enter. Stop talking. That person has already reached the first level. Hurry up and start practicing. Don't let the newcomers squeeze you out once the ranking competition starts. A few people sighed. Everyone who entered the military university was a genius, but precisely because all of them were geniuses, more gaps were revealed. Above the sky, Anlin looked at the cloud-like pavilions hidden among the green trees, as well as the mansions with high walls and deep courtyards, and couldn't help but be a little dazed. As expected, the ancient style is more suitable for cultivation. The modern cultivation feels too inconsistent, making people feel like, sir, times have changed. However, although the army is terrifying, they are all cultivators. For example, Anlin, his current speed is no less than that of a vehicle, not to mention those cultivators in the second and third realms. Therefore, Jun Dazhong had no means of transportation and had to rely entirely on running. Soon, Anlin arrived at a residential area with rich spiritual energy. This was assigned to him by the school and was a courtyard house. Not only is the furniture complete, but there is also a fish pond, a small bridge, flowers and grass in the courtyard. The area is so large that it is big enough to accommodate one's own beasts. Sure enough, after being able to explore another world, housing prices must have become much cheaper. Such a large courtyard house was actually given away for free. For the first time, Anlin felt that he was a little too unsophisticated. This is the Tianzi housing. If other students want to live here, they have to be in the top 100 of the school rankings. King Bailing said with a smile. Although the students of the military university all live alone, only the Tianzi housing is this big. Moreover, as a motivation to inspire students, the Tianzi room is not only large, but also equipped with alchemists, training rooms, etc., and the density of spiritual energy will be much higher. After entering the courtyard, Anlin saw a monster with an eagle's head and a lion's body, and its entire body was as white as jade. He subconsciously chose to identify it. Name: Ice Spirit Griffin. Attribute: Ice. Level: Level 1, Level 2. Potential: High Spiritual Grade. This is... Seeing the doubt in Anlin's eyes, King Bailing smiled and said, "This can be considered a benefit given to you by the school. The area of the military university is very large, enough for a cultivator of the first realm to run to death, so the school will provide some students with demon beast mounts." Hearing this, Anlin suddenly realized that as a cultivation university, they felt that ordinary means of transportation were too low, so they only allowed students to ride on monster beasts. Some of the students here should be at the genius level, and the rest should have to pay. Chapter 84 School Mall. There are also some ordinary people or monks in the school who are responsible for cleaning. If you want to hire a nanny, you have to pay the salary yourself. The housing area of Tianzi is too large, and daily cleaning will be very troublesome, so the school allows students to hire a nanny. As for how ordinary people enter and exit the school, those who enter the military university and have not been issued with monsters can call monsters on the bracelets given by the university. The prices of monsters of different realms will also be different. An ice blue bracelet appeared in King Bailing's hand, and he handed it to Anlin. This is the bracelet the school gave you. It has holographic projection technology and 10 cubic meters of storage space. After refining the bracelet, it can be bound. The bracelet is considered a magic weapon and needs to be refined before it can be opened. Anlin closed his eyes and refined it directly in a few seconds, and instantly knew how to use it. Thank you, Senior. Anlin was delighted by the continuous benefits. Is this the treatment for a genius? In the past, he always resisted privileged people and pursued equality for all, but when the benefits really fell upon him, Anlin could only say, "It's so great." After King Bailing left, Anlin turned on the holographic projection of the bracelet and began to learn about the school. After all, King Bailing is a king, not Anlin's personal nanny, so Anlin has to understand the rest himself. On the holographic projection, Anlin saw the points mall, the taskbar, and some school introductions and precautions. Anlin opened the points mall. He currently had 10,000 credits, so he should be able to exchange for a lot of things. The virtual panel in front of him unfolded, and suddenly, treasures appeared in front of Anlin, making him overwhelmed. Flame Star Tumor Ant Queen Body, King Level Low Grade. Price, 35 billion credits. Flesh Eroding Flame Lion Heart, King Level Mid Grade. Price, 17 billion credits. Aurora Sword Dao, The Way of the King. After the peak heavenly level cultivator has fully absorbed it, he can break through to the king level. Price, 21 billion credits. Purple Gold Panlong Spear, Low Grade King. Price, 31 billion credits. Heavenly Demon Bodhi Pill. King level low grade. Bodybuilding pill. Price, 13 billion credits. Chi Anlin stared blankly at them all. What the hell was this? Chi Anlin's saliva almost overflowed with his eyes fixed on the body of the queen insect of the Yan's Hongsing tumor ant. This thing should be given to the queen ant. Her strength and potential will increase dramatically. Not knowing what additional attributes would appear, Chi Anlin was full of thoughts. King-level items were incredibly expensive, and Chi Anlin's credits weren't even enough to buy a fraction of them. 10,000 credits is definitely not a small amount for the military university, but the things he read are too expensive. Chi Anlin clicked on the special area for the first-level cultivators and planned to take a look. Bone Tempering Pill, Yellow Grade Lower Grade. Price, 40 credits. Chi Refining Pill, Yellow Grade Lower Grade. Price, 40 credits. First Grade Spirit Stone. Price, 30 credits. Chi Xiao Ju, Yellow Level Lower Grade. Price, 210 credits. Chi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. He finally understood that 100 credits here were equivalent to a first-grade Spirit Stone, and 10,000 credits were only equivalent to a second-grade Spirit Stone. Of course, exchanging credits would be much cheaper. However, credits certainly cannot be measured with these Spirit Stones. Many resources in the school are difficult to obtain in the outside world, and the prices are not so cheap. For example, the Aurora Sword Dao is something that a heavenly-level powerhouse cannot obtain even if he gives up everything. Even for a king, one more Dao will greatly enhance his strength. If this kind of thing appeared in the outside world, it would definitely cause a bloody storm, but now it is hung in the school mall. Chi Anlin let out a sigh. It turned out that his 10,000 credits could only be exchanged for 3 second-grade Spirit Stones. However, only a fool would exchange for Spirit Stones. After closing the mall, Chi Anlin opened the taskbar. The taskbar is a function provided by the school for students to gain experience and earn credits. Obtain 10 yellow-level bellflowers. Mission reward, 300 credits. Obtain the corpse of the third-level demon beast, Xuanyu Stone Horse. Mission reward, 3 million credits. Kill the blood-devouring king. Mission reward, 42 billion, Liang Road. Chi Anlin. And there is also the killing king? However, judging from the reward, the blood-devourer king should be very strong. After all, the requirement here is only to kill him, and it is not required to obtain his corpse or anything, otherwise the reward may be doubled. It would be great if I could meet the blood-devouring king who is on the verge of death and has no power at all. Chi Anlin had some wild thoughts, but it was just a thought. A strong man of the blood-devouring king's level could kill him with just a glance. After studying the bracelet given by the school, Chi Anlin turned his attention to the Ice Spirit Griffin. Although this thing was given to him by the school, it was at best an employment relationship, not true loyalty. How about synthesizing it? In the background, the first-level tiger-armored ant soldiers and blood-killing ant soldiers produced by the queen ant began to join the team to brush up on blood energy. Kill the first-level colored deer silkworm and gain 110,000 blood energy. Kill the first-level third-stage flying rain frog and gain 450,000 health energy. Kill. During this period, the blood energy value reached 1.3 million. I have to say that with the addition of the blood-stopping ant soldiers, the efficiency of brushing blood energy is very high. However, the speed of the blood-killing ant soldiers is not very fast, so Chi Anlin always lets the tiger-armored ant soldiers find the monsters and then run back to pick up the blood-killing ant soldiers. More than 1 million blood energy is enough to fuse a simple thing to gain loyalty. Chi Anlin glanced at the distant mountains and frowned slightly. He had just arrived at the military academy, and who knows which king might be observing him. If he used synthesis methods at this time, he would be exposed. As for evolution, that cannot gain the loyalty of the monster. Forget it, I'll try again after I leave. On the side, the Ice Spirit Griffin stared at Chi Anlin with some curiosity. It could feel the very familiar aura from Chi Anlin, and felt that as long as it stayed with Chi Anlin, its potential would slowly increase. As monsters raised by the military academy, they were forced to serve these students under the threat of the Monster King. However, after receiving many benefits, they turned from passive to active. After hesitating for a moment, the Ice Spirit Griffin took the initiative to step forward and sniff Chi Anlin. Its eyes lit up and it chirped twice. Xiaoxing's face changed, and she shook her head quickly. Chidasha, it wants to be your beast. Xiaoxing's voice sounded in Chi Anlin's mind, making Chi Anlin shake his head helplessly. Although the Ice Spirit Griffin is indeed very eye-catching as a mount, its attributes and position are somewhat in conflict with Xiaoya. Even if it can fly, the next beast he needs is still a support type. You can just synthesize it occasionally, but forget about the contract. You are now a second-level demon beast, much stronger than me. It will take some time. Anlin comforted the ice spirit griffin. He was still worried that it would have emotions and feel dissatisfied. After finding a deserted place to secretly synthesize it, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Beep beep. At this time, a message appeared on the bracelet. Anlin clicked it and saw that King Bai Ling asked him to go to the Tower of War God. Anlin had seen the Tower of War God on his bracelet. It was a place specially used for students to train. It had many floors, which could improve combat capabilities, and rewards could be obtained for each floor passed. Most importantly, the higher the tier, the more credits the school will give you every month. Is this to let me go to the tower? Chapter 85 Avenue Crystal. Riding on the ice spirit griffin, Anlin followed the map to the Tower of War God. From the outside, the Tower of War God only has 9 floors and is tall and magnificent. But in fact, there are more than just these 9 floors inside, but a full 100. The tower was covered with cracks. Under the tower, King Bai Ling and a white-bearded old man were talking. Bai Ling, is this your new combat body? The old man's eyes lit up when he saw Anlin. This kid's body was so strong. King Bai Ling nodded and said with a smile, does King Fu Mo have any ideas? You have good aptitude. If you can just use my physical body, your strength will definitely be far greater than it is now. That won't do. After discussion among us, we decided that it would be best for Anlin to practice both beast taming and chi cultivation at the same time. Anlin has the Ice Soul combat body, and this combat body is most suitable for chi cultivation. It just so happens that Anlin is also a beast tamer. The two complement each other. Even if he practices both, his realm improvement will not be slower than other combat bodies. However, if a beast master does not have strong mental power, he will easily be attacked by the beasts he controls. I don't know how this kid cultivated his mental power, but it is far beyond that of his peers. The Demon King also knew Anlin's situation and couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. The ice spirit griffin landed on the ground. Anlin's eyes fixed on it. It was another king. Hello, seniors. Anlin said respectfully. The two men asked him to come here, definitely to challenge the tower, but Anlin thought it would be better to give his reward to himself first, and let him learn the 2 king-level skills in the blood energy space before trying the challenge. For other geniuses, it may take a long time to get started with the king-level skills, but with the blood energy space, Anlin felt that he should be able to comprehend it within half a month. The Demon King stroked his long beard. This kid didn't have any arrogance, but from the subtle movements of Anlin's body, he could see that Anlin's body had developed a certain habit. The habit of fighting. Even when facing the two of them, Anlin was still alert. As long as someone made a move, he would run away. Of course, the gap in strength is too big, so running away is the best option. This kid must have experienced a lot of battles. The more the Demon King thought about it, the more satisfied he became. He could also feel a hint of murderous aura emanating from Anlin's body. Although it was well restrained, this was not a murderous aura that could be cultivated by killing a few hundred people. How could someone born in a small county possess such a strong murderous aura? Boy, you have a lot of secrets. Now that you have been declared a combat body, it is very dangerous for you to go to another world. The Demon King's arms suddenly swelled up, and energy floated around it. Soon, a crystal stone like a demon-subduing wand appeared in the air. This is the Tao crystal that I condensed, and it contains my full-strength attack. After condensing this crystal, the Demon King's aura dropped slightly. This Tao crystal was also very consuming for him, and he needed to recuperate for a while. The Tao crystal can only be condensed by the King realm, and each Tao crystal can actually be regarded as the King's clone, containing part of the King's strength. The Demon King is really decisive, Shaoqi. The Demon King is not an ordinary king. Although this crystal cannot directly kill a cultivator who has just entered the king level, it can also cause serious damage to him. King Bai Ling was also a little surprised, but when he thought of the Demon King's character, he was relieved. Thank you, senior. Anlin was a little excited and did not refuse. The Demon King was more interested in investing in him and appreciating him. Refusing to be polite would only slap the king in the face. Anlin did not use any identification technique to identify this thing. Who knows if the identification technique has any special fluctuations? And he knew without thinking that he would definitely not be able to identify it. Seeing Anlin's decisiveness, the Demon King laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. Try your best to conquer this War God Tower. Those whom I value will not be able to conquer fewer levels of the tower than those who have just entered the war body stage. Among the several combat bodies that entered the school this time, the Golden Rainbow combat body was only at the 8th level of the ordinary class. With 12 levels, the Sky Thunder combat body had half a foot into the first realm, with 16 levels, and the soldier fighting combat body had already reached the first level of the first realm as soon as he entered the school, and the number of levels he had reached in the tower was as high as 28 levels. This was their first time to challenge the tower. Students who entered the military university were selected from tens of thousands of candidates. Even so, as new students, they could only challenge about 5 levels of the tower. Some people may have reached a realm higher than the combat body when they first entered the school, but you should know that the strength of many combat bodies does not lie in the speed of cultivation, but in combat power and understanding of the Tao. For example, the Ice Soul battle body. If there are no problems in the future, it is basically certain to comprehend the Great Way of Ice. Anlin's realm is definitely the highest among this year's freshmen. I will definitely live up to your high expectations, Anlin said immediately, feeling a little excited. This Avenue Crystal is exactly what he needs. He must go to visit the Queen Ant in a few days. The Queen Ant is so special that he definitely cannot let the king escort her, so the Avenue Crystal can be regarded as an insurance. Although he did not pass the Tower of War God, Anlin did not think that other warriors were stronger than him. Looking at the description on the bracelet, it is not about realm, but about combat power in all aspects. Even if other combat bodies have been experiencing battles since childhood, their combat awareness is certainly not as rich as his. You know, in the other world, Anlin basically soaks in the blood energy space every day. He doesn't need to recover from injuries, nor does he have to worry about death. He fights one battle after another. After talking with the two kings for a while, Anlin walked into the Tower of War God. His eyes went dark, and he felt something like he was being teleported. The next second, Anlin arrived in a very spacious space. A figure suddenly pounced over, and Anlin grabbed his neck reflexively, veins popping out on his hands, and pressed him into the ground. Blood was spilling out, and Anlin saw clearly, isn't this thing himself? How could I be so weak? At this time, a pure spiritual power emerged from the space and entered Anlin's body. However, the amount is relatively small, and for Anlin, it can only be regarded as a drizzle. Past the first level, Anlin felt it and found that the realm of this thing was one level lower than his, but its own strength was completely different from his at the first level of the first realm. To put it simply, it's like a realm without any bonus. Outside the tower, seeing the sign that Anlin had passed the first level light up, King Bai Ling raised the corner of his mouth, as if smiling. Xiao Qi resolved the battle very quickly. Many people have suffered losses in this level. Once you step into the Tower of War God, the battle will begin directly. Many students who enter the Tower of War God for the first time have suffered great losses. Even if they are not kicked out of the Tower of War God, they will suffer certain injuries, and their progress in passing the level will be delayed. In the Tower of War, the damage received is real, but if the student receives a fatal injury, he will be teleported out directly. Chapter 86. You can cheat even in the God of War Tower. The first level is when you are at a lower level, and your combat power is about the same as that of an ordinary cultivator. However, if you cannot react in time, getting injured is inevitable. Except for people like Anlin, even if the figure attacked him just now, the injuries would not be too serious. Inside the tower, Anlin absorbed all the energy and entered the second level. The second level was more normal, with a slightly stronger version of myself, but this time, I would only start the fight if I was ready to make a move. It can be said that the first level is just a bad fun of the Tower of War God. Anlin revealed a hint of murderous intent, and the figure instantly started moving and attacked Anlin. Anlin was not in a hurry to kill the figure instantly, but fought with him for a while. The figure at this level did seem to be a little stronger, but still did not have the special points and martial arts of Anlin. Anyone can pass the second level. Anlin passed this level by piercing the figure's throat with a kick. This time, what he was given was not spiritual power, but a top-grade, ordinary fruit. Anlin thought for a moment and summoned Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu. Since it was a simulation, he could definitely simulate Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu, so that they could fight as well. Xiaoya has been trained and his strength has increased by 30%, while Xiaoxing has become much faster and his ability to dodge attacks has also become stronger. He threw the fruit to Xiaoxing, and Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. He quickly caught it and started to eat it happily. The big bad guy called her out this time not to do hard labor. Xiaoxing was very pleased. The child has grown up. Anlin glanced at it and felt that this guy was scheming against him again. He shook his head and stepped directly into the next level. Someone will take care of you. On the third level, there were two figures whose strength was one level lower than his own, and including Xiaoya and Xiaoxing, there were 4 enemies at once. Xiaoxing's shadow was not considered an enemy. Anlin could just stand there and let it hit him without getting scratched. Without hesitation, Chi Anlin stepped forward and killed both of his selves with 2 punches, and Xiaoya also quickly resolved the fight. As for Xiao Xing, she was being chased by 2 people who were 1 level lower than her. With a sigh, Chi Anlin stepped forward and stomped the 2 rat shadows to death, while Xiao Xing looked at Chi Anlin with horror. The rat, was stepped on to death and even exploded. After the challenge was completed, Chi Anlin obtained several top-grade, ordinary-grade Chi condensation pills. In the following time, Chi Anlin quickly resolved the battle, and the level soon broke through 10 levels. The 10th level was to fight against 2 identical versions of himself, and Chi Anlin relied on his rich combat experience to quickly defeat them. The rewards for the first few levels are either resources, mental strength, and spiritual energy, as well as the power of body tempering. At this level, Chi Anlin obtained a set of martial arts techniques. Name: Divine Forging Technique. Quality: Spiritual, grade low grade. Introduction: This technique solidifies mental power by constantly hammering it, and can improve the resilience of mental power to a certain extent. After receiving the skills, Chi Anlin prepared to enter the next level. At this stage, it seems that having strong mental strength is of no use to me at all. It is difficult for a beastmaster to use mental attack methods, which can easily cause turbulence in the spiritual sea. Chi Anlin did not think about practicing another profession, as there was no need for that. Now that I have a strong mental strength, it may just be to prevent myself from being suppressed mentally by others. Level 10 is a watershed. When you reach level 11, the person you are fighting against is no longer yourself. In front of Chi Anlin, a man with sharp horns appeared. Now Chi Anlin probably knew that the War God Tower was similar to the Blood Energy Space, except that the War God Tower could not heal injuries. However, one advantage over the Blood Energy Space was that rewards could be obtained after passing it. Name: Mocha. Race: Golden Horn Tribe. Strength: First level, second stage. The Golden Horn Clan? Chi Anlin was a little confused. How many races were there in this world? Those demons before were all ridiculously strong, and I don't know how powerful this guy is. To be on the safe side, Chi Anlin opened the Blood Energy Space and began to search for Mocha. A minute later, Chi Anlin came out. This guy had good fighting ability, especially the small horn on his head. He originally thought it was a weakness, but he didn't expect that it was extremely hard, and it was also the strongest defense of the Golden Horn Clan. When hit by this thing, a lot of energy will appear in his body, which can easily make him go crazy. With experience, Chi Anlin quickly defeated Mocha. This time, he gained a large amount of spiritual power, which directly filled his dantian, forcing Chi Anlin to sit down and practice. Beside him, spiritual power also appeared in Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu's bodies. Although they did not participate in the battle, as the combat power brought by Chi Anlin, they must have a share of the benefits. The speed of spiritual power transmission is not very fast, allowing Chi Anlin to practice slowly, unlike the Queen Ant's energy, which flows in directly. After closing his eyes and practicing for a while, Chi Anlin pushed his realm forward a certain distance. In fact, this much spiritual power was enough for him to reach the peak of the second stage of the first realm, but in order to lay a solid foundation, he also used part of the spiritual power to temper his body and nourish his dantian. Chi Anlin continued to step into the next level. Outside the Tower of War God, King Fenghua flew over wrapped in bandages. That brute force king took advantage of my inferior physical strength and even dared to attack me. I'll burn his body sooner or later. King Bailing was trying to suppress his laughter, but King Fu Mo didn't care and said directly, "I told you to control your temper normally, but now you're at a disadvantage, aren't you? Don't hang out with Shui Wang every day. He always gets the benefits, and you end up hurt." Hearing the words of the demon subduing king, a sharp light flashed in the eyes of the Fenghua king, and he looked over. Then, it fell down again without a sound. King Bailing could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Although King Fenghua was very aggressive, he was very afraid of King Fuemo. That is to say, the demon subduing king was very powerful. Facing the provocation of the Fenghua king, he directly used the demon subduing seal to suppress the Fenghua king for a month. After that time, even if the Fenghua king was angry with the sky, the earth, and the air, he did not want to face the demon subduing king. The demon king would not tolerate him, and would suppress him directly if he said anything wrong. This kid has already reached level 15, which is pretty good. He's almost catching up with the Heavenly Thunder battle body. Chi Anlin's realm is stronger, so the enemies he faces must be much stronger than those with the Tianlai war body. In addition, this guy practices 3 professions at the same time. It's like stacking buffs. So even though the Demon King said that, he didn't think that Chi Anlin's tower level was higher than that of the soldier fighting war body. After all, this was Chi Anlin's first time here, but Bing Fazani had been here several times. What surprised the Demon King was that this kid resolved the battle at an absurdly fast speed. As for stopping for a while before each level, it must be to recover his spiritual power and injuries, so he didn't rush through the levels continuously in one breath. The three kings would never know that Anlin could cheat, even when fighting in the Tower of War God. At this time, in the blood energy space, Anlin was constantly looking for the weakness of the giant opposite. The blood energy space can be consumed at will, but once you are injured outside, it will take a long time to recover. So Anlin kept killing this giant, looking for a way to pass the level without getting hurt. In the Tower of War God, Xiaoxing was holding a large pile of rare treasures. I don't know if it was because of luck, but what Xiaoxing got was not only precious, but also very large in quantity, which made Xiaoya feel a little uncomfortable. The reward it received was less than a quarter of this guy's. Moreover, it still participated in the battle. Chapter 87, 21st Floor. The number of floors soon reached the 20th, and Anlin began to rest. In fact, few people would clear too many levels in the Tower of War God at one time. It would consume too much spiritual energy and the injuries would recover slowly. It would be better to find a doctor on campus to recover. Outside the tower, the presence of the three kings attracted many students who stayed on campus to watch. A new combat body. It's already the 20th level. A young man dressed in a somewhat ancient style said, "I got news from home. I heard that a highly gifted I-Soul battle body appeared in Zhao County and even attracted the king to take action." Surviving the king's hand? Impossible. None of this is important. What's important is that this combat body is trying to break through for the first time. 20th floor, doesn't he need to recover? At this time, King Bailing also began to feel that something was wrong. No matter how talented and powerful Anlin is, the images in the Tower of War God are not to be trifled with. And Anlin's speed in clearing the level was indeed a bit scary. The school's source of life has not been handed over to Xiaoqi yet. What on earth did he use to recover in there? King Bailing frowned slightly. This kid, he wouldn't fight with injuries, right? Many geniuses come to the Tower of War God for the first time and want to achieve good results in one go, so they are often sent out in a seriously injured and dying state. The Demon King looked at the stone tablet beside him. The number of levels related to Anlin was 20 levels for the first time, which had already exceeded the Bingfa war body. Back then, Anlin's sister only made it to the 18th floor. Fenghua, give the things the school gave to this kid directly later. I will go find Feng Guojin. The Demon King suddenly said, breaking through the 20th level within 2 hours. One can imagine his combat talent. In the military university, the highest record holder has always been Ji Hao, with the War God Tower reaching 79 floors. At the same time, he is also the owner of the Holy Emperor Battle Body, ranking 1702. But now, Ji Hao has graduated and his strength has reached the king level. Back then, when Ji Hao entered the Tower of War God for the first time, he reached the 25th floor in one go, but it took him quite a long time, a full 8 hours. Besides, Ji Hao also brought in a lot of elixirs at that time. The Demon King looked towards the Tower of the God of War. This kid had a lot of secrets, and he had to find a way to cover them up. With a slight flicker in his eyes, the Demon King soared into the air and disappeared from the spot in an instant. These 20-story demons are a bit difficult to fight. In the blood energy space, Anlin looked at half of his palm and shook his head helplessly. He tried many different fighting methods, but he always ended up getting hurt. For example, now, the demon bit off half of his palm before dying. With scratches all over his body, Anlin chose to challenge again. The next second, his injuries were completely healed. After experiencing so many life and death situations in the blood energy space, he is now a little numb. Even if his arm is cut off, the pain will not affect his combat effectiveness. Thinking of his own challenge, Anlin felt a little toothache. He now realized that the phantoms in the Tower of War God became stronger when they faced stronger opponents, and the enemies Anlin himself faced had to include Xiaoya's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a mess. As for taking Xiaoya back, then the reward will be one less, which is not very cost-effective. After thinking for a while, Anlin summoned Xiaoya into the blood energy space. The Beastmaster's combat ability training can be carried out together with him, but the blood energy will be multiplied several times. Anlin spent 80,000 blood energy to let Xiaoya accompany him in battle. The demons have weapons all over their bodies, and the tail of this demon is like a cone, which can break through the enemy's defense. Xiaoya, pay attention to his tail. This guy's tail is also his main fighting force. After giving the instructions, Anlin started the battle. Name Magic Ginseng. Race, Intermediate Demon. Attribute, Dark. Level, First Realm, Second stage. The power of ice appeared and froze the magic ginseng. The next second, the ice surface exploded directly, and the figure of the magic ginseng suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoya. Xiaoya's level is only the first level, which is still a disadvantage when facing the magic ginseng. Although it is a combat body, the main function of the Ice Soul combat body is its fast training speed, not its strong combat power. Of course, compared to other people, the speed at which the Ice Soul battle body recovers its spiritual power is simply unreasonable. Bang! Chi Anlin kicked out, sending the demon ginseng flying. Xiaoya, this guy is quite strong. I'll fight him first while you observe his weaknesses. The two men were fighting with each other. At this time, a bone spur emitting a dark white color from the elbow of Emotion suddenly popped out and stabbed towards Chi Anlin's neck. Chi Anlin seemed to know that this would happen. He twisted his body slightly and then reached into Emotion's heart. The bloody flesh wings of the demon ginseng blocked Chi Anlin's fingers, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chi Anlin grabbed the wing membrane and tore it open. Die! The demon ginseng spoke in a language that Chi Anlin could not understand, and its mouth opened, as if it wanted to bite off Chi Anlin's head. At this time, Xiaoya appeared and bit Chi Anlin on the back of the neck. The magic ginseng did not even turn its head back, and raised its tail with a cone, trying to pierce Xiaoya. The next moment, Xiaoya's tail and Matsan's tail were entangled together, and the power of ice appeared, directly sealing the tails that were like twisted dough sticks. Chi Anlin stomped on the ground suddenly, leaving the attack range of the magic ginseng directly. He stretched out his hand and stabbed a long sword into the mouth of the magic ginseng. A fierce light flashed in the demon ginseng's eyes, and he wanted to bite the sword. At this time, the sound of flesh tearing was heard, and the demon ginseng's eyes suddenly turned blood red. With a painful roar, the magic ginseng's blood fell to the ground. Chi Anlin withdrew his hand. The Xian Yin sword technique was mainly based on insidiousness, and he would not stab people directly in broad daylight. Hands can also be used as swords. Blood was flowing from the crotch of the demon ginseng. Xiaoya immediately let go of the demon ginseng and used the ice claws to scratch the demon ginseng a few times. Emotion turned his head. His eyes became even scarleter. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, and an extremely dark energy ball appeared. Xiaoya hide. Before he could finish his words, the energy ball flew out. This is the demon ginseng's ultimate move. Chi Anlin had been hit by it once before. When the demon ginseng feels that there is no hope of survival, it will directly use this attack, exhausting all the blood and mental strength in the body, and bursting out an attack far beyond its actual strength. The energy ball was like a black hole, annihilating the splashing bricks and appearing in front of Xiaoya in the blink of an eye. This guy knew that his dying blow might not kill Chi Anlin, so he chose Xiaoya, who was at a lower level. When Chi Anlin thought he had to reload the game and start over again, Xiaoya's falling body suddenly turned, bending into an extremely strange arc, and using this force to slide to the other side. The energy ball exploded, and a huge ice wall appeared, which then turned into pieces under the destructive force. Chapter 88 Synthesis Failure. The body of the demon ginseng turned into a mummy, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Xiaoya appeared in Chi Anlin's sight in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Not bad, not bad. Chi Anlin narrowed his eyes. Xiaoya's move just now was also a kind of physical technique. However, in this battle, Chi Anlin saw some limitations of Xiaoya's combat. Although Xiaoya's speed was slightly faster than the magic ginseng, his defense and attack power were too weak. His main purpose in training Xiaoya was to fight against the enemy, not to interfere. Now that he has reached the first level, the original freezing skill is no longer very useful. Chi Anlin thought about it and spent 400,000 blood energy to upgrade Xiaoya's freezing skill to the lower level of the spiritual level. After waiting for Xiaoya to improve his skills in the blood energy space, Chi Anlin returned to the Tower of War God. By killing this ice lion of the third stage of the first realm, I can successfully break through to the first realm. A trace of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the 5-meter-tall ice lion of the blood-devouring king. Recently, the queen ant has produced a new type of ant soldier. Not only does it have strong attack power, but its concealment skills are also very abnormal. Even if a monster of the same realm gets close to it, it will not be able to detect it. Thinking of these new ant soldiers, the blood-devouring king became a little furious. Once, when it was injured, it was almost killed directly by the blood-killing ant soldiers. According to the rules that ant soldiers need to follow, if an ant soldier loses his combat ability, he must be killed. I don't know why that silly queen ant would set such a cruel rule, which has caused the blood-devouring king to be afraid of getting hurt. If you get injured, your teammates around you will instantly become enemies. The most important thing is that these ant soldiers are like they have no brains and cannot communicate at all. When your strength reaches the second realm, go and get my devil heart back. The blood-devouring king secretly said in his heart, although the ant soldier has a good body, his potential is still too low. This demonic heart can greatly enhance the potential of this body, and can even allow one to reach the third realm and fifth stage. The surrounding ant soldiers began to swarm towards the ice lion, while the blood-devouring king activated his technique, concealing his own aura and looking for an opportunity to approach the ice lion. After killing the monsters, the ant soldiers will not take away the monsters' souls. These souls can be used to enhance their strength. These ant soldiers are considered its combat power, so it does not want too many of them to be killed or injured. However, the biggest reason is that after the ant soldiers die, their soul power is pitifully small, even less than that of some ordinary monsters. Sooner or later, I will recover my strength and lead this queen ant to attack the human world again. Demon King, you wait for me, and that damn old man. Kill the first level 3rd stage ice lion and gain 470,000 blood energy. A message came from the system background that another large amount of blood energy had been deposited into the account. In the Tower of War God, Anlin tossed the ice blue crystal in his hand. This was his reward on the 30th floor. Name Moon Crystal. Quality, spiritual grade. Attribute, ice. Introduction, Moon Crystal, filled with the energy of the moon. He looked at Xiaoya. It seemed that he had not synthesized for a while and almost forgot his old job. Ding, do you want to fuse Ice Wolf and Moon Crystal? Required health, 300,000. Fusion success rate, 40%. The success rate is a bit low. Anlin touched his chin. Xiaoya's potential is only at the top grade of yellow level. Compared with Yue Jing, it is a whole level lower in quality, so it is normal that the success rate is low. However, Anlin felt that this thing was quite suitable for Xiaoya. After all, in many novels, wolves are always associated with the moon. He even named it Xiaoya. If I fuse the moon crystal, will I transform into a werewolf on a full moon night, doubling my combat power? Anyway, there are 3 moon crystals and millions of blood energies. Anlin is now rich and can afford it. Synthesis. Fusion failed. The attached composite disappeared. 300,000 blood energies and a piece of moon crystal disappeared in an instant. Anlin was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. This was his first failure. After all, he had always chosen the ones with high fusion rates before, and Anlin had not expected that with his current luck, he would fail even with half the success rate. Fuse again. Fusion failed. The attached composite disappeared. 600,000. Anlin's eyes were a little empty. He had also lost 2 spiritual grade treasures. Resynthesize. The reason for such perseverance is mainly because the moon crystal contains the power of tying, and the swordsmanship that Anlin practices is also the power of tying. If Xiaoya's spiritual energy could be contaminated with the energy of tying, Anlin's swordsmanship proficiency would improve by leaps and bounds, and his combat physique would also be greatly improved. Fortunately, the prompt of synthesis failure did not appear this time, which made Anlin breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Xiaoxing, Anlin walked over, took away all the treasures and said, "These are useless to you. See what you want and I'll get it for you." Anlin was a little jealous of Xiaoxing's treasures. The high-grade spiritual level Qiyun bones, the low-grade Xian level Luyan hairs, were more abundant than what he and Xiaoya had obtained together. I fought hard in the front, but in the end I was still no match for this guy. When Xiaoxing saw her things being snatched away, she was about to cry. However, after hearing what Anlin said, her eyes rolled and she quickly said, "Rat, I want to start a harem of rats." Anlin was stunned for a moment, then grabbed it and said, "Do you want to check your gender? Are you a male rat? Every day, you're either a flight attendant or a black silk mouse. What's going on in your mind? I rat love this." There was a faint sense of helplessness in his heart, but Xiaoxing wanted a female mouse, and there would not be a scene where the cabbage was eaten by the pig, so Anlin agreed to its request. "Just go back to the pet store and buy it 2 hamsters, so that this guy won't use his phone to flirt with girls all day long." After taking Xiaoxing's reward, Anlin entered the blood energy space and began to practice the 4th level of Xianjun body refining method. At this time, outside the Tower of War God, a group of students were talking and it seemed a bit noisy. 30th floor. Is this guy cheating? He can actually beat the Saint Emperor's record. Several kings have come here, and the military has produced another monster. I heard that this new combat body has 3 professions practicing together, and they have all reached the 2nd stage of the 1st realm. They are simply not human. The new combat body, The soldier-killing combat body not long ago also gave a few sophomores a hard time. The students continued to talk about Anlin, and at this time, a lazy but very fiery figure appeared in the sky, and everyone suddenly shut up. Everyone disperse. Why are you joining in the fun instead of practicing properly? The voice was lazy, but revealed an unquestionable tone. The next second, the students around the war god tower fled from the scene. On the ground, King Fenghua suppressed his arrogance and took the initiative to greet him. Lord Fenghua, you actually came here in person. Come and see that girl's brother, so that girl won't come to Phoenix Peak to bother me again. Feng Huajuan said lightly. His eyes swept across the stone tablet, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Chapter 89 Sun, Wheel Battle Body. In the Tower of War God, Anlin left the blood energy space and exhaled a breath of foul air. After experiencing inhuman torture again, he successfully practiced the Xianjun body refining method to the 4th level. Now, his defense is so strong that even a 9th-level mortal would find it difficult to break through it. The combat power has increased again. It's time to challenge the 30th floor of the Tower of War God. On the side, the blood cocoon transformed by Xiaoya burst, and the blood energy feedback turned into pure power and began to cleanse Anlin's body. The internal injuries caused by the body training began to recover slowly, and Anlin's physical condition reached its peak again. He looked at Xiaoya. This synthesis brought great changes to Xiaoya. Name: Extreme Ice Tying Wolf. Attributes: Ice, Wind. Level: 1 stage. Potential: Spiritual Grade Top Grade. Physique: Ice Soul Battle Body. Skill: Freeze, lower spiritual grade. The freezing effect is determined by the amount of spiritual power consumed, and it can create ice to attack the enemy. Swift Wind Step, yellow grade mid-level skill, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power and increases the speed by 2 times. Ice Claws, top grade yellow skill. Each attack carries a frost mark, which strengthens the attack power of the claws. When the frost mark reaches a certain level, it will freeze the opponent. Physical skills, yellow level mid-grade, passive skill that can improve the explosive power, attack power, and combat ability of the beast. Eye of Insight, yellow level top grade, passive skill, can find the enemy's weaknesses and infer the enemy's next move based on the movements of various parts of the enemy's body. Crescent Moon, passive skill, lower spiritual level, can absorb spiritual power for storage, increase combat power under moonlight, and increase the speed of absorbing spiritual power. Above Xiaoya's forehead, a crescent moon appeared, carrying a hint of holiness. His soft hair moved without wind, and his ice-blue eyes seemed to freeze the space. Not bad, not bad. It's worthy of my 900,000 blood energy. Anlin felt a little itchy. He should have only used 300,000 blood energy. After Xiaoya evolved again, his combat power became even stronger. Anlin tried it, and found that his freezing skill had become very strong and difficult to break. There was an additional force of tying in his body, and the tying sword technique emerged in Anlin's mind, and he began to deduce it inexplicably. The tying power of the tying sword technique needs to be converted, and this time the synthesis directly allows the tying power to be integrated into Xiaoya's spiritual power, making Anlin and the tying sword technique perfectly compatible. The power of tying penetrated his body and circled around Anlin, and Anlin also picked up the sword and involuntarily attacked the figure opposite. Every 10 floors is a watershed, and the guards on the 30th floor are even more powerful, like a small sun. Name: Feng Su. Race: Protoss. Realm: 1 realm, 2 stages. Constitution: Sun Wheel Battle Body, rank 9850. Attributes: Fire Light. The moment Anlin launched the attack, Xiaoya also moved, and ice cones flew towards Feng Su, but suddenly exploded when they approached Feng Su. The flying ice and sand blocked his vision, and at this moment, Anlin's sword suddenly rushed out like a snake and stabbed Feng Su's eyes. Glorious! Feng Su stood in place and shouted softly. Suddenly, his body was shining brightly and huge energy fluctuations emerged, as if swallowing everything around him. Suddenly, the space of the War God Tower was swallowed by white light, and Xiao Xing in the distance silently took out a pair of sunglasses. Taking out a bottle of suntan oil from the storage ring given to her by Anlin, Xiao Xing found a comfortable angle and began to apply it on her paws and tail. The white light quickly disappeared, and a half-melted ice wall appeared. The next second, Anlin appeared behind Feng Su and slashed with his sword. The moves of the Xian-Yin sword technique became clearer and clearer in his mind. The power of tying lingered on the sword body, even concealing the aura of the sword. Anlin had fought with Feng Su in the blood energy space before. Most of this guy's skills were area of effect, and the damage was extremely high and could not be resisted. However, after releasing each skill, Feng Su will be briefly exhausted and will need to recover for a while before he can continue to amplify. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Anlin and Feng Su fought each other, and streams of Tying power penetrated into Feng Su's body. He had met people from the God Clan before in the blood energy space. They all gave people the impression of being very arrogant and not the kind to do harm. So Anlin took advantage of this and kept attacking Feng Su's lower body. Even though it was just a projection, Feng Su's expression became a little angry. One by one, balls of light emitting high temperatures appeared. Feng Su looked at Anlin and waved his hand. In an instant, all the balls of light flew towards Anlin. A pale blue ice wall appeared, blocking the light balls. Wind's spiritual power swirled under Xiaoya's feet, and his speed suddenly doubled. He grabbed Feng Su's back with one claw. Blood splattered everywhere, and the next second, Xiaoya flew backwards, with some of the hair on his body burnt black. The injured Feng Su was about to pursue the victory, but at this moment, Anlin's sword pierced his abdomen, and the power of Tying burst out, freezing Feng Su's internal organs into ice. Feng Su ignored his injuries and turned around to punch out. Seeing this, Anlin immediately gave up his sword, growled, and punched out as well. Bang! Feng Su's arm was torn into pieces, and Anlin also took a few steps back. This guy's body was really terrifying. If he had not broken through to the 4th level of Xinjun body refining method, he would probably have been more seriously injured by this punch. Reaching out and grabbing Feng Su's arms, Anlin smashed his head on him, causing Feng Su to suffer a bloody head injury. Blood splattered everywhere. Xiaoya's claws appeared again, cutting off half of Feng Su's scalp, and Feng Su's long golden hair was instantly dyed blood red. A golden light flashed out, and Anlin immediately let go of Feng Su. After jumping a few meters, he looked at his slightly charred palm. The Xian sword art, in his mind, became clearer and clearer. At this time, a roaring sound came from Anlin's mind, and he suddenly felt clear. Die! Feng Su's eyes were burning with anger. As he roared, his spiritual power poured out and turned into beams of light, descending like a divine punishment. At this moment, Anlin suddenly jumped up, and a pale blue sword appeared in his hand, stabbing directly at Feng Su. The long sword broke out of the body, and the next second, it split into countless small swords, piercing Feng Su's body like a sieve. Feng Su's body disappeared, and Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. He finally killed this guy. At that moment, his Xian sword technique actually broke through to the minor success realm, which increased his combat power again, and he killed Feng Su in one go. It was a close call. However, this guy's attack was a ranged one, so both he and Xiaoya suffered some injuries, and the spiritual power in their bodies was very little. Almost. Chapter 90. Feng Huojuan's Reward. It's a pity that the enemies killed in the Tower of War God were just projections. Anlin sighed. Otherwise, he could have obtained a combat body. I don't know what will happen when the combat body and the beast tamer are combined. After passing this level, Anlin felt that there was no need to continue. There was no need to become fat in one go. There would be opportunities in the future. After I learn the king-level skills, my combat power will definitely become stronger, and then I can continue to challenge the tower. Pure spiritual power began to emerge in his body. Anlin sat cross-legged, and the reward from the Tower of War God arrived. Xiaoya also lay down and began to digest the spiritual power, while on the other side, Xiaoxing was howling with comfort. Although it did nothing but take a sunbath, the reward given to it by the Tower of War God actually allowed it to directly break through to the 9th level of the mortal level. Soon, Xiaoya's realm broke through and entered the 2nd stage of the 1st realm, and Anlin also opened his eyes. A lot of spiritual power emerged from Xiaoya's breakthrough this time, but it was basically used to change his Dantian. Now the capacity of Anlin's Dantian has even reached twice that of an ordinary 1st-level 2nd stage cultivator. Without rushing to break through, Anlin compressed the spiritual power in his Dantian into a very dense state, with a faint feeling of gasification. That is because the Dantian is relatively resilient. Otherwise, Anlin would not dare to do this. If the Dantian exploded, he would be in trouble. The rewards for the 30th floor are more than that. 3 beads filled with life force appeared and hovered in the air. Anlin's eyes lit up. These things with life force are not easy to obtain. Name source pearl. Quality, spiritual, grade mid-grade. Introduction. The beads condensed by the demon plant by consuming the source of life have a strong healing effect. Without rushing to use it, Anlin directly put the bead into the beast taming space. He had read the records of the War God Tower and thought that he should be able to pass it easily with the system. But now it seems that his combat power is still not strong enough. Some monsters have been practicing since childhood, and with the bonus of combat body, they have accumulated a lot of buffs in this realm. Anlin also felt this deeply in the blood energy space. For example, some demons with higher bloodlines cannot be defeated by me at all. Not only does he have a ton of skills, but his body is also incredibly tough. But now, I have broken the record after all. There must be a king coming from the outside world. I can use the king's glory to heal my injuries without wasting these treasures. Outside the tower, Feng Huojuan narrowed his fox-like eyes and said softly, "This little fellow's family background isn't very prominent, yet he managed to surpass Ji Hao's record from back then. Bai Ling, you did a great job." With a glimmer in his eyes, Feng Huojuan thought of his disciple. Qi Xingfei is only a cultivator of the second realm. There are a lot of them in the school, and almost all sophomores have reached this realm. Such bloodline can give birth to two completely different combat bodies at the same time. Generally speaking, it is more difficult for a family to give birth to a war body in the future. After all, giving birth to a war body consumes very little in various senses, so it is usually the case that one talent is great and the other is useless. There are families like this that have two combat bodies at the same time, but the strength of both sides is far beyond the king level. You know, the stronger the cultivator is, the harder it is for him to have offspring, and even if he does give birth to offspring, his vitality will be greatly damaged. Could it be that their bloodline reverted to their ancestral form? Feng Huojuan shook his head. It was really strange. If their bloodlines reverted to their ancestral form at the same time, they should also have the same combat body. It's the 31st floor already. Shaoqi, do you want to continue? King Bai Ling said in a low voice. He didn't know if this kid had any elixirs to recover from his injuries in his storage ring. The next second, Anlin came out from the entrance of the God of War Tower riding on Xiaoya's back. Although there weren't many students in the school, they would probably gather around him when they heard the news that he had broken into the tower. Anlin straightened his chest slightly, ready to accept everyone's shocked and admiring gazes. Light appeared, and Anlin looked around. There were only 3 kings looking down at him in the sky. The pressure from one of the kings seemed even more terrifying. Even under control, Anlin could feel her power. After a brief silence, Anlin said somewhat unnaturally, 3 seniors, fortunately you have fulfilled your mission and successfully broken Senior Ji's record. Queen Bai Ling seemed to be smiling. She noticed Anlin's embarrassment and took the initiative to say, "Well done, Shaoqi." The 3 of them were all strong men, so naturally they would not say anything flattering, but only praised Anlin. "Not bad, kid. You're half as charming as I was back then." Anlin looked over. Why did the voice of this bandaged man sound so familiar? Anlin felt a little aggrieved. The script shouldn't be written like this. What he didn't know was that just now, the students surrounding the Tower of War God were scared away by Feng Huojuan. At this time, Feng Huojuan's lazy voice sounded. "Little guy, you are stronger than your sister was back then. If you break Ji Hao's record, I will reward you with a heavenly level magic weapon and 100,000 credits." Hearing this, Anlin's eyes lit up instantly. This is the big boss. And he's a big shot who knows my sister. After expressing his gratitude, Anlin had some vague guesses about Feng Huojuan's identity. He should be his sister's master. "You little guy, you have a lot of secrets, which makes people worry about you." King Fenghua waved his hand, and a ring appeared in Anlin's hand. This is a heaven-level breath-concealing ring. It can conceal your aura. If the king doesn't investigate carefully, he won't be able to discover your secret. With the breath-concealing ring, if one casually investigates, even an ordinary king realm cultivator will only find that Anlin is an ordinary first realm cultivator. Feng Huojuan stretched out her hand, and Anlin's bracelet appeared in her hand. The rewards the school has given you are all placed in this bracelet. The heavenly wolf jade can be hung around the neck of your wolf beast for it to absorb. Don't eat it directly. You can take the snow crystal pill directly. This pill has a milder medicinal property. The Bloodflame Secret Realm is a place dedicated to physical training. It will open in half a month. School hasn't started yet, so find something to do. Anlin nodded rapidly. He couldn't wait to go to the small beast world. Rather than practicing step by step, Anlin would rather take a bunch of resources to another world to synthesize monsters. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Anlin said, "Excuse me, senior, does the military academy have a place to test the profession of spiritual cultivator?" After the words fell, there was a brief silence for a second. Then, Anlin's eyes blurred and he appeared directly in front of Feng Huojuan. "You also have the talent of a spirit breeder?" Feng Huojuan looked at her strangely. This kid was teasing her. He was so young and was practicing so many professions at the same time. How could he have the time to learn about the profession of a spirit breeder? Could it be that after evolving his beast by chance, he thought of himself as a spirit breeder? Chapter 91. Spiritual Cultivator's Talent. Anlin nodded quickly. Jing was really terrifying. That move just now was like breaking space and pulling him out. Huojuan looked skeptical, but after a moment's thought, he said directly, "There are a lot of flying monsters in the back mountain. I'll take you there to test them. Hua, go get Fei Yuan." King Fei Yu is the only Beastmaster king in the military. It is precisely because of the restraint of the beasts under his command that these flying monster beasts are so obedient. She wanted to see what other tricks Anlin could come up with. Huojuan's figure flashed, and the next second, Anlin's eyes blurred, and he was floating above the cliff. This steep cliff looks like it was split by an axe, almost vertical at 90 degrees. There are many holes on the cliff, and thousands of beasts are flying in the sky, which is very magnificent. Among them, there were not only the griffins that Anlin had seen, but also some strange-looking birds. Anlin even saw a white horse with wings. Although he also couldn't understand why the herbivorous Pegasus built its nest on this cliff. Huojuan led Anlin into a relatively large cave. At this time, a huge monster that looked like a pterosaur was startled in the cave. After seeing Huojuan, it shrank into the corner and trembled. Anlin looked around and saw a crystal ball on the stone wall of the cave. He looked at Huojuan with some doubts. This is a little gadget developed by the school. If there are students or ordinary people working at the military university, they can use the bracelet to choose a monster. Huojuan took Anlin's bracelet and tapped it lightly. The next second, a location appeared on the crystal ball in front of him. Every monster here has a mental inducer that allows the monster to know where to pick up people. Huojuan was a little helpless. After all, these monsters were much faster than cars, and they were also a considerable combat force. Otherwise, with the school being so fancy, she would definitely be the first to refuse. If you can afford the credits, you can even hire a heaven-level demon beast to pick you up. Of course, these demon beasts can also fight for you, but if they encounter a fatal threat, they will definitely flee. Anlin nodded. This refreshed his understanding of the world of cultivation. Sure enough, this was a world where science and fantasy coexisted, otherwise the style of painting would not be so strange. This giant winged crocodile is a mid-level mortal monster. Its intelligence is relatively low, but its advantage is its large size, so the school has never eliminated it. See if you can meet the conditions for its evolution. Anlin looked at the pterosaur-like creature in front of him in confusion. You told me this is a crocodile? Using the identification method on the four-legged beast in front of him, Anlin instantly understood. Name: winged giant crocodile. Potential: ordinary mid-level. Realm: ordinary level 7. Attribute: Earth. Introduction: a breed that was hybridized due to some special reasons. It has mixed bloodlines and great defects, resulting in a dull brain. Special reasons? Where do you put reproductive isolation? Looking at the giant crocodile in front of him, Anlin suppressed his urge to complain and used the evolutionary path option. Since he can synthesize them randomly, the birth of this giant crocodile is not so strange. Several options appeared before Anlin. Evolution route: flying crocodile, ordinary grade, required blood energy, 7,000. Land dragon, yellow grade, lower grade, required health, 30,000. Winged giant beast, ordinary grade, required blood energy, 6,000. Anlin examined it carefully. The first evolutionary route was to abandon the giant winged crocodile's huge body and purify its own bloodline, which would greatly increase its flying speed. The land dragon gave up its ability to fly, activated its bloodline, and evolved into the appearance of a western dragon beast. As for the last winged monster, it greatly increased the size of the monster and lost a certain amount of flying speed, but as a transportation monster, it is undoubtedly the best choice. On the side, Huojuan looked at Anlin, who seemed to be thinking about something, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Could it be that this kid really saw something? Senior, this giant winged crocodile is born stupid because of its mixed bloodline and cannot understand commands. I've thought of 3 ways to evolve the winged giant crocodile. Anlin did not hide it. It was rare to see a king-level person. At this stage, if someone was optimistic about him, giving him anything would save him a lot of trouble. 3 kinds. Huojuan frowned even tighter. Although Anlin was thinking just now, you have to know that if a spirit trainer wants to understand the evolutionary path of a monster, he has to observe from many aspects. For example, looking at the teeth, looking at the fighting ability, or even living with the monster for a period of time before there is a chance to find a method. This kid directly said that he had seen 3 evolutionary paths. At that moment, Feng Huojuan wanted to slap him to death. Looking at Qi Anlin, Feng Huojuan did not expose him, but simply said, "Which 3?" Replying to the senior, the method of evolution can be explained from the bloodline. Qi Anlin said confidently that he had unlocked 3 evolutionary routes using blood energy at once. This monster should have the bloodline of the thick earth-armored crocodile and the flying dragon. If we find 5 flying grasses and a first-level wind attribute crystal to activate its bloodline, it can allow the winged giant crocodile to evolve into a monster similar to the flying dragon. The disadvantage is that it will reduce a significant portion of its volume, but it also has many advantages. After all, this demon beast is so stupid because its bloodline is too mixed. After the bloodline is activated and purified, its intelligence should increase a little. Qi Anlin told all 3 evolutionary routes in one breath, and Feng Huojuan opened his mouth slightly. This kind of monster was bred by King Feiyu. The reason was that he saw the huge body of the thick earth-armored crocodile and wanted to breed a large flying monster. The other winged giant crocodiles have evolved, but that was after absorbing the essence and blood of the flying dragon. Not only are their cost-effectiveness extremely low, but their functions are also inferior to those of the flying dragon. If the method Qi Anlin mentioned is feasible, it can greatly reduce the cost of the winged giant crocodile's evolution. Flying grass usually appears in places where flying dragons grow, and there are so many of them. Feng Huojuan looked at Qi Anlin. Although she had not tried these 3 methods, she had evolved them herself and felt that they were extremely feasible. Even though she wasn't a spirit nurturer, she could tell that Qi Anlin wasn't talking nonsense. His eyes flickered slightly as Feng Huojuan said, "We'll give it a try when King Feiyu comes." Although this kind of monster is stupid, they are extremely fertile. If the 3 evolutionary routes are successful, it will be enough for the army to make a fortune. Qi Anlin nodded, but he kept reminding himself in his heart. He couldn't be so complacent. Even if he wanted to act like a genius, he had to observe carefully. Otherwise, the beast tamer's evolutionary path would be apparent at a glance. He felt that even Feng Huojuan couldn't protect him. Chapter 92 The King Accepts a Disciple. After a while, a huge dark shadow appeared in the sky, and the flying monsters around it roared and retreated into the cave. Qi Anlin looked outside the cave. It was an extremely huge, eagle-like monster. At first glance, his body was not even as big as one of its feathers. King-level monster. An old figure flew up from the body of the king-level monster and entered the cave. I wonder if Lord Finghua invited me here because he discovered the mutated giant winged crocodile? King Feiyu looked a bit old-fashioned, reminding Qi Anlin of those old teachers in elementary school who would slap their hands at any time. Feng Huojuan shook his head and said, "This is a new combat body. We have found 3 evolutionary routes for the winged giant crocodile. Please see if it is feasible. If it is, give him the status of a spiritual cultivator." King Feiyu was stunned for a moment and looked at the somewhat inconspicuous Qi Anlin next to him. This kid looked ordinary. How could he be a combat body? King Feiyu glanced at Qi Anlin with his spiritual power and immediately understood. "Lord Finghua, you even gave this kid such a treasure?" He was obsessed with studying beast taming and had never paid attention to news from the outside world, so he didn't know anything about Qi Anlin. He has good talent and is expected to become the next Ji Hao. Feng Huojuan said lightly. Although Qi Anlin is performing very well now, Ji Hao's combat body is much stronger than Qi Anlin after all. Feng Huojuan is not quite sure about Qi Anlin's future potential. A trace of shock flashed across Fei Yuang's eyes. This kid was only at the Ice Soul battle body. Although he could become a king in the future, his talent would definitely not be comparable to Ji Hao's. And Feng Huojuan said this. King Feiyu shook his head, realizing the key point, and his voice couldn't help but rise a few degrees. "You said this kid found 3 evolutionary routes?" In fact, King Feiyu himself also knew these 3 evolutionary routes, but this kid was only at the 2nd stage of the first realm. 3 professions? Tell me about it. Feeling the 3 strange balls of light in Qi Anlin's mind, King Feiyu excitedly pressed Qi Anlin's shoulders. Qi Anlin's shoulders were pressed so hard that they hurt. He took back what he had said before. This old man was not patient at all. In the small beast world, the blood-devouring king is fighting a first-level 2nd stage demon beast. There are many more hideous barbs on its body. At this time, the Blood-Eater King has escaped the range of the tiger ant soldiers and has evolved. Originally, the potential of this ant soldier should be shockingly low, but for some reason, the blood-devouring king discovered that there seemed to be a special energy in the ant soldier's body that allowed him to combine with certain things. Unfortunately, after he successfully evolved, this energy was completely consumed, and he didn't know how he could be born again. The blood of the monster in that realm suddenly floated into the sky and turned into a huge blood beast, continuing to fight with the monster. As long as he has enough blood, energy, and soul, he will be able to make rapid progress and soon break through to the second realm. At this time, the queen ant in the cave moved her body. She had already devoured all the monsters that Xiao Tsongming brought back and gave birth to many ant soldiers. Little Smarty is the nickname it gives to that special ant soldier. This little thing is advancing very quickly. If its owner sees it, I will definitely reward myself well. So, the clever little one must not die. The queen ant thought about it and realized that she gave birth to the clever little one by luck and inexplicably. But what would happen if it were to allow its special little cleverness to lay eggs again? The queen ant thought about it for a while, but found it too troublesome, so she stopped thinking about it. Just let the clever one lay eggs directly. Throwing aside the complicated thoughts in her mind, the queen ant began to recall her cleverness. Incredible, really incredible. King Fei Yu looked at Chi Anlin with the eyes of seeing a priceless treasure. You can actually use this kind of thinking. How did you come up with it? Looking at the monster in front of him that had evolved into a land dragon, Feng Guojin was also a little surprised. What's wrong with this kid's head? Chi Anlin smiled and said, Senior, my spiritual power is extraordinary. When the insect world was in turmoil, I entered a special space. There are many books about beast control in it. During that time, I was recovering from my injuries and had nothing to do, so I read all these books and learned a lot about beast taming. After leaving that space, by chance, I tried to harmonize the energy in a monster's body. There were very few useful things around. Chi Anlin kept making up lies and believed them himself. Although what he said was outrageous, no matter how outrageous it was not as outrageous as carrying a system with you. Thinking about it this way, the lie he made up was more reliable. So here, I put what I learned into practice, and I didn't expect it to be so effective. Hearing Chi Anlin's words, Fei Yu Wang touched his chin and suddenly said, Little classmate, do you want to become my disciple? I've checked and found that you have 3 special beasts. If you join my sect, I can give them the best resources for evolution. At this time, Feng Huojuan interrupted and said, King Fei Yu, you are too late. This little guy has already become my disciple. Chi Anlin was stunned. How come he didn't know about this when it happened? King Fei Yu's expression changed slightly, then returned to normal, and said, Although Feng Huojuan is powerful, such complicated matters as disciplining students should be handled by us kings. It's okay, this kid's sister is my eldest disciple. I can let her discipline this kid. But Feng Guojin is a fire attribute after all. So what if the fire attribute is so bad? Do you think any ice attribute instructor in the sect is stronger than me? A trace of helplessness flashed in King Fei Yu's eyes. Feng Huojuan was so unreasonable. Apart from the principal, she was the only one at the June level in the school. Not to mention the ice attribute. Even if all other attributes were used together, no one could beat her. Hey, Xiaoqi, you'd better think about it carefully. Seeing Feng Huojuan's unfriendly expression, King Fei Yu said no more. What do you mean? I've already said this much, and you still dare to steal my girl? Feng Huojuan exhaled, grabbed Chi Anlin, and said, I've accepted another disciple, Fei Yu Wang. Remember to apply for the status of a spiritual trainer for Xiaoqi later. After saying that, Feng Huojuan disappeared from the spot, and with him, Chi Anlin also disappeared. In the cave, King Fei Yu sighed and thought that he should have come out earlier. On the other side, Feng Huojuan appeared in the courtyard holding Chi Anlin. Xiaoqi, when Xiao Shui first became my disciple, I gave her several goals, and you are no exception. First, within the first 7 days of school, if you earn 10,000 credits, your original reward will not be counted. Secondly, before sophomore year, your strength ranking should be among the top 5,000 in the school. Finally, before graduation, you must fight a world master. It can be from a small world, but its strength must be at the same level as yours, or hunt down a king from another world. Hearing this request, Chi Anlin took a breath of cold air. Where could he find a world ruler? As for the king, Chi Anlin felt that the teacher thought he had lived too long. There's nothing else. Before school starts, I can send you to another world. After school starts, you must be stronger than all the new students. Chapter 93 Return to the Small Beast Realm. However, your master will also give you some support. Feng Huojuan smiled, picked up Chi Anlin's bracelet, and tapped it lightly. Your strength is relatively low right now, so as for weapons, I'll give you Xian level 1s first. As for healing pills, I don't have any Huang level 1s left, so I'll give you 30 Ling level Snow Toad pills first. What do you usually feed your battle body beast? King Bai Ling said that Chi Anlin's beast was well-bred and had strong combat power. Lord Fenghua thought that he could add some spiritual food to the original ingredients. What to eat? Qi Anlin recalled that all along, Xiaoya ate whatever he ate. Generally speaking, there are more barbecues, followed by some home-cooked dishes. At this moment, Qi Anlin felt that the space had stopped. After a long while, Feng Huojuan said leisurely, "The training of beast tamers requires supplementary spiritual food. Have you really studied the knowledge of beast tamers? Xiaoya is an ice-attributed monster, so its food combination is generally ice-attributed spiritual medicine plus some crystal cores and meat, but Qi Anlin has never cared about these." With a sigh, Feng Huojuan felt that it was a miracle that Qi Anlin could cultivate Xiaoya. King Feiyu has just come out of retreat. I'll send him a message and ask him to prepare some spiritual food for you. I'll take you to get it later. Qi Anlin nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't know the use of feeding spiritual food on a daily basis, it would be great if someone could solve this problem. Teacher, I've made up my mind. I'm going to the world of small animals. Qi Anlin thought for a moment and suddenly said, Small beast realm? That's fine. The blood-devouring king of the demon clan broke into the human world and killed several of Lin Da's instructors before entering the small beast world. His whereabouts have not been found to this day. But you have the Tao crystal given to you by the demon-subduing king, so you don't have to worry too much even if you meet the blood-devouring king. Feng Huojuan narrowed his eyes. The demon-subduing king was a peak king-level powerhouse. Even if his Tao crystal could not defeat the blood-devouring king, he could still take Qi Anlin away. However, Feng Huojuan thought of King Fudi's son, who was also a genius who had just reached the king level. He met the blood-devouring king in lynching that day and eventually died at the hands of the blood-devouring king. It wasn't that he was too weak, but because he was concerned about the heavy casualties among the residents when fighting the blood-devouring king, and because he had just been promoted. To be on the safe side, the spiritual power in Feng Huojuan's body fluctuated, and suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to shatter. A minute later, a red avenue crystal appeared. My Tao crystal is enough to destroy the blood-devouring king. If the blood-devouring king is at his peak strength, you can just use my Tao crystal. Even among the monarch-level cultivators, she is a strong one. Even if the blood-devouring king breaks through in strength, one Tao crystal is enough to kill him. However, the possibility of a breakthrough in strength is not great. The blood-devouring king is a bloodthirsty combat body, and its growth requires a large amount of blood. If a large number of monsters die in the small beast world, it would have been discovered by the guardians long ago. Low-level monsters can't provide any energy to the blood-devouring king. After receiving the spiritual food, Feng Huojuan brought Qi Anlin to the space tunnel of the small beast world. Lord-level cultivators possess the ability to cross space, just like flashing, but the distance is not too far, so Lord Fenghua flew all the way here. But this flying speed is much faster than the king level, making Qi Anlin feel a little carsick. I've prepared a lot of spirit stones for you. Practice well in here. Ji Hao reached the 5th stage of the first realm when he first entered the school. If you want to get more support from the school, hurry up and surpass him. After Feng Huojuan said this, he threw Qi Anlin into the small beast world. Remember to return to school in half a month. If you missed the Bloodflame secret realm, you'll have to wait another year. The next moment, Qi Anlin entered the world of small beasts. At this moment, a figure appeared in the Iron Fortress, and many people around looked over. In order to prevent Qi Anlin from being found by the cult, Feng Huojuan gave Qi Anlin a disguised magic weapon to change Qi Anlin's appearance. Patting his butt, Qi Anlin stood up. Ignoring the gazes of the people around him, he quickly rushed out of the steel fortress, opened the beast bag, and summoned the Ice Spirit Griffin. To be honest, bringing the Ice Spirit Griffin with him is a bit like cheating. After all, the Ice Spirit Griffin's strength has reached the 2nd level. Feng Huojuan asked Qi Anlin to carry the Ice Spirit Griffin just because he wanted Qi Anlin to have a means of transportation, but he did not expect that after Qi Anlin gained the loyalty of the Ice Spirit Griffin, he could let the Ice Spirit Griffin help him obtain blood energy. Riding on the Ice Spirit Griffin, Qi Anlin flew towards the Queen Ant. When he reached the forest, the Ice Spirit Griffin's strength would be suppressed to the ordinary level, and then there would be no need to worry about the Ice Spirit Griffin resisting synthesis. The requirement for synthesis is that the monster is bound. As they got closer to the forest, Qi Anlin was very excited. He could finally brush up the Queen Ant's talents again. There is a lot of blood energy this time, which can be used to synthesize the Queen Ant with the storage ring. And with the Ice Spirit Griffin present, the blood energy can quickly exceed 10 million, allowing the system to be upgraded again. Soon, Qi Anlin arrived at the forest. Bingling, this place will suppress your strength, but don't worry, there is no danger in there. When I left here before, something was stored in there, and I have to go get it. The ice spirit griffin nodded. It was a second-level demon beast. Even if its strength was suppressed, it was still no match for these ordinary demon beasts, so it was not too worried. Anlin entered the forest, and his strength was suppressed to the 9th level of the mortal level. However, he did not rush to take action because this place was too close to the forest entrance. What if the ice spirit griffin ran away? The queen sent many ant soldiers to ambush the surrounding area. After a while, Anlin said to the ice spirit griffin, King Feiyu previously helped me with the talent of a spiritual cultivator. As you know, my teacher is also a monarch-level expert. The ice spirit griffin looked at Anlin with some confusion. It was because of this that it became more determined to follow Anlin. But why was it saying this at this time? Actually, I have a special talent that allows me to evolve monsters. That's why my Beastmaster is a combat form. Hearing these words, the ice spirit griffin's aura changed, and it suddenly looked at Anlin. Can it make monsters evolve? This must come at a price. The ice spirit griffin looked at Anlin with eyes full of greed, but it was quickly hidden. Anlin's master is a powerful monarch. He is so confident in letting Anlin come to the small beast realm. He is definitely not relying on himself. On the contrary, Fenghua Jun should be on guard against the ice spirit griffin. After all, these monsters only succumb to the strength of the king-level monsters and are not truly loyal. So generally speaking, the military will not allow these monsters to leave the military unless they become beastmen. The ice spirit griffin concealed its greed. If it tried to touch Anlin, it would definitely not be able to do so, or it would die miserably. Chapter 94. The blood-devouring king spawns eggs. On the other side, Anlin smiled. He saw the greed in the eyes of the griffin. All monsters yearn for freedom. If the ice spirit griffin could be forcibly imprisoned and evolve specifically for it, it would definitely be happy to do so. Therefore, Anlin is preparing to synthesize the ice spirit griffin now to avoid any accidents. Since you have followed me, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Anlin summoned Xiaoya and Xiaoxing and asked Xiaoya to create a block of ice. As for Xiaoxing, she was summoned only to increase the success rate. Afterwards, Anlin took out a lot of ice attribute elixirs and minerals. The ice is the medium. After I use my talent, you will be able to absorb these things without any hindrance. The ice spirit griffin was stunned. Among this pile of treasures, there was also a heavenly-level heavenly wolf divine jade. Anlin was actually willing to give him such a treasure. A complex look flashed in its eyes, and the ice spirit griffin leaned down and rubbed Anlin gently. Okay, we are all family. There is no need to divide these. Anlin smiled gently. I took this thing out and showed it to you. My own child hasn't been fed yet, so why should it be your turn? Relax your mind. I'm ready to use my talent. After the ice spirit griffin relaxed, Anlin glanced at Xiaoxing. This guy had been making up stories in the sea of spirituality to deceive the monsters, and he was not afraid of being punished later. Never learn from your mistakes. Ding, do you want to fuse the ice spirit griffin and the ice cube? Required health, 150,000. Fusion success rate, 55%. Fusion time, 1 hour. It's really expensive. Anlin felt a little emotional. After all, it was a second-level monster. If he wanted to gain loyalty, it was normal to pay a higher price. After grabbing Xiaoxing and rubbing her rat head vigorously, Anlin exhaled and chose to synthesize. The next second, the ice spirit griffin reflexively wanted to escape, but a lot of blood threads suddenly appeared around it, wrapping it up and quickly turning it into a blood cocoon. The problem of the ice spirit griffin was solved. Anlin asked the surrounding ant soldiers to gather around and move the blood cocoon to a safe place to prevent other monsters from approaching. Then Anlin left. Following the ant soldiers underground, Anlin saw the queen ant whose appearance had changed drastically. The queen ant is now terrifyingly large, a bit like the giant insect queens in the movies. After seeing Anlin, the queen ant was very excited, but because it was inconvenient for her to move, she could only make a chi-chi sound of grievance. The big fool is so ugly. Xiaoxing jumped onto the queen ant's head in a few steps, and her pink nose twitched slightly, as if she was getting familiar with the queen ant smell. Xiaoyi, where is that special insect soldier you mentioned? Anlin stepped forward and stroked the queen ant's head, and sparks flew from the thorns on his hand. His defense now is stronger than steel. Hearing Anlin's words, the queen ant woke up as if from a dream, and quickly asked the ant soldiers to carry her and led Anlin to the other side of the cave. Soon, Anlin saw a blood-red ant soldier huddled in a corner, and next to it was a bright red ant egg. This ant soldier looks a bit special, but it looks like he is autistic. Anlin was a little confused and looked at the queen ant. Soon, Anlin received a reply from the queen ant. It turned out that this ant soldier had been forced to lay ant eggs under the queen ant's order and had been hiding in a corner, refusing to move. Perhaps it was because this ant soldier possessed intelligence that it was unwilling to lay eggs, Anlin thought. After all, this ant soldier had only been born not long ago and was still a virgin. The queen ant is special in that she can reproduce without male ants, but these soldier ants are different. According to the queen ant, the ant soldier also shocked several male ants to death, and in the end, the breeding was forced to be completed under its suppression. Anlin shook his head. The queen ant's original intention was right, but she did not consider the feelings of the ant soldier. Noticing the ant soldier in the corner looking at him, Anlin suddenly felt that this guy seemed a little smart. At this time, the blood-devouring king, who was in autism, finally comforted himself. It was the body that was defiled, not himself. It's just that feeling, it doesn't want to revisit it. It's like a needle prick. If it weren't for revenge, it would have wanted to die. After sensing Anlin's arrival, it suppressed the discomfort in its heart and looked over, and was stunned for a moment. How could humans and an ant queen coexist so peacefully? And judging by the queen's appearance, she seemed quite happy and dependent. Could it be a transformed male ant? It felt it carefully, but couldn't even detect Anlin's realm. The blood-devouring king curled up timidly. For a monster to transform, it had to reach the king level. Such a strong person could tell at a glance that he had taken over the body of this ant soldier. I didn't expect that this queen ant has such a great background. No wonder she is so special and can produce a bunch of ant soldiers of the same level. As for the Beastmaster, it had not considered that there was any Beastmaster who could contract a creature like the queen ant. You should know that contracting a queen insect-level monster is equivalent to contracting a bunch of monsters, and there are restrictions on the monsters that a Beastmaster can contract. As for the information Anlin had found before, it was just a thought for low-level Beastmasters. What if there really was a special person who successfully made a contract? Feeling the blood-devouring king's fear, Anlin was a little confused. He didn't know that the blood-devouring king had explored him. He had a breath-concealing treasure on him, and the blood-devouring king's mental strength was severely damaged, so how could he explore his realm? Anlin touched his chin and asked, "How about an appraisal?" Name, blood-devouring king. Race, blood armor ant soldier. Attribute, dark. Level, first realm, second stage. Potential, lower spirit level. Introduction, after being possessed by, the ant soldiers have great potential. Anlin almost choked to death on his own saliva. What the hell? Is this thing the blood-devouring king? The system's final introduction was a question mark, which was obviously redundant. The name was already there, and Anlin was a little dumbfounded. What was this? Anlin showed a hint of murderous intent. If this thing is the blood-devouring king, he can't let it grow. Suddenly thinking of the blood-devouring king's previous behavior, Anlin calmed down again. As a king, he was so proud. How could he obey the queen ant's orders? Anlin thought of the queen ant's special skill, bloodline control. It is precisely because of this skill that the blood-devouring king obeys the queen ant's words. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Anlin became a little excited. Even though the blood-devouring king is an unforgivable evildoer, it has now become an ant soldier under his command. It would be a pity to kill it directly. If it is trained well, the blood-devouring king's improvement speed will definitely far exceed that of other beasts. Of course, Anlin didn't want to contract the blood-devouring king. With the synthesis system, the beast he would cultivate in the future would definitely exceed the king level. However, for double insurance, Anlin planned to synthesize the blood-devouring king as well. Ding! Do you want to fuse blood-devouring king and iron block? Required health, 20 million. Fusion success rate, 80%. Fusion time, 1 hour. 20 million? Anlin was a little dumbfounded. Even though the blood-devouring king was just an ant at the second stage of the first realm, his soul was quite special after all, so 20 million was already a discount that Anlin could only get by stepping on dog shit. Chapter 95 Blood Energy Accumulation 10 million. 20 million health energy. Even though Anlin doesn't have it now, it doesn't mean he won't have it in the future. The Ice Spirit Griffin is already in the process of being synthesized. With its existence, even if it cannot kill some second-level monsters, it is more than enough to slaughter first-level monsters. Xiaoyi, keep a close eye on this ant soldier and don't let it get out of your control. Anlin said to the queen ant in the sea of consciousness. He was not sure how long the queen ant's blood control could restrict the blood-devouring king. After finishing the explanation, Anlin went deep into the cave. This time he came to the small animal world for several main purposes. First, enrich the types of ant soldiers. Tiger-armored ant soldiers are extremely numerous and fast, making them suitable for besieging enemies, while blood-killing ant soldiers are specifically designed for killing. There haven't been many lightning ant soldiers produced recently. Although the small animal world is large, there is no ocean, so the aquatic monsters are not very powerful, and the most resources are still on the ground. So the lightning ant soldiers have basically been eliminated now. As for the transport ant soldiers, Anlin felt that these could not be considered transport ant soldiers. Real transport ant soldiers not only transport nutrients and energy, but also rely mainly on their own bodies to store energy, which is too limited. Anlin planned to combine the queen ant and the space ring, and then create new transport ant soldiers. In this way, the ant soldiers can be transported in their own space, and the size will no longer be a hindrance. An hour later, the ice spirit griffin was synthesized and walked out of the blood cocoon. This time, the ice spirit griffin looked at Anlin with no greed in his eyes, but dependence and trust. This is the terrifying aspect of the system. It can make all the monsters you synthesize loyal to you. At present, the queen ant can produce 40 first-level tiger-armored ant soldiers a day. About 3 tiger-armored ant soldiers can kill a monster of the same level. Including casualties, she can obtain about 2 million blood energy a day. Of course, this is a relatively stable situation. If they encounter a higher-level monster, the ant soldiers will be directly defeated, resulting in no gains that day. The blood-killing ant soldiers are more powerful. If the sneak attack is successful, the blood-killing ant soldiers can instantly kill the monsters of the same level. In the case of a head-on confrontation, although the blood-killing ant soldiers will suffer certain injuries, they can also kill the monsters of the same level. Anlin has almost used up the blood energy that the queen ant has obtained in the past 2 days. If he wants to synthesize it with the space ring, the required blood energy must be obtained by Anlin himself. Now, 100,000 ordinary second-level ant soldiers can be produced in a day, but the energy required is a bit too much. These ant soldiers have all spread out to serve as scouts to explore the world of small animals. It is precisely because of these little ant soldiers that the first-level ant soldier army did not encounter those high-level monsters. Anlin looked at the ice spirit griffin beside him. With this second-level combat power, he could now hunt down those high-level first-level monsters found by the ant soldiers. After communicating with the queen ant, Anlin set his sights on a demon beast at the 8th level of the first realm. This demon beast had a strong sense of territory and was also an anteater, posing a greater threat to the ant soldiers. So Anlin planned to deal with this guy first. Riding on the ice spirit griffin and bringing Xiaoxing with him, Anlin soon arrived at a plain. At this time, a 3-meter-tall anteater was walking slowly, its hairs like steel wires, emitting a metallic luster. Sensing the presence of the ice griffin, the anteater raised its head and let out a threatening roar. Name Steel Anteater. Attribute, Gold. Realm, 1 realm, 8 stages. Potential, Yellow Grade. Introduction, Ant Nemesis. It can secrete a toxin that temporarily makes ants lose their ability to move, and then smear it on the bodies of ants through saliva. What the hell? Anlin raised his eyebrows. This thing must be killed. Although ordinary anteaters certainly do not have this function, it is not surprising that they can evolve such abilities after becoming monsters. I have to collect this toxin later and synthesize it for the ant soldiers. If there is no problem, I will let the queen ant fuse the genes of this thing. After landing in the distance, Anlin let the ice spirit griffin go alone to kill the anteater. After all, he was only at the 2nd stage of the first realm, and he might be killed if he went a fight rashly. After receiving the order, the ice spirit griffin flew out, let out a long roar, and shot ice cones towards the anteater. The ice cone, empowered by spiritual power, directly pierced the anteater's defense, shattered its hair, and then pierced into the anteater's body. Roar! Feeling the pain, the anteater began to flee. It understood the gap between itself and the ice spirit griffin, so it decisively chose to escape. It also has no anti-air capabilities. A little frost and snow appeared on the anteater's body, and its movements became slower and slower. At this time, the ice griffin landed on the ground, hugged the anteater's back with its front claws, and pierced its sharp claws into the anteater's body. Blood gushed out, and the anteater let out a painful scream. The next moment, a blue light flashed on the sharp beak of the ice spirit griffin, and it pecked the back of the anteater's neck. This peck directly created a bloody hole in the anteater. Then, the blood at the hole quickly coagulated and spread into the anteater's body. The anteater's body slowly became stiff, and soon, under the attack of the ice griffin, it completely turned into a cold corpse. Anlin waited for a long time, but the expected system prompt did not come. Why? The ice griffin's head isn't counted on me. Anlin thought for a while. Although he did gain the loyalty of the ice spirit griffin, the ice spirit griffin was not his own beast, so the reward for killing it would not fall on him. Originally, Anlin had planned to use the blood to synthesize other people's beasts and cast a wide net, but now he thought about it. It was useless. The monsters killed by the ant soldiers are counted on their own heads because the queen ant is their own beast and its cubs are connected to them in a certain sense, so they can increase their blood energy. However, this is not a big problem. I will let the ice spirit griffin beat the monster half to death, and then I will let the blood-killing ants finish it off. As for why he didn't finish off the monsters himself, it was because he was afraid that these monsters were trying to trick him. If they could deliver a fatal blow, he would suffer a great loss. With the help of the ant soldiers, Anlin quickly found another demon beast at the 8th level of the first realm. After several minutes of fighting, the ice spirit griffin defeated the monster with a crushing force. In order to prevent the blood-killing ant soldiers from breaking through the defense, Anlin asked the ice spirit griffin to open a hole in the chest of the monster, exposing its heart. At Anlin's request, the blood-killing ant soldiers stepped forward and began to attack the monster's heart. With one blow, the golden marten was successfully killed. Kill the golden wave marten, a level 1, level 8 monster, and gain 9.7 million HP. An additional 5 million HP will be gained from cross-level battles. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 10 million health points. The system has been upgraded. Time remaining, 24 hours. Chapter 96. The Queen Ant mutates again. The system began to upgrade, and Anlin summoned Xiaoya and prepared to return. The ice spirit griffin will continue to follow the ant soldiers to find those first-level monsters for hunting, and you can go back and consume some blood energy first. Soon, Anlin returned to the underground cave and found the queen ant. During the return journey, the ice spirit griffin once again cooperated with the ant soldiers to kill 2 first-level 7th-stage monsters. Kill the first-level 7th-stage blood rainbow stone monkey to obtain 5 million blood energy. Cross-level battles will gain an additional 1 million blood energy. Kill the first-level, 7th-level white pear sheep to gain 4 million health energy. Cross-level battles will gain an additional 1 million health energy. At this time, Anlin's blood energy value has reached 26.12 million, which is enough to synthesize the blood-devouring king. After asking the queen ant to summon the blood-devouring king back, Anlin took out the iron block and aimed it at the blood-devouring king. Xiaoyi, order this ant soldier to relax his vigilance and not move. Because of the blood suppression, the blood-devouring king could only watch Anlin walk towards him. Damn it, we've been discovered. What is this guy going to do? Anlin didn't know what the blood-devouring king was thinking, so he directly opened the system and chose OK. The next moment, the blood-devouring king began to struggle frantically. The power of rules. It's actually the power of rules. This isn't a transformed monster. It's the most powerful. A stream of blood wrapped around it, and Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his luck was still pretty good. In all this time, he had only failed twice. But unfortunately, the blood-devouring king is not his own beast, so he can spend the 20 million blood but will not get any kickbacks. After the blood-devouring king started synthesizing, Anlin took out his original space ring. This space ring only has 10 cubic meters of storage space, while the space ring that Feng Huijuan gave him later has 100 cubic meters of space. The space is smaller and requires less blood energy. Use it to test the waters first. If the effect is good, use this space ring for synthesis. Ding! Do you want to fuse the queen ant and the space ring? Required health, 1.5 million. Fusion success rate, 60%. Fusion time, 2 hours. As the queen ant's strength improved, the success rate of fusion became higher. Anlin rubbed Xiaoxing's head and decisively chose to confirm. The next second, the queen ant was wrapped in a blood cocoon, which also meant that the synthesis was successful. There were still several million blood energies left. Anlin pulled over a tiger ant soldier and took out the anteater's saliva. Ding! Do you want to fuse tiger armored ant devourer and iron anteater saliva? Required health, 1.8 million. Fusion success rate, 5%. Huh, the synthesis rate is so low? Anlin raised his eyebrows, not in a hurry to make such a bet. He discovered that the things he synthesized were only good, not bad. Could it be that the blood energy in the system not only has a fusion effect, but can also optimize the synthesis results? Anlin shook his head. This still requires more experiments. The success rate of previous synthesis was relatively high, which means it was more compatible. This time, it would be better to try a lower synthesis rate. Time passed quickly, and after the blood-devouring king emerged from the cocoon, Anlin let it follow the ice spirit griffin and wander around. The blood-devouring king still has his own thoughts, but he is absolutely loyal to Anlin. This kind of loyalty is to regard Anlin as the closest person to oneself, and will not have any psychological intention to hurt Anlin, so it has little impact on the blood-devouring king himself. Through Xiaoxing's retelling, Anlin also understood that the blood-devouring king can become stronger by devouring blood and souls. It just so happened that the ice spirit griffin was hunting high-level monsters, which could allow the blood-devouring king to level up. On the other side, the queen ant also successfully broke out of the cocoon. Namespace Ant Queen. Attributes: Space, Fire, Gold. Level: 1 stage. Potential: Spiritual, Grade Mid-level. Production Speed: Queen Ant, 1/90th days. 1 realm, 3 stages, 2/1 day. First level, second stage, 25 to 1 day. 1 section per area, 200 per day. Ordinary level 9th Dan, 600/day. Level 1, 500, 000/day. Normal, 15, 000/day. Skills: Deterrence, Yellow High Grade. Bloodline Control, Special. Gene Uptake, High Grade Yellow. Can extract the genes of the devoured monster and integrate them into one's own body through blood energy. Production: Spiritual Grade. Produces ant soldiers. The higher the skill level, the faster the production. Different types of soldiers can be produced through gene arrangement. Note: the strength of the soldier type itself affects the production speed. Gene: Fire Poison, omitted. Space: there is a space in the body that can store inanimate matter. The stronger the strength, the larger the space. Every synthesis brings new surprises. Anlin almost jumped up. He really was cheating. Not to mention that the production speed has increased 5-fold. What makes Anlin most happy is that this new space is actually in the gene column. This means that the ant soldiers produced by the queen ant can also possess this gene. This also means that I can create real transport ant soldiers. But Anlin looked at the introduction of the space gene, which has limitations. Creating a transport soldier is equivalent to having only one more storage ring. The next second, Anlin took out the beast taming bag. The beast taming bag is different from the space ring. The beast taming bag can store living things, but it cannot store other things. This is enough. Within 2 hours, the ice spirit griffin had hunted down most of the high-level monsters discovered by the ant soldiers, and the rest were waiting for the ant soldiers to continue exploring. Anlin also obtained more than 60 million blood energy. With another 20 million, the system can continue to be upgraded. Ding! Do you want to fuse this space ant queen and the beast taming bag? Required blood energy, 100 million. Fusion success rate, 97%. The fusion rate is so high. This direction is indeed correct. The corners of Anlin's mouth rose slightly. He could create a real mobile arsenal. If you carry one ant soldier, you can carry countless ant soldiers. This also means that Anlin can take the ant soldiers to other worlds. Queen Ant, what did the blood-devouring king say? Anlin suddenly asked. He found a demon beast of the first level of the second realm, but it was still unknown which was stronger if the ice spirit griffin fought against the demon beast. The ice spirit griffin would also be injured, making it inconvenient for the subsequent battle. When fighting against monsters that are 2 levels lower than itself, the ice spirit griffin will not be injured as long as it is careful. However, although it can crush monsters of the first level and 9th level, it will still suffer some injuries to a certain extent. As for the second level monsters, even the ice spirit griffin may fall if it fights desperately. The queen ant's antennae trembled slightly, and she quickly gave Anlin a reply. After absorbing so many souls and blood, the blood-devouring king's strength has reached the 4th stage of the first realm, and the most important thing is that the blood-devouring king can now temporarily simulate his own king-level aura for 0.5 seconds. During these 0.5 seconds, the second-level monster would absolutely not dare to move. However, this will also cost the blood-devouring king some price, so the entire corpse of this second-level demon beast must be eaten by the blood-devouring king. Then do it. After slaughtering a level 2 demon beast, the accumulated blood energy will definitely exceed 100 million. Chapter 97: The Queen Ant's Little World. In a canyon, the blood-devouring king stood on the ice spirit griffin, and behind them was a group of ant soldiers. As the offspring of the queen ant, Anlin can obtain blood energy after the blood-devouring king kills monsters. Not far away, a howling wind and cloud-splitting dog was staring at them fiercely, its muscles tense and trembling slightly, ready to attack at any time. Although the Ice Spirit Griffin is a second-level demon beast, it is in school after all and has not experienced many battles. Therefore, in a one-on-one situation, it is very likely that it will not be able to defeat this howling wind and cloud-splitting dog. The blood-devouring king thought about it, and with a slight movement of his mind, he transmitted his thoughts to the Ice Spirit Griffin. Although its mental strength has not yet reached the point where it can penetrate the body, as a former king, it can still do it with a little trick. Simulating the aura of a king consumes a lot of energy for the blood-devouring king, but after devouring the blood and souls of these howling wind and cloud-splitting dogs, he will definitely be able to break through to a higher level. Before they could make a move, Howling Cloud Dog took the lead in attacking. Wind blades condensed around it and flew towards the Ice Spirit Griffin like a crescent moon. Icicles rose up around the Ice Spirit Griffin to block the attack of the wind blade. At this time, the howling wind and cloud-splitting dog also rushed up, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards the head of the Ice Spirit Griffin. Bang! Icicles suddenly broke apart, and the icy air gathered the exploding ice crystals together, all flying towards the howling wind and cloud-splitting dog. The ground suddenly exploded, and a tornado rose out of thin air, colliding with the ice crystals. The next second, an air wave appeared, and the huge impact force blew away all the tiger-armored ant soldiers on the ground. A green light flashed behind the howling cloud-splitting dog, and its speed instantly doubled as it rushed towards the Ice Spirit Griffin. At this moment, an indescribable, terrifying pressure appeared, causing the howling wind and cloud-splitting dog to fall directly to the ground. Its eyes were full of fear, and it opened its mouth and let out a wailing sound like begging for mercy. The next second, an ice cone pierced into its mouth and exploded again under the control of the Ice Spirit Griffin. Ice explosion. Ice crystals were rampaging in its body, and at this moment, the blood-devouring king jumped up, emitting a scarlet color from his body. For a moment, the blood in the howling wind and cloud-splitting dog's body began to squeeze its heart. Bang! The heart exploded, and the howling wind and cloud-splitting dog also lost its life. I guess I was the one who killed him. The blood-devouring king's body collapsed, with only this thought in his mind. Kill a level 1 howling wind-splitting cloud dog in the second realm to gain 80 million HP. Killing a level 2 dog across different levels will gain an additional 40 million HP. Anlin stood up suddenly and directly gained 120 million blood energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 100 million health points. The system has been upgraded. Since the host has upgraded twice in a row, the upgrade time has been shortened. There are 12 hours left. When the news of the system upgrade came, Anlin began to whistle happily. It turned out that the other world was the most enjoyable place to upgrade. After upgrading twice in a row, he didn't know what rewards he would get. However, the primary goal now is to fuse the beast taming bag to the queen ant. Ding! Do you want to fuse this space ant queen and the beast taming bag? Required blood energy, 100 million. Fusion success rate, 97%. Fusion time, 5 hours. Fusion. Time passed quickly, and the queen ant walked out of the blood cocoon. Name, Void Ant Queen. Attributes, Space, Fire, Gold. Level, 1 stage. Potential, Xian level lower grade. There was no change in production speed or skills, but the space gene in the gene column became another gene. World. There is a small world inside the body that can accommodate life. The small world cannot generate spiritual power and cannot store space rings. The world inside the queen ant is the highest world and can accommodate ant soldiers with their own worlds. Done. Anlin looked at the queen ant. At this time, the queen ant's body became a little petite, like a puppy. The queen ant is not as bloated and immobile as before, so Anlin can carry the queen ant with him. Shao Yi, put the ice battle spirit into your world. Since the beast taming bag was taken away by Anlin for fusion, the ice war spirit is now homeless. After entering the queen ant's world, Anlin asked the queen ant to describe it roughly. He immediately understood that the height of the space inside the queen ant's body was about 20 meters, and the area was 10,000 square meters. Very big. Now the ant eggs laid by the queen ant are directly produced in the small world and can be summoned at any time. There is also a digestion pool in the queen ant's small world. As long as the corpse of the monster is thrown into it, it can be turned into nutrition for itself. This is much more efficient, saving time on chewing and making digestion much faster. After observing the queen ant's small world, Anlin opened the queen ant's gene panel and began to create the transport ant soldiers again. The original size of the transport ant soldiers is relatively large, and in order to provide nutrition to the queen ant, the tail will also swell. With the small world, these can be removed, mainly for easy carrying. Anlin didn't know whether the small world would collapse directly if the transport ants died, so he thought that the transport ants only needed defense. As for mobility, you can let a tiger ant soldier lead you. All the original genes were removed, and Anlin added the queen ant's world gene. Next, Anlin incorporated the exoskeleton gene that he thought had the highest defense. This gene came from a ball-like insect, and it could actually withstand the attacks of blood-killing ant soldiers of the same level. Next, Anlin incorporated the genes of another plant, which was one of the few demon plants that Anlin encountered in the world of small beasts. The resin of this demon plant is extremely sticky, has a certain corrosive power, and is also extremely tough. After the ant soldier's giant jaw pierced into it, it was actually blocked. After adding these genes, Anlin began to shape the appearance of the transport ant soldiers. After using the resin as a buffer to fill the gaps in the exoskeleton, Anlin flattened the body of the transport ant soldier a little. When attacked, the transport ant soldiers will curl up into a ball to resist external attacks. When the ant soldiers are transported, they can also be made into a ball for easy carrying. Soon, new transport ant soldiers were produced. After Anlin carefully looked at his masterpiece, he glanced at the production time. It takes about 3 days to produce a transport ant soldier of the first level, but this thing's small world is only 15 meters high and covers an area of 1,000 square meters. There is definitely no place in the world bigger than the queen ant. Nowadays, the ant soldiers are getting bigger and bigger, and their numbers are increasing. 1,000 square meters can barely be used for a period of time. After making the transport ant soldiers, Anlin struck while the iron was hot and started making another type of ant soldiers. Chapter 98 System Continuous Upgrade. Tiger ant soldiers are fast, numerous, and can siege the enemy. Blood ant soldiers can act as assassins and kill with one strike. Anlin felt that he still needed a control-type ant soldier and one who used poison. The fire poison is now a little unable to keep up with the pace. It just so happens that I have encountered many poisonous monsters recently, and I confuse their genes. No matter what kind of poison it is, as long as it is accumulated, it can create the most poisonous ant soldiers. In addition, Anlin thought that next time he went back, he could buy some bombs or something like that and fuse them into an explosive ant soldier. To control ant soldiers, the first choice is spider-type genes, and the previous plant gene can also be used. However, what makes Anlin a little embarrassed is that such ant soldiers can not only control the enemy, but also control teammates. After all, the spider web is very sticky and can easily entangle the tiger ant soldiers. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems that there is no need for any stickiness to deal with these monsters now. Even if the monsters are stuck to the ground, they can tear the soil off directly with force, so the stickiness is not very useful. At most, it will make the monster's bodies covered with some things. What he needed was something more resilient that could prevent the monster from breaking it. Anlin continued to operate. After removing the sticky substances, he added some genes that increased toughness, such as the streamer spiderweb gene, the ghost vine gene, the mountain-destroying bull tendon gene, and so on. As for why the beef tendon gene was added, it was because Anlin had eaten the beef tendon of this Chihuahua cattle before and almost vomited it out before he could chew it thoroughly. Anlin gathered all the sticky substances together. These sticky substances could be sprayed into the monster's eyes, which might be of some use. Anlin began to pinch new ant soldiers with his hands, and finally an ant soldier that looked like a spider with a tail like a cannon barrel appeared. Let's just call you Skynet Ant Soldier. After creating the Skynet Ant Soldier, Anlin selected several stronger toxin genes and integrated them into the body of another new ant soldier. It is relatively simple to make poisonous ant soldiers. Finally, after Anlin incorporated the stinger gene of the armor-breaking bee, he successfully created the ant soldiers. The ant soldiers that use poison are called mandrake ant soldiers. After creating 2 types of troops, Anlin let the queen ant give birth to a few and conducted some experiments. The production rate of Skynet ant soldiers in the first level is 60 to 1 day, and the nutrition required is 3 times that of tiger armor ant soldiers. The Skynet ant soldiers can bind the blood-killing ant soldiers, and the silk threads they spit out can also block the blood-killing ant soldiers' attacks. They are very tough, but these silk threads themselves are not very thick, and they will be broken by the violent struggle of the same monster. But that's not a problem, as long as there are enough of them. The color of the Mandragora ant soldier was an alluring dark green. The production rate of a first-level ant soldier was 5/1 day. Anlin had the ant soldiers capture a few monsters. A first-level ordinary mandragora ant soldier could actually poison monsters that were 2 or 3 levels higher than himself. However, this refers to the effect after the monster eats it. When the monster grows larger, the venom will take effect more slowly, but it is still highly toxic. The poison of the mandrake ant soldiers can continue to stack, and the upper limit is still relatively high. Ding! The system has been successfully upgraded. The identification function has been upgraded, the synthesis function has been upgraded, and the weak point analysis has been started. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the system. The rewards are as follows. Bloodthirsty Spirit Sword, a mid-grade spiritual sword. It has the function of relieving wound healing, and the sword body can absorb blood to become sharper. Xianyun Formation Book, a mid-level Xian-grade book containing a variety of formations and array deployment methods. Pea Shooter, lower spiritual level, first realm, third stage, wood element, needs to be a demon plant planted in the soil, able to shoot pea bullets. Flower and Tree Spirit Eggs, mid-grade spirit level, wood type, elemental affinity, possesses certain healing abilities. The Illusionary Book of Heaven, a lower-grade Xian-level spiritual technique that can charm others and lead them into the world of illusion. A series of rewards popped up. Anlin had seen a lot of the world recently, so he wasn't too shocked. Putting aside other things, what's the matter with your pea shooter? The reward appeared on the ground. Anlin looked at the familiar plant, a little confused. Is it really a pea shooter? Anlin suppressed the complaints in his heart, put the reward into the space ring, and threw the flower and tree spirit eggs to the queen ant. Xiaoyi, go and hatch this egg so I can check its attributes. Since the system has sent a healing monster, there is no need to look for it. It is just right to give birth to it and synthesize it as the fourth beast. As for the pea shooter, he thought he could go back and buy a machine gun to see if he could become a machine gunner. The improvement of the identification system should mean that one can identify higher-level monsters and cultivators, or that the identification function is more accurate. Anlin opened the system synthesis option, thought for a moment, took out the bloodthirsty spirit sword, and aimed it at Xiaoya. Please select the fusion site. Light appeared, and Anlin discovered that the current fusion could be point-to-point. Of course, whole-body fusion was also possible, but it was definitely not as targeted as point-to-point fusion. Synthetic part, claws. Ding! Do you want to fuse the ice-tying wolf and the bloodthirsty spirit sword? Required health, 32 million. Fusion success rate, 35%, can be increased by consuming blood energy. Fusion time, 3 hours, can be shortened by consuming blood energy. Huh. Anlin opened his eyes wide. Why is this system becoming more and more like some unscrupulous pay-to-win games? But this new feature is great. He tried to open it to increase the success rate, but after a while, Anlin closed it with a dark face. If your health can be increased by 1% with 1.5 million HP, why not grab it? This is equivalent to increasing the success rate by 20%, and the blood energy consumed is equivalent to the blood energy originally required for synthesis. It's a bit ridiculously expensive. There was still a lot of blood energy at the moment, so Anlin reluctantly increased it by 20% and directly chose synthesis. Xiaoya's attack power is too weak. After being combined with this sword, it should be able to inherit the attributes of the bloodthirsty spirit sword. After synthesizing Xiaoya, Anlin checked the final weak point analysis. This function is easy to understand and can reveal the weak points of the beast tamer. Anlin opened Xiaoya's panel. Xiaoya's weaknesses were attack and defense, and his resistance to elements was also relatively weak. As for his speed and control, they were still relatively high. If he wanted to cultivate him, he had to start from these aspects. Xiaoxing's panel was full of weak points, and Anlin couldn't bear to look at it for a while. Even the system's evaluation was cowardly, low combat effectiveness, low quality, it is recommended to restart, and so on. As for the queen ant, her IQ is almost negative. More detailed weak points require blood energy to unlock. Anlin feels that he doesn't need them for the time being, so he fills other holes first. After updating the new system, Anlin entered the blood energy space. He hadn't practiced the 2 king-level skills that the school had given him before. It happened to be the blood energy expansion period now, so he took them out and took a look. Chapter 99 Expensive King-Level Kung Fu. Questioning the Heaven's True Secret, a king-level mid-grade martial arts technique with a total of 9 levels. First layer, 500 million. Second layer, 1.5 billion. Third layer, 5 billion. Ninth level, 10 trillion. Anlin. How long will it take to complete this training? This king-level skill has no attributes, but it can greatly increase the speed of cultivation and the condensation of spiritual energy, which is very suitable for his ice soul battle body. His dantian is now twice the size of that of a cultivator at the same level, and after practicing this technique, it will expand even more. He didn't have 500 million blood energies yet. Anlin thought about it, and looked at another body refining technique. 9 forgings of heavenly thunder. Low-grade king level, with 9 levels in total. The first level, 100 million blood energy, materials required, heavenly thunder true branch, mid-grade heavenly grade, or heavenly tribulation. Second level, 500 million HP, materials required, true thunder stone, heavenly grade. In general, this technique relies on being electrocuted to improve physical fitness. Anlin felt that he needed to find a power station to try it out after he returned. After exiting the blood energy space, Anlin sighed. This technique required too much blood energy, so he had to accumulate it. At the entrance of the cave, huge animal corpses were dragged in and disappeared out of thin air in front of the queen ant. In the queen ant's small world, the digestive tank kept rolling, wrapping up the animal corpses. Anlin looked at the queen ant's petite appearance and touched his chin. Xiaoyi's world does have ways to improve, such as combining it with something related to time. Like a watch? Anlin thought for a moment and opened the synthesis bar. Ding! Insufficient synthesis permissions. Please upgrade the system and try again. Anlin was stunned. It really works. Is this a concept synthesis? Many ideas emerged in Anlin's mind, and this way he would be able to synthesize more things. Can you combine a snake with deer antlers and then combine them with tiger paws, eagle claws, horse heads, etc. to create a dragon? While thinking, Anlin felt a prying gaze. He looked over and found that Xiaoxing was looking at him awkwardly, as if she was expecting something but also a little timid. What did you do again? Anlin asked suspiciously. Although it was right to start a fight when he saw Xiaoxing like this, he still couldn't help but ask. This guy just wandered around after coming out and didn't practice. As a result, his realm is almost catching up with the queen ant. Dadu, Shu, I still remember that you agreed to one of Shu's requests. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, Xiaoxing squeaked and gestured. It seemed that this was really the case. Anlin recalled that in the Tower of War God, he had promised Xiaoxing to give it a few female mice. This is not a difficult task. Just let the queen ant send some ant soldiers to catch a few of them. Tell me what you want. Hearing Anlin's words, Xiaoxing's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran back to another cave and took out a piece of paper. On this piece of paper, there is a picture of a little mouse with a white body and black limbs. White rat, black silk. Picking up the paper, Anlin was a little puzzled. Where did this guy get the paper? Looking closely, there seemed to be some strange words written on the paper. Identification. Name, blood refining fragments. Quality, king level lower grade. Introduction. This technique was created by the blood-devouring king and can strengthen itself by consuming the blood of powerful creatures. Feeling something was wrong, Xiaoxing hurriedly prepared to escape, but was caught by Anlin. Where did you get this? Following Xiaoxing's paw, Anlin saw a pile of books in the corner. These were all found by the queen ant at the place where the blood-devouring king was sealed, but the queen ant had a bad memory and forgot to tell Anlin. Name, Extreme Ice Blood Wolf. Attributes, Ice, Wind. Level, First Realm, Second Stage. Potential, Spiritual Grade. Physique, Ice Soul Battle Body. Skill, Ice Wind Step Ice Claw Physical Skill Eye of Insight New Moon. Laceration, Passive, the claws have a tearing effect, which can destroy the enemy's defense. The wounds created are difficult to heal, causing continuous bleeding. At the same time, the wolf claws that absorb blood can increase a certain amount of attack power. Xiaoya's claws have been successfully strengthened, and for now, there is no shortage of attack power. After school starts, Anlin plans to join the Beast Taming Academy. After all, this is his main profession. After obtaining the heaven-grade breath-concealing ring, he could start playing the pig and eating the tiger again. Previously in the corner, Anlin had obtained many Earth-level and even King-level skills, which were all treasures carried by the blood-devouring king. Through questioning, Anlin also learned that the blood-devouring king died at the hands of an old man, and his space ring was blown up. However, what made Anlin feel lucky was that this guy's heart was still there. Anlin did not plan to let the blood-devouring king absorb it himself. The spiritual power contained in it had become much scarcer due to the passage of time. If the blood-devouring king absorbed it, the range of improvement would not be very large. It would be better for him to synthesize it with his own blood. Anlin planned to take this heart back to school to report. The king-level cultivators are not that exaggerated. At most, they can survive even if their heads are chopped off. The monarch-level cultivators are more terrifying. They can be reborn with a drop of blood. Therefore, the The blood-devouring king cannot be revived with just a heart. Speaking of which, the husband of teacher He, the heavenly level expert who helped me before, seemed to have died at the hands of the blood-devouring king. I can also report to teacher He and let her know that her revenge has been taken. As for killing the blood-devouring king, strictly speaking, the blood-devouring king has become his puppet, and he himself has nothing to do with the blood-devouring king. Putting the heart into the space ring, Anlin rode Xiaoya out of the cave. At present, the beast egg has not hatched, and he does not intend to wait forever. If the thing that hatches does not meet his requirements, it will be very painful. It just so happens that I have nothing to do now. I can wait for the blood-devouring king and the ice spirit griffin to continue to generate blood energy. I can then capture some monsters to synthesize them and enrich my choices. If the attributes are better, even if they cannot become your own beast, you can sell them. Throwing Xiao Xing on the ground and preparing to let this guy go out for some exercise, Anlin rode Xiaoya to look for monsters. It was nighttime, and countless bright stars twinkled in the deep blue sky. Anlin passed through the dense forest and saw the endless plain. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As if sensing something, Xiao Xing's eyes lit up and he quickly jumped out. Not far ahead, a khaki little mouse was holding a fruit and eating it. Anlin and Xiaoya stared silently at Xiao Xing, who looked excited under the bushes. This guy was still lustful. When he saw a mouse, he ran out without even fear of danger. Soon, Xiao Xing came to the side of the little mouse and walked up to it awkwardly. Chapter 100. Rat, I am about to be killed. Squeak, squeak. The khaki mouse's fur stood on end, and it squeaked when it saw Xiao Xing coming. Xiao Xing was stunned for a moment, then mustered up her courage. The creator planned this encounter called redemption from the moment White Rose was born. Anlin, where did this guy get these dirty words from? Xiao Xing was not only communicating with the khaki mouse, but his voice was also echoing in the sea of spirituality. The khaki mouse was a little confused and stared at Xiao Xing with his head tilted. Do you want to go to Shu's house and sit for a while? The big dog in Shu's house can do backflips and street dance. Xiao Xing had just finished speaking when she suddenly felt a little cold and shivered. Under a tree in the distance, Anlin glanced at Xiaoya. Sure enough, even Xiaoya knew that the big dog was talking about him. Xiao Xing had seen Xiaoya fight before. Xiaoya, who was good at physical skills, sometimes rolled over like he was doing street dance. It's okay, this guy is just that mean. I just want to cultivate his ability to resist freezing recently. You can help. Anlin comforted Xiaoya. There's also a Dasha in the rat family, who's the rat's nanny, and a silly mount called Ant. Well, I've offended you all once and for all. Anlin touched his palm and decided to give this guy a good training when he returned. At this time, a fiery red eagle was flying in the sky, looking for tonight's supper. There's something strange about the forest here. You have to fly around it, otherwise your realm will be lowered. Suddenly, it saw a conspicuous khaki mouse on the plain not far away. I don't know what's going on in this area lately. There's not even a trace of an animal, but it's better than nothing. The red cloud eagle swooped down from the sky, flames erupting behind it, and fell like a meteor. As if he sensed something, Xiaoya stood up suddenly, his hair flying, and rushed out. Anlin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was about to shout, but it was too late. The red cloud eagle's claws were about to grab the khaki mouse, but at this time, Xiao Xing pounced on it and pushed it away. The red cloud eagle grabbed Xiao Xing with its claws, and after feeling the flesh on its claws, it flew up with satisfaction. Although the mouse was very small, it had tender skin and flesh, making it the most suitable food for feeding its cubs. A chill came from behind, and a bunch of ice cones flew over like an overwhelming force. Yunying quickly used his skills and turned into a long rainbow of fire and flew out. The ice cones pierced the ground, dyeing the plain into ice blue for a moment, and Xiaoya's figure arrived late. He looked at Yunying's back, let out a long howl, and chased after him again. And the next second, countless ants on the entire plain flew up, like a black mist, all chasing after the red cloud eagle. On the other side of the plain, a blood-red ant received an order, spread its nearly 1 meter long wings, flew into the sky, turned into a streak of blood, and flew towards the red cloud eagle. The ice spirit griffin also reacted and flew in the direction the blood-devouring king left. Several monks who had entered the plains under the cover of night to prepare for hunting heard the noise, looked up at the sky, and saw this scene, and they felt the urge to urinate. They are just ordinary cultivators, and the forest here is full of ordinary monsters, so they plan to come here for an adventure. As a result, I saw such a spectacular scene as soon as I arrived. The ordinary ants were like locusts swarming across the sky, and the bloodlight was like a meteor, carrying a fishy smell that made them feel a little nauseous. Something big has happened. Run away separately. Several monks were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Rat, rat, my time is coming. High in the sky, Xiaoxing stared at the claws on his body with a stupid look on his face. I was so obsessed with sex that I was willing to die for that khaki mouse. But the look of that little girl is exactly the type it likes. Thinking of her past, Xiaoxing shed a tear. Shoo shoo, I can't go back. Lily, Xiaobai, Xiaozhen, Xiaohe, Hong Hong, Yinin Lily, Xiaoying, Abeo, you all must take care of yourselves. As for me, shoo shoo, I also had a harem once. Feeling that he was getting farther and farther away from Xiaoya, Xiaoxing became even more desperate. This stupid big dog was running too slowly. Shoo shoo, am actually not that strong. The sky in the distance seemed to be getting brighter, and Xiaoxing felt a hint of warmth. Could this be what heaven feels like? It turned its head with difficulty and opened its eyes that were almost blinded by the wind. A huge volcano appeared in front of him. The rocks on the ground were slightly red and emitting heat. Many fire-type monsters were fighting for territory, and flames were everywhere. For a moment, Xiaoxing thought he had come to hell. Qi Yunying returned to the fire region and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The pursuers behind him were too terrifying. Along the way, it desperately used its spiritual energy to increase its speed, and only then was it able to barely shake off its pursuers. You know, although it is only at the 7th level of the first realm, it is a monster famous for its speed. When it shuttles through flames, basically no monster at the same realm can catch up with it. After flying back to its nest, it dropped the fat rat in its hand. This amount of rat was not enough to fill its teeth, but it was barely enough to feed a young eagle. After throwing Xiaoxing into the nest, the red cloud eagle flew up again. It had to shake off the pursuers so that they would not notice its nest. In a huge redbird's nest, Xiaoxing rolled several times and landed perfectly. It wiped its eyes and looked around, and found that there were 4 little eagles with a little hare beside it, but they were indifferent to its arrival. Xiaoxing instantly breathed a sigh of relief when seeing the 4 little eagles of the 3rd level of the ordinary level. He was not afraid of these little cubs. After all, it is a 9th level mortal rat, and it can definitely beat these little eagles. But it has a passive skill, can't see me, and these little eagles are like blind people in front of it. Now these little eagles seemed a little full. Xiaoxing walked around in the eagle's nest, built a pile of fiery red crystal blocks, and saw a shivering little wolf in the corner. The little wolf was red all over. Xiaoxing walked over slowly. Although it was only at the 3rd level of the ordinary level, it looked good. The big stupid dog seemed to be a male. It would be better to take this little female wolf back and have her as a child bride. Around the little wolf was a pile of wolf bones. It seemed that there was more than one little wolf captured. Hey, why does this guy have an aura a bit like Big Stupid Dog, and looks a bit like Big Stupid Dog? Could she be Big Stupid Dog's illegitimate daughter? Xiaoxing was a little confused, but that big stupid dog didn't seem to be older than herself. It was just that his realm improved too quickly, so his body size was that big. How could he have an illegitimate child? At this time, at the entrance of the fire domain, the blood-devouring king and Xiaoya met up. Xiaoya's eyes were filled with indifference, and the scene after his birth emerged in his mind. It was here that its mother abandoned it. Chapter 101 The Lord's Wrath. Behind Xiaoya, Anlin sighed softly. He could feel Xiaoya's sadness. I wanted to reach out and touch Xiaoya's head, but then I remembered that Xiaoya's personality was that of a little wolf with a strong sense of self-esteem. It seemed that I couldn't hook up with the little wolf now. Taking off his worn-out shoes that were hanging from his ankles, Anlin said to Xiaoya, "They'll be here soon. Let's go in first. Xiaoxing is lucky, so he'll be fine." In the sea of spirituality, the little sun belonging to Xiaoxing is still strong, so Xiaoxing is not injured yet. Looking at the fiery red area in front of him, Anlin stepped in helplessly. He has ice attribute and will not get any good results in such a place. Xiaoya stared at the entrance to the fire region, his ice blue eyes dimming. In the fire area, a slender female wolf with flaming hair was licking her cubs. A long time ago, it was attacked by an ice-attributed monster, and the cold poison in its body could not be eliminated. After she became pregnant with these cubs, the cold poison inexplicably disappeared, and she regained her former fighting power. Among the cubs, except for the eldest one who was born first and is relatively weak, the others are all very strong. Now that the cubs have grown hair, the female wolf was a little surprised to find that the first cub was completely white. Born weak and with overly conspicuous fur, this cub was destined to be abandoned. In this world, the living environment of monsters is very dangerous. Not only do they have to face crushing attacks from other monsters with higher realms than themselves, but they also have to face many human monks who come to hunt crystal cores. The female wolf looked at her cubs, a trace of sadness flashing in her eyes. Even if they allow the cubs to continue staying in the territory, the other members of the wolf pack will send the cubs as a suicide squad to explore the territories of other monsters. Among the wolf clan, the old, weak, sick and disabled are all thrown out as bait. Then, the little wolf cubs grew up day by day, and the white wolf cub became more and more strange. In its body, spiritual power of ice attribute was actually derived. This means that the little wolf is even less capable of surviving in this place. Ice-attributed monsters are not only suppressed by their attributes in the fire domain, but will also be hunted by other monsters. In the end, the mother wolf abandoned the white little wolf. Anlin rode Xiaoya and shuttled through the fire area. Along the way, if Xiaoya had not had a strong sensing ability and the protection of the breath-suppressing ring, he might have been besieged by monsters by now. Just on the outskirts of the fire zone, Anlin saw many first-level monsters. This place is different from the forest. There may be more high-level monsters in it. In the Sea of Spirits, Anlin has been communicating with Xiaoxing. According to Xiaoxing's description, it is now under a star, surrounded by bird nests. Xiaoxing's description is equivalent to no description, but fortunately this guy is relatively safe now. I heard from him that he also found a little pet. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Xiaoya suddenly stopped. Search separately? Anlin was stunned and looked at Xiaoya suspiciously. He knew that Xiaoya was worried. Along the way, Anlin also guessed it. His father had said that Xiaoya was a mutant monster and was found in a place full of fire monsters. This should be the place full of fire-type monsters. Go ahead, be careful. Anlin thought for a moment and handed the Demon King's Avenue Crystal to Xiaoya. This is the Demon King's Great Tao Crystal. If you encounter danger, activate it directly. Although this other world won't give birth to a king, there is a possibility that a king from other worlds may appear. After giving a few instructions, Anlin let Xiaoya go. With the Demon King's Avenue Crystal, Xiaoya should not encounter any danger. Xiaoya disappeared into a crater. Anlin shook his head and continued walking towards the place with many trees. The trees here are quite special, all containing fire-attributed spiritual power. Anlin walked to a completely red tree, circulated the spiritual energy in his fist, and smashed it directly at the roots of the tree. The trees collapsed with a loud bang, and Anlin thought about it and put them directly into the space ring. There are many fiery red fruits on this tree. Anlin just identified them and found that they are all ordinary fire cloud fruits. They can be taken to the Queen Ant's space to plant them. Anlin planned to use the small worlds of the ant soldiers for farming after the Queen Ant produced a few transport ant soldiers. Although the ant soldier's small world will not produce spiritual energy, I can integrate it. After collecting several fire cloud trees into the space ring, Anlin continued to search for Xiaoxing's whereabouts. The eagle before was a first-level demon beast, and its nest should not be located deep in the fire area. Otherwise, the newly born eagle would not be able to withstand such heat. Anlin kept searching for the whereabouts of the eagle's nest, and the Queen Ant's ant soldiers also arrived at the fire area and spread out directly to search for Xiaoxing's whereabouts. The ice spirit griffin did not enter the fire zone directly, but lingered on the edge. Fire-type monsters all have a sense of territory. Although they are constantly fighting among themselves, if the breath of the ice spirit griffin is sensed, they will definitely all come to besiege the ice spirit griffin. The blood-devouring king began slaughtering as soon as he entered the fire domain, rapidly improving his strength. At this time, deep in the fire area, a huge volcano suddenly erupted, and the surrounding monsters roared and began to flee. A huge claw emerged from the magma and grabbed a 5-meter-long firebird beast. The magma rolled like boiling water, and the firebird beast was caught in the magma by the giant claws, without any ability to struggle. A chilling chewing sound was heard, and the next moment, the horrible creature in the magma suddenly roared as if it sensed something. The volcano erupted, and dark red magma gushed out amidst billowing black smoke, swallowing up the sky. A giant beast that was hundreds of meters in size spread its wings and flew up. For a moment, it was as if the end of the world had come, and countless monsters fled while wailing. They are not afraid of magma. To them, the existence of magma is like warm water. What they fear is the Lord who suddenly becomes angry. The king of the fire realm, the angry skeleton dragon. In the distance, Anlin was looking for Xiaoxing's whereabouts when he suddenly felt the ground shaking violently, like a dragon turning over when the space merged that day. A terrifying roar was heard, and Anlin was stunned. What the hell was this? He looked up and saw that the distant sky was filled with red light, and the night seemed to be burning with flames. I can't be so unlucky, right? Anlin murmured. Logically speaking, the highest monster in the small beast world is only the Earth-level monster, but the power he encountered did not seem to be caused by an Earth-level monster. Chapter 102 Flame? Flame. Although he didn't know what level of monster the roaring beast in the distance was, Anlin thought about it and decided that he shouldn't be too worried because he still had the Tao crystal given by his teacher. After some searching, Anlin found the eagle's nest where Xiaoxing was. He asked several first-level ant soldiers to fly with him, and Anlin went directly into the eagle's nest. The eagle's nest was very large. After all, the size of the red cloud eagle was also terrifyingly large, so after Anlin landed in the nest, he still felt it was a bit empty. However, Anlin saw Xiaoxing at a glance. At this time, Xiaoxing was sitting on the head of a little eagle, scratching the little eagle's big beak. "What are you doing?" Anlin walked over. Although this guy was timid, he would become extremely arrogant when he met a monster weaker than himself. Squeak! Xiaoxing turned around and rushed over to Anlin after seeing him. Anlin touched Xiaoxing's head. The little guy was almost scared to death, but he dared to push away the other mice in that situation. He was really brave and deserved to be praised. Xiaoanzi, Rat has adopted a goddaughter. Well, okay, huh? Anlin looked at Xiaoxing in some surprise. What's wrong with this guy? Xiaoxing slowly slid down from Anlin's body and ran towards the nest, saying as she ran, "These little eagle cubs just scared the rat goddaughter." Soon, Anlin saw a fiery red little wolf. Why does this thing look a bit like Xiaoya? Anlin thought about it and used the identification method on the little wolf. Name: Fire Wolf. Attribute: Fire. Level: Ordinary level 3. Quality: Yellow grade high quality. It seemed that at the beginning, Xiaoya was an ice spirit wolf. The little red dog should be the big silly dog's sister. The rat smelled the scent of the big silly dog on the little red dog. Xiaoxing sat in the sea of spirituality. At this time, Xiaoya, who had been diving, suddenly wavered and roared in the sea of spirituality. Xiaoya's sister? Anlin raised his eyebrows, thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence. But when he saw Xiaoya's reaction in the sea of spirituality, this should be true. It turns out that Xiaoya is really a mutant, but this mutation is too strange. The mutations of other monsters are all racial mutations, but Xiaoya's attributes are directly reversed. But Anlin glanced at Xiaoxing. This guy recognized Xiaoya's sister as his goddaughter. He would be beaten to death by Xiaoya soon. After picking up the little wolf cub, Anlin conveniently put all the treasures in the eagle's nest into the space ring. As for the little eagles, Anlin took a look and found that they were all high-grade yellow level 1s. Although the monster cubs were relatively expensive, he was not short of money at the moment. The main reason is that the Queen Anne is not here, otherwise Anlin would definitely not mind taking it into the small world. Let the blood-devouring king find Scarlet Cloud Eagle and kill him. Then we can retreat. This new map is full of fire-type monsters. Anlin thinks he can move the Queen Ant to the side and catch some fire-type monsters to combine them. Although he had no intention of contracting a fire-type monster, his sister was also a fire-attributed combat body, so it would be nice to get her a good quality monster to race. After all, this thing would be absolutely loyal to him. As for this little wolf cub, Anlin thought that Xiaoya could take care of it. After all, she was Xiaoya's sister. In the cave, Xiaoya stood beside an animal corpse and bent down. This is a scarred female wolf who has been dead for some time. The entire tribe was destroyed, and no fire spirit wolf survived. Xiaoya gently tapped the female wolf with his nose, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his ice-blue eyes. He could smell the scent of a human cultivator on the female wolf. Lifting up the mother wolf's body, Xiaoya slowly walked back in the direction he came from. His snow-white fur was dyed red by the mother wolf's blood. On the other side, Anlin jumped down from the eagle's nest holding the wolf cub and Xiaoxing. The blood-devouring king's strength has reached the 5th stage of the first realm. After all, as a king, he does not need to stabilize his realm and can unscrupulously absorb blood and souls to improve himself, so his speed is exceptionally fast. Combined with the martial arts he learned in his previous life, the blood-devouring king can fight the red cloud eagle alone. Sitting on a tiger-armored ant soldier of the first level, Anlin soon saw Xiaoya. When Anlin found the corpse on Xiaoya's back, he was stunned. At this time, the little wolf in his arms also howled pitifully. In the sea of spirituality, Xiaoya's spiritual core fluctuated slightly, and Anlin also understood what Xiaoya meant. The Fire Spirit Wolf clan was destroyed, and the Fire Spirit Wolf on Xiaoya's back was his mother. Its mother died at the hands of human monks. Anlin sighed. From Xiaoya's perspective, even though his mother had abandoned him, there was nothing that could be done about it. If he continued to stay in the tribe, he would sooner or later be abandoned. Moreover, ice-attributed monsters cannot survive in the fire zone, and it will kill those murderers of its mother with its own hands. Anlin jumped down from the ant soldier's back. From a human perspective, killing monsters to obtain resources is a very normal thing. Let the ant soldiers get familiar with the breath of human cultivators on the fire spirit wolf and expand the range to search for these people. However, the human perspective is the human perspective. Anlin felt that since his demon beast had been wronged and his entire family had been wiped out, he would definitely help his relatives instead of the innocent. When he found these people, he would just let Xiaya take action. I don't know what Xiaya's mind was thinking, but he actually wanted me to merge it with its mother. Anlin lowered his eyes and turned on the system. Ding, do you want to fuse the ice crack blood wolf and the fire spirit wolf? Required blood energy, 100 million. Fusion success rate, 100%. Fusion time, 10 minutes. A fusion rate of 100%. Anlin was a little confused. This was the first time he encountered such an outrageous success rate. Logically speaking, the fire spirit wolf is only a top-grade yellow grade, so it shouldn't require so much blood energy. After confirming with Xiaya again, Anlin chose to confirm. Blood appeared, and many blood-colored threads emerged from the ground. The body of the fire wolf suddenly disintegrated and turned into red light, wrapping Xiaya. Xiaya stared at the front. In the light, his mother walked slowly towards him with love and surprise in her eyes. At this time, the female wolf stopped hesitantly and lowered her head with guilt. The blood spread across Xiaya's body, wrapping it up like a beating heart. Xiaya shook his head and growled softly. I no longer hate you, but I can't forget my little self. In Xiaya's eyes, a snow-white little wolf was howling in the mud, looking at its mother walking away. After an unknown amount of time, a pair of gentle big hands picked it up. A mutant wolf cub? Catch him and use him as a beast tamer for that kid. The flame spread over Xiaya's body. Deep in his heart filled with ice, a small flame burned, connecting with the pale blue ice but failing to melt it. The white hair was quickly assimilated by the flames, turning into intersecting orange and red lines that rose and danced in the flames. Chapter 103, Transformation, Ice and Fire Battle with the Wolf. In just 10 minutes, Xiaya experienced a baptism like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. The heart transformed from blood energy was dyed red and kept beating, and the shadow of a giant flaming wolf appeared, its eyes full of unruly fighting spirit. After howling to the sky, it turned into a flaming tornado and rushed into the bloody heart. My heart suddenly exploded, and Xiaya walked out with flames burning all over his body. His fiery red hair danced with the flames, and for a moment, the air around him became scorching hot. Name Ice and Fire Battle Wolf. Attributes: Ice, Fire. Level: First Realm, Second Stage. Potential: Xian level top grade. Physique: Ice Soul Battle Body, Burning Heaven Battle Body. Skill: First Form. Freeze, a mid-level spiritual skill. Uses Ice attribute spiritual power to freeze the enemy and reduce its speed. Extreme Ice Flash, a top-grade spiritual skill, with bursts of speed, moving forward a certain distance in a flash. Ice Forbidden Spell, mid-grade Xian level spell, summons an ice aura, creates an ice storm, freezes enemies within the attack range, and causes continuous slowdown. Physical skills, lower spirit level, passive skill that can improve the explosive power, attack power, and combat ability of beast taming. Eye of Insight, a mid-level spiritual skill, a passive skill that can find the enemy's weaknesses and infer the enemy's next move based on the movements of various parts of the enemy's body. Crescent Moon, passive skill, lower spiritual level, can absorb spiritual power for storage, increase combat power under moonlight, and increase the speed of absorbing spiritual power. Second Form. Explosive Flame, a mid-level spiritual skill. Use spiritual power to construct 10 fireballs to bombard the enemy, causing continuous burns. Fighting Will, passive skill. The longer the battle lasts, the stronger the attack power. Unyielding, Xian level ultimate, possesses the unyielding soul, reduces negative effects, loses pain, greatly improves combat power, and will temporarily restore to peak condition after defeat. Note: after using Unyielding, you will be weak for a week. Burning Heaven, a top-grade Xian level skill. It constructs a field of fire. The player will receive continuous benefits in the field, and the enemies will suffer continuous burns. At the same time, it will block the absorption of spiritual power of other attributes. Burn Everything. Special: Burn Everything, Destroy Everything. Huh? Anlin opened his eyes wide. This was blatant cheating, right? Anlin had never expected that the 100% synthesis success rate would be so abnormal. Looking at Xiaoya, whose whole body was burning with flames. This should be Xiaoya's second form, Burning Sky. Not only did Xiaoya acquire many abnormal skills, but he also added a Burning Heaven battle body. Shi Anlin looked at Xiaoya with some excitement, but the next second, his expression suddenly changed. A fire without source burned in his dantian and soon spread to all his meridians. The meridians and dantian were burned together, and Shi Anlin recalled the pain he had experienced during his body training. Blood energy feedback appeared and poured into Shi Anlin's body. A large amount of energy served as the basis for body refining. Shi Anlin rolled on the ground in pain, but then he thought that this was a great opportunity, and he couldn't help but start practicing the Xianjun body refining method. The progress of body refining began to increase rapidly. Shi Anlin's body continued to crack, but was restored by a large amount of blood energy, making Shi Anlin feel both painful and happy. This guy is not dead yet. The blood-devouring king was a little frightened. He entered the small beast world after being injured. When he passed by this area, he felt the vigorous vitality in the volcano and was ready to kill it. What he didn't expect was that this old dragon was not a local creature. Because he was seriously injured, he was unable to sense clearly for a while that this thing was actually a king-level monster. With one blow, it directly angered the angry flame skeleton dragon. The dragon had a hot temper and wanted to kill him and devour him, so it kept chasing him, forcing him to stop and fight it. As a genius of the demon clan, and because the angry flame skeleton dragon was only at the first king level, the seriously injured blood-devouring king fought back and forth with the angry flame skeleton dragon and absorbed a lot of its vitality. Finally, after seriously injuring the angry flame skeleton dragon, the blood-devouring king sensed the approach of pursuers and fled directly. The old dragon also concealed his breath and returned to the volcano to recuperate. Now, after taking over the body of the ant soldier, I came to this area again. I thought that this angry skeleton dragon should not continue to survive in such a barren place, but I didn't expect that this guy was still there. And I also felt his presence. The blood-devouring king shrank his neck. If his old body was still there, he would definitely not be afraid of this guy, but now he is only at the 5th stage of the first realm. If he meets this guy, he will definitely be in trouble. After communicating with the queen ant in his mind, the blood-devouring king threw the red cloud eagle, which had been sucked dry by the demons, aside, and quickly fled from the fire region. As for Shi Anlin and the others, the blood-devouring king felt that he was the target of the angry flame skeleton dragon. As long as he left, the angry flame skeleton dragon would not notice them. The blood-devouring king left the fire territory in disgrace and took away several ordinary monsters with him. He sucked their blood dry and threw them on the ground. In the fire area, monsters rioted, and a huge dragon beast flew up and blew the monsters away. At this moment, Xiaoya seemed to sense something, and quickly picked up Shi Anlin and threw him on his back, then picked up Xiaoxing and his sister, and let out a long roar at the 2 ant soldiers. The ant soldiers flew up and hooked Xiaoya's body and Shi Anlin with their feet, fixing them on Xiaoya's back. Then Xiaoya's body changed, his red hair turned white, and his whole body exuded cold air. Then, Xiaoya turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the angry flame skeleton dragon seemed to sense something, looked over, and roared angrily, shattering all the clouds floating in the sky. Although the disgusting smell of blood disappeared, it felt that there was still an ice-attributed monster in its territory. Moreover, this monster seemed to be particularly delicious. The turbid eyes of the angry flame skeleton dragon were filled with greed, which seemed to be the breath of a fighting body. Its body was very old, and in order to prevent being devoured by other dragon beasts, it had to leave Longyuan and come to the small beast world where spiritual energy was poor. In the world of small beasts, its strength continued to decline, leaving it with no chance to recover from its injuries. The injuries left by the bloody guy also worsened, causing its strength to be reduced to only 1/10 of what it was. After such a long time, the small beast world has slowly assimilated it, causing its own spiritual power to only be maintained at the earth level, and its body has become more aged. But if it could devour this war body, its body would regain vitality, which also meant that it could even return to Longyuan and take back its territory. The angry skeleton dragon flapped its wings and roared as it chased after it. Chapter 104 Qi Shuyue vs. Angry Skeleton Dragon. Xiaoya kept using his skills to escape. He could feel the terrifying pressure behind him approaching rapidly. However, there was no panic in Xiaoya's eyes. If the owner of this pressure really caught up with it, it would directly use the Demon King's Avenue Crystal. At this time, on the other side of the fire area, a graceful figure was constantly shuttling back and forth. What's going on? Where did a monster of this level come from in the fire region? Qi Shuyue murmured. She was originally planning to go to the fire spirit realm to complete the mission, but when she passed through the small beast realm, she heard that the small beast realm also had its own mission target in the fire region. The fire spirit realm is a big world with many dangers. In addition, she accidentally killed a warrior from the fire spirit realm recently, so Qi Shuyue decisively chose to come to the fire domain to complete the mission and temporarily avoid the limelight. I don't know what Anlin has been doing recently. This other world is really troublesome. There is no internet. Qi Shuyue thought as she approached the angry skeleton dragon. After this battle with the ruler of the world, her realm finally broke through. Now, before she even reached her junior year, her strength has already reached the 4th level. The aura of this monster is also at the 4th level. Although it is at the peak of the 4th level, it also has a lot of bonuses. If she can't defeat it, she can run away. The most important thing is that the monster seemed to be injured, and she wanted to take advantage of it. The angry skeleton dragon behind him was getting closer and closer. Xiaoya felt helpless. He had originally thought that the avenue crystal condensed by the king should be very precious and should not be used casually, but in this situation, if he didn't use it, he would have to leave it here. At this time, the aura surging in Qi Anlin's body finally stabilized. He shook his head and slowly sat up. As soon as he sat up, he saw the raging skeleton dragon that covered the sky behind him and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. In front of him, Xiaoxing was holding a mobile phone and taking a selfie with the angry skeleton dragon as the background. Beside it, the fire wolf huddled together, trembling. What is this? Patting his head, Qi Anlin didn't notice the changes in himself. The current situation was too exciting, and he was a little confused for a while. Squeak, squeak, big silly girl. Tell Rat that this is the blood-devouring king's old lover. She had sex with the blood-devouring king before, and now she wants the blood-devouring king to take responsibility. Qi Anlin looked at the huge body of the angry flame skeleton dragon and couldn't help swallowing. Name, Angry Skeleton Dragon. Attribute, Fire. Level, 4th Realm, 9th Stage. Injured plus Aging, Original Realm. 6th Realm, 1st Stage. Potential, King Level Lower Grade. Introduction, the old dragon is nearing the end of his life. After a fierce battle with the blood-devouring king, his injuries worsened and he will not live long. Qi Anlin touched his chin. If this thing was still at the 6th level, he would definitely use the Dao crystal without hesitation, but now it was only at the 4th level. He felt that he needed to think about it. If a king-level dragon beast could be killed, its corpse would be full of treasures, but this dragon is already old, and the quality of the materials on its body has decreased. Qi Anlin glanced at Xiaoya below him. He had talked with the blood-devouring king before. The suppression of the forest was effective even for the king, but looking at Xiaoya's condition, it was obvious that he could not last in the forest. Although this angry flame skeleton dragon is very old, if I synthesize it myself, it may not be impossible to restore and upgrade it. Qi Anlin looked at the angry skeleton dragon, thought about it, and dismissed the idea. He doesn't have that much blood energy. The angry flame skeleton dragon was getting closer and closer. Qi Anlin sighed. Could it be that he really had to use the avenue crystal? Just as he was thinking, a graceful figure wrapped in phoenix fire leaped high into the sky and suddenly kicked out. The phoenix fire seemed to come alive and made a loud cry. Flames bloomed on the body of the angry flame skeleton dragon. Qi Anlin stared in amazement as the angry flame skeleton dragon's huge body actually tilted sideways and fell to the ground. Sister. Qi Anlin opened his mouth, feeling that his 3 views were shocked. Although this dragon was injured, he was once a king. Is my sister so fierce? She kicked it right away. In the distance, Qi Shuyue's figure fell to the ground. She was wearing a set of tightly fitting armor, which highlighted Qi Shuyue's curvy figure. On the crimson armor, a phoenix was flying with its wings spread, as if it were real. Qi Shuyue's eyes were filled with excitement. She licked her lips gently and whispered softly, "It's actually a wounded king-level monster. I'm so lucky today." Clang. Qi Shuyue stretched out her hand, and a spear appeared in her hand. The angry flame skeleton dragon was very large, and this was the key to her victory. She practiced monarch-level skills and king-level martial arts, and with the king-level spear in her hand, Qi Shuyue's body trembled slightly. Today she was going to kill the king. The flame phoenix battle body was fully activated, and Qi Shuyue's aura rose sharply. She had to kill this old dragon before the guardian arrived. At this time, Xiaoya stopped and looked at Qi Shuyue in the distance. Qi Anlin jumped off Xiaoya's back. His sister was fighting with the angry skeleton dragon, so he certainly couldn't continue to run away. However, Qi Shuyue is also in the 4th realm after all, so she can fight against the angry flame skeleton dragon. Moreover, Qi Anlin feels that even if Qi Shuiyue cannot defeat it, she can just escape. He didn't believe that Feng Huojuan didn't prepare a life-saving trump card for Qi Shuiyue. He narrowed his eyes, wanting to see how his elder sister used her combat body. The roar continued to be heard, and the angry skeleton dragon roared, and the flames instantly engulfed a large area. As a king, although his body is old, he is not someone that a small shrimp in the earth realm can challenge. Qi Shuiyue's body was swept by the huge dragon's tail and flew out directly, creating a huge pit of more than 10 meters in the ground. The next second, Qi Shuiyue's figure was bleeding again. She spat out a mouthful of blood lightly, and fighting spirit appeared in her eyes. Phoenix feather kill. The figure of a phoenix appeared on the spear. Qi Shuiyue jumped hard and avoided the attack of the angry flame skeleton dragon. Then, she stabbed out hundreds of spears in a second. Hot flames emerged from the phoenix spear and pierced the body of the angry flame skeleton dragon. A look of joy appeared in Qi Shuiyue's eyes. The injuries on this old dragon were so serious. Moreover, this injury seemed to be caused by the king, so the old dragon has not been able to recover. Qi Shuiyue found these temporarily hidden wounds and continued to attack with martial arts. What she didn't notice was that Qi Anlin was watching the battle with his breath-suppressing ring, and he was lying on the ground eating melon seeds. Although he also wanted to help his sister attack the old dragon, with his own strength, he would definitely evaporate immediately if he went over there. As for greeting my sister, she's still fighting and can't be distracted. I don't know if my sister can hold back and let him finish off the opponent later. But now, he needs to look at his own transformation first. After Xiaoye evolved, the bond seemed to have been strengthened. Chapter 105 Second Identity. Host, Qi Anlin. Realm. 1 realm, 2 stages. Occupation, Beastmaster, Physical Cultivator, Qi Cultivator. Blood Energy, 180 million. Beast Tamer. E, Level 1, Stage 1. Xiaoye, Level 1, Stage 2. Xiaoxing, Ordinary Level, Stage 9. Exercise, Brief. Bond. Sea of Spirit. Establish a spiritual connection with the beast, greatly increase your spiritual power, and expand the capacity of the Sea of Spirit. Ice and Fire Conversion. Possesses the Ice Soul Battle Body and the Burning Heaven Battle Body. Can switch attributes at will. There is a 1-second interval when switching. The physique is hidden and cannot be sensed when not switched. Luck. Your luck improves and your chances of encountering adventures increase. Qi Anlin felt it carefully and found that he could change his physique at any time. Moreover, according to the introduction of the system, if he had not transformed into the Burning Heaven War body, no one would sense that he had this physique. Isn't this a second identity? Qi Anlin's eyes were filled with excitement. In the future, when he traveled to another world, he could transform his physique into the Burning Heaven War body so that no one would be able to recognize him. As for using the second physique to fight, things like fighting should of course be left to the Beastmaster, so why should I join in the fun? After carefully feeling the changes in his body, Qi Anlin continued to observe Qi Shuiyue's battle. Recording a video on his mobile phone, Qi Anlin watched Qi Shuiyue being beaten violently by the angry skeleton dragon in front of him. Although Qi Shuiyue's equipment was very luxurious and her armor was king level, her strength was only at the first level of the 4th realm after all. The fact that she was not killed in one blow was enough to prove her strength. There were many big holes on the ground, which were the traces left by Qi Shuiyue. The angry skeleton dragon was also beaten badly, with blood staining the ground, and even its wings had many holes. The most important thing is that after Qi Shuiyue was injured, she started taking drugs like crazy, and the angry flame skeleton dragon could only watch herself being consumed. Very miserable. Qi Anlin smacked his lips. It was the first time he had seen Qi Shuiyue's fighting style. She was fierce and reckless, like an indestructible cockroach. She would come back and shoot a few more times after being knocked away. The battle was slowly coming to an end. Although Qi Shuiyue had been taking drugs, her injuries were too severe and the drugs were not working for a while. The angry flame skeleton dragon was like a small sun, engulfed in flames all around. With a deafening explosion, Qi Shuiyue's body flew backwards, and the armor on her body became a little dim. Although it is a king-level armor, the spiritual power that Qi Shuiyue input is only at the 4th level, so the armor's defense has not reached its peak. This time, Qi Shuiyue flew towards him. Qi Anlin sighed and reached out to catch Qi Shuiyue. A dull sound was heard, and the ground cracked. Qi Anlin took a few steps back to absorb the impact. Ahem. Thank you, Qi Anlin. Qi Shuiyue felt someone catching her from behind. Just as she was about to say thank you, she turned around and saw a familiar face. Sister, are you okay? Anlin said with concern, but he was cursing in his heart. He had been watching his sister being beaten for so long. If she knew, he would probably be the one to be beaten. It's okay, leave quickly. Shuyue was still a little confused, but the next second, an angry flame skeleton dragon flew over. Shuyue's face changed, and she pushed Anlin away. The armor on her body shone brightly, and the spear in her hand turned into a flaming phoenix and was thrown out. Roar! The angry flame skeleton dragon was about to dodge, but its body was too huge, and the spear shot directly into its mouth and pierced its throat. Blood gushed out, and Shuyue fell down exhausted. Xiaoya, use extreme ice flash. Anlin turned over and rode on Xiaoya's back and whispered to Xiaoya. The fire wolf was taken away from the fire territory by the ant soldiers, but Anlin still carried Xiaoxing with him, even though Xiaoxing was now frightened to the point of foaming at the mouth. Xiaoya turned into a ray of white light, appeared in front of Shuyue, and then flashed away again. The angry flame skeleton dragon's body fell to the ground and rolled over in pain, but Xiaoya had already used Extreme Ice Flash to leave the spot. Extreme Ice Flash consumes a lot of energy for Xiaoya. Only by using Xinyu can Xiaoya use Extreme Ice Flash so many times. In a flash, Shuyue appeared on the field dozens of meters away. She looked at Xiaoya in a daze. Your beast can also use the monarch's spatial teleportation? After feeling it more carefully, Shuyue rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Battle body? It seems like it's a combination of two battle bodies. Shuyue suddenly looked at Anlin. She only felt that one of the combat bodies on Xiaoya's body was the Ice Soul combat body, while the other combat body seemed a little blurry and its attributes were a bit strange. And Anlin. This guy must have some breath-concealing equipment on him, otherwise how could he not feel it? At this moment, Shuyue's eyes suddenly lit up, and she took out a pill and said to Anlin, "Let me borrow your breath-suppressing ring and your beast tamer. Xiaoya's spiritual energy has dried up. Don't talk nonsense. This pill of mine can heal it. I'll put a talisman on it later so it won't get hurt." Shuyue put a defensive talisman on Xiaoya's body and then stuffed the pill into Xiaoya's mouth. A stream of pure spiritual power flowed through Xiaoya's body. The Bingpa battle body absorbed spiritual energy extremely quickly and digested the entire pill within half a minute. Even the Xinyu skill was replenished. Seeing this, Anlin sighed and handed his breath-concealing ring to Shuyue. Afterwards, he quickly left the scene. Without the breath-suppressing ring, he would be a sitting duck if he stayed there. If the old dragon wanted to take someone away before dying, he would definitely be the first choice. Sister, if possible, let Xiaoya finish off the opponent later. I feel this will be beneficial to the evolution of Xiaoya's bloodline. Anlin left a word and disappeared. Although it was a bit strange, Shuyue still agreed to Anlin's request. She gently flipped over and rode on Xiaoya's back. White Wolf, use that flash skill you just used. It would be best if you could flash to the neck of this dragon beast, and then flash away. I can't promise to save the last blow for you. After all, you can't hold back in a fight of higher rank. But if you see an opportunity later, you can come over and attack. The talisman on your body can withstand one attack from the old dragon, and you won't get hurt. After Shuyue gave a few instructions, Xiaoya nodded and turned into a white light, shuttling through the fire area. The angry flame skeleton dragon flew up again, opened its mouth and roared, then spurted out the phoenix spear. The next moment, it scanned the battlefield angrily and found that it could not find any trace of the little bug. Vertical Pupil looked into the distance and sensed a small bug with ice attribute, which was also a combat body, and the aura on its body was a bit like the hateful red bug that attacked it before. Roar. Chapter 106 Kill the Angry Skeleton Dragon. A lot of blood energy. Without thinking, he chased after the one in the distance. Anlin felt the pressure from behind him and turned around in confusion. He saw the huge dragon head flying towards him ferociously. His face suddenly changed, his steps quickened, and there was even a faint afterimage. What a bully. At this time, Xiaoya's figure appeared behind the neck of the angry skeleton dragon, and Shuyue took out a pile of talismans, which were engraved with flame symbols and some power runes. After sticking these talismans on the neck of the angry skeleton dragon, Xiaoya left the next second, and Shuyue's hair fluttered in the air, burning with flames. The flaming phoenix appeared again on the spear that was picked up. The angry flame skeleton dragon also felt the energy fluctuations on its neck and tried to dodge. At this time, Shuyue let out a low roar and stabbed the talisman with his spear. These talismans are all talismans that increase attack power. Shuyue has stacked a lot of buffs for herself. This attack directly drained the spiritual power in her body. The phoenix fought in the void and directly covered the body of the angry flame skeleton dragon. The next second, a terrifying explosion was heard, and a space ripple spread out, directly blowing Chi Anlin off the ground. Xiaoya's figure flashed and appeared beside Chi Anlin. Then, it used Extreme Ice Flash again and led Chi Anlin away from the spot. The huge body of the angry flame skeleton dragon smashed to the ground. For a moment, sand and gravel filled the sky. The ground cracked, magma seeped out, and rolled towards the sky. After Xiaoya put Chi Anlin's body down, he quickly came to the side of the angry flame skeleton dragon. At this time, the angry flame skeleton dragon's body was riddled with holes and was still burning with flames. Chi Shuiyue fell to the ground, struggled to get up, and swallowed a pill. The body of the angry flame skeleton dragon trembled slightly, and Xiaoya immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was not dead. The ice blue eyes looked at the angry flame skeleton dragon, and suddenly, flaws appeared in Xiaoya's eyes. The angry flame skeleton dragon was at the end of its strength and could die at any time. It had to deliver a fatal blow. Under Xiaoya's feet, snowflakes bloomed and expanded rapidly. It aimed at the wound on the back of the angry flame skeleton dragon's neck and stepped hard. The snowflakes flew into the wound of the angry flame skeleton dragon and reached the head of the angry flame skeleton dragon along the wound. Bang! Ice Forbidden Spell suddenly exploded, and he fell down without any defensibility, and the light in his eyes disappeared. Because the host has gained a large amount of blood energy, the system has been upgraded and the blood energy units have been converted. Kill the 4th level 9th stage demon beast. Original strength is 6th level 1st stage. Raging Flame Skeleton Dragon. Gain 100 million blood energy. Blood injection energy 1 yuan equals 100 million. Ding! Because the host kills the king level monster for the first time, the number of times of Great Tao Enlightenment is obtained 1. Bite! A series of system prompts sounded, and Chi Anlin jumped up on the spot. Posted. Although the blood energy obtained is only at the 4th level and 9th stage, it is still too much to bear. More than 10 ways to squander blood energy suddenly popped up in Chi Anlin's mind. This sudden burst of ideas meant that he would no longer be short of blood energy in the days to come. Happiness came so suddenly that Chi Anlin felt a little dizzy. Sister, are you okay? Chi Anlin helped Chi Shuiyue up with some effort. If it weren't for this sister, he would definitely have to use the Tao crystal to survive. Chi Shuiyue leaned weakly against Chi Anlin. It should be your beast that killed it in the end, right? Although she didn't know the significance of Chi Anlin's actions, this guy rarely had any needs from her. So Chi Shuiyue just did some calculations and did not use all the talismans. Chi Anlin nodded vigorously, then said, Sister, I am actually a spiritual nurturer, so there is a reason for doing this. Okay, I don't care about that. Chi Shuiyue rolled her eyes. Chi Anlin might not know that he would reflexively look away when he was lying. But, you actually awakened your combat body. Some people will attract strange phenomena when they are born, and the parents of such people are basically powerful people with high realms. Most of them have combat bodies that are gradually manifested after birth. Because of insufficient energy, Chi Shuiyue was a little confused. It was already strange that her family had 2 combat bodies, but she didn't expect that the attributes of Chi Anlin's combat body were actually opposite to hers. Good luck, good luck. Chi Anlin rubbed his hands and suddenly said, Sister, did you kill a spider queen before? I have always wanted to study the monsters of the insect queen level. Of course, I wouldn't ask for it for nothing. I spent a lot of effort to obtain a king-level martial arts technique. Guess what? This technique is quite suitable for you. It's called Flame Phoenix Art. Hearing this, Chi Shuiyue's face changed. Flame Phoenix Art. Where is it? She reached out to grab Chi Anlin's collar, but the next second, she almost fell. After all, he was still in a state of exhaustion, so Chi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Don't get excited. This thing is definitely not on me now, but I left it with Tiger War King. You can go to Linsheng to ask him for it. A huge beast corpse suddenly appeared, but compared with the angry skeleton dragon, it was nothing. Here you go. I'll leave right away after I get back to playing. Chi Shuiyue seemed a little anxious. As for the Spider Queen's corpse, she was actually planning to use it to exchange for resources. Since Chi Anlin said so, if she could exchange it for the Flame Phoenix Art, she would make a lot of money. For ordinary cultivators, Flame Phoenix Art is just a practice method, but for her, Flame Phoenix Art can definitely allow her to break through several realms again. This set of skills is specially prepared for the Flame Phoenix battle body. By the way, now that you've awakened your skills, you can return to the clan to claim some benefits. I don't think I've told you about this yet. There are only a few people in our chief family. Can we still be considered a family? Seeing Chi Anlin's strange expression, Qi Shuyue continued, "It's a long story. It's not our Qi family. It's our mother's family." Hearing this, Qi Anlin said with some toothache, "Don't tell me that my mother is actually a princess from a big family and eloped with my father. How do you know?" Now it was Qi Shuyue's turn to be confused. No one at home should have told Qi Anlin these things. After all, Qi Anlin had problems even practicing before. Qi Anlin was dumbfounded. This plot must be the same in 8 out of 10 novels. It's actually not that complicated. Dad was actually a genius before, but his foundation was damaged in order to save Mom. The family didn't object to them being together. The reason you didn't know was because your talent was really wasted before. Even if you knew, the family wouldn't help you become stronger. Forget it. You should find out for yourself and go back and have a good talk with Dad. After taking away the corpse of the angry flame skeleton dragon, Qi Shuyue's spiritual energy finally recovered a little. "I have to hurry and find Tiger War King. I just happened to pick up a bargain. I won't be short of resources for subsequent training. You also have to hurry and become stronger. Get a good ranking at the start of the school. The school rewards are still very generous." Chapter 107. The Queen Ant Fusion of Military Strategy and Formation. "By the way, sister, Feng Huojuan has accepted me as his disciple and has made a few requests." Qi Shiyue was stunned for a moment, but after thinking about her brother who also had a combat body, she was instantly relieved. "You said that the master had made several requests, and we should hurry up to complete them. I got my king-level phoenix spear after I killed the world overlord. It shouldn't be difficult for you to rank in the top 5,000. Since master has made this request, there will definitely be rewards. However, it all depends on the degree of your completion. The higher your ranking, the better the reward. Come on, I'm rooting for you." After Qi Shuyue finished speaking, she left immediately. School was about to start, and she had to hurry up to complete the task. Looking at Qi Shuyue walking away, Qi Anlin sighed. This elder sister is always rash in doing things. But after thinking about it, Qi Shuyue had to obtain most of her cultivation resources by herself, unlike him, who could use blood energy to cheat in taming beasts. In fact, for him, cultivation resources are not that important. He can break through naturally by controlling the beast. After looking at the green poisonous blood spider, Qi Anlin swallowed his saliva and used the identify skill. Name, Green Light Poisonous Blood Spider Queen. Attribute, Poison. Level 1 of the 3rd realm. Potential, Lower Earth Grade. Constitution, 1000 Poisons War Body, rank 9650. World Power, 0.01%. Qi Anlin raised his eyebrows. Is this thing a combat body? Although it ranks a little low, it is still stronger than his own Eye-Soul combat body. He touched his chin. This Spider Queen was specially prepared by Qi Anlin for the Ant Queen. After fusing with the Spider Queen, Yi could not only gain stronger toxicity, but also increase its own production speed. But what is this world power? The system did not introduce it, and Qi Anlin was also confused. Never mind. Let's take it back to the Queen Ant first. Soon, Qi Anlin returned to the forest. This time the harvest was quite fruitful, all because Xiaoxing was captured, so we were able to make a fortune. This guy woke up on the road and kept crying for his khaki mouse. However, when Xiaoxing was caught before, no one paid attention to the mouse and no one knew where it ran off to. Okay, the ant soldiers will help you find it. Qi Anlin comforted Xiaoxing. This guy's noise in the sea of spirituality gave him a headache. On Qi Anlin's clothes, Xiaoxing nodded with tears and snot, and then wiped it all on Qi Anlin's body. With a sigh, Qi Anlin brought Xiaoxing to the Queen Ant. He carried Sun Tzu's Art of War with him, and the system had previously rewarded him with a copy of Xianyun Formation Book. He was not willing to learn this thing. Although the blood energy space could help him, at best, he still had to understand it by himself. He has learned a lot already. I don't know if the ant soldiers can form a formation. After taking out the corpse of the green poisonous blood spider queen, Qi Anlin opened the synthesis system. This time the synthesis is directed towards the whole body. Ding! Should we fuse the void ant queen and the green light poisonous blood spider queen? Required blood energy, 8 million. Fusion success rate, 40%. Fusion time, 24 hours. The success rate is a bit low. Qi Anlin frowned. To be on the safe side, the success rate should be around 75%. With some luck, there would basically be no failure. The main reason is that the green poisonous blood spider queen is very precious in itself. If the synthesis fails, he will definitely not be able to find a second such special monster in a short period of time. After using 20 million yuan, Qi Anlin increased the success rate to 75%. Start synthesis. After confirming the synthesis, Qi Anlin took out Sun Tzu's Art of War, thought about it, and chose the Queen Ant's brain. Ding! Do you want to fuse the Void Silver Poison Ant Queen and the Art of War? Required blood energy, 1. Fusion success rate, 1%. After spending 10 yuan, Qi Anlin directly increased the success rate to 99%. Qi Anlin had not expected that the synthesis of Sun Tzu's Art of War would be so expensive. 1 yuan here is equivalent to 100 million blood energy. After thinking for a while, Qi Anlin took out the Xianyun formation book and chose the Queen Ant's head again. Of course, the formation has to be arranged by the ant soldiers, but this formation book not only contains some enhancement formations and attack formations, but also combined attack formations, which are the most suitable for the ant soldiers to arrange. The Queen Ant's spiritual core is connected to all the ant soldiers, and all the ant soldiers can know it with just one thought. Ding! Do you want to fuse the Void Silver Poison Ant Queen and the Mysterious Cloud Formation book? Required blood energy, 10. Fusion success rate, 50%. After using Xuan to increase the success rate by 10%, Qi Anlin also chose synthesis. Next, it's time to wait for the synthesis to finish. As for the rest, Qi Anlin sorted out his resources and prepared to start practicing the king-level skills. After handing the serious jade to Xiaoya, Qi Anlin began his retreat. A day passed, and Qi Anlin ended his retreat. Xiaoya's strength broke through to the 4th stage of the first realm, and his strength also broke through to the 3rd stage of the first realm. After 10 days of studying the questioning the heavens true art in the blood energy space, Qi Anlin finally learned the 1st level. The meridians almost doubled in size, and the spiritual energy in his dantian also began to liquefy. Qi Anlin felt that if he burst out now, he could beat 3 of his previous selves. This was only the 1st level of the king-level technique, yet it had allowed him to make such great progress. As for the body refining exercises, the time is relatively short, so he has not had time to practice them. The blood-devouring king's strength increased the fastest. After Qi Anlin gave it 100 grams of the source of life, the blood-devouring king's strength reached the 9th level of the 1st realm within 1 day. However, due to quality reasons, the realm is a bit stuck, so Qi Anlin is also preparing to synthesize the blood-devouring king again. Looking at the Queen Ant, a hint of joy flashed in Qi Anlin's eyes. Name: Void Silver Poison Ant Queen. Attributes: Space, Fire, Gold, Poison. Level: 1 stage. Potential: Earth level top grade. Production speed: Queen Ant, 1/70th day s. 1 realm, for stages, 10/1 day. 1 realm, 3 stages, 50/1 day. First level, 2nd stage, 200/day. 1 realm, 1 section, 1000/day. Ordinary level 9th dan, 3000/day. Skill: Deterrence, ordinary grade. Bloodline control, special. Gene uptake: Yellow grade mid-level. Can extract the genes of the devoured monster and integrate them into one's own body through blood energy. Production: Spiritual grade, produces ant soldiers. The higher the skill level, the faster the production. Different types of soldiers can be produced through gene arrangement. Note: the strength of the soldier type itself affects the production speed. Formation: Xian level ultimate. Can use ant soldiers to arrange most formations. Military strategy: a passive skill that transforms ant soldiers into a legion, increases their morale by 50%, increases their combat capability by 300%, reduces their attrition rate, and has a chance to summon military spirits. After looking at the Queen Ant's data, Qi Anlin's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately began to improve the Queen Ant skills. Gene uptake: Qi Anlin spent 10 origins and upgraded it to the lower grade of Xian level. The Queen Ant has few skills, but each skill is very important. Now many of the genes obtained by the Queen Ant cannot be integrated due to the skill level, so Qi Anlin also prioritizes upgrading them. As for the production skill, Qi Anlin directly used 10 million yuan to upgrade it to the mid-grade Earth level. Chapter 108. Ant Soldiers Constructing a Formation. So, this is the current production rate of the Queen Ant. Production speed: Queen Ant, 1/50th day. 1 realm, 5 stages, 200/day. 1 realm, for stages, 1000/day. 1 realm, 3 stages, 3000/day. First level, 2nd stage, 10,000/day. 1 realm, 1 section, 50,000/day. Ordinary level 9th dan, 150,000/day. Producing 50,000 first-level ant soldiers a day, Qi Anlin opened his eyes wide. Is this the prelude to conquering the entire alien world? Looking at the Queen Ant, Qi Anlin felt that the primary goal now was to improve the Queen Ant's strength. There is a 0.01% mark after the queen ant's small world gene. Anlin feels that this should be the power of the world he saw before. Not knowing what this thing was used for, Anlin decided to study it slowly. What he needed to do now was to test the formation capabilities of the ant soldiers. It's really against the will of heaven. Anlin muttered to himself as he looked at the ant soldiers fighting in front of him. These ant soldiers are all tiger-armored ant soldiers at the first stage of the first realm. At this time, there is a faint khaki light flashing on the bodies of these hundreds of ant soldiers, and their enemy is a tin-wave jackal at the fourth stage of the first realm. In the past, if Shillong Jackal attacked with one move, many ant soldiers would be killed. However, after learning the formation, the ant soldiers actually combined into a combined attack formation. This formation is called military formation technique. Hundreds of soldiers are grouped together, and the defense and attack power of all ant soldiers can be concentrated on one ant soldier. Therefore, no matter which ant soldier the Shillong Jackal attacks, everyone has to bear the burden together, causing the Shillong Jackal to be directly repelled. This first level, fourth stage Shillong Jackal was basically suppressed by the ant soldiers. On the other side, a blood-killing ant soldier was carving on the body of a tiger-armored ant soldier. The bodies of the 12 tiger-armored ant soldiers were covered with runes, and these ant soldiers continued to devour some precious materials. After a while, they successfully formed a formation. Suddenly, a burst of golden light rose up, and the surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered in the area surrounded by the ant soldiers. Spirit gathering formation. Anlin's eyes flickered. His bizarre idea actually worked. Walking into the area surrounded by ant soldiers, Anlin began to absorb the white spiritual energy. This was a yellow-level spirit gathering formation. If a general cultivator of the first level entered it, his cultivation speed could reach 2.5 times the usual speed. With a thought, Anlin asked one of the ant soldiers to go away, and the formation immediately collapsed and disappeared. The next second, Anlin walked to another area and let the ant soldiers reunite. The position and distance of each ant soldier were the same as when they formed the formation before. The spirit gathering formation appears again. A movable spirit gathering formation. What have I researched? Anlin's eyes flashed with excitement, and he continuously asked the ant soldiers to put together the formation. Each ant soldier has different runes on his body, which are the key to the combination of the formation. After the ant soldiers devour the materials, they will store them in their bodies, causing them to become the eyes of the formation. Anlin rode on the ice spirit griffin and headed to another area. Today's ant soldiers have not only learned how to form battle formations, but also learned military tactics. This not only improves their military strength, but also allows them to cooperate with each other very well. Below, the Skynet ants tied up the iron sand sheep's limbs, and after the bloodkill ants cut the wounds, the mandragora ants drilled directly in. Just like that, in less than half a minute, a first-level third-stage monster was successfully eliminated. Anlin nodded with satisfaction. Although he had gained a lot of blood energy this time, he couldn't just sit back and enjoy it. Otherwise, the blood energy would run out sooner or later. More than 10 transport ant soldiers were produced. Anlin felt that he needed to buy some breath-concealing equipment next time and fuse it with the queen ant so that he could carry these transport ant soldiers with him. Otherwise, it would be easy for people to sense you when you go out. After observing the battle between the ant soldiers, Anlin returned to the ant nest and began to prepare to synthesize the blood-devouring king. The school had previously given him a pound of earth-level source of life, part of which was used up by the blood-devouring king. Anlin thought about it, and then separated half of the source of life and put the wood-type monster egg that the system had rewarded him with into it. If nothing unexpected happens, this wood-type monster will become his fourth beast. The blood-devouring king began to circle around Anlin. Although he could not sense Anlin's realm, the blood-devouring king discovered that the queen ant had mutated again, and the wolf beast had awakened a combat body. It is now even more certain that Anlin must be the strongest person who has mastered the rules. In addition to the loyalty strengthened by the system, the blood-devouring king is now more respectful to Anlin. He also told Anlin a lot of secrets about the demon realm. If these are taken outside, they can be exchanged for a lot of merits. Touching his chin, Anlin took out a bunch of treasures. These were all harvested in the Tower of War God. Most of them are Xian level, from Shaoxing's hands. Because the items were quite mixed, Anlin did not subdivide them at the time, but now he can pick out some for synthesis. There is no need to synthesize the queen ant and Xiaoya for the time being. The quality of the blood-devouring king needs to be improved, and it can eat the remaining accumulations from the previous life and upgrade quickly. As for the rest, Anlin planned to give Shaoxing some upgrades. This guy was rather lazy to begin with. Whenever he had some free time, he would go out treasure hunting and look for female rats with the ant soldiers. He didn't know how to practice at all. If this continues, this guy will be a drag again. Chi Anlin sighed. Although he didn't expect Xiaoxing to fight, at least he hoped that this guy wouldn't be killed by the aftermath while they were fighting. Chi Anlin plans to integrate some things that increase Xiaoxing's speed and defense, which are more important to Xiaoxing. Xianin Guilu, Zhongtian Yudian, Stone Demon Elephant. These were all dark treasures and monsters. There was no use for Chi Anlin to keep them, so he just left them to the Blood-Devouring King for fusion. The reason the Blood-Devouring King previously fused more blood energy was because this guy's soul was rather special, so it required a lot of blood energy to make him loyal. However, the blood energy the Blood-Devouring King now needs is actually similar to that of an ordinary first-level demon beast. It took hundreds of yuan for the Blood-Devouring King to fuse a bunch of strange things, and it took 3 days. Next, Chi Anlin took out some body movement martial arts and some defensive treasures and fused them with Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing spent thousands of yuan and was wrapped in a blood cocoon. After doing all this, Chi Anlin took out a lot of spiritual food and cultivation resources and began to practice in seclusion with Xiaoya again. The blood energy feedback should be coming soon, so he must take the opportunity to train his body and improve his realm. Chi Anlin felt that when he returned to school, no new student would be able to compare to him. Chapter 109 Elf. 3 days passed quickly and Chi Anlin ended his retreat. The improvement during this period was so great that the strength of several beasts increased. After 3 days, not only Xiaoya, but even the queen ant had made great progress. Xiaoya's strength broke through to the 6th level of the first realm, and the queen ant's strength also broke through to the 3rd level of the first realm. As for Chi Anlin himself, because he practiced the king-level skills and the king-level body refining method, his realm was not improved much, and he only reached the 4th stage of the first realm. However, in terms of combat power, he is far superior to before. Anlin directly replaced the thunder battery required by the king-level body refining method with blood energy, and now he has reached the 2nd level. At present, even the physical cultivators of the same level cannot break through his defense. The improvement of his dantian and physical fitness made Chi Anlin no longer afraid that the queen ant would burst when she reached a higher level. He used his mental power to check the condition of his dantian. Now half of the spiritual energy in his dantian had been liquefied. If someone fought a war of attrition with him, it would be courting death. The serious jade that Xiaoya brought with him was not consumed much at all. Now Chi Anlin's own cultivation speed is definitely not as fast as Xiaoya's. However, at present, what makes Chi Anlin feel a headache is that the queen ant needs to devour a large number of monsters as nutrition to produce ant soldiers. So now it is impossible to produce so many ant soldiers in a day, and the nutrition cannot keep up. Sighing, Chi Anlin walked towards the Blood-Devouring King. In 3 days, the Blood-Devouring King and Xiaoxing were also merged. Name, Blood-Devouring King. Race, Shadow Ant. Attribute, Dark. Level, Level 1, Level 2. Potential, Xian level top grade. After the Blood-Devouring King evolved, his strength successfully broke through to the 1st level of the 2nd realm. This guy was a king in his previous life, so he didn't need to comprehend the realm at all. As long as he had enough energy, he could break through quickly. This is considered a special individual among the ant soldiers. Chi Anlin nodded with satisfaction. The Blood-Devouring King is a bug-level existence. Before its foundation is used up, it can lead itself to rapid development. Although his strength has just reached the 1st stage of the 2nd realm, he may reach the 3rd or 4th realm in a while. The future is promising. Name Golden Treasure Hunting Mouse. Attribute, Gold. Level, Ordinary level 9. Potential, Xian level top grade. Skill, Can't See Me. Lower grade spirit level, can reduce one's presence, making it difficult for the enemy to notice oneself. Treasure Hunting, mid-level Xian level, has a special ability to sense treasures and can sense treasures within 500 meters. What are you looking at? A low-grade Xian level skill, a taunting skill that can quickly gain hatred and make the enemy lose their mind after use. Feng Jin Zhahu, a mid-level Xian level skill that increases speed by 300% and improves dodge ability to a certain extent. Can't hit. Top grade spirit level, passive skill, the body can evade danger by conditioned reflex and cause a certain taunt effect on the enemy. Luck, a special skill that increases your luck. The stronger you are, the better your luck. Chi Anlin, what the hell are these skill names? After looking at Xiaoxing's identification results, Chi Anlin's mouth twitched slightly. His style of taming beasts had changed drastically since he subdued Xiaoxing. The defensive skills did not appear, but Chi Anlin could feel that Xiaoxing's body had become stronger, and it was not as soft as before when he was pinched. After throwing Xiao Xing to the ground, Qi Anlin looked at the beast egg soaked in the source of life. At this time, the beast egg was already translucent. Qi Anlin took a closer look and found that there were actually some human figures inside. Could it really be an elf? Qi Anlin murmured. Judging from the situation, it should be able to hatch soon. Ding! The system update is complete, and the rewards are as follows. Tianyuan Crystal, mid-grade Earth-level crystal, contains a large amount of pure spiritual power. Animal Trap, lower Earth grade, 100% chance of catching level 3 monsters, over 30% chance of catching level 4 monsters, 5% chance of catching level 5 monsters, 0.1% chance of catching level 6 monsters. Beast Attractant, a top-grade Xinggrade product that can attract monsters and beasts within a radius of 3 kilometers and can be used for 24 hours. Monster Radar, Earth level, low grade, can search for monsters within a 5-mile radius. Note: monsters above the 5th realm cannot display their realm. After this upgrade, the system will not be able to be upgraded for a long time. Qi Anlin took back the reward given by the system. It seemed that he still had an opportunity to comprehend the Great Tao, so he would use it during his next retreat. Qi Anlin was a little unsure about who to give the monster radar to for the synthesis. If he gave it to the Queen Ant, it would be a big loss if this thing became the Queen Ant skill. If it becomes the Queen Ant skill, it means that the Queen Ant's offspring will not be able to use it. This is quite harmful, so it is better to merge it with the Blood Devourer King. At this time, Qi Anlin heard the sound of the eggshell breaking and hurried over. The previous sources of life had been completely absorbed, and a palm-sized elf secretly popped its head out of the eggshell, with a hint of fear in its big green eyes. Squeak! Woman! Xiao Xing suddenly jumped out, looking at the little girl in front of her, her eyes shining. Name Waimingling. Attributes: Wood Life. Level: Ordinary level 3. Potential: Spiritual, grade mid-level. There's a health column in the attributes? Qi Anlin's eyes lit up. Isn't this the auxiliary beast control he wanted? Life attributes are extremely rare, and few people have healing beast tamers. Most of them are just weaker wood beast tamers, which are no match for a physician. Hua Muling has a pair of crystal clear wings, and her pupils are like green crystals. Her little face is pretty and cute, and because she looks a little scared, people can't help but feel a little pity for her. Qi Anlin was about to walk over, but then he immediately turned back. Since Hua Muling was just born, she had no clothes on. Xiao Xing, go kill a second-stage ordinary ant soldier first, and let Hua Muling wear its shell. The size of a second-stage ordinary ant soldier is about the same as Hua Muling, so it should be just right to put on her body. Xiao Xing turned a deaf ear to Qi Anlin's words, his eyes emitting green light as he approached Hua Muling step by step. Rua! Xiao Xing raised her hand and screamed strangely, which scared Hua Muling, who was already trembling with fear, into tears. At this time, an ice cube directly knocked Xiao Xing away. Xiaoya walked over slowly, and with a light scratch of his claws, he directly scratched off a bunch of white hair from his body. Immediately afterwards, ice needles appeared at the ends of these long hairs and began to fly in the air. Soon, a set of clothes appeared in the air. There were 2 openings on the back of the clothes for placing wings. Huh? Qi Anlin opened his eyes wide. When did Xiaoya learn this trick? Good job, you guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. This is the first time Qi Anlin has seen Xiaoya so proactive. Could it be that this guy is also a Lolita complex? Chapter 110, Enlightenment of the Great Tao. After asking Xiao Xing to come back and help Hua Muling put on clothes, Qi Anlin picked Hua Muling up. To be on the safe side, Qi Anlin took out an ordinary grade healing pill and synthesized it with Hua Muling first. As for the synthesis time, he has money now, and this number is not even an integer, so he can spend it as he likes. After experiencing a synthesis, Hua Muling was no longer afraid of Qi Anlin. She flapped her little wings vigorously, her face flushed red, but in the end she still couldn't fly. He gently tapped Hua Muling's head with his finger, and at the same time shook off Xiao Xing who was climbing on his sleeve. Qi Anlin closed his eyes and began to make a contract with Hua Muling. Soon, Qi Anlin's spiritual power enveloped Hua Muling's spiritual core. The next second, a green crystal slowly appeared in Qi Anlin's spiritual sea. His body felt comfortable, and for some reason, Qi Anlin suddenly felt that his control over spiritual power had improved a lot. Qi Anlin opened the system interface and looked at his task panel. Sure enough, there was an extra item in the bond column. Elemental Affinity. Able to adapt to the spiritual power of all elements and increase resistance to attacks of other attributes. Previously, when Xiaoya's bond was upgraded, Qi Anlin's body had already shown some rejection, but this time the contract had completely solved this problem. After the contract was successful, Qi Anlin looked at Hua Muling's skills. Skill. Healing light. Lower spiritual grade. Summons light with healing properties to treat certain injuries. Voice of the elf. A mid-level spiritual grade song with the effect of relieving fatigue, which can relieve physical and mental fatigue. At present, Huamuling only has 2 skills. Anlin thought about it and took out a book on alchemy. This alchemy book is of ordinary level and is also a reward obtained in the Tower of War God. Ding! Do you want to fuse flower and tree spirit and fire refining technique? Required health, 50,000. Fusion success rate, 2%. Fusion time, 5 hours. Fusion effect. Learn the skills in the alchemy book, but cannot learn alchemy. It is recommended to fuse fire items first. Anlin was stunned. What was the effect of this fusion? After the system was updated, there were no additional functions. It turns out that it is here. As a healing beast, Huamuling has the fire attribute integrated. Anlin thinks it's not a good idea. After thinking about it, Anlin took out the reward given by the system before, Heavenly Tao Fantasy Book. Ding! Do you want to merge Flower and Tree Spirit and Heavenly Tao Illusion Book? Required health, 5 million. Fusion success rate, 70%. Fusion time, 1 hour. Fusion effect. Obtain illusion and have certain charm and the ability to create illusions. This blood energy didn't even reach the first level, so Anlin readily reduced the fusion time to 1 minute. Soon, the flower and tree spirits were successfully integrated. Name Phantom Sound Elf. Attributes: Wood, Life, Illusion. Level: Ordinary Level 3. Potential: Spiritual Grade. Skill: Slightly. Illusion: The ultimate spiritual grade. It can be used to construct an illusion for a specific enemy. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the illusion control ability. Charm: A mid-level spiritual skill that charms the enemy, attracts their attention, and puts them under control. Anlin thought about it and decided that since he couldn't make pills, he would just be a pure auxiliary, able to heal them and control the enemies. The future evolution direction should be to add some group-enhancing skills and some debuffs to weaken the enemy. After touching the head of the Phantom Sound Elf, Anlin placed it on Xiaoya's body. At this moment, the Phantom Sound Elf is still in its juvenile form, and its appearance will change as its strength increases. Anlin looked at the Phantom Sound Elf and suddenly thought of something. He said to it, "Use elf voice." After hearing Anlin's words, the Phantom Elf nodded vigorously, opened its little mouth, and began to sing. The leisurely singing voice was like a warm flame, healing Anlin's tired body and spirit. It was also like a soft ribbon, lingering in Anlin's heart. For a moment, Anlin felt that his fatigue had completely disappeared, and he became refreshed. The singing made Anlin and Xiaoya intoxicated. It was like a kingfisher splashing on the water or a yellow oriole singing. After the singing ended, the lingering sound was still there. If Xiaoxing hadn't shouted, "Awesome," in the sea of spiritual, Anlin would probably have been intoxicated for a while longer. "Coach, Shushu, I want to learn too." Xiaoxing clapped his hands wildly, making Anlin unable to help but flick him away. Afterwards, Anlin looked at the Phantom Sound Elf again. He didn't expect that the Phantom Sound Elf singing was so beautiful, worthy of being an elf. Anlin thought about it. As a bad namer, he didn't know what name to give to the Phantom Sound Elf. The sound of nature, it's not bad to call it Tianyin. In that case, I'll call you Tianyin from now on. After naming Tianyin, Anlin prepared to go into seclusion for cultivation again. He would have to go back in a few days, so he took this opportunity to improve himself quickly. With Tianyin's presence, he no longer has to worry about getting tired. Use the Great Tao to perceive opportunities. In the blood energy space, Anlin said to the system. Ding, successful use. The next moment, Anlin felt his consciousness suddenly sink, and strange roads appeared around him. A mysterious feeling emerged, and Anlin felt as if his soul was floating. Tianlei Avenue is not suitable. Rapids Avenue is not an option either. Hammer Sky Avenue, Blood Shadow Avenue. A series of insights into the Great Path appeared in Anlin's mind, and they were quite chaotic. Floating in the sea of the Great Tao, Anlin began to think about what kind of Tao he needed. If the Queen Ant didn't exist, he would definitely need to keep killing monsters like the protagonists in those novels to obtain blood energy. If I kill people myself, will I be able to comprehend the way of killing? Anlin closed his eyes, and the laws of the surrounding Tao began to float into his body. After a long time, named Anlin. Realm: 1 realm, 5 stages. Occupation: Beastmaster, Physical Cultivator, Qi Cultivator. Blood energy: 62 million yuan. Beast Tamer: Level 1, 5th stage. Xiaoya, Level 1, 8th stage. Xiaoxing, Level 1, 9th stage. Tianyin, level 1, 4th stage. Kung Fu, Tiger Edge Fist, ordinary level top grade, great success. Ling Feng Bu, ordinary level top grade, minor success. Falling Leaf Sword Technique, top grade mortal, minor success. Guiyuan Xian Gong, yellow grade, top grade, level 4. Xianjun Body Refining Method, yellow grade, top grade, 7th level. Xianin Sword Technique, remaining, yellow grade, middle grade, minor achievement. Questioning the Heavenly Secret, king level mid grade, 2nd level. 9 stages of Heavenly Thunder, low grade king, level 2. Bond, omitted. Avenue, Extreme Ice Avenue, 1%. Fusion Avenue, 0.05%. Avenue of Burning Fire, 0.5%. Chi Anlin opened his eyes. This time of realization took him 5 days. However, shouldn't the Tao be something that only a king can comprehend? Chapter 111 Return. Just as he was in the blood energy space, Chi Anlin thought about it and summoned the gods of the same level. The people of this race all look quite refined, but their strength is more abnormal than that of the other, and they have reached the extreme in all aspects. Soon, a girl with pale golden pupils appeared in front of Chi Anlin. Her snow-white skin shone with an ivory-like halo. Her beautiful face had a hint of superiority. Although she had a hot body, she had a sacred and inviolable feeling. These gods, each one looks more pretentious than the other. Chi Anlin clenched his hands and did not summon any weapons. Instead, he rushed forward, ready to fight with his body. Name, Ji Shui. Race, top-grade Protoss. Attributes, light, holy. Level, 1st realm, 5th stage. Seeing Chi Anlin rushing towards her, Ji Shui's pupils shrank, and a long sword appeared in her hand, and she stabbed directly at Chi Anlin. Clang clang. He reached out and grabbed the long sword. Sparks flew everywhere, and Chi Anlin suddenly smashed out with his other hand, directly knocking Ji Shui out. Chi Anlin shook his hand and glanced at the palm of his hand. There was only a white mark cut out. Is it possible that even gods of the same realm cannot break through this defense? Chi Anlin's mouth curled up slightly. If someone really regarded him as a traditional beastmaster, he would sadly find that the person in front of him was harder than his own sword. After Ji Shui landed on the ground, he roared angrily, and a dazzling light flashed on his sword. He swung the sword, and the sacred light turned into sword energy and flew towards Chi Anlin. Seal? Chi Anlin said softly, and the next moment, the sword energy turned directly into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. This is the freezing skill with the meaning of the Great Way, which can even directly seal attacks. Chi Anlin looked at Ji Shui, and his spiritual power poured out, freezing her into an ice sculpture. The blood energy space slowly disappeared, and Chi Anlin exhaled a breath of foul air. Although he had not fully comprehended the Great Tao, the lethality of this thing was not comparable to martial arts skills at all. Now he finally understood why everyone below the king level was like an ant. After packing up, Chi Anlin prepared to return. The blood-devouring king's heart was buried deep in the forest, and Chi Anlin asked the blood-devouring king to take it away. Even though it has been dead for a long time, the heart is still bright red, as if it had just been dug out, and it still contains a lot of energy, which makes the queen ant drool. After throwing the Tianyuan crystal to the queen ant, Chi Anlin gently touched its head. The queen ant herself was quite special and definitely could not follow him now. Just keep the number of ant soldiers at the same level at around 2,000. During this time, you should focus on cultivation, and you can also try to produce a new queen. The small beast realm is a 4th grade map. Since there is no strength limit, the world ruler here has been killed. As for the remaining monsters, the highest one is at the peak of the 4th realm, which is enough for the queen ant to continue to develop. Chi Anlin was somewhat disdainful of the resources obtained by the ant soldiers here, and left them all to the ant soldiers as food. As for the Xin level and Ling level resources, Chi Anlin let the queen ant keep them herself. These resources are all very good synthetic materials. At this moment, Chi Anlin suddenly had an idea and said to Xiaoya, Xiaoya, if we directly synthesize the monster radar with the queen ant, it will most likely just be integrated into the queen ant's body. But if we combine this monster radar with an ordinary monster and feed it to the queen ant, can we use gene fusion to transfer the gene to the ant soldiers? Hearing Chi Anlin's words, Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes at Chi Anlin. From Xiaoya's expression, Chi Anlin read a message. I'm just a beast tamer. Why are you asking me? What I mean is, this can also be applied to other monsters. For example, if you cut off some of their flesh now, can you increase the queen ant's combat genes? Chi Anlin became more and more excited as he spoke. This meant that he could obtain many ant soldiers with combat bodies. After discussing with Xiaoya for a long time, Anlin obtained Xiaoya's blood and then fed the blood to the queen ant. Although the queen ant now has a digestive tank, under normal circumstances, she still prefers to eat with her mouth so that she can taste the food. Anlin opened the queen ant's gene panel, and as he expected, there were many more genes in the gene column. Ice Soul Battle Body Burning Heaven Battle Body. Fusion of Ice Soul Battle Body. After possessing the battle body, the ant soldier's combat effectiveness can not only be greatly improved, but they also have a certain ability to practice. Taking into account the training speed of the ant soldiers must be much faster than that of the queen ant. Fusion failed. Please improve your skills. The next second, a basin of cold water was poured on Anlin's head. Indeed, the gene extraction skill is only at the lower Xian level, so it's normal that it can't be integrated into the combat body. Anlin shook his head. Although the fusion failed, his direction was right. As long as he improved this skill, he would be able to fuse various combat bodies and form an ant army consisting only of combat bodies. In order to fuse the battle body, this skill should be upgraded to the king level. Although Anlin has a lot of blood energy now, it is only obtained from a dragon beast whose realm has fallen to the 4th realm and 9th stage. It is definitely impossible to upgrade it to the king level. There is still a long way to go. After trying it out for a while, Anlin rode on the ice spirit griffin and prepared to return. This time, the group did not see many cultivators in the small beast world. Anlin had previously specifically warned the queen ant not to kill people unless necessary, so most of the people who entered the forest were scared away. In addition, the nearby monsters were almost all hunted down by the ant soldiers, making this area extremely barren, so naturally no one would come. After putting Xiao Xing and Tian Yin into his pocket, Anlin rode on the ice spirit griffin and let Xiao Yu follow him below. He took the beast taming bag to the queen ant to synthesize it, so now Anlin is unable to take back the beasts. The ice fighting soul was still in the queen ant's small world. It was in the process of breaking through a realm and was temporarily unable to participate in his own battle, so Anlin did not take it back. Soon, Anlin saw a group of monks rushing back. These cultivators were all at the 1st level. After sensing Xiaoya's aura, they were stunned and then raised their weapons vigilantly. However, Xiaoya didn't pay any attention to them at all and just passed by, which made these monks feel relieved. As they got closer to the teleportation point, more and more monks came. Only after arriving in this area could the human race be considered completely safe. After all, with so many people watching, no one would be so jealous as to kill people here. Anlin let the ice spirit griffin fall from a high altitude. He hid himself as an ordinary beastmaster. If he completely concealed his aura and was not sensed by the soldiers here, his beast would definitely be attacked. Not all beastmasters have beast bags, so it is common for beastmasters to appear at teleportation points. Chapter 112, Extra Money. What kind of beast is this? And its quality is so good. Although Xiaoya is a combat body, most of the people here are 2nd-level cultivators, and there are not even many 3rd-level cultivators, so his perception is not very accurate. They are all ice attribute beasts. They appear to be from aristocratic families. How could they not have a beast bag? Young people, maybe they just want to show off. Who says you have to put the beast in the beast bag if you have one? Although a beastmaster needs the close protection of his beast, being so ostentatious is definitely a show-off. Anlin glanced at the people around him, without saying a word, and walked out of the passage. After returning to Blue Star, Anlin took a deep breath of fresh air and headed to the nearest lynching. He had to buy a beast taming bag first. Xiaoya was definitely not big enough to fit on the back of the ice spirit griffin, and he couldn't just let it run back by itself. Along the way, Anlin also saw many beastmasters riding monster beasts. Due to his social anxiety, Anlin left the place before these people approached. Taking out his cell phone, Anlin began to reply to messages from his friends. The first one is Jijiki. This guy has good talent in the test and has been admitted to a top university. If Anlin had not been selected, he should have had an exam 5 days ago, but after he was selected, these scores were not very important. Gigi, Xiao Linzi, I met my first love these days. This message was sent 3 days ago. Anlin thought about it and replied, Congratulations, how are you now? As soon as the message was sent, Gigi replied almost immediately. Gigi, when I was 7, I caught a cicada, but I thought I had caught the whole summer. When I was 16, I kissed her face, and I thought I could be with her forever. Anlin sighed. It turned out that cultivation was more reliable. Falling in love was such a waste of time. Gigi, now 2 years have passed, and we met again. I thought we could reconcile and rekindle our relationship, but she told me that her ex-boyfriend had to pay extra money. Anlin decisively closed Gigi's chat box and looked up at the sky. He didn't know when this guy's style of painting had changed, and it was impossible to change it. Then, Anlin and Xia Yin exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then replied to Xiao's message. Everyone in this team ended up going to the same university, but it was a pity that Wang Chong did not follow. Finally, Anlin thought about it, and sent a message to He Royun. Anlin. Teacher He, I found the remains of the blood-devouring king in another world and confirmed that the blood-devouring king is dead. I will bring the remaining things back to school to complete the task. He Royun's husband died at the hands of the blood-devouring king, so this news had to be told to He Royun. After replying to all the messages, Anlin arrived at Linqing, temporarily left the monster at the city gate, and then went to the Chamber of Commerce. Because of the appearance of cult members in several major families, there are now many more guards in Linqing, and Tiger War King has also begun to clean up several major families, so everyone entering and leaving Linqing has to go through a scan. After learning of Anlin's identity, the guards at the door became very polite and even sent a few people to drive Anlin to the Chamber of Commerce. Coming to the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce again, Anlin went directly to the 5th floor. Although his strength had not reached the 2nd level, his status was sufficient, so he was not restricted. Arriving at the 5th floor, a sales lady soon came to greet us. Excuse me, sir, what kind of items do you need to buy? A Xian-level beast taming bag. Although he didn't have that many spirit stones, Anlin had a lot of good things on him, and selling them would be enough to buy this beast taming bag. After hearing what Anlin said, the sales lady smiled and nodded and left. Soon, she returned to Anlin with several beast controlling bags. This is a beast taming bag with no attributes. It can hold 5 beasts. It has a spirit stone absorption effect and a healing formation. It only costs 500 3rd-grade spirit stones. This is a mid-grade Xian-level beast taming bag. It can hold 6 fire-attributed beasts. The environment inside is more suitable for fire-attributed beasts to live in, which has certain benefits for the beasts themselves. It can also convert ordinary spirit stones into fire-attributed spiritual energy. The price is a bit expensive, requiring 850 3rd-grade spirit stones. Finally, this is a high-grade Xian-level beast taming bag. It also has no attributes. It has a large space inside and can accommodate 8 beasts. The main beast taming area has 3 rooms and a living room. The price is 1,200 3rd-grade spirit stones. 3 bedrooms and a living room. Anlin's mouth twitched slightly. Has the beast taming bag evolved to this point? In this environment, there's no way Pikachu could follow Ash around the streets. While Anlin was thinking, a fat figure ran in from outside. On that fat body, he was wearing clothes inlaid with many jewels. Mr. Qi, I finally found you, Jin Yuanbai said, panting. He was a director of the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce. After hearing that Anlin had come to the Chamber of Commerce, he rushed over immediately. For the Chamber of Commerce, attracting talents is also a necessary process, let alone a combat body like Anlin. Jin Yuanbai's own realm was not high, but he was well informed. He heard that after Anlin entered the military academy, he had already worshipped a king as his master. Feng Huijuan did not announce to the outside world that Anlin had become his apprentice. Jin Yuanbai just heard that Anlin's master was of noble status, so he directly guessed that Anlin had become the king's apprentice. Mr. Qi, you can go directly to the 6th floor to purchase goods. The 5th floor is only for sale to the public, and the quality can only be considered average. Only the 6th floor can be considered the treasure of our Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce. Anlin took a look at Jin Yuanbai and roughly guessed Jin Yuanbai's identity. Dealing with people is the most tiring thing. It's okay, I'm just using it temporarily. Mr. Qi, you want to buy a beast taming bag, right? Well, my Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce also has a cooperation with the military university. Military university students can enjoy certain discounts when purchasing goods with their student bracelets. Jin Yuanbai continued. At this time, Anlin had just been accepted by the king and should still be in a period of expansion. If he was to be recruited directly at this time, the price to be paid would definitely be very high, and it was not certain that he would be successful in recruiting him. And directly giving Anlin the beast taming bag, geniuses are all very arrogant. Therefore, he took it upon himself to give Anlin a certain discount. Although it might not be as cheap as exchanging credits from the military university, if it were in an outside chamber of commerce, there would be no lower price than here. The credits for military university are earned by completing tasks. The Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce here is just a branch. If the investment is good, more resources will be transferred from the headquarters. Not only that, if Mr. Qi has any resources that he needs to sell, Our purchase price will be higher than that of other chambers of commerce. Jin Yuanbai said as he asked someone to bring a better beast taming bag. Soon, several more exquisite-looking beast taming bags appeared in front of Anlin, and the prices were very attractive. Chapter 113 Return to School. After choosing a beast bag that could hold 8 beasts, Anlin looked at the other things he needed on the tablet. First, Anlin bought a treasure map and a metal detector. He planned to use these to combine with Xiaoxing, which could slightly improve Xiaoxing's treasure hunting ability. Secondly, they purchased a large number of weapons, such as rocket launchers, machine guns, electromagnetic guns, grenades, etc. Ammunition can be used to synthesize monsters and then fed to the queen ant to obtain genes, allowing the ant soldiers to gain long-range output capabilities. Afterwards, Anlin bought some signal blockers. He wondered if the signal blockers could be integrated with the monster's brain. They could be transformed into mental power blockers. Then, Anlin thought for a while and bought some small items, such as watches, mobile phones, rings, etc. These can be used to change the appearance. Continuing to select on the tablet, Anlin bought some corpses of marine monsters, such as mantis shrimps, etc. There is no sea in the small beast world, so Anlin cannot obtain the genes of these monsters. Finally, Anlin searched for the signal amplifier. The queen ant's genes were extremely powerful, but there was no signal in the other world, so she could not communicate with her teammates. She could only use some magical instruments to find her location. After synthesizing these things into a monster with communication capabilities, he can add the genes to the queen ant, etc. Anlin suddenly crossed out this item, but there was actually no need to do so. After thinking for a while, Anlin began to communicate with the queen ant in the sea of spirituality. Based on the queen ant's feedback, Anlin finally realized that the connection between the queen ant and the ant soldiers was also limited. If the ant soldiers leave this world and go to another different world, the queen ant will lose connection with them. However, if a new queen can be produced and sent to that different world, the queen ant will reconnect with the ant soldiers. Therefore, as long as the new queen can be distributed in various different worlds, as long as he gives his teammates an ant soldier, he can contact his teammates at any time. However, this kind of connection is one way, so it needs to be integrated with the mobile phone. After purchasing these things, Anlin sold a large amount of resources obtained from the Tower of War God and the elixirs collected by the Queen Ant. These allowed Anlin to obtain a total of 94th grade spirit stones. Afterwards, Anlin sold some martial arts obtained from the blood-devouring king. Most of these martial arts were obtained by the blood-devouring king after slaughtering creatures of other races, so Anlin could sell them with confidence. These martial arts allowed Anlin to obtain 500 4th-grade spirit stones. He planned to exchange the remaining martial arts skills and information for credits after returning to the military university. Anlin planned to buy treasures that could conceal his interest at school. The military university would not cheat students in this regard, and the prices were very low. After putting all the things into the space ring, Anlin left Lincheng, rode on the ice spirit griffin, and started heading towards the military base. Tomorrow is the beginning of the Blood Flame Secret Realm, and the admission of new students will also take place tomorrow. Anlin had some expectations about this, as this would be considered his official enrollment. It was the next day when I returned. The blue planet in this world had expanded a lot, so the journey was longer. Although the flying speed of the ice spirit griffin could now catch up with that of an airplane, it still took 10 hours to get from Lincheng to the military university. Fortunately, the saddle on the back of the ice spirit griffin has a windproof formation, so sitting on it is like sitting on flat ground. Closing his eyes and entering the blood energy space, Anlin began to continue fighting, while Xiaoya, Xiaoxing and Tianyin were also pulled into the blood energy space for training. Soon, 10 hours passed. Anlin returned to Haicheng and arrived at the entrance of the military area. At this time, the entrance to the military community was crowded with people, and many parents were here to see their children off. Since all the students who were admitted to the military academy were geniuses and their family backgrounds were not very poor, everyone had a space ring, so there was no need to carry around a lot of luggage. De Zhuang, go to school and practice diligently with your teacher. If you need any resources, please contact your family. Xiaoyi, when you go back to school, you should focus on training. You always go to other worlds with other male classmates. Jinshi, the military academy is full of wealthy people. You must build good relationships with your classmates so that we can sell our amber pigs. Anlin took a quick glance and found that most of these students were cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of the mortal realm, with a wide variety of professions. Everyone's clothes were very strange, and no one knew what tradition it was. The alchemists all wore white robes, and the physical practitioners all dressed like savages. Riding on the ice spirit griffin, Anlin directly entered the military world. At this time, the military was also very lively. Many students gathered together, waiting for their seniors to give them student wristbands. Although many beastmasters have mounts, the military world is a bit too large, so at this stage, they still need to be transported by monster beasts in the school. In the distance, one after another first-level demon beasts flew over and led the students to their respective residential areas. Anlin flew all the way on the ice spirit griffin and soon arrived at his hospital. At this time, outside another courtyard next to his own, a huge monster was roaring. This is a dragon beast wearing only metal armor, with scarlet eyes and a body length of about 20 meters. Its sturdy limbs are shining with metallic luster, making it look very handsome. Name Shadow Black Steel Dragon. Attributes: Gold, Dark. Level: Level 3, Level 5. Quality: Lower grade. Above this dark steel dragon, a man with a face as distinct as a sculpture and a cold and handsome look in his eyes looked towards Anlin. Beast Tamer. Anlin used the breath-concealing ring to hide his strength to the mortal level, and Ji Hongfei also knew that the students living in the heavenly level area would definitely not have such a low level of cultivation. Anlin nodded. He could sense that the person in front of him was not a beastmaster, and the school was unlikely to give students a monster of this level, so it was most likely that this person brought it from home. Name Ji Hongfei. Realm: 1 realm, for stages. Occupation: physical training. Physique: combat body, rank 4705. It turned out to be another combat body. Anlin looked at him thoughtfully. Apart from himself, this person should be the most powerful among the freshmen of the military university. Anlin. Anlin took the initiative to speak, and Ji Hongfei raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked, "What level of beast control is this?" Because Anlin used the breath-suppressing ring, Ji Hongfei could not sense Anlin's combat form, so he guessed that Anlin was able to enter this area because of his high level of beast taming. The profession of beast tamer is a bit of a mixed bag. Although one can rely on the spiritual energy feedback from taming beasts to achieve breakthroughs, it is more about strong mental strength. Therefore, many times, the realm of the beast tamer itself cannot represent the realm of beast taming. Chapter 114: The Domineering Feng Huojuan. When asked about his own news, Anlin smiled. This guy must not have paid attention to the news of other combat bodies. There should be information about other combat bodies on his own student bracelet, so as long as he knew the name, he should be able to know the identity. Before Anlin could speak, Ji Hongfei suddenly said, "Never mind. Their strength has nothing to do with me. My goal is not to be on my peers." Why does this guy speak so strangely? Ji Hongfei waved his hand, and the dark steel dragon disappeared immediately, then turned and entered the courtyard. After Ji Hongfei left, Anlin shrugged his shoulders, didn't care, and walked towards his own courtyard. At this moment, as if sensing something, Anlin turned his head and saw a man strolling out from the courtyard on the other side. His long hair was as black as ink, scattered on his lavender robe, and his pupils were flashing with purple light. He looked a bit unruly, which made Anlin vaguely feel that the man in front of him must be a scumbag. Name MOU. Realm: 1 realm, 3 stages. Occupation: cultivator. Physique: thunder fighting body, rank 8720. Your sensing ability is quite strong. MOU smiled at Anlin. Don't pay any attention to that guy. He's just a bully and doesn't have much manners when he speaks. But he's not a bad person. He's quite upright. Anlin nodded. Those powerful people with profound cultivation called themselves Wu because they had lived for a long time. So they called themselves Wu, this seat, old man, and so on. But nowadays, any normal young person would not use words like I. MOU's purple eyes flickered slightly. But that guy might be in trouble this time. Brother Chi cleared all 30 floors of the War God Tower in one go. Although I don't know his exact strength, the top freshman should be Brother Chi. You flatter me. My realm is not as high as Ji Hongfei's. Although Ji Hongfei did not say his name, he was a combat body after all, and it was written in the manual. Brother Chi is too modest. The opening ceremony should be starting soon. Since I happen to meet Brother Chi, why don't we go together? Anlin glanced at MOU. The man in front of him seemed quite familiar and must have the intention of testing Anlin's background. However, he was not very familiar with the school, so he might as well follow him. Anlin was also very curious about MOU's fighting ability. In addition, MOU himself had no ill intentions, so it would be nice to make friends with him. They can fight together in the future, and he will have the opportunity to collect MOU's blood and refine the combat gene for the Queen Ant. Along the way, Anlin and Mou talked about school matters. He had to admit that apart from cultivation, he knew nothing about anything, while Mou also came from a big family and even knew a lot of gossip. From him, Anlin learned that Ji Hongfei was Ji Hao's cousin, and he had a very strong personality and always wanted to surpass his cousin. According to Mou's description, the golden rainbow battle body is a beauty. Judging from Mou's tone, this guy is indeed a scumbag. Male geniuses may not know this, but this guy knows a lot about the most beautiful girls among the freshmen, and even found out which district they live in. Brother Chi, the new students will be divided into 4 classes this time, and our combat bodies will be separated. Brother Chi, please remember to become the monitor. There are many benefits. Anlin nodded and remembered this. The two of them soon arrived at the playground. The playground was very large, and even if almost all the freshmen gathered there, it would not seem crowded. There won't be any instructions for the opening ceremony. These details will be notified on the wristband. After putting away the flying monster, Mou continued. The main purpose is still class division and testing. Hearing Mou's words, Anlin was a little confused. Test. Some of the tests for freshmen usually test their strength and perseverance. After the test, the instructors will begin to select their own students, but Brother Chi doesn't have to worry. A hint of envy flashed in Mou's eyes. He also knew that Anlin was Feng Huojuan's apprentice. There are 2 powerful monarchs in the military academy, and the principal needs to guard the entrance to the other world in Haiqing, so the only monarch who stays in the school is Feng Huojun. As for the king level, there are a total of 20 kings in the military. Ji Hongfei would most likely become a disciple of the demon-subduing king, and although he wanted to become a disciple of the White Spirit King, the attributes of the White Spirit King were different from his after all, so the best choice was still the Thunder King. And Feng Huojuan only has 2 students. One is Anlin's sister, and the other is Anlin. I heard that Shuyue's strength has reached the 4th level now, and she is expected to be promoted to the king before graduation. Anlin continued to talk with Mou, and at this time, several figures emerged in the void. Lord Fenghua, what should we do with your disciple later? King Shuyue asked helplessly. This kid's strength is improving quite fast. He has now reached the 5th stage of the 1st realm. The Demon King said with a smile. This physique should be considered a physical cultivation. Those 2 king-level skills have also been mastered by this kid. He is really a monster. It's physical training, but we'll also have him summon the beast later. Feng Huojuan said lightly. No one knows how this kid cultivated. His previous strength was already abnormal enough, but now? She felt that Ji Hao was just like this when he first entered school. Feng Huojuan checked Anlin's body and thought that among the freshmen, only Ji Hongfei could break his defense. Even if the others just stood there and let him hit them, they definitely wouldn't be able to beat this guy. And why was there another Beastmaster in this sea of spirituality? The light balls of the other Beastmasters also became brighter. Especially the ball of light from the wolf beast. It actually has the attribute of fire? Feng Huojuan looked at Anlin as if he were a monster. She coughed lightly, shattering the spiritual power of the other kings and covering Anlin's spiritual sea. After several kings investigated and found that Anlin's spiritual power was shattered, they were not surprised. Although Feng Huojuan looked very lazy, he had an extremely hot temper. Before, a king from another world wanted to capture Shuyue who was training, but was directly attacked by Feng Huojuan in his lair. Even the monarch behind him was injured by Feng Huojuan. As Feng Huojuan's apprentice, Anlin's secrets are not something they can pry into. The quota for the Blood Flame secret realm will be given to Xiaoqi's Beastmasters later. King Shuyue was stunned for a moment. Then he opened his eyes wide and looked at Feng Huojuan and said quickly, Feng Huojuan, you absolutely cannot do this. You also know that the Blood Flame secret realm. No problem. I'll go to the Golden Horn realm and kill a king to add to my stock later. Feng Huojuan said without question. This time, Shuyue King completely lost his temper. The kings around were silent. Although with Feng Huojuan's strength, killing a king would basically be a matter of 1 or 2 moves, she didn't think about whether it would cause a war between the Golden Horn clan and the human race. Chapter 1:15 Pressure. When it was exactly 10 o'clock, several kings flew out. The students below were excited when they saw the kings coming. Although everyone has a good family background, even for the children of the family, the king is at the level of an ancestor, and there are few opportunities to see him in person. Feng Huojuan was still gazing down from the void. If Anlin had not been in this team, she would definitely not have made the trip in person for the opening ceremony for freshmen. Quiet, classmates. King Bailing's gentle voice echoed in everyone's ears, making them feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. Suddenly, everyone shut up and stopped talking. According to the school's practice, We will conduct certain tests on the students. King Bailing looked around and saw that everyone was serious, so he nodded with satisfaction. For the first level, we will adjust the pressure based on the students' professions and strengths. Beast masters will need to release their beasts. For multiple professions, the strongest one will be the main focus. This level will mainly test everyone's perseverance and strength. In the second stage, we will construct an illusion. This stage tests your character and lays the foundation for facing your inner demons in the future. This is the last level. I'll introduce it to you after you've passed the first 2 levels. By the way, Anlin, you have to release all the beasts later. Now, everyone can get ready. After hearing King Bailing's words, the playground exploded again. A young man with a watermelon haircut asked, "Who is Anlin? Why did the king personally name him?" You are really out of information. Anlin is one of the 4 great warriors of this session. I heard that he is also a practitioner of 3 professions. The person next to him explained. 3 professions? I heard from my brother that Anlin even broke Senior Ji Hao's record. He cleared the 30th floor of the War God Tower in one go. What is the Tower of War? Everyone was talking about it, and at this time, Ji Hongfei suddenly turned his head and looked at the person who had spoken before. Past the 30th level, Ji Hongfei's eyes flashed with golden light, and the aura of the 4th stage of the first realm spread out, causing the student who was only at the 8th stage of the ordinary level to take 3 steps back. This person has actually reached the 4th stage of the first realm? So what if he's at the 4th level of the first realm? It's just a matter of time for us to achieve that. But this guy is so overbearing. Isn't there anyone to control him? A student on the side spoke up for his companion. Hush, this guy is also a combat body, and a soldier-killing combat body. I heard he's Ji Hao's cousin. We can't afford to offend him. At this time, a slender girl in a blue and white knee-length skirt walked over. Her fair skin set off her delicate facial features, and her soft long hair was draped over her shoulders, which made people think of the moonlight they encountered in their youth. "I'm sorry, classmate. The young general didn't mean it," she said apologetically, then glared at Ji Hongfei and said in a reproachful tone, "Hongfei, you should be more careful too." Ji Hongfei frowned slightly when he saw the girl coming, then snorted coldly. "She's just not as strong as you." "Speak." Ji Hongfei shut his mouth. On the other side, Anlin saw this dramatic scene and said to Mou with some curiosity, "This girl seems to be quite familiar with Ji Hongfei." Mou smiled and said, "She is the Golden Rainbow Battle Body. I heard that she and Ji Hongfei are childhood sweethearts." "Childhood sweethearts? What's the new plot here?" "But Brother Qi, is your main job a beastmaster? Personally, I suggest that the Ice Soul Battle Body should focus on Qi cultivation." Anlin nodded. He understood the principle, but he had a golden finger. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and King Bailing's voice rang out again. "All right, everyone, stand up and get ready. If you can't hold on any longer, just squat down. Don't force it. Your seniors before you pushed themselves too hard and ended up getting crushed. It's okay to squat down. After all, if everyone is under pressure, no one will have the mind to pay attention to others. But if you are pressed down, it will be embarrassing." The people on the playground began to separate in an orderly manner, and at this time, King Shuiwei waved his hand, and a light yellow seal flew out. The seal trembled slightly in the air, and suddenly, everyone on the playground sank, and the inexplicable pressure leaned on them. The pressure of the physical cultivator is the strongest, while the pressure of the spiritual cultivator is directed at the spirit, and the pressure of the Qi cultivator is directed at the body and Dantian. Anlin summoned Xiaoya, Xiaoxing, and Tianning. As soon as Xiaoxing came out, he was overwhelmed by the pressure and collapsed on the ground, screaming wildly in the sea of spiritual energy. "Dasha, help me. I'm going to be crushed to death." "Shoo shoo, I saw my great-grandmother." "Rat is dead, Dasha. See you in the next life." Not only in the sea of spirituality, Xiaoxing herself was also squeaking, and the sound was so miserable that the people around who were under pressure could not help but look over. What a shame. Anlin was speechless. He did feel pressure, but for him, it was basically nothing. The initial pressure corresponded to the 5th stage of the first realm of physical cultivation, but Anlin's own physique had long surpassed this realm, so to him, it was like a drizzle. Above, King Shuiwei was a little confused. Why was the mouse screaming so miserably? His mental power flew over and felt it carefully. Logically speaking, if a person can't hold on, he can just squat down and the pressure will stop, let alone being pressed down. The Futian seal itself has certain detection functions, so this pressure is actually nothing to this mouse. I don't know why this guy is so miserable. Compared to Xiaoxing, Tianyin is much more normal. Tianyin had just hatched, and Anlin had not given it much training. In addition, Because it was still not at its current level of proficiency, its little face was flushed red and its wings were drooping. Anlin reached out and touched Tianin's head, feeling that this little guy was in trouble. As for Xiaoya, it was still very easy. In the void, Feng Huojun saw Anlin so relaxed, raised his eyebrows, and sent a voice message to Shui Wangdao. Double the boost speed of this guy. So what about his grades? Even if this guy's boost speed is increased, he can still last longer than others, so it's not easy to hit others. King Shui nodded and directly put pressure on Anlin. The first level of the competition is about how long you can last, but this level is relatively fair, as the pressure from different professions is different. After a while, someone on the playground squatted down unwillingly, his face flushed. He didn't dare to look up at others, and could only use his peripheral vision to check if there was anyone else squatting down. In the distance, Ji Hongfei stared at Anlin, wanting to see what ability this guy had to pass the 30 levels. From what King Bailing said, this guy is a beastmaster. Could it be that? He looked at Xiaoya, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. This guy's beast is a combat body. Chapter 116, Second Grade Ji Hongfei. Dual combat body. He didn't know that Anlin was a combat body. After all, in his eyes, apart from cultivation, everything else was a waste of time. This is also why he didn't know that Anlin had actually reached the 30th floor. Dan Yunyao stood not far from Ji Hongfei and looked in the direction of Ji Hongfei's gaze. He himself also has a combat body, exactly the same as the Beastmaster's combat body, so his realm will be improved very quickly. Little General, this is your formidable enemy. Hearing Dan Yunyao's words, Ji Hongfei raised his eyebrows. Opponent? I am invincible. Who dares to be my opponent? Dan Yunyao rolled her eyes at him. Her childhood sweetheart was good in every way except that he was too immature. Others are like middle school students when they were little, pointing to the sky and shouting, I will never let this sky cover my eyes again. And Ji Hongfei, well, even now, if she saw Ji Hongfei doing this, she would not be surprised. From childhood to adulthood. For example, a few days ago, she looked at Ji Hongfei with his back to her and said, I can hold the sun and the moon in my hands and pick the stars. There is no one like me in the world. I can only say 6. Next to Anlin, Mou was observing the female classmates. So many young and beautiful female college students, still wearing skirts. Mou looked at these white thighs, and his saliva almost dripped. But the next second, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and lost his vision. In the sky, the corners of King Shuyue's mouth rose slightly. This guy actually dared to be so blatant in front of so many kings. He must be tired of living. In addition to a few combat bodies, there were dozens of other people who also looked relaxed. They were all sons of geniuses, and this little pressure was nothing. Of course, the pressure everyone is under does not refer to the pressure from people at the same level, but refers to the limit that ordinary cultivators at the corresponding level can withstand. In addition to the King of the Sky, some heaven level, earth level, and profound level instructors also came to the playground to observe the students' performance. Feng Huojuan in the void was a little bit unbelievable. He didn't know how Anlin trained it. This wolf beast actually developed a new combat body. You know, this thing called dual combat body is the first time even for her. The quality of that mouse has also improved a lot. This kid's talent for cultivating spirits is so high. And what about the elves? Aren't elves considered an independent race, just like the demons and gods? How can they be contracted into beast tamers? Since accepting this apprentice, she has been shocked too many times. Feng Guojin thought about it and realized that although elves could not become beasts, there were special circumstances. For example, a contract can only be successful if an elf is willing to open its heart to humans and obey unconditionally. In this case, the elf is equivalent to a slave. Where does this boy get his charm from? Feng Huojuan looked at Anlin. This disciple was even more perverted than Ji Hao and Qi Shuyue. She had to train him well, hoping that he would take over her position. If she could have another master-level disciple, she wouldn't have to stay in this ghost place every day. Feng Huojuan decisively created a clone and stayed where he was. Then he tore open the space and left the military directly. Anlin and others continued to persevere, and the number of people standing on the playground gradually began to decrease. In the air, King Shuyue's eyelids twitched slightly. He said in a strange tone, Why do I have such a bad feeling? He looked at King Fenghua on the side. Although this guy's injuries had not recovered completely, his external injuries had almost healed, otherwise he would definitely not be willing to show up. Did this guy know that he had been tricked before? It didn't make sense. He had been tricked for so many years, he would have found out long ago. Speaking of which, King Fenghua is really lucky. He challenges the kings of other worlds every day and gets tricked by himself every day. But even so, he still lives on tenaciously. The vitality is as tenacious as that of grass. Speaking of which, King Shueiyue looked into the void and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Well, Feng Huojuan is still there, and he was worried before that Feng Huojuan would really kill a king for Qi Anlin. Rather than doing this, he would rather exchange resources with other students who have places. Kings can fight at the same level, but if a cultivator of a higher level takes action, the opponent's strong man will not be a pushover. Moreover, the military also needs a monarch-level strongman to suppress it, so Feng Huojuan can only leave for a short time each time to avoid being discovered. He looked at the students on the playground. The pressure from Qi Anlin has reached the 7th level of the first realm, and this guy is beginning to feel the pressure. There were still hundreds of students left on the playground. The pressure from more than one level had already eliminated most of them, and the pressure was still increasing. I think Qi Anlin still has to continue to be a beastmaster. This wolf beast has a dual combat body, Fei Yuang said in a deep voice. As the king of beastmasters, he naturally saw that these beasts had contracted life contracts with Qi Anlin. This kind of contract is unequal. If other beastmasters die, the beast will only suffer certain damage and then regain its freedom. If the beast dies, the beastmaster will also suffer backlash. But Qi Anlin's contract is different. This contract is more intimate. The beastmaster regards Qi Anlin as his closest person and obeys him unconditionally. Therefore, if the beasts died, Qi Anlin would not be harmed at all, and if Qi Anlin died, these beasts would also die directly. The most important thing is that the connection between the two will be closer, so Qi Anlin will get so much spiritual power feedback every time. And this kind of beast is also inseparable. As long as Qi Anlin breaks contact with them, they will die. Even he was extremely envious of this kind of contract and beast taming. I think this guy is pretty good at physical training. King Bailing smiled and reminded. Feng Huojuan is a Qi cultivator, but if you want to choose a main profession, it should be Feng Huojuan who should worry about it. It has nothing to do with us. That's right. King Feiyu sighed. If only he had been the one to pick up Qi Anlin that day, he would have tried his best to recruit Qi Anlin as his disciple. However, if Feng Huojuan hadn't called him, he wouldn't have come out. He sighed. Originally, to check Qi Anlin's talent as a spirit trainer, he only needed to find a random spirit trainer. However, Feng Huojuan was very kind to his apprentice and wanted the best of everything. He even went to find a king-level weapon refiner to create a king-level battle armor for Qi Shuiyue. I think Feng Huojuan already had the intention of accepting a disciple at that time. However, the corners of King Feiyu's mouth rose slightly. Feng Huojuan knew nothing about taming beasts. If Qi Anlin wanted to ask for advice, he had to come to him. By then, he would be considered half-master of Qi Anlin. The level of pressure from below increased again, and this time, only 20 people were left on the playground. The pressure from Shaoxing disappeared, but its little feet were still twitching slightly. Why do others not accept pressure just by squatting down? And it was really almost crushed to death. Chapter 117 Breakthrough. The pressure from Qi Anlin had reached the 8th level of the first realm. At this moment, his body was crackling under the pressure, which made him doubt his life. If these people are not eliminated, I will probably be in trouble after reaching the next level or two. The pressure slowly increased to the next level, and soon, another 10 people squatted down. These are basically students of the first realm. There is a huge gap between the ordinary level and the first realm, so many ordinary level students squat down directly after encountering the pressure of the first realm. Despite King Bailing's reminder, several people still vomited blood and fell down because of trying too hard, and were sent away from the scene. This class has a good foundation. King Fenghua stared at a fire-type Qi cultivator with great satisfaction. Apart from Feng Huojun, he was the strongest fire attribute cultivator here. This person would definitely become his disciple. As for the combat body, he had never received one in all these years. He was very satisfied with Qi Shuiyue in the past 2 years, but was directly taken away by Feng Huojuan. The Demon King stared at Ji Hongfei. Although the kid spoke a little arrogantly, he had a very good foundation. Normally, it would be enough to have one king present at the opening ceremony, but this time there were 4 combat bodies, which led to many kings coming over, ready to take the combat bodies as their disciples and inherit their legacy. 5 minutes later, a few more people squatted down, and there were only 5 people left on the field. The students around were squatting on the ground, talking about it. Who is this person who was able to hold on to the end with the battle body? The non-combat body on the field was a female cultivator at the 2nd stage of the first realm. At this moment, her face was full of stubbornness, her body was sweating profusely, and she was almost knocked to her knees several times, but she insisted on keeping her legs straight. Her name is Chunyu. I heard that she comes from a poor family, and that she gained all the cultivation resources by risking her life in another world. If not, her cultivation level would probably be almost the same as Ji Hongfei's by now. Chun Yu's mind was blank at this moment, and her spirit was suppressed to the point of being a little dazed. However, even so, she still gritted her teeth and persisted, her clenched fists dripping with blood and her sharp nails piercing into her palms. Opposite her, Mouyu's bones were also crackling. Chun Yu? Mou heard the discussion of the people around him. Even though he couldn't see, he could still roughly sense Chun Yu's direction. Then he smiled helplessly and chose to squat down. All of a sudden, the people around started to exclaim in surprise. All along, everyone had been instilled with the idea that the combat body was the strongest in the same realm, so it was normal for everyone to think that they could not compare to the combat body. But today, a girl who relied on herself to obtain cultivation resources actually surpassed the combat body. Hearing the exclamations around him, Chun Yu looked in Mouyu's direction with difficulty. After seeing Mou squatting on the ground, he closed his eyes as if relieved. The next second, she could no longer bear the pressure on her body and fell down. Just as she fell, lightning flashed on Mouyu's body and he burst out with astonishing speed. When Chun Yu fell to the ground, he supported her body and then gently placed her on the ground. Above the sky, King Bailing looked at Mou with great satisfaction. At this time, King Finghua took advantage of the situation and said, "What's wrong with this kid? I think he still has some strength left, but he actually squatted down. Doesn't he have any willpower at all?" King Shueiyue rolled his eyes at him, then removed the restraints from Mou. Suddenly, there were only 3 people and a beast left on the field. The pressure on Xiaoya has reached the first level of the second realm. The pressure across levels is even more terrifying. Xiaoya's body is already shaking. A beast tamer of the first level and 8th stage. How strong is Qi Anlin's mental strength? He's just taking shortcuts. This guy's own strength must be very low. Otherwise, how could he have persisted for so long? I think his own realm should only be the lower level of the ordinary level. A boy of the 8th level of the ordinary level said sourly. Although the beast tamer's own strength is very weak, it does not affect Qi Anlin. He is already bearing the pressure that is 2 small realms higher than his own. Didn't you just fail to withstand the pressure of the 9th level of the mortal level? Another person mocked. I heard from the elders in my family that among the combat bodies this time, there is a combat body beast that is also a combat body. No way. Besides Qi Anlin, who among these combat bodies is a beastmaster? At this time, a student from Linqing said, I heard from Linqing's instructor that when Qi Anlin took the college entrance examination, all 3 of his professions had already reached the 9th level of the ordinary level, and at that time, his beast control was only at the 9th level of the ordinary level. The students around him all looked at him immediately. Are you kidding? There were so many shocking things that they didn't know where to start. Just as everyone was discussing, the pressure from Xiaoya increased again. For a moment, Xiaoya's hair flew violently, and blazing flames erupted, turning Xiaoya into a fire wolf. Xiaoya, who was almost crushed to the ground, straightened up his body. After a long roar, flames spread out, making crackling sounds. What? Several kings were shocked. Because of Feng Guozhen's cover-up, they could only vaguely feel that another combat body had emerged from Xiaoya's body. However, what they didn't expect was that the properties of these 2 combat bodies were actually opposite. Originally, the existence of dual combat bodies had never occurred among humans, and now there were combat bodies with opposing attributes. How does this wolf beast balance the spiritual power in its body? Several people looked at King Feiyu, and when they found that King Feiyu was also shocked, they no longer had the idea of continuing to ask questions. There are countless monsters in so many alien worlds, so no one knows Xiaoya's race. In fact, the monsters don't have a fixed evolutionary direction, and everything is possible. The pressure level increased again, causing Dan Yunyao to be unable to bear it. She glanced in the direction of Ji Hongfei and squatted on the ground. The pressure from Qi Anlin reached the 9th level of the first realm, and he almost fell down. It doesn't make sense. He looked at Ji Hongfei. He had used cheats before, and his physical body was much stronger than that of other cultivators at the same level. Was Ji Hongfei's physical body really that strong? Ji Hongfei looked at Qi Anlin expressionlessly. If his legs were not shaking wildly, one might really think that this little pressure was nothing to him. The pressure on his body was getting greater and greater. Qi Anlin clenched his teeth and endured the pressure from all directions. His muscles were deformed. The spiritual power in his body began to repair the damage to his body, making Qi Anlin's body more and more indestructible. At this time, the ground centered on Qi Anlin began to crack, and an astonishing aura burst out from Qi Anlin's body. The barrier of the realm broke open like a flood. Chi Anlin's body became straight, and the effect of the pressure on him instantly became much smaller. He broke through. Chapter 118. Shu, am so happy. Interesting, this kid has made a breakthrough. King Fenghua slapped King Shuiwei on the back and shouted. Fire blazed everywhere. King Shuiwei looked at him expressionlessly, then smiled and said, Fenghua, I heard that a fire-attributed treasure appeared in the Weiyang realm. Just imagine how precious a fire-attributed treasure would be in a world like this, which is entirely covered by ocean. I originally wanted to take you there after your injury healed, but now seeing Chi Anlin reminds me of the time when you wanted to take Chi Shuiwei as your disciple, but Feng Huojuan intercepted you. Hey, I finally have a fire attribute combat body. Hearing what King Shuiwei said, King Fenghua blew a ball of fire from his nose. King Shuiwei, I have seen through your little tricks a long time ago. Aren't you just trying to trick me into going to the Weiyang realm and helping you seize the treasure? King Bailing looked over in surprise. Did Fenghua have a brain? He actually saw through King Shuiwei's scheme. You don't need to goad me. When I break through to the monarch level, I will definitely beat up Monarch Fenghua and let her know who the strongest fire cultivator in the military academy is. The corners of Shuiwei Wang's mouth rose slightly. This idiot was just as he expected. Fenghua Wang's figure turned into a flaming meteor and disappeared into the sky. Fenghua Jun's figure walked out of the void. She shook her hand lightly and said, This guy really doesn't know how to live or die. King Shuiwei, teach Mou a lesson later. Fenghua Jun continued, You want to do me a favor, but you don't consider Li Yu's character. Don't let Li Yu find out. You'll end up losing more than you gain. After saying this, Feng Huojuan disappeared again. The farce above was not noticed by the classmates. Everyone was staring intently at Chi Anlin, Xiaoya and Ji Hongfei, wanting to see who would be the final winner. Finally, when the pressure on Ji Hongfei increased to another level, Dan Yunyao suddenly made a move, and golden light enveloped her and Ji Hongfei. The next second, information appeared on the students' wristbands, and the rankings of the first level emerged, with Ji Hongfei's name ranked second. The golden light faded, and Ji Hongfei's face turned stern. Dan Yunyao smiled and comforted him. All right, young general, you're still injured. If you keep insisting, what if your old injury relapses? It's really worrying. Ji Hongfei's expression softened slightly. He looked at Chi Anlin and said loudly, I'll let you be number one for a while. We'll see the result in the next round. The pressure on Chi Anlin was still increasing, and after Xiaoya glanced at Chi Anlin, the flames on his body disappeared and returned to a pure white color. His realm quietly rose to the 9th level of the first realm. Xiaoya lay down and did not choose to continue to persevere. In the sky, King Shuiwei stretched out his hand and took away the Futian seal. Chi Anlin had broken the record by withstanding the pressure that exceeded his own realm by 4 levels. However, due to Feng Huojuan's request, no one knew this. They only thought that Chi Anlin had withstood the pressure that was 3 levels higher than his own realm. This is everyone's first time taking this test, so it's normal not to get ideal results. Don't be discouraged. The scores here only count towards 25% of the final ranking. The gentle voice of King Bailing sounded again, and her figure slowly flew down towards the playground. A ball of green life essence appeared in front of her. She stretched out her hand and lightly tapped it. The life essence exploded and turned into a point of light, flying towards all the students. All the injuries caused by the pressure were recovered, and even the strength was improved again. The students cheered and began to thank King Bailing. Beside Chi Anlin, Mou whispered, King Bailing is so beautiful, I really want to. Suddenly thinking of something, he quickly shut his mouth. He really didn't know whether he was living or dead. With the king's hearing, even if he whispered, he would be heard. Chi Anlin held Xiaoxing in his arms. This guy might be afraid of having to move on to the next level, so he closed his eyes and looked like he was asleep. Mou walked over, looked at Xiaoxing in Chi Anlin's arms and said, falling asleep? Chi Anlin shook his head and said, he's just pretending to be asleep. This guy kicks his legs when he's asleep. At this time, Xiaoxing's legs suddenly twitched, and Chi Anlin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He pinched Xiaoxing's neck with one hand and lifted her up. Little guy, you are pretending to sleep in front of me. You don't kick your legs when you sleep, just like a pig. Hearing Chi Anlin's words, Xiaoxing opened his eyes and stretched out his claws in frustration, trying to grab Chi Anlin. After swinging in the air for a while, Xiaoxing gave up struggling. Seeing Chi Anlin's action, Mou smiled and said, this little guy is quite human. This freak with kidney deficiency understands human nature. Xiaoxing roared in the sea of spiritual energy. Okay, now that you're awake, get ready. The next level is an illusion. Hua Muling swung her little feet and lay on Chi Anlin's hair. After hearing the illusion, her eyes flickered and she raised her hand to indicate that she could do it. Mo's eyes lit up. Brother Chi, where did you catch this Pokemon? Do you have any bigger Pokemon? I want to be a beast tamer too. Chi Anlin rolled his eyes at him and didn't pay much attention to him. This guy was just an ISP. Mou and Chi Anlin continued their conversation, while across from them, Ji Hongfei crossed his arms over his chest and said in a deep voice, "So this is what it feels like to lose." Dan Yunyao looked at Ji Hongfei with a smile. Although her childhood sweetheart had always been a bit immature, after a while, she found him quite cute. Especially this guy had a cold face and said such stupid words. It's okay. His beast taming is quite powerful, and he also became a disciple of Feng Huijun. I don't know how many good things he got. And you are still injured, otherwise you would definitely break the record. Ji Hongfei nodded. This time doesn't count. I am still the ever-victorious general. Pucci. Yes, the little general has never lost. The people around felt a sour smell in the air and decided to stay away. Several bald students in the distance put their hands together and whispered, Amitba, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Wrinkled hormones. Soon, half an hour passed. After everyone had rested for a while, King Huantian flew out and said, the second round begins. This tests your character. There are 4 stages in total, and I will grade your performance. After he finished speaking, a light flashed in King Huantian's eyes, and suddenly, everyone's eyes went dark and they fell into an illusion. Below, everyone was staring blankly ahead. After a while, some people and the rat began to giggle. In the illusion, Xiao Xing was lying on a big bed, hugged by 2 girls, and on this bed, there were hundreds of female mice of different colors. I'm so happy, rat. Xiao Xing took the khaki mouse beside her and kissed it hard. Then she sniffed the pink mouse on the other side and squinted her eyes in intoxication. My little beauty, you smell so good. I'm going to turn over your sign today. The first illusion is about lust. Chapter 119 Chi Anlin. It's just a pink skull. Xiao Xing was indulging in wine and women, while the other person who was also grinning foolishly was Mou. In Mou's fantasy, he was playing in the swimming pool with a group of beauties. Mr. Mo next to him, King Bai Ling, who was wearing a swimsuit, peeled a crystal-clear grape and gently put it into his mouth. Sir, eat mine. On the other side, Chinyu held the tip of the strawberry and said coquettishly. Mou was enjoying the food fed by the beauties. At this moment, a jade hand came up to him, and Mou reacted quickly and grabbed the hand. Troublemaker, stop making trouble now. Mou said with a wicked smile. In Ji Hongfei's illusion, Dan Yunyao had a charming look on her face. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and her whole body was a little hot. Young general. Ji Hongfei took 2 steps back and said loudly, Yunyao, please respect yourself. I am concentrating on cultivation and have no thoughts of romantic love for the time being. Yunyao, don't touch me. Dan Yunyao moved close to Ji Hongfei and wanted to hug Ji Hongfei's neck, but at this time Ji Hongfei turned around and ran away. The next moment, he broke through the illusion. Ji Hongfei looked in the direction of Dan Yunyao with lingering fear, and when he found that she had no reaction, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After calming down his panicked heart a little, he looked in the direction of Chi Anlin and found that Chi Anlin was observing everyone's reactions with great interest. Just now, he fell into an illusion and countless beauties appeared around him. Many of them were the alien women he had defeated in the blood energy space. Each of them was as beautiful as a fairy. This scared Chi Anlin. These were all enemies. So he took decisive action and blew up these pink skeletons. It was for this reason that he became the first person to escape from the illusion. Now, all 3 beasts except Xiao Xing have escaped from the predicament. 5 minutes later, some people gradually got rid of the illusion, and among the monks, a group of monks awkwardly surrounded a relatively young monk. The monk was trapped in a fantasy and couldn't extricate himself, muttering, Female donor, I have broken my vows. It's so embarrassing. Finally, the illusion was broken and the remaining students woke up, their eyes still a little confused. Mou bowed slightly and gave Chi Anlin an embarrassed smile. Heroes are often tempted by beautiful women. I didn't expect the school test to be so difficult. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Brother Chi. What beauty barrier? Chi Anlin opened his eyes wide. Could it be that just now? Chi Anlin felt a little disappointed. These women from other worlds couldn't move faster. The atmosphere on the playground was a little awkward for a moment, and everyone looked at each other. This scene was too socially dead. Dan Yunyao glanced at Ji Hongfei with a red face. If she hadn't known that this wooden fish brain would not be able to understand, she might have really fallen into it. In that illusion, this guy actually invited me to watch a movie. Dan Yunyao sighed. She had invited Ji Hongfei before, under the pretext that it would relieve the pressure of cultivation and relax the mind. So that day, she specially bought 2 tickets at the back, and this guy bought a ticket in the first row for himself in order to see more clearly. On the playground, many students squatted on the ground and chatted. After a while, the voice of King Huantian rang out. Only by focusing your mind without distractions can you succeed in cultivation. If you can't even resist such a small temptation, you will never achieve great things in the future. Mou raised his head and found that King Huantian was staring at him while he said this. Mou, your Mo family elders asked me to keep a close eye on you. If you behave like this again, I will go to Tianlia and retreat for 10 days. Hearing this, Mou put away his frivolous behavior and nodded quickly. In the first round, Anlin's performance was perfect. He was not tempted by beauty. I hope you can remember that now you should focus on cultivation. After evaluating the performance of the most outstanding people, King Huantian raised his hand, a light flashed, and the next second, everyone entered the illusion again. The second illusion tests human nature. Anlin opened his eyes and found himself standing on a stone, and around him was a sea of blood. Absorb this blood and enter my demonic path. You can become a king in one day and comprehend the great way of slaughter. Anlin raised his eyebrows. Becoming a king in one day. A king who becomes a king through such a shortcut can only be the weakest among the kings, right? Seeing Anlin remained indifferent, the sea of blood began to churn. Soon, a head flew out with a hideous face and a mouth full of fangs, like a monster. If you accept me as your master, you will surely become a monarch in the future. When Anlin saw the head, his eyes flickered slightly. What realm are you in? Before I was injured, I was in the ancient realm of the demon clan. How can someone this strong get hurt? I was ambushed and surrounded by several ancient realms. Anlin pondered for a moment and said, Are you trying to take over my body? I am just a remnant soul and cannot pose a threat to you. How will this benefit you? The head said in a somewhat annoyed tone, I am unwilling to accept this, but I am powerless to seek revenge. Before he could finish his words, Anlin punched out directly. If this thing had the ability to take over my body, it wouldn't talk so much nonsense. Inherit the mantle? God knows what the side effects are. This guy is also in the ancient realm. Even if he is a residual soul, I should be able to gain a lot of blood energy after killing him. He doesn't trust other things, but when it comes to blood energy, the more the better. The heads were beaten back step by step and soon dissipated in the air. In the sky, King Huantian was a little surprised to see Anlin break the illusion. This speed is too fast. In this world, in order to become stronger, some people would even kill their loved ones, just to improve their own qualifications and practice magic skills. Becoming stronger is a fatal temptation for anyone. When a person is still fighting for an ordinary grade medicinal herb, if there is an opportunity that can allow him to quickly reach the second or third level, there is a high probability that this person will accept it without hesitation. This is also why cults are becoming more and more rampant, and there are more and more evil practitioners. There are very few monks who can resist temptation. However, this level's test of human nature is not just about the temptation of resources. At this time, Ji Hongfei was in a fantasy world. A tall man walked in front without saying a word, and behind him was the still somewhat immature Ji Hongfei. Father, I don't understand. Hearing Ji Hongfei's words, Ji Changqing stopped. Not understand? Is the mission really more important than my family? Ji Hongfei clenched his fists, his eyes red, and his voice trembled slightly. Ji Changqing turned his head, his eyes like a deep black pool. No emotion could be seen in them. Ji Hongfei, the mission represents everything. Ji Hongfei was slightly shocked and said through clenched teeth, If that day really comes, I will give up on you. If that's the case, then you've grown up. Chapter 120 Siege War Body. Since then, he has never returned to that home. Until one day, he saw a wanted list, and on this wanted list was his dead sister. His sister is a demon cultivator. Her father killed her with his own hands. The people around gradually broke away from the illusion. Some successfully broke through the illusion and left, while others failed and were kicked out. In the fantasies of a large number of people, they give up their closest relatives for a group of people or the entire country. Anlin listened to the discussions around him and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't encounter such a choice. Although it is right for society to save the vast majority of people, but for himself, he will only save his closest relatives. However, to everyone's surprise, Ji Hongfei continued to stay in the illusion and did not exit. Dan Yunyao stood beside Ji Hongfei with some worry. In her eyes, Ji Hongfei would definitely not do such a thing as killing innocent people for the sake of cultivation resources. Dan Yunyao's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She also knew about Ji Hongfei's sister. Could it be that this hurdle? In the sky, the Demon King frowned. This kid has a demon in his heart. The inner demon is Ji Hao, Queen Bailing said. She knew that Ji Hongfei was Ji Hao's cousin, and the reason why Ji Hongfei worked so hard was to surpass Ji Hao. It could also be Ji Hongyue. King Shueihua said. Back then, because Ji Hongyue fell into the evil path, Ji Chongqing's branch suffered a great blow. A sigh was heard, and all the kings looked over. Fenghua Wang flew back slowly. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the old and poor. I will avenge this grudge someday. Immediately afterwards, King Fenghua disappeared again. After this farce, the kings did not continue to lament. Things like inner demons have to be overcome by oneself, and outsiders cannot help. King Huantian solved everyone's illusion, and this time, Mou was ranked first. This guy was not interested in any other resources except beautiful women. When he saw the mountain of treasures in the illusion, he just ignored them. Anlin ranked second. As for his beasts, they were not ranked. Originally, the beast master had to go through the second level by himself. The reason why he did not take back the beasts was only because of Feng Huojuan's request. Ji Hongfei remained silent after coming out of the illusion. After a while, King Huantian opened the illusion again. This level is about facing death. Anlin said that he was familiar with this. So naturally, Anlin was the first to break free from the illusion. Facing such a death, no matter how realistic it was not as good as what he encountered in the blood energy space. I died thousands of times there. Soon, the 4 illusions ended, and the rankings appeared on the bracelet again. Due to Ji Hongfei's defeat, Anlin's score surpassed him by a large margin. King Bailing flew into the air again and began to explain the rules of the 3rd level. In the 3rd level, we will solidify the playground so that everyone can fight. King Bailing smiled and said, the rules of this level are that you have to be the last one standing. This means that everyone can engage in a free-for-all. Of course, weapons and family-assigned beasts cannot be used. Only the beasts you have contracted with can be used. We will also protect everyone's safety. Grouping is allowed, and all means are allowed. Ranking is based on the duration of persistence. Finally, the 3rd level score accounts for 50% of the total score. The top 50 students will receive 1,000 credits. The top 10 students will receive 5,000 credits and a spirit-level soul-condensing pill. Rank in the top 5 and receive 10,000 credits and a spiritual-level magical weapon. Rank 3rd, you will receive 30,000 credits, a Xian-level golden marrow pill, a king's mentoring opportunity, and a Xian-level magical weapon. Ranked 2nd, you will receive 50,000 credits, 1 earth-level purple spirit body-shaping flower, 1 mysterious-level earth core essence, 1 opportunity for king's guidance, and 1 earth-level magical weapon. Rank 1st, and you'll receive 100,000 credits, a heaven-level technique, a heaven-level magical weapon, an earth-level 9-leaf Ganoderma, and a chance for mentorship from the monarch. When people heard about these rewards, the playground suddenly exploded. Fuck, the difference is too big. The combat body is directly selected. A male doctor complained. He basically had no chance of getting this reward. Although the last level is not very friendly to auxiliary professions, after all, those who rush to the front line are combat professions, so resource allocation will be more biased towards them. Don't worry, the last level accounts for 50%. We can all gather together and prioritize driving the combat body out. Yes, siege battle body. Siege battle body. The students quickly reached a consensus, and all of a sudden, the entire playground was shouting the words siege battle body. Brother Chi, what do you think? Mou looked at Anlin. With so many people, even if he was a combat body, he couldn't handle it. Anlin touched his chin. He had always been the one besieging others, but he didn't expect that today he would have to experience the feeling of being besieged as well. It's a pity that the Queen Anne is not here and cannot show up. Otherwise, there will be so many students that they will not be enough for the ant soldiers to fight. Since we are all going to besiege the combat body, why don't we unite together? Mou suggested. Anlin didn't think it mattered. Although there were indeed many students here, Xiaya had already reached the 9th level of the 1st realm. It can be said that doubling the number of students here would not be a problem. However, Anlin nodded. I don't mind, but do you think Ji Hongfei can really agree? Given Ji Hongfei's proud nature, if I had asked him if he wanted to form an alliance, he would probably have said, alliance is just a survival tactic for the weak. Even if I have no one behind me, I can still defeat 10,000 alone. However, to Anlin's surprise, Ji Hongfei agreed to the team application. To be precise, it was Dan Yunyao who agreed. In addition, Dan Yunyao also invited more than a dozen students to join the combat team. Young General has a combat body. The more people he has under his command, the greater his strength will be. After hearing Dan Yunyao's explanation, Chi Anlin's eyes lit up. Wow, if this combat body is paired with the ant soldiers, wouldn't it be invincible? Chi Anlin stared at Ji Hongfei with burning eyes. This guy is a treasure. In the Golden Horn realm, Feng Huijuan concealed his presence and guarded a city gate. In this world, the lord of every city is the king. This guy actually broke through the monarch realm? He is still so patient. Who is he trying to trick? The phoenix eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of Feng Huijuan's mouth rose slightly. Since he broke through the monarch realm, doesn't it mean that his actions are not considered to be breaking the rules? It seems that the giant city has been at war with the human race recently. Could it be that this guy wants to kill the king of the human race? Feng Huijuan was furious. How bold! If it weren't for his foresight and ability to see through this guy's conspiracy early on, the human race would have lost a king. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. Chapter 121 destroyed a city. Feng Huijuan was waiting quietly at the door. Although this guy was promoted to the monarch level, there was still a gap between monarchs. The gap between a monarch and a king is also very large. An ordinary monarch not only needs to fully master one great way, but also needs to possess 5 other ways to comprehend and integrate into himself. The kings of the school basically only mastered 2 paths, and only the demon king mastered 4 paths. The Tao is not something that can be considered mastered just by touching the surface. Otherwise, if you just kill some other kings, strip away the Tao and integrate it into yourself, the monarchs would have been gone everywhere long ago. As for Feng Huijuan, the 5 avenues she comprehended were all fire avenues, unlike other monarchs whose comprehension was more chaotic. Therefore, among the monarchs, she is also a top existence. Soon, Feng Huijuan waited for the time when the war between Juling City and the human race broke out. As a monarch, it shouldn't be too much to wait for the aftermath of the war to destroy the giant spirit city, right? In the city, strange people with a single horn on their foreheads ran out. They were all wearing silver armor, and their strength had reached the 1st level. Many students who have just joined the military academy are very arrogant, not realizing that their strength is not even as good as that of another soldier. The mighty army rushed towards the entrance to the human world, and soon engaged in battle with the human army. 2 or 3 heavenly-level experts were staring at the battlefield from the sky, looking high above like gods. You are overestimating yourself. The Lord of Juling City is at the peak of the king level. The King of 8 Desolations is only at the 5th level of the king level, yet you dare to challenge the Lord of Juling City. Humans will invade the human world sooner or later and capture those tender human girls as slaves, said the short, heavenly-level golden horn man with golden horns on his head. In the void, Feng Huijuan glanced at him and decided to kill this guy when they fought later. Chigu shuddered. For some reason, he felt a faint sense of crisis surrounding him. Could it be that the human race had a backup plan? Could it be that there was an extra king? That was impossible. If that were the case, the lords of other cities would also come to reinforce. At this time, the battlefield was filled with dust, the sounds of fighting continued, and broken limbs and corpses were everywhere. Soon, the 8 Desolate King came out, and his powerful voice resounded through the sky. Giant Horn King, come out and die. After he finished speaking, he floated into the air and flew towards the giant spirit city. At this time, a 3-meter-tall golden horn man with huge horns on his head flew up from the giant spirit city, and the pressure of the peak king realm came over. King Bahuang, don't think that I dare not kill you. Because he was close to a breakthrough, he had not used his full strength and allowed King Bahuang to escape many times. And now, he has been promoted to the monarch realm. Does this guy still think he can escape from him? The giant horned king concealed his aura, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the 8 Desolate King when he approached. Seeing the city lord appear, the army below was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and in the city, the people of the Golden Horn tribe cheered. Although the King of 8 Desolations appears to be very arrogant on the surface, he is actually very alert in his heart. He knows the gap between himself and the King of Giant Horns. These battles are just to delay the King of Giant Horns. In the other city, 2 human kings went there, ready to kill the Lord of Shinya City. These 2 cities were very close to the entrance to the human world. If one could be destroyed, the pressure on the garrison would be reduced a lot. What he needed to do was to delay the Giant Horned King before completely killing the Lord of Shinya City. As he was getting closer and closer to the Giant Horned King, the 8 Desolate King was about to launch an attack. At this moment, a terrifying pressure appeared, and he was directly blown away. Between him and the Horned King, a scorching sun slowly rose. Damn it! The peak of the monarch. The giant Horned King was terrified and didn't care about hiding his realm. The aura of the monarch realm burst out, and he flew desperately towards the depths of the Golden Horn realm. King Giant Horn, you actually dared to hide your cultivation and attack the king of my human race. Today, I, King Shueiwe, will enforce justice on the behalf of heaven and kill you here. From Huajun roared. The sky was engulfed in flames, as if it was the end of the world. The scorching sun flickered and directly swallowed up the fleeing giant Horned King. Burning flames destroy the world. A huge roar sounded, the space collapsed, and a huge shock wave spread out, annihilating the golden-horned aliens along the way. Afterwards, Fengguojin stretched out his hand and waved, and a layer of flame shield appeared on all the human cultivators, blocking the oncoming shock wave. The flames engulfed the entire world. Taking advantage of this gap, Feng Huojuan flashed and grabbed Qi Gu directly. Before Qi Gu could react, he crushed him to death and put him into the space ring. After the fire domain lasted for a minute, Fengguojin stretched out his hand and clenched it. Suddenly, all the flames flew towards her and entered her body. It's almost done. If it burns a little longer, the giant spirit lord will be burned to ashes. Then I have to find a king. Although she didn't hunt down the king this time, it would be nice to hunt down the monarch. Then she could hang this guy's giant horn on the wall at home as a decoration. She would also be considered someone who had killed a monarch. The monarchs from other worlds are all skilled in life-saving techniques, and only the newly broken through iron-headed Lord Giant Horn can be killed instantly. Otherwise, when other monarchs arrive, he won't be able to kill them. After grabbing the body of Giant Horn Lord, Fenghua Lord turned around and left. If he didn't run away, he would be surrounded soon. Feng Huojuan's figure disappeared directly in the air, leaving behind only a piece of burnt land and a group of human cultivators. What just happened? I thought I was going to die. Where's the giant spirit city? It seems our monarch has taken action. The power is so great that I thought I was in hell just now. Everyone was amazed and frightened. They did not expect that the monarch was so powerful that he could raise a huge city to the ground and even protect all the human monks. King Bahuang floated in the air, staring at the area in amazement. If he sensed correctly, the giant horned king had been promoted to monarch, and he was killed in seconds? This was a big deal. He swallowed hard and shouted, "Everyone, return to the base. Soon, a monarch or even a powerful person above the monarch will surely appear." Everyone started running back. King Bahuang looked back in the direction of Giant Spirit City. It was really cruel. Not a single hair was left. At the same time, he had a toothache, which meant that all the treasures in Juling City were burned. Besides, that was Feng Huojuan just now. How did she get out? He quickly headed towards the base, his head still a little confused. Bull! A terrifying roar was heard, and even the space was shaking. King Bahuang was startled. This guy must be the monarch. Streams of aura rose, and 5 monarchs flew over at the same time. The Golden Horn realm was in chaos, and at this moment, a sigh was heard. Golden Horn Ancient Emperor, it was the Giant Horn Lord who broke the rules. The Water Moon King's attack on the Lord did not constitute an overstepping of boundaries. Chapter 122 Chaotic Battle. Tiangu, I haven't seen you for many years, and you are still so shameless. The voice of the Golden Horn Ancient Emperor resounded in the space, with a hint of unquestionable majesty, which made the Golden Horn people of the Golden Horn realm couldn't help but kneel on the ground. The Ancient Emperor of Golden Horn was also very angry. Who did this guy think was a fool? Could the king kill the monarch in seconds? Is this fire-attributed spiritual power emitted by King Shueiwe? I was trying to reason with you, and you dared to insult me. Jin Jiao, come out and fight. The figure of Tiangu Ancient Emperor suddenly appeared, and an attack flew towards the Golden Horn Ancient Emperor along the position of the Golden Horn clan monarch. Tiangu, how dare you attack the monarch? A golden light flashed, blocking Emperor Tiangu's attack and saving the monarch of the Golden Horn clan. A good dog doesn't block the road, but this guy blocked my attack himself. He really doesn't take the majesty of the Ancient Emperor seriously. Tiangu, you're looking for death. The war was about to break out, and the 2 ancient emperors fought each other. For a moment, the space was broken and many creatures died. King Shueiwe was unaware of what was happening in the Golden Horn realm. He watched the melee below with great interest. Although the scene of all the students besieging the combat bodies would appear every year, this was the first time that such a huge gap had occurred. In Ji Hao's class, there were only 2 combat bodies. Although Ji Hao won in the end, he was covered in wounds. And this time, Qi Anlin's wolf beast was already invincible. Qi Anlin sat on the lawn at the back, with Xiao Xing and Tian Yin, watching Xiao Yu slaughtering everyone. On the other side, 3 warriors used dazzling martial arts to deal with the siege. Thunderous. Purple lightning swirled around Mou's body. He punched out with force. Suddenly, thunder and lightning roared, knocking away 3 freshmen of the first level along the way. Golden wings. 2 golden wings appeared on Dan Yunyao's body. She danced on the battlefield like a nimble elf, and her wings were like sickles, knocking away the people around her. On the other side, more than a dozen students attacked in an orderly manner, and behind them, Ji Hongfei jumped up and punched the ground, and several students flew up immediately. The will to break through the enemy lines. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, and the students in the team behind him also changed their aura, as if they were connected as one. Students were knocked back one after another. The faces of the students around them changed, and they shouted, "Attack him together!" Ji Hongfei slammed his right foot forward, his muscles tensed, his body gleaming with golden light. This is the only punch. A huge fist shadow appeared on his body. The faces of several students in front of him changed, and their bodies trembled wildly. This blow was enough to threaten their lives. Above the sky, the Demon King pressed his hand lightly, and a mark appeared on the backs of the hands of all the students on the battlefield. With this mark, if a student encounters fatal damage, he will only lose his ability to move, and it will not be fatal. The shadow of the fist expanded, and Ji Hongfei threw a punch. Fall down. A shadow flew out, and all the students in front flew backwards, blood all over the sky, and they fell to the ground like dumplings. There was no one in front of him. Ji Hongfei's fists trembled slightly. He walked slowly backwards with his hands behind his back, leaving only his back. "Young general, you are so mighty." Dan Yunyao chuckled after kicking a 9th-level mortal student away. Hearing these words, Ji Hongfei's figure became more upright, and the aura of a middle school student emanating from his body became more and more vigorous. At this time, on the other side, hundreds of students from the first level gathered together to resist Xiaoya's attack. Xiaoya's body was burning with flames, and the flames were burning around him, preventing the students from getting close. This is Xiaoya's burning sky skill. In the field of this skill, they will be continuously burned. It is because of this skill that more than 50 students were evaporated in an instant. Compared with the other combat bodies, there are more students besieging Anlin. After all, Xiaoya's threat is too great. In the sky, King Shueiyue said helplessly, "These fools, don't they understand the difference between realms? This wolf beast is already at the 9th level of the first realm, and it also has area of effect attacks. If we want to defeat it, we can only exhaust its spiritual power." King Bailing chuckled and said, "They don't know Xiao Yu has an ice soul battle body. If they want to exhaust its spiritual power, even if there are twice as many people here, it will be useless." Although it is said that too many ants can kill an elephant, it also depends on the number of ants. It's really stupid. We should attack Anlin first. After King Fenghua flew back again, he became much more low-key. King Shueiyue rolled his eyes at him and said, "Do you think Anlin is easy to deal with? With this kid's physique, no one can hit him even if he just stands there." The only reason he didn't take action now is because he wants to watch the show. The Demon King sighed and said, "The gap in strength is too great. This time, the military has really recruited a monster. I hope this kid doesn't die young, otherwise he might become another monarch in the future." Alas, a tall tree attracts the wind. We can't always follow him around. I just hope he won't be so unlucky as to encounter the king of another world. The battle has come to an end, and Anlin really has no rivals. In the eyes of King Shueiyue, these students should first unite to attack Mou. Defeating Mou can also take down a combat body. At this time, 50 students burst out with martial arts at the same time, trying to forcibly stop Xiaoya. The next second, 10 students in the first level joined together, broke away from the team, and ran towards Anlin using their body skills. Their target has always been Anlin. As long as Anlin is defeated, the wolf beast will leave the battlefield. Anlin raised the corners of his mouth slightly and stood up from the ground. No, why didn't this wolf beast return to defend? The entire army on the battlefield ahead was annihilated. Xiaoya walked out of the flames, and the hair on his body returned to normal and turned snow white. Although they realized something was wrong, at this point they had no way out. They gritted their teeth and used martial arts to attack Anlin. Dang dang dang. The recoil force from the fist seemed to break the bones. Under the astonished gaze of several people, Anlin threw a few punches, making them lose their ability to fight. Anlin was unharmed. "Very good, you are qualified to be my opponent." Ji Hongfei's voice sounded. He originally thought that Anlin was just a beastmaster, but he didn't expect that this guy's strength was also very powerful. Facing the attacks of these students, his body was not injured at all. Ji Hongfei's aura became more and more powerful. All along, he only regarded Ji Hao, who was of the same age as him, as his opponent. He did not expect that this time he would meet a genius who could rival him. Dan Yunyao's face changed. Although Ji Hongfei was already superior to others of the same age, Qi Anlin still had a beast of the 9th level of the first realm. The beast masters are of the same origin as the fighting body, and Qi Anlin's strength is far from what it seems. No, Ji Hongfei will be defeated. Dan Yunyao gritted her teeth, looked at Mo Yu and Chun Yu, and attacked them directly. Although Ji Hongfei is a dull person, he will definitely come back to help if he sees someone besieging her. Chapter 123 Classmates are also weapons. When Mo Yu saw Dan Yunyao attacking him, he unsurprisingly threw out a purple lightning bolt. There are not many students who are still able to fight on the playground now. If we want to determine the ranking, we must definitely break up the team. In addition to the combat camp, there were still a few students left on the playground. Auxiliary professions were basically eliminated. When the formation master was constructing the formation, he was directly beaten by the people around him. Although many people were eliminated in the talisman master group, their own spiritual power was not enough to continue to activate the talismans, so in the end they were directly picked by a physical cultivator. What was surprising was that there was still a doctor staying on the battlefield. The doctor is a girl, and her realm has already reached the 1st level. Next to her is a young beast tamer girl. This beast master has 3 beasts under her control, and their realms have all reached the 3rd level of the 1st realm. It is precisely because of this that the 2 of them were able to persist on the battlefield for so long. These 3 beasts are the spider gorilla, the steel armor giant, and the blood vinewood demon. Although Qin Yu knew that Mo Yu had been giving in to her before, and felt uncomfortable inside, she still decisively chose to help Mo Yu fight when facing Dan Yunyao's attack. In any case, ranking is the most important thing. Because of family reasons, she urgently needs a lot of resources. Dan Yunyao was temporarily overwhelmed by the combined attacks of the lightning-type Qi cultivators and body cultivators, and was repeatedly defeated. Ji Hongfei, who was about to attack Qi Anlin from behind, turned around and saw this scene. He roared, "How dare you? How dare you attack Fatty Yao?" Hearing Ji Hongfei's roar, Dan Yunyao felt sweet in her heart at first, and then she felt like killing Ji Hongfei. This guy, he calls himself Curvy. What a blind man. Buffed, Sister Yao, Brother Ji's nickname for you is really special. Mo Yu said with a smile, while using purple lightning to attack Dan Yunyao. Ji Hongfei gave up attacking Qi Anlin, causing a group of students who had attacked with Ji Hongfei to be stunned. What will we do if you leave? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. As Ji Hongfei's soldiers, they could have received certain blessings, but now they were going to leave first, leaving behind such a powerful enemy, which made them feel a little sad for a moment. Now that you're here, don't leave. Xiaoya go, Qi Anlin ordered, and then he began to clean up the battlefield. Among the remaining few people, there were 2 or 3 old 6s who had been maintaining their strength and did not attack randomly. It was unknown whether they had used some means of concealing their breath, which caused the students who had been fighting before to not notice them. Qi Anlin planned to clear out these people first. Although he would not be threatened, it would be too unfair for the other students who had fought to exhaustion to be suddenly attacked. The most important thing is that Lao Lu must die. Seeing Qi Anlin attacking, Lu Qing's face changed drastically. He stretched out his hand and waved it. This person actually had the cultivation level of the 3rd stage of the 1st realm. The talismans turned into ashes in the sky, and only long dragons of fire roared out and flew towards Qi Anlin. The sudden attack on the battlefield made the beast tamer girl's face change. This man was actually lying among the wounded, and because he was holding his breath, she didn't even notice him. Because of the mark of the Demon King, the wounded will remain dead on the spot after losing their combat effectiveness, but if an attack falls on them, it will still be blocked by the mark. Mo Yu was kicked away by Ji Hongfei, who came over, and blood flowed out of his mouth. He was a level lower than Ji Hongfei, and because Ji Hongfei was a physical cultivator, he was injured by just 1 attack. No melee combat. Mo Yu caught a glimpse of Qi Anlin out of the corner of his eye, and then his eyes lit up. He grabbed the student who was unable to move on the ground, and with lightning swirling around his body, he threw the student out like a lightning bomb. When Ji Hongfei saw this scene, he raised his eyebrows slightly, then stepped hard, and another classmate lying dead on the ground flew up. He swept the classmate away with a sweep and kicked him away, blocking the student thrown by Mo Yu. What's this new trick? Qi Anlin walked out of the flames unscathed. He didn't even need to use any spiritual power to end this battle. He could just use his physical body. Seeing Ji Hongfei and Mo Yu constantly using students as weapons, Chi Anlin suppressed his smile. These students must be extremely devastated at this moment. If they weren't unable to speak after the defeat, they would probably have started cursing. With these two people starting the trend, throwing corpses soon became a trend on the battlefield. Students flew around. Some even used the dead bodies of their classmates as spears, using their heads to poke their enemies. Originally, none of them specialized in boxing, so without weapons their strength was greatly reduced. But at the moment, no weapon was stronger than that of their classmates. In the sky, several kings were also dumbfounded. They never expected that the style of the third level would become so weird. Who could have imagined that defeated classmates could be used as weapons? The corners of King Shuyue's mouth twitched slightly, and he stared at Mou intently. This was the first time that Junde had encountered such a scene. In the future, we should directly remove the defeated students from the battlefield. King Bailing said with a smile, his eyes like crescent moons. I didn't expect this either. The Demon King sighed. These guys were really beyond his expectations. Squeak. Big stupid dog, come and sharpen your claws. This thing is very strong. Xiaoxing's claws were sharpening on a student's face. Xiaoye would sharpen his claws occasionally before, causing the trees around the cave to be scratched to pieces, which was extremely unsightly. After dealing with a few Lao Lius, Chi Anlin heard Xiaoxing's voice in the sea of spirituality and quickly stopped its behavior. This guy, there are several kings above him. It is already too much to use classmates as weapons. If he uses it as a claw-sharpening board, even if the kings don't say anything, it will leave a shadow in the classmates' hearts. How can I feel comfortable seeing you every day? Soon, the extra people on the battlefield were eliminated, and the battle was nearing its end. The Beastmaster girl took the initiative to join Mou's team and asked the doctor to recover from Mou's injuries. On Ji Hongfei's side, a wood-type chi cultivator at the second stage of the first realm wanted to join his team, but Ji Hongfei treated him as an opponent and attacked him as well. Ji Hongfei's aura became more and more powerful, and he was so bloodthirsty that even Dan Yunyao was almost attacked. Seeing several people being swept away by Ji Hongfei, Chi Anlin raised his eyebrows. This guy is really good. With so many people besieging him, they are at a disadvantage. No. At this time, Chi Anlin's eyes fixed. Although this guy was eager to fight, he almost attacked Dan Yunyao just now. As if he had thought of something, Chi Anlin said to Tianyin, Tianyin, use the voice of the elves. Tianyin blinked and flew over reluctantly. Her gentle singing voice, like a breeze, floated over the battlefield, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 124. Searching for him 1,000 times. Ji Hongfei's red eyes gradually regained clarity. At this time, his body seemed to have broken through some shackles and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual power like a whirlpool. Dan Yunyao landed on the ground, breathing slightly. Seeing this scene, she decisively took out a lot of spirit stones from her space ring and crushed them directly. The spiritual energy was attracted to Ji Hongfei and merged into Ji Hongfei's body. Soon, Ji Hongfei's aura changed and broke through to the 5th level of the first realm. Mou was filled with despair when he saw this scene, but everyone tacitly agreed not to continue attacking and waited quietly for Ji Hongfei to break through. Brother Qi, are you aiding the enemy? Mou spread his hands and said, Okay, stop fighting. It was already difficult to deal with Ji Hongfei, who was at the 4th stage of the first realm. Now that he had broken through, everyone was no match for him. After the breakthrough, Ji Hongfei looked at Chi Anlin with a complicated expression. Although his inner demons were not cleared, they were temporarily suppressed because of Tianin's skills. Thank you very much. I owe you a favor. After saying this, Ji Hongfei waved his hand and walked out of the playground. For him, only the reward for first place could make him slightly tempted, but in the current situation, he didn't want to attack Chi Anlin anymore, so he decisively withdrew from the competition. Dan Yunyao nodded slightly to Chi Anlin to express her goodwill, then followed Ji Hongfei away. Both of them are from wealthy families and have no shortage of resources. For a moment, only the two girls, Mou, Chun Jiyue, and Chi Anlin were left on the playground. Mou looked at the Beastmaster girl. She was from the Nangong family, named Nangong Shirlan. The 3 beasts she controlled were all purchased by the family at a huge cost, and they were very powerful. And that doctor was her younger sister, named Nangong Yushi. Looking at Chun Yu, who was at the 2nd stage of the first realm, Mou's face showed an uninhibited smile. Now that they're gone, Nangong Shirlan, have we had a fight? Nangong Shirlan frowned slightly, her eyes moving between Chi Anlin and Mou. Brother Qi won't take action. Let's compete fairly. Okay. Nangong Shirlan looked at Nangong Yushi and suddenly said, Xiaoxi, in that case, you will be ranked 5th. As a doctor, I was able to reach this ranking thanks to the support of my teammates. If I were to fight 2 against 1, it would be an unfair victory. Nangong Yushi nodded, voluntarily withdrew from the battlefield, and gave up her qualification for the competition. The battle was about to break out, and the 3 beasts attacked Mou. Yu gritted her teeth and prepared to join the battle, but was stopped by Anlin. He could see that Mou wanted Yu to be in the top 3. With Yu's strength, he would only lose if he fought against the 4 people present. Fair fight. It's not too late to attack after they finish fighting. I'm back. After returning to the military, Feng Huojuan had 5 more avenues in his hands. There are 2 ways to use the avenue. The first is to directly replace someone, but in this way, the qualifications will be limited and it will be difficult to make further progress. The second is absorption. Although one's understanding of the Tao may not be as high as that of the original person, one can improve it later. Other monarchs might use these great ways directly after obtaining them, but Feng Huojuan herself is already at the peak of monarchy and is now in the stage of comprehending the rules. These ordinary great ways are no longer of any use to her. Therefore, among these avenues, Feng Huojuan decided to change a fire avenue for Qi Shuiyue to comprehend, and then took out 2 and broke them apart to let his 2 disciples experience the mysteries of the avenue. This is a big deal. Even the king would be jealous. Leave the remaining 2 at school. With a slight flip of his hand, Feng Huojuan's mental power broke through the limitations of the space ring and entered Jujiajan's space ring. Tisk, you're quite rich. You've taken a lot of bribes. Feng Huojuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt that he had been very lucky recently and had obtained so many resources for cultivation. Before, she stayed in the military every day, so she didn't get much resources. Now that she has an apprentice, her demand for resources must be even greater. These resources are enough for her to train these 2 apprentices well. My 2 disciples have great potential. They will surely break through to the monarch level in the future. Then we will have 3 monarchs in one family. Feng Huojuan hummed a little tune. Then they could go together to kill that stinky wood who was at the peak of the monarch level. She had been coveting the source of life for a long time. The higher the level of the demon plant, the better the source of life, healing effect, and taste will be. Although she was not unable to defeat the wood, if the wood exploded before dying, the source of life would be gone. The giant horn king has fallen, and the golden horn realm is in chaos. Looking at the message on his bracelet, the demon king sighed and said, Fenghua, Feiyu, let's go. King Bailing will stay at the school and continue to preside over the school. King Shui, you should also stay here. After hearing what the demon-subduing king said, the Water Moon King was a little confused. The teleportation port of the Golden Horn Realm was in Haicheng, so if there was a problem in the Golden Horn Realm, the army would usually come out in full force. Why? King Shuiyue had a bad premonition, and the words of Lord Fenghua suddenly came to his mind. She wouldn't really go to the Golden Horn Realm, right? No, then why can't I go? Fenghua Jun killed Zhu Jiao, who had just been promoted to the Monarch Realm, and reported your name. Although everyone knows it was definitely not you who did it, you will still encounter some trouble if you go there. The trouble was that he might die there. After all, the ancient Golden Horn Emperor was in a furious state. If he took his anger out on him, even though King Shuiyue was quite powerful among the kings, he would still be killed by a single blow. For the ancient emperor who has comprehended the laws, it is extremely easy to kill the king. King Shuiyue's face was dark. He had always been the one to cheat others, but today he was cheated again. The key is that even if you are cheated, you can only swallow your anger. In the military, Feng Huojuan is the most unreasonable person. Didn't you see that Fenghua, the troublemaker, was beaten so badly that he dared not say a word? It's a pity that we can't go to the Golden Horn Realm anymore. King Fenghua added fuel to the fire. King Bailing was slightly stunned. This King Fenghua was really stubborn. King Shuiyue's righteousness has no place to spread. But for some reason, she felt that King Fenghua was still eager to try. Xiao Feng, would you please come to Taoqing to see me tomorrow? After King Shuiyue coughed lightly, his voice changed and turned into a very pure female voice. Huh? King Bailing was confused. What kind of operation was this? It was so disgusting. Looking at King Fenghua, King Bailing discovered that King Fenghua seemed to be petrified. Lan Yu. King Fenghua's body trembled slightly, and his tone was full of disbelief. In the past few months, he had tried every possible way to find Lan Yu's location, just wanting to see her. Yes, it's the small account I opened. King Shuiyue nodded and showed a sinister smile. This old guy is still imitating young people to fall in love online. As his best friend, of course I have to teach him a lesson to prevent him from being deceived. Chapter 125 Qi Anlin. Teacher, I killed the blood-devouring king. At this time, the battle on the playground was nearing its end. Mou was worthy of his combat physique. Facing 3 beasts of the same level, he finally defeated them. But at this time, Mou's spiritual power had been exhausted. The 3 beasts were covered with scars. Nangong Sherlan didn't say much and put them all into the beast bag, then turned and left. Mou looked at Qi Anlin and smiled. Brother Qi, I thought we would face Ji Hongfei and the others together in the end, but I didn't expect that we would still be short-sighted. Brother Qi's strength is far beyond the reach of even Senior Ji Hao, who is in the same period as him. Glancing at Qinyu, Mou shook his head and directly gave up his qualification for the competition. Qi Anlin also asked Xiaoya to stop staring at Qinyu, but Qinyu kept her head down, watching Mou leave, and suddenly said, "Thank you. I will definitely return these resources to you in the future." Her father was injured by a monster in another world, and his condition has been worsening for more than 10 years. Ordinary elixirs can't save him at all, so Qinyu urgently needs resources to exchange for elixirs that can cure her father. She is indeed very strong-willed. She has cultivated to this level by escaping death time and time again in the other world. But for the sake of her father, she had no way to refuse Mou's kindness, and just kept it in her heart. She performed well in the first 2 levels, and this level accounts for a large proportion of the score, so overall, she is ranked 3rd. The 2nd place is Dan Yunyao. Qi Anlin's score deservedly became the 1st place. In fact, even if he let Qinyu become the 1st place in the last level, the final ranking would not change. The rankings are posted on everyone's bracelets. Qinyu, your 3rd place reward, in addition to the king's guidance. I have replaced the rest with intermittent pills, which are enough to heal your father's injuries. The gentle voice of King Bailing sounded, and Qinyu's eyes reddened. Thank you, King Bailing. With a choked voice, Qinyu bowed heavily. The Duanshu pill is a high-grade, earth-level elixir, enough to cure my father's injuries. King Bailing nodded gently, then continued. Everyone, due to some unexpected circumstances, the kings have temporarily left. During this time, the kings have also given me a list of disciples to accept, which I will then post on your wristbands. After King Bailing finished speaking, he looked at Nangong Yushi and said, Yushi, are you willing to be my disciple? Although she is not a doctor, her attributes still have certain therapeutic effects, so she is very satisfied with Nangong Yushi. Hearing King Bailing's words, Nangong Yushi nodded repeatedly. Disciple greets master. At this time on the playground, those instructors below the king level also began to select their own students. Guiyun, you have good boxing skills. Are you willing to become my disciple? Linhua, I'm the instructor at the Qi Cultivation Academy. Master, please take care of me. The combat bodies were naturally recruited by many kings, and there were also a few ordinary students who became disciples of the kings. There are many talented people under the king's tutelage, and this time, due to the large number of combat bodies, nearly half of the kings returned to school to watch the opening ceremony, so the number of disciples accepted is more than before. Many self-important geniuses tragically discovered in the end that the only people who extended olive branches to them were some Xin-level mentors. After Mou became King Qing Lei's apprentice, he turned around and found that Qi Anlin was no longer there. At this time, Qi Anlin appeared in a villa. My mind was still a little slow to react when I heard a familiar voice. Xiao Qi, your strength has improved rapidly. Your vision is really good. Qi Anlin smiled. Although Feng Huojuan gave people a strong sense of oppression, his personality was relatively gentle. This is also the reason why Qi Anlin has never seen Feng Huojuan pressure other kings. Otherwise, he would definitely not think so. Every counter in the villa was filled with snacks, making it hard for Qi Anlin to imagine that this was the monarch's residence. However, with your current strength, you can only complete the first task I give you. Work hard. Hearing Feng Huojuan's words, Qi Anlin suddenly said, Master, if nothing unexpected happens, I should have completed the first and third tasks. Feng Huojuan had a "are you kidding me" expression on his face, and Qi Anlin continued. In the small beast world, I saw the seriously injured and dying blood-devouring king, and eventually joined forces with the beast tamers to kill him. Qi Anlin took out a lot of skills he had obtained from the blood-devouring king and gave them to Feng Huojuan. These skills have been imprinted in the blood energy space, and he can learn them at any time. The corners of Feng Huojuan's mouth twitched slightly. How could she believe such a thing? Did you find the inheritance left by the blood-devouring king and want to cheat me out of a mission? Xiao Qi, you're quite bold. As he was still speaking, Qi Anlin suddenly took out a still-beating heart from his space ring and handed it to Feng Huojuan. As soon as the heart appeared, a shadowy figure emerged and roared with resentment. Qi Anlin, you broke your promise. I will tear you into pieces. After saying that, the shadow disappeared, and Feng Huojuan also stood there in a daze. In order to make Feng Huojuan more convinced that it was he who killed the blood-devouring king, Qi Anlin asked the blood-devouring king to leave a will on his heart. As for breaking his promise, Qi Anlin took the initiative to answer without waiting for Feng Huojuan to ask. Master, in order to extract some information, I pretended to let the blood-devouring king go, which caused the blood-devouring king to resent me so much. Qi Anlin took out a large book and handed it to Feng Huojuan. These were the information he got from the blood-devouring king, including secrets about the demon world. Feng Huojuan quickly recovered from her shock. Ever since she broke through the monarch realm, she rarely experienced such emotional fluctuations. After opening the book, Feng Huojuan's expression changed from, as expected, at the beginning to shock. Then, with a grim face, he took out the token with the phoenix logo and began to transmit messages to certain people. From this book, she even learned about 10 heavenly-level monks who defected to the demon world, as well as a king. After doing all this, she looked at Qi Anlin and let out a breath of foul air. Xiao Qi, you really shocked me. She also believed that it was Qi Anlin who killed the blood-devouring king personally. Otherwise, why would the information be so specific? It couldn't be that the blood-devouring king recorded it himself before his death and left it for the successor to read. However, this guy's desire to survive is so strong that he really tells everything in order to stay alive. But the words in it still need to be verified. After all, the blood-devouring king is just trying to survive, and he may not be telling the truth. Well done. Once you complete the blood-devouring king's mission, you'll have enough credits to complete your first goal. I originally thought I would wait until you reach the Earth level before giving it to you, but I didn't expect you to complete the task so quickly. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 126. My disciple Anlin has the appearance of an ancient emperor. The more Feng Huojuan looked at Qi Anlin, the more satisfied he became. He would definitely spread this news and make those kings jealous of him. Her disciple, who was only at the first level, had accomplished many things that even the kings could not. Apart from anything else, this information alone is worth as much as what you would get from killing a king. Qi Anlin looked at Feng Huojuan with anticipation. His elder sister had obtained a king-level battle armor and weapons. Although your body is already very abnormal, the Bloodflame Secret Realm can still bring you great improvement. In order to allow your beast to gain the qualification to enter the Secret Realm, I just went to the Golden Horn Realm and killed a monarch. Qi Anlin nodded repeatedly, then realized something was wrong and opened his eyes wide. Killed a monarch? Qi Anlin was stunned. What kind of strength did his teacher have? He killed the monarch, yet he spoke so casually, as if he had just killed a chicken. Afterwards, Qi Anlin was somewhat moved. In order to allow his own beast to get a place, his master actually went to another world to kill a monarch. Apart from anything else, if he had killed the monarch himself, he would now have enough power to obtain an army of combat bodies. Master is awesome. Qi Anlin flattered decisively. Feng Huojuan narrowed her eyes. It was obvious that Qi Anlin's flattery was very effective for her. It just so happens that I have obtained 5 great ways. I can break one of them for you to feel. It will be helpful for you to comprehend the great ways in the future. Comprehending the great Tao? Qi Anlin was stunned. This seemed familiar to him. Then, he condensed a block of ice. Although it was just a block of ice, it was harder than many ordinary metals and had a mysterious feeling. This shocked Feng Huojuan even more. What did she see? This guy actually comprehended a great path in the first realm. Although it was just the basics, it was enough to shock Feng Huojuan. The reason why we want to wait until Qi Anlin reaches the Earth level is because Qi Anlin's current strength is still too weak. Even if the great Tao is broken for him to comprehend, he will not be able to comprehend anything. We can only improve his physique to make it easier for him to comprehend other great Taos. But this guy actually realized the truth on his own. What kind of monster did I attract? Feng Huojuan stared at Qi Anlin as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. She was wrong. She would not train a monarch in the future, but she had the opportunity to cultivate an ancient emperor. The more Feng Huojuan looked at Qi Anlin, the more satisfied he became. This kid not only killed the blood-devouring king, but also comprehended a great way. This means that Qi Anlin not only has an incredible comprehension, but also has incredible luck. In such a big beast world, there are countless cultivators coming and going, and he actually encountered such a good thing. Xiao Qi, not bad. The quest to kill the blood-devouring king rewards you with 42 billion credits and a blazing sun path. This is a complete avenue, but it doesn't match your attributes. It can be given to your beast tamer. As for your sister, I will personally choose a suitable fire avenue. The school's mall has redemption restrictions. I've removed them for you. Please use your 42 billion credits wisely and don't redeem useless items. I'll break a path for you later, and you can comprehend it together. Although you didn't kill a king at the peak of his power, with your talent, you will definitely be able to do it in the future. You will have achieved your goal here. Feng Huojuan was a little dazed. With Qi Anlin's strength, he seemed to have already entered the top 5,000 in the school. With 1,200 students in each grade, plus some students who stayed on campus and some affiliated forces, the current number of students at the military university has reached 7,000. Qi Anlin's own strength has already entered the top 5,000. Who could have known that a student who had just entered the school could possess a demon beast of the 9th level of the first realm? The speed at which his strength improved shocked her. Feng Huojuan observed Xiaoya and found that Xiaoya's realm was very stable and did not seem to have been forced to rise. When Qi Shuyue officially entered the school, her strength was only at the 3rd level of the first realm. In other words, all 3 goals that he had set were accomplished. Are my requirements still too low? Shaking his head, Feng Huojuan didn't think about it anymore. For ordinary students, only the first of these 3 requirements could be completed quickly. It just so happens that your master just killed a monarch and gained a lot of resources. I'll have someone make you a set of ice-attributed king-level armor and a king-level weapon. And for your beast, I happen to have an ice-attributed king-level crystal core here. But don't let it swallow it directly. Focus on absorbing it. I'll exchange it for an ice attribute avenue for you. I don't have a suitable monarch-level technique for you yet. I'll see if I can get it for you later. In addition, Feng Huojuan took out a bunch of medicinal herbs for body refining. These were all thunder attribute herbs, which were compatible with Qi Anlin's 9 refinings of heavenly thunder, ranging from the 3rd to the 9th level. Your beast bag is too low level. Go back and ask King Feiyu to make you one. Tell me my name. Qi Anlin was stunned by the large number of rewards. Although they had not yet been redeemed, he knew that Feng Huojuan would not make empty promises. He just needed to wait for a while. Qi Anlin was a little excited for a moment, thanking this fool blood-devouring king for actually wanting to take over the body of the queen ant. Otherwise, even if he got the heart himself, the reward would definitely not be this much. After handing over the credit rewards and the avenue to Qi Anlin, Feng Huojuan brought Qi Anlin to a training room. For example, mall items like avenue are usually kept here by Feng Huojuan. After all, there is no place in the entire military academy that is safer than Feng Huojuan's place. For the ice attribute avenue, she had to go to Haiqing to find other people to exchange it. There were more gold attribute and fire attribute avenues in the school. Entering the training room, Qi Anlin saw the pool in the middle, which was full of liquefied spiritual energy. I will give you the broken Great Tao later. Xiaoqi, you already have 1 Great Tao. You only need to strengthen this Great Tao later. You don't need to comprehend other Great Taos. Xiao Xing's eyes lit up, and she excitedly jumped into the pool, drinking the spiritual liquid while swimming. The corners of Qi Anlin's mouth twitched slightly. What a shameful thing. Feng Huojuan patted Qi Anlin gently, and saw Qi Anlin's clothes vibrate slightly, and the filth was directly removed. Just enter the spiritual fluid pool directly. No need to take off your clothes. Qi Anlin nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and went straight into the spiritual liquid pool. Xiaoya and Tianyin also entered the spiritual liquid pool, and Feng Guojian continued, close your eyes and comprehend. Having said that, Feng Huojuan took out a road and used the most wasteful method to directly break it apart. The avenue turned into pure Dao rhyme and floated in the training room, and Qi Anlin also began to continue to comprehend the avenue of extreme ice. After doing all this, Feng Huojuan left a clone here to continue looking after Qi Anlin, and then left directly. Bai Ling, inform the students who have spots in the Blood Flame Secret Realm that the opening time of the Blood Flame Secret Realm will be postponed by 10 days. Any losses? I'll just make up for it. After Qi Anlin comprehends the Great Tao, his strength will be further enhanced, and he will gain more benefits after entering the Blood Flame Secret Realm. Chapter 127 Blood Flame Secret Realm. While Qi Anlin was comprehending the Great Tao, the queen ant in the small beast world was also continuing to develop. Because of the existence of the blood-devouring king, it devoured many second-level monsters and produced thousands of first-level 5th-stage ant soldiers. The transport ants transport these ants to faraway places, and they will continue to develop in that area. During this period, the ant soldiers also encountered many humans, but they all followed Qi Anlin's previous instructions and chose to avoid them. Of course, if someone continues to attack after they dodge, they will fight back. Otherwise, if a cultivator discovered ant soldiers that would not attack people, he would of course choose to kill all of them. After all, there were crystal cores in the ant soldiers' bodies. After so many days, the blood-devouring king's eggs finally hatched. This little ant is blood red all over and has inherited some of the characteristics of the blood-devouring king, with the ability to become stronger by sucking blood. However, this ability is definitely not as perverted as that of the blood-devouring king. Perhaps it is because he cannot accept it mentally, but the blood-devouring king has always refused to face this little ant. The pea shooter that Anlin had obtained from the system had grown up and was buried by the queen ant in the feces produced by the ant soldiers. This was Anlin's request. He felt that the pea shooter was still a plant after all, and also needed fertilizer. 10 days passed quickly, and Anlin walked out of the training room with crackling sounds coming from his body. During these 10 days, the queen ant's realm was promoted to the 6th stage of the first realm, and Anlin's realm also reached the 7th stage of the first realm. Xiaoxing successfully advanced to the 1st level of the first realm, and Tianyin also reached the 7th level of the mortal level. As for Xiaoya, he is only one step away from a breakthrough and will be promoted to the 2nd level in no time. Anlin opened his own attribute column, and at this time, the column belonging to the avenue had been greatly improved. Avenue. Extreme Ice Avenue, 10%. Fusion Avenue, 2%. Avenue of Fire, 4%. After comprehending 10% of the Extreme Ice Avenue, Anlin even felt that his freezing ability was stronger than Xiaoya's. It's a pity that this avenue cannot be shared, otherwise this 10% of the avenue would be enough to allow Xiaoya to improve significantly. This time's understanding only made Xiaoya understand the Tao better. It was not like Anlin who could cheat and directly use the system to comprehend the Tao. It was precisely because of this that Feng Huojuan was so shocked, because even if one wanted to absorb the great Tao, one had to possess heavenly-level cultivation. Anlin was the first one to comprehend the great Tao at this stage of the first realm. Even though Shuiyue was at the earth level, she had just begun to comprehend her own avenue. At the side, Feng Huojuan's clone saw Anlin finish his comprehension and asked with great interest, "How is the improvement? Use your spiritual power on me." The Tao is a special thing, so when Anlin didn't use it, she didn't know how much Anlin had improved. Hearing this, Anlin nodded, and an ice cone condensed in front of him and flew towards Feng Huojuan. Reaching out to catch the ice cone, Feng Huojuan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad for the improvement. I should focus on mastering the Tao and learning how to use it in battle. Now that the retreat is over, it's time to open the Blood Flame's secret realm. After forwarding a copy of the information about the Blood Flame's secret realm to Anlin, the real body of Feng Huojuan arrived, tore open the space, and led Anlin and the Beastmasters to the entrance of the Blood Flame's secret realm. At this time, at the entrance, more than 50 young people were waiting for the secret realm to open. Among them, there are even Xian-level students, most of whom are physical cultivators. Ji Hongfei was also in the team. When he saw Anlin coming, he nodded slightly, put his hands behind his back, and looked into the distance. When everyone saw Feng Huojuan coming, they all bowed and greeted him. After Feng Huojuan glanced at everyone, he waved his hand and handed the 4 tokens to Anlin. Then she formed seals with her hands, and suddenly, a ray of blood light broke through the sky, causing the space to shake. The gate to the Blood Flame's secret realm has been opened. Those who hold the token can enter. As soon as the words fell, everyone rushed into the Blood Flame's secret realm without hesitation. After thanking Feng Huojuan, Anlin led the Beast Masters into the Blood Flame's secret realm. Passing through the space gap, Anlin entered the Blood Flame's secret realm. A scarlet color appeared in front of his eyes, which restricted his vision. In the Blood Flame's secret realm, there will be something called blood spirits. After killing them, blood flames will appear and attach to your entire body, improving your physical fitness. These blood spirits also have combat capabilities. The higher the quality of the blood spirit, the better the body refining effect. The reason why everyone is so anxious to enter the Blood Flame's secret realm is to fight for the blood spirit. Anlin looked around. In this secret realm, not only was his vision restricted, but even his mental power could not penetrate the blood flames. After thinking about it, Anlin took out the monster radar, but found that it only displayed his own beasts. Isn't the blood spirit a demon beast? Anlin sighed, and could only guess blindly. However, these blood mists are good things. They can limit mental strength and vision. Anlin thought about it, and used blood energy synthesis on Tianyin. Ding! The gap between the Beastmaster and the fusion object is too large. The fusion failed. Anlin raised his eyebrows slightly, and used the identify function on the blood mist. Name God-avoiding mist. Quality: ancient low-grade. Introduction: the substance produced after the death of the ancient emperor contains the power of the ancient emperor's rules. The mist can block all detections below the ancient emperor's level. Ancient emperor? Anlin was stunned. Was this thing produced after the death of the ancient emperor? Although he had never seen the ancient emperor, he had to know that before. Even the aftermath of the battle between the heavenly-level experts had almost destroyed Zhao County. If a heavenly-level expert were to use all his strength, it would not be difficult to destroy a city. And his own master could even tear the space apart right in front of him. So there is no need to mention how powerful the ancient emperor was. No wonder the beast taming radar is useless. It turns out it was blocked. Thinking of this, Anlin didn't plan to take any shortcuts and decided to search for the blood spirit based on his feelings. Riding on Xiaoya's back, Anlin explored forward, and at this time, Xiaoxing in his clothes suddenly scratched Anlin's belly button. Shit shoveler. I rat, feel the treasure. After pulling Xiaoxing out of his clothes, Anlin's eyes lit up. He almost forgot that he had a treasure-hunting rat. Since the activity range of the small animal world has been almost explored by the queen ant, and there is no place to bury treasure in the military, Anlin almost forgot that Xiaoxing has this function. He was a treasure-hunting mouse, but he was lazy and ate all day long, and even told dirty jokes occasionally, which made Anlin feel very tired. But now, this guy is finally useful. Following Xiaoxing's instructions, Anlin encountered the first blood spirit. It turns out that blood spirits look so abstract. Anlin looked at the magnified blood drop in front of him. How did this guy attack people? Did he poke with his sharp tip? Chapter 128 The Blood of the Ancient Emperor. Name Blood Spirit. Quality: Yellow grade high quality. Introduction. After the death of the ancient emperor, the creatures transformed from his blood possessed powerful body-refining effects. Can the ancient emperor's blood turn into living beings? Anlin took a deep breath. He thought of the previous legend that after Panga died, his body turned into all things in the world. If it is true, then what realm is Pangu in? However, there seems to be no such thing as Pangu creating the world in this world. Anlin shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and asked Xiaoya to attack the blood spirit. Although Xiaoya is very powerful, his physical body is still a little weak, so this time, Anlin mainly focuses on improving Xiaoya's physical fitness. As for Xiaoxing and Tianyin, they are not offensive beasts, so the demand for this aspect is much less. When Xiaoya attacked the blood spirit, a long blood whip appeared on the blood spirit's body and lashed towards Xiaoya. Anlin roughly sensed that although this thing was of high-grade yellow grade, its strength was much weaker than that of a cultivator at a high level of the first realm. Xiaoya's ice cone pierced the blood spirit's body, turning it into a hornet's nest. But soon, it returned to its original state. This thing has a certain recovery ability, and it must be completely destroyed before it can be killed. Finally, under Xiaoya's attack, the blood spirit disintegrated and turned into a pool of blood, then flew towards Xiaoya. The blood entered Xiaoya's body, quickly strengthening his physique. Just this pool of blood strengthened Xiaoya's physique by about 5%. It is unknown how many blood spirits there are in this area. According to the information obtained from the bracelet, every time the Blood Flame secret realm is opened, Junda will fill it with a lot of monster corpses as a supplement. And the powerful blood spirits here will also assimilate these bloods into blood spirits. The blood of a king is naturally the best, and Feng Guojin is also very generous. He had thought that since he had made an exception, he could just kill a king to fill the gap. Later, a monarch was killed, so the school used the corpse of another king to fill the role. The monarch's corpse had other uses. Under Xiaoxing's guidance, Anlin quickly found a few more blood spirits and finally let Xiaoya kill them. Xiaoya's physique quickly strengthened by 50%, and this improvement made Xiaoya feel like he was about to break through. After finding a safe area for Xiaoya to break through, Anlin used a Yuan to upgrade Xiaoxing's treasure hunting skill to the low level of Xian level, so that Xiaoxing's search range could be more accurate. Ji Hongfei was flying in the Blood Flame secret realm. He held a spear in his hand and pierced the blood spirit in front of him. He took out a handful of beans and sprinkled them on the ground. The next moment, the beans turned into 10-centimeter little men. This is his innate skill, turning beans into soldiers. Each combat body has its own talents. For example, the Ice Soul combat body has a larger Dantian capacity and will not encounter inner demons. As for the soldier fighting body, it can not only improve its own strength and morale through the army, but also transform these beings into small soldiers. However, his strength is relatively weak now. If he creates 100 soldiers, the strength of the soldiers will only be at the second level of the ordinary level. These soldiers have a certain connection with him, so it is with the help of these soldiers that he can quickly find the blood spirit. With the help of Daobing, Ji Hongfei quickly found the next blood spirit. However, this blood spirit seemed a little strange. It was no longer bright red, but extremely black, sticky, and weird. Ji Hongfei raised his eyebrows, swept his spear across, and said with a hint of arrogance, mystification. Then, the spear pierced the blood spirit, and the next second, the blood spirit suddenly exploded. The extremely dark blood stained Bean Soldier's body. Soon, Bean Soldier's eyes turned scarlet, and he rushed towards Ji Hongfei with a roar. Golden swords and iron horses. Behind Ji Hongfei, the shadow of the battlefield emerged. He roared angrily, his whole body flashing with golden light, trying to shake off the blood. But in the end, the blood wrapped around him and dyed Ji Hongfei black. In front of Ji Hongfei, an extremely magnificent palace slowly emerged. Xiaoye successfully broke through the second realm, and Qi Anlin's realm became more stable. As his realm improved, the breakthrough in his beast taming strength was no longer enough to boost his realm. After breaking through the second realm, Xiaoye comprehended a new skill called Ice Shield, which can greatly enhance Xiaoye's defense. Originally, Xiaoye's ice form was mainly about control and speed, but now with the addition of defense, it will make the enemy feel even more difficult. After continuously using slowing and freezing skills, he finally managed to touch Xiaoye himself, but found that Xiaoye had maxed out his defense. That would be despair. This form focuses on consumption, while the fire form focuses on extreme attacks, especially the fire field, which not only weakens the enemy, but also increases its own attack power. Xiaoye is now in the same realm, and even he doesn't want to meet him. Xiaoxing continued to lead the way. The teacher spent a lot of money to let you in. We have to make it back. In the following time, when Xiaoye encounters mortal level and low-grade yellow level blood spirits, he will beat them half to death and hand them over to Xiaoxing and Tianyin, while the high-grade yellow level ones will be absorbed by Qi Anlin. Spirit level blood spirits have more means of attack and can escape, so it takes a lot longer to deal with them. Soon, a day passed, and Qi Anlin's team had hunted down nearly 200 blood spirits. Tianin's physical condition has increased several times, and Xiaoxing is now harder than a turtle. As for Qi Anlin, due to his strong physique, his strength only increased by about 50%. Qi Anlin also tried to fuse Xiaoxing and the blood spirit, but looking at the introduction, it could only make Xiaoxing's physique stronger, which was no different from directly killing the blood spirit. What makes Qi Anlin feel regretful is that he cannot gain blood energy by killing the blood spirit. Although he is not short of blood energy now. After all, a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is, and sustainable development is still necessary. After a day of killing, Qi Anlin chose a cleared area and began to help Xiaoxing clear the distracting thoughts in his mind. It has to be said that this blood flame secret realm is really suitable for him and Xiaoye. You know, after killing the blood spirit and absorbing it, certain distracting thoughts will appear. If they are not eliminated, they will become demons in the heart. The I-Soul battle body will not produce any inner demons, so this thing has no side effects on him. Tianyin itself is quite special. After absorbing the blood spirit, even if you don't actively eliminate distracting thoughts, these distracting thoughts will disappear automatically. On the other hand, Xiaoxing was in a bit of a miserable state. This guy's performance reminded Qi Anlin of the illusion he experienced at the opening ceremony. I started drooling again. Soon, with the help of the voice of the elves, Xiaoxing's distracting thoughts were successfully cleared away. Squeak, squeak, where are the beauties? Xiaoxing cried and made a fuss after she woke up, forcing Qi Anlin to agree to let Tianyin create an illusion for her when they rested. After being comforted, Xiaoxing was very excited and took Qi Anlin to continue looking for the blood spirit. Soon, Qi Anlin discovered a blood spirit with a pitch-black body. Chapter 129, The Will to Break Through. Could this blood spirit be the blood clot of the ancient emperor? Qi Anlin complained, and after thinking about it, he decided to be careful. Identification technique, Goyu. Name Wrathful Spirit. Quality, spiritual, grade mid-grade. Introduction, a blood spirit that is imbued with the resentment of the ancient emperor. After killing it, a large amount of body-refining blood can be obtained, and there is a high probability that a demon will arise in the heart. Vengeful Spirit? Qi Anlin raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and took Xiaoxing and Tianyin back first. He and Xiaoye don't have any inner demons, so this thing is ineffective on them. But Xiaoxing is different from Tianyin. Tianyin is just special because of herself, but if she really has to face a vengeful spirit that is above her level, she will probably be infected. Xiaoyu, kill it. By now, Qi Anlin's strength has gradually fallen behind Xiaoyu, so facing such a situation, it is better to let Xiaoyu go. Xiaoye let out a long roar, flames flew from his body, and he directly transformed into the burning sky form. The strength of the vengeful spirit was much greater than Xiaoye's, but Xiaoye's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He was not afraid of the vengeful spirit's attack at all. He directly used burning sky and unfolded the field of fire. The vengeful spirit burned by the flames roared in pain, and Xiaoya used the explosive flame skill. 10 fireballs like the scorching sun flew out and hit the vengeful spirit. Pitch-black tentacles suddenly emerged from the vengeful spirit's body and transformed into sharp sickles as they approached Xiaoya. With a flash of fire in his eyes, balls of flame appeared under Xiaoya's feet, increasing his dodging speed. A few sickles slashed across Xiaoya's body, and blood splattered everywhere. However, Xiaoya seemed to feel no pain and used his flaming claws to cut open the body of the vengeful spirit. A minute passed, and Xiaoya had a lot more injuries on his body, but his attacks became more fierce, breaking the vengeful spirit into pieces again and again, consuming the spirit's recovery ability. The longer the battle lasts, the stronger Xiaoya's combat power becomes. At this time, Xiaoya's strength has increased by 20%. And because of the existence of the unyielding skill, Xiaoya's combat power will increase every time he is attacked. It can be said that the more serious the injury, the stronger the attack power. 3 minutes passed, and Xiaoya suffered more and more injuries, and the vengeful spirit lost its ability to recover. After being shattered once again, it turned into a pool of blood and flowed towards Xiaoya. The blood was absorbed by Xiaoya, which rapidly improved Xiaoya's physical condition, and the injuries on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This vengeful spirit actually increased Xiaoya's defense by 50%, which shocked Anlin. This is really a good thing. Now that Xiaoya's physical fitness has improved, ordinary blood spirits can only increase his physical fitness by 5%. And this vengeful spirit is equivalent to 10 blood spirits. Anlin's eyes lit up as he looked towards the magnificent palace. Vengeful spirits are good things. There should be quite a few of them in here, right? Ji Hongfei, stand up. You are a warrior. You are a general. A general does not tolerate weakness. In that vague memory, the stern father said with an expressionless face. Ji Hongfei's body was covered with bruises as he dodged the high-speed flying stones again and again. He was knocked down again and again, and stood up again and again. I trained day and night just to keep up with my cousin. Xiaofei, you are injured again. That is so mean. You are so young, yet he is so strict with you. The sister's gentle voice sounded, and her fingers, with a little coolness, gently massaged Ji Hongfei's pulled muscles. Xiaofei, this must be tiring. I'll take you to the amusement park tomorrow. Rest? This is his golden period of cultivation. If he doesn't lay a solid foundation, he will only be a disgrace to his status as a combat body in the future. Sorry, Xiaofei, I can't take you to the amusement park. I'm sorry. Failure? Ji Hongfei, remember, you are the general. You can only win. You cannot lose. Xiaofei, I can't stand it anymore. I want to take you away. Memories of the past appeared in front of Ji Hongfei again and again. Entertainment is a waste of time and is shameful. Happiness is not serious and is shameful. Having needs is a sign of weakness and is shameful. If there is something you can't do, it must be because you haven't tried hard enough, and not trying hard enough is shameful. He couldn't extricate himself from such a life, and was indelibly marked by it in day-to-day life. Man becomes a means to an end, rather than an end in himself. In a scarlet space, Ji Hongfei was wrapped in a huge heart. It's time to let go of everything. Why do we have to live so heavy? It's your turn to go crazy. It was like the devil's whisper in his ear, hooking his soul and dragging it into the abyss. Xiaofei, sister will definitely help you get rid of this. I'm your sister, so no matter what happens, I have to handle it. Sister, you're really stupid. Xiaofei's cultivation is almost surpassing yours. Xiaofei, I'm going to a very far place. When I come back, I'll be able to take you away from this place. 2 lines of hot tears flowed from his eyes. Ji Hongfei looked at his father's tall back, clenched his teeth, and clenched his fingers into his palms. Father, I don't understand. Is the mission really more important than family? The devil should be killed by everyone. Bad guys don't deserve sympathy, but family members are different. On Ji Hongfei's body, a letter with beautiful handwriting emitted a faint light. Xiaofei, sister once again failed to do what she promised you. Xiaofei, you're just a child. You need to be more energetic. Xiaofei, sister can't come back. I can't accompany Xiaofei anymore. Xiaofei, don't worry. Sister will always be watching over you. When you are scared, just look up at the sky. The brightest star is sister. On the envelope, stars danced, driving away the dark energy around Ji Hongfei. Sister, it's cloudy today. We can't see the stars or the moon. The starlight drove away the black air, and Ji Hongfei slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, a figure as dark as the abyss emerged. It is the eyes that are covered, not the heart. Ji Hongfei looked at the black shadow in front of him, and the figure surrounded by black mist became solid. In his heart, his sister is always gentle and kind, and will always be the person closest to him. It is precisely because of this that his sister can never become his inner demon. A dark shadow emerged. It was another Ji Hongfei, a Ji Hongfei with inferiority complex and cowardice. My inner demon is only my weak self. If I hadn't been so weak at the time, my sister wouldn't have gone astray. Around Ji Hongfei, shadows appeared one after another. Each of them was a weak version of himself. The envelope turned into starlight and disappeared into space. Ji Hongfei lowered his eyes, and then his slightly bent spine slowly straightened. A surge of fighting spirit erupted from Ji Hongfei, and he exhaled lightly. Then, he waved his spear and said word by word, "The will to break through the enemy line." Chapter 130. Dragon Ding is a monster? There are too many vengeful spirits. Ji Hongfei. Shi Anlin cursed, and said that if Xiaoya had not used the extreme ice flash just now, the Xin-level vengeful spirit would have killed him. In the blink of an eye, he arrived inside the palace, which was filled with dense vengeful spirits, and in the middle of the palace, there was an ancient green tripod. On the upper part of the tripod, a monster with a snake body, a crocodile head, lizard legs, eagle claws, and a deer tail emerged. It was exactly the dragon recorded in ancient books. In the middle of the tripod, Ji Hongfei's body was covered with black lines, like swollen blood vessels. Hiss! Shi Anlin looked at Ji Hongfei, and then thought about these vengeful spirits. Could it be that this guy had brought out his inner demons again? At this time, Shi Anlin's eyes lit up slightly. He almost forgot about this. After summoning Tianyin, Shi Anlin asked Xiaoya to use Extreme Ice Flash, and then he followed Xiaoya and directly froze a mortal-level vengeful spirit and brought it back. Through the battle with the blood spirit, Shi Anlin discovered that Xiaoya's freezing skill could not completely freeze the blood spirit, but because he had the Great Tao, after freezing the blood spirit, it was like sealing it. So, by the same token, the same applies to vengeful spirits. After capturing the vengeful spirit, Shi Anlin used the synthesis skill on Tianyin. Ding! Do you want to merge Phantom Sound Elf and Wrathful Spirit? Required health, 30 million. Fusion success rate, 98%. Fusion time, 1 hour. Fusion effect, gain the ability to create inner demons. What the hell? Shi Anlin was stunned. He just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that this guy was so compatible with Tianyin. Although it is only ordinary level, due to the degree of compatibility and its own specialness, the blood energy can reach 30 million, but fortunately, it has not even reached 1 yuan. Shi Anlin decisively chose to synthesize, and then used blood energy to shorten the fusion time to 30 seconds. The vengeful spirits in the palace are unaware of the disappearance of their companions. Apart from attacking outsiders, they will not take any further action because they have no intelligence, only instinct. Soon, Tianyin completed the fusion and walked out of the blood cocoon. At this time, in Ji Hongfei's world of inner demons, he was constantly killing the inner demons that were like a tide. Above his head, a man with 2 horns appeared, his eyes flashing with blood, and his mouth had sharp teeth like sickles, looking very creepy. The soldier's battle body can barely accept the remaining soul of this emperor. At this moment, he seemed to sense something. His head turned suddenly, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Ancient Emperor? No, this isn't the power of rules, it's the law. Who on earth is this? Damn it, we have to leave quickly. Although he knew that his hiding was invisible to the detection of such a powerful person, with the will to survive, the prison emperor even fell into a deep sleep to prevent revealing any flaws. In the palace, Shi Anlin watched Tianyin emerge from the cocoon. Tianyin had grown up at this time, from the initial appearance of 4 or 5 years old to a 13-year-old girl. The edges of the wings that emitted a faint white light evolved into an enchanting purple color, and Tianyin was wearing a black dress. There was a hint of cunning on her childish but still beautiful face, like a runaway princess. Name Sky Fantasy Elf. Attributes: Wood, Life, Illusion. Level: Ordinary level 7. Potential: Xin level mid-grade. Skill: Illusion, the ultimate spiritual grade. It can be used to construct an illusion for a specific enemy. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the illusion control ability. Charm, a mid-level spiritual skill that charms the enemy, attracts their attention and puts them under control. Healing Light, lower spiritual grade, summons light with healing function, has the ability to choose teammates, and can heal certain injuries. Elf Voice, a spiritual grade song with the effect of relieving fatigue. It can relieve physical and mental fatigue, and can also drive away demons. The stronger the strength, the better the effect of driving away demons. Demonic sound. A specific skill that allows you to select multiple targets to sing to, except for those selected by the skill. The rest of the people hear the sound of the elves. It can awaken the enemy's inner demons and have a negative effect on the enemy. This skill, Anlin has recently taken out many things to synthesize for the three beasts, but the success rate is not very high, so he did not waste his blood energy. And this time, the journey to the Bloodflame secret realm actually allowed Tianyin to acquire this magical skill. Anlin thought about it and realized that if Tianyin suddenly summoned the enemy's inner demon during the battle, the scene would be extremely exciting. Look at how invincible Ji Hongfei was in the chaos before, but after encountering his inner demon, he was tortured into this horrible state. Tianyin flew to Anlin's head and lay down comfortably. Compared to the beast-controlling bag, she preferred staying on Anlin's head. Ding ding dong. Tianyin's pleasant voice rang out, and Anlin quickly understood what she meant. Tianyin, are you saying that you can lure these evil spirits here? Tianyin nodded vigorously above Anlin's head. Ding ding dong. Will they consider you a companion? Anlin thought for a moment and looked at the tripod in the distance. For some reason, the thing seemed to be activated and began to flash with golden light. Tianyin, fly over and put this thing in your ring. Then, you've seen that guy before. Use the breath-suppressing ring to cover him up. Bring this guy over here. Although Tianyin's body is small, she is at the 7th level of the mortal level after all, so it is not difficult for her to drag Ji Hongfei. To be on the safe side, Anlin used an appraisal on the tripod. Name Long Ding. Attributes, gold, fire. Level, 2nd realm, 2nd stage. Potential, heavenly grade mid-level. Introduction, a new creature forcibly refined by the prison emperor using an ancient dragon. It is in the shape of a tripod and can be used as an evolvable spiritual weapon in a certain sense. Is this thing a demon beast? Anlin opened his eyes wide. Isn't this his 5th beast? Long Ding, I'll come save you right away. Tianyin, take my beast bag and bring my beast back. It's been here for so long, it must be suffering. Xiaoye rolled his eyes at Anlin, then called out to Tianyin in a low voice. Tianyin nodded vigorously. Ding ding dong. Then, Tianyin flapped her wings and flew towards the dragon cauldron. The vengeful spirits below were like dead objects and did not react at all. Flying over Long Ding, Tianyin's eyes curved into crescents, and she gently patted Long Ding, as if communicating, ding ding dong. The dragon tripod vibrated slightly, making an ethereal sound, like an old man in his twilight years. Ding ding dong. Buzz. No one knew what method Tianyin used, but the dragon tripod entered the beast-taming bag without any resistance. Ji Hongfei landed on the ground. At this moment, all the evil spirits around him suddenly turned around and surged together with roars. The vengeful spirits merged together, growing larger and larger, and gradually turned into a giant monster with a strange appearance. Ding ding dong. Tianyin tilted her head, then grabbed Ji Hongfei's collar and began to sing, flying as she sang. Chapter 131 Summoning Fenghuojuan. In the world of inner demons, Ji Hongfei roared and provoked several inner demons, smashing them down fiercely. The bodies of his inner demons were piled up in front of him, and wherever he looked, there was only a dark mass. A look of fatigue gradually appeared on Ji Hongfei's face, but the spear in his hand kept dancing, piercing the inner demons one by one. At this moment, a familiar song sounded. An array of light appeared in front of Ji Hongfei, illuminating the world of inner demons. The determination to break through the enemy lines. Ji Hongfei stomped the ground hard and scattered a handful of beans from his hand. The next moment, a group of bean soldiers stood up. Kill! Hundreds of bean soldiers roared together, and Ji Hongfei's momentum became more and more powerful. With a wave of his spear, the inner demons in front of him were broken in half. Man can conquer nature. A shadow appeared behind Ji Hongfei, like a god of war, roaring to the sky. The sweet singing echoed in Ji Hongfei's ears, and the inner demons around him howled in fear as if they had encountered their natural enemies. As the song lingered, the inner demons screamed in pain and melted away, and the light grew bigger and bigger, warm and full of hope. The phantom stabbed out with a gun, and instantly, all the demons in front of him turned into ashes. Ji Hongfei gritted his teeth and rushed forward, reaching out to grab the light. The hideous black lines slowly disappeared. Ji Hongfei suddenly opened his eyes and gasped. At this moment, he was floating in the air. Ji Hongfei looked at his collar and saw an elf the size of a palm struggling to flap its small wings. Thank you. Ji Hongfei reached out and gently grabbed the elf, and his body fell to the ground. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from behind him, Ji Hongfei turned his head and saw a pitch-black slime. The slime was extremely huge, with a body nearly 10 meters tall, almost touching the top of the palace. Ji Hongfei's pupils shrank, and he suddenly saw Xiaoya in the distance. He gritted his teeth and threw the tianyin in his hand toward Xiaoya. Then, a spear appeared in his hand. Above the spear, which was glowing with a light golden light, a 5-clawed golden dragon was hovering. Under Ji Hongfei's control, it suddenly opened its eyes. Ah! Anlin reached out and caught Tianyin, looking solemnly at the monster formed by the fusion of resentful spirits. Name: Wrathful Spirit. Quality: lower grade. Introduction: a blood spirit with the resentment of the ancient emperor, containing a large amount of the ancient emperor's blood. After killing it, you can obtain a large amount of body-refining blood. Note: the huge resentment will affect the user's thoughts. Please use with caution. After the resentful spirits of an entire palace merged together, this terrifying power was simply not something he could handle. Anlin noticed that a Dao crystal suddenly appeared in Ji Hongfei's hand, as if he wanted to buy time for Anlin to leave. Wait a minute, Anlin shouted loudly. The King's Avenue crystal was of no use to this vengeful spirit that had reached the monarch level. It would only be a waste of this Avenue crystal. Anlin stretched out his hand, and a crystal that looked like a phoenix appeared. It's decided to be you, Master. After pouring spiritual power into the Avenue crystal, Anlin threw it out directly, and almost in an instant, a flaming figure appeared. Who dares to touch my disciple? Feng Huojuan's clone emerged, looked around angrily, and locked onto the huge, vengeful spirit. Huh, the blood of the ancient emperor? Is this the blood flame's secret realm? When Feng Huojuan pulled Ji Hongfei back, he stretched out his hand and waved it, and a flame shield protected him and Anlin. There are monarch-level blood spirits in the blood flame's secret realm? Feng Huojuan was happy. This was a good thing. I didn't expect this kid's luck to be so strong that he could actually find a palace in the blood flame's secret realm, and there was a blood spirit with such rich blood inside. Roar! The vengeful spirit tore open a hole and let out a deafening roar. Don't make a fuss. Xiaoqi, you can't absorb this right now. I'll compress it into a crystal for you first. You can absorb it slowly over time. Don't try to absorb too much at once. It will be easily affected by the will of the ancient emperor. Feng Huojuan's jade hand reached out to the huge, vengeful spirit, and the spirit seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying and let out a shrill scream. The next moment, flames enveloped it. While refining the vengeful spirit, Feng Huojuan's clone said to Anlin, "Fortunately, this thing is much weaker than ordinary monarchs. Otherwise, this small clone might not be able to defeat it." The flames consumed the energy of Feng Huojuan's clone, and as the vengeful spirit shrank, Feng Huojuan's clone also became illusory. This clone will probably disappear after refining this thing. Xiaoqi, you have to be careful. If you encounter danger, just crush the token. I have built a teleportation node inside it that can directly pull you back. Your strength has improved quite well. During this time in the Blood Flame secret realm, you should improve your realm. Then you will have to fight as a representative of the military. Feng Guozhen muttered to himself while refining the vengeful spirit. Ji Hongfei said nothing. His inner demons had been driven out, and his cultivation speed would improve by leaps and bounds. This time, he had to rely on Anlin's help. Otherwise, even if he finally defeated his inner demon, he would most likely die here. Under the burning flames, the vengeful spirit finally turned into a black crystal and was held in the hands of Feng Guozhen. Xiaoqi, Master is going offline now. Please search this palace carefully later. This is the first time I've discovered a palace in the Blood Flame secret realm in all these years. After finishing his explanation, Feng Huojuan's clone disintegrated, and the crystal fell into Anlin's hands. Lord Fenghua's strength is already close to that of the ancient emperor, Ji Hongfei said in a low voice. Anlin looked at him. After being rescued by him, this guy didn't know how to thank him, but he wanted to express his goodwill to him, so he took the initiative to speak. This is also a manifestation of social phobia. I understand it very well. Master's strength is indeed unfathomable, but one day, we will also reach such a realm, Anlin said with a smile, and then directly put the black crystal into the space ring. Brother Ji, since we've met, why don't we explore this palace together? Ji Hongfei nodded without saying anything else. He waved his hand lightly, and a pile of beans fell to the ground and turned into bean soldiers. If your beast needs it, my Ji family can invite a spiritual master to help it evolve. I will provide the materials for the evolution. Anlin shook his head and said with a smile, "It's just a small favor, Brother Ji, don't take it too seriously." After thinking about it, The best way to deal with Chinibu is to become a Chinibu yourself. Brother G, if you really can't get through it, then you should practice hard. I hope that you can walk with me on the road ahead. Ji Hongfei was stunned and looked at Shi Anlin. The man in front of him actually hoped to see him again on his journey to seek the truth. In Shi Anlin, Ji Hongfei seemed to see a true invincible genius. This general will not be left behind. Among the geniuses of the world, I should be the leader. My path is not alone. Chapter 132, Flame Phoenix Blood, the Treasure in the Palace. Shi Anlin had not expected that his casual words could trigger so many things in Ji Hongfei's mind. After summoning Xiao Xing, Shi Anlin is no longer too worried that this guy will be led to reveal his inner demons. With Tianyin around, the inner demons are all his younger brothers. As for Ji Hongfei, Shi Anlin was quite interested in this guy's talent. Speaking of soldiers, no matter what kind of soldiers they are, the tacit understanding between them is not as strong as that between their own ant soldiers. After all, there is a huge communication network between the ant soldiers. Communication between each other only requires a thought, and with subsequent control, these ants are like. They are really from the same mother. I don't know if this guy will be blown up directly if hundreds of millions of ant soldiers appear under the Bingfa war body to support him. Following Xiao Xing, they entered another side hall, while Ji Hongfei led the bean soldiers to other areas. All the vengeful spirits had been cleared away, so there was no danger in the palace. In the side hall, there were stone statues, most of which were stone statues of monsters. They all worshipped towards the center of the palace. Shi Anlin walked over and found a drop of blood that looked like a burning flame floating in the air. Name: Flame Phoenix True Blood. Quality: lower grade. Introduction: a drop of Flame Phoenix's true blood has lost its vitality and cannot be reborn. Flame Phoenix Blood? Shi Anlin raised his eyebrows, subconsciously wanting to fuse it with the Beastmaster. Then he sighed deeply again. It's a low-grade monarch-level item, and you don't have that much blood energy to synthesize it yourself using your own head. It just so happened that my sister had a Flame Phoenix combat body, and this Flame Phoenix True Blood should be of great use to her. Shi Anlin thought about it, and directly put it into the space ring. Afterwards, Shi Anlin looked at the stone statues around him. These stone statues were lifelike, and they were obviously good things. Name: Blue Flame Bird, Petrification. Quality: lower heaven grade. Introduction: a monster whose body has been completely petrified, its spiritual energy has been completely lost, and its soul has dissipated. In general, this thing is now only for viewing purposes. Shi Anlin touched his chin. Speaking of this thing, if it merges with the soul of another monster in the future, can it be awakened again? Going back to try with the ant soldiers, Shi Anlin suddenly thought that although the monsters would be absolutely loyal to him after he synthesized them, they were not his own beasts after all, so they could not communicate with him mentally. If these monsters are turned into ant soldiers, they can establish a spiritual connection with the queen ant, and they can also become potential ant soldiers and become a new group of ant soldiers. For this point, you can refer to the blood-devouring king. Shi Anlin collected all the stone statues and then began to communicate with the queen ant. Recently, many cultivators have appeared in the small beast world. It is said that they have discovered a worm queen level monster and are preparing to encircle and suppress it. However, most of these cultivators are ordinary and at the first level, and there are only a dozen or so at the second level. With the strength of the blood-devouring king, he can easily deal with them. The blood-devouring king has now reached the second realm, fourth stage, and his strength improvement is terrifying. In other words, there have been fewer prey recently. If the blood-devouring king is given enough blood, it will not be a problem to quickly break through to the king realm. After all, the blood-devouring king before he took over another body was also a leader among the kings. He had already comprehended the existence of the Great Tao, and now the basic form of the Great Tao has appeared in his body again. The blood-devouring king's egg has hatched. Shi Anlin was stunned and asked about the situation carefully. He was very interested in this egg. According to the queen ant's description, this little guy can become stronger by sucking blood just like the blood-devourer king. Originally, she thought it was just stronger than ordinary ant soldiers. What the queen ant didn't expect was that this little guy actually broke apart after absorbing a certain amount of blood. That's right, it split open and turned into two blood-red ants. This ability made the queen ant extremely envious. If she could also split open, she would be able to eat twice as much food in the future. One mouthful of food is not enough to satisfy you. Cracked. Shi Anlin was stunned. How could this thing split? After a while, I have to go to the small animal world to take a good look. The existence of the queen ant has been exposed after all, and I have to quickly find another world for the queen ant to survive. It would be best to go to a different world that is not under the jurisdiction of humans, so that even if they are discovered, they can be killed directly, unlike in the world of small animals. Anlin felt bad for killing innocent people among his compatriots, so the monks who returned alive discovered a large number of first-level ant soldiers. After learning about Yi's situation, Anlin came to the next area. This seemed to be the place where the ancient emperor practiced, and there was a cushion on the ground. Name Enlightenment Cushion. Quality Lower Heaven Grade. Introduction. Influenced by the ancient emperor's long-term practice, the cushion transformed into a magical instrument can improve the user's understanding and practice speed to a certain extent. The lower the realm, the greater the improvement. Good stuff, I'll take it. Anlin put all the things in the room into the space ring at once. At this time, a crystal fell to the ground. Anlin was stunned. Why couldn't this thing be put in? Name, World Core. Quality, High Grade. Introduction. The core of the Earth-level world is the key to building the world. The core of the world? Anlin's eyes lit up. The queen ant has a small world. This thing should be given to her. However, the queen ant's small world has nothing in it and is not suitable for long-term living. After joining the core of this world, the small world should be more perfect. Throwing the world core to Xiaoxing, Anlin said, "This thing is worth 100 little female mice. Keep it well, and don't take it out before you go out. If you keep it well, I will give you a few little female mice as a reward." Xiaoxing was about to throw this thing away at first, but after hearing what Anlin said, her body instantly straightened up. Then, it stuffed the core of the world into its mouth, feeling ready to die, and nodded vigorously with a heroic look on its face. Just keep it safe, don't eat it. Who knows what will happen if this thing is eaten? At this time, Anlin was stunned. He could not even feel the existence of the core of the world. Spit it out quickly. If he hadn't noticed that Xiaoxing's mouth was still bulging, he would have definitely used his hands to pick the thing out. Xiaoxing shook her head desperately and shouted in her spiritual sea, "I will never spit out Shushu before I get out." Then don't eat it either. I'd rather die than vomit. For a moment, Anlin wanted to kill this inflexible thing. Finally, after making sure that Xiaoxing would be fine, Anlin let it hold in his mouth with confidence. He didn't know it before, but now he realized that the thing in Xiaoxing's mouth seemed to have merged with Xiaoxing, and he couldn't feel it at all. This is a good hiding method. If there are any treasures that cannot be put into the space ring, just put them in Xiaoxing's mouth. Do you want to fuse a pelican gene into this guy? Anlin touched his chin and looked at Xiaoxing thoughtfully. It would be better to go back and give it a kangaroo gene with an extra small pocket, so it should be able to inherit this characteristic. It would be better to fuse it with a space ring, so that we can create a Doraemon. Chapter 133, Medicinal Field. Letting Xiaoxing continue to hold the core of the world in her mouth, Anlin went to the next palace. As soon as he entered the palace, Anlin smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. Looking around, he saw that the ground was full of magical herbs. The floor of the palace is covered with a layer of scarlet blood mud, and it is because of this blood mud that these spiritual medicines can continue to maintain their spiritual power without being lost. Each spiritual medicine emitted a faint halo. Anlin walked towards an ice blue mushroom and used the identification function on it. Name Frost Mushroom. Attribute, Ice. Quality, Xin level mid-grade. Introduction. This elixir has absorbed the blood of the ancient emperor and possesses certain body-refining abilities. This is only the spiritual medicine on the outermost edge. Anlin looked at the spiritual medicine in the deepest part. This thing looked like a small qilin, planted on a large piece of spiritual stone. Name, 9-turn qilin grass. Attributes, 5 elements. Quality, mid-grade. Introduction. This elixir contains a large amount of ancient emperor's blood. After taking it, the 5 elements will be born. Anlin touched his brow. Luck is something that whoever uses it up first will leave first. With so many spiritual medicines, did he rob an ancient emperor's house? Originally, there were great restrictions on these things. For example, if the core of the world was moved by someone, the life and death annihilation formation in the palace would directly wipe it out. However, due to the dormancy of the prison emperor's consciousness, these formations could not be activated and were in standby mode. Xiaoya, let's take these things away quickly. Anlin was a little anxious. This palace is full of good things. Nothing has happened yet, but if blood spirits or vengeful spirits from other areas come over later, he will probably have to retreat. After all, Feng Huojuan doesn't have a second Dao crystal. It would be great if the queen ant was here. With the help of so many ant soldiers, collecting these elixirs would only take a few minutes. Ding! Tianyin tilted her head, suddenly waved her little hands, and started singing. The voice of the elves echoed in the palace. Just when Anlin was still wondering why Tianyin suddenly sang, the next second, he found that the spiritual medicines in the palace seemed to have life. They struggled to crawl out from the ground and ran towards Anlin. The scene was once very spectacular, with precious light rising into the sky and the medicinal herbs gathered together like a small hill. Generally speaking, spiritual medicines of a certain quality have their own consciousness. However, in order to prevent these spiritual medicines from escaping and self-destructing, the prison emperor wiped out all of their intelligence, causing them to become like weeds, only absorbing nutrients mechanically. The elf voice of Anlin can not only eliminate the inner demons, but also communicate with plants and make them develop intelligence. Just like picking cabbages, Anlin put all kinds of rare spiritual medicines into the space ring. Anlin observed carefully and found that the lowest level spiritual medicine here was actually at the Xian level. While Anlin was continuously collecting elixirs, Shaoxing jumped to the core area, tilted his head, and pulled out a green crystal with some difficulty. The next second, a strong vitality emerged, and Anlin's head turned instantly, and his pupils shrank involuntarily. A large dent was left where the green crystals were pulled out, as if a blackhead had just been squeezed out. A spiritual liquid emitting green light flowed out. The life force contained in it was extremely powerful, even far exceeding the source of life that the school had given Anlin before. Name: source of life. Attributes: wood life. Quality: king level mid-grade. Introduction: the source of life condensed from the king level demon plants, containing a large amount of life force. Ding ding. Tianin's eyes lit up. Before Anlin could stop him, the little guy flew directly towards the spiritual liquid. Tianin opened her little mouth, and immediately, the green spiritual liquid flew up and was sucked into her mouth like drinking a drink. This lasted for about a minute, which surprised Anlin a little. He calculated that the source of life that Tianin had just swallowed weighed over 100 kilograms. He didn't know how this little guy could hold so much source of life. Patting her round belly, Tianin flew back, rubbed Anlin's hand with affection, flew to Anlin's hair, found a comfortable position, stretched, and closed her eyes. After a while, Anlin felt that the little guy above his head had turned into a cocoon, and Tianin was sleeping quietly inside. Is it going to evolve? Anlin was a little confused, and then he started to have a toothache. That was the king-level source of life, and Tianin drank it all in one breath. This thing is a magical object that can bring the dead back to life and turn bones into flesh. In the world of small beasts, the blood-devouring king is wandering around with his children. At the beginning, the blood-devouring king was unwilling to face the child, but he was still an ant soldier after all and could not resist the orders of the queen ant. The blood-devouring king thought it would be a good thing to have a descendant, but the problem was, it's the one that was fucked. Thinking of the male ant he had killed, the blood-eater king sighed and stopped dwelling on the painful memories. Turning his head to look at his child, the blood-devouring king gave it a name, Shui. The blood monster has now split into 8 blood-colored ants, and these 8 ants share the same consciousness. What a strange creature. The blood-devouring king's tentacles gently tapped the blood monster's head. If this thing is trained well, it will become a general in the future. After giving the blood to Shui, the blood-devouring king began to look for nutritious monsters for the queen ant. The queen ant was preparing to give birth to a new queen recently, so she needed a lot of nutrition and energy, otherwise it would be easy for the pregnancy to fail. The number of ant colonies is growing. Currently, there are more than 5,000 ant soldiers at the 5th level of the first realm. They are of different species. The largest number of them are tiger-armored ant soldiers, followed by mandrake ant soldiers and skynet ant soldiers. The number of blood-killing ant soldiers is only about 100, and they are all natural killing machines. With the help of so many ant soldiers, the blood-devouring king finally discovered a relic. About the remains of the Lord of the World before the small beast realm. The small animal world has almost become the shape of the human race, so everything inside has actually been explored. In addition, the master of this world is dead, so even the monks at the king level can enter and exit freely. Otherwise, even if the king enters this world, he will be greatly restricted. In order to prevent the queen ant from being threatened while he was exploring the ruins, the blood-devouring king used a bunch of precious materials and began to carve a large formation for the queen ant. Strange patterns appeared on the bodies of the ant soldiers, and finally, the blood-devouring king's body trembled slightly, and a drop of emerald green blood condensed out. This was its essence. A ray of blood shot up into the sky, and in the void, a ferocious blood demon appeared and disappeared. Extreme Demon Blood Training Formation. Chapter 134, Library, Ancient Level Kung Fu. This formation was created by the blood-devouring king using many natural treasures. Even if someone at the peak of the third realm steps into it, they will be refined by the formation and turned into a pool of blood. Not only that, there are thousands of second-level dead souls in the formation, which can attach themselves to the ant soldiers and increase their strength to the second level in a short period of time. Although the ant soldiers will be destroyed in the end, they are consumables after all. The blood-eating king also gave the queen and other skills. For example, in the blood sacrifice method, the dead ant soldiers can actively sacrifice all their spiritual power and souls to the living ant soldiers to enhance their combat effectiveness. In this way, the more dead ant soldiers there are, the stronger the remaining ant soldiers will be. Another example is the life-severing technique, which consumes vitality in battle and can increase strength by 1 or 2 times in a short period of time. However, the queen ant just tilted her head, asking this special child not to transmit strange things to her and disturb her sleep. The blood-devouring king was also very surprised by this. Logically speaking, the queen ant had such strong mental power and could use military tactics and formations, so her brain shouldn't be so stupid. I can only wait for my father to come back. After being synthesized, the blood-devouring king had great respect for Anlin in his heart, and after seeing the laws, he regarded Anlin as an existence above the ancient emperor. The reason why he looks weak now is probably because he is traveling in the human world. Carrying the still sleeping Tianyin, Anlin walked towards the next palace. Arriving at the next palace, Anlin saw Ji Hongfei flipping through a set of martial arts techniques. This palace is a library, and the shelves are full of skills and martial arts. However, there is a faint protective shield above each martial arts book, which needs to be broken before you can get the martial arts inside. Ji Hongfei looked at Anlin, nodded slightly, and said, "Brother Qi, the techniques here have limitations. Some techniques require strength to break the protective shield, while others require one's own blood to absorb." Originally, the prison emperor planned to scatter these skills throughout the blood flame secret realm so that he could choose a suitable target to possess, but something unexpected happened before the plan even began. Limitation, Anlin nodded, walked towards another row of bookshelves, and disappeared from Ji Hongfei's sight. Is it because of his step-by-step and methodical practice that he has been able to reach where he is today? No, he relies on cheating. Faced with these defensive shields that required strength to break, Anlin grabbed Xiaoxing. "Ding, do you want a fuse, golden treasure hunting rat, and red star defense shield?" Required health, 20 million. Fusion success rate, 70%. Fusion time, 3 hours. Fusion effect, possesses the ability to construct a protective shield to enhance one's own defense. Anlin thought about it, and chose Xiaoxing's aura and this protective shield. The fusion effect becomes, it has the same aura as the protective shield and is not blocked by the protective shield. Perfect, I'm such a genius. Time is money. Anlin spent tens of millions of blood energy to shorten the fusion time to a few seconds. He then used the breath-concealing ring to cover up Xiaoxing's breath and stuffed it into his pocket. A few seconds later, Xiaoxing crawled out of his pocket and Anlin put it on the bookshelf. As expected, the little guy was not restricted by the protective shield and touched the books directly. "Xiaoxing, put all my books into the space ring." Anlin handed the storage ring to Xiaoxing, and Xiaoxing shook her head and stretched out 3 fingers. "3 female rats. Deal, hurry up." Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction, then swaggered across the bookshelf, putting the books one by one into the space ring. Afterwards, Anlin walked back and said to Ji Hongfei, "Brother Ji, don't look at it anymore. Let's take all these techniques back and study them slowly. The opportunity to enter the blood flame secret realm is rare, so we must hurry and improve our physical fitness." After hearing Anlin's words, Ji Hongfei was a little confused for a moment. He turned his head and suddenly saw rows of empty books. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. Anlin's strength has actually reached this level. You know, breaking the defense shield requires not only strength, but also the purity of one's own spiritual energy. Even he can only break the defense shield of the Xian-level martial arts. In such a short while, Anlin had actually cleared out all the bookshelves. Feeling Ji Hongfei's surprised gaze, Anlin smiled and said, "My beast is quite special. The protective shield here has no effect on it." Afterwards, Ji Hongfei saw the fat and hamster-like Xiaoxing. As for Anlin's beast, Ji Hongfei originally thought that Anlin contracted it into a beast at the beginning of his training just because the little guy was cute. I didn't expect that this monster would have such special abilities. Brother Qi's ability to train beasts is truly remarkable. Not only does he possess a combat body and spirit, but even this mouse is so special. Luck. Soon, Xiao Xing cleared out all the books on the bookshelf, including 72 spiritual level books, 200 mysterious level books, 100 earth level books, and 60 heaven level books. Books above the heavenly level float individually on crystal pillars. However, the protective shield was still the Red Star protective shield, so Xiao Xing was not restricted and jumped directly on it. Thunderbolt clearing technique. I can give it to MOU when I get back. This guy has thunder attributes. Jing Gung's sacred secret. After taking out the book, Qi Anlin handed it directly to Ji Hongfei. Dan Yunyao is a metal qi cultivator, and this is exactly what she needs. Ji Hongfei got the martial arts technique and was about to refuse it, but after thinking of Dan Yunyao, he finally accepted it with a thick face. Thank you, Brother Qi. It seems that Brother Qi doesn't have a suitable weapon. When I return to the Ji family, I will ask the elders to make one for Brother Qi. Qi Anlin shook his head and smiled. Don't be so polite. As for weapons, Master has already prepared them for me. Brother Ji, if you treat me as a brother, don't worry about these trivial matters. Ji Hongfei was stunned for a moment, looked at Qi Anlin with a complicated expression, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say in the end. Because of his personality, he has few friends since he was a child, and only Dan Yunyao is by his side. However, he had previously felt that he did not need any brothers. They were just friends based on interests. If interests were really involved, they would likely become enemies. Coupled with his own arrogance, Ji Hongfei became more and more fond of being alone. Thank you. It's a small matter, Brother Ji. You are a physical cultivator. Take a look at these exercises and martial arts to see if there is anything suitable for you. Qi Anlin continued to collect books from the library. Originally, he was going to give some of these books to Ji Hongfei, but Ji Hongfei insisted on refusing. If it weren't for Qi Anlin, he probably wouldn't have been able to obtain the appropriate king-level skills. After all, the Bloodflame Secret Realm was only open for a limited time. Qi Anlin did not insist any further. Although he could not learn all these skills, exchanging them for resources or synthesizing them for beast control were both excellent choices. After giving 3 king-level books to Ji Hongfei, Qi Anlin still had 12 left. As expected of the ancient emperor's accumulation, Qi Anlin looked up at the remaining jade pillars. On the jade pillars, there were 3 king-level books, and the ancient martial arts technique floating on the giant dragon pillar at the end. Chapter 135, Three-Clawed Golden Dragon Bone, Strange Sea of Blood. 9 Solutions to the Heavenly Demon. This is a low-grade cultivation method for the monarch level. Qi Anlin took a look at the introduction and found that this thing requires the blood sacrifice of living creatures to improve strength. It is definitely a magic cultivation method. Although this kind of skills are precious, if you encounter certain upright people, they will destroy them without hesitation. As for Qi Anlin, this thing can be given to the blood-devouring king without any impact. The righteous path and the evil path. In fact, for the monsters in the small beast world, the human race is the evil path. Therefore, he felt that it was unnecessary to be so deadly. Killing many human beings and even sacrificing the lives of an entire city was unforgivable. But if we only kill aliens, that would be fine. In fact, these cultivators who practiced magic cultivation were all moody and prone to rioting and killing people. So the magic cultivation techniques were banned because even when facing their own kind, they could not control their bloodthirsty desires. But the blood-devouring king is different. This guy is under the dual control of the system and the queen ant. No matter how bloodthirsty he is, he will not betray. Qi Anlin may not be able to stop the blood-devouring king from killing people, but the queen ant has complete control over the blood-devouring king, which is why the blood-devouring king is forced to lay eggs but cannot resist. After letting Xiao Xing accept this set of skills, Qi Anlin looked at the next set of skills. As for Ji Hongfei, who was beside him, he didn't see the content and didn't know what this technique was. After all, he didn't have the ability to identify it. Qi Anlin glanced through the martial arts books given to Ji Hongfei and recorded them into the blood energy space, so even if he wanted to pass them on to others, he could just copy them out. Qinxiao Dandian. This is a king-level alchemy book that can drive alchemists crazy. You should know that it is even more difficult for alchemists to improve than combat professions. A king-level alchemist can call on several king-level thugs at any time. Even the ancient emperor has to give him some face. Qi Anlin calmly put the alchemy book into his space ring. Although he did not have this profession, he recently found his long-lost beast taming dragon cauldron and could use it to make alchemy by itself. Using an alchemy furnace to refine medicine is definitely not as familiar as using your own body to refine medicine. Maybe we can also turn Long Ding into a weapon refiner. Then the major professions will be almost complete. Xiaoya is very suppressive in combat, whether it is a one-on-one fight or facing a group. As for the queen ant, Her main function was to mass-produce troops. In addition, she could build formations on the ant soldiers. Anlin thought that he could give the queen ant the ability of a talisman master, transforming the ant soldiers into talismans. Perhaps we can combine the formation and talismans to create a sustainable ant army. As for Xiaoxing, her main ability is treasure hunting. Anlin plans to buy some things to break the formation in the future to see if he can integrate the ability to break the formation into Xiaoxing. In this way, Xiaoxing can ignore the protective shield and take treasures like today, and with the treasure bag, emptying the treasure house will be an easy task. As for Tianyin, not only does she possess medical skills, she can also attract inner demons. Anlin plans to use some of the resources he has just acquired to exchange for some monsters with auxiliary skills to synthesize with Tianyin. It is best to improve the skills of all teams, add buffs to your own team and debuffs to the enemy team during battle. In addition, Tianyin is naturally close to plants, so he can integrate some books needed by spiritual plant masters into Tianyin, and then plant crops in the queen ant's small world, and the spiritual medicines produced can be used for Longding's cultivation. Anlin feels that his future is bright. Ji Hongfei did not look at the remaining skills. With his personality, he already owed a great favor to Anlin by accepting the king-level skills he received. He had no desire for the remaining monarch-level skills at all, even though they were very precious. Anlin looked at the next book, which was also a martial arts book. 3 Realms Flame Sword Manual. A martial art with fire attributes. Anlin put it into his space ring. This thing can be used to hide his identity. His fire-attributed combat body was not exposed. Anlin felt that he could change his identity when he went on adventures in another world in the future. After all, with his special characteristics, he would sooner or later be regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the other world. He didn't want to be hunted by the whole world when he went out, like in the novel, so he would not reveal his fire attribute. Without the need for beast control and ice attributes, and by changing his appearance, no one would know that he was Anlin. After taking back the sword manual, Anlin looked at the last ancient-level technique, Tianwu Eclipse Scroll. This martial art has fire attributes, and the reason why it is called the Blood Flame Secret Realm is because the deeper you go, the stronger the burning power of the blood flame becomes. For physical cultivators, it is also a method of cultivation. When many people cannot find a blood spirit, they will choose to find a place that suits them to practice body training. After the fire-attributed skills are copied in the blood energy space, they can be handed over to the master. I have only been here for a short time, and Fengguojin has given me so many good things, so I have to repay him. After putting away his skills, Anlin prepared to move on to the next area, but at this moment, he suddenly stopped and looked at the jade pillar where the books were placed. Almost forgot to check these things. At first, he only regarded these jade pillars as decorations, but how could the jade pillars used to hold king-level skills be so ordinary? Name 3-clawed golden dragon bone. Quality: ancient low-grade. Introduction: the extremely hard dragon bone is a treasure for refining weapons. It is engraved with array patterns and is the foundation of the heaven-concealing array. Anlin subconsciously thought of the dragon cauldron. Could it be the bones before they were refined? The heaven-concealing formation sounds pretty impressive. Anlin thought about it and asked Xiaoya to dig out the dragon bones. Xiaoya nodded after receiving the order and started digging with his claws. In the blink of an eye, he dug a small hole. Ji Hongfei was a little confused and didn't know why Anlin did this. The jade pillar was embedded deeply into the ground, and Xiaoya continued to dig the soil. Soon, his claws touched a hard area. At this time, they were already 3 or 4 meters deep from the ground. Anlin looked down and found that there was a faint protective shield under Xiaoya's feet. This protective shield seemed to be stronger than those protective shields on the martial arts. Anlin jumped down with Xiaoxing, and Xiaoya also cleared this area. Under the light shield, Anlin saw an extremely large pool of blood. From his perspective, he could not see the end at all. What is this place? Anlin felt that this place was a bit weird, and then looked at the ground beside the blood pool. On the ground, Anlin saw a coffin, and next to the coffin was a blood-red sword. From a distance, Anlin used identification on the long sword. Name: Flame Ghost Sword. Quality: royal grade. Introduction: the prison emperor's natal weapon. Due to severe damage, the weapon's spirit died and the quality declined. Anlin's eyes lit up, and then he looked at the coffin on the side. It's obvious that this thing is not a good thing. Is this prison emperor waiting for resurrection? Anlin swallowed his saliva. It seemed that this was really possible. Otherwise, why would this place be so weird? Chapter 136: The prison emperor recognizes his master. Name: Shuepa Ice Coffin. Attribute: ice. Quality: ancient low grade. Introduction: it can preserve the vitality of the body for a long time and has the function of gathering spiritual energy. Ice attribute monks entering it can accelerate their comprehension of the ice avenue and also improve the efficiency of converting ice spiritual energy. Note: the remnant soul of the prison emperor is in deep sleep. When Anlin saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the remnant soul of the prison emperor was hidden inside, it was much better than he had imagined. I originally thought that the body of the prison emperor was reviving, and now only a remnant soul is left. Although I definitely cannot defeat him, I still have a king-level peak-level Dao crystal on me, which should be enough for me to use the token to teleport away. The remaining soul of the prison emperor should not be that powerful, otherwise the vengeful spirit would have appeared long ago after causing such a big commotion. After thinking for a while, Anlin looked at Ji Hongfei. These are all good stuff. He wants to give it a try. The ancient level long sword is enough for him to use until the later stage. This is different from martial arts. Martial arts still require practice, but with the ancient sword in hand, although I certainly cannot fully control it, with the sharpness of this thing, it is still easy to break the defense of those monsters. For Ji Hongfei's safety, Anlin prepared to let Ji Hongfei leave first. At this moment, in the space below, the coffin trembled slightly, and the remnant soul of the prison emperor woke up cautiously. He felt another strange law appearing on him. Although it was not used directly on him, at that moment, he still felt like he was being seen through. Discovered. The prison emperor felt a chill in his heart. He felt that the human being before him was not dead, and he had also exorcised his inner demons. He knew very well that it was impossible for this guy to do it with his own strength. It must be the strongest person who helped him. This strongest person should be from the human race. The guy who killed him was also a human, and he turned the area after his death into a secret realm in order to help these human monks improve. Fortunately, this guy's strength was not much greater than mine, and he died shortly after killing me. Otherwise, if I had investigated carefully, I would probably have found his residual soul. The prison emperor knew that he must have been discovered. The reason why this strong man did not kill him was that he must have felt that he was no longer a threat. You should leave first. It may be dangerous here, Anlin said to Ji Hongfei, and then took a look at the ice coffin. And you? I'll teleport back later. Hearing this, Ji Hongfei nodded. Anlin should still have Feng Huojuan's methods, so he no longer insisted. He felt a faint sense of crisis in his heart, which made him feel a little breathless, and he wanted to leave here quickly. Be safe. The conversation between the two was overheard by the prison emperor, who was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that this guy was not the strongest? Then what about the power of these two laws? He scanned Anlin's body. This was also a combat body, but its strength was very low and could be easily dealt with. Then, he began to observe several other beast masters. That elf is in the process of evolving. It seems that it has absorbed a lot of life source. How come it didn't burst? This wolf beast also possesses a combat body, a dual combat body, or conflicting attributes. The prison emperor was somewhat shocked. Could this boy be the descendant of the most powerful being? He actually possessed a beast with the same combat body. Finally, he looked at the mouse. The mouse actually had the aura of the protective shield. No wonder all the external skills disappeared. No, what's in this guy's mouth? How could he not feel it? This should be a rule, but he is still in a residual soul state, so he can't feel it. The prison emperor didn't know what to do for a moment. Although he could kill these beast masters and Anlin with just a thought, he didn't know whether the strongest person was there. Even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to sense it at all unless the strongest person revealed his aura. Soon, Ji Hongfei left the area, and Anlin also began to communicate with Shaoxing in the Sea of Spirituality. After you go down and get the sword, run back. If there is any danger, activate this token immediately. Don't move the ice coffin. The ancient emperor's soul is inside it. Anlin warned Shaoxing. Now only Shaoxing has the ability to enter this protective shield. After giving the instructions, Anlin thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Come out." To trick him first, Anlin adjusted his breathing and pretended to know that the prison emperor was still there, and even believed it himself. The next second, the residual soul of the prison emperor flashed out. Damn it. There was no surprise on Anlin's face, but he was panicking inside. This guy actually woke up. The prison emperor was also roaring wildly in his heart. What was he thinking? This was the strongest person. The moment Anlin spoke, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he instantly understood the cause and effect. These beasts have signed life contracts and are willing to give everything unconditionally. Moreover, the person in front of him only had the first level of cultivation, but he actually had contracted for beasts. Add to that his physique far superior to those of his peers, his vast and surging sea of spirit, and the varying attributes of the several beasts he controls. This must be the hidden cultivation level of the strongest person, and what you see is what the strongest person wants you to see. The remaining soul of the prison emperor trembled slightly. These were all the evil tastes of the strongest. My lord, I am just a remnant soul. I didn't know that the war body was your descendant. I beg for your forgiveness. The prison emperor said very humbly. After practicing to this level, he felt the horror of death more and more, so he hid for so long and always wanted to be resurrected. Anlin felt his face stiffen with fear, expressionless for a moment. Seeing Anlin staring at him expressionlessly, the prison emperor panicked even more. Sir, I am willing to sign a life and death contract and will never do anything bad to you. Anlin had a blank expression on his face. Did this guy think of himself as a powerful person who hid his strength? Although he didn't know why, Anlin felt that he needed to pretend. In order to prove his identity, Anlin just smiled faintly, and then flames flew from his body, and he directly transformed into the burning heaven battle body. What he was sure of was that his hidden attributes would not be discovered, and doing so would certainly make the prison emperor feel even more that he was hiding. The prison emperor shuddered, and all his doubts disappeared. The ability to change combat bodies at will must belong to the strongest person without a doubt. I didn't even notice it just now. Without any hesitation, a strange blood-red character flew out from the remnant soul of the prison emperor and flew towards Anlin. Xiaoya thought it was an attack, and his body suddenly flashed and rushed directly in front of the blood-colored characters, and the blood-colored characters also entered his body. The prison emperor had a bitter expression on his face as he had actually become a slave of a wolf beast. Once the life and death contract is established, his life and death will be completely determined by the contractor, and even the thought of betrayal cannot arise. Anlin was shocked and quickly hugged Xiaoya, and Xiaoya quickly described his feelings to Anlin in his sea of consciousness. He now dared to order the prison emperor around at will, and the life and death of the prison emperor also depended on his thoughts. Chapter 137 Fantasy Experience. What kind of fantasy experience is this? Anlin was a little confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He just lied casually, and as a result, the residual soul of an ancient emperor appeared and immediately recognized Xiaoya as its master. Anlin looked at the floating ancient emperor's soul before him and gave Xiaoxing a slap on the head. Does it hurt? Xiaoxing was almost crying because of the beating. She covered her head and looked at Anlin angrily with an expression that said, You're finished. I'll just check if I'm dreaming and give you an extra female rat when I get back. The next second, Xiaoxing laughed happily and stretched her head over, as if to say, Just play it as you like. Now that the ancient emperor recognized Xiaoya as his master, Anlin had no more scruples and started talking directly with the two beast masters. What kind of luck am I having today? I actually encountered such a good thing. On the side, listening to Anlin's words, the expression of the prison emperor changed from confusion at the beginning to a state of being worse than death. What the hell am I doing? The prison emperor had a strange expression on his face, as if he had eaten shit. He actually recognized the cultivator of the first realm as his master. At this moment, he even wanted to destroy this remnant soul directly. He no longer had the face to live. What the hell? This guy is not the strongest. How can there be so many points worth complaining about? He has lived for thousands of years and seen countless creatures, but this is the first time he has encountered something so strange. Who would believe that this person is not the strongest? But he is really just an ordinary monk. The prison emperor checked his bone age and found that he was only 18 years old. Why didn't he just? It seemed that even if he had checked it just now, he would think that Anlin was deliberately showing it to him. All right. He's an ancient emperor after all, so he's bound to have some tricks up his sleeve. Let's melt him. Anlin activated the fusion system and prepared to attack the prison emperor. Ding, fusion failed. I still overestimate myself. Anlin gave up this idea and decided to let the prison emperor take over the body of an ant soldier as a double insurance. Not far away, the remnant soul of the prison emperor was stunned. This force of law? For a moment, the prison emperor was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. What kind of person was this? He had already acknowledged his master, but this person still wanted to deceive him and make him doubt Mingxing. Perhaps this is the evil taste of the strongest. Anlin didn't know the inner thoughts of the prison emperor. After the synthesis failed, in order to better understand the prison emperor, Anlin used an identification on him. Name: Hell. Race: Hades. Physique: 9 Netherworld King body, 12-10 people. Realm: King level 2, Remnant soul, original strength ancient level 2. Attributes: Fire dark. Introduction: a residual soul body. Every attack consumes the soul. If a physical body is not obtained, the soul will disappear completely after it is used up. Still a combat body. After thinking for a while, Anlin asked, "Why do you think I'm so strong?" Upon hearing this question, the prison emperor showed a look of astonishment. Because the Lord has mastered 2 laws. 2 laws? Is it ever going to end? The prison emperor was somewhat desperate, but he still had a smile on his face. He was not as strong as others, so he could only act with Anlin. One of your laws should involve fusion, but I haven't felt the other clearly. In that moment just now, it felt like all my secrets had been discovered. One is the synthesis system, and the other is the identification function. It seems that the system level is still not high enough, and he can sense the feeling of being spied on. Anlin touched his chin thoughtfully. He had originally planned to use the identification technique on his master, but now it seems that he should give up. Can a monarch perceive the law? The prison emperor shook his head. Laws are a transformation of rules, so only those who have mastered the ancient level of rules can feel the laws. In other words, to become a saint, one must master the laws. Anlin asked. The prison emperor had a strange expression on his face. Even if he was powerful, he couldn't tease him like this. However, he still answered honestly. To become a saint, one must own the world. Anlin looked at the prison emperor with some doubt, and the prison emperor continued to answer. A saint-level powerhouse will create a world within his body. Many of the remaining large worlds now are what are left after the death of a saint-level powerhouse. Anlin was stunned. Didn't he accidentally create a saint-level seed? There is a small world inside the queen ant's body. Then a world like the little beast realm is also a world left behind by a saint-level powerhouse. The prison emperor shook his head. These small worlds are not real worlds. Once they are disconnected from the main world, they will collapse. Such worlds can be created even by ancient levels. The main world? Could it be the current universe? Then why is the human world a planet? Anlin asked. After all, a small world connected to the main world is unstable. If the main world is shaken, the small world is likely to be destroyed. The way to prevent destruction is to completely become a part of the main world. So, similar to the god realm and the demon realm, the only thing above the human realm is a transmission channel. They themselves have been integrated into the main world and turned into planets. So that's how it is. Anlin suddenly realized that his doubts had been resolved. Therefore, without these teleportation points, it would be difficult for Blue Star to find other planets with life, because there are too few such worlds integrated into the universe. What does the law mean? Laws are possessed by the strongest beings above the saint level, that is, the emperor level. The rules of the ancient emperor can only be regarded as a domain of one's own. After breaking through to the saint level, they can be applied to the world. As for the great emperor, their laws are equivalent to the rules of the main universe. So that's how it is. Anlin suddenly realized that a cultivator at the level of a great emperor can possess the laws of the universe. No wonder this guy was so afraid of me that he signed a life and death contract directly. It turned out that he thought of himself as an emperor. This is a good method, but it cannot be used frequently. After all, not everyone can be fooled. After understanding these realms, Anlin happily began to give orders to the prison emperor. Take my sword and coffin. These things are so unlucky. However, despite the bad luck, Anlin would still go into practice. After all, this was a treasure that could help him comprehend the great Tao faster. What's with all this blood? The protective shield disappeared, and the prison emperor landed on the ground with Anlin. This is my blood. The prison emperor sighed. You have so much blood? Here it comes again, the prison emperor replied. The underworld clan is very small in number. If I don't shrink, my size at my peak is half the size of the human world. So where do you live? Is the world that big? We usually shrink in size to survive. The size of the Hades below the king level is not that exaggerated, only a few hundred meters. The corners of Anlin's mouth twitched slightly. It was only a few hundred meters away, which reminded him of the old dragon he had encountered in the fire region before. The blood-devouring king can absorb some of this blood to increase his strength, and then synthesize it into a body suitable for the prison emperor, so that he will have 2 special ant soldiers. Anlin decided to name this type of ant soldiers ant heroes. One day, he will turn all the king-level alien races that are hostile to him into ant soldiers. Chapter 138: The Shame of the Ancient Emperor, Tiangu. By the way, has this place of yours never been discovered by other students? Anlin asked in confusion. This was just the outer area of the Blood Flame secret realm, and the burning ability of the Blood Flame was not very strong. The prison emperor palace had been hidden deep in the Blood Flame secret realm before, and because of the heaven-concealing formation, it had never been discovered. The prison emperor explained. After feeling the Bingfa battle body this time, he thought it would be a good idea to take over this battle body. However, he didn't expect that after being teleported from the prison emperor palace, he met Anlin. Now not only were all his resources wiped out, but he himself became a slave of this wolf beast. The prison emperor sighed deeply, and Anlin continued. The Blood Flame's secret realm is open for a limited time. After all, it was created by your corpse. Is there a way to enter and exit freely? Well, there's no way to dodge it. The prison emperor reluctantly stretched out his hand, and a dark golden token flew over. There is a teleportation point to the Blood Flame secret realm here. You can enter and exit the Blood Flame secret realm freely. However, after use, the token will remain in place. Once you leave the Blood Flame secret realm, you will be teleported back to the original location. Good stuff. Then can I teleport things to the Blood Flame secret realm at any time? Only one. Anlin asked. The prison emperor nodded. He had originally intended to keep this for the body he took over after taking over the body, but this incomplete world did not allow for the establishment of too many transmission nodes. After accepting the token, Anlin continued. When I come back next time, I will bring you a body that suits you. I will also bring you a friend. This guy is as bloody as you, and he was also the king of the demon clan when he was alive. Yes, master. Anlin shuddered. Don't call me master. You can call me young master or sir, or whatever. He could accept other titles, but the title of master was indeed a bit strange when spoken by a grown man who had no idea how long he had lived. Okay, master. After chatting with the prison emperor for a while, Anlin was about to leave to continue training his body. At this moment, he suddenly thought, isn't there a pool of blood here? Why don't I use this blood to refine my body? After mentioning this to the prison emperor said with a strange look on his face, Sir, this blood spirit contains the power of rules, so it can improve a person's physical fitness after killing them. It can be considered as refined. The blood in the blood pool is the ancient emperor's blood that has not been converted. If an ordinary person enters, they will most likely be instantly annihilated by the ancient emperor's power. Although I don't know why this adult is so into the role, but since the strong have strange habits, I can only go along with it. My goodness, that means he can't even use such a vast sea of blood to refine his body. However, all the solutions are thought up by humans. It is too tiring to look for the blood spirits one by one. Isn't the prison emperor still here? Then go find a blood spirit that matches my realm, control it, and let me kill it. The prison emperor was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't quite understand, he still did as he was told. At his summons, a group of yellow-level and lower-level blood spirits rushed towards the palace area. Soon, the palace was filled with blood spirits, floating in the air, waiting to be slaughtered by Anlin. Anlin nodded with satisfaction. With so many blood spirits, he had to practice in seclusion again. By the way, leave some blood spirit for my friend so that he can improve his strength. I'm going to retreat now, so don't let anyone enter this area. The prison emperor nodded, summoned some yellow-level blood spirits, and rushed towards Ji Hongfei. I don't know what the fun of acting like this is. Golden Horn, we'll fight again someday. The Golden Horn realm was in ruins, and creatures in the distance were wailing. It was a very tragic scene. The air was filled with smoke and dust, and the area within a radius of hundreds of miles was flattened to the ground. Even a glorious royal city was reduced to dust, and the city lord's flesh and blood were wiped out. And this is just the aftermath of the ancient emperor's battle. When one reaches the realm of the ancient emperor, the power of rules explodes and can even directly destroy a planet. There was a glint of anger in the eyes of the golden-horned emperor. Tiangu, this guy, deliberately expanded the aftermath of the battle and wanted to drag the battlefield to other royal cities. Opposite the golden-horned emperor, an old man with a white beard and an immortal look was stroking his beard with a smile. Although this battle killed tens of millions of lives, this was not the human world, so he did not feel any guilt. The struggle between races is also a struggle between the worlds. Although the ruler of the Golden Horn world is only an ancient emperor, there are so many worlds like this that the human race is somewhat tired of suppressing them. Among so many worlds, the human race is relatively special. In order to protect the weak, they are willing to slow down the cultivation progress of these strong people to guard the entrances to the major worlds. The golden-horned emperor shook his head. He didn't understand the human race either. As for Tiangu's little tricks, he could only pretend to ignore them. This guy could do this in the Golden Horn realm, but he couldn't do this in the human world. Apart from anything else, Tiangu has been guarding the teleportation port of the Golden Horn realm, which is what the human race calls the Guardian. As soon as he approaches, he will be attacked crazily by this guy. Therefore, he cannot enter the human world. Thinking of this, Emperor Jinjiao felt a little aggrieved. Tiangu's character was extremely despicable, and his methods were so dirty that he didn't seem like an ancient emperor at all. The reason for the truce was that a king of the human camp consumed too much energy after killing the king of the Golden Horn realm. After being entangled by other kings of the Golden Horn realm, he could easily die. Seeing that the Golden Horn ancient emperor did not pursue him, Tiangu flew towards the entrance to the human world. You are so brave. You actually want to surround and kill the descendants of the ancient queen. You can't be spared. After King Qinglei killed Queen Beiming, he himself was also seriously injured. At this time, the king of the Golden Horn realm suddenly broke out, freeing up 2 of the kings to deal with King Tianlai. When the voice of Tiangu ancient emperor was heard, the 2 kings immediately fled the scene without looking back. Other ancient emperors might not attack them for the sake of face, but Tiangu ancient emperor was different. Now, even the charges have been cleared. Tiangu, do you want to break the agreement? The voice of the Golden Horn ancient emperor came. He did agree to a truce, but if Tiangu insisted on taking action against the king of the Golden Horn realm, then he will tear up the agreement and officially declare war on the human race. They're just kids joking. Don't worry, Jinjiao. We have known each other for many years. There is no need to be so polite. Just send it here. Tiangu emperor waved his hand. Including the kings who were killed by the aftermath of his battle, he killed 2 kings and 1 monarch in the Jinjiao realm today. It can be said that he made a big profit. However, the little girl Feng Guozhen arrived at the right time and killed the giant horned lord. Otherwise, a new monarch would appear in the Golden Horn realm, and the king who was stationed in the giant spirit city before might have died directly. When the kings of the Golden Horn realm saw that the Golden Horn ancient emperor had called a truce, they all left the scene. They were not sure whether the ancient emperor Tiangu would attack them if they stayed there. Chapter 139 Blood-Devouring King. God helps me. After fighting for a day and a night, the kings were a little tired and left the Golden Horn realm one after another. In the army, Fenghua King curled his lips and said, Qinglei, you are too short-lived. I fought with 3 kings for 3 days and 3 nights, but I still didn't see. The Demon King's body was covered with scars. Among the kings, he was the most threatening, so he faced several kings of the Golden Horn realm alone. Hearing Fenghua King's words, Fumo King said, fighting for 3 days and 3 nights? If you hadn't used the life-saving method given to you by Fenghua Lord and hung on for a breath, the grass on your grave would be 3 meters high by now. Hearing someone sabotaging his plan, King Fenghua glared over. After realizing it was King Fumo, he glared at King Qinglei. If you had held out a little longer, I would have slaughtered that stinking bastard. King Qinglei rolled his eyes and ignored this guy. It was because King Shuiwei was not there. Otherwise, this guy would probably be chased and beaten by several kings from the Golden Horn realm again. King Shuiwei always manages to inexplicably bring a bunch of enemies to King Fenghua, and this old man is also very tough. He even suspects that King Fenghua has cultivated a great way of defense. After this great victory, everyone entering the Golden Horn realm must be careful of ambushes. After the deaths of 3 powerful men, the ancient Golden Horn Emperor will definitely not let it go. After this time, the kings of the Golden Horn realm will gather together to hunt down the human king. At this time, Anlin was still in seclusion practicing, while in the small beast world, the blood-devouring king entered a ruin. This relic was left behind by the lord of the earth-level world. Although the blood-devouring king, who was once a king, looked down on these things, he is now just an ant of the second realm after all, and he is still short of resources for cultivation. He had to get more cultivation resources for the queen ant, so that when his father, Anlin, came back, he would use his miraculous methods to improve his qualifications. He was sure that if he continued like this, his achievements would be even higher than before. I don't know if there will be the core of the world of small animals here. Generally speaking, a world whose core is taken away will either collapse directly or merge into other worlds, so the previous insect world will undergo drastic changes. After entering the ruins, the blood-devouring king felt that the golden spiritual energy in the vicinity was very strong. It turned out that the master of this world should be a golden monster. It seems that the lord of the small beast realm was not killed by anyone, but died of natural old age. The blood-devouring king is not a member of the human race, so the race of the lord of the world is unknown. In the ruins, there are not only monsters, but also some human cultivators. A scarlet light flashed in the blood-devouring king's eyes, but due to the requirements of blood control, he did not take action against these humans. After thinking about it, the blood-devouring king started to practice his skills and concealed his own aura. He found a human team and followed behind. This team was strong and had 2 second-level formation masters. Although he could not kill these people for no reason, it was still possible to let them explore the way. At this time, the leader of the team, a third realm cultivator, said in a deep voice, "We must proceed with caution this time. The divine cult seizure of the insect world's core has caused the human realm to become much stricter in its jurisdiction over the beast world. After we get the world core of the little beast realm, the leader will cause chaos. We should find an opportunity to take the world core away from the little beast realm." After saying this, Zheng Yuan looked at the doctor and the team. "Li Shi, you are a student at Lin University, so your identity is unlikely to be suspected. After seizing the world core and using concealment measures, you swallowed the world core into your stomach." Li Shi nodded and gave a sweet smile. In the darkness, the blood-devouring king's tentacles trembled slightly. "You, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually a cult. My father is a powerful person in the human camp. If I can wipe out these evil cults in one fell swoop, my father will definitely reward me." The blood-devouring king was so excited that he wanted to kill these guys immediately. "No, these people are just small fry. The bigger fish should be the leader. It would be better to wait until they seize the core of the world, lure out the leader, and then catch them all in one fell swoop." The blood-devouring king was in a good mood. God was still kind to him. Not only did he meet his father, but he also gave him a great gift. He continued to follow the team happily. Although there was a cultivator of the third realm among them, his concealment effect could not be discovered by this little shrimp. However, the cultivator of the third realm is indeed a bit troublesome. I will find an opportunity to kill him first. These ignorant fellows actually dared to attack the core of my father's world. The blood-devouring king looked at the people in this team as if they were dead. At the same time, he began to contact the queen ant through the spiritual network, asking the queen ant to order the ant soldiers to surround this area. Then he looked at the doctor. This woman was stupid. It seemed she was still dreaming about the benefits. Didn't she know that the moment she swallowed the core of the world, she had been sentenced to death? The core of the world is not something that can be swallowed casually. Even if certain means are used, the doctor will die immediately after taking out the core of the world. After several days of practice, Anlin finally ended his retreat. He has cultivated 9 heavenly thunders to the 4th level, and his body can now even directly compete with the cultivators of the 2nd level. Xiaoya's physique has also been successfully improved. His defense is now much better than those of the same level monsters wearing armor. It can be said that Xiaoya is now an assassin with maxed out physique. Under the ice attribute, not only is the speed beyond the reach of the enemy, but it also comes with a bunch of disgusting slowing down and freezing effects. After being attacked with great difficulty, the enemy will despairingly discover that Xiaoya is not injured at all. The ice attribute is mainly used for consumption. After the consumption is almost complete, switch to the fire attribute to kill the opponent instantly. Xiaoxing's physical condition has also improved a lot, and it is more than enough to save his life. Finally, Tianyin also successfully evolved. Name Dream Elf. Attributes: Wood, Life, Illusion. Level: 1 stage. Potential: Xian level top grade. Skill: Healing Light. A top grade Xian level skill. A continuous skill that can be applied to teammates to continuously heal them and increase their damage reduction ability by 5%. Voice of the Elf. A mid-level Xian level item that can relieve mental and physical fatigue and has the ability to expel inner demons. Demonic Sound. A specific skill that allows you to select multiple targets to sing to, except for those selected by the skill. The rest of the people hear the sound of the elves. It can awaken the enemy's inner demons and have a negative effect on the enemy. Illusion. Lower grade Xian level, constructs an illusion, affects the enemy's mind, and provides mental fatigue effect. Language of Life. A mid-level Xian level item. It possesses the ability to communicate with plants, accelerating their growth and granting them intelligence with a certain probability. If you approach plants, the demonic plants will not attack you. Source of Life. Xian level mid-grade. Carries an elf crown with a small space, can produce and store the source of life. The elf crown cannot be worn by anyone other than Tianyin. Chapter 140, Godly Beauty. After breaking through to the 1st realm, Tianyin grew into an 18-year-old girl with a small crown on her head and wings behind her that were even bigger than her body, sparkling with crystal light. At this moment, Tianyin looked like a fairy. There was a hint of innocence on her beautiful little face, and she looked a bit naive. Her snow-white skin was as delicate as a baby's, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in her light green eyes. Although only the size of a palm, the figure beneath the elf's long sleeves is still hot, forming an indescribable contrast with her natural and beautiful face. Anlin had to admit that in terms of appearance, Tianyin was definitely the best of the opposite sex he had ever met. Gently touching Tianin's head with his fingers, almost rubbing Tianin's crown off, Chi Anlin smiled and said, "You are like this. It's easy to attract attention as a support. You have to let Xiaoxing stay with you. When you encounter an enemy, use the taunt skill to take them away." Xiaoxing raised her head and looked at Chi Anlin, ? However, after seeing Tianin's beautiful face, Xiaoxing's nose burst into passion, and she patted her chest hard, indicating that she had left it to it. Then, Xiaoxing shouted in the sea of spirituality, "Xiao Yinin, come here and stick with Shu Shu." Upon hearing this, Tianin happily flapped her wings and flew towards Xiaoxing, and was then hugged by Xiaoxing. Because she is an elf, Tianin is about the same size as Xiaoxing. After Xiaoxing hugged Tianin, she stretched out her evil claws. "Xiaoyin has a good scale, QWQ." A steaming red envelope appeared above his head, and Chi Anlin withdrew his hand. This guy took advantage of Tianin because she knew nothing. It seems that I have to give Tianin some scientific education someday. This little guy is too naive. Chi Anlin feels like an old father. Apart from Xiaoya, the others are not too worry-free. Tianin is too naive, and Yi is just plain stupid. As for Xiaoxing, there's no need to say much, everyone knows her. I hope Longding can be more sensible and help him take care of these little ones like a butler. After stretching his muscles, Chi Anlin looked at the prison emperor and said, "It's almost time. I'll make you a physical body next time I come." The prison emperor nodded repeatedly. The rat had been too noisy in the past 2 days. It even wanted him to use the blood spirit to transform into a rat, and said with confidence that it needed dual cultivation. If the young master hadn't taught it a lesson, who knows what else this guy would have done. After putting several beasts back into the beast bag, Chi Anlin took out the dragon tripod. He had been so engrossed in cultivation these days that he hadn't synthesized the dragon cauldron. Now that the prison emperor was here, he could suppress the dragon cauldron, synthesize it, and take it away. He is not far from the second realm. After breaking through the second realm, he can directly contract with the dragon cauldron. I don't know what kind of bond this new beast will bring to me. Ding, do you want to fuse the dragon cauldron and the supreme pill book? Required blood energy, 20. Fusion success rate, 100%. Fusion time, 24 hours. Fusion effect, possess alchemy skills. As soon as Longding appeared and sensed the breath of the prison emperor, he launched an attack reflexively, but was directly suppressed by the prison emperor. Chi Anlin also used synthesis. Although the name Taishang Dan Shu sounds very domineering, in fact, it is just a spiritual level alchemy book. As for the monarch level, Tian Xiao Dan Dian, he doesn't have enough blood to synthesize it for Longding, so it's better to let Longding learn it by himself when the time comes. After starting the synthesis, Chi Anlin put it into the beast taming bag, and then took out the token given by Feng Huijuan. A ray of light flashed, and Chi Anlin disappeared from the spot. I'm finally out. Chi Anlin took a deep breath. Although the cultivation in the blood flame secret realm was indeed very fast, it was all scarlet after all, and people felt a bloody taste in their mouths. Behind Chi Anlin, students came out one by one. Unlike Chi Anlin's direct teleportation, they had to rush to the entrance of the passage by themselves at the fixed time, otherwise they would have to wait until next year to open after the blood flame secret realm was closed. Once the blood flame secret realm is closed, a blood flame tide will be drawn in, so anyone who doesn't get out in time will basically die inside. Ji Hongfei walked out of the passage and nodded when he saw Chi Anlin. Then he jumped hard, and a huge black dragon suddenly appeared above the ground. He landed on the black dragon's head and left the area. The next second, Chi Anlin's figure also disappeared from the spot. In the void, Feng Huijuan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. How could this kid become so much stronger? Not only her, Chi Anlin was also shocked by his own progress. Name Chi Anlin. Realm, 1 realm, 8 stages. Occupation, Beastmaster, Physical Cultivator, Chi Cultivator. Blood energy, 61.99 million yuan. Beast Tamer. E, Level 1, 6th stage. Xiaoya, Level 2, 3rd stage. Xiaoxing, Level 1, 3rd stage. Tianin, Level 1, 1st stage. I only have 2 more steps to go before I can enter the second realm. What Chi Anlin found hard to accept was that Xiaoxing was almost catching up with the Queen Ant's level. The snow-white fingers gently tapped Chi Anlin's head, making a metallic sound. How much blood spirit have you absorbed? No, why was the Avenue crystal used before? What danger did you encounter? The strong man who condensed the Dao crystal can feel that the Dao crystal is being used. In fact, this thing is equivalent to an avatar, and it cannot share memories without returning. Feng Huijuan's Dao crystal dissipated in the blood flame secret realm, so she didn't know what happened. Chi Anlin thought about it, and took out the crystal formed by the resentful spirit. Master, I found a palace in the blood flame secret realm and encountered a monarch-level blood spirit, so I used your great Dao crystal. Palace? Feng Huojuan looked at Qi Anlin. This boy really had amazing luck. She had been in the military for so long, but she had never heard of anyone encountering a palace in the blood flame secret realm. Master, this is a monarch-level treasure. It should be useful to you. My current strength is too low, and I can't use such a treasure. Feng Huojuan waved his hand and said, whatever you encounter is yours. How can a master take something from his apprentice? Also, don't use honorifics next time. It sounds strange. Okay, master. Qi Anlin did not refuse. Although he could enter and exit the blood flame secret realm at any time, his violent sister did not have such a cheat like him, so this crystal core could be given to her. As for EE, its original form doesn't fight much, so if necessary, it can be brought into the blood flame secret realm. Afterwards, Qi Anlin looked left and right, as if to check if anyone was peeping. Feng Huojuan raised his eyebrows and said, Shao Qi, your master is here. If you have anything else, just bring it out. No one is hiding around. Qi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief and directly took out the Tianwu Eclipse Scroll. Chapter 141 MOU's Strange Operation. Feng Huojuan, who looked calm at the beginning, was shocked. This aura, is it an ancient-level martial art? And look at this ancient material. Is it original? Seeing Qi Anlin handing the martial arts manual to her with both hands, Feng Huojuan opened her mouth. She had just said that a master would not ask for something from his apprentice, but now she was slapped in the face. Even she doesn't have the ancient-level martial arts. Qi Anlin seemed to notice Feng Huojuan's embarrassment and took the initiative to say, Master, this is a gift from your disciple to you. Then, Qi Anlin said, since we used the Dao crystal this time, I'll have to trouble Master to make another one. Thank you for your hard work, Master. Hearing Qi Anlin's words, Feng Huojuan was stunned, then smiled. This little guy was afraid that she would feel embarrassed, so he said this on purpose, as if they were making an exchange. Don't you see how long she has lived? She just didn't react just now. Then I'll accept it. The martial arts technique disappeared from Qi Anlin's hands, and then several treasures appeared beside Feng Huojuan. This is a king-level armor and weapon. Although your spiritual power is not enough to unleash the full power of these two magical instruments, the quality is there. Even if you encounter an attack from a third-level realm, this armor is enough to save your life. Afterwards, Feng Huojuan took out a few more monster crystal cores. This is a king-level monster crystal core with ice attribute, and the rest are all heaven-level. Feng Huojuan said. This was the ice attribute crystal core she had specially exchanged for in Haiqing. She actually didn't know how to train a beast, but she heard King Feiyu say that if there was a crystal core of a monster with the same attributes, the strength of his monster could be improved to a certain extent. So she went to get some crystal cores. Qi Anlin was stunned when he saw the treasures that had just appeared. Name Snow Dragon Armor. Quality, King-level mid-grade. Attribute, Ice. Introduction, armor crafted from the bones of an ice dragon. It can summon the soul of an ice dragon and absorb spiritual energy to repair damage. The wearer's ice attack power is increased by 20%. The stronger the wearer, the smaller the increase. Name Frost Sword. Quality, King-level lower grade. Attribute, Ice. Introduction, a sword made of 9 heavens mysterious ice. The sword energy carries the power of mysterious ice, which can freeze the enemy's spiritual power and even freeze the enemy's dantian. Name Snow Mist, Su Rue Sheep Crystal Core. Quality, King-level lower grade. Attribute, Ice. This series of ice-attributed treasures are not easy to find, and I believe Feng Huojuan must have put in a lot of effort. First, acknowledge me as your master. I've asked someone to find the ice-attributed technique, and I'll give it to you once I find it. After Feng Huojuan obtained the ancient martial arts, he couldn't wait to practice it. After handing all the treasures to Qi Anlin, Feng Huojuan's aura burst out, and the next moment, a Dao crystal appeared in his hand. I need to go into seclusion for a while. If a king bullies you, go find the Demon King. If it's some juniors in the 3rd or 4th realm, go find your sister or the Fenghua King. After Qi Anlin recognized the owners of the treasures one by one, he nodded. After the school starts, there will be a global college freshman competition in a while. Shaoqi, this is also related to the reputation of the military university. I believe you can lead the military university to win first place. After talking a lot of random things, Feng Huojuan sent Qi Anlin back to the yard and went back to seclusion. Brother Qi, you're back? Mou appeared at the gate of Qi Anlin's courtyard with a smile. You must be bored in the blood flame secret realm. I met 2 senior students from school. Let's go drink together tonight. Qi Anlin shook his head. Practice hard. The freshman competition is about to begin, and you will have to participate then. After saying that, Anlin took out the thunderbolt clearing technique. This is a king-level technique. Take it back and practice it well. Don't go to the bar. Mou was stunned for a moment. Then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Brother Chi, you are really my good brother. You even prepared a thunder-attributed technique for me. All right, don't be so polite. By the way, are we divided into classes now? Mou put away the technique with a smile. After hearing what Anlin said, he immediately replied, Brother Chi, you don't know. Since you and Ji Hongfei were away during this period, the positions of class leaders have not been determined. The 4 combat bodies have been separated. Now there are 4 classes in total. Brother Chi is in class 1, Ji Hongfei is in class 2, I am in class 3, and Dan Yunyao is in class 4. At this time, Mou's face showed a covetous look. The 4th class is full of women. There are many beautiful female students in the 4th class. Brother Chi is back, and the classes should start electing their monitors. Would you like to come with us, Brother Chi? Anlin nodded. The position of squad leader still had a lot of representatives. After all, he was a disciple of Feng Huojuan, and he couldn't let the monarch down. Riding on Mou's mount, Anlin soon arrived at the teaching building. Normally, there will be teachers who will explain martial arts, techniques, and many things about the other world. However, in the second half of the semester, the time spent on tasks will exceed the time spent in class. Anlin entered the classroom. To be honest, this was his first time attending a university class in his past and present lives. This time, the teacher on the stage is a ground-level beastmaster who specializes in explaining the types, weaknesses, and quality identification of monsters. The classroom was filled with students because there would be an election for class monitors soon. This was also the first time since the start of the school year that all the students had come to class. Chunyu was taking notes attentively at the front row. Dan Yunyao was sitting next to Ji Hongfei, with a sweet smile on her face. Nangong Yushi was already lying on the table, and Nangong Shirlan, for some reason, was looking at him with some hostility. Anlin was a little confused. He didn't seem to have provoked the Beastmaster girl. Could it be that she was looking at Mou? He looked at Mou, who was chatting on his mobile phone. Anlin saw the content of the chat at a glance. Let's break up. I feel like you don't love me anymore. Mou, what's wrong, baby? You only know how to call me baby. Have you forgotten my name? Mou took a deep breath and continued sending messages. Mou, I have even thought of a name for our daughter. How could I forget your name? Mou, your daughter's name is Yaoha? It doesn't sound very good. Mou, that's called a white dream, right? I don't like it very much either. Anlin looked at Mou with some confusion. What on earth was this guy up to? Mou, let's call her Tong. How can our daughter have the same name as me? Mou breathed a sigh of relief and sent the message with a sense of relief. Mou, then Tong, you can choose the name. I will listen to you. Then, Mou turned off his phone and saw Anlin's strange expression. Brother Chi, I hate girls making random guesses because they are so accurate. Anlin silently gave Mou a thumbs up. This new friend of his was completely different from Brother Ji. I don't know if Brother Ji licked his goddess. Chapter 142. Sir, times have changed. Soon, the class ended and the students started chatting, and suddenly there was a lot of noise in the classroom. Since everyone is a monk, their eyesight and hearing are very good, and the classroom is naturally very spacious and can accommodate thousands of people. Brother Chi, it seems that the election of the class monitor is decided by voting. I think you can go and say hello to the classmates. Anlin shook his head. If the election for class monitor relied on voting rather than actual ability, then it would definitely not be very valuable. Soon, the bell rang again, and King Bailing's figure appeared on the podium like a flash. All right, everyone, it's time to elect a class monitor. The class monitor will be the leader of the mission. There will be a points competition between the classes, so everyone should vote carefully. Next, everyone can check their wristbands and choose who to vote for on them. As soon as King Bailing finished speaking, a huge holographic projection appeared on the podium. The students turned on the projectors one after another, and suddenly the whole classroom became a bit punk. There are 2 candidates on the list of candidates for class monitor of class 1. The first one is Anlin, and the second one is Yuan Shi, who is an earth-type Qi cultivator. The candidates for class monitor of class 2 are Ji Hongfei and Tu Ji. The candidates for class monitor of class 3 are Mou and Nangong Shirlan. The candidates for class monitor of class 4 are Dan Yunyao, Yu, and Yu Shui. Soon, students began to cast their votes on their wristbands. Anlin and Ji Hongfei scored very high, crushing the other candidates for class monitor, while Nangong Shirlan received 3 fewer votes than Mou, and Dan Yunyao only received a few more votes than Yu. The 4 combat bodies all became class monitors. Nangong Shirlan suddenly stood up, summoned the beast, and left the classroom. On the podium, King Bailing shook his head helplessly, then announced the list of class monitors and left. The classroom suddenly exploded with excitement, and everyone packed up their things and prepared to leave. Anlin looked at Mou thoughtfully, and Mou explained, Nangong Shirlan is a direct descendant of the Nangong family. Among the 4 major families, only the Nangong family has not produced a combat body in this generation. So Nangong Shirlan is under a lot of pressure. She also has a strong desire to win, and she keeps comparing herself to us. Mou shrugged. In order to help Nangong Shirlan get the position of class monitor, Nangong Yushi also contacted some people. Although Mou himself didn't want to compete, but since he was a combat body, many people voted subconsciously. Moreover, the squad leader represents the team leader, and it also concerns their own interests, so everyone will of course choose the strongest one. Mou followed Anlin out and said, "Let's go, brother Chi. Let's go see Nangong Shirlan together." Mou summoned his mount and flew towards Nangong Shirlan's villa area with Anlin. This area is where local students live, and it is not as big as a courtyard house. Soon, Anlin saw Nangong Shirlan. At this time, Nangong Shirlan's eyes were still red, and when she saw Mou coming, Nangong Shirlan quickly turned her back and prepared to walk into the house. Is Shirlan unhappy about something? Why don't you tell the class monitor? Anlin was dumbfounded when he heard this. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? Sure enough, after hearing what Mou said, Nangong Shirlan immediately got furious. Mou, don't be so mean. This is also the good intention of the monitor. So, Anlin and Mou were kicked out. This girl is quite arrogant, and I can't give her the position of class monitor. It's better to motivate her and cheer her up. Mou said in a nonsensical tone, holding a piece of grass in his mouth. Anlin nodded. It was quite troublesome to deal with girls, such as that troublesome violent sister. Anlin was relieved when he saw her going to college. The two returned to the Tianji residential area, and Mou also said goodbye to Anlin. He had to go and learn the king-level martial arts. Back in the yard, Anlin found the Ice Spirit Griffin. When entering the Blood Flame secret realm, he let the Ice Spirit Griffin fly back to the small beast realm by itself to bring back a transport ant soldier. Inside the body of this transport ant soldier, there are 100 first-level, 5th-stage tiger-armored ant soldiers, as well as an Ice Soul War Spirit and a pea shooter. After knowing that the fusion would not be detected by people below the ancient level, Anlin decided that with the double insurance of the breath-containing ring, he could carry out the synthesis in the courtyard. Moreover, Feng Huojuan also specially arranged a formation to prevent anyone from spying on and disturbing Anlin's practice. After entering the house, Anlin took out the pea shooter. Although he had previously planned to combine it with a machine gun, Anlin now thought of a better way to combine it. First, Anlin took out an RG-60TB grenade, which is also known as a thermobaric grenade. It contains a fuel-air explosive that can mix with oxygen in the air to produce a secondary explosion, which is extremely powerful. Secondly, Anlin took out a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle, which is called a cannon and can destroy parked planes and trucks from a distance. Finally, Anlin took out the invisibility bracelet, which he had exchanged at school. It was a magic weapon at the peak of the spiritual level. After combining the 3 items with the pea shooter in turn, Anlin's mouth corners slightly raised. The last sword move, sir, times have changed. After spending 2 yuan, Anlin also made the final appearance merge with the bracelet. After spending blood energy to accelerate, Anlin obtained a brand new old level 6 weapon. Name Flame Blaster Shooter. Attributes, Gold, Fire. Quality, Spiritual, Grade Top Grade. Level, First Realm, 5th Stage. Skill. Times have changed. Top grade spirit class weapons can add spirit stones to be fired as ammunition, exploding while penetrating the enemy. Concealment. Mid-grade spiritual grade. Maintains bracelet form during non-combat time. Conceals breath fluctuations. A bracelet with a flame pattern appeared. Anlin took it on his hand and then patted it lightly. Suddenly, the bracelet transformed like a mecha, and a gun muzzle as big as a human head appeared. For a moment, Anlin looked like he had a gun arm installed, which was very cool. Then, Anlin went to the backyard, where the terrain was open and the ground was very solid as a place to place the monsters. Anlin added a second-grade spirit stone to the bracelet beast, and then fired directly at the open ground. Bang! A huge flame hit the muzzle of the gun. For a moment, the spirit stone turned into a shock wave with a diameter of 2 meters, making an explosion-like sound. Boom! Sand and stones flew everywhere, and a large hemispherical pit appeared on the ground. Anlin swallowed his saliva. The power of this attack was even comparable to a full-strength attack from the lower stage of the second realm. After firing this shot, the muzzle of the bracelet beast felt slightly hot. Anlin estimated that with the bracelet beast's ability to withstand it, it could only fire 4 more shots. That's enough. The power of this thing is still a bit terrifying. From 7 feet away, the gun is fast. From 7 feet away, the gun is both accurate and fast. Chapter 143 2 Special Skills. After fusing the transformable bracelet, Anlin put it on his hand with satisfaction as a decoration. Afterwards, Anlin thought for a moment and started fiddling with it again. After taking out the signal blocker, Anlin released a trace of mental power and then fused it with the flame shock cannon shooter again. This time, Anlin chose the direction of integration, ability. The success rate was 70%, and this time the blood energy was surprisingly large, reaching an astonishing 1 million. So expensive? Anlin looked at the fusion effect. It had the function of interfering with mental power and could prevent mental detection. Anlin opened his eyes wide. He was determined to use this 1 million yuan. After choosing to start the fusion, Anlin put it into the beast taming space. After the synthesis of this thing was completed, he would give the gene to the queen ant for use. In this way, the queen ant soldiers not only have the ability to interfere with mental power, but also can turn the queen ant into a bracelet. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. And then, Anlin fused a tiger-armored ant soldier into it, fusing its bloodline. In this way, this monster could be considered the offspring of the queen ant, and it could also obtain blood energy feedback from the enemies it killed. Afterwards, Anlin captured Shaoxing. The military university's delivery speed was very fast. He had just used his credits to exchange for a kangaroo-like monster, and it was delivered to his door in less than 5 minutes. After giving the kangaroo's pouch to Shaoxing for synthesis, Anlin took out the space ring and performed a second synthesis. The result of the synthesis is an extra bag with storage space, which consumes 500 of Anlin's blood energy. After packing up all the things, Anlin entered the blood energy space, ready to give Tianyin and Xiaoya a good training. Although Xiaoya's current combat power is extremely strong, in the blood energy space, as long as the spiritual power is completely consumed, he can die and start over again. So in a sense, the blood energy space can quickly improve the skill proficiency of the beast masters. Anlin prepared and let Xiaoya use the extreme ice flash for 2 hours first. Tomorrow, the school will let the class monitor lead the students to complete the task. Take this opportunity to adapt to the improved combat power to avoid lack of control. The blood-devouring king turned into a ball of blood mist and followed behind the team. He is in the second realm and has already used the blood escape technique. If it weren't for the dragon he had killed before, Anlin's main source of blood energy would be the blood-devouring king. Every time he killed a monster of the same level, he would benefit about 8 yuan of blood energy. Along the way, the blood-devouring king helped these cults destroy the traps, resulting in the traps not causing any casualties. The journey was so smooth that it seemed a little abnormal to everyone. This is because the blood-devouring king was afraid that after the mission failed, he would not be able to catch the leader of the cult. Although he would definitely not be able to defeat the big fish after catching it, the blood-devouring king felt that he could run towards the forest. That area is a little special. It contains the power of rules, so anyone who enters will be suppressed to the mortal level. And this forest has turned into the shape of an ant army. Even if the person he seduced was a monarch, he wouldn't have to be afraid. Even if he could still use the power of the Tao to suppress a mortal monarch, he was still immortal after all, and would have to kneel before thousands of ant soldiers. If he cannot be lured out, the leader's identity will be exposed. With my father's strength, he can kill him with one hand as long as he crosses the space. The blood-devouring king was a little excited. He felt that his next chance to evolve was right in front of him. After practicing for a night, Anlin left the blood energy space. I don't know why, but Anlin feels that his comprehension has improved a lot recently, and the speed of practicing martial arts has become faster. In preparation for the mission, Anlin specially practiced a set of Earth-level swordsmanship, while the Monarch-level swordsmanship was of the fire element and could not be used for this mission for the time being. Several beasts have been synthesized, and Anlin checked their attributes one by one. The first one was the dragon cauldron that Anlin had always placed in the beast taming bag. After the successful synthesis, he could communicate with the dragon cauldron normally. Name Longding. Attributes: gold, fire. Level: second realm, second stage. Potential: heavenly, grade mid-level. Skill: alchemy, earth level lower grade. can refine heavenly soul pill, great sun flame pill, chi condensation pill, wind extreme pill. Dragon flame, a mid-grade heavenly flame, the exclusive flame of the golden dragon clan. It contains the dragon's might with destructive power, can shock the soul, and has an extremely high temperature. The dragon cauldron vibrated and hummed. Chi Anlin sighed. He had to wait until he reached the second realm before he could contract a new beast, so he had no idea what the dragon cauldron was saying. The potential did not change, but Long Ding learned all the alchemy recipes in the alchemy book. Go back first. I'll sign a contract with you when you reach the second realm. After Chi Anlin put the dragon cauldron back into the beast taming space, he looked at Xiaoxing. Name Void Treasure Hunting Rat. Level, 1 realm, 3 stages. Attributes, gold, space. Potential, lower earth grade. Skill, slightly. Hey, look at my treasure bag. Special, with a pocket on the belly that can hold special items, world core, etc. Xiaoxing's potential directly leaped to the earth level, surpassing Xiaoyu. After acquiring this special skill, if I come across special items like the world core that cannot be put into the space ring, I can ask Xiaoxing to keep them. Chi Anlin was still very satisfied with Xiaoxing's improvement. After checking Xiaoxing, Chi Anlin finally identified the flame shock cannon shooter. At this time, the flame shock cannon shooter was lying quietly on the ground, like an ordinary bracelet. Chi Anlin could not feel any life fluctuations on it. Chi Anlin even scanned it with his mental power and found that this thing seemed to have merged with the stone. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would probably have thought that the bracelet was made of stone. After putting the bracelet on his hand, the flame shock cannon shooter suddenly transformed into his own aura. Name all 1. Potential, earth level mid-grade. Strength, level 1, level 5. Attributes, gold, fire. Skill, slightly. Mental interference, special, can block and tamper with returning mental energy, tamper with one's own aura to the area touched by the body, and is immune to any mental detection. Note, when attacking, the mental interference will end and the form can be observed. After the synthesis was completed, the name of the bracelet became a bit fashionable. Chi Anlin was delighted to have developed another special skill. It seemed that he had done quite well today. If only the system had a lottery system, he would have been able to do a 10-draw streak. When attacking, Imo Huan will not be able to use mental interference. Chi Anlin feels that after extracting this thing from the Queen Ant's genes, all of his ant soldiers will become invisible assassins. If used well, it can kill with one strike. It's a pity that he can't synthesize it, otherwise he would also like to create such a function. After stretching his muscles, Chi Anlin walked out the door and prepared to go to the classroom. Chapter 144, The Student's Mission, to Suppress the Cult. As Chi Anlin rushed to the classroom, Mou also hurried out, with a few tempting lip marks left on his face. Halfway through, he saw Chunyu running on the ground, so he took the initiative to let his mount fly down. I didn't expect you to sleep in. Are you going to be late? Come on up, and I'll give you a ride. Feeling the breath above her head, Chunyu looked towards Mou. After hearing what Mou said, she was stunned and quickly refused. No. You're so polite. Just treat me to a meal next time. Mou coughed lightly, and the Zapdos immediately understood what he meant. It flicked its wings lightly and lifted Chunyu directly onto its back. Then, regardless of Chunyu's objection, he let the Zapdos continue to rush towards the classroom. In the sky, flying monsters flew towards the classroom, and the scene was once very spectacular. In the teaching area, Chi Anlin jumped off the Ice Spirit Griffin and put it into the beast bag. The students entered the classroom one after another. Chi Anlin found a secluded seat and sat down. After a while, Ji Hongfei walked into the classroom with an expressionless face. After seeing Chi Anlin, he hesitated a little, but finally sat down next to Chi Anlin. Dan Yunyao walked in angrily from outside. Ji Hongfei, this straight man, had hinted so many times, but this guy just wouldn't come to pick her up. After sitting next to Ji Hongfei, Dan Yunyao greeted Chi Anlin and then began to complain about Ji Hongfei. Afterwards, Chi Anlin saw Mou and Chunyu walking in from the door, and suddenly he had the feeling that a playboy was in love with a good girl from a poor family. Although Chunyu has always kept a distance from Mou, Chi Anlin knows that with Mou's methods, Chunyu will sooner or later become his prey. It was so good to be young. In his previous life, Chi Anlin had also dreamed of a passionate love affair after entering university, strolling hand in hand on the playground in the evening, eating together in the cafeteria, and using his girlfriend's scholarship to pay for his retakes. But now it seems that falling in love is not as exciting as practicing. Women only affect my pace. After separating from Chunyu, Mou sat on the other side of Chi Anlin. As soon as he sat down, Mou started chatting with Chi Anlin with great interest. Brother Chi, this mission should have something to do with you. Chi Anlin was still a little confused when he heard this. Brother Chi was once hunted by a cult during the college entrance examination. This time, the school has found the cult's lair and is preparing to encircle and suppress it. Our mission is to deal with some of the smaller ones, but the school is targeting the main camp, so we still have to rely on our own strength to find the secondary camp. Chi Anlin nodded and looked at Mou meaningfully. Although Mou looks like a dude on the surface, and even didn't wipe the lipstick marks off his face when he went to school today, many of the things he did were somewhat inconsistent with his personality. Who would have the time to investigate the fact that he was being hunted? He even knew the details of most of the geniuses in the school. Then I have to put in a lot of effort this time. I almost died at the hands of these evil cultists before. Hearing Chi Anlin's words, Ji Hongfei's eyes flickered, and an inexplicable fighting spirit emerged from his body. This sudden desire to fight made Chi Anlin and Mou a little confused, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, King Bailing appeared on the podium again. After he coughed lightly, the classroom suddenly became quiet. This mission is the first one for everyone since the start of school. It is based on a points system, divided into team points and individual points. The mission team is divided into 4, each led by a squad leader. I hope everyone will obey the captain's command. King Bailing looked at the 4 squad leaders. They seemed to get along quite well with each other, unlike the combatants from previous batches, such as Qi Shuiyue's batch, who were all fighting with each other. We discovered traces of the Yu cult in Lin province. Our mission is to kill these cult members. Everyone knows how harmful these cults are to society, so there's no need to resort to any means. We can simply treat them as aliens. The team score determines how many resources each class receives, while individual points depend on your performance in combat and reconnaissance. Everyone can rest assured, there will be no cultivators much stronger than you in this mission, and King Shuiyue will also protect you in secret. But be careful, if you are killed by a lower-level cultivator, the Water Moon King will not take action, so don't think you can act recklessly just because the king is around. Don't let a mission end up with you not making any contribution to the other world, but instead dying at the hands of a cult. After King Bailing finished speaking, he left the scene and asked the other instructors to come up and prepare to lead the students to lynching. The students were talking about it. Some were excited and some were worried. People will die in this mission. No way. King Bailing is no joke. I didn't expect the military to be so strict. Aren't we geniuses? If we die accidentally, the human race will lose a few geniuses. What? Are you scared? If you're so timid, why don't you practice a supporting profession instead of becoming a physical cultivator? I'm worried. In the combat team, Mou said, Brother Chi, we are opponents in this mission, so we won't be able to be together then. Although he didn't care much about these resources, he represented a class after all, so he had to make an effort. Chi Anlin nodded. This time with King Shuiyue following him, he would not use the ants to help him find people. For this, Xiaoxing would be enough. Chi Anlin was vaguely excited. Could this be the legendary university team-building event? After completing the task, you can also go for a stroll in the small beast world. I heard that the blood-devouring king recently found a very powerful relic and is preparing to give you a surprise. Soon, the instructors led the large team and set off. They flew to Lin province. This operation was secret and would not alert the enemy. As for whether the thousands of students entering Lin province would be discovered, with so many monks in a city, the entry of 1,000 or so people would not even make a splash. In order to ensure the secrecy of the mission, each group will live in a different area. In order to enable the students to complete the task successfully, each of them was even given a disguise pill. Mou transformed himself into a handsome guy who was somewhat similar to his original self, while Chi Anlin transformed himself into a middle-aged uncle with an ordinary appearance, the kind that would be invisible if thrown into a crowd. With 1 hour left before the mission began, everyone began discussing tactics in their respective group chats. Since all the students at the military academy are geniuses and extremely arrogant, everyone wants to work alone. Chi Anlin sighed and felt a little headache. The classmates in the chat group were extremely excited, as if he could destroy an entire cult branch by himself. It seems that several people will die in this mission. Chapter 145, Students with Various Styles. As Chi Anlin expected, most of the students who accepted the mission for the first time chose to gather intelligence alone, and only a very small number of them asked themselves what to do. There were 5 small gathering points of cults in the city where his team was located. Chi Anlin thought about it and chatted privately with these people. Cult members are no different from normal people. We can start by investigating unknown funds. Generally speaking, there are 3 types of people who join cults. The first type is those who hate humanity and want to rebel. and the second type is those who have no resources and are motivated by profit. The third type is those who have been brainwashed or trained since childhood. This type is easier to find. Most of the cults in Lin province serve the Feather Clan, so as long as you insult the Feather Clan, these brainwashed fanatics will have some problems. After all, in their eyes, the Feather Clan is supreme. Anlin planned to let these students inquire about people who have suddenly become rich recently, and they will gain something more or less. However, Anlin did not have high expectations for them, and mainly relied on Xiaoxing. After the discussion, Anlin took Xiaoxing out of the beast bag. Although these evil spirits were not treasures, with Xiaoxing's lucky attribute, he should be able to encounter them if he went out for a stroll. Anlin's greatest reliance is the identification system. If it is a cult, relevant information will appear in the identification introduction. On the other side, Imoyu was walking on the street with a gentle smile. Although he seemed a little nonchalant on the surface, Imoyu's peripheral vision was always paying attention to one person. The reason he chose to hang out here was because he knew that there was an underground black market nearby. The person that Imoyu was paying attention to had the aura of someone who had just broken through. Although he looked a bit rustic, his clothes were extraordinary, and he even had a few magic weapons on him. The palms are rough, there are calluses on the palms, and there are a few scratches on the right arm. Imoyu silently observed the man and muttered to himself. Qi and blood are deficient, the body has been lacking nutrition for a long time, and spiritual energy is difficult to nourish the body. A guy like this, with a bad smell of female perfume and wandering eyes, probably just finished his job not long ago. Imoyu's mouth corners rose slightly, then he glanced around and found several suspicious targets. His eyes wander, he avoids people, he walks with his chest slightly hunched, he lacks confidence, and he wears overly feminine clothing. He's a henpecked husband who just had an affair. Such a short skirt, pear-shaped figure. Can I have your contact information? In the sky, King Shueihua looked at the student's performance and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, new student missions mostly involved choosing a foreign world to hunt some monsters or explore ruins. This time, they happened to discover the sect's camp, so the new student's mission was temporarily changed. Finding traces of the cult was not an easy task for these geniuses. After all, they had not received any systematic training, and they had basically spent the first half of their lives practicing and studying. So when faced with such a situation, they became a mess. The performances of several people he focused on were somewhat disappointing. Anlin led a mouse for a stroll, and then resolutely chose a passerby to follow him secretly all the way. No one knew what this guy relied on. Imoyu observed near the black market and actually found someone who looked like a cult member, but this guy actually tried to chat up girls halfway, which made King Shueihua want to slap him to death. And Ji Hongfei, King Shueihua's side. This guy created a bunch of bean soldiers to help him find people, but he didn't even think about the fact that ordinary cultivators could do the same. Going to such great lengths to find someone really seems to be treating the cult as fools. As for Dan Yunyao, she wandered around the alleys with a group of little girls, and when she encountered men with bad intentions, she would capture them and torture them. King Shueihua just felt a little tired. If no students discover the real cult members today, King Shueihua will give each captain information about a cult member and ask them to inquire about the cult's headquarters through these people. At this time, Anlin was following behind a young monk. Name Kaiyu. Occupation, alchemist. Realm, ordinary level 5. Introduction, a member of the sect, mediocre in qualifications and weak. Anlin secretly followed the man into an apartment, and then went straight in when the man closed the door. Who are you? As soon as the words came out, Anlin covered his mouth and then summoned Tianyin. Tianyin, use the illusion to inquire about the location of the cult's headquarters. In a dark room, the young man, who looked a little weak in the kidneys, had his mouth covered and was taken into the bedroom without any ability to resist. After a while, his eyes became blurry. I have to say, it's good to have a beast tamer, otherwise Anlin would have to spend a lot of effort to torture this person. With Tianyin around, Kaiyu only needed to use an illusion to sell out the cult. Anlin turned off his phone with satisfaction and planned to send the video to the group later. Although he really wanted to go and pick this camp alone, it was a team task after all, and part of the school was to test the ability of each other to cooperate. According to the information obtained by Kaiyu, the camp of this cult is an office building, and the strongest person inside is a talisman master at the 5th level of the 2nd realm. With Xiaoya's strength, he will definitely be able to defeat him in a sneak attack. After receiving the news, Anlin waved his hand, and ice attribute spiritual power appeared, directly turning it into an ice sculpture. Kill the 5th level mortal Kaiyu and gain 1,000 blood energy points. After reporting to the school on his wristband, Chi Anlin left the apartment building. Caillou's body would be handled by the school, so it wouldn't stink. What Chi Anlin didn't know was that at this moment, King Shuiwei was observing him with his mental power with a complicated expression. Is this kid really right to be confused? King Shuiwei was a little confused. He knew that Chi Anlin's rat might have the ability to find treasure, but was there any necessary connection between this ability and finding evil cultivators? King Shuiwei was puzzled. How could this guy who followed Haozi around be the first one to find the cult's gathering point? And then, one thing after another shocked King Shuiwei. He didn't want to take any action, but just asked his students to gather some intelligence. But so many strange things happened. After his mental power left Chi Anlin, King Shuiwei began to check on MOU's progress. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he saw the green stems rising from his head, he suddenly wanted to kill this guy. It was already nighttime, and MOU entered a bar and flirted with young girls everywhere. What MOU said made King Shuiwei even more furious. How on earth did the MO family cultivate such a lustful descendant? He's unworthy of being a combat body. Chapter 146 Cult Members. MOU was wearing a trendy brand and sunglasses that emitted spiritual energy fluctuations, swaying in the booth. Within the day, he had already identified a cult member, and all that remained was to find out their location. However, torture has never been his forte, and he prefers the other party to be honest with him. Bottles of expensive spirit wine were carried to the booths, and suddenly many people noticed this young man with a billionaire's talent. Intentionally or unintentionally, some girls in scantily clad clothes began to approach MOU's position, and MOU narrowed his eyes and drank the spirit wine in his hand. After a while, MOU was dancing in the booth with girls on both sides, and he would touch the girls around him from time to time. At this moment, in a booth not far away, a charming woman in a tight skirt noticed MOU and licked her red lips inadvertently. Could it be that the people who have so many high-quality spirit wines are the direct descendants of the major families in Lincheng? He's quite handsome and looks like a playboy. Such young people do not have strong racial concepts. If the benefits are great enough, betraying the human race is a matter of minutes. They may even join cults and demonic sects in pursuit of excitement or out of rebellion, unwilling to continue to be bound by rules. He is a good candidate, and I can find a way to recruit him into my sect. Yun Xian's eyes were so charming that the men around her couldn't help but stare at her with wide eyes. At this time, MOU left the booth and staggered towards the toilet, while Yun Xian also flashed away from her original position. As he walked towards the toilet, a captivating fragrance hit him in the face. MOU turned his head with a dazed look in his eyes, and Yun Xian's hot body immediately came into his sight. Handsome, are you here alone? Seeing that MOU's eyes were immediately attracted, Yun Xian's eyes seemed to thicken the sauce, and she said with a charming look, I feel a little dizzy. Handsome, I wonder if you can help me go to the bathroom. As it spoke, the snake-like body leaned against MOU. MOU narrowed his eyes, then hugged Yun Xian directly. Hello, I'm Master Kong. Puff. Yun Xian didn't resist MOU. Instead, she deliberately nudged MOU and continued. So it's Master Kong. Yun Xuan's face flushed with shyness as she exhaled sweetly. Master Kong, can I pick you up? MOU's mouth corners slightly raised, his hands still a little dishonest. I need boiling water to make my Master Kong. It depends on whether you can boil it or not. Cult? A traitor. Those idiots from the Feather Clan will be destroyed by me sooner or later. A student from Class 2 met Ji Hongfei and casually mentioned the cult. Ji Hongfei said with disdain. Suddenly, all the passers-by around looked over, and after noticing Ji Hongfei's somewhat weird hairstyle, they couldn't help but shook their heads and smiled. After using the disguise pill, Ji Hongfei dressed like a shaman, and this outfit was also chosen for him by Dan Yunyao, who even said that it looked more domineering and had the style of a general. You? The Feather Clan. An ordinary-looking boy just opened his mouth, and Ji Hongfei's eyes fixed, and he threw a punch. This general suspects that you are a lackey of the Feather Tribe. Above the sky, the corner of King Shiyue's mouth twitched slightly. He had just seen the anger in this man's eyes. He must be the one who had been brainwashed by the cult. What is going on? It's okay that Chi Anlin followed Haozi to find the cult. After all, that beast was quite special. But Ji Hongfei, this guy, just made some childish remarks and actually let out a cult member. King Shuiwei rubbed his temples and sent his mental force towards Dan Yunyao's position. As the only female combatant in this session, Dan Yunyao should be much more reliable. In the alley, Dan Yunyao was stepping on a greasy man's head. She pouted and muttered to herself, I don't know what the young general is doing. He's been disguised to look ugly and rustic this time. No girl will approach him. This mission is so boring. I really want to stay by that little idiot's side and listen to his weird words. The man on the ground had already fainted, and at this time, a female classmate in the team said, Yin Yao, isn't this a bit too much? Hearing her words, Dan Yin Yao smiled and said, teach them a little lesson. In this day and age, if it were some girls without cultivation, they would have been kidnapped a long time ago. We should just kill them. Dan Yin Yao rolled her eyes. Killing people at will in this territory is not allowed, but we can take them to another world to deal with them. The female classmate nodded and then said, by the way, Xinyu seems to have gone to look for evil cultivators on her own. If she can find it, let her go. The sooner she finds it, the sooner the mission can be completed. After sharing the information in the group, Anlin summoned all the students in Class 1 and asked them to ambush around the office building. Try to control the fighting later. Don't hurt innocent people, and don't let the evil cultivators go. Help each other, and don't quarrel or fight over 1 or 2 evil cultivators. Anlin said to these still excited students, and everyone nodded. Although they were all sons of geniuses, under certain circumstances, they actually did not regard Anlin as a student of the same class. Because his strength was so abnormal, the wolf beast could kill them all, not to mention that this guy himself was also incredibly powerful. Formation masters, please start constructing the formation after the battle begins. Don't let anyone escape. Talisman masters, please go to the front lines and fight. Doctors, please keep an eye on the students' injuries and be ready to use healing abilities. After assigning the tasks, Anlin summoned Xiaoya and prepared to start the attack. The next moment, the office building suddenly collapsed, and monks dressed in black and wrapped tightly rushed out. The students around were also stunned, and then rushed out in a swarm. Kill. All of a sudden, the camp that Anlin had just arranged was in chaos, with everyone fighting each other, leaving Anlin speechless. Most of the people here were high-level cultivators, and those in higher realms were surrounded by several classmates at the same time, and for a while they were unable to break free. With a sigh, Anlin stretched out his hand and waved, summoning Xiaoya. The next second, Xiaoya's figure suddenly flashed, and suddenly, in the ruins of the office building, flames appeared. The roar continued, and the office building, which had already become a ruin, was turned into dust by the aftermath of the battle. After a while, Xiaoya ran back with a huge human head in his mouth. Kill Ma Jun, the 5th-level talisman master of the 2nd realm, and obtain 8 blood energy. Facing Xiaoya's extreme ice flash, the talisman master was finished before he even had time to activate the skill. Chapter 147. Kill the Virgin Mary first in the end of the world. After killing the evil cultivator of the 2nd realm, Xiaoya roared to the sky, with blue light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a snowflake bloomed with him as the center. All of a sudden, ice walls spread out, surrounding the entire area. Such a large ice wall directly consumed Xiaoya's spiritual power, and above Xiaoya's forehead, an ice blue moon mark appeared, directly filling his spiritual power. Damn it, it's a level 2 beast tamer. Kill him now. An evil cultivator rushed out from the ruins and saw the ice wall surrounding the area. He couldn't help but feel a little despair. Bang! The ice wall was very thick. Even a physical cultivator at the 3rd stage of the 1st realm smashed it with a common weapon, a sledgehammer, but only managed to knock out a few ice chips. Kill them. The students of the military university were suddenly delighted. They were originally afraid that these people would scatter and escape, but with Xiaoya's ice wall, it was like catching a turtle in a jar. Students with combat professions rushed out one after another, bombarding the field with spiritual power of various attributes. The scene was once very spectacular. Break! A talisman master waved his hand, and suddenly several talismans with green light flew out. After shattering in the air, huge wooden vines suddenly emerged from the ground, grabbed the low-level evil cultivators around, and strangled them to death. Explosive pill. An alchemist held 4 fiery red pills between his 5 fingers, exerted a little force, and threw them towards the evil cultivators. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard, and the flames engulfed several evil cultivators, who let out bursts of wailing. Most of these evil cultivators were independent cultivators who had nowhere else to go and could not improve their cultivation any further. After joining the cult, they obtained some resources and forcibly improved their realm, which led to an unstable foundation. They were unable to compete with the geniuses of the military and were defeated again and again. However, not all students are so brave. There are also many students who dare not kill people. They are timid in battle and are even somewhat suppressed when fighting against evil cultivators of the same level. Anlin shook his head. This time, the school was also for the purpose of training these students, so Anlin did not go to rob monsters. A second-level evil cultivator leader had already added a lot of points to him. In the evil cultivator team, several physical cultivators of the first level gathered together. Huang San, you and Huang Air will attract the firepower of those beast tamers, and we will go and kill those beast tamers. A hint of cruelty flashed in Huang Yi's eyes. The wolf beast had been surrounding Qi Anlin, so he could only find other beast tamers to attack. According to the excited shouts of these students, Huang Yi also realized that he and others were being used as a whetstone by the university, so escape was definitely impossible. With so many geniuses, he definitely wouldn't believe it if someone said there weren't strong people protecting them. So, since I can't escape, I might as well give it a try. Even if I die, I will take a few students with me. After killing these beast masters, the beasts will lose control and riot, which is actually beneficial to them. On the battlefield, Xiaoye squatted beside Qi Anlin, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes, looking for any second-level cultivators who had escaped the net. If it encounters an opponent that these students cannot match, it will directly attack and kill it. The battle entered a white-hot stage. Many students were injured and doctors began to treat them. There were also evil cultivators who wanted to rush to the medical team, but they were killed by Xiaoye using the extreme ice flash. These evil cultivators were not fools. They saw that Qi Anlin was the guardian of these students and was using them to train these students. At this time, something strange happened on the battlefield. After a female Qi cultivator used spiritual power to bombard the evil cultivator who was fighting with her, she fell to the ground, dying. Xiaowen, I'm sorry. Li Yi was stunned when she heard this person's words. A scene emerged in her mind where a father had to join the evil practice because his daughter was threatened. A trace of pity flashed across her face, and Li Yi put down the sword in her hand and walked over. She didn't like fighting in the first place, and her family had spent a lot of effort to train her just now, so that she could hold back from vomiting when seeing these bloody scenes. But when asked to kill someone, Li Yi was still very afraid, so when fighting, she used spiritual power bombardment more instead of attacking with a long sword, for fear of seeing blood. Li Yi stepped forward and took out a pill from her space ring. Xiaowen, is she your daughter? A hint of joy flashed in Zhuang Xing's eyes, and then he nodded with difficulty. In the chaos, no one noticed what happened here. Li Yi said sorry with some guilt and fed the pill in her hand to Zhuang Xing. After taking the pill, Zhuang Xing's injuries recovered quickly, and Li Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. When she was thinking about how to send this person out safely, Zhuang Xing's hand suddenly stabbed her chest. Li Yi was unable to contend with the physical cultivator's strength, not to mention at such a close distance. The attack went straight through Li Yi's chest and out from the back. Li Yi's heart was destroyed, but there was still a trace of disbelief on her face. A student nearby was shocked when he saw it and opened his mouth to shout, but the enemy seized the opportunity and cut off his arm with a knife. You are such a fool in an ivory tower, yet you dare to dream of destroying my Yu sect. Zhuang Xing withdrew his hand, then tore off Li Yi's bracelet, put it on his own arm, and took advantage of the chaos to blend into other battles. He had long noticed the bracelets on every student's hand, and realized that Qi Anlin was the combat body that had come out of Lin province before, so the students here were all from the military university. Qi Anlin's appearance was changed, and many young men at the scene were abnormally handsome, so he realized that these people used disguise items. Therefore, as long as he wears the bracelet, and these disguised students should not be able to recognize his identity for a while, he can take the opportunity to kill a few more people. As for escaping, it was definitely impossible. How many powerful cultivators were there in the military? There must be a celestial-level expert watching the battle from the sky. Li Yi died because of his stupidity, so these mentors would not take action. He would definitely not be able to escape afterwards, so it would be better to kill a few more. What he didn't notice was that the wounds on Li Yi's body, which were lying on the ground, had stopped bleeding, but she herself was unable to move as if dead. After Zhuang Xing joined the team, the other evil cultivators also discovered this. They had been living on the edge of a knife and blood, and at this time they all wanted to kill as many as possible. Kill them, put on the bracelet, and blend into the team, someone roared, and the surrounding students panicked. They didn't know what their teammates looked like and relied on the bracelet to identify them. The battlefield is so chaotic that it is possible that someone has already sneaked into the team. At this time, several people wearing bracelets suddenly jumped up and rushed towards their companions next to them. In the sneak attack, they seriously injured them. In the sky, King Shuiwei suppressed the anger in his heart. What on earth was Li Yi doing? Because of his unrealistic kindness, he not only ruined himself, but also implicated his companions. It is indeed a flower in a greenhouse, protected too well. Chapter 148. You are the worst class one have ever taught. Below, Anlin didn't know all this. Otherwise, he would have complained a few words. In the end times, it is indeed right to kill the Virgin Mary first. This is not a peaceful era. It is a fight between hostile forces, either you or I. Kindness represents stupidity. Now that evil cultivators have infiltrated the team, Anlin can no longer stand idly by and shouts, "Everyone, open your bracelets." The bracelet is bound to the students, so even if the evil practitioners get the bracelet, they can only use it as a decoration and cannot activate it. Hearing these words, the students who were originally at a loss quickly activated their bracelets, and a virtual interface appeared. In an instant, the evil cultivators who had infiltrated the team were directly screened out. Several students who were seriously injured but not dead were dragged back and received treatment from doctors. When these students saw that their companions were injured or killed, they put aside their contempt for the evil cultivators and began to face these evil cultivators with all their strength. There was already a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, and even when these students gave their all, they were beaten back repeatedly. On the battlefield, several beastmasters commanded the beasts to kill the enemies. Purple Flame Fox, kill a few more people quickly. These are all points. Gu Ping commanded the beast to kill people. He did not feel fear or disgust at all when the beast was killing people. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the fire crystal pig who was guarding him and said, "You should go too. These people are about to die. If you don't hurry up, you won't get any points." The fire crystal pig obeyed its master's order and rushed directly towards the evil cultivator in front. At this time, the eyes of several evil cultivators flashed, and after the fire crystal pig fought with the evil cultivator, they rushed towards Gu Ping at the same time. "You, fire crystal pig, come back quickly." But at this time, it was already too late. The Beastmaster without a beast to control was completely powerless. Not every Beastmaster has the abnormal strength of Anlin. Under the attack of 4 people, Guyu was hit by a big knife, and blood gushed out, which looked particularly bloody. The 3 beasts lost their contracts, their eyes turned red, and they pounced on the people around them. The evil cultivator who was fighting with the fire crystal pig had already prepared and cooperated with another evil cultivator to attack a student. For a moment, the 3 beasts fought with the students. However, these 3 beasts were not like the ordinary evil cultivators who were forcibly promoted. They directly beat the students to retreat. In the distance, Anlin saw this scene, shook his head, and said to Xiaoya, "Go and deal with those beasts." Xiaoya nodded and ran towards the monsters. He had used Extreme Ice Flash many times today, so he did not waste his spiritual power to continue using it. Otherwise, his body would be burdened. After Xiaoya left, 2 evil cultivators at the 5th stage of the first realm suddenly jumped out of the ruins and rushed towards Anlin. "Be careful." Several students were shocked. Although Anlin was not injured when facing the siege of 10 people in the previous battle, these 2 people were at the 5th level of the first realm. Anlin sighed, looked at the 2 people rushing towards him, and slowly stretched out his hand. At that moment, he had used the identification skill twice. After confirming that these 2 people did not hide their strength, he let Xiaoya continue to hunt down the monsters. Die. The 2 were overjoyed. What a fool. They didn't expect that the strongest genius here was also a flower in a greenhouse and lacked combat experience. That wolf beast probably doesn't have that strange ability to flash anymore. Otherwise, it would have returned by now. The sledgehammer and the axe hit Anlin at the same time, and Anlin raised his hands and directly grabbed the 2 weapons. What? The huge force fixed the weapons of the 2 men firmly, and Huang Yi and Huang Er quickly reacted and chose to give up their weapons and escape. The moment he turned his head, 2 ice cones flew out like lightning, and the huge force nailed the 2 men to the ground. Anlin looked at the time on his bracelet and suddenly said, 10 minutes are up. Xiaoya, clear the area. Everyone else, move out. Xiaoya howled towards the sky, and flames burned on the hair on his body. The sky-burning fire domain expanded. For a moment, the evil cultivators around him turned into fireballs and were burned to ashes without even a scream. The students quickly retreated to the doctor's side, and Xiaoya spit out several fireballs, killing the evil cultivator who was still harassing the students. Then he was like a king walking out of the flames, with flames appearing in his eyes, and a fire tornado suddenly blew up in the ruins. With Xiaoya firing at full power, all the evil cultivators present were reduced to ashes in less than a minute. Afterwards, the flames on Xiaoya's body disappeared and turned into ice white, and he slowly walked towards Anlin. Tianyin, treat them. Xiaoxing, remember the auras of these evil cultivators and prepare to find the next target. Hearing Anlin's words, Tianyin flew up, and the clear singing voice lingered over the battlefield, clearing away the negative effects on the students who were feeling nauseous due to the smell of blood. Then, with light flashing on his hands, he covered hundreds of injured students at once. Tianyin, who had absorbed a large amount of the source of life, had healing abilities that were beyond the reach of ordinary doctors. Everyone's injuries recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for Xiaoxing, he scratched his head and looked at Qi Anlin with a puzzled look. He was a hamster, not a dog. So how could he track these smells? Although she didn't know what it meant, Xiaoxing still spread her hands and shouted in her spiritual sea, "Qi, give me some money." Qi Anlin ignored it. The reason he said that was just to make King Shuiwe think that Xiaoxing was relying on smell to find people. After all, he had come into contact with evil cultivators before. We can't let Shuiwe Wang know that Xiaoxing's search for people relies solely on luck, right? That's too ridiculous. When the students began to discuss, the figure of King Shuiwe appeared in the sky. He waved his hand, and the ice wall built by Xia turned directly into water and disappeared on the ground. Before the students could say anything, the angry voice of King Shuiwe resounded in everyone's ears. It was a small gathering place. After Qi Anlin dealt with the second-level talisman masters and several high-level first-level cultivators, more than 10 students died in the face of such a small number of evil cultivators. Prince Shuiwe stared at these students indifferently, as if he didn't take their death seriously. In this battle, the dead are Li Yi, Gu Ping, Qin Sun. After hearing what King Shuiwe said, several students turned pale. In the past few days, they had actually become familiar with each other and became friends. It was just a school task, and the friends who were playing together yesterday turned into cold corpses. Teacher Shuiwe Wang, I don't understand why you were right next to her, but didn't help Li Yi. Is the mission more important than the students' lives? Said a girl with red eyes. Save her. A fool on the battlefield actually showed mercy to his opponent. Not only did he get himself killed, but he also implicated others. This fool, trained by the Li family, died in vain. Even the Li family wouldn't question me about this. King Shuiwe, who usually looks like a scholar, now exudes an aura that makes the students a little scared. For this mission, except for Qi Anlin, everyone's performance will be deducted 10 points. The battle was a mess. If it weren't for Qi Anlin finishing up, the battle wouldn't have ended in less than half an hour. You are the worst class I have ever taught. Chapter 149, Enlightenment of the Great Tao Again. It's Qi Anlin who stopped these evil cultivators. Otherwise, with your behavior, not only would the gathering point be destroyed, but the surrounding residents would also be implicated. King Shuiwe was furious and continued, Look at what you're all doing. The doctors are brazenly waiting at the back of the team to treat the wounded. This time, the evil cultivators are simply not strong enough. If they could break through the frontline defenses, none of the doctors here would be able to escape. And that Beastmaster, doesn't he know how weak he is? He even let the defensive Beastmaster who was guarding him leave. Does he really think all evil cultivators are soft persimmons? Next time something like this happens, don't do the mission. Go back to school and receive special training. After saying that, King Shuiwe disappeared into space, and on the ground, the corpses of several students were also taken away. After King Shuiwe disappeared, the students looked at each other in bewilderment. The joy of victory in the battle also disappeared, and they began to doubt their lives. This is still considered a teacher, watching his students die. A formation master suddenly said. After that, he looked up at the sky and found that there was no sign of King Shuiwe, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Because the one in danger is not just the combat body. If it was a combat body, King Shuiwe would definitely take action. Yuan Shi said disdainfully. If it was Qi Anlin in danger just now, King Shuiwe would have stepped in long ago. Hearing this, the girl who had previously demanded justice for Li Yi stood up again, but this time, her target turned to Qi Anlin. Your beast has special skills. It could have saved Li Yi just now. Why didn't you take action? Qi Anlin ate the melon and it fell on himself, and he put a question mark on his head with some confusion. Besides, if you had killed these evil cultivators earlier, Li Yi wouldn't have lost her life. Qi Anlin was amused. He had just had a conversation with Xiaoya in the Sea of Spirit and knew that the girl was indeed killed by stupidity. I think you should understand that I'm just your squad leader, not your babysitter. Qi Anlin said with a smile, not angry. I can indeed destroy a cult branch by myself, but this is not your credit. Li Yi's death was caused by her contempt for these evil cultivators. Excessive kindness is foolishness. He was originally a freak and had always been labeled a waste and looked down upon by his classmates. Although he had just traveled through time, he was also affected by his previous memories. He had always been a loner before, and his only friend was Jijiki, so instead of joining cliques like going to college, he would rather go it alone. This time, He could have ended the battle early, but because he was afraid that his companions would not have the opportunity to gain experience, he waited until 10 minutes before taking action. He disdains to engage in intrigue and quarrels, which are just a waste of time. Anlin, as the class monitor, why do you speak to your classmates like that? No matter what. Another classmate spoke up. Anlin sighed and felt more comfortable dealing with Mou and Ji Hongfei. For various reasons, most people actually had some hatred towards those with combat bodies. There was a faint glint of fire in Xiaoya's eyes, and Anlin patted its legs lightly, then said, "In that case, I will withdraw from the team." Anlin exerted a little force, jumped up, and rode on Xiaoya. Tianyin flapped its wings twice and quickly flew over Anlin's head. At this time, Shaoxing pressed his right paw with his left paw, and after some difficulty making a middle finger gesture, he found that Xiaoya was about to leave, so he quickly hugged Xiaoya's hind legs, then turned his head and stuck out his tongue. However, due to the passive skill "Can't See Me," no one noticed it. On the other side, King Shuiwei put down several corpses and then began to heal them. Soon, everyone woke up. Before they could even open their mouths, Prince Shuiwei said, "Even after all the military training, you guys still make all sorts of mistakes, especially Li. On the battlefield, being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself." After fully waking up, everyone lowered their heads in shame, and Prince Shuiwei continued, "You are expelled. Don't go to the front lines anymore, or find a second-rate university to attend." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, and King Shuiwei continued, "I will speak to your family behind their backs. Secondly, you are not allowed to pass this news on. I will need you to sign a contract later. The military has a death target. Originally, since they have signed a death agreement, King Shuiwei has no obligation to save them. Such people will harm others, even on the battlefield." Before the battle began, King Shuiwei had made it clear that he would not help if they encountered an enemy of the same realm. But if he helped now, he certainly couldn't let other students know. After all, if they thought someone would really save them, they wouldn't go all out. Although it is true that these students are very young and need a lot of training, time cannot wait for them, and the situation of the human race is not optimistic. So the major colleges will not sow the seeds of danger just because of their youth. In this world, making a mistake is unforgivable because no one can afford a bigger mistake. After forcefully ordering these crying students to be taken away, King Shuiwei turned his attention to the battlefield again, and then saw Anlin, who was in conflict with everyone. What's going on? King Shuiwei had a headache. He thought Anlin would be angry and even take action. After all, young people nowadays are more energetic. But what he never expected was that Anlin actually left the team and worked alone. What is this? King Shuiwei originally wanted to have a good talk with Anlin, but then he thought of the unreasonable Feng Huijun. If Feng Huijun knew about this, he would not blame Anlin. After all, Feng Huijun was a person who did his own thing. After thinking about it, he realized that he couldn't control the situation when King Shuiwei tried to send a message to Anlin's sister. Otherwise, if Lord Fenghua came out and felt that he was not on Anlin's side, he would definitely attack him without any reason. After relaying this matter to Shuiwei, King Shuiwei was surprised to find that Shuiwei was actually online. "Shuiwei, that's right. Anlin isolated the whole class and worked alone. Shuiwei, they dare to target my brother? Senior Shuiwei Wang, where are you now?" King Shuiwei crushed his phone and let out a breath of foul air. Why are all the people in this sect like this? While King Shuiwei was doubting his life, Anlin, who had left the team, felt particularly relaxed. Many people regard self-exploitation as a virtue, but he thinks it is just mental exhaustion. He doesn't want to live in the eyes of others, nor does he want others to define him by their own moral standards. His father Qi Xingfei rarely influenced his decisions and often said that if he interfered with his life, he would not live a life purely for himself. His father always hoped that he could be himself and made him understand that people must always be responsible for their own choices. He didn't want to empathize with the feelings of people who had nothing to do with him. Anlin gradually had a glimmer of understanding in his heart. "I am myself. Those who are rich in heart can walk alone like a crowd." A mysterious feeling appeared on his body. The spiritual power in Anlin's body surged wildly. The spiritual power around him gathered together to form a spiritual power storm, roaring around Anlin. What? King Shuiwei was confused. How come this kid suddenly found his own way while running? What is his cultivation level? Without time to be shocked, he stretched out his hand and waved it, building a thick barrier around Anlin, then took out many spirit stones and broke them apart. Anlin's body was like a dry paddy field, madly absorbing the spiritual power around him. The absorption speed was so fast that even King Shuiwei felt a little incredible. What kind of truth has this kid comprehended? King Shuiwe suppressed the shock in his heart, and then observed Chi Anlin with some doubts. Most of the time, when a king realm cultivator comprehends the great Tao, they comprehend the great Tao related to their own attributes. For example, he comprehended the great Tao of tides. There are also king-level monks who comprehend the great principles related to their use of weapons, such as the way of swordsmanship, the way of guns, etc. As for the avenue that Chi Anlin comprehended, he couldn't feel what it was for a moment. It didn't have any attributes, nor did it feel like a weapon avenue. A special avenue? The corner of King Shuyue's mouth twitched slightly. This guy not only had an epiphany and quickly comprehended the great Tao, but his own strength would also be improved. It was the first time he had seen such a perverted genius. Chapter 150, The Great Self, the Attribute of Heaven-Defying Attributes. While Chi Anlin was comprehending the great Tao, Mo Yu was being intimate with Yin Xian. At this time, Yin Xian had completely fallen under Mo Yu's sugar-coated bullets. "Honey, will you love me no matter what I become?" Yin Xian lay in Mo Yu's arms, his slender fingers constantly drawing circles on Yun Xuan's chest. Of course. Mo Yu chuckled and looked at Yin Xian with slightly narrowed eyes. The tenderness in those eyes almost melted Yin Xian. Afterwards, Yin Xian confessed everything to Mo Yu, and Mo Yu also asked in circles about the location of the cult. After exhaling lightly, Mo Yu stood up, put on his bathrobe, and purple lightning surged on his body. "I'm such a good squad leader that I'm willing to sell my body just to get a word in." Mo Yu narrowed his eyes. Yun Xian couldn't stand the temptation of profit and ended up joining the cult, so he pretended to be a member of the family and promised her wealth and glory. In addition to a few sweet words, he even gave Yin Xian a magic weapon. There's no need for him to pretend to be from a noble family. He already is one. Yun Xian was a little confused. "Mo Jun, what did you say?" Then, she suddenly reacted and looked at Mo Yu with wide eyes. Suddenly, the terrifying purple lightning surged over. "Mo Yu, my passionate horse. How is it?" Ji Hongfei entered a room and asked lightly. "Don't worry, boss. I have already tortured them all out," a sly-looking student said with a smile. The evil cultivator was also a coward. He confessed everything after only the third step of torture. "All right, recruit all the students and follow this general to crush this evil cult." Ji Hongfei waved his hand, lifted up the robe behind him, and walked out the door with high spirits. The corner of Yang Shu's mouth twitched slightly. Although this boss was powerful and extremely generous, it was his middle school age problem that made it impossible to complain. "By the way, where did you get that cape? And you're wearing a general's armor for acting." In a huge room, a group of beautiful girls were eating melon seeds, and among them was a woman from the evil sect. "Ha ha, the rumors about you guys at the military university are really interesting. Did Mo you really add all of you girls?" Dan Yunyao chuckled and said, "That's right. He even added me and asked if I wanted to go out for a drink that evening. My little general almost had to go find him with his gun in hand." Xiao Hua chuckled. "Oh, Yunyao, you keep talking about your little general. I don't know who it is that could make a warrior like you so worried. Let's not talk about that for now. Is your branch sect leader really such a beast? He actually likes little boys." "Yes, we all know her quirks. It turns out that gossip is always the thing that helps girls get along quickly. Because of gossip, this evil cultivator has reformed. As to whether he saw Juanda's arrival and felt that the cult was beyond salvation, so he deliberately pretended to be a good person, it is unknown. In that small beast world, the blood-devouring king was looking at this group of evil cultivators with excitement. "You are really capable. You actually found the core of the world." The blood-devouring king was a little proud. He had already made up his mind to present the core of the world to his mother. Although the emperor doesn't know what realm it is, he certainly looks down on the world core of this fourth-grade world. The Queen Mother owns an undeveloped world. Giving the world core to the Queen Mother can make her world more perfect. At first, he wanted to lead the leader into the forest, but he thought about it during this period and felt that his strength was still too weak. He might be killed by the leader before he even reached the forest. So, it's up to my father to take action. The blood-devouring king had already imagined his father's move, and that earth-shattering scene would be the end of this little leader of the feather cult in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, the blood-devouring king's mind drifted away again. He remembered that several humans had come to him for refuge before, but he didn't know if he could find these people. After all, except for his father, all humans looked the same. He hadn't remembered it well before, and now he felt regretful. Find an opportunity to find them and hand them over to father. In the team, Lucy was also very excited. After she captured the world core and handed it over to the leader, The adults of the Feather Clan would reward her with countless training resources. This would be faster than completing tasks at Linda. For a few resources for cultivation, she had gone to the other world from dawn to dusk every day and had almost died in the other world many times. However, not long after joining the cult, she obtained the resources for cultivation to break through the second realm. At this time, outside the small beast world, a one-armed old man stood in the sky. For the sake of the core of these two worlds, he lurked for more than 10 years and even killed his own children with his own hands to prove his innocence. After obtaining the core of this world, the adults of the Feather Clan will transform his bloodline and make him a true member of the Feather Clan. In this way, not only can the lifespan be greatly increased, but even the realm of the monarch can be impacted. In this barren land, there is no other peak king-level person. The core of this world is within easy reach. Ouyang Tsangkong stared at the exit of the small beast world. After obtaining the core of the world, he would be able to establish a teleportation point in this area and allow the ancient emperor of the Feather Tribe to enter this area. By then, all living beings in Lin province will be purified. At this time, Ouyang Tsangkong seemed to sense something and looked back somewhere. His deep gaze seemed to be able to penetrate everything, spanning more than 10 kilometers and looking towards Linxing. Combat body. Hunting evil cultivators. Ouyang Tsangkong sneered. These low-level evil cultivators were nothing more than pawns, and he wouldn't feel sad no matter how many of them died. Now that he was about to complete the mission of the Feather Clan, these useless forces could be eliminated with the help of these students. As for whether his identity would be exposed, Ouyang Tsangkong retracted his gaze. Even his confidants did not know his exact identity. After all, even the guardian of Linxing, Tiger War King, was his apprentice. Anlin opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in them. He exhaled lightly and slowly stood up. After this sudden enlightenment, the spiritual energy in his dantian has completely liquefied and turned into a sea of spiritual power. He didn't expect that just by leaving the team, he would actually comprehend a new avenue, and his mastery of this avenue had already surpassed the extreme Ice Avenue. Ego Avenue, 15%. Attributes. Increases spiritual power mastery by 40%, increases comprehension by 100%, increases combat power by 50%, increases other avenues by 10%, making it easier to comprehend the avenues and martial arts that suit you. This is only the 15% level of understanding of the Tao. If it continues to increase, it will continue to improve. Not only does it have the incredible property of improving comprehension, the Great Self Path can even enhance other great paths. Anlin couldn't help laughing. If it weren't for the girl who inspired him before, he might not have been able to comprehend this avenue so quickly. After this sudden enlightenment, his realm officially entered the second realm, and even influenced Xiaoya, Xiaoxing, and Tianin to advance together. From this perspective, the Queen Ant is not around, so the speed of improving his realm is a bit slow. Chapter 151 Sister Refining the Flame Phoenix Blood. Have you realized the Great Tao? Not bad. King Shuiwei appeared beside Anlin and said sourly. Anlin nodded and said with a smile, I'm lucky. My strength has improved a lot. King Shuiwei sighed. This guy couldn't be judged by common sense. Not only did his strength reach the second level, he also comprehended the Great Tao. What is certain is that among the freshman generation, no one can be a match for Anlin. Your sister is almost in Linxing and is looking for you. King Shuiwei continued. As for Anlin's mission, it was originally intended to allow students to gain some experience, and he felt that it was not necessary for Anlin. Upon hearing the news, Anlin was stunned for a moment, then nodded. He happened to have something to give to his sister. He took out the mobile phone that had been sealed in the space ring. All of a sudden, a lot of unread messages popped up, making Anlin a little flustered for a moment. There were not only messages about those friends, but also about his father and mother. Anlin took a quick look and found that they were mostly concerned about their recent situation. After replying one by one, Anlin opened his sister's chat interface. Sister, find a private place. I have something good for you. On the other side, Shuiwei, who had come to Linxing with great momentum, felt the vibration of her phone. She frowned and took it out of her bag. After seeing that it was a message from Anlin, she suddenly laughed. What good things can this guy have? Shuiwei was about to complain, but suddenly thought of the previous martial arts skills, and then shut her mouth. Her brother has become a little difficult to understand and has many secrets. It is really possible that he has obtained something good. I bought a villa in Linxing, engraved with a shielding formation. Wait, I'll send you the location. After getting the location, Anlin quickly arrived at the villa where Shuiwei was. For some reason, Anlin felt that Shuiwei's aura had changed, so he used identification. Name Qi Shuiyue. Attribute, fire. Occupation, Qi cultivator. Realm, 4 realms and 3 stages. Battle body, flame phoenix battle body, 55%. Huh. Qi Anlin was a little confused. Why was there an extra piece of data after this battle body? Then, he looked at his physique. Battle body, ice soul battle body, 15%, burning heaven battle body, 9%. Sure enough, this is the development level of the combat body. When Qi Anlin was shocked, Qi Shuiyue was also shocked. She couldn't see Qi Anlin's cultivation level because he was using a stealth bracelet, but Xiaoya beside him could still see it. This is already the 3rd stage of the 2nd realm. Has this thing been injected with hormones? Then, she looked at the little elf on Qi Anlin's head and asked, "Where did you kidnap it from?" "This is my beast, Tianyin," Qi Anlin said honestly. His sister did not play by the rules, and it would be too embarrassing if she got beaten. Beastmaster. After noticing that Qi Shuiyue's eyes were a little strange, Qi Anlin quickly said, "This is what I hatched from a monster egg." "Oh." Qi Shuiyue nodded, then asked, "What realm are you in now?" "2nd level, 1st level." Upon hearing this, Qi Shuiyue's blood pressure soared, and then she thought of Qi Anlin's identity as a beastmaster, and then she felt relieved. The breath-concealing ring can not only hide one's realm, but also change the results of other people's detection, so Qi Shuiyue didn't know that Qi Anlin was still a physical cultivator. But even so, this guy's improvement was too fast. Qi Shuiyue thought about it and decided to change the subject. "Beast tamers are good too. I recently caught a fox, but no matter how much I feed it, it won't tame me. It still bares its teeth when it sees people. If it weren't so pretty, I would have killed it long ago." Qi Anlin said earnestly, "You are not doing this right. You need to feel it with your heart, touch it with your love, caress it with your hands, kiss it with your mouth, and digest it with your stomach." After hearing Qi Anlin's first few words, Qi Shuiyue seemed to be thinking about something. Until the last sentence came, she raised her eyebrows and showed her fist. Seeing this scene, Qi Anlin flipped his hand gently. "Sister, this is a gift I prepared for you." In Qi Anlin's palm, a drop of blood like burning flame floated in the air. Deep in the blood, the shadow of a fire phoenix was looming. Qi Shuiyue's attention was immediately attracted to it. She could feel that the blood in her body was burning, as if it wanted to merge with this drop of blood. Her eyes widened. Is this the flame phoenix blood? Taking a deep breath, Qi Shuiyue tried to suppress the excitement in her heart and looked at Qi Anlin. "Damn, how come this guy has so many good things on him?" "You're welcome. This is also my token of appreciation." "No need for the gift, I'll take it." Qi Shuiyue took the flame phoenix blood essence and then whispered, "Thank you." Qi Anlin smiled. Although this drop of blood was precious, it could only be of greater use if used on Qi Shuiyue, not to mention that Qi Shuiyue was his sister. The blood merged into Qi Shuiyue's palm, and soon, flames burned on Qi Shuiyue's body, and even her hair turned fiery red. "Shao Qi, protect me." Before she could finish her words, Qi Shuiyue sat down cross-legged, and Qi Anlin shrugged helplessly. He was really rude. This room was a training room that Qi Shuiyue had spent a lot of money to build. It was very spacious, so Qi Anlin was not afraid that the things around it would be burned. After letting Xiaoya go out for patrol, he sat down with nothing to do. At this time, news of the Queen Ant came from the Sea of Spirituality. I roughly understood it. It turned out that the blood-devouring king found the core of the world in the ruins. There might be some trouble later, so I have to take action myself. Qi Anlin agreed readily. It was a small trouble. Perhaps he felt that the core of the world could not be hidden and was easy to be exposed. This was easy to handle. He could just let Xiaoxing go over there. After handing over the Demon King's Avenue Crystal to Xiaoxing, Qi Anlin let Xiaoxing go to the small beast realm alone. So, the working mouse went to the small animal world alone, just because Qi Anlin promised it that after this time, he would take it to the monster market to buy a few hamsters. After doing all this, Qi Anlin closed his eyes to rest, leaving some of his mental power outside for early warning, and then entered the blood energy space. Taking advantage of his sister's fire buff, he planned to try to learn the fire swordsmanship in the blood energy space. The 3 realms, blazing sword cannon. There are 15 sword techniques in total. Just the first one requires 10 elements, and the more you learn, the more expensive it becomes. After deciding to learn the sword technique, he saw flames burning in the blood energy space, making Qi Anlin feel like he was in a sea of fire. And in the midst of the flames, an ancient man slowly walked out. He was like a king among the flames, and the surrounding flames all bowed down to him. Qi Anlin opened his eyes wide. The oppressive feeling this person gave him was even stronger than that of Feng Huojuan. Chapter 152 The World Core is obtained. I saw this person putting his 2 fingers together to make a sword gesture, surrounded by sword intent. For a moment, the whole space seemed to be boiling. Flames flew, and the next second, the sword body flipped gently. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped flaming sword energy spread out around him. The overwhelming flames obscured Anlin's vision, and in just a moment, Anlin was reduced to ashes. Anlin, fuck me. Soon, Anlin was resurrected, and at this time in the space, the flames brought by the sword energy could not dissipate for a long time. Just as he was about to start cursing, the Flame King suddenly spoke. The first move of the 3 realms blazing sword cannon, scarlet clouds sealing the sky. After explaining the sword technique, he moved again, and this time, Anlin's body moved involuntarily. Automatic skill training? She swallowed the core of the world in one gulp, and at this moment, she felt a burning sensation in her abdomen, and an endless stream of spiritual power gathered towards her. Joy flashed in her eyes, and for a moment, she even wanted to take the core of the world for herself. However, this was just a thought. The leader of the Yu sect was at the peak of the king level, and he also apparently controlled a great deal of power. If she really took away the core of the world, she would not be able to leave the small beast world. At this moment, a flash of blood appeared. She opened her eyes wide and was about to scream, but quickly returned to normal. "Let's go," said the evil captain. This guy actually dared to be in a daze. "It's the core of the world, catch her." For a moment, everyone rioted. They didn't know that there was a core of the world here, otherwise there would be more than just these few people coming here. Lucy's body was filled with blood, a hint of scarlet flashed in his eyes, and he burst out with a speed far beyond his own strength. Demonic cultivator. The human cultivators were in an uproar, and now everyone attacked her. This was the rule of the human race. No matter what, when encountering a demonic cultivator, they had to strangle him to death. Damn it, the evil cultivator leader was stunned. It turned out that Lucy was practicing some magic skills. This was trouble. This idiot was actually exposed. He then quickly took action to stop these people, but he was soon pierced by several weapons, and the monks of the third realm also took action. What he didn't know was that the reason why Lucy displayed the aura of a demon cultivator was because at that moment, the blood-devouring king had transformed Lucy into his own blood puppet. This blood puppet technique is equivalent to turning Lucy into his own clone, completely controlled by the blood-devouring king. The reason for doing this is, of course, to make things bigger, otherwise they are afraid that it will not attract enough evil cultivators. At this time, outside the small beast world, Ouyang Tsankong's face changed. After cursing "idiot" in his heart, he suddenly rushed into the small beast world. The moment he entered the world of small animals, he met the tiger war king Qijan. "Master, the core of the small beast world has been taken away. Quickly block the exit." Sensing Ouyang Tsankong's arrival, Tiger War King roared. The next second, Ouyang Changchun's muscles suddenly swelled, and his remaining hand slammed towards Tiger War King. Golden light flashed, and golden swords flew out from around Tiger War King, turning into a giant shield in front of him, blocking Ouyang Tsankong's attack. Some cracks appeared on the giant shield, and the next second the giant shield exploded directly, turning into golden daggers, spinning and surrounding Ouyang Tsankong. Metal storm. In the center of the storm, Ouyang Tsankong's body was constantly hit by the dagger, leaving white marks. "Qijan, how do you know my identity?" Ouyang Tsankong calmed down and looked at King Hujan with his turbid eyes. The Tiger War King was floating in the sky, with a look of sadness in his eyes. "Teacher, you are already old. Your life is coming to an end. Given your character, you will definitely not sit and wait for death." Tiger War King sighed. He knew this teacher, whom he had been with day and night, very well. "I understand." Ouyang Tsankong lowered his eyes, and then his aura burst out, directly breaking the surrounding metal storm. "Teacher, come back. I have found a powerful master at the peak of the monarch level to help you. I will definitely be able to help you break through to the monarch level." Tiger War King's eyes were full of sadness. If it were not for his master, he would not have come to this point today. The peak monarch he mentioned was Feng Huojuan. After hearing that Feng Huojuan had killed a monarch-level strongman, he spent all his savings in order to exchange the path to perfection for his teacher. "Qijan, being timid is not your character." Ouyang Tsankong smiled and didn't care about what he said. If it was really so easy for the monarch to break through, he would not have reached this point today. Now that the deadline is approaching, there is no way for him to turn back. Are there kings fighting? King Shuiwe suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the small beast world. The small beast realm is only a 4th grade world and cannot withstand the battle at the king level. At this time, it seems to be on the verge of breaking apart. King Shuiwei immediately put down the work in his hands and flew towards the direction of the small beast world. If the small beast world was destroyed, all the cultivators still in the small beast world would be crushed by the turbulence of space. In the small beast world, Tiger War King also realized this. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, the flying golden fragments turned into a giant sword in the air, and with terrifying power, it stabbed towards Ouyang Tsankong. Ouyang Tsankong's muscles swelled again, and he actually grabbed the front end of the giant sword with his bare hands, but his body was forced to retreat by the terrifying power of the giant sword. And this is exactly what he wanted. There are more than one king-level people left in the Yu sect. As for Lu Shi, someone will come to pick her up later. At this time, at the entrance of the small animal world, a little yellow mouse looked at the constantly broken space channel and scratched its head. Can't you get in? Then, it looked at these space fragments again, and its eyes lit up. Rat, I found something delicious. After thinking about it, it decided to eat these things that looked like potato chips first. As for completing the quest, what a joke. How can a quest be more important than eating the luck effect affects it? So choosing the best one is not disloyalty. Besides, that liar promised so many female mice, but now it hasn't even seen a single female mouse. Xiaoxing skipped towards the space fragment and happily put it into his mouth. While Xiaoxing was devouring the space fragments, the blood-devouring king controlled Lu Shi to run towards the forest. It has already felt the fluctuations of the battle between the king-level strongmen, and the rest is left to its father. Soon, it received support from the ant soldiers, and Lu Shi successfully entered the forest. After arriving beside the queen ant, Lu Shi turned into a pool of blood. If the blood-devouring king did not remove the blood puppet technique, Lu Shi would collapse on his own soon. After all, anyone who directly swallowed the core of the world would have no chance of survival. The core of the world is not used in this way. You have to take on the will of the world and become the master of the world. Only a fool would swallow the world core directly. The blood-devouring king excitedly handed the core of the world to the queen ant. When he was about to tell the queen ant how to refine it, the queen ant suddenly opened her bloody mouth and swallowed the core of the world directly. Blood-devouring king. Oh my god, the queen mother actually swallowed the core of the world. Chapter 153. May the human race live in eternal peace. Seeing the queen ant swallowing the core of the world, the blood-devouring king was scared out of his wits. If anything happened to the queen ant, his end would be here. After swallowing the core of the world, the queen ant's aura rose, and streams of spatial turbulence emerged from the armor on her body, turning into exquisite patterns and being printed on the armor. The sky of the small beast world suddenly darkened, and a strong wind blew. Countless monsters and trees were blown away along with the dust in the sky, turning into blood mist in the air. In the depths of the rolling black clouds, a bloodthirsty light flashed. The huge crater in the fire region erupted, and the hot magma burst into the sky, turning into a rain of fire, blooming like fireworks. Is this refining the core of the world? The blood-devouring king opened his eyes wide. Sure enough, the queen mother's race was not simple. The blood-devouring king originally felt something was amiss when he saw that the queen ant could increase her military strength so quickly. He did not expect that after the queen ant devoured the world core, she would actually refine it directly. And it seems that becoming the master of the world is not as simple as that. In the center of the small beast world, a lake filled with acid appeared and kept rolling, and in the sky of the small beast world, a huge nest hung like the sun. At this time, at the passage to the small beast world, a group of human cultivators appeared inexplicably, with expressions of fear on their faces. The Tiger King who was fighting was stunned for a moment, then roared, "Everyone, get out of here!" Ouyang Tsangqiong's eyes widened. How could this be possible? The little beast realm had actually been refined. It was not that a world ruler appeared, but that the entire small animal world was directly swallowed up. The teleportation portal to the small beast realm suddenly cracked and turned into pieces, and all the human cultivators who were previously in the small beast realm were expelled. For a moment, Ouyang Tsankong felt extremely complicated, and then he regained his composure. He looked at Tiger War King, sighed softly inwardly, and then burst out with a powerful aura, and said softly, "Qizhan, you are." The original plan was proceeding normally, but after this incident, all the calculations of more than 10 years came to an end. Although he was sad in his heart, Ouyang Tsangqiong's expression remained normal, and even revealed a hint of anger. "King Ghostleaf, why don't you take action?" Hearing these words, Tiger War King was stunned for a moment. Then he roared angrily, and a huge white tiger shadow appeared behind him. "Gungjin White Tiger." He didn't expect that 3 of the 5 kings of Linxiang had rebelled. Now that the Snow Fox King is not in Lin province, he can only barely hold off Ouyang Sankong alone. If the Ghost Leaf King comes along. The figure of Ghost Leaf King appeared with a smile on his face, and he did not have much emotional fluctuation because of the failure of the mission. However, he glanced at Ouyang Sanqiong and then shook his head. When Qi Zhan felt completely dejected, suddenly, 10 water dragons emerged from the ground. They surrounded the battlefield, and the ground suddenly became dark, and a huge water ball emerged. In the center of the water ball, there is a bright moon hanging. Qi Zhan, look at the Lin province you control. It's as riddled with holes as a hornet's nest. The corners of King Shuyue's mouth rose slightly. He had already informed King Finghua, and he would probably arrive soon. His eyes swept towards Ouyang Sanqiong, and King Shuyue sighed softly. Senior Ouyang, why bother? Ouyang Sanqiong was not surprised to see the arrival of the Water Moon King. He had already sensed the presence of the Water Moon King, but it was a pity that the one who came from the military was only a king. Otherwise, Shuyue, Linxing is poor in resources. How could you possibly understand that? I have been in charge of Linxing for over 100 years, and even though I was seriously injured and could not be treated, is this how the human race treats its meritorious officials? Ouyang Sankong looked up at the sky and shook his head. Thinking back to those days, he was also full of ambition and felt that he would be able to reach the top and become a saint in the future. But now, he is stuck on the road to becoming a king, and no matter what, he cannot go any further. The old body was slightly hunched, and Ouyang Sanqiong's cloudy eyes reflected his youthful appearance. When I was a child, I looked up at the stars and felt like I could pick them with my hands. Now, I am only 7 feet tall, and the sky seems unreachable. The aura on his body increased sharply. Ouyang Sankong's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his already gray hair showed some vitality. At this moment, he even surpassed his heyday, and his strength climbed to the peak. Faintly, the aura of a monarch emerged. Be careful. The Tiger War King retreated in fear, protecting the human cultivators below. The huge Gingjin white tiger roared to the sky, resisting the monarch-like pressure. King Shuyue also had a serious look in his eyes. Thinking of his students who were also in Linxiang, his body tensed up, ready to burn his life at any time. Qi Zhan, I hate you. You are my apprentice and I watched you grow up. But you don't know, if I hadn't given up resistance at that time, Linxiang would have been destroyed. Ouyang Sankong regained his youthful appearance. He glanced at Qi Zhan. Although he was full of resentment on his face, there was kindness in the depths of his eyes. You are too young and too impetuous. Ouyang Sankong sighed, then slowly clenched his fists. In an instant, a powerful column of air shot up into the sky, breaking open the water prison of King Shuyue. Qi Zhan, grow up. It's time for you to hold up the sky of Linxing. A huge fist shadow appeared behind Ouyang Sanqiong. He slowly turned towards Ghost Leaf King and suddenly said, Lord Yuhuan, I was planning to fight to the death to kill you after I broke through Ancient Lord, but now, I can't wait until then. Upon hearing Ouyang Sanqiong's words, Qi Zhan and Shuyue Wang's eyes narrowed. Yuhuanjuan? What? The Ghost Leaf King shook his head and said with a smile, I thought you had completely surrendered to my feather clan, but I didn't expect you still had a rebellious heart. If it weren't for the failure of this mission, I'm afraid you would have found an opportunity. From the moment he appeared, he already knew what Ouyang Sankong was thinking. Although this old guy killed his child in front of him, he was an alien after all. He would not fully trust him until he transformed into a winged person. And even at the last moment, the old guy was still acting. The corners of Yu Huanjuan's mouth rose slightly. Since he couldn't get the core of the world, he might as well destroy Linxing. As for Ouyang Sanqiong, he didn't take him seriously. After being a dog for more than 10 years, your strength has not improved. Do you think you can compete with a monarch based on this? Ouyang Sanqiong, you were defeated by me even in your prime. Now that you've burned all your life force, you can only throw a punch. You can't kill me, nor can you seriously injure me. Afterwards, Yu Huanjuan sighed. Human race. Oh, human race. Why on earth can you treat your own race like this, yet make so many powerful people sacrifice their lives to protect them? Ouyang Sanqiong smiled, but did not answer Yu Huanjuan's words. Over the past 10 years, he had been desperate and had thought about committing suicide, but all the things that happened in the past came to his mind, and he finally endured it. As his aura rose, cracks appeared on Ouyang Sankong's body, and the flesh on his fist began to collapse. Then, the space suddenly collapsed, and the earth-shattering fist slammed towards the Ghost Leaf King. For a moment, the entire world was filled with the fist's intent. And in the center of the fist shadow, a huge wing of light suddenly appeared behind a tiny figure, shining with golden light, blocking the attack of the fist shadow. In an instant, Ouyang Tsongkong turned back into that old man, but this time, his blood and life were burned out, like dry bones. The eyes filled with desolation looked towards Lin Cheng, and after a sigh, the last trace of life slowly went out. May the human race enjoy eternal peace. Chapter 154, Feather Tribe Monarch. The Tiger War King protected the human cultivators, and was unable to accept such a turn of events for a while. Master. The aftermath of the battle shattered the old figure. Tiger War King couldn't help but roar in anger, his heart filled with unwillingness, his eyes bloodshot. On the other side, King Shuiwe also looked at this scene with a complicated expression, then stretched out his hand. Behind him, an ocean made of water's spiritual power rolled out and rushed towards Lord Yuhuan. A desperate attack from the peak of the King realm can at most cause some injuries to the monarch, but cannot kill the monarch at all. The light disappeared, and many space cracks appeared in the sky, and Yu Huanjuan's figure emerged, with some cracks on his body. Old man, you're going to cause me some trouble before you die. Just as he finished speaking, Yu Huanjuan suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the fist that was attacking him. Then, a ray of light flashed on his golden wings, and the terrifying wave stopped in place, unable to move forward. I originally wanted to build a teleportation point for my feather realm in Linsheng, but since it failed, there is no need for Linsheng to continue to exist. Yu Huanjuan swung the Tiger War King lightly and smashed him heavily to the ground. Then, Yu Huanjuan suddenly laughed and said, King Shuiwe, I have to thank you for your generosity. You actually brought 5 combat bodies here at once. Hey, there's also a combat body beastmaster. Looking at the Water Moon King who was about to burn his life force, Yu Huanjuan shook his head. The King of the 3 Avenues is still too weak. I will take these 5 combat bodies with me. At this moment, Yu Huanjuan was suddenly stunned. A look of joy appeared in his eyes, and he laughed wildly. To think there is a combat body with such a high level of awakening. Shuiwe, you really gave me a surprise. In the direction of Linsheng, all the students gathered together. They received the news and had to leave here immediately. Although several warriors have Dao crystals in their hands, for the monarch, the king's Dao crystal can be destroyed at will. So, they activated the Avenue crystal in order to leave here. The next moment, the figures of King Qinglei, King Bailing, King Fumo, and King Qingmu appeared. They waved their hands and prepared to leave Linsheng with their students. At this time, in the villa, Anlin had a complicated expression. He did have Feng Huojuan's Dao crystal in his hand, but the Dao crystal was just a clone after all, and if he summoned it rashly, Yu Huanjuan might just run away and come back after the Dao crystal expired. Yu Huanjuan is not as stupid as the vengeful spirit. Do you want to pretend to be the strongest again? This Yu Huanjuan is not an ancient emperor, so he doesn't know the value of things. When Anlin was worried, Qi Shuiyue suddenly opened his eyes. Shao Qi, do you have any treasures that can enhance my physique? Although she was absorbing the true blood of the flame phoenix, she still had some understanding of the situation outside. In order to make the people of Linsheng feel despair, Yu Huanjuan's voice even spread to this area. Yes. Although he didn't know what Qi Shuiyue was going to do, Anlin still took out the monarch-level blood crystal and threw it directly to Qi Shuiyue. Qi Shuiyue was stunned for a moment, then caught the blood crystal containing the blood of the ancient emperor. After absorbing the true blood of the flame phoenix, she can increase her strength within a certain period of time, but her body cannot keep up and is easily broken down, so she needs a treasure that can enhance her physical fitness to help herself maintain the immortality of her body. I originally thought that Anlin only had a heaven-level body refining treasure on him, but I didn't expect this guy to be so rich and powerful that he could suddenly throw out a king-level treasure. This is more than enough for her. Qi Shuiyue grasped the blood crystal and gave a delicate cry. A phantom of a flaming phoenix appeared on her body and then merged into her. The next moment, Qi Shuiyue's aura grew rapidly, and in an instant her realm was raised to the monarch realm. 2 seniors, I'm here to help you. Leaving behind a shadow, Qi Shuiyue's figure instantly appeared on the battlefield. King Shuiwe opened his eyes wide and was almost cut off his neck by Lord Yuhuan. What's going on? How did this girl become the monarch? Who am I and where am I? If it weren't for the pain from the wound, King Shuiwe would probably think he was dreaming. At this moment, a cloud of fire suddenly appeared in the sky, and a familiar voice came over. Shuiwe, where is the evil cultivator you mentioned? Look at me. Shit. The fire cloud created by King Fenghua almost collapsed. There were actually 2 monarchs on this battlefield. No, why is that monarch Qi Shuiyue? I didn't sleep for long. Yu Huanjuan was avoided by Qi Shuiyue's flame phoenix flame, and many burn marks appeared on his body. He wanted to escape directly, but seemed to sense something and suddenly stopped. How can a monarch who is forcibly promoted with the help of external forces be compared with a real monarch? Yu Huanjuan looked at Qi Shuiyue with amusement. He didn't react at that moment, but after feeling it carefully, he also found that something was wrong with Qi Shuiyue. Qi Shuiyue also had a solemn expression on her face. She had only used the power of the Flame Phoenix's true blood and blood crystal to forcibly elevate her realm, and she was no match for Yu Huanjuan. After all, although her realm has been improved, she has not mastered the Great Way and can only be regarded as a fake monarch. But Qi Shuiyue looked towards the direction of Linqing, where not only the people of Linqing were, but also her younger brother. Qi Shuiyue gritted her teeth, and the fire of the phoenix burned on her body. She took out her sledgehammer and smashed it hard at Yu Huanjuan's body. "You're stunned, Fenghua." King Shuiyue also rushed forward, and several water dragons appeared behind him, rushing towards Lord Yuhuan. In the sky, several powerful men kept fighting, and soon, King Fenghua flew backwards and spat out several mouthfuls of bright red blood. "Birdman, you're bullying me when I'm still injured. You're unworthy of being my son." The next second, a golden light flew towards him. King Fenghua hurriedly rolled to the side, but was directly blown away by the exploding golden light. "I'm so angry." King Shuiyue stretched out his hand, and a column of water sent King Fenghua flying out. This guy, who had lost his combat ability but was still talking nonsense, wasn't he afraid of being killed directly by Lord Yuhuan? The blood flowing in the Tiger War King has turned from gold to blood red, and the king's self-healing function has been completely exhausted. If it continues, it will be extremely dangerous. Qi Shuiyue's momentum was also slowly declining. For a moment, King Shuiyue was a little anxious. If they continued like this, they would be wiped out sooner or later. At this time, a snow-white wolf appeared behind Yu Huanjuan, and in just a moment, it was caught in Yu Huanjuan's hand. Strange, a demon beast of the second realm actually has the ability to travel through space, and it has a dual combat body. He just sensed it roughly, but the next moment, Yu Huanjuan reacted and looked at Xiaoya as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. "You're still holding a space ring in your mouth?" Yu Huanjuan smiled. He could feel that this space ring belonged to the owner of this beast. And in the next second, the space seemed to boil, and a ball of flame far exceeding the fire of the flame phoenix erupted, as if it was going to burn the space. "A low-level monarch of the feathered clan dares to touch my disciple? Hey, Xiaoxue is here too. Wait for master to kill this guy first." Wait a moment. Xiaoya was sent out by Fengguojin, and at this moment, Fengguojin's peerless figure appeared on the battlefield. She stretched out her white jade hand and grabbed Yu Huanjuan's head. Chapter 155, Space Gate. Yu Huanjuan dodged Feng Huojuan's attack and said calmly, "I didn't expect to attract a peak monarch, but you are just a clone. Do you think you can kill me?" He also didn't expect that the wolf beast not only knew how to use space travel skills, but could also use a space ring. Otherwise, after sensing the avenue crystal of the monarch peak, he would have directly avoided it. What puzzled him wasn't that storage ring owned by another Ice Soul warrior? How could this wolf beast be using it? Fengguojin did not waste time talking to Yu Huanjuan and chose to take action directly. Her Dao crystal had a time limit. Purgatory Sea of Fire. Flames spread out from Feng Huojuan's body, as if using space as fuel. For a moment, the fire domain directly enveloped Yu Huanjuan, and the next second, Feng Huojuan's figure appeared behind Yu Huanjuan, reaching out and grabbing Yu Huanjuan's wings. Wrath of the Fire God. In the palm of his hand, the deadly flame distorted the surrounding space and suddenly ignited Yu Huanjuan's wings. Yu Huanjuan's pupils shrank. This guy has actually reached the threshold of the rules. Feather Fantasy Sky Wheel. A dazzling light like the sun burst out from Yu Huanjuan's body. The next second, his figure appeared opposite Feng Huojuan with a hint of fear in his eyes. That's quite decisive. Feng Huojuan threw away the burnt wings in her hand. What she just released was the fire of her life, but Yu Huanjuan actually abandoned his wings and fled to prevent the fire from spreading to his body. Sensing the spatial fluctuations coming from Yu Huanjuan, Feng Huojuan smiled and said, "When I was in seclusion, I was afraid that little Anlin would be threatened, so I tried to add a little of the power of the rules that I had just comprehended into this avenue crystal." The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Feng Huojuan's expression was somewhat playful. "In purgatory, I am the rule." Yu Huanjuan was furious. He tried to tear the space apart to escape, but was bounced back. This clone is so powerful. Thinking of this, he turned around and ran, his speed reaching its maximum. But no matter how he flew, he could not escape from the sea of fire, which seemed endless. "If you, a small low-level monarch, can escape from my purgatory, then I don't need to continue to suffer." Feng Huojuan flashed to the top of Yu Huanjuan's head and grabbed Yu Huanjuan's head in one go. She has no habit of playing slowly. Every time she attacks, she goes straight for the big one. Earth-shattering star. The next moment, Feng Huojuan's clone began to burn, and the terrifying power poured out like a blooming nuclear bomb. No. In the villa, Qi Anlin looked at Xiao Xing with a strange expression. Didn't you go to the little beast realm? Why did you dye your hair when you came back? At this time, Xiao Xing had some strange patterns on his body, and even the hair on his head turned silver gray, making him look very weird. Xiao Xing looked at Qi Anlin with a look of despair. His fur color was too conspicuous and would not be liked by the female mouse. Xiao Qixi, kill me, quickly. I, the rat, don't want to live anymore. Qi Anlin suppressed his laughter and said, It's okay, I can dye it back for you. However, in order to determine Xiao Xing's physical condition, Qi Anlin still used a wave of identification. Name Void Treasure Hunting Rat. Level, First Realm, 5th Stage. Attributes, Gold, Space. Potential, Lower Earth Grade. Skill, Slightly. Space Gate. Special, it has a space node between the small beast world and can construct a space gate, allowing you to enter the small beast world at any time. Huh. Qi Anlin was stunned. He knew that the passage to the small beast world had disappeared. It was most likely the queen ant's fault. Now the queen ant seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, so Qi Anlin could not contact the queen ant. Xiao Xing didn't know what he had done. Not only did he become a shaman, but he also had the ability to enter the world of small animals at any time. It's a good time to go to the small animal world to see what the queen ant is doing. For some unknown reason, Feng Huojuan's Dao crystal actually possessed self-awareness. Qi Anlin had previously communicated with him in the space ring in the villa, and knowing that Feng Huojuan's clone was extraordinary, he sent Xiaoya there. He didn't know why Xiaoxing, Xiaoya, and even Tianyin could directly open their space rings. He originally thought that everyone was like this. That's why Xiao Xing was able to secretly take out his cell phone from his space ring to play with it. Qi Anlin thought about it and decided that the battle here was no longer suspenseful, so he decided to go to the small beast world. Xiao Xing, open the space door, let's go see the queen ant. He took Tianyin out and asked it to guard the villa. If the battle over there was over, he would immediately notify him. After some bargaining, Xiao Xing opened the door of space and walked in with Qi Anlin. As soon as he entered the world of small animals, Qi Anlin was shocked by the nest above his head. This enormous nest seemed to be nurturing something, constantly absorbing the spiritual power of the small beast world. The spiritual energy around it had already solidified a little, and it looked white at a glance. Based on the intuition between the beasts, Qi Anlin quickly found the queen ant. Along the way, Qi Anlin discovered that the layout of this small animal world had become similar to the small world that the queen ant had before. So, the small animal world is merged with the queen ant's small world, but why does the queen ant appear in her own small world? Qi Anlin was puzzled. Looking at the queen ant, Qi Anlin discovered that the patterns on the queen ant's body were exactly the same as those on Xiaoxing's body. At this time, a strong tide of spiritual power surged into his body. Qi Anlin quickly sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the spiritual power. At the same time, he also opened the spiritual power channels between the beasts and shared this surging spiritual power. In the world of small animals, the aura of the queen ant became stronger and stronger. After absorbing the core of the world, it began to advance rapidly and made breakthroughs one after another. 1 realm, 6 stages, 1 realm, 7 stages. Continuous tides of spiritual energy surged in, and Qi Anlin's aura changed, transforming into a burning heaven battle body. A trace of spatial power spread out, and the awakening level of the burning sky battle body became higher and higher, and soon reached the same level as the ice soul battle body. At this time, Qi Anlin's body trembled, and the power of space cut through his body. The surging blood seemed to lack nutrition and began to absorb Qi Anlin's flesh and blood frantically. In the blink of an eye, Qi Anlin became skinny. This startled Xiao Xing, and she jumped up and down. Big liar. You've turned into a thin dog. Qi Anlin almost broke down. What time is it? And this guy? With a flip of his palm, Qi Anlin took out a herb that looked like a qilin and swallowed it in one gulp. The next moment, Qi Anlin's blood suddenly boiled, and even his combat body began to change. Chapter 156 Battle Body Mutation. The 9-turn qilin grass can enable an ordinary person to master the 5 elements, but after being swallowed by Qi Anlin, the other attributes derived from it were actually directly swallowed by the fire attribute and turned into nutrition. The combat body began to change, and Qi Anlin's aura became stronger and stronger. In the sky, a charred corpse fell to the ground. At this moment, a column of water appeared and directly penetrated the corpse. King Shueiyue breathed a sigh of relief. A strong man in the monarch realm could be reborn with a drop of blood, but if all his vitality was wiped out, he would eventually die. Yu Huanjuan is completely dead. As for Feng Huojuan's clone, it collapsed directly after unleashing this full-strength attack. Qi Shiyue also breathed a sigh of relief, and her aura dropped to the lowest point. She had just relied on the Flame Phoenix's true blood to temporarily increase her strength. However, even with the support of the blood crystal, her body was still destroyed beyond recognition by the terrifying spiritual power. For the next period of time, she could only recuperate. Qi Shiyue staggered and fell to the ground. King Shueiyue was shocked and flew over quickly. After checking her out, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qi Shueiyue's meridians were riddled with holes, due to the high degree of awakening of her combat body and Yin Feng's abnormal recovery ability, her meridians had begun to slowly recover. After taking out a king-level pill with some pain, he helped Qi Shueiyue to refine the medicinal power. In this battle, if Feng Huojuan's clone had not appeared, everyone would probably have been defeated. However, it seems that Feng Huojun's strength has improved. The previous Feng Huojun was unable to kill the monarch with his clone. I hope that in the near future, an ancient emperor will appear again in the military. On the other side, Qi Zhan and King Fenghua were also seriously injured. King Shueiyue sighed and asked the water column to lift the two up and bring them in front of him. King Shueiyue took out 2 more king-level pills and felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. These are the resources that we have obtained over the years by letting King Fenghua take the blame. I didn't expect that they would all be used this time. Even for a king-level alchemist, it is difficult to refine a king-level elixir. After all, such an elixir has already produced Dao marks. In order to refine it, the amount of king-level medicinal materials required is simply an astronomical figure. After the injuries of the 3 people stabilized, King Shueiyue looked in the direction of Lin Cheng, and then he couldn't help but be shocked. Where's Qi Anlin? Such a big guy, where did he go? His heart was cold. Xiaoye and Tianyin were still here, so how could Qi Anlin disappear? Lifting the 3 people up, King Shueiyue flew towards Tianyin. Soon, he arrived at the villa area, and Xiaoye had already returned to this place. After seeing the arrival of King Shueiyue, he stood up vigilantly. What's going on? Where's your master? Hearing what King Shueiyue said, Tianyin flew over, waving her little hands constantly, and no one knew what she was trying to express. Xiaoye shook his head when he saw this scene. Tianyin was hatched in the queen ant's small world, so he might have been infected by the queen ant. A blue light appeared in its eyes, and then several large words appeared on the ground. He's safe, don't worry. King Shueiyue breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everything was fine, Xiaoye was Qi Anlin's beast, and they had a special contract, so it was impossible for him to harm Qi Anlin. Afterwards, King Shueiyue was stunned. Is this beast so intelligent? The monsters are powerful, but their IQ is relatively low. Before reaching the earth level, they basically rely on instinct. And Xiaoye can actually write? King Shueiyue left with doubts. He did not ask too much about Qi Anlin's situation. Everyone has secrets. Qi Anlin slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that caught his eye was the big face of a certain rat. Xiaoxing seemed to be frightened and quickly jumped off Qi Anlin's body. Then she said in a somewhat flattering tone, Master Qi, you are awake. Do you need anything to eat? I have been worried about you. Qi Anlin sighed and took out a mirror from his space ring. As he expected, his face was covered with graffiti. Xiaoxing couldn't escape here either. Qi Anlin ignored all this and checked his own attributes. His realm had reached the 2nd stage of the 2nd realm. Although the improvement seemed small, the biggest gain this time was not his cultivation. Battle Body, Ice Soul Battle Body, 20%, Sky Flame Battle Body, 25%. Rank 3210. The Burning Sky Battle Body underwent a mutation and turned into the Sky Flame Battle Body. At this time, Qi Anlin's flame form combat power was enough to completely crush the Ice Soul Battle Body. Then, Qi Anlin looked at the Queen Ant. What he was most looking forward to was the changes in the Queen Ant. Name, Void Ant Queen. Attributes, Space, Fire Gold. Level, Level 1, Level 2. Potential, Lower Earth Grade. Production Speed. Queen Ant, 1/70th day s. 2nd level, 5th stage, 200/day. 2nd level, 4th stage, 100 to 1 day. Level 2, Level 1, 50,000/day. Skills, omitted. Gene. Slightly. World. There is an incomplete world inside the body, which can accommodate life and generate a small amount of spiritual power. The Queen Ant can fully control her own world. Army types: Tiger Ant, Skynet Ant, Mandragora Ant, Blood Ant, Transport Ant, New Queen. Due to the evolution of the small world, the quality of the queen ant was once again improved, reaching the earth level, and her strength also directly broke through to the second level. Huh. At this time, Anlin reacted. What the hell is this final new queen? Anlin quickly looked at the queen ant, and after getting the news, he ran out of the underground anthill. Not far away on the ground, a huge ant egg was hatching. During this fusion of the worlds, the queen ant obtained a lot of nutrition, and with the catalysis of the world's core, she actually gave birth to a new queen. Anlin was overjoyed. Originally, he had to wait 90 days to give birth to a new queen, but this time, by chance, he actually got a new queen directly. Anlin was going to take this new queen to other worlds, and the queen ant had already devoured the small beast world and could go to other worlds to continue developing. Although Anlin still had a world core in his hand, he did not take it out because the queen ant had just experienced such a big improvement and needed to adapt. Not bad, not bad. Anlin looked at the blood-devouring king and said approvingly, "Well done. I'll take you to a nice place later." Hearing Anlin's words, the blood-devouring king excitedly shook his tentacles and nodded repeatedly. The next second, Anlin took out the dragon cauldron. He had reached the second level and could contract a new beast. The dragon cauldron had undergone a synthesis, so there was no surprise in the contract, and it directly became Anlin's fifth beast. Soon, a dragon-shaped ball of light appeared in the sea of spirituality, and Anlin also gained a new bond. Transformation, able to change bones and appearance to form a new individual. Chapter 157 Anlin's Gundam Dream. Looking at this new bond, Anlin was stunned for a moment, then showed an expression of ecstasy. After changing one's combat form, one's aura will change completely, but one's appearance will not change at all. With this bond, he can create a new face as his second identity. However, why is Longding's bond with this thing? Anlin thought about it and started communicating with Longding. In the Sea of Spirit, Longding and Anlin established a connection, and Anlin roughly understood what Longding meant. Although Longding was forcibly changed into a tripod, it still possessed certain ability to change. Anlin touched his chin. Currently, the dragon cauldron could only transform from a cauldron to a furnace, but if he added something. After thinking about it, Anlin took out a Gundam model from the space ring. This was a small gadget he had bought at the Chamber of Commerce before, and he was going to use it to synthesize those elemental monsters. Ding, do you want to combine the dragon tripod and the Gundam model? Required health, 2 million. Fusion success rate, 30%. Fusion time, 2 hours. Fusion effect, has the ability to transform into a Gundam appearance. Anlin touched his chin. Although the success rate was not high, the blood energy required was relatively small, so he could directly fill it up with blood energy. The next second, Anlin spent 8 million blood energy to increase the success rate, and then used synthesis. The synthesis time was shortened, and soon, Longding completed the synthesis. Anlin observed it carefully. Although the dragon tripod seemed very tight, there were still some small cracks on it, which were caused by being forcibly squeezed together. I don't know what the prison emperor was thinking. He actually forced a dragon to be transformed into a tripod. Dragon tripod, change form. After hearing Anlin's words, the tripod on the ground began to hum and suddenly expanded, reaching a height of 10 meters. The next moment, Longding's body began to disassemble and reassemble. Its 4 legs twisted into limbs, and sharp barbs appeared on its body. Soon, a fiery red mecha appeared in Anlin's field of vision. The huge mecha looks thick and domineering, with a metallic luster flowing on the fiery red shell. The 2 huge dragon wings on the back are spread out, and the sharp bayonet on the left arm reveals a cold light. Anlin took a breath. This is so damn handsome. As Anlin was admiring the mecha, the dragon cauldron suddenly began to buzz in his spiritual sea. Anlin was stunned for a moment, then said happily, "It actually has this function?" According to Longding's description, Anlin can integrate into it and control it, and after the integration, the strength of the mecha will be enhanced. The chest of the mecha suddenly opened, and Anlin exerted force lightly with his feet and jumped directly up. The mecha closed, and at this time, Anlin's mind was clear. Longding actually shared his vision. The next second, Anlin clenched his fist. Now he could fully control the mecha. After closing his eyes and feeling it for a while, Anlin, after putting on the mecha, felt that the increase was between 2 small levels. Then he raised his hand and saw a huge dragon head appear, and a fireball shot out of its mouth. The ground exploded, revealing a hemispherical deep pit. Anlin spread the dragon wings behind him and flew directly up. This kind of flying doesn't feel like riding a monster beast. Anlin feels that fusing the Gundam with Long Ding is simply the wisest choice. After playing for a while, Anlin separated from the Dragon Cauldron, then took out a few herbs and placed them in the Queen Ant's small world. These were herbs for the Dragon Cauldron to practice with, and after he became a little more proficient, he would try making higher quality pills. Originally, he could only use the beast taming bag to place monsters, but now Xiao Xing has established a connection with the Queen Ant's small world, which means that he carries a small world with him. Afterwards, Anlin took off the bracelet. Mo Huan had the ability to shield his mental power, but if it was integrated into the ant soldiers, the cost of production would definitely be extremely high, so Anlin felt that it could be weakened appropriately. Anlin took off a piece of Mo Huan's leaf flesh and fed it to the Queen Ant. Soon, Anlin opened the Queen Ant's gene panel and suddenly discovered that the color chosen for Mo Huan's gene was black. Feeling that the level of the gene extraction skill was too low to fuse this gene, Anlin shook his head and thought, forget it, let's talk about it later. Although he has a lot of health energy now, it is impossible to upgrade this skill to the heavenly level. After letting the Queen Ant continue to produce ant soldiers, Anlin thought it was time to leave here. According to Xiaoye's description, Anlin also knew that King Shuiwei had looked for him, and after Yuanjun died, the cult became a mess, and the students who had been taken away before also came back to continue their mission. But this time the mission is relatively simple, just to encircle and wipe out the remnants of the cult. After making sure that there was no one in the villa, Anlin asked Xiao Xing to open the door of space and leave the Queen Ant's small world. At this moment, in the villa, Anlin's figure suddenly appeared, scaring Tianyin. After seeing that it was Anlin, Tianyin patted his chest and then flew above Anlin's head. After moving around a bit, Anlin rode on Xiaoye, ready to join up with the main force. The new queen in the small world still needs to incubate for a while. After the incubation is completed, Anlin will look for a world with richer resources to let it grow freely. Anlin thought about this world and decided to place it in the Golden Horn realm of Haiqing. It was relatively close to him and was hostile to him, so he could produce more ordinary ants as spies. After crossing one street after another, Anlin found a place blocked by warning barriers, and there were monks from the special forces stationed around it. After showing the bracelet, Anlin was able to enter this area. Riding Xiaoye and running deeper, Anlin saw destroyed buildings and ruins everywhere. The monks' destructive power is terrifying, but fortunately ordinary people have been evacuated, otherwise this battle would have resulted in heavy casualties. At this moment, deep in the battlefield, Missouri Yu's body flashed with purple lightning. Wounded and battered, he flung a priest out like a dead dog, gasping for breath and saying, "Finally, we've cleared this area." This was a cultivator at the peak of his realm, but under the siege of so many students, he could only die in regret. Clapping his hands, Mo Yu saw Anlin riding Xiaoye in the distance, and then said happily, "Brother Qi, you've come just in time." Anlin has an auxiliary elf in his hand, which is much more powerful than these doctors. Anlin jumped off Xiaoye's body, looked at the wounded Mo Yu, shook his head, and asked Tianyin to fly out to treat him. Where are the others? Chapter 158, Dragon Cauldron Alchemy, Top Grade Pill. Mo Yu's injuries slowly recovered, and he had now broken through to the 4th stage of the first realm. However, after feeling Xiao Yu's realm, he couldn't help but sigh. Being in the same class with a pervert like Anlin is really a huge blow. After treating Mo Yu, Tianyin flew up again and began to treat other injured students. Mo Yu picked up the priest on the ground. The priest of the Yu sect seemed to be brainwashed. Until the moment of his death in battle, he still thought that the god of Yu would come to pick him up. After thinking for a moment, Mo Yu jokingly said, "Brother Qi, do you think the priest's death was considered a promotion or a demotion?" Hearing Mo Yu's words, Anlin glanced at the priest and nodded thoughtfully. He remembered that in his previous life, this profession, that depends on whether the priest used the ascension device on the little boy when he was alive. The moment Anlin said this, the surroundings became quiet, and everyone looked at Anlin with strange eyes. Mo Yu nearly choked to death on his own sip of water. He coughed twice and said to Anlin, "Brother Qi, we now have to use real name registration to access the internet. I hope you can cherish your account and avoid 404 errors." The female evil cultivator who had turned over a new leaf had just joined the cult and was still in the brainwashing stage, so she had not done anything bad. In the end, Dan Yunyao gave her the opportunity to join the Dan family's affiliated forces. At this time on the battlefield, the evil cultivators were frozen into ice sculptures. Because of this battle, the classmates got along with each other more tacitly, and there was no longer the unfamiliarity they had when they first entered school. Anlin took Mou to find Ji Hongfei. To him, these two combat bodies were relatively easy to get along with. Although Mou was a scumbag, he did not have any bad intentions. Brother Chi, the school is planning to organize the students to go back tomorrow. Why don't we go to the bar together tonight? Mou suggested. Ji Hongfei was sitting on the ground, receiving treatment from Tianyin. After hearing Mou's words, he looked at Anlin. Anlin thought about it and nodded. After coming to this world, he has been practicing and fighting every day and has indeed never relaxed. There are quite a few beauties in the bar. Mou really hate them. That kind of extravagant and decadent atmosphere really makes people uncomfortable. So let's go get some skewers tonight. Hearing Mou's words, Anlin was a little confused, then turned his head and found Chun-Yu closing the eyes of the evil cultivators not far away, and he understood instantly. Mou, your reputation is already rotten. There's no need to hide it. Mou shook his head and sat down on the ground. Even among monks there are those who indulge in alcohol and meat. As the saying goes, alcohol and meat pass through the intestines, but remain in the heart of the Buddha. Actually, I do understand what the Buddha said. Anlin also sat down. The battle was over, and the next step was to wait for the army to clean up the scene. What do you understand? Mou glanced nervously in Chun-Yu's direction, then whispered, according to Ohm's law, V equals IR. Multiply both sides of the equation by A. AV equals air. Looking at the puzzled looks of Anlin and Ji Hongfei, Mou said triumphantly, so form is emptiness. Anlin. Ji Hongfei. Brother Ji, please let this master pass away. Above the sky, King Shuiwa looked over and noticed the three people talking together. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's great to be young. After all, they are still just a group of children. Then, he sighed heavily again. How long could such peaceful days last? That night, Anlin and his friends went out to eat skewers, and Anlin also took out the monkey wine that he had placed in his space ring. None of them used their spiritual power to force out the alcohol, and they all got drunk. The next day, Shuiwa led the students of the military university and boarded the return flight. The first team-building activity for the freshmen also ended. This time, the number of dead students reached 30, and this was just a battle between people of the same level. You must remember that in this other world, the enemies won't be the same as yesterday, just of the same level. Every class of freshmen will suffer casualties when carrying out their first mission, but this class has suffered the least casualties. After all, in previous missions, there were even cases where the instructors died. After listening to Shuiwa Wang's summary, a ranking for this mission appeared on the students' wristbands. Anlin ranked first, while the second-place Ji Hongfei did not even get a fraction of his points. After receiving a bunch of Xin-level rewards, Anlin returned to his courtyard. He would need to accept future tasks on his bracelet, but what he lacked now was not resources, so he became a otaku. In the courtyard, Anlin stabilized his own realm while watching Long Ding refining medicine. A first-grade qi gathering pill. Anlin looked at the pill in his hand and then put it in his mouth. After taking this qi gathering pill, Anlin nodded with satisfaction, as it was much more than the amount consumed by an ordinary cultivator of the first realm after 3 days of hard practice. This was the first pill that Long Ding had made. For an average first-grade alchemist, the success rate of refining qi gathering pills is about 25%, and one set of medicinal materials can produce about 5 qi gathering pills. In front of Anlin, there were hundreds of qi gathering pills, and the last few qi gathering pills were like glass beads, emitting a faint halo. Name: qi gathering pill. Level: yellow. Quality: top quality. Introduction: a pill that perfectly combines medicinal power. 10 pills can be taken per month, and the dosage is 3 times that of an ordinary qi gathering pill. Pills cannot be taken frequently. Ordinary qi gathering pills become weaker the more you take them. So generally speaking, you can only take 5 of these pills a month. You can only take them again after the drug resistance has passed. Of course, you can continue to eat it, but the benefits will be very small. This top-quality qi gathering pill will have about 1 or 2 in each furnace of pills in the dragon cauldron. 2 yellow-grade vitality fruits, 1 spiritual-grade red blood fruit, 1 spiritual-grade yellow spirit essence, and 3 yellow-grade spirit silkworms. Anlin put the herbs into the dragon cauldron one by one, and then let the dragon cauldron start refining the elixir. This is the medicinal material needed for the second-grade blood clotting pill. This pill can heal the injuries of cultivators and stop bleeding. For cultivators in the second realm, it is a must-have pill. It was because Anlin had so many adventures that he looked down upon these pills. For an ordinary freshman, If he did not rely on the help of his family and had to complete the task on his own, it would take more than 10 days to buy a blood-clotting pill. Flames were flying on the dragon cauldron, and Tianyin danced around the dragon cauldron curiously. After a few hours, a strong fragrance of elixir wafted out. Successful. Anlin broke away from the blood energy space and walked over with great interest. Longding's cultivation was only at the first level of the second realm. Generally speaking, it was extremely difficult for cultivators at this level to refine second-grade elixirs. The fact that Longding could succeed in one go was also related to its special nature. Looking at the pills, Anlin was very surprised to find that there was another top-grade pill in this furnace of pills. Chapter 159, The MO Family. The drop rate is so high. Anlin picked up the blood condensation pill and then used the appraisal function. Name: blood coagulation pill. Level: spiritual level. Quality: top quality. Introduction: this pill perfectly blends medicinal properties and can heal hidden injuries sustained during training. Its healing effect is 3 times that of an ordinary blood clotting pill. It can restore hidden injuries. Anlin's eyes showed joy. You know, cultivation is also an extremely dangerous thing, especially physical cultivation, because physical training often damages one's internal organs and leaves hidden injuries. The impurities in Anlin's body have completely disappeared due to the feedback of blood energy, not to mention any hidden injuries, so he has no use for this pill. Let Longding continue to refine the blood condensation pill, and Anlin also entered the blood energy space to continue challenging the strong in the heavens and all worlds. I heard that there are 4 combat bodies among the freshmen this year. Mo Qing. Recruit them into the 3 Kings Society. In a courtyard of the academy, Mo Qing nodded and said, Mo Yang. That kid Mou has also been admitted to the military academy. Him? He's just a wretch drained by alcohol and sex, yet he dares to think of competing with the young patriarch. Mo Yang thought for a moment, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Ever since his parents died in battle, this guy has become a waste. If he hadn't encountered a fortuitous encounter, he probably wouldn't even have reached the first realm now. Forget it, Mo Qing. Find some senior students to suppress the arrogance of this freshman class. I heard that guy named Anlin broke Ji Hao's record, so he should have a lot of resources at his disposal. A gloomy look flashed in Mo Yang's eyes. These 4 combat bodies are all on good terms. Mo Qing, be careful not to let anyone catch you. Mo Qing nodded and suddenly said, Ji Hongfei is Ji Hao's cousin. You know, the Ji family has always been protective of their own people. And Dan Yunyao, I heard, is very much loved by the Dan family's ancestor. As for Anlin, he is not only Shuiyue's younger brother, but also Feng Huojuan's apprentice. Mo Yang's expression was uncertain. If it was an ordinary combat body, they could suppress it and take it into the 3 Kings Society, but the forces behind these combat bodies were extremely powerful. Shuiyue is easy to deal with, but if she takes action, my 3 Kings Society will not be easily provoked. Mo Yang thought of Feng Huojun and felt a little scared. When Shuiyue first came to the military university, she was also suppressed. But Feng Huojun did not follow the rules. He actually asked Feng Huowang to beat up several leaders. Moreover, the families behind them would not offend a peak monarch for them. It depends on the situation. At this time, in Mou's courtyard, many wine bottles were piled at Mou's feet. Beside him, several little wild cats were lying on the ground basking in the sun, purring constantly. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the compound. Mou turned his head suddenly, his eyes fixed, and then he returned to his drunken look and staggered over. Outside the gate, a bottle of medicine was standing quietly on the ground, with a piece of paper pressed at the bottom of the medicine. Mou looked around, but didn't see any human figure. Then a purple lightning appeared in his hand, and he tentatively struck the glass bottle. Seeing that nothing happened, Mou walked forward and picked up the bottle and the note. After opening the note, the girl's beautiful handwriting emerged. This is what I earned from completing tasks during this period. I will pay you back the rest slowly. In the lower right corner, Chen Yu's name is written. Mou was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This young master doesn't need these pills from you. Then he walked back whistling and put the bottle and the note into his arms. Not far outside the courtyard, Chen Yu hid behind a tree. Seeing Mou accept the pill, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, when he was about to leave, he saw a huge red eagle appear in the sky. After hesitating for a while, Chen Yu lay down again and concealed his breath. The red eagle landed on the ground, and 2 students in white robes jumped down, walked straight to the gate of the courtyard, and kicked the door open. Seeing them coming so aggressively, Chen Yu opened her eyes wide and was about to go out, but found that they were all at the second level of cultivation. So she pursed her lips, took out her bracelet, and started sending messages to Dan Yunyao. After sending the message, Chenyu bit her lower lip, jumped down from the tree, and ran towards Mou's courtyard. In the courtyard, Mou heard someone kicking the door. He stood up suddenly and said to the little wild cats around him, "Go, go, go back to the house." Although the kittens were not monsters, they were very smart. After hearing Mou's words, they quickly ran back to the house. The next moment, two figures appeared. Mou's pupils shrank, and then he said drunkenly, "Mo Yin, Mo Shou, why did you two come uninvited? It's perfect, why don't you sit down and have a couple of drinks?" The short, shifty-looking Mo Yin snorted coldly. Mr. Mo is really arrogant. He came to the military academy and didn't even visit his family. We had to come to his house in person. Mo Yu smiled and said, "I'm busy with work. But what on earth brought you two here?" Mo Yin was a little annoyed and was about to speak, but at this time, Mo Shou said, "Why would you say anything more to this loser? Hey, useless thing. You haven't returned to your family to pay homage for so long. The grass on your parents' graves must be 3 meters high." Mo Shou raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said in a sarcastic tone. Mou took a sip from the bottle, then smiled and said, "When a person dies, his soul disappears. Why bother with that? It's better to save the money and buy 2 pots of wine." Mo Yin sneered, "Trash is trash. He only knows how to drink. Whatever. He's just a thing born of a mother but not raised by her. How can he have any family affection?" At this time, Chenyu, who had just joined the sect, heard these words and couldn't help but clenched his fists. He opened his mouth to speak, but didn't know what to say. In anger, spiritual power gushed out of his body, and a huge vine appeared on the ground, blocking Mo Yin and Mo Shou. Mou's pupils shrank, and then he immediately said, "Chenyu, this is our family matter, don't meddle in it." Seeing Chenyu coming, Mo Shou's mouth curled up slightly. New mistress. He's good-looking, but attacking a senior is breaking the rules. Mo Yin also stood up. "Fortunately, I already have a record. Mou, you woman dared to attack us too. According to the school rules, I challenge her to a life and death battle. In a military battle, only 2 parties can agree to fight or fight to the death. Otherwise, the person who attacks will be severely punished. Of course, the person being attacked can also directly challenge the person to a life and death battle or agree to settle the matter privately to offset the heavy punishment." The corners of Mo Yan's mouth rose slightly. After all, Mou was a member of the Mo family and a fighting body. It was difficult for the two of them to take action, so they could only provoke each other with words. Given Mou's habits, no matter how much they said, it would be useless, so they waited until Chenyu came to deliver the medicine before visiting him. Chapter 160 Chi Anlin is furious.jpg. They had already found out who was around Mou. Mou's eyes instantly turned cold. He activated his skills and stood in front of Chenyu. However, he sighed in his heart. How could he just attack this silly girl? Although Chenyu's original intention was just to block them, the moment the vines rose, Mo Yin stood directly over. Chenyu was also a little at a loss. Seeing Mou standing in front of her and about to attack, she immediately stopped Mou and shook her head repeatedly. "I accept the school's punishment." Chenyu also understood that these 2 people were not unaware of her just now, but were waiting for her to take action. She bit her lip and prepared to refuse this life and death battle. Although the school's punishment was severe, with Mo Yan's cultivation level, if he wanted to fight to the death, he would definitely die. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded and all 4 of them turned their heads. "Mou, you didn't even invite me to drink? Are we being distant?" Chi Anlin rode Xiaoya slowly over. The moment he saw Mo Yin, he said in surprise, "Why does this guy look so much like a rat? Brother Mo, how do you know someone with such an odd appearance?" Hearing Chi Anlin's words, Mo Yin clenched his fists, but did not get angry. Chi Anlin has a strong background, but even if he takes the initiative, Feng Huijuan will suppress public opinion. Mo Yin snorted coldly and turned around and said, "Mou, this is how you treat guests. Look at your friends, one attacked us, and the other is so ignorant of etiquette." Just as he took a step, he heard a loud squeak. Looking down, he saw a hamster screaming on the ground. It screamed and waved 3 fingers. Mo Yin was stunned. He was a cultivator of the 2nd realm, but he didn't feel this rat of the 1st realm at his feet at all. He turned around and saw Chi Anlin, his hair standing on end in anger. His face was stern as he said, "How dare you attack my beast? I will challenge you to a life and death battle." Mou and Chenyu were shocked by Chi Anlin's actions. They knew that Xiao Xing was Chi Anlin's beast, but no one had noticed its existence just now. Mo Yin didn't know that he was being tricked, but he had already stepped on it. His face turned grim. How dare a rat in the first realm use it to plot against him? He stepped hard, wanting to step on Xiaoxing to death. The next second, a snow-white wolf appeared in front of him and slapped him away. Anlin's face was filled with chills. He said angrily, "You want to kill my beast? Xiaoya, kill him." After hearing this, Xiaoya took action immediately and pounced on Mo Yin, who was lying on the ground. Mo Yin was startled and crawled and rolled away from the spot. Not far away, Mo Shou frowned and was about to speak when his attention was suddenly attracted. The hamster with silver-gray hair was looking at him with contempt and even raised his middle finger. For some reason, Mo Shou felt that he could no longer suppress his anger. He waved his hand and summoned several monsters. Bite it to death. Xiaoxing's skill, what are you looking at? Anlin couldn't sit still anymore and yelled even more angrily. How dare you? Xiaoya, take care of this guy too. Xiaoya nodded when he heard that, and flames suddenly burned in his pupils, transforming into the form of a burning sky battle body. He roared, and the flame field expanded, surrounding Yusho and Mo Yin. Anlin retreated calmly and brought Xiaoxing to Mou's side. They are all cultivators and monsters at the third stage of the second realm, and Xiaoya is also at the third stage of the second realm now. Beating them is like a piece of cake. Mou was not worried about Xiaoya's safety. He had seen Xiaoya beating up a second level, 5th stage evil cultivator before, and the evil cultivator had no power to fight back at all. What's going on with these two people? When Xiaoya attacked the two people, Anlin took out 3 chairs, sat on them, and asked. Mou smiled bitterly. I am from the Mo family. I am sorry, Brother Qi, for causing trouble for you. Then, he looked at Chun Yu and sighed. Don't be so reckless in the future. After Mo Yin died, Chun Yu's punishment was no longer a big deal. This was an unwritten rule. This rule is mainly to prohibit students from fighting each other to avoid internal fighting in the school or taking advantage of privileges, so the punishment will be very severe. However, some disputes in school still have to be resolved by students. But if there are strong people outside bullying the students of the military university, the kings of the military university will not be pushovers. Chun Yu nodded obediently. If it weren't for Anlin, she would have been punished by the school this time. Someone from the Mo family? It has nothing to do with you, right? Mou shook his head. Enemy, but Brother Qi. Xiaoya, stop playing around and hurry up. The next moment, blazing flames burst out from Xiaoya's body, and its sharp claws directly cut Mo Yan's throat. Then, it instantly transformed into an ice form, appeared behind Mo Shou, and bit Mo Shou's neck to pieces. Kill Mo Yan, level 2, stage 3, and gain 2.5 HP. Kill the second level 3rd stage poisonous flying python, and obtain 3 blood energy sources. Kill Mo Shou and gain 10 million health energy. The 2 men died instantly, but Anlin didn't care, not even a frown. He said to Mou, you two are here, and I just made a few pills. Come and help me test their effects. After saying that, 2 top-grade blood coagulation pills appeared in Anlin's hands. Mou sighed. Although this was an enemy, he was a member of the Mo family after all. He had made a big enemy for Anlin for no reason. Mou took the blood-clotting pill from Anlin's hand and swallowed it without even wiping it. Chun Yu also obediently stretched out her hand, took the pill, said thank you, and swallowed it. Anlin was filled with black lines on his head. These 2 people really thought he was using them to test drugs. After swallowing the pill, Mou suddenly opened his eyes wide, then quickly sat down cross-legged and began to refine the medicinal power. Chun Yu also exclaimed in surprise. She had many hidden injuries on her body, and this pill could actually cure them. Looking at the 2 people sitting cross-legged, Anlin shook his head, then signaled Xiaoxing with his eyes. Xiaoxing walked out with a swagger, sending all the corpses on the ground into the Queen Ant's world. Sending things into the Queen Ant's world generates the same fluctuations as the space ring, so Anlin is not worried about being discovered. These corpses are enough to produce more than 10 second-level ant soldiers. At this time, Anlin looked towards the door and saw Dan Yunyao and Ji Hongfei. Brother Qi, what happened? Ji Hongfei asked with a frown when he saw the bloodstains and traces of fighting on the ground. He was just practicing when Dan Yunyao suddenly called him out. Upon learning that Mou might be in danger, he rushed over directly. It's been solved. It's just right that you two are here. Everyone who sees it can get a share. Anlin took out 2 more blood-clotting pills and handed them to them. Top-grade blood-clotting pill. Dan Yunyao took the pill, thanked him, and observed it for a moment. It still has some residual heat. Did Brother Qi just refine it? Anlin nodded. He also knew that the 2 were from aristocratic families and must have eaten such pills before. As for Mou, He didn't know why, but this guy looked like he was taking this kind of pill for the first time. Chapter 161 Return to Gambling Stones. Ji Hongfei and Dan Yunyao took the pills, but did not refine the medicinal power. They only had a few hidden injuries in their bodies, which began to slowly recover under the treatment of the pills. The efficacy is better than ordinary top-grade elixirs. Ji Hongfei said seriously, Brother Qi is worthy of being my lifelong enemy. He can actually refine a top-grade elixir. After thinking about it, Ji Hongfei sighed. Qi Anlin was too monstrous. If it was his cultivation, it would be fine, but he was so omnipotent that he didn't know how to catch up. He originally wanted to be the best in the world, but now he is the best among the freshmen. In the evening, Qi Anlin invited several people to go gambling on stones together, so they left the military and went to Haiqing. This was also because Xiao Xing had been pushing it too hard, so Qi Anlin decided to show mercy and buy it a mouse. When they arrived in Haiqing, Mo suddenly picked up 2 second-grade spirit stones. Qi Anlin shouted to celebrate, so Mo was taken to Tianxian Tower and treated to a meal for 5 second-grade spirit stones. After eating and drinking, Qi Anlin entered the gambling stone site in Haiqing. The gambling stones here were different from those in the Chamber of Commerce. Most of the stones here were raw ores and had not been screened. Ji Hongfei looked left and right and walked to a huge rock. Suddenly, his eyes fixed, and he whispered, "Fiery eyes." Behind him, Dan Yunyao covered her face and chuckled. This guy is so stupid that he is cute. She also knew that Ji Hongfei had used some kind of pupil technique just now, but it was not called the fiery eyes and golden pupils. I can't believe it. This is truly a mysterious object. Yunyao, mark this stone. My status deserves the largest stone. Okay, little general. Dan Yunyao called the staff with a smile and directly spent 33rd-grade spirit stones to buy the stone. The people around were all shocked. They had been a little sarcastic when they saw the young man using pupil technique to look at the gambling stones. But this woman wearing a veil is really rich, isn't she? She can buy it just like that? For a moment, a sour smell spread. On the other side, Xiao Xing was quarreling with Qi Anlin, and Qi Anlin consoled her with a smile. How can any rat here be worthy of our Xiao Xing? If you want to buy one, buy the most beautiful rat. Only then will it be worthy of you. Xiao Xing blinked, as if this was the truth, and then she forgave Qi Anlin and began to help Qi Anlin choose gambling stones. At this time, Chen Yu and Mo Yu were walking behind, and Chen Yu looked at Qi Anlin's back, her face slightly red, and then as if she had made some kind of decision, she took small steps forward and patted Mo Yu's shoulder. Mo Yu turned his head and looked at Chen Yu. That, Chen Yu said awkwardly. Yin Yao told me that the 2 spirit stones you picked up were thrown away by Qi Anlin himself. After hearing Chen Yu's words, Mo Yu was stunned for a moment, and then his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He only picked up 2 spirit stones, but spent 5 on the meal, and it was Qi Anlin who threw it. Mo Yu walked towards Qi Anlin and said, Ji Hongfei, tell me, were you the one who threw those 2 spirit stones? Qi Anlin glanced at him. He was a cultivator of the second realm, and he heard everything Chen Yu said clearly. Qi Anlin nodded, and Mo Yu took a deep breath. Are you still human? Qi Anlin patted his shoulder and comforted him. It's okay, those 2 spirit stones are not mine. I took them when I visited your house while you were absorbing the elixir. Mo Yu. Let me go? I want to fight this guy to the death. Mo Yu, who was held by Chen Yu, shouted, attracting the attention of many people. Chen Yu whispered to comfort him. You can't beat him. In an instant, Mo Yu regained his composure. Chen Yu's words woke him up. After the farce, Qi Anlin picked a few gambling stones, and Mo Yu also chose one. As for Chen Yu, no matter what the 2 said, she refused to choose, even if she is not asked to pay. Walking to the front, Qi Anlin found that there were many labels in Dan Yunyao's hands. Seeing Qi Anlin's puzzled look, Dan Yunyao smiled and said, these were all chosen by Hongfei himself. This was also Ji Hongfei's first time to gamble on stones. She didn't know that Ji Hongfei had this hobby. Dan Yunyao planned to have someone buy some raw stone ores and send them to Ji Hongfei's courtyard next time. What a rich woman. Qi Anlin sighed, and then everyone walked to the place where the stone was being cut. Dan Yunyao handed over the label. Since Ji Hongfei had the most gambling stones, he was the first to open it. Master Kaisher felt a little embarrassed to see so many people gambling on stones, and then he looked at a few people. They were so young, but they were all cultivators in the middle stage of the first realm. They were all dignified and looked like students of the military academy. However, with his eyesight, he couldn't tell that several of them were in combat bodies. Otherwise, their hands might have been shaking even more while cutting the stone. After carefully opening a few stones, Ji Hongfei was confused. These stones were all ordinary jades. Although they looked extremely beautiful, they were completely useless to cultivators like them. Mou smiled and said, Brother G has good taste. He specially selected several jade stones for Sister Yunyao. As the saying goes, beautiful jade goes well with beautiful women. Under Mou's flattery, Ji Hongfei looked at Dan Yunyao, who was also very happy with it. She said with a smile, I will reimburse you for today's gambling on stones. You can choose whatever you want. How to make a woman spend a large amount of spirit stones on me with just a few words. Anlin also opened his mouth, then sighed. Language is an art that cannot be learned. Soon, Ji Hongfei's gambling stone had been opened for more than half, and he had found a few rare minerals, but their value was far less than the previous raw ore. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be standing on the moat now. Soon, they reached the last huge stone. The stonecutter cut it carefully. As he cut, the stone, which was as big as 2 people, became the size of a human head, but he could not even see the edge of the treasure. Several people thought it was just another piece of waste stone, but at this moment, Anlin suddenly said, Master, polish it carefully. Xiaoxing was frantically fingering his belly button. According to Xiaoxing, this was some kind of medium to activate the treasure hunting skill. Anlin didn't believe a word it said. The stonecutter was stunned. After cutting it to this point, he felt that there would be nothing left. He was about to cut it in half, but after hearing what Anlin said, he didn't say anything more and slowly rubbed the stone skin. Everyone around was staring intently, but no one was mocking them. It was obvious with their toes that these young people must be from wealthy families, and no one would seek trouble for themselves. It's red. As the stone skin was polished, the red stone surface was exposed. The stone cutter became more cautious, and everyone watched with bated breath. Soon, a petal with a flame pattern appeared, and as soon as it came into contact with the air, it began to burn violently. Master Kaisher was sweating profusely. These flames alone had the power of the third realm. For a moment, he was at a loss as to where to start. Chapter 162, Mo Yang's Plan. What the hell? It actually has the power of the third realm. A cultivator at the third realm said, Brother, can you sell this gambling stone to me? I'll offer you 34th grade spirit stones. Xinyu was stunned. She knew that this gambling stone cost 33rd grade spirit stones, and the value directly increased 100 times. Thinking of the losses Ji Hongfei had suffered from gambling on stones before, Xinyu shrank her head. It was already difficult for her to support her cultivation, and she did not have so many spirit stones to gamble on stones. Hearing this person's words, Ji Hongfei said without turning his head, This general is not short of spirit stones. Then, Ji Hongfei looked at Anlin and suddenly said, Brother Qi, this should be a fire-attributed elixir. We can't use it. I've been grateful for your kindness recently, so I'll give it to you. As a warrior body, he was so proud. In the blood flame secret realm, Anlin not only helped him solve his inner demons, but also gave him several king-level skills. Although he also has such skills, they are king-level after all, and even a king would not think it is too much. It just so happened that something good was found this time, and Anlin's beast could be converted to fire attribute, which could be considered as repaying a small favor. Anlin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Thank you, Brother G, but I can't let you suffer any loss. I think your shadow black steel dragon is almost reaching its growth limit. I'm also a spirit cultivator, so I'll go back and match you with some evolution materials. Mou had a strange expression on his face. Ji Hongfei's dragon was of earth-level quality. If anyone else had said that, he would definitely not believe that it had this ability. But Anlin, it was a bit mysterious, and he felt it was true. Ji Hongfei was also taken aback, then nodded. Thank you, Brother Qi. Several people were talking, and the cultivator of the third realm gritted his teeth. He was also a cultivator of fire attribute, and could feel the preciousness of this treasure. If he could get it, his cultivation would definitely increase, and maybe he would have a chance to reach the earth level in the future. He took a deep look at these people, and felt powerless again. They didn't look like people who were short of money, and they were students of the military university. He sighed and prepared to leave, but at this moment, a physical cultivator beside him suddenly whispered, How about cooperation? San was stunned for a moment, then said, What do you mean? This physical cultivator was only at the second level. San frowned. Could it be that this guy was trying to rob someone by force? They have just experienced a great battle and do not have the King's Avenue crystal on them. I have a way to lure them out of the city, and you will kill them. Yinong said in a deep voice. Afterwards, you can seek refuge in the Golden Horn Realm. The Golden Horn Realm will also give you a large amount of resources, enough to support you to the heavenly level. San's pupil shrank, and he looked at Yinong. The person in front of him was a cult. However, Shursan thought about his own cultivation. For the sake of resources, he went to other worlds again and escaped death several times. He has had enough of this kind of life. But he wasn't a fool. He couldn't make the Golden Horn realm pay such a price. He whispered, "This year's combat body?" Yinong nodded, and Shursan continued, "How do I know? After killing the battle body, will I become your abandoned child? Rather than angering a group of kings, a small third-level cultivator is nothing to you, right? Don't worry, if you kill these people, although it will definitely arouse the wrath of the military, the Golden Horn Ancient Emperor will definitely protect you." Yinong's mouth curled up slightly. "If you don't die, Fenghua Jun will definitely come out of seclusion. When Fenghua Jun gets angry and goes to the Golden Horn realm, it will be a violation of the rules. The Golden Horn Ancient Emperor can also seek support from outside and destroy the military." Shursan looked at him deeply and whispered, "They are all combat bodies, so they will inevitably have other means. I will gather some people to take action. I hope you can keep your promise." Then, he suddenly said, "A heaven-grade fire spiritual medicine, otherwise I will expose this matter. Without this opportunity, the military will be more cautious in the future." Yinong nodded. "Of course there is a deposit. I will give it to you when we leave here. But I have a request." A sinister murderous intent flashed in Yinong's eyes, and he whispered, "Whether you succeed or not, you must kill that lightning cultivator." Good. At this time, in the military community, Mo Yang was sitting on a chair, brewing a pot of spiritual tea. Shi Anlin's actions make him difficult to win over. "I have bribed one of Mo's lovers, and will allow them to leave the city tonight." Mo Yang nodded and said, "Those who dare to kill us don't take the Three Kings Society seriously at all." His eyes flickered slightly, and he added, "But this guy actually already possesses a second-level beast control. I heard that his own strength is also unknown. I guess he is hiding something. He must be eliminated as soon as possible." Mo Qing sat beside him and said with a smile, "We found a chess piece that has nothing to do with us. But, are you really planning to start a war?" Mo Yang shook his head. "This is the young master's order. Shi Anlin isn't that easy to kill, and Mo Yu has grown up recently. This guy has always acted like a playboy. He probably knows that his parents were murdered by someone. If this guy is smarter and acts like the young master's dog, or if he just acts like a piece of trash, then the young master can let him go." Mo Yang's mouth curled up slightly. "Do you think that just because you go to the military academy and make a few combat physical friends, you can fight us? In the Mo family, the young master is the sky. Even if he also has a combat body, he is just a discarded child." Mo Qing also laughed and said, "A side branch, yet you dare to think of competing with the young master? You don't even consider your own status. Success is due to the fighting body, and failure is also due to the fighting body." Mo Yang shook his head and continued, "No problem. If Shursan can kill Shi Anlin this time, then we'll proceed as planned. If we let them escape, Mo Qing, you lead the others to kill Shursan and rescue them." Mo Yang brewed some tea, blew on it gently, and then continued, "Shi Anlin must be eliminated. How is the matter I asked you to investigate? Shi Anlin's parents are heavily involved and cannot be touched, but I heard that he has a good friend named Gigi, and he has already sent people to capture them." The spiritual tea was refreshing as it entered his mouth. A cold light flashed in Mo Yang's eyes. Anyone who touched the Mo family, even if it was just 2 dogs, would have to pay the price. Shi Anlin's performance was too shocking and difficult to control. The army cannot have another Jihao appear. At this time, outside the military headquarters, several people from the Mo family quietly left and boarded flying monster beasts, flying towards Jincheng. At Jin University, Gigi was arguing with his classmates, and opposite him was a beastmaster. Dabby. Veins popped out of the beastmaster's forehead, and he took a deep breath and said, "Do you know how to write the word death?" Gigi took out a piece of cardboard and wrote 2 words. Evil Dagger. Chapter 163 7-Leaf Fire Lotus. In Haicheng, Shi Anlin and others continued to work, unaware of what was happening. The gambling stone field replaced a staff member and continued cutting, but under the burning flames, it was extremely difficult to cut the stone. Shi Anlin had used the identification method the moment the petals appeared, so he accepted the elixir without hesitation. Name 7-Leaf Fire Lotus. Quality, Heaven Level Mid-Grade. Attribute, Fire. Introduction, an extremely rare medicinal material that contains a large amount of fire essence. This 7-Leaf Fire Lotus is one of the main ingredients of the Great Sunflame Pill, and Shi Anlin is currently lacking only this medicinal ingredient. According to the records in the alchemy book, the Great Sunflame Pill is extremely difficult to refine, but it can improve the fire cultivator's 10 years of hard practice. It is a miracle medicine for fire cultivators, and there is even a certain chance that it can allow a heavenly-level strongman to comprehend a hint of the great Tao. However, with Long Ding's current level of cultivation, he should not be able to refine this thing. Soon, the seven-leaf fire lotus was completely peeled out, and the monk who opened the stone gently picked it up and handed it to Anlin. Sir, do you have any thoughts on selling this item? Anlin shook his head and pretended to open the space ring, but actually sent Xiaoxing into the Queen Ant's world. He planned to let Tianyin see if he could cultivate the seven-leaf fire lotus in the Queen Ant's small world. After all, this thing was extremely rare. If the alchemy failed, it would be difficult to find a second one. In the Queen Ant's small world, there is also a fire area where the seven-leaf fire lotus can be planted. At this point, all of Ji Hongfei's gambling stones had been opened, and next, it was Mou's turn to open those gambling stones. Half of Mou's gambling stones were empty, while the other half contained various treasures. Overall, he made a profit. Among the treasures, Mou also found a green longsword, but it looked more feminine. So he picked up this spiritual-level longsword and suddenly threw it to Chenyu. Whoever sees it gets a share. Chenyu was startled and caught the sword reflexively. Then she shook her head quickly, as if it was too hot, and returned it to Mou. I don't want it. I don't want it. Keep them. We don't need them. It's you who lack some weapons to protect yourself. Dan Yunyao said with a smile, then winked at Mou. Mou also spoke up, since it's all owed, and you don't have a weapon now, I don't know how long it will take to pay off the debt. In the world of cultivation, I might die one day, and then the debt will be uncollectible. Chenyu was stunned for a moment, then said, Pooh, pooh, pooh. All of a sudden, the four of them looked at her. Chenyu lowered her head and said, I can't take your things for nothing. Mou smiled. This little girl was really cute. It's not for nothing. If you hadn't stood up to protect me today, I wouldn't have given you this sword. After saying that, Mou blinked and said, We are friends. Friends should help each other. Don't refuse. This sword looks so gentle. If I use it myself, others will laugh at me. In the end, at Mou's insistence, Chenyu accepted the sword and said that he would definitely return it to her. After Mou finished opening his gambling stones, Anlin handed over his label and said with a smile, I'm taking these gambling stones away. I won't open them here. Just kidding. According to Xiaoxing, the things in these gambling stones are even better than what I encountered before in lynching. If they were to be opened here, although Feng Huojuan's methods are extremely tough, there will still be many people who take risks. Moreover, once this matter gets out, it will be dangerous. He is only at the second level now, and it will be a crime to possess a treasure. It will be inconvenient for him to go anywhere at that time. The staff member was stunned for a moment, then nodded. This was within the permitted range, but a 5% handling fee was required. After all, if ordinary people find good things, they can still recycle them, but if they take them home, there will be no problem. After placing a few gambling stones into the Queen Ant's world, Anlin said to the others, Let's go. Several people looked at each other. Anlin was not here to cut the stone. Could it be that he found some treasure? But this gambling stone is very special. Divine thoughts cannot penetrate it at all, even if a king comes. Although they couldn't figure it out, everyone still followed Anlin. At this time, Mou's phone lit up with the notes 168, 36D, and materialism on it. Glancing at Chenyu beside him, Mou turned the phone to the other side and then opened the chat panel. Most of the message was nonsense, but the last few sentences piqued Mou's interest. Want to try something exciting and go to another world. Finally, the woman said that she would wait for him outside the city. Mou licked the corner of his mouth, then said to Anlin, Brother Qi, why don't you stay in lynching tonight and not leave the city? Mou then replied, See you at 7 p.m. After replying, Mou directly threw the phone into the space ring and ignored it. He is not a fool. In order to prevent himself from being used, he will only contact each woman once. Even if there was nothing wrong with this woman, he would not meet her again. Chatting was just chatting, but if they really had to meet, he was afraid of being plotted against. Okay. Anlin didn't care. Whenever he had something to do, he would go to the Queen Ant's world, which was much more convenient. When it comes to concealment, nothing can compare to the Queen Ant's little world. I still have to complete the mission, Chenyu said in a low voice. It's a rare opportunity to get out. Life isn't just about practicing, it also requires some adjustments. If you keep tensing up, problems will arise sooner or later. Mou dissuaded him. He was joking. He was sure that Mo Yang must have sent someone to wait for him outside. If he hadn't been so cautious, he would have been cheated to death over the years. Chenyu hesitated for a moment, and at this moment, Dan Yunyao took her arm and said with a smile, What mission are you doing? I just want to go shopping, so I'll hire you to help me pick out some clothes. 5 third-grade spirit stones. Dan Yunyao also didn't want Chinyu to leave. If Chinyu left at this time, Ji Hongfei would probably want to go back to practice, and it would be difficult to make an appointment with her next time. Moreover, Ji Hongfei had few friends since he was a child. Now that he finally made some friends, she also wanted Ji Hongfei to relax more. Don't hesitate. It's still early. Let's go for a walk and let them find a place to rest. Ignoring Chinyu's objection, Dan Yunyao forcibly dragged Chinyu away. After Chinyu left, Anlin suddenly said, "Is there an ambush?" Ji Hongfei's eyes instantly flashed with brilliance. Where? Then he saw the two men looking at him with helpless eyes. Brother Qi is indeed smart. Then, Mou sighed. As for my matter, let's find a place to talk slowly. So, under the leadership of Mou, the 3 combat bodies walked into a foot massage parlor. The very formal kind. Chapter 164, Brotherhood at the Foot Washing City. Along the way, several technicians stuffed small scented cards into Anlin's hands. Anlin was a little helpless and threw all the cards into the space ring. Xiaoxing has now returned to the Queen Ant's little world, playing with Tianyin. After Anlin and others found a standard room, an electric current suddenly shot out from Mou's fingertips and circled around the room. Then, he took out a formation plate, poured spiritual power into it, and activated it. Then, a soundproof formation appeared and enveloped the entire room. I bought this at a high price just to prevent being eavesdropped on in the hotel. Mou said proudly, not caring at all about the strange looks from the two people. Anlin coughed lightly and said, "You are a member of the Mo family, and you are a combat body. Why would the Mo family target you?" Hearing this, Mou put away his playful smile and sighed. The Mo family has 2 combat bodies. One is me, and the other is the young master of the Mo family. My father is a collateral descendant, and the reason I am a direct descendant is simply because I possess a combat body. Mou felt somewhat dejected. He couldn't help but take out a pot of wine from his space ring and gulp it down. My fighting body was awakened when I was born. When I was 6 years old, both my parents died in battle, and my father's family was completely wiped out. All of this was done by the patriarch's lineage. Mou said somewhat helplessly. Even though my parents died in battle, the patriarch's lineage still refused to let me go. If it weren't for the Mo family's ancestor, I would have met with misfortune long ago. Over the years, I have not dared to enter the other world. I have relied on my family's salary every day, living a life of luxury and extravagance, and my cultivation has been stagnant. It is precisely because of this that they no longer pay attention to me, and the ancestor has also lost hope in me. Mou smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. Even if he told these things to the ancestor, what would be the use? Mo Wentian had the brilliant thunder battle body, and his talent was much better than Ji Hao's. The reason why I was chosen by the ancestor was only because of my natural fighting talent. If I really had to make a choice, I would definitely be the one to be abandoned. Mo Wentian is the hope for the rise of the Mo family. In the eyes of the Mo family, Mo Wentian will definitely lead the family to further progress in the future. During that time, I traveled around the capital and learned a lot about the secret realm. On the eve of the college entrance examination, I entered a different world and broke through in a desperate situation. I absorbed the spiritual power of the small thunder pool, accumulated a lot of energy, and broke through to a new level. Then I was noticed by King Bailing, who took me away from the capital and brought me to the military academy. Mou shook his head somewhat dejectedly. So what if he entered the military academy? It was just a temporary separation from his family. In the end, he still couldn't escape the clutches of this behemoth. He also knew that he could not practice secretly under the eyes of his family, so he began to cultivate his mind and travel around. He had no inner demons, because all this was just because he was too weak. He also understood that for some people, his life was like a pulp novel, and the more sordid the plot, the more ecstatic the audience. After saying that, he took another sip of wine. At this moment, Ji Hongfei suddenly stood up and slapped the table to pieces. How unreasonable. Mo Wentian. This general will kill him sooner or later. Ji Hongfei's eyes were full of anger, and he wished he could find Mo Wentian immediately and fight him to the death. Anlin was silent for a while, then said, "Have you ever thought about revenge?" Mou squeezed the wine bottle tightly and said with a smile, "I wish I could tear Mo Wentian into pieces and wipe out the Mo family." Then, he sighed again. "It's difficult, harder than ascending to heaven. The Mo family is a behemoth to me, even to the king, and Mo Wentian has also become a king. Mo Wentian's talent is stronger than his, and he has the support of the giant Mo family. How can he have a chance to compete with him on his own?" Anlin smiled and said, "Brother Mo, Running away all the time is not a solution. Mou glanced at Chi Anlin, remained silent for a moment, then slowly lowered his head and said, "Escape is futile, but it can bring temporary happiness." Chi Anlin stood up, patted his shoulder, narrowed his eyes and said, "I'll help you." Mou suddenly looked up and looked at Chi Anlin. There was no pity in Chi Anlin's eyes, but support and trust. "And please, again and again, and again and again, and again and again, and thousands of times, without hesitation, save yourself from this world of fire and water." For some reason, Mou felt as if he had encountered a hand holding him in that small black box. Mou opened his mouth with a warm current in his eyes, and was about to say something when Ji Hongfei, carrying the two of them on his back, waved his hand and shouted, "General." Just after saying these 3 words, Ji Hongfei wanted to say something ambitious, but his mind went blank. He opened his mouth, not knowing how to continue. At this moment, Mou and Chi Anlin both laughed. Ji Hongfei was a guy who always ruined the atmosphere. Then, in the room of the foot-washing parlor, the 3 of them soaked their feet, raised their glasses to swear brotherhood, and swore to the sky that they would share the hardships and happiness together. In Ji Hongfei's words, heroes from all over the world gather here, not asking to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year. Outside Haiqing, a group of people were lying in ambush in a valley. They concealed their presence, as if blending into the environment. At this time, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Not to mention Mou, they didn't even see a single hair. "Yichin, didn't you say that Mou has agreed to the agreement?" Yinong said coldly. They had been waiting in this place for 6 hours. Yichin was also a little panicked. She took out her phone and said, "He is the most lustful person. He will definitely come. Maybe he is on some woman's belly now, but wait." Before he could finish his words, Yinong slapped his head, causing it to explode. Red and white objects splattered everywhere. He wiped his hands lightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I've been fooled." As if he had killed an ant, Yinong slowly stood up and said without emotion, "Go back. He can hide for a while, but not forever. I heard that this guy has been very close to Chinyu recently. San, go to Jing County and kill this woman's father." San nodded, his eyes full of fear. This Yinong was actually a heavenly-level cultivator. What he felt before was just Yinong's disguise. "Yes." Yinong looked towards the direction of Haiqing, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Just wait. Kid, you dare to play tricks on me. I will make you watch the people around you die in accidents again. Enjoy this brief moment of happiness." Yinong's body floated into the air. Only people who have experienced happiness are more likely to collapse when faced with desperate situations. He wanted to make Mou unable to live or die. Chapter 165, Longevity Pill Recipe, Delicious Star Spirit Fish. At night, they found a villa to stay in. Ji Hongfei quietly returned to his room to practice, which made Dan Yunyao very angry. Mou, on the other hand, sat in front of the swimming pool outside, drinking alone. After practicing in the room for a while, Chinyu went out again and saw Mou drinking in the swimming pool. After hesitating for a while, she walked over gently. At this time, Mou was in a daze, looking at the moon, and he didn't even notice that Chinyu was walking towards him. "Are you worried about something?" Chinyu said in a low voice, waking Mou up. Mou's eyes flashed purple, but after turning around and realizing it was Chinyu, his eyes returned to gentleness, and he smiled. "Why do you say that?" "Because you were daydreaming." Chinyu straightened her clothes and slowly sat down next to Mou. "Dazing off? Why does being in a daze mean you're worried?" Chinyu looked into Mou's eyes, which were filled with gentleness. She immediately lowered her head in panic. Because there's always a reason for daydreaming, because of many things. When I'm sad, I also like to daydream. Mou stared at Chinyu's profile. The girl's face, without any makeup, was already as rosy as a peach. Chinyu didn't dare look at Mou, and said to herself, "But I won't be in a daze now. Being in a daze wastes a lot of time for cultivation." As if realizing that she had said something wrong, Chinyu explained, "It's not. I'm not saying that you are wasting your time. I just want you to be happier." After saying that, Chinyu seemed to realize something and stretched out her hand. Suddenly, a green vine emerged from the ground and swayed gently in the breeze. Looking at the girl's bewildered look, Mou smiled and said, "Thank you." He was a little dazed. The long-lost feeling of familiarity always aroused some sad nostalgia. "Why are you helping me? They are 2 second-level cultivators. Aren't you afraid?" Chinyu was stunned for a moment, and the green vine that was dancing in the wind also stopped. She hesitated for a moment and said seriously, "Because you are a good person." Mou didn't expect that he would be given the good guy card for no reason. Hearing Mou's laughter, Chinyu also smiled slightly and continued. Because of you, I was able to treat my father in advance, and now my life has become better. Mou, thank you. Chinyu's smile was imprinted in Mou's pupils. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a voice that only he could hear, I should be thanking you. How could there be two people in the world who are so similar and yet so innocent? Mou shook his head and looked at Chinyu's silly look, feeling a little itchy in his heart. Tease her a bit. Chinyu, let me tell you something. Ah, what's the matter? Chinyu blushed for some reason. You can't tell anyone. Chinyu turned her head and looked at Mou's slightly raised mouth, which looked a bit devilish. She bit her lip and whispered softly. Okay, let's talk quietly and don't tell anyone. Mou didn't say anything for a long time. There was a hint of smile in his eyes. This silly girl was fooled. Chinyu lowered her head, her ears a little red. Maybe it was too quiet, I didn't hear it. Mou was stunned. Looking at the girl's blushing face, he couldn't help but be a little dazed. In the villa, Anlin summoned Xia to stand guard, and then entered the Queen Ant's small world. Now, it's his turn to open the treasure. Anlin rubbed his hands impatiently, picked up a gambling stone, and began to cut it carefully. Soon, the gambling stone was cut open and a piece of paper appeared in front of Anlin. It was paper again, and Anlin directly used the identification method on it. Name Xiuandin recipe. Quality, King level lower grade. Introduction, King level longevity pill, can increase lifespan by 50 years. Only 3 pills can be taken in a lifetime. Fuck, Anlin cursed. A king level cultivator can live for 500 years, but only when he reaches the earth level does his lifespan begin to increase. The recipe for the longevity pill is undoubtedly a life-saving straw for those who are unable to break through when their deadline comes. As long as he uses it well, he can win over many undead monsters. Of course, if I don't use it properly, I will probably be targeted by many people and they will want to imprison me. Anlin took a deep breath. This recipe represented endless wealth. You know, things like longevity pills have long been extinct, so if they want to increase their lifespan, some monks who are nearing their end have to go to some very dangerous worlds or secret realms to look for precious elixirs. Those elixirs must be at least of the monarch grade to increase one's lifespan a little. Anlin was extremely excited. He won the first bet on a stone. After copying the Xiuandin recipe several times, Anlin gave the original paper to Long Ding and asked him to study it himself. He also checked it out. This thing might be too difficult and too precious, so the blood energy required is simply astronomical. He can't afford it for the time being, so he can only let Long Ding learn it himself first. Afterwards, Anlin began to open the second gambling stone. He asked Xiaoxing to select a total of 5 gambling stones with the strongest sensitivity. For the second gambling stone, Anlin got a sealed fish. After taking it out, he was surprised to find that the fish was still alive. Name starfish. Quality, lower grade. Introduction, a special fish that lives in the sea of stars. Eating it has a marrow cleansing effect. Because it is extremely difficult to reproduce, its number is very small. The fish meat is extremely delicious and is a rare delicacy. Anlin was stunned. His first thought after seeing the introduction was to raise the fish and breed them well. But he discovered sadly that there was only one fish, and it was a male. Anlin sighed. A fish can only satisfy your mouth, and marrow washing cannot achieve the maximum effect. But at this moment, a sudden flash of inspiration came to his mind. The star spirit fish can cleanse the marrow, is delicious, and is extremely difficult to reproduce. Then after its genes merge with the queen ant, the ant soldiers born would be. Anlin opened his eyes wide and did what he said. He took off a piece of fish scale and fed it to the queen ant who was drooling behind him. The next moment, Anlin excitedly turned on gene fusion. 1, 10, 100, 50 million original blood energy? Anlin's eyes went dark. The reason why he had obtained so much blood energy before was because he was lucky enough to kill a dragon. But this thing, I can't synthesize it for the queen ant now. However, there is a reason why it is expensive. The star spirit fish is so rare and it is of earth level quality. Anlin thought about it and decided to try the effects of this fish to see if it is worth integrating it himself. Flames appeared in his hands and the fish was quickly roasted. Anlin took a tentative bite and in an instant, the delicious taste blossomed in his taste buds. Then, Anlin wolfed down the whole fish, even chewing up the bones. Chapter 166, Sky Swallowing Beast Egg. Just for the taste of the fish, he was willing to pay the blood energy. I don't know if the fused ant soldiers can have this taste. The fish meat in his stomach quickly turned into pure spiritual energy and flowed to his limbs. Anlin felt it, and found that it was the same as the feedback after using 100 origins. For him, it is dispensable, but for others, such as his own Beastmaster, the improvement is still huge. Even the queen ant can eat while giving birth to improve her qualifications. In the queen ant's small world, there are many high-level monsters. These are the original inhabitants of the small animal world. After the small animal world was swallowed up, they were directly trapped. The queen ant devoured a lot of monsters and transformed them all into ant soldiers. Anlin also asked the queen ant to leave a pair from each monster group for synthesis. In the past few days, a lot of ant soldiers have been produced in the first section of the second realm, including 1,000 blood-killing ants, 20,000 tiger armor ants, 3,000 Skynet ants and mandragora ants, and finally 5 transport ant soldiers. With so many ant soldiers, plus the bonus from the formation, they can kill a 4th-level monster. The blood-devouring king's cultivation has recently reached the peak of the second realm. Anlin is ready to take him to the Blood Flame's secret realm later, and by the way, he will give an ant to the prison emperor to possess, so that the prison emperor can also become his own fighting force. Anlin touched his chin. If that were the case, he could even make the prison emperor lay an egg. The blood monster created by the blood-devouring king actually has the ability to split, and as long as one individual is left, this guy can continue to split, which is equivalent to each clone being the original body. Shaking his head, Anlin took out the 3rd gambling stone and started cutting it. Soon, a piece of metal sparkling with starlight appeared in front of Anlin. Name Star Gold. Quality: Ancient Grade Mid-Grade. Introduction: This extremely hard metal can even withstand the attacks of the monarch, making it the best choice for making weapons. Anlin was extremely excited when he found another treasure. This thing was actually of ancient grade. However, what made him feel a little regretful was that this thing was only a very small piece. Not to mention using it to make a sword. Even making it into a dagger was very difficult. Anlin thought about it, and hid the thing on his chest inside his armor. The head can no longer be protected, but the heart is still fine. Afterwards, Anlin couldn't wait to open the next gambling stone. This time, Anlin opened a golden melon seed, was stunned for a moment, and used the identification function. Name: Gene Yuen Melon Seeds. Quality: Spiritual Grade Low Grade. Introduction: Melon seeds that are extremely attractive to mice. As soon as the melon seeds appeared, Xiao Xing ran over, quickly jumped into Anlin's hand, and then bit the melon seeds in one bite. Shoo shoo. These are mine. Yours. Anlin instantly lost interest in the melon seeds. After seeing so many good things, he still looked down on the spiritual level melon seeds. After accepting the melon seeds, Xiao Xing smelled Anlin's hand with some doubt, and then her face changed drastically. Cinema, are you going to impart? Xiao Xing immediately showed a look of disgust. On Anlin's hand, he smelled the cheap perfume of many women. Anlin was filled with black lines on his forehead. Where did this guy learn these words from? After sending Xiao Xing flying, Anlin explained, being too outstanding always attracts women, but I've gotten rid of these vulgar hobbies. Although he didn't need to explain to Xiao Xing. If he didn't explain, who knows how Xiao Xing would portray him in front of Tianyin and the others. After falling to the ground, Xiao Xing heard Anlin's words and was stunned as if struck by lightning. All the things that happened with Anlin emerged in Xiao Xing's mind. Combined with recent experiences, her mind went blank. It's over, Xiao likes men. After taking a deep look at Anlin, Xiao Xing left in a daze. It couldn't accept this. Anlin's sexual orientation must be guided back. Xiao Xing decided to let Anlin look at more beautiful mice, so that he will like females again. Anlin had no idea what was going on in Xiao Xing's mind. He took out the last gambling stone, rubbed his hands, and started cutting the stone. This time, Anlin had just cut off a small piece of stone skin when a dazzling light flashed out, making him squint his eyes. What? Anlin became more careful when cutting the stone, because none of the treasures he had opened before had emitted this kind of light. As the stone skin fell off, soon, a glowing egg appeared in front of Anlin. Name: Sky-Swallowing Beast Egg. Quality: King Level Mid-Grade. Attribute: Chaos. Introduction: A monster beast that lives in the void, feeding on everything in the world. The powerful sky-swallowing beast can even devour stars. Wow. Anlin quickly picked it up. He had found another beast. Sky-swallowing beast, it sounds very domineering. Anlin walked to the side of the ant queen with the egg in his hand, and said, Take good care of this egg, and don't let any living creature touch it. The queen ant nodded stupidly, then placed the egg under her body. Also, you must not eat this egg, nor any other ant. As for safety, there is no place safer than the queen ants. Except for Xiao Xing, who has the ability to teleport here, no one else can find the teleportation point of this world. The only thing to be afraid of is that the queen ant might get greedy and eat the eggs. Touching the queen ant's head, Anlin whistled. It would probably take some time for the egg to hatch, so during this time, he would quickly improve his cultivation to the third realm so that he could contract a new beast as soon as possible. Around him, except for Xiaoya, the others are more auxiliary beast masters, and the queen ant cannot be exposed. Therefore, he also needs new fighting power. After opening all 5 gambling stones, Anlin was in a very good mood. Although these treasures could not be cashed in immediately, they had huge potential and were the cornerstones for him to enter the realm of king in the future. Afterwards, Anlin found the blood-devouring king and prepared to take him to the Blood Flame's secret realm. The blood-devouring king was also excited because his father's reward was finally coming. As for the new body for the prison emperor, Anlin thought for a moment and turned his attention to the bloody little ant. The prison emperor will not betray him, and the most special among the ant soldiers are none other than the blood-devouring king and the blood monster. It's definitely not possible to use the blood-devouring king as the prison emperor's new body, but the blood-devouring king. The special thing about blood anomalies is not only their division, but most importantly, all of their individuals are controlled by the same consciousness and soul. Therefore, blood anomalies must have a certain level of wisdom to achieve maximum effectiveness. Blood-devouring king, you will have a new companion soon. Just like you before, they are both in the state of residual souls. I will let him take over your child. The blood-devouring king was stunned for a moment, then thought with a touched look on his face. My father actually cares so much about my feelings. Chapter 167. The Prison Emperor Takes Over. Out of humanity, Anlin asked the blood-devouring king for his opinion. After all, this was his child. But for the blood-devouring king, it has no feelings for Shui. Shui is just a child born from the body it possessed. Whenever it sees Shui, it will think of those unbearable memories. Therefore, Shui didn't feel anything when his soul was wiped out. Moreover, the blood monsters have no intelligence and have always relied on instinct, just like wild beasts. My father is so powerful. The new friend he introduced to me must be no less powerful than a king. Such a person can possess the body of a blood alien. That would be equivalent to becoming its child. A strong man above the king level would become your child. Just thinking about it makes you excited. Seeing that the blood-devouring king had no objection, Anlin asked all the blood monsters to come over and lie on the blood-devouring king. Then he took out the token of the prison emperor and started teleporting. At this time, in the Blood Flame's secret realm, the prison emperor, who was only in the state of a residual soul, seemed to feel something and trembled slightly. Then the Blood Flame's secret realm began to shake. After a while, Anlin's figure appeared beside the prison emperor. Young master, the emperor of prison said respectfully when he saw Anlin. Anlin nodded slightly, and beside Anlin, the blood-devouring king's body trembled slightly. He was actually an ancient emperor. The friend my father found for me turned out to be an ancient emperor. The blood-devouring king was very excited. Even though he was a genius in the demon world, it was still unclear whether he could become a monarch in the future. As for the ancient emperor, he was the overlord wherever he went, and he had never even had the chance to pay a visit to the ancient emperor before. In the demon world, the ancient emperor is the master of each level of purgatory. Ordinary kings are like ants to them. The demon world is not as harmonious as the human world. If the ancient emperor takes a fancy to his talent, he might even devour him directly. The blood-devouring king could not contain his excitement at the thought that such a powerful ancient emperor would eventually become his own child. Prison Emperor, this is the body I found for you to take over. Anlin pointed at Shui Dao. The prison emperor was slightly stunned. Aren't these just ordinary ant beasts? Their quality hasn't even reached the king level. However, he did not dare to object to Anlin's words and immediately said, "Thank you, master. I'm sorry for your concern." Afterwards, he carefully observed the blood anomaly and was surprised to find that these ants were actually all one body. In other words, if he took over the body of an ant, he could directly control all the ants. What a strange monster. The eyes of the prison emperor lit up. This ant beast is equivalent to the seed of the monarch. At the monarch level, one can be reborn with a drop of blood. To become a monarch, one must temper the entire body, allowing every drop of one's blood to be connected to the body and contain the power of regeneration. The individuals that split from the blood are equivalent to the blood of the monarch. Although the potential is a little low, the prison emperor is confident that he can improve in this aspect. If he could return to the ancient realm again, he would truly possess immortality. As long as he kept the clone in a safe place, he would not die. Looking at the excitement of the prison emperor, Anlin was stunned. The ancient emperor was knowledgeable and experienced. Could it be that he had never seen similar monsters? But these are just the descendants of the blood-devouring king. After the prison emperor had made contact with the blood monster, he spoke respectfully to Anlin and began to possess his body. The soul of the prison emperor began to merge into the bodies of the blood monsters, rapidly devouring the blood monster's original souls. As a result, the extremely powerful soul began to split and entered the bodies of every blood monster. Seeing that the prison emperor had begun to possess the body, Anlin turned around and said to the blood-devouring king, "The sea of blood behind you is the blood of the ancient emperor. You can devour some of it, but you must also stabilize your realm. Don't rush and cause your foundation to become unstable." The blood-devouring king nodded repeatedly. The moment it entered the blood flame's secret realm, it sensed the sea of blood, and its body began to move involuntarily. The blood-devouring king was deeply moved that his father had gifted him with such precious blood of the ancient emperor. He must grow up quickly to thank his father for his kindness. The blood-devouring king jumped into the sea of blood and began to devour it madly. In less than 10 minutes, his aura suddenly changed, and he directly entered the third realm. Thinking of Anlin's instructions, the blood-devouring king did not forcibly use blood to improve his strength, but began to consolidate his realm. Within the tiny ant body, a heart-pounding blood force was drawn by the ancient emperor's blood. The blood-devouring king's body began to slowly transform, and the blood-colored armor on the surface became thicker. An hour later, the prison emperor finally completed the possession of the body and successfully merged with the blood alien. And at this moment of fusion, he felt the connection between himself and the blood-devouring king, as well as the respect for the queen ant in his blood. A huge spiritual network appeared in his mind. The prison emperor felt that he had established a connection with the queen ant, and his life and death were completely controlled by the queen ant. The prison emperor looked at Anlin deeply. When he first met Anlin, he felt the ball of light in Anlin's sea of spirit, which was exactly the same as the breath of the queen ant now. This gentleman actually contracted the queen ant as his own beast. Although its level is not high, it is a monster of the queen insect level after all. I'm afraid that the Lord has changed some of the laws of the universe for himself. Young master, I have completed the fusion. After the prison emperor took control of Shui's body, he felt the peculiarity of Shui. Each of his cells had independent thoughts, yet they exchanged information all the time. Not only could he allow these individuals to act separately, he could also allow them to use exactly the same combat skills. For a moment, several sets of formations emerged in the mind of the prison emperor. These were combined attack formations. If he used them himself, the increase in combat power would be terrifying. If the potential of this ant body evolves again and can support him to the ancient emperor level, the prison emperor can be sure that his combat power will definitely far exceed his peak level by then. Thank you, master. Anlin smiled, thinking that he now owned 2 special ants. Moreover, it is unknown how long these 2 ants have lived, and the knowledge they possess is a treasure in itself, not to mention their combat experience. This ant also has the ability to grow stronger by sucking blood, but it's slightly weaker than the blood-devouring king. After Anlin introduced the blood-devouring king to the prison emperor, he said to him, "You've started to devour your own blood." The prison emperor nodded. If he wanted, he could absorb all the blood into his body in an instant. However, since it was the blood of his previous life, there was still a certain rejection, so he had to refine it slowly. It is confident that it can become the king within half a year. Chapter 168, Jijiji's Disappearance. The prison emperor also entered the blood pool and began to devour the blood of the ancient emperor. Soon, Anlin saw 2 blood cocoons appear in the blood pool. The amount of blood in the entire blood pool was reduced by 1/10. Anlin moved his mind and left the blood flame's secret realm directly. After absorbing so much blood, it would take at least a few days and at most several months for the blood-devouring king and the prison emperor to complete their evolution. In fact, many times, the evolution of monsters does not necessarily require specific resources. They only evolve under the most frugal conditions. If there are very precious medicinal materials and energy, they can also evolve. After leaving the blood flame's secret realm, Anlin returned to the queen ant's small world and observed the new queen's eggs. Unlike the extremely short hatching time of the ant soldiers, after a few days, Anlin could only see that the new queen had already taken shape in the somewhat transparent eggs. He estimated that the new queen would hatch in about a week. After observing the ant soldiers, Anlin left the queen ant's small world and returned to the villa. It was already late at night. Chi Anlin stretched and walked out of the room. In the next room, Ji Hongfei's snoring could be heard, and Chi Anlin noticed that the light in Dan Yunyao's room was still on. He is not quite sure about the relationship between the two now. Although he has always believed that Ji Hongfei and Dan Yunyao are a couple, he now realizes that either Ji Hongfei is really stupid or he is deliberately avoiding this relationship. Shaking his head, Chi Anlin looked out the floor-to-ceiling window. I saw Chunyu sitting on the ground, looking up at the moon, and on her legs, the drunk Mo Yu was sleeping soundly. Mo Yu rested his head on Chunyu's legs. Chi Anlin smiled and said, "It's great to be young." However, if Chunyu is with Mo Yu, does she really have a future? Chi Anlin shook his head. This was not something he should worry about. Afterwards, he returned to his room, entered the blood energy space, and continued to challenge the geniuses of various races. The next day, Chi Anlin exited the blood energy space somewhat tiredly. When he was about to ask Tianyin to sing a song for him, he suddenly heard crying coming from outside the door. He frowned and stood up immediately. When he opened the door, Chi Anlin saw Chunyu curled up in the living room, sitting on the sofa with her knees hugged, her body trembling slightly, crying like a little girl. Beside her, Dan Yunyao patted her back gently, while Ji Hongfei and Mo Yu stood by the sofa, lowered their heads, and remained silent. Chi Anlin tiptoed to Ji Hongfei and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Ji Hongfei sighed and whispered, "Chunyu's father passed away this morning. I heard it was a relapse of an old injury." Chi Anlin was stunned. How could an old injury recur? The school's king had promised to treat Chunyu's father's injuries. How could an old injury recur? With the king's methods, there is no way such a thing could happen. Thinking of a possibility, Chi Anlin looked at Mo Yu, and at this time, he found that Mo Yu had a blank expression on his face and did not seem to feel sad or surprised by Chunyu's death. A hint of doubt flashed in Chi Anlin's eyes, and Mo Yu shook his head gently at him. Then, Chi Anlin looked at Chunyu thoughtfully and sighed. Compared to them, only Chunyu has no background, so if they attack their relatives, Chunyu's father will definitely be in trouble. But could Mo Yu really not have expected such a situation? Chi Anlin thought about it, then pretended to be angry, took out his cell phone, and contacted his family. Although Feng Huojuan is behind him, Chi Anlin is not sure whether the Mo family will take action against his family. However, according to Mo Yu, people from the Mo family in the military academy had suppressed Qi Shiyue before, but after being beaten up by King Fenghua, they became obedient. Chi Anlin didn't believe that the Mo family had not secretly attacked his father and others. His impression of the Mo family was that they only used this kind of tricks. For safety reasons, Chi Anlin sent a message to his father. After learning that his father was now with his mother's family, he felt relieved. He heard from his sister that the Liu family's headquarters was in a small world, and they were considered a hidden family. He didn't know too much about it. After all, anyone would find it strange if a family suddenly appeared. Afterwards, Chi Anlin was about to turn off his phone when he saw the message from Ji Jiji's father. Koike Jijiki is missing. Seeing this message, Chi Anlin's pupils shrank and his aura suddenly exploded. Dan Yunyao was comforting Chunyu in the living room, while Mo Yu and Ji Hongfei came into the room with Chi Anlin. "I'm sorry, I've implicated you." Mo Yu's eyes were full of self-blame. "I don't blame you. It was the Mo family who did all this. It has nothing to do with you." Chi Anlin sat on the bed, his face showing no sadness or joy. He said expressionlessly, "The Mo family." Ji Hongfei's eyes were almost blazing with anger. "Damn it. If I had a king-level cultivation, I would definitely kill this Mo family. Brother Chi, your friend is just missing. They want you to go to the little snake realm to die, so they will definitely not kill your friend." Although he knew that Ji Hongfei was comforting himself, these words sounded strange. Mo Yu sighed and said, "The small snake realm has space restrictions. If we want to enter the small snake realm, we must suppress our cultivation to the first realm." He could imagine how many enemies he would encounter after entering the world of small snakes. "No problem, Brother Chi. I can let the people of the Ji family." Before he finished speaking, Chi Anlin smiled and said, "They have really found a good place to live in a world that can suppress cultivation. Because of the suppression, even the King's Avenue crystal cannot be used inside. It's okay, you don't have to do anything about this. I'll notify my other friend. But before that, I have to go find him." After firmly rejecting the two people's request to go together, Chi Anlin left Haiqing alone. Outside Haiqing, Yinong continued to lie in ambush. Hearing that Ji Jiji had disappeared, Chi Anlin would definitely go out. But this time, he won't take action. The previous ambush of several combat bodies must have been known to the military, so if I take action, I will most likely encounter a king. He just needs to confirm that Anlin has left Haiqing. What he didn't know was that at this moment, a hamster with white hair and a breath-suppressing ring swaggered past him and made a face at him. Because he couldn't feel Xiaoxing's breath at all, and because of Xiaoxing's skills, Yinong didn't notice Xiaoxing even though she was right under his feet. Long after Xiaoxing left, a cold voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. Chen Yu's father was treated by me. You have crossed the line. The figure of King Bailing appeared in the sky. King Bailing, who was very gentle in the eyes of the students, now had a frosty face and was full of indifference. Chapter 169. Heavenly Eye Flame Destroys the World. Seeing King Bailing, Yinong said without thinking, "Cover me." Then, he floated into the air and fled without looking back. King Bailing just snorted coldly and saw an icy air blooming above the ground, instantly turning everyone present into ice sculptures. The Mo family has stretched their hands too far. King Bailing's beautiful face was filled with anger. Originally, because the Mo family was one of the 4 major families in the capital and was very powerful, and they did not violate the rules in school, everyone had turned a blind eye to their actions in school. But she couldn't bear to see the Mo family act so recklessly and kill innocent people. The ice sculptures on the ground cracked, and in the distance, a laugh could be heard. The family's lack of discipline has made King Bailing laugh at us. Anyone involved in this matter will have their heads delivered to the military commander. King Bailing turned his head suddenly, and snowflakes bloomed in the sky, but the owner of the voice had disappeared. In the Mo family, a man who was about 27 or 28 years old was holding 2 beautiful girls in his arms. There was a red lightning in the center of his forehead, his collar was slightly open, his eyes were deep, and there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He was extremely handsome. Master Wentian, Yinong is dead, and King Bailing has come forward to accept Chen Yu as his disciple. Mo Wentian's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled. Since King Bailing has come forward, I will no longer inquire about Chen Yu's matter. At this time, a girl with blue eyes in his arms said delicately, "Sir, you are just a disciple of the king. With your strength, are you afraid of this Bailing king?" Before he could finish his words, the smile on Mo Wentian's face suddenly disappeared and turned into indifference. The girl's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The girl on the other side was stunned for a moment and was about to scream, but then she seemed to think of something and quickly covered her mouth. "Idiot," Mo Wentian said lightly. Then he gently hooked his hand, and the blood mist in the sky turned into a red bead. He gently pinched the chin of the other girl and said softly, "Ah." There was mist and fear in the girl's eyes, but she didn't dare to disobey. She suppressed her nausea and swallowed the bead. The strong smell of blood filled the air, and she almost vomited. King Bailing's brother is a king-level alchemist. Since King Bailing wants to protect Chen Yu, then give her this face. Mo Wentian had a smile on his face. As for Mo, let him jump around for a while. You are nothing but my plaything. How dare you dream of changing your fate? Anlin changed his face and became extremely handsome, like a god. In a world of oppression, who can defeat the ant soldiers? Even without the second-level ant soldiers taking action, the first-level ant soldiers produced by the queen ant before are enough to destroy the entire world. Not far from the small snake world, Anlin walked out of the queen ant's small world and headed towards the teleportation port of the small snake world. Without any obstruction, Anlin entered the small snake world. The scene in front of him flashed, and Anlin lowered his eyes. Opposite him, there were hundreds of cultivators. These cultivators were all at the peak of the first realm, and after seeing Anlin, one of them said, "Here comes someone. Let's kill him first to prevent him from going out and informing others." Hearing their words, Anlin smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, a group of ferocious-looking ant soldiers appeared on the ground. Anlin waved his hand gently and said, "Leave 1,000 to guard the entrance, and the rest to clean up the small snake world." The little snake realm is only a first-grade world, and its area is not very large, so it is very easy for the Mo family to completely control the little snake realm. As for the cultivators in the small snake world, the Mo family is not so kind. In that case, let's all stay here. The appearance of the ant soldiers made everyone's faces change drastically. These ant soldiers actually had the cultivation level of the first realm. At this moment, everyone knew that this person had no intention of letting anyone escape. "Kill!" a man from the Mo family roared. Before he was suppressed, he was a cultivator of the third realm and mastered many high-level combat methods. He thought that with so many people, it would be enough to kill Anlin, but he didn't expect that a cultivator with a terrifying ant colony would appear halfway. There are tens of thousands of ant soldiers, and they can't escape no matter what. Mo looked at Anlin, Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To catch a thief, one must first catch the leader. He suddenly rushed towards Anlin, and at this time, his pupils shrank, and a flaming sword appeared in Anlin's hand, and he smiled disdainfully. Red cloud seals the sky. The overwhelming flaming sword energy instantly engulfed him, and the ant soldiers began to kill crazily. Soon, Anlin received news from Xiaoxing that it had found Gigi. Xiaoxing entered the small snake world earlier than Anlin, and was suppressed in one realm, so no one could notice its existence. In the small snake world, Xiaoxing found Gigi by throwing wooden sticks to point the way. Seeing the unconscious Gigi being held by the neck by a first-level monk, he raised his middle finger to the man and used the skill. "What are you looking at?" In an instant, the monk's eyes turned red, and he dropped Gigi and rushed toward Xiaoxing. And Xiaoxing activated the skill, can't hit, again. Xiaoxing dodged the monk's attacks nimbly while slapping her own butt, making a lululu sound. As a result, the monk lost his mind and burned his life to chase Xiaoxing. Shortly after Xiaoxing left, more than 10 ant soldiers appeared around Gigi, lifted him up, and walked towards a safe place. For a moment, in the small snake world, both humans and snake beasts were devoured by the ant soldiers who were like locusts passing through. The system prompt sound continued to ring. Anlin directly blocked the background, and then walked towards Xiaoxing. After a while, Anlin saw Xiaoxing running through the forest, and the first-level monk with gray hair who had burned his life. After seeing Anlin, Xiaoxing jumped directly on Anlin's head, then stuck out her tongue and made a face at the man. Under Anlin's surprised gaze, the cultivator was so angry that he vomited blood and fell to the ground, losing his life force. Achievement: Furious. Anlin touched Xiaoxing's head helplessly, and then ordered the ant soldiers to devour the man's body directly. However, while Anlin let the ant soldiers devour these people, he also let them preserve their heads. Soon, the entire small snake world was wiped out, and all living things were devastated. Under the search of the ant soldiers, the world ruler of the small snake world was also jointly killed, and the core of the world was exposed. Anlin directly threw it into the small world of the queen ant for the queen ant to devour. Chapter 170, Queen Ant, QWQ. With the experience of the first time, the queen ant directly swallowed the core of the world and then burped. It began to collapse rapidly. Since the small snake world was only a first-level world, it was quickly swallowed up by the queen ant's small world. The spiritual power surged in the queen ant's body. After devouring the core of the world, it broke through again and reached the second stage of the second realm. Anlin was speechless. This was a whole world. Even though it might be a little small, it was still. How do I raise this thing? The transmission channel of the little snake realm disappeared immediately. The cultivator of the Mo family guarding outside muttered to himself, "Is the world collapsing?" They had noticed Anlin before, but because Anlin was only a second-level cultivator and would die if he went in, they didn't pay much attention. But what they never expected was that as soon as this person entered the small snake world, the small snake world actually collapsed. Hundreds of first-level cultivators are also missing. Just as they were about to report, a pile of human heads suddenly appeared on the ground, neatly arranged to form a few large characters. The murderer, Tian Yankuk. These are the words that Anlin asked the queen ant to put outside. Anlin just wrote them on the ground and asked the queen ant to copy them, but in the end, there was definitely no QWQ symbol. After the space channel disappears, the queen ant can still throw things out at the original location. As for why the queen ant added those 3 symbols, it was because Xiaoxing told it that QWQ means cute. Outside, several Mo family cultivators took a long time before they dared to walk closer tremblingly. They looked at the words made of human heads, took out their mobile phones to record them, and then reported it. "Young master, I have brought everything." Inside the Mo family, Mo Wentian looked at the heads scattered all over the ground with a cold gaze. The facial recognition system didn't find the corresponding face. Mo Wentian said coldly. In front of him, a man in black knelt on one knee and said, "No, this person seemed to appear out of thin air. Perhaps he is from a hidden family." Mo Wentian picked up a charred human head and closed his eyes to sense it. This flame should be the heavenly flame battle body. This battle body is extremely rare and does not exist among humans. Then he added, "He has the skills of a monarch. Otherwise he would not have been able to place the head neatly on the ground without being observed." He gently touched the gap in the head. A large number of demonic insects. Is this guy from the insect world? Finally, he looked at the photos sent by his men, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What a Tian Yen. Find him, cripple his limbs, and bring him to me. Yes. The man in black left, and Mo Wentian continued to look at the photo, his eyes fixed on the last QWQ. No matter how hard he thought, he had no idea what those last few letters meant. Is it a provocation or a special text in the world this person lives in? Mo Wentian fell into deep thought. In the direction of the original teleportation point of the small beast realm, Shaoxing suddenly appeared, and soon, Qi Anlin and Ji Jiji also appeared. Ji Jiji was still in a coma. Just in case, Qi Anlin notified King Fenghua. It is not known whether King Fenghua is Xiaoqiang's reincarnation. He was injured so badly at the beginning, but now he is almost recovered. After knowing that Qi Anlin might be in danger, he hurriedly brought King Shueiyue to Linqing. Along the way, King Fenghua kept complaining to King Shueiyue. Before Fenghua Jun went into seclusion, he gave him special instructions. And this time after Fenghua Jun came out of seclusion, he would most likely break through to the ancient level. So King Fenghua was also particularly concerned about this matter. If you ask me, why not just charge at the Mo family and kill that Mo Wentian? King Fenghua said angrily, while King Shueiyue sighed helplessly and said, the Mo family has an ancient emperor-level ancestor. If you charge at the next head of the Mo family, let alone kill him, even if you succeed, you will definitely be left there by the ancient emperor. Fenghua King was stunned for a moment, then said, what's wrong with the ancient emperor? Fenghua Jun is about to break through the ancient emperor. I even fought with him and survived. King Shueiyue rolled his eyes and just flattered himself. Let's put this on hold for now. Fenghua Jun is about to break through. After that, even the Mo family won't dare to interfere in the affairs of the military. By that time, if Mo Wentian still dares to attack the great genius of our army, then be prepared to face the wrath of the ancient emperor. Soon, they arrived at Linqing and saw Qi Anlin and Ji Jiji. After capturing Qi Anlin, Fenghua Wang immediately said, boy, don't be so reckless in the future. Tell us about this kind of thing, and we will send someone to deal with it. Qi Anlin nodded repeatedly. Okay, I promise I won't do that again. Are you kidding? If King Fenghua really asked people to go, the Mo family would probably kill him directly, and Ji Jiji would definitely be sent back as a corpse. King Fenghua nodded with satisfaction. Qi Anlin had a pretty good personality. Unlike his sister, who was always like a bull and causing trouble everywhere, and almost made him unable to come back several times. King Shueiyue looked at Jijiji and suddenly said, the Mo family should have had many people waiting in the Little Snake Realm. I heard that the Little Snake Realm disappeared? How did you do it? Qi Anlin was stunned. The school knew what the Mo family had done. I have a friend. Don't talk nonsense. Where did you get your friends? King Shueiyue should know that my friend is a fire-attributed cultivator. If King Shueiyue is suspicious, he can investigate to see if there is any fire-attributed spiritual power in my body. King Shueiyue's eyes flickered slightly. He could feel that there was only pure ice-attribute spiritual power in Qi Anlin's body, and it was impossible for it to contain fire-attribute spiritual power. Moreover, I heard that the one who took action this time was a combat body, the Tianyin combat body. He looked at Qi Anlin deeply. Although he knew that the man was definitely not Qi Anlin, but this kid was quite evil. In the case of Qinyu, King Bai Ling intervened. The Mo family lost a heaven-level cultivator and many third-realm cultivators. In the end, they also compensated Qinyu with a large amount of resources. Qi Anlin nodded without saying much. What the Mo family did this time had completely touched his bottom line. Sooner or later, he will lead the ant army to destroy the entire Mo family. Under the escort of King Fenghua and King Shueiyue, Qi Anlin returned safely to the military. As for Ji Jiji, according to King Shueiyue, he should stay in the military for the time being to avoid any accidents. King Fenghua is close to a breakthrough recently and cannot be affected. Therefore, Qi Anlin and Qi Shueiyue were both imprisoned in the military and were forbidden to go out. Once Fenguojin successfully breaks through, all problems will be solved directly. As a result, the entire military was placed on alert, with no one allowed to enter or leave. Even the upper echelons sent an ancient emperor to guard Haiqing to prevent any accidents. Chapter 171 New Queen hatched successfully. In the courtyard, Qi Anlin placed Ji Jiji in the side room, and then continued to let Long Ding make the elixir. With his current level of cultivation, he couldn't touch the Mo family, and now the military university was on full alert, so he didn't run around. At this time, in the Golden Horn realm, the Golden Horn Ancient Emperor suddenly appeared and had a fierce battle with the Sky Ancient Emperor. The Golden Horn realm is an 8th grade world, and the one with the highest cultivation level is the Golden Horn Ancient Emperor. Now, in the entire Golden Horn realm, there is only one Ancient Emperor. If Feng Huojuan breaks through, the entire Golden Horn realm may be completely lost. So, at this point, even the ancient Emperor Jinjiao was panicking. If he were the master of the world, he could have defeated the two ancient emperors in his home turf. However, the more powerful the world, the harder it is to have a master, so the Golden Horn realm is still in an ownerless state. Once the Golden Horn realm is controlled by humans, all high-level creatures will be killed, leaving only a small number of creatures below the king level for human monks to train. Ha ha ha. Old man, you have come to this day. In the past, Tiangu was the one who initiated the war, and the Golden Horn Ancient Emperor only dared to make some small moves in private. Now seeing the Golden Horn Ancient Emperor so panicked, Tiangu felt extremely happy. Outside the military, an ancient human emperor stood with his hands behind his back, guarding the military's transmission entrance. Now the human race is surrounded by enemies on all sides, and he had finally escaped from control and came here. After Feng Guojin breaks through, he will have to rush back to the garrison immediately. Since the previous president of the military university died of his injuries, no ancient emperor has been born in nearly 50 years. And this time, what he needs to guard against is the ancient emperor of the Tianjiao clan. The Golden Horn realm was formed by the death of a saint-level strongman of the Tianjiao clan, so the Golden Horn clan actually has a certain connection with the Tianjiao clan. On the bed in the side room, Jijiki shuddered, then opened his eyes, and when he saw the unfamiliar environment, he immediately stood up. At this moment, Anlin suddenly opened the door and walked in, awake. Seeing Anlin, Jijiki breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was kidnapped. Why am I here? You were indeed kidnapped, but fortunately, those people have been dealt with by my friends. Jijiki blinked, then said angrily, that evil guy actually dared to have someone kidnap me. Anlin inquired about the situation, then used his bracelet to send a message to tell the king of Jin University. Although there are many similar cases and the school cannot investigate them all, if the evidence is conclusive, murdering a classmate is a serious crime. The air was filled with the smell of urine. Anlin was a little confused, but he did not use his mental power to check. At this time, Jijiki suddenly said, I just did something big. What? Didn't this guy just wake up? This incident took me back to my childhood. Jijiki said seriously, I wet the bed. Roll. After Jijiki finished cleaning, Anlin returned to the room and entered the Queen Ant's little world. As his friend, Anlin felt that Jijiki would have a lot of troubles in the future, but due to his lack of talent, it would be difficult for Jijiki to protect himself in such a situation. So, Anlin prepared to synthesize a beast with better talent for Jijiki. Although Jijiki was not a beast master, any beast synthesized by him would be loyal forever, and it didn't matter whether there was a contract or not. Secondly, Anlin prepared 50 top-grade qi gathering pills and 5 top-grade blood coagulation pills for Jijiki. Instead of the best-grade elixir, Anlin also prepared 3 times the amount. Afterwards, Anlin thought about it and took out the Frost Battle Soul. Although the Frost Battle Soul had already entered the second stage of the first realm, this realm could only hold Anlin back. However, immunity to physical attacks is quite suitable for Jijiki. Anlin thought about it and integrated some of his own magic into the Frost War Soul, and then integrated a large number of shadow and wind attribute treasures into it. After spending a full 1,000 yuan, Anlin obtained the transformed Frost Fighting Soul. Name Feng Kuei. Quality, Shin level mid-grade. Attributes, Shadow Wind. Introduction, an elemental monster that can blend into the darkness. The ice attribute was completely replaced. Anlin looked at the black air in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. After synthesizing Feng Kuei, Anlin received the message from the Queen Ant. He shuddered and hurriedly ran towards the center of the world. The plains that originally belonged to the small beast world had turned blood red, and even the vegetation had been eaten away, making it look like an abandoned land. Not only does the Queen Ant need energy to produce ant soldiers, but the ant soldiers left in the world also need nutrition. Therefore, all edible things in the Queen Ant's small world, whether minerals or vegetation, were swept away. After crossing the plain, Anlin soon approached the bottom of the huge nest. At this time, under the nest, the huge new queen's egg was shaking at a high frequency, and cracks began to appear on the thick egg wall. After a while, a sharp foot like a bayonet pierced the egg wall. The next second, the remaining 7 long legs cut through the egg wall, and a huge insect beast suddenly jumped out. Unlike the new queen looks a bit like a mantis and appears particularly ferocious. She does not look as clumsy as but rather full of aggressiveness. Name, New Queen of Void Ant. Quality, Earth Grade Medium. Attributes, Gold, Space. Level, Level 1, Level 2. Production time, omitted. Half of E's production speed. E's level upgrade will not be affected. Physique, Demon Spirit Combat Body, rank 4102. Skill, Production, Deterrence, Bloodline Control, Demonic Transformation, lower grade Earth level, increases attack speed by 100%, gains 20% attack rebound ability, and attacks have a laceration effect. Demon Blood Resonance, Earth level low grade, spawns ant soldiers with demon blood. When using Demon Blood Resonance, all ant soldiers gain benefits, and the ant soldiers enter a berserk mode, increasing their damage by 20%. Note, after using Demon Blood Resonance, the ant soldiers will experience a 3-day weakening period, and their food consumption rate will increase by 10%. Absorption, Earth grade mid-grade, able to absorb the energy of ant soldiers for its own use. Gene omitted. Anlin was stunned when he saw this attribute. What the hell is this? Is this new queen still a combat body? After EE devoured the core of the world, a large part of her energy was used to create a new queen, which caused the new queen to mutate. The new queen can not only produce ant soldiers, but can even fight herself. And judging by this skill, the more ant soldiers there are, the new queen's spiritual power will never be exhausted, and she can keep fighting. However, what disappointed Anlin was that the new queen did not have the skill of gene extraction. The genes that the new queen possessed were all fixed. You know, among all the skills, this skill of the queen ant is the key to the ant soldier's ability to break through their limits. Chapter 172. Tian is still alive. Anlin looked at the new queen and then fell into deep thought. The new queen's forelimbs are 2 sickles, a bit like an evolved version of the blood ant soldier, plus its demonic fighting body. Anlin decided to name it Shadow Phantom. Even though the name has nothing to do with it, it sounds nice. Mei would definitely be very restricted in the queen ant's small world, so Anlin decided to quickly throw the queen ant into another world. In the past 2 days, he checked the information of the Mo family and found that the Mo family's industry was mainly based on alchemy, and the main source of medicinal materials was a place called Yaojia near the capital. Due to the special nature of the capital, there are 5 portals to other worlds, which are suppressed by the 4 major families and Beijing University respectively. The Mo family is guarding the small medicine world. After a while, Anlin plans to release Mei into the medicine world. Before that, he must ensure that Mei has enough hiding means. Otherwise, if a king goes to investigate, he will definitely discover Mei in minutes. At this time, in Mou's courtyard, Yu covered her mouth and cried with joy. Tears as big as beans fell down, and she looked at the middle-aged man opposite in disbelief. Mou smiled and said, "On the day you made your move, I sent someone to secretly bring your father over. As I expected, the Mo family would make a move on your father." That day, after seeing Yu attack the 2 men, Mou knew that the Mo family would definitely not let Yu's father go. As for why he didn't tell Yu at that time, it was because he needed to act. If I told Yu that day that my father was not dead, given Yu's behavior, the truth would most likely be exposed. What he didn't expect was that King Bailing actually accepted Yu as his disciple, which was a pleasant surprise. During the college entrance examination period, the moment he was brought back by King Bailing, he knew that King Bailing had a younger brother who was an alchemist, so the Mo family did not dare to intercept him halfway. King-level alchemists are extremely rare and have a wide range of connections. Even the Mo family is unwilling to offend them. Looking at Yu, who was crying inconsolably, Mou shook his head and silently left the yard, giving the father and daughter some space to be alone together. He also told Ji Hongfei and Dan Yunyao the news. As for Anlin, he felt that Anlin had already guessed it. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. In order to ensure the safe arrival of Yu's father, he specially asked Nangong Shirlan to go to Jing County to pick up Yu's father. For this, he also has to thank the Mo family. If it weren't for the Mo family, Yu would not have had the opportunity to become King Bailing's apprentice. But a hint of murderous intent flashed in Mou's eyes. He had no chance of revenge before. He had been disguising himself for so long before he was able to enter the military university. Mo Wentian once again attacked the people around him. In the yard, Yu hugged her father tightly, fearing that this was a dream. Chun Tian patted Yu's back gently and sighed. "My dear, you have worked so hard over the years." All I could hear was Yu's crying. "Mou, thank you." Yu's eyes were still a little red and swollen, and she said in a hoarse voice. Mou shook his head. "If it weren't for me, your father wouldn't be in danger. I'm sorry for you, and let your father get involved in this fight." Yu lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking, and Mou continued. "Go back and practice hard. Soon, After Feng Huojuan breaks through, we'll have a tough battle to fight. Given Feng Huojuan's personality, the first thing he would do when he comes out of seclusion would definitely be to destroy the ancient Golden Horn Emperor, and the military commander would definitely join the battle as well. Although they are definitely not the main force, the school will also issue many tasks with rich rewards, and then all members will go to the Golden Horn realm. As for the second thing, MOU estimated that Feng Huojuan would go to the Mo family to cause trouble. MOU sighed. After all, that was the human race. Even if he broke through the ancient emperor realm, there was no way to destroy the Mo family. The saint-level powerhouses in the human world would not allow such a thing to happen. Chen Yu's father was sent to the mountain of King Bailing. No matter how brave the Sanwang society was, they would definitely not dare to go there to look for him. After hearing MOU's words, Chen Yu nodded obediently. For some reason, she didn't dare to look up at MOU. After standing up, she whispered, "Then I'll go." Then he left as if escaping. MOU shook his head, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Then the purple lightning in his hand was like a whip, circled around the bottle of spiritual medicine on the chair, and with a light pull, it flew into his hand. "Silly girl, I don't need this little thing from you." Taking out a flower pot from the space ring, MOU carefully buried the spiritual medicine in it, and then muttered to himself, "Brother Chi's beast is an elf. It should be able to save this spiritual medicine." "Anlin, haven't you had any girls you like since you went to college?" Xiaoxing poked Gigi with her claws. Gigi shuddered and asked immediately. "Huh." Anlin was listening to Tianyin, singing with his eyes closed to relieve his fatigue. After hearing Gigi's words, he turned his head and said, "No. You haven't thought about." Anlin shook his head. "For now, the main thing is to practice. We can talk about it later when we no longer need to practice." After experiencing what happened to MOU, Anlin realized that if he was not strong enough, his enemies would most likely attack the people around him. Before he reached the top, he would not think about things like love. "What do you mean when you don't need to practice?" "When that day comes, I will be able to protect everyone from being harmed." Jijiki nodded thoughtfully. Then he and Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Tianyin was interrupted by Gigi, snorted angrily, and then flew back to Anlin's head. Anlin reached out and touched Tianyin above his head, then pretended to open the space ring and the beast taming bag. The next second, several bottles of pills and a ball of black gas appeared in front of Gigi. "These are chi-gathering pills and blood coagulation pills. I've written the limit on how many times you can take them on the pill bottles. And this is the beast taming pill I prepared for you." Gigi was stunned. I'm not a beast master." Anlin smiled and said, "This beast doesn't need a contract. I've trained it using special methods, and it will listen to you." Gigi's face showed an expression of emotion. Anlin not only saved him, but also prepared so many precious resources for him. Secretly wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Gigi stood up embarrassedly, sticking his butt out towards Anlin. Just this once. Now it was Anlin's turn to be stunned. His expression was strange, and a lot of question marks appeared in his mind. Chapter 173, Caught a Big Fish. After kicking Gigi away, Anlin returned to his room. While he was not going out for the past few days, he planned to learn the ancient martial arts. The blood energy required for the ancient level skills is extremely exaggerated. Not only has it reached the 32nd level, but the blood energy points required for the first level have reached 1 million. Anlin sighed. Although this thing was expensive, he still had to learn it. It's a pity that the attribute of this technique is fire-based, which can only make one's second identity stronger. While Anlin was practicing, Phoenix Peak, the retreat room dedicated to Lord Fenghua. It's finally stabilized. I can go out and get some fresh air. Feng Huojuan clapped his hands in satisfaction, then pointed his finger, and a flash of fire burned through the space. If it were any other ancient emperor, they would definitely make a big fuss when they broke through, but she wouldn't. During the period of my breakthrough, there will definitely be many people who are eager to make a move. If I wait a little longer, I might be able to catch an ancient emperor. When the outside world heard that Feng Huojun was about to break through, few people knew that Fenghua ancient emperor had already begun to stabilize his realm. Her spiritual sense spread out, and she saw Anlin who was practicing, and Shuiyue who was madly challenging her mentor. Afterwards, she heard a lot of news. The attack on Anlin failed, and young Master Wentian was very angry and asked us to find out Tian Yan's identity. Now that Feng Huojuan is about to break through, we may not have the chance to attack Anlin again. Huh. Feng Huohuang raised his eyebrows. These guys, did they attack little Anlin? He even dared to touch his own disciple. Feng Huohuang snorted coldly. Then, Mo Qing and Mo Yang's eyes blurred, and they went directly to Feng Huahuang's training room. Both of them were shocked, and then their faces turned pale. They knew with their toes that Feng Huahuang must have successfully broken through. In the military academy, the only one who would use his spiritual sense to spy on students is Feng Huahuang. Before the two men could make any move, the space shook slightly. The next second, the two men turned into human sticks. Not even blood spurted out, and the spiritual power in their bodies dissipated directly, turning them into two ordinary people. I am still too merciful. How dare any cat or dog attack my disciple? What's wrong with that Fenghua guy? He didn't take my words seriously. He needs to be punished. Beside King Shueiyue, King Fenghua sneezed, then looked at King Shueiyue angrily. How dare you scold me? King Shueiyue was a little puzzled. Why was this guy going crazy again? At this moment, outside the military headquarters, the Sword Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, looked up at the sky, and said in a cold voice, "The ancient emperor dares to enter. Emperor Patian, you are so bold." Sword Emperor, the Golden Horn realm is the descendant of my Tianjiao clan. I heard that not long ago, a certain monarch broke the agreement. I am only here to punish this person who broke the contract. The Sword Emperor did not continue to talk to him. The long sword in his hand hummed softly, and then he slashed out with the sword. The space was torn apart, and a figure emerged, but above his head, there was a strange long horn, surrounded by the power of rules. The Sword Emperor is quite powerful and can indeed stop me. But how are you going to protect this military realm? The two men fought together, and Emperor Patian said with a smile. The Sword Emperor's pupils shrank, and he wanted to go back to the entrance of the military realm, but Emperor Patian ignored the Sword Emperor's attack and burst out directly to stop the Sword Emperor. Damn it! In that case, you will die here. In an instant, a trace of determination flashed in the eyes of the Sword Emperor. If Fenghua Jun failed to advance, then Patian Emperor would definitely die here. At the entrance of the military academy, a member of the Tianjiao tribe at the peak of the monarch level flashed and directly entered the passage. The next second, a figure flew out backwards, with a fire burning on his body, turning the surrounding space into fuel. Both of the people fighting were stunned, and the next second, a beautiful figure walked out, and the gushing flames instantly enveloped the entire sky. I caught a big fish. Feng Huahuang was very excited. It was worth it that she had spent several days consolidating her realm, as she actually caught an ancient emperor. Sword Emperor, don't destroy the corpse. I want to use this guy's blood to refine the bodies of my two disciples. As Feng Huahuang spoke, she killed the peak monarch. She could kill such a fellow even before he broke through, but it would just take a little more effort. Emperor Patian turned and tried to run, but was stopped by a sword strike from the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor laughed heartily and said, "Breakthrough. Excellent. If you can kill this guy, his body will be yours." That's what you said. After putting the peak monarch's corpse into the space ring, Fenghua Wang's figure flashed and appeared directly behind Potion Wang, kicking Potion Wang in the lower body. Suddenly, the three ancient emperors fought each other, and the sky seemed to be about to break. All the kings and the military flew out to stabilize this area. The next second, the space shock disappeared, and Feng Guojin completely pulled Patian Wang into his own territory to fight. Suddenly, a bloody rain began to fall from the sky. The Golden Horn ancient emperor's face changed, and he quickly said, "Tiangu, let me go. I promise not to harm anyone from the human race." He could feel that the ancient emperor of the Tianjiao tribe who came to support him had died, but how could the Sword Emperor, with his strength, kill an ancient emperor? It must have been Lord Fenghua. No, it must have been Emperor Fenghua who did it. At this moment, the ancient emperor of Golden Horn only wanted to escape from the Golden Horn realm. With his strength, he would be sought after no matter which world he joined. The human race does not trust creatures of other races at all. Even if they surrender, they will kill them. He wants to escape from the Golden Horn realm and return to the Skyhorn clan. Tiangu laughed heartily. "Old man, are you afraid now? Call me Grandpa, and I'll let you go." The ancient emperor of Golden Horns tried his best, and the ancient emperor of Heaven was also unambiguous. Even if he was injured, he would stop the ancient emperor of Golden Horns. Seeing the auras of the two ancient emperors getting closer and closer, the golden-horned ancient emperor felt the crisis of death. At this moment, he no longer cared about his face. With a ferocious look on his face, he squeezed out his teeth and said, "Master, Master." Kingu laughed even more happily. This old turtle was afraid of death. Otherwise, he would have started a full-scale war with Haiching long ago. Be good, listen to Grandpa, and stay in the Golden Horn realm until the adults come and take care of you. The golden-horned ancient emperor was furious. Although he knew that Tiangu was a disgrace to the ancient emperors, and that his words were always bullshit, he still wanted to see a glimmer of hope. The next second, the auras of Sword Emperor and Phoenix Fire Emperor appeared in the Golden Horn realm. They still had some injuries on their bodies. After seeing Tiangu, they immediately said, "Quick battle, quick decision." Fengguojin directly expanded his domain, and the Sword Emperor brushed the sword and slashed it out. Tiangu had been waiting for this moment. In an instant, he used up all his spiritual power and punched out like a god. Chapter 174: The Second Emperor's Death. Faced with the siege of the three ancient emperors, the Golden Horn Emperor finally died in regret. Tiangu's eyes were filled with tears. After so many years, he finally killed this beast with his own hands. It is unknown how many human cultivators died at the hands of the ancient Golden Horn Emperor, including many students who had just entered university. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Tiangu began to quickly recover his spiritual power. "You two? The battle is still going on at the front line, so I'll leave first." After the Sword Emperor stuffed a pill into his mouth, he left the Golden Horn realm. Feng Huahuang's body was covered in blood and wounds. After all, she had just broken through not long ago. No matter how strong her combat power was, she was seriously injured after facing 2 battles. The next second, Feng Huahuang closed his eyes and suddenly fell powerlessly from the sky. Tiangu's face also changed, and he hurried over to support Feng Huahuang. Phoenix Fire. Tiangu was a little anxious and pretended to take out a pill and stuff it into Feng Huahuang's mouth. At this time, an attack appeared and struck the two of them. This attack seemed to have crossed space, and in a blink of an eye it flew in front of Tiangu and slashed towards Feng Huahuang. The attack destroyed the space and directly tore an area apart, and the figures of the two people disappeared. The Golden Horn realm actually has a monarch. He's quite well hidden. Tiangu, you still understand me. Feng Huahuang looked at the attacker with a playful expression, while Tiangu also smiled at the side. The monarch didn't know that he had been deceived and hurriedly tried to tear open the space to escape, but the ancient emperor was the ancient emperor after all. Even if he was injured, he was not someone a 5th-level monarch like him could resist. Therefore, the monarch who had been hiding for so long was directly killed the first time he made a move. After killing the monarch, the Phoenix Fire Emperor smiled and said, "Tiangu, take good care of your injuries. My 2 young disciples will be coming here to train in a few days. You must protect them well." The figure of the Phoenix Fire Emperor disappeared and took away half of the body of the Golden Horn Ancient Emperor. Tiangu shook his head, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. This time, thanks to the breakthrough of Feng Huahuang, he was able to kill this powerful enemy with his own hands. Next, we will have a good rest and then clean up the kings and monarchs of the Golden Horn realm. Feng Huahuang returned to the military and flew to Qi Anlin's yard. There was such a huge disturbance outside that even the military was affected, so Qi Anlin also ended his training. Because of the fluctuations of the battle, he only practiced for less than 30 hours and had just touched the surface of the technique before he had to withdraw early. At this moment, Feng Huahuang appeared, and Qi Anlin hurriedly called out, "Teacher." The next second, 2 figures appeared in front of Qi Anlin. Qi Anlin looked closely and didn't recognize them. "When I came out of seclusion, these 2 guys were discussing how to plot against you. I just happened to have a breakthrough, so I'm giving you a gift." It turned out to be someone from the Mo family. Qi Anlin smiled and said quickly, "Thank you, teacher." Feng Huahuang felt Qi Anlin's realm. This kid had only been in seclusion for a short time, but he had already reached the 2nd realm and his physique had become stronger. Nodding with satisfaction, Feng Huahuang said, "This time, the teacher has killed 2 ancient emperors. It's a pity that they are in human form, otherwise I could cut their meat for you to eat. It just so happens that the blood of the ancient emperor can temper one's physique. As for these 2 horns, I'll have someone prepare a magical weapon for you and your sister." Feng Huahuang smiled. If it weren't for this disciple's skills, she would probably need another year or 2 to break through to the ancient level. You know, she has been sneaking out a lot in recent years and was often beaten up by the Golden Horn Ancient Emperor. If it weren't for Tiangu, she would even die in the Golden Horn realm. So this time, she can be said to have killed a powerful enemy with her own hands. Taking out 2 large bottles of undiluted ancient emperor blood, Phoenix Fire Emperor said, "I'll give you the spiritual medicine you need to absorb it. I'll put it in your bracelet. With your current cultivation level and realm, you can only take half a drop at a time." Qi Anlin was stunned for a moment, then nodded excitedly. "Thank you, teacher." He thought that there was a battle between ancient emperors outside, and was afraid that his teacher's cultivation would be disturbed and he would fail to break through. He didn't expect that his teacher actually killed 2 ancient emperors. Is it so strong? In front of Qi Anlin, Feng Huahuang would definitely not appear covered in wounds, So at this moment Feng Huahuang looked like he had just come back from a stroll. Oh, Xiao Anlin, the school will be issuing some missions later. You can go grab a few. After all, after the Golden Horn realm was captured, the treasures inside are still in the initial stage of development. You can grab more cultivation resources. Shi Anlin nodded repeatedly and had to quickly gather a few friends to go to the Golden Horn realm together. After giving the instructions, Emperor Fenghua left the courtyard and returned to his own mountain. Her injury this time was very serious, and she would definitely not be able to fully recover in 10 days or half a month, so she did not condense the Dao crystal for Qi Anlin as a life-saving talisman. Fortunately, all this is worth it. After killing the two ancient emperors, the Golden Horn realm will be completely liberated, and the ancient Emperor Tiangu will also be free from restrictions and can go to the front line to fight and make more contributions to the human race. After taking out the corpse of the ancient Emperor Patian, Emperor Fenghua took out a pill, swallowed it, and began to comprehend the power of rules of the ancient Emperor Patian, using it to strengthen his own power of rules. She is also a person of extraordinary talent, otherwise she would not have such strong combat power. Now that she is no longer restricted by the bottleneck, her strength is increasing rapidly. Soon, the military was completely unsealed, and Qi Anlin also received many tasks related to the Golden Horn realm, and prepared to call Ji Hongfei and others to go together. After seeing the corpses of the two people from the Mo family, Mo Yu was very excited. These two people were both at the earth level and were Mo Wentian's most loyal lackeys, constantly suppressing him. Now, with the bodies of the two men placed in front of him, Mo Yu couldn't help but want to cry for a moment. He was finally able to take revenge. Chen Yu gently pulled the corner of Mo Yu's clothes, and then cast a grateful look at Qi Anlin. Qi Anlin, there's something wrong with these two people? Mo Yu was deeply moved and said, Thank you, Brother Qi. If you have any instructions in the future, please tell me directly. I will go through fire and water to fulfill them without hesitation. We are all brothers, don't say such strange things. Qi Anlin was also in a good mood. He didn't expect that the first thing his master did after coming out of seclusion was to cut the two men into human sticks and bring them to him. You know, these two people are now the vice presidents of the Sanwang Society, and they died in such an unclear manner. However, not only the military university, but even the Mo family will not have any reaction. Those killed by the ancient emperor died in vain. No one would feel sorry for the ancient emperor for the sake of two mere earth-level cultivators. Ji Hongfei was also very excited. The Phoenix Fire Emperor had done so many great things right after his breakthrough, which made him feel excited. He imagined that he would break through to become the ancient emperor and do something even more magnificent than this. Several people left the military headquarters and entered the Golden Horn realm under the secret escort of King Fenghua. Chapter 175: The Evolutionary Path of the Dark Steel Dragon. Soon, Qi Anlin and others arrived at the transmission portal of the Golden Horn realm. Qi Anlin accepted the task of collecting 100 second-level golden horns. Although the Golden Horn clan has a human appearance, they have an extremely hard golden horn on their heads. This golden horn can not only be used to refine weapons, but also to refine pills. Although this may be a bit cruel, the battle between races is either you die or I die. If the human world is conquered, then the human race will become food and slaves of other races. At this time, the entrance of the Golden Horn realm was crowded with people. Not only were there students from the military university and monks from Haiqing, but many monks from nearby areas also rushed over. You know, the Golden Horn realm is an 8th grade world, and the resources it possesses are simply incomparable to those in the small beast realm. There are even many unexplored restricted areas filled with countless treasures. After Emperor Tiangu dealt with the monarch of the Golden Horn realm, all the other monarchs and kings took action to encircle and suppress the remaining Golden Horn kings. In a short time, countless cities were breached and the Golden Horn realm fell into chaos. At this time, Qi Anlin and the others finally entered the Golden Horn realm. Ji Hongfei then waved his hand and shouted in a very childish tone, Come out, Dark Steel Dragon. Qi Anlin and Mo Yu silently took 2 steps back, while Dan Yunyao looked at Ji Hongfei with a smile and tenderness in her eyes. Ji Hongfei stepped hard on the ground and flew up directly. Chen Yu looked a little at a loss. Mo Yu smiled, put his arms around her waist, and jumped up directly. Dan Yunyao was stunned. She looked at Chen Yu, whose face was blushing. She gritted her teeth and looked at Ji Hongfei, who was standing there with his hands behind his back. She was furious. The ground suddenly cracked. Dan Yunyao used great strength in this leap, as if she was venting something, which made Ji Hongfei a little confused. Fat Yao, you've become fat again. Before he could finish, Mou covered his mouth with a speechless expression on his face. Anlin also jumped up, and the dark steel dragon flapped its wings and flew into the sky. The monks around them all looked at them with envy. This dragon beast had not been contracted, and it was obvious that it had been tamed by the elders in the family. This is much more difficult than contracting a beast. On the head of the dark shadow steel dragon, Anlin touched his chin and checked the direction of the dark shadow steel dragon's evolution. This dragon beast is at the 3rd level and 5th stage. If you want to synthesize it, it will definitely cost a lot of blood energy. So Anlin just opened the evolution direction and looked for the most suitable evolutionary type for the shadow black steel dragon. Evolution route. Abyss black steel dragon. Top grade earth level item. Requires 10,000 blood energies. Shadow ghost dragon. Earth grade mid-grade. Requires 5,000 blood energy. Blood-eyed demon dragon. Lower grade heavenly rank. Requires 10 million blood energy. Anlin took a deep breath. Why is this heaven-level evolution route so expensive? He thought about it, clicked on the evolution path of the Abyss Black Steel Dragon, and a panel appeared in front of him. Evolution materials. Soak in abyssal chi for 3 days. Consume rotten bone demon flower, earth grade low grade, and ancient fruit, earth grade mid grade, and then feed 300 G of source of life, earth grade low grade. Evolution prerequisite. The demon beast must have reached the 3rd realm. The synthesized abyssal black steel dragon has stronger defense and possesses corrupted dragon breath, which can cause chaos to the enemy. Brother Ji, do you remember the request I promised you before? Anlin suddenly said, and Ji Hongfei was also stunned for a moment. Brother Qi, didn't you say? Anlin nodded, then knelt on one knee, gently stroked the dragon scales of the dark shadow steel dragon, closed his eyes, and seemed to be sensing something. Then he stood up again and walked around on the back of the dark steel dragon. He even ran to the dragon's head and opened its mouth to check the teeth inside. After pretending for about an hour, Anlin finally said, "With the abyss." Ji Hongfei was stunned after hearing this. The family also asked someone to help the dark shadow steel dragon check the materials needed for evolution. Among them, only the ancient fruit was the same medicinal material. The rest of the medicinal materials were extremely expensive. After several attempts, the dark shadow steel dragon did not evolve. Dan Yunyao beside him immediately took note of it, then squinted his eyes and said, "Thank you, Brother Qi. This time when we go back, Hongfei and I will try this method." In her mind, she had been analyzing the medicinal properties of these elixirs. The corrupted bone flower and the source of life counteracted each other, but with the neutralization of the abyss chi, they could barely be absorbed together. She also knew that the spirit trainer hired by the Ji family before had used a lot of rare dark attribute medicinal herbs, but in the end, not only did it fail to evolve successfully, but it also made the shadow black steel dragon's temper become extremely irritable. The father of this dragon beast is the beast controlled by an elder of the family. In addition, due to some special constraints, the dark steel dragon will not rebel. Chenyu was a little confused. She had never even heard of the names of these materials. The group started chatting again. Mou glanced at the cultivators below who were collecting spiritual medicines and said, "The Golden Horn realm is rich in resources. The place we are going to this time is close to Tianming City. The city lord there has been killed by King Yunfeng. Tianming City is currently in chaos. We can kill the Golden Horn people while searching for the treasure house of the Tianming King. To the west of Tianming City, there is a king-level relic. Next to the king-level relic, there is a strange lake that can block the spiritual power of king-level cultivators and is also full of corrosiveness. There are some rare fish there. Their cultivation isn't very high, but their effects are very unique and can replace many alchemy materials." Mou took out a few fishing rods and said, "This is the silk I earned at school using my points. I made 6 of them. I'll keep one as a spare, and for the rest, let's go fishing together." Anlin didn't know why Mou, who had been restricted by the Mo family, still had such a powerful ability to gather intelligence. With Mou's ability, things would be much easier. Otherwise, if he came to the Golden Horn realm, he would definitely just follow Xiao Xing and run around, relying on the branches to point the way to find resources. Not only does it waste time, it is also aimless and you don't know what you will encounter. Ji Hongfei nodded. "I think so too." Dan Yunyao smiled slightly, then said, "I brought a lot of talismans. If you encounter danger, you can activate the Sky Escape Talisman. This talisman can instantly transport a person to a place 100 miles away. And this one is an invisibility talisman." Amid the surprised gazes of several people, Dan Yunyao took out a large pile of talismans, which made Anlin sigh. It's great to be rich. In the Dan family, Dan Yunyao is the most favored descendant by the Dan family ancestor, and she can have whatever she wants. Chi Anlin thought for a moment and took out a bunch of pills. These are the pills my friend gave me. This Xianyuan pill can restore spiritual energy, and the Poxia pill can. In the past few days, Chi Anlin also confessed to several people that the elixir was not made by himself, but by that friend. According to Chi Anlin, the two of them possessed mother-child space rings. You should know that this thing was extremely precious and could transmit resources through the air. Even monarchs could only rarely possess it. Although he was extremely skeptical, Chi Anlin did not have the fire attribute and could not refine the elixir. It was impossible for him to say that this elixir was refined by Xiaoya. How could a monster refine an elixir? Chapter 176, Treasure Hunt in Destiny City. Xinyu opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Dan Yunyao said, "Don't let anyone refuse. Money is only a thing outside of your body. When you go out this time, safety is your top priority." Afterwards, he directly handed the invisibility talisman to several people. This is a top-grade invisibility talisman. It can be used for half an hour. When not in use, just remove it and stick it on your body to use again. But be careful, once you attack, the invisibility function will end. You can use the wristbands to determine your location later. Everyone, please separate and remember to protect your own safety. We will meet at the original location later. Chi Anlin took the invisibility talisman and nodded thoughtfully. This thing is a good thing. After returning, he will ask Dan Yunyao to exchange it for another one to use for the beast tamer. Soon, they arrived not far from Tianming City. Ji Hongfei put the dark shadow steel dragon into the beast taming bag, and then put the invisibility talisman on his body. After successfully becoming invisible, several people ran towards Tianming City. At this time, Tianming City was in chaos. Many houses collapsed, and many corpses still warm were lying on the ground. The city lord is dead, and the ancient Golden Horn Emperor is also dead. The Golden Horn realm has completely become a hunting ground for humans, so the city has become an even more popular object. All of a sudden, all the soldiers guarding the city gates rebelled, and refugees from the Golden Horn tribe also entered the city to rob resources, burn, kill, and loot, turning Tianming City into a purgatory. Chi Anlin entered the city gate, felt it for a while, and touched his chin. Many of the Golden Horn clan members in the city were at the third realm, while those at the fourth realm disdained to fight for these petty gains, and all went to look for the city lord's treasure house. It is really difficult to kill so many members of the Golden Horn tribe with ant soldiers. Chi Anlin decided to deploy some ant soldiers at a certain location in the Golden Horn realm to help him harvest blood energy. The ant soldiers can continue to survive here. Although there is no queen ant, they can still reproduce offspring, but the number of offspring is too small. Moreover, the energy consumed by these ant soldiers on a daily basis is too huge. There are basically no second-level monsters in the small beast world, so releasing some ant soldiers can save some energy. Killing a second-level monster beast would gain blood energy ranging from 0.5 yuan to 500 yuan. The second-level monster beasts in the entire small beast world provided Chi Anlin with a total of 6.1 million yuan. What Chi Anlin cares about now is not how many ant soldiers can be produced every day, but where the nutrition comes from. This time when he and his companions came out, there should be strong men protecting them from behind. So Chi Anlin did not release the ant soldiers immediately, but walked around the city directly. After the invisibility talisman is attached to the body, the whole body will be invisible, so Xiaoxing is still inside Chi Anlin's clothes. Otherwise, even if you put on the invisibility talisman, you still have to take off all your clothes. Following Xiaoxing's instructions, Chi Anlin wandered around the city, having to constantly dodge the Golden Horn people who were fighting over him so they wouldn't attack him, causing the invisibility talisman to fail. In the other world, it doesn't matter how young or talented you are. If you happen to meet the Golden Horn clan with higher cultivation, you will only die. Chi Anlin wasn't sure if there was anyone protecting him secretly, so he had to prepare for the worst. On the street ahead, the stone steps were stained with blood. A female member of the Golden Horn tribe was curled up in despair with a baby in her arms. At this time, a mortal Golden Horn man with green eyes walked up and dragged the Golden Horn woman over. The crying of a baby was heard, accompanied by the desperate voice of the Golden Horned woman. Chi Anlin shook his head and continued to look for the location of the treasure. Even if there were no different races, humans would still kill each other. There would still be wars in ordinary times, not to mention the world of cultivating immortals. Someone might see this and take action, but none of them, even Xunyu, would help. Once he takes action, not only will he expose himself, but he may also implicate his teammates. Although the Golden Horn people are killing each other now, if a human really appears, all the Golden Horn people will definitely unite to attack the human. Following Xiaoxing's guidance, Anlin found a medicine shop. The elixirs inside had been looted, and the counter was smashed to pieces. After communicating with Xiaoxing in the Sea of Spirituality, Anlin quickly found a box in a secret compartment on the ground. After putting the box directly into the Queen Ant's world, Anlin continued to search for the treasure house. The invisibility talisman only lasts for half an hour, so don't waste any time. Mou walked on the street, occasionally taking advantage of the chaos to collect the corpses on the ground. Although the horns of the Golden Horn clan are good things, under normal circumstances, the Golden Horn clan members will not take these horns away. This gave Mou the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The reason why I came here to search for the treasure house, besides picking up the spoils, is more for experience and obtaining resources, even if I didn't get anything in the treasure house in the end. Such a small thing can't even be exchanged for an invisibility talisman. Dan Yunyao must be really rich. However, Dan Yunyao is rich, but Mou is not. Recently, he doesn't dare to collect the salary from the Mo family, and his income is directly zero. While Mou was collecting the bodies, he was observing his surroundings to avoid anyone noticing anything amiss. At this time, Ji Hongfei had already stepped into the city lord's mansion. There were several members of the Fourth Realm Golden Horn clan inside, so he had no chance to use the bean scattering technique. At this moment, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at a stone wall not far away. For some reason, he felt that something there was attracting him. Without hesitation, Ji Hongfei walked straight over. Ji Hongfei gently touched the stone wall and exerted a little force with his fingers, but found that he could not damage the stone wall at all with his finger strength. Is there something inside? There are several Earth-level cultivators in the city lord's mansion, and their senses are extremely sensitive. If I show up, I will definitely be hunted down. Ji Hongfei touched his chin and then walked towards these Earth-level Golden Horn tribe members. These people from the Golden Horn tribe actually have the leisure to drink here? At the table in the hall, several local-level Golden Horn tribe members were seen staggering and drinking. It's truly a wine treasured by the city lord's mansion. It's incredibly delicious. It's a shame that King Tianming didn't get to enjoy it. Huh. After today, we are all human prey. How ridiculous and pathetic. The people of the Golden Horn tribe all know their situation. Once the human race completely takes control of the Golden Horn realm, the people of the Golden Horn tribe will be like imprisoned monsters at the mercy of others. The Golden Horned people who were at the peak of the heavenly level were either killed or hid, for they were all afraid of being slaughtered by humans after breaking through. You must know that the human race will not believe a single word from the kings of other races. Even if they surrender, they will be killed in the end. Looking at the several Golden Horn tribe members who were drinking, Ji Hongfei raised his eyebrows and was a little excited. Today, I, Ji Hongfei, will surpass my level and annihilate all the Earth-level powerhouses. Ji Hongfei's consciousness entered the space ring and began to look for the hidden poison. Chapter 177. This is too much. The wine jars were all in a small room. To be on the safe side, Ji Hongfei carefully added poison to these open jars of wine. This poison is the 9 nether soul-stealing poison, which is enough to kill an Earth-level cultivator. After adding the poison, Ji Hongfei quickly left the room to avoid being discovered. After a while, these local-level Golden Horn tribe members finished the wine in their hands and clamored to continue. So, under Ji Hongfei's expectant gaze, they brought a few more jars of wine and started drinking while bragging. Using poison is not my style. These people from the Golden Horn tribe died of alcohol poisoning. Ji Hongfei comforted himself in his heart, but if drinking could really kill an Earth-level cultivator, that would be really laughable. Soon, they all drank the wine. After a while, a member of the Earth-level Golden Horn tribe screamed, scaring everyone around him. Jinping, what's wrong with you? Jinping was a fat man who drank a lot, so he was the first to have an attack. The next second, blood began to flow from Jinping's 7 orifices. All the Golden Horn people sobered up and shouted, "Poison!" A large pile of antidotes were turned out, and they stuffed the pills into their mouths desperately, but facing the heavenly level poison, it was completely useless, and soon they rolled on the ground in pain. Soon, all these Earth-level Golden Horn tribe members died with blood coming out of all 7 orifices. After making sure they were all dead, Ji Hongfei immediately walked out, took the bodies away, ran to the stone wall, and pushed it hard. However, even with Ji Hongfei's strength, his face flushed red. He was unable to move the stone wall at all. Brute force is ineffective. There must be some mechanism. Suddenly, Ji Hongfei took out a handful of beans and scattered them on the ground. Then, cute little bean soldiers appeared. Press everywhere. After receiving Ji Hongfei's order, The bean soldiers scattered and jumped in different places. With the help of hundreds of bean soldiers, Ji Hongfei soon saw the ground under the feet of one of the bean soldiers collapse, and at this time, the bean soldier who was climbing the wall also found the secret compartment. The two secret compartments were pressed at the same time, and the stone wall made an unpleasant friction sound and slowly opened. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the bean soldiers. Ji Hongfei flashed and entered the dark room directly. Entering the dark room, he saw many night pearls hanging around, illuminating the entire dark room. The layout of the dark room is very simple. Looking around, on both sides of the dark room, armors stand solemnly, flashing with cold light, and it is obvious that they are not ordinary objects. In the center of the dark room, there was a battle flag. Ji Hongfei walked over and picked up the battle flag. Why is the treasure related to me only of yellow quality? Ji Hongfei was a little confused. Although the quality of this thing was not high, it was a battle flag after all, which was very suitable for the general's identity. Ji Hongfei thought about it and put it directly into the space ring. Then he looked at the armor and said, "They can be used by my troops. Take them." Afterwards, he put these armors into the space ring. Anlin continued to search for the treasure. 20 minutes had passed, and only the last 10 minutes were left. Although he also got a lot of good things, his main purpose of coming to Tianming City this time was to find the treasure house of Tianming City. King Tianming did not tell anyone the location of the treasure house, and the place where the treasure house was hidden was extremely secret. So the powerful people almost turned the entire Tianming City upside down, but still could not find the treasure house. Anlin originally wanted to capture the descendants of King Tianming to interrogate the whereabouts of the treasure house, but after going around in circles and hearing the discussion of the Golden Horn people, he learned that several of King Tianming's children had long been abducted by the generals, and their lives or deaths were unknown. There are 3 heaven-level experts in Tianming City, and there are more than 20 earth-level experts. It can be said that the overall strength of a city is even stronger than that of an ordinary university. You know, not all universities have king-level monks. After searching for a while, Anlin sighed and decided it was time to return. What Anlin didn't know was that at this moment, an old man with thick eyebrows and big eyes was pinching the neck of a heavenly-grade Golden Horn general and shaking him frantically. "Tell me, where did that old fellow, the Heavenly Fate King, hide the treasure?" "The treasure house of Tianming City." Even he was jealous. If he were discovered by these little guys, it would be difficult for him to go in and snatch it. Every time he went out on an adventure with King Shuiwei, he would be inexplicably chased by a large group of monks from other worlds. In the end, not only did he not get anything, but he also ended up with injuries all over his body. After finally getting a chance to go out alone, he wanted to bring back some good stuff to make that Shuiwei king envious. While King Fenghua was questioning General Jinjiao about the location of his treasure house, King Shuiwei was flying in the sky feeling very tired. Below, Qi Shuiwei was using her body skills to escape. Behind her, there were more than 10 Earth-level members of the Golden Horn clan, and 2 of them were even at the peak of the Earth level. Facing the pursuit of these Golden Horn people, Qi Shuiwei did not even turn her head. Just now, she sneaked into a royal city and saw a spirit stone mine. However, there were several heavenly-level experts guarding the spirit stone mine. In order not to give them an advantage, she used the Flame Phoenix Flame to directly ignite the spirit stone mine. Afterwards, the entire royal city exploded, leaving her dumbfounded. The power was truly enormous. If it weren't for the armor she was wearing, she would probably have been killed by the aftermath. These Earth-level cultivators were the lucky ones who had not yet entered the city. When they saw their homes bombed and their wives and children killed, they all rushed to hunt her down. The Golden Horn clan is going too far. Qi Shuiwei was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. When had she ever suffered such injustice? When the Golden Horn tribe members behind her heard her words, they immediately flew into a rage. Who was bullying others? They had just gone out, and when they came back, there was no home. When ordinary cultivators see a spiritual mine, they will definitely think of digging for spiritual stones. But this guy was different and actually blew it up directly. Moreover, ordinary flames cannot ignite this spirit stone mine. Some sharp-eyed people saw that Qi Shuiwei was still a combat body. "Don't kill her, capture her. Perhaps we can exchange her for the opportunity to go to the Tianjiao realm." Hearing this, Qi Shuiwei's eyes lit up. It was a good idea not to kill her, so she started to attack while running. She is now a fully developed combat body, and her combat power has reached its peak. In a one-on-one situation, she is not afraid of anyone. So, Qi Shuiwei saw the overwhelming attack, activated her armor, and ran away. As she ran, she saw the members of the Three Kings Society. Her eyes lit up and she quickly shouted, Student Mo. Join forces to kill these bastards. When Mo Chongkong, the president of Sanwang Society, saw Qi Shuyue, he turned around and prepared to leave. This guy couldn't be touched now. But when he heard Qi Shuyue's next words, Mo Chongkong's face changed. Qi Shuyue passed directly in front of him, and the next second, more than a dozen Earth-level Golden Horn clan members appeared in front of him. Chapter 178, Tianming City Treasure House. Kill him. None of the human race is good, said a ground-level member of the Golden Horn tribe, and took the lead in launching an attack. Qi Shuyue, you and I cannot coexist. Mo Chongkong roared, and Qi Shuyue continued to run away without looking back. Are you kidding? She and Mo Chongkong have always been at odds with each other. When she first entered the school, she was always bullied by the Three Kings Society. Mo Chongkong has already reached the peak of the fourth realm. Even if he fails, he can still escape. It's a pity. I heard that the people from the Three Kings Society were still looking for trouble with Qi Anlin recently. Qi Shuyue snorted coldly, and sooner or later, they would pick on the Three Kings Society. 30 minutes were about to pass, and the group returned to the gathering place. At this time, Xiao Xing began to frantically pick at Qi Anlin's belly button. Xiao Anzi, my dear, I found so many treasures. As time went by, Qi Anlin had unknowingly gotten used to Xiao Xing's habit and even felt a little comfortable with it. What the hell? Xiao Xing was taken out, and at this time, Ji Hongfei and others also appeared. How was the harvest? Qi Anlin asked with a smile. Mo Yu showed off his space ring and said, we have collected many corpses of the Golden Horn clan. Our mission should be completed. Ji Hongfei said, I found a flag, but it's only yellow level and a bunch of armor. After saying this, Ji Hongfei took it out and said, for some reason, this battle flag is attractive to me. It's a pity that the quality is too low. Is it attractive to Ji Hongfei? Qi Anlin was a little puzzled, and then he started to appraise this thing. Name War God Flag. Quality, heavenly grade, lower grade, sealed. Introduction. Possessing the companion's spiritual weapon Tianhao armor, it can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the troops. The battle flag improves morale and condenses the soul of the army formation, reducing the negative effects suffered by the troops. Qi Anlin touched his chin and said, Brother Ji, your battle flag is in a sealed state. Its quality is low-grade heaven grade. It is a set with the armor. Ji Hongfei was stunned. How come he didn't notice that it was in a sealed state? But I don't know how to unseal it either. Brother Ji, you can refine it first, and then try to unseal it. Okay. Ji Hongfei still trusted Qi Anlin very much. He nodded and put the battle flag into the space ring, preparing to refine it after it was safe. After seeing the two finish their conversation, Dan Yunyao spoke up. I found some Golden Horn clan techniques, most of which are below Earth rank. Xiaoya, what about you? Everyone looked at Chunyu, and Chunyu lowered his head and said, I only found some pill recipes. Elixir recipe? Qi Anlin immediately became interested. It happened that Long Long Ding had recently finished refining all the low-level elixirs, so he could look for some new elixir recipes. If you don't need the recipe, I can exchange it with you. Qi Anlin said with a smile. Chunyu took out a bunch of pill recipes from the bracelet. Qi Anlin was stunned. The storage space in the bracelet was very small, and Chunyu herself didn't even have a storage ring. After checking the recipe, Qi Anlin said, I'll copy it down. You can sell it. The recipe from the Golden Horn realm should be able to exchange for a lot of spirit stones. Among the pill recipes, only one is a third-grade recipe, and the rest are first and second grade. However, most of them are enhancement pills and are extremely popular in the market. After accepting the recipe, Qi Anlin saw that Chunyu wanted to refuse, so he said, the recipe was prepared for my friend, and the resources were given to you by him. However, you don't have a space ring now, so why not wait until I return to the military and return it to you? As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Anlin continued, now that everyone is here, let's get started. Mo Yu was a little confused when he heard this, and Qi Anlin did not explain. He summoned Tianyin and said, Tianyin, move the soil off the ground. Tianyin nodded, and then a strand of hair suddenly stood up on her head. Green light flashed on her body. The next second, several giant vines suddenly emerged from the ground and began to sweep the surrounding land. Under the puzzled gazes of several people, a solid metal door soon appeared, engraved with many formations to conceal the aura of the treasure house. This is a treasure house. Everyone was stunned. The treasure house they had been looking for was actually right where they gathered. If the treasure house of the King of Destiny was placed in Destiny City, then as soon as he died or was trapped, the entire Destiny City would be dug up. Therefore, he set up the treasure house outside Tianming City. Qi Anlin knew that it was Xiao Xing's luck that was causing trouble again. After seeing the treasure house, Xiaoxing jumped off Qi Anlin and jumped directly into the deep pit. At this time, a huge stone fell around the deep pit, but Xiaoxing dodged it very nimbly. The next second, its feet sank, and a diamond-shaped groove appeared above the gate. What? Mou was stunned by Xiaoxing's move. What the hell was going on? This little mouse jumped down and actually touched the mechanism directly? Mou's eyes changed when he looked at Xiaoxing. He had always thought that Qi Anlin's rat was useless, but later he thought that it was just good at concealing its breath and had a taunting skill. Unexpectedly, the special thing about this mouse is luck. Brother Qi, your mouse is really lucky, but its fur color is a bit too arrogant. Ji Hongfei praised. Qi Anlin nodded, then observed the diamond-shaped groove, jumped down, and asked Xiaoxing to take out the wooden box from the queen ant's small world. When he opened the wooden box, he saw a diamond-shaped crystal floating slightly. Qi Anlin took it out directly and placed it on the door. Suddenly, the door made a noise. As everyone stared in amazement, Qi Anlin shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go in and take a look. There should be a lot of good things in a king-level treasure house, right?" Qi Anlin was the first to walk into the treasure house and was immediately blinded by the piles of spirit stones and crystal cores in front of him. There were many boxes on the ground, filled with spirit stones. Hundreds of boxes of spirit stones were placed at the outermost edge of the treasury, which made Qi Anlin swallow his saliva. Although he had seen the ancient emperor's treasure house, it had not been realized after all, so it did not look so spectacular. Looking inside, Qi Anlin saw a lot of rare treasures displayed on shelves, some of which were equipped with automatic alarm devices. However, even if this device is activated, King Destiny will not be able to know about it. Mou and Chunyu entered the treasure house and were stunned for a moment, while Dan Yunyao's eyes narrowed into a line. She actually found the treasure house. Outside the treasury, King Fenghua was still holding in his hand a member of the heavenly grade Golden Horn tribe who had died long ago. Seeing this scene, he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. What kind of luck does Qi Anlin have that he can even find this? He originally thought that even if these guys found the treasure house, they would not be able to open it, and in the end he would have to do it himself. Chapter 179. Separating the spiritual consciousness and doing two things at once. Unexpectedly, Qi Anlin actually had the key to get in. King Fenghua felt mixed emotions and didn't know what to say. Inside the treasure house, Dan Yunyao took the initiative to say, "This treasure house was found by Qi Anlin, so Qi Anlin owns 80% of it." Long before entering the Golden Horn realm, everyone had made distribution plans. Hearing this, Chinyu shook her head. She had done nothing and paid nothing, so she didn't deserve these things. Now that you have joined the team, don't be too restrained. Ji Hongfei said. Here, Chinyu is the only one who is so short of resources. Qi Anlin didn't bother to be polite with them. He took Xiaoxing and started to collect spirit stones. He was worried that the queen ant had nothing to eat. These spirit stones and crystal cores should be able to last for a while. Hurry up and choose, Chinyu. There are several space rings here. Take one and refine it, then use it to store resources. Several people began to pick treasures in the treasury. Ji Hongfei picked some medicinal herbs for body refining, while Mou took a lot of pills. As for Dan Yunyao, her way of choosing treasures was actually based on appearance, so she took a lot of decorative spiritual tools. The grade was not very high, but they were extremely dazzling. Qirong Tontian Chrysanthemum, Millennium Dragon King Ginseng, Ice and Fire Snake Heart Fruit. Dragon Power Pill Recipe? Not bad, take it. Qi Anlin put a lot of resources into the Queen Ant's small world. He didn't expect that the king's treasure house would be so rich. Many things in the prison emperor's treasure house had been consumed by the prison emperor himself before, and those herbs were also intended to be used after he successfully took over the emperor's body. Otherwise, Qi Anlin would not be able to get any herbs, and at most he could get some skills. This treasure trove is the accumulation of hundreds of years of Tianming City. Even 5% of it is enough to drive Earth-level cultivators crazy. The total number of spirit stones here is enough to support the queen ant to produce tens of millions of second-level ant soldiers. Qi Anlin nodded with satisfaction. In the near future, the ant soldiers will not lack energy. Even Chunyu was allocated tens of thousands of second-grade spirit stones, which were enough to support her cultivation to the middle stage of the second realm. In addition, there are many other treasures. If they are converted into spirit stones, they would be worth tens of millions of second-grade spirit stones. However, there are no sixth-grade spirit stones among the spirit stones. Sixth-grade spirit stones are spirit stones that have produced a trace of Tao aura, and they are in short supply for kings. Even if there are any, they have long been used up by the King of Destiny. After storing all the contents of the treasure house into the Queen Ant's small world, Anlin planned to let the queen ant directly devour the spirit stones and produce ant soldiers, which would then be released into various worlds and allowed to develop freely. Anlin calculated that there were tens of millions of ant soldiers. If the heavenly cultivator did not escape, 1,000,000 ant soldiers would be able to kill him. If it escapes, the ant soldiers have no way to force it to stay. The treasure house that was once overflowing with treasures was like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing behind. Even the night pearls used for lighting above their heads were divided up by several people. After leaving the treasury contentedly, a figure suddenly appeared. King Fenghua dug the treasury 3 feet deep, but did not find anything more, and he felt hopeless. Watching these youngsters making money is more painful than killing him. King Fenghua felt a little sad. Compared to him, Anlin was richer than him. However, these guys are so ostentatious that they will definitely encounter danger. It should not be too much to ask for some protection money at that time. If you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat grass first. After leaving the treasury, several people rode on the shadow black steel dragon, but Chunyu was still a little dazed. She had worked so hard for so long, and had nearly died from serious injuries several times in the other world, practicing day and night. In the end, just by going out with Anlin and the others, she earned so many cultivation resources. Even the resources she had obtained in the first half of her life were not even 1% of what she had gained this time. Looking at everyone with gratitude, Chunyu secretly vowed in her heart that she must hurry up and become stronger to repay the kindness of these friends. After obtaining the resources, he began to practice while on the road, and Anlin also put his consciousness into the blood energy space, touching his chin thoughtfully. Since I can enter the blood energy space with my consciousness, can I directly put my consciousness into the queen ant's small world? Because he was afraid of being exposed, Anlin had been unable to enter the queen ant's small world, nor could he perform synthesis. However, if he put his consciousness into the queen ant's small world, it would mean that his synthesis would not be discovered in the future. Anlin thought about it, then withdrew from the blood energy space and began to try to separate consciousness. When entering a small world, one must definitely leave a part of consciousness in the main body to prevent the main body from being harmed without knowing it. In other words, multitasking? When Anlin tried to separate his consciousness, Fenghua Wang also noticed something was wrong in the air. Oh my god! What's wrong with this kid? He actually started to separate his consciousness. The reason why the King Realm can create Tao Crystal is because they can separate the spiritual consciousness and create an avatar. Therefore, every time a Tao Crystal is created, the king himself will suffer certain losses, and it will take a long time to adjust his breathing before he can make up for it. Not everyone possesses a spiritual sense as powerful as that of the Phoenix Fire Emperor. For example, the Fenghua King himself can only separate 1 Tao Crystal in 3 months, otherwise his spiritual sense is likely to be severely damaged, leaving hidden dangers. How can he separate his spiritual consciousness now? This is too ridiculous. Although Anlin's mental power is relatively strong, and he can contract so many high-quality beasts, he is only at the 2nd level after all. His mental power is not the same as that of a king. If he forcibly separates his spiritual consciousness, he will probably become an idiot. We have to stop him. Boy, stop now. Your mental strength is too weak now. If you separate your consciousness, you will become an idiot. The voice of King Fenghua appeared in Anlin's mind. Anlin was stunned for a moment, then raised his head. Sure enough, there is a king following them, and it is the king of Beacon Fire? But every time he saw Fenghua King was always in an injured state. Could it be that he would encounter king-level dangers during this journey to the Golden Horn Realm? Anlin became alert. Although King Fenghua was a king, there was still some metaphysics in some things. King Fenghua did not expect that this reminder would make Anlin wary of the upcoming journey to the Golden Horn Realm. If he knew, he might be furious. Anlin nodded slightly, and then began to think. It turned out that he was separating his spiritual consciousness, but he had just separated a little bit and didn't feel anything wrong. How about being more careful and trying again? Anlin changed his method. Instead of cutting directly, he tried to do 2 things at once. While sensing the surrounding environment, he immersed his consciousness in the queen ant's small world. When his consciousness touched the queen ant's small world, Anlin felt a sense of intimacy, and the queen ant also seemed to feel something and became very excited. Chapter 180 Mo Fires. King Fenghua just breathed a sigh of relief when he found that Anlin was beginning to lose consciousness. He was stunned. This guy? But the next second, King Fenghua was a little confused. He felt that Anlin had actually succeeded. What is this? For the first time, King Fenghua felt that this world was so absurd. He also didn't know that Anlin had already realized the great Tao, otherwise he wouldn't have this expression now. At this time, Anlin could even directly construct an avatar with independent consciousness. Ignoring someone's shock, Anlin let his consciousness enter the queen ant's small world. At this time, he felt that his consciousness could actually control the small world. What is this? Anlin was stunned for a moment and looked at the queen ant inquiringly. The queen ant's antennae trembled slightly, and Anlin soon understood that the queen ant had transferred part of the authority of the small world to him. However, the queen ant in the small world did not have complete control. After all, it was a fourth-level world. It could only choose to kick people out, but could not kill them directly. Therefore, there were still a few fourth-level monsters in the small world. After his consciousness entered the small world, Anlin first transferred a pile of medicinal herbs to Long Ding and asked him to refine the elixir. Then he took out a lot of prescriptions and muttered to himself, "Synthesis." The system prompt sounded, "Ding, do you want a fused dragon cauldron and dragon pill recipe? Required blood energy, 0.5. Fusion success rate, 80%. It worked, and Anlin was very happy. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered when he synthesized it. There are too many powerful people in this world, and the secrets might be exposed at any time, just like the previous incident with the prison emperor. If the prison emperor had not been frightened, he would have definitely caught him even at all costs. After all, anyone who sees someone in the second realm who possesses the power of law will want to find out the secret and take it for themselves. After synthesizing the pill recipes one by one for Long Ding, Anlin spent thousands of yuan. So far, Anlin has never seen the elixir recipe that Dragon Cauldron has fused fail. It seems that he has mastered this skill directly and has also refined elixirs of top quality. With the alchemy speed of the Dragon Cauldron, even higher-level alchemists are far behind. One cauldron is equivalent to a team. There was a noise outside, and Anlin's consciousness left the small world. Then he saw a group of human cultivators fighting with the Golden Horn clan. Below is the entrance to the inheritance site. This is a king-level inheritance site. Maybe the king's avenue is left behind. Mou said. The king who left the inheritance was himself a member of the Golden Horn clan, so it was extremely disadvantageous for human cultivators. Anlin nodded, and then everyone jumped off the shadow black steel dragon and landed on the battlefield. The cultivators outside were mostly at the first or second realm, and Anlin also saw a divine refiner from the human race. To be honest, he rarely sees a divine refiner. Not only can this profession use mental power to attack, but its own fighting style is a bit like a magician. Different from the fixed attributes of Qi cultivators, they use mental power to cast spells, such as water balls and fireballs. In short, it is the style of a magician. Seeing Anlin and his group, both sides became a little wary. The war between them was not only a hatred between races, but most fundamentally, a dispute over interests. Anlin and others look very young and have strong cultivation. They are obviously talented cultivators and are great enemies who want to seize the inheritance. After estimating the strength of Anlin and the others, the captain of the human race suddenly said, "Kill them." He is a cultivator of the second realm, and among this team, the strongest is Ji Hongfei, who has reached the 7th level of the first realm. The Golden Horn tribe member was also taken aback, then laughed and said, "Okay, then let's deal with this group first." However, they still remain vigilant against the human cultivators. Given the cunningness of the human race, they might be acting. Ji Hongfei was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. "How dare you? How dare you attack this general?" Anlin directly summoned Xiaoya and said, "I'll leave the two strongest ones to you." Xiaoya has reached the 3rd stage of the second realm, while the two captains are both cultivators of the 5th stage of the second realm. With Anlin's own strength, he cannot cope with them unless he transforms into the Tianyin battle body. The war was about to break out, and when facing the human race, the companions were unambiguous and did not hold back at all. Chen Yu summoned vines to control the divine refiner. The divine refiner's face changed, and he was about to summon a fireball to burn the vines. But the next second, Mou swung the purple lightning whip in his hand towards him and directly wrapped around the divine refiner's neck. The purple lightning swirled around, making the divine refiner's body instantly stiff and turn black. Ji Hongfei summoned a bunch of bean soldiers to bring blessings to himself, then held a spear and swept towards the Golden Horn people in front of him. The two second-level captains were stopped by Xiaoya. Xiaoya's body was burning with flames, burning their bodies and forcing them to retreat repeatedly. "Damn it, this isn't an ordinary monster," Jiang Wu yelled, then roared. "All members of the second realm, surround this wolf beast." Jiang Wu was horrified to find that in the fire area created by the wolf beast, He was unable to absorb spiritual power to replenish himself. If this continued, he would be defeated sooner or later. A beast tamer of the second realm, stage 3, could actually suppress 2 cultivators of the second realm, stage 5. Jiang Wu felt a chill in his heart. He had to kill these people, otherwise he and his companions would be hunted down by powerful forces after they returned. With the addition of other second-level members, Xiaoya gradually began to suffer injuries. At this time, Qi Anlin summoned Tianyin and asked Tianyin to use the healing light. As time went by, Xiaoya's combat effectiveness became stronger and stronger. This was also Xiaoya's passive skill, fighting well. After a while, it directly killed several low-level cultivators of the second realm. At this moment, a cultivator of the first realm approached Qi Anlin and roared with a ferocious look in his eyes, "Boy, die." Then, the aura of the third realm burst out from his body, startling the people fighting and shouting, "Be careful." Ji Hongfei pierced the Golden Horn tribe member in front of him with a spear, then took out the beast-taming bag and prepared to summon the Shadow Black Steel Dragon. Qi Anlin was not surprised by the strength displayed by this person. The identification technique was free, and the world was full of people who were like that. So whenever he met someone, he would use the identification technique to identify them all. Qi Anlin slowly raised his hand, and under the shocked gazes of everyone, the bracelet on his arm began to deform, and in an instant it turned into an extremely large energy cannon. Times have changed. The energy at the muzzle was extremely fluctuating, flashing a light as dazzling as the sun. Boom! A beam of light several meters thick appeared and directly swallowed up the third-level cultivator. The deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and even the ground shook. During this period, he kept replenishing Mo Huan with spirit stones, and even increased Mo Huan's attack power to the third level. Chapter 181. Inheritance. After one blast, not a blade of grass grew, and 2 long gullies appeared under Qi Anlin's feet. The huge shockwave pushed him back a long distance. After firing this shot, Mo Huan wilted directly, with a red glow at the muzzle, as if he was about to melt. Tianyin flew out and used several healing lights in a row before finally allowing Mo Huan to recover a little. In front of Qi Anlin, a semicircular gap appeared on the ground. The surrounding trees were still burning, and there were traces of charring everywhere. The cultivator who had taken action earlier was also directly evaporated. What the hell? Mo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He stared blankly at Qi Anlin's mechanical watch, and it was as if 1,000 alpaca horses were passing through his mind. He originally thought that the black jade bracelet on Qi Anlin's hand was just a decoration. After all, when he sensed it, it had no grade. But he didn't expect that this thing actually had the power of the third realm. Qi Anlin adjusted his hair. The shockwave was so powerful that it blew his hair back into a bun. This was Mo Huan's first time fighting, and he unexpectedly had such great power that his arm was still slightly numb. If a first-level physical cultivator had fired this shot, his entire arm would probably have been blown off. Kill Lu Neng, the third-level Qi cultivator, and gain 3,000 blood energy. Letting Mo Huan switch back to his original form to rest, Qi Anlin looked at the stunned crowd with a smile. "You continue." The corners of Jiang Wu's mouth twitched slightly. What's the point of continuing this? Originally, he did not retreat because he felt there was still hope of killing this group of people, but the scene before him made him feel very powerless. Even Lu Neng, who was hiding in the team, was killed by a cannon, so they would also die if they went over. Jiang Wu kicked the second-level cultivator in front of him away, then turned around and ran away. They were not originally a group of people, but only formed a team for the sake of profit, so there was no guilt at all in letting someone die in their place. Xiaoya ripped the man's stomach open with one claw, and immediately, everyone turned around and ran away. Mou and others and Xiaoyu pursued the victory. At this moment, whoever ran slower would be in the front row. After killing a few people, the rest fled and disappeared. Qi Anlin called out to Xiaoya, who was still trying to chase after them. "Don't chase. The inheritance is more important." After putting the weapons back into the space ring, several people came closer. Mou observed Mo Huan curiously. "How did this thing get so big? It's not even of grade." Qi Anlin smiled and said, "My friend gave it to me. I don't know the principle behind it." No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought that Mo Huan was actually a monster, and Tianyin's treatment just now. Being able to launch an attack of such a scale, Qi Anlin's body must have been damaged. Above the sky, King Finghua dealt with the few people who had escaped and collected their space rings. Why does this kid have so many strange things on him? King Finghua couldn't tell what Mo Huan was. In his perception, Mo Huan was just an ordinary bracelet. Afterwards, he saw several people walking into the inheritance site, and his figure flashed as he prepared to follow them, But at this time, he sensed the restrictions of the inheritance site. This thing only allows young people under the age of 30 to enter. Moreover, he tried to break in by force, but was bounced out. What the hell? Fenghua Wang became a little unsure. He was a dignified 4th-level king, but he couldn't even enter the inheritance site created by a cultivator of the same level? After many attempts, blood appeared at the corners of Fenghua King's mouth. The recoil force of this inheritance land became stronger and stronger, and it was able to injure him. King Fenghua spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell is this, a king-level inheritance land? No one would believe him. Hey, maybe this guy asked the formation master to set up a barrier for himself. King Fenghua sat at the portal. He had no way to enter and could only wait for Anlin and the others to come out. Hope nothing goes wrong in there. As soon as he stepped into the teleportation area, Anlin felt the scene in front of him flash. There was actually a teleportation formation here. When he came to his senses, Anlin saw the bright sky, but he clearly felt that this was no longer the Golden Horn realm. All his companions disappeared. Anlin frowned slightly. Why would a king-level inheritance site be an independent space? And it even had a teleportation function? This is not because Anlin looks down on the king. A king of this level can be crushed to death with just one finger. But you have to know that only a monarch can open up space, and this space is extremely vast at first glance. It is impossible that it was created by a king. Anlin thought about it and realized that several people had Tiandun talismans and many life-saving items on them, so they should be fine. After opening the bracelet, Anlin discovered that the positioning function of the bracelet had been damaged, so he could not contact several teammates at all. After closing the bracelet, Anlin waved his hand and summoned Xiaoxing and Tianyin. There is no need to explain the reason for summoning Xiaoxing, which is of course to find the way, and Tianyin is to prevent himself from falling into an illusion. He originally wanted to release a transport ant soldier and let it take a group of ant soldiers to explore this world. However, in the current situation, Anlin was not sure what he would encounter in this inheritance land. Before summoning ant soldiers, he had to make sure it was safe. Xiaoxing jumped to the ground and ran forward, while Anlin followed slowly behind him, looking around from time to time to check if there was any danger. As they crossed the plain, Xiaoxing suddenly disappeared in front of him. Anlin was stunned for a moment, then stretched out his hand. There seemed to be a transparent barrier in front of him, and Anlin's hand sank into another space. He frowned slightly, chatted with Xiaoxing, and after confirming that there was no danger, he walked straight in. The next second, Anlin saw ancient swords stuck in the ground, densely packed like tombs. Anlin frowned slightly. He could sense that these ancient swords all contained a strange charm, which made him a little confused, so he decisively used the identification method. Name Tianyuan sword. Quality, heavenly grade. Introduction, a long sword imbued with the power of the golden spear. Only those who understand the power of the sword can pull it out. Huh. Anlin opened his eyes wide and used the identification function on each sword. He found that the swords here all contained different sword intentions and of varying qualities. There were even king-level ancient swords. How can this be a king-level inheritance site? Anlin looked around and saw densely packed ancient swords stretching as far as the eye could see. The mountain farthest away was actually split into two, looking as if it had been split by a sword. From afar, Anlin could sense a sharp sword intent. Anlin's pupils shrank slightly as he walked forward. Suddenly, the sword intent around him rose up. Although the long swords were stuck in the ground, each one seemed to be examining him. Two words emerged in Anlin's mind. Sword Tomb. Chapter 182 Sky Tomb. Anlin walked up to a heavenly grade ancient sword and grabbed it directly, but the next second, he froze in place. In front of him, the sword intent transformed into a human figure. I am Luo Yangyu of the human race. This sword is the soul-destroying sword, which can destroy gods and sever souls. Luo Yangyu swung the long sword in his hand, and the sword energy seemed invisible as it slashed forward. The next second, the sword intent suddenly exploded, carrying a sense of annihilation. Just by looking at it, Anlin felt that his soul could be chopped off at any time. Do I need to comprehend the sword intent? Anlin thought for a while, closed his eyes, and the sword just now began to appear in his mind. At the same time, his consciousness entered the blood energy space and directly summoned Luo Yangyu, who was in the same realm, and then began the battle. At this stage, Luo Yangyu had not yet grasped the meaning of sword, but he had already formed a basic form of sword dancing. Anlin began to imitate him. Afterwards, he defeated Luo Yangyu and changed the search terms again. Luo Yangyu appeared again. This time, Luo Yangyu had reached the third realm and had just comprehended the soul-destroying sword intent. Anlin dodged his attacks while comprehending the most basic sword intent, but due to the huge disparity in strength, he was killed by the opponent in just a few rounds. In this way, he continued to summon Luo Yangyu, comprehending the sword intent while fighting. All along, he has been constantly fighting to improve his fighting skills, or accepting martial arts teachings from others, which has led to his failure to comprehend these meanings. The meaning of boxing and sword are both the result of a certain level of self-understanding on a certain path, but he has always been influenced by others and has not realized his own meaning. Anlin also understood that his comprehension was not that strong. He relied on entering the blood energy space again and spending more time to learn. And now, with the opportunity, he was ready to comprehend the sword intent of many people at once, and then create his own sword intent. When Anlin comprehended the sword intent, Ji Hongfei also walked into a strange space. What the hell? Stop playing tricks. This area is full of lonely graves with names written on them. The God Clan, Shen Wuhui, the Human Clan, Ji Xuanji, the Demon Clan, Moin. Ji Hongfei just felt a little creepy. The sky was dark and the tombs were neatly arranged, full of a gloomy feeling. Ji Hongfei shuddered, then took out a handful of beans and sprinkled them on the ground. The bean soldiers appeared, chirping one by one, which made Ji Hongfei feel a little vitality. He then caught more than 10 bean soldiers and let them stand on his body. He looked at one of the tombs, frowning slightly. Ancestor Xuanji? Didn't he die in the land of the gods 1,000 years ago? Ji Hongfei was a little confused. Then he looked carefully at the names on the tombs, and his pupils shrank involuntarily. Those buried here are all geniuses of various ethnic groups. Shen Wuhui is a member of the God King clan. According to the records of the Ji family, Shen Wuhui is a God King Dao body, and his ranking is as high as 192nd. As a prodigy of the God clan, Shen Wuhui once killed 3 kings of the Dragon clan when he just entered the king level. Ji Hongfei looked at Mo Yin's grave again. Mo Yin was the first demon combat body, ranked 99th. At his peak, his cultivation broke through the holy realm. Unfortunately, he was eventually surrounded and killed by many powerful saints in the place where gods died. In the end, he blew up the world by himself, causing many powerful saints to be seriously injured. At a glance, all the outstanding geniuses in history appeared in this cemetery. But Ji Hongfei lowered his eyes. They all died in the end, and the geniuses whose names appeared here are no longer in this world. Ji Hongfei sighed. Although, how should he get out? Ji Hongfei looked at the grave of his ancestor. Did he have to dig up the grave himself to find out what was inside? No. How can you dig up your own ancestors' graves? If you want to dig someone else's. Ji Hongfei walked up to a grave hesitantly and wanted to dig it up, but then he thought, what if these graves were real? Wouldn't he be courting death? These are all geniuses in history, powerful men. If they really have any backup plans, even if I am a king, I will not be spared. Forget it. I shall live as a hero and die as a ghost hero. A real man should not be afraid of life and death. Do ye go dig up that grave? Ji Hongfei stood far away and spoke to one of the soldiers. The little bean soldier was not very smart. When he heard his master's order, he ran towards the grave and jumped on it. The next second, Daobing stood there in a daze. His 2 black sesame-like eyes instantly lost focus, and then he fell to the ground. Ji Hongfei raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, there was danger. Damn it, they actually killed my general's bean soldiers. Then, his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. Outside the inheritance site, King Fenghua drank with some melancholy. He had tried many times and found that with his own strength, he could not shake the barrier no matter what. Fenghua? Where are Shaoqi and the others? At this time, a familiar voice rang in King Fenghua's ears. Suddenly, King Fenghua shuddered and turned his head. Fenghua Emperor looked at him with a smile, and next to Fenghua Emperor, Tiango Emperor was holding a jar of wine and also looking at him with a smile. Fenghua, this kid has grown so big. Tian Gugu Emperor looked like he was getting old due to the passage of time, while Fenghua King clenched his fists and cursed in a low voice. You old man, you are only 2 years older than me. Fenghua Wang's mouth was controlled by an unknown force, and then he said, Hello, Grandpa Tiangu. Tiangu stroked his beard in satisfaction. Without even glancing at Fenghua Wang, who was looking ashamed and angry, he turned to Fenghua Huang beside him and said, Girl, your disciple is really lucky to have encountered the Heavenly Tomb. Heavenly Tomb, Fenghua Wang was a little confused and looked at the barrier on the side. This was just a king-level inheritance site. This was originally supposed to be the inheritance site of a king of the Golden Horn clan, but now it has been swallowed up by the Heavenly Tomb. Tiangu touched his beard. thinking that he had also entered the heavenly tomb in the past. Tianfin, as the name suggests, is a cemetery. However, the people buried there were all geniuses in history and overlords of a region. Only such people were qualified to be buried in the heavenly tomb. This tomb is not a dangerous place, but represents a kind of inheritance. Anyone who enters here will not be injured unless they seek death. It will not be surprising if they come out with their strength increasing by leaps and bounds. The Phoenix Fire Emperor had never entered the heavenly tomb. The heavenly tomb had no fixed location and could appear in any corner of the heavens. Each appearance was very short, but this time, for some reason, it actually stayed here. Chapter 183. Understanding the Sword Intention, Painful Torture. Emperor Tiangugu narrowed his eyes, then said, "Let all the students in the military come to the heavenly tomb, and I will also notify the cultivators of the human race. Fenghua, you stay here and guard it. Don't let anyone from its tribe enter." After hearing Tiangu's words, Fenghua Huang's figure disappeared immediately. Xiao Xue was in the Golden Horn realm, so if there was any benefit, of course he had to bring her here. For the ancient emperor, the distance of hundreds of miles was reached in just a moment. Qi Shiyue was still running away, but at this moment, she saw the Phoenix Fire Emperor tearing through space. Her eyes lit up and she shouted, "Master, someone is bullying me." Upon seeing the Phoenix Fire Emperor, the Water Moon King immediately appeared and said, "This is just training her. Excessive interference is not conducive to her growth." Emperor Fenghua nodded and looked at King Shueiyue with some confusion. "Look at how nervous you are. I am not unreasonable." With a wave of his hand, all the earth-level warriors of the Golden Horn clan turned into ashes. Then Fenghua Huang looked at the ragged Mo Chongkong a few kilometers away and pointed his finger. Mo Chongkong's eyes went black and he fell directly to the ground. There was no reason, and she would not kill students at will, even if she was unhappy with the Mo family. So she just let Mo Chongkong fall asleep and missed this trip to the heavenly tomb. "Master will take you to a good place." Grabbing Queen Shueiyue with one hand, Fenghua Huang held Qi Shiyue with the other hand. The space in front of them directly split open. Fenghua Huang took a step forward and returned to Tianfin in the next second. Qi Shiyue's eyes blurred, and she saw the entrance to the inheritance site, feeling a little confused. Although she had originally planned to come here to take a look, but isn't this the king-level inheritance site? How could the master? "Come in, Xiao Xue. Xiao Anlin is also in there. Remember to say hello to him." Fenghua Huang said kindly, and Tianguang also appeared and threw the young people in. Everyone in the heavenly tomb is independent, and they cannot meet each other, so no one will be attacked by others in the heavenly tomb. Tiangugu Huang explained. To put it bluntly, this place is actually the place of inheritance left by the powerful people in the heavens. Afterwards, after hearing the news from Emperor Tiangu, the outside world exploded, and countless cultivators rushed to the Golden Horn realm, fearing that if they were a step slower, the heavenly tomb would disappear. After 10 days in the blood energy space, Qi Anlin finally comprehended the soul-destroying sword intent. Holding the soul-destroying sword again, Qi Anlin actually pulled it out directly. Then, a large amount of sword intent came from the sword body of the soul-destroying sword and poured into his body. The soul-destroying sword intent that he had just comprehended improved rapidly and soon reached the second level. In the next second, the bottleneck above Qi Anlin's realm collapsed like a flood, and his cultivation level actually directly entered the third stage of the second realm. Having tasted the sweetness, Qi Anlin summoned Xiaoya and asked it to see if there was a sword intent that suited him. Then, he continued to look for a sword intent that suited him. There are more than tens of thousands of ancient swords here. If he were to comprehend all of them, it would definitely be too much for him, so he planned to pick out a few of the highest quality. Then, he saw a long sword emitting a bloody aura. After identifying it, he walked straight over. This sword actually displayed? You know, after his identification skills were upgraded, he could even identify ancient items. And this sword cannot be identified. Could it be of saint level, or even higher? No wonder there is empty space for hundreds of meters around this long sword. It turns out that its quality is too high, which excludes other swords and sword intent. Qi Anlin walked over excitedly, but after taking a few steps, he felt his body sink, and then a bloody feeling surged up. For a moment, Qi Anlin felt like he was facing death. His body felt like it was being crushed by a meat grinder, and waves of pain came from all over his body. Hiss! It hurts so much. Qi Anlin's face was grim. This kind of pain was not only for his body, but also for his spirit and soul. If it weren't for the fact that he was immersed in the blood energy space every day and suffered all kinds of abuse, he would probably have died from the pain. The magic sword seemed a little surprised, and then Qi Anlin's eyes turned red, and countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared, and the strong smell of blood was nauseating. Anlin felt blood gushing out of his whole body, and his soul felt like it was being cut into pieces. He wanted to retreat, but his intuition told him that if he retreated, he would definitely not be able to get the magic sword, and he might even be in danger. Not far from the ancient sword, Xiao Xing looked at Anlin with some confusion. Why was Xiao Qi standing still in this place? When it was about to move forward, the white hair on its body exploded, so it quickly ran back. After making sure there was no danger, it breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Qi, you're on your own. I, rat, can't help you. After thinking about it, Xiao Xing suddenly took out 3 incense sticks from his treasure bag, walked to a place not far behind Anlin, lit them, and stuck them into the ground. Anlin had no idea about Xiao Xing's actions. At this time, he was hovering between life and death. This magic sword seemed to be intentionally torturing him. Not only did it make him watch many scenes that needed to be censored, but it also made him experience life and death repeatedly. In response to this, Anlin could only say that it was a small matter. He had probably died tens of thousands of times in the blood energy space, and was already familiar with matters of life and death. At this time, the Sanhwa sword spirit was also a little confused. Although this guy in front of him was extremely weak, he faced such pain and countless deaths, but not only did he not collapse, he even became more and more excited. No matter how desperate the scene it created, this guy seemed to be indifferent. He even remained indifferent when he saw a large number of human monks dying on the battlefield one after another. The most important thing is that this kid still has an ice soul battle body, and there is no such thing as him being possessed by demons. So, it could only watch the man slowly approaching it, and due to the rules, it could not take any action. Soon, Anlin walked step by step to the front of its Song Mo sword and grasped the magic sword. The surrounding illusions and the pain in his body all disappeared, and Anlin's eyes became clear. He felt the coldness in his hand, and when he looked down, he saw that his palm was already holding the magic sword. The next second, a figure appeared in front of the magic sword. Anlin's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Good job, you guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Anlin thought of the demon genius he had challenged when he was at the mortal level. That time, he was so confident that he was beaten to a pulp. Even in the next few challenges, he didn't even touch a hair of the opponent. Now that he has reached the second realm, Anlin has also realized the great Tao and has a lot of buffs on his body, but he still cannot beat this guy of the same level. Demonine, Anlin said, gritting his teeth. Chapter 184 Fate is determined by heaven. Moin could be considered his old rival. Later, in the blood energy space, Anlin also identified this guy and found that his physique was actually ranked within the top 100. Regarding this kind of genius, Anlin felt that even if he cheated, he would not be able to catch up in a short time. After all, his starting point was too high. He looked a little confused, then sighed. Heavenly tomb. I couldn't escape that calamity after all. Then Moin looked at Anlin. Unlike Luo Yangyu's program shadow, Moyin's shadow had independent consciousness. Second realm, third stage? Such a weak being can actually touch that Song Mo sword. Moyin's eyes flickered slightly, and then he frowned, muttering to himself in disbelief. It's actually a variable. Variables. Anlin was a little confused. At this time, Moin roared to the sky, and a violent shock wave was set off around him. Countless sword sounds were heard, as if resisting Moyin's momentum. Ha 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 ha, finally. I finally found the variable. Moin looked a little crazy. Anlin raised his eyebrows. Could it be that this guy wanted to take over his body? As if he saw through Anlin's thoughts, Moin regained his composure in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Don't worry, young man. I won't take over your body. This is just a projection I left behind. Young man, do you believe in fate? Anlin was stunned. After this phantom appeared, he didn't demonstrate his sword skills, but chatted with him. Then he thought for a moment and said, let me believe it. The corners of Moyin's mouth rose slightly. This answer was different from what he had imagined. Then you know that fate is determined by heaven. If a man has lofty ambitions, he cannot achieve them without luck. When luck arrives, heaven and earth will work together. When luck is gone, the hero will be helpless. Moin lowered his eyes and thought about how glorious he was in the past. He was born at the peak, and there was no bottleneck in his practice. He had countless adventures and treasures. Afterwards, he entered the heavenly tomb. When someone asked him if he believed in fate, he arrogantly replied, no. But whether he believes it or not, all the gifts from fate have already been secretly marked with a price, and what he gets, he will repay double. Anlin looked at the demonic vagina thoughtfully. Destiny is determined by heaven, but man can conquer heaven. Mo Yin's realm must have surpassed that of the ancient emperor, and he himself had also been exposed to certain secrets. Having said that, Anlin thought of the old Taoist he met when he was weak. He thought that he had made similar remarks back then. And Anlin's reply remained the same. He believes in fate and believes that his destiny is determined by heaven, but at the same time, he also believes that he can change it. As for the variables that Mo Yin mentioned, Anlin felt that it was probably because he had traveled through time. Strictly speaking, he was not from this world. Man can conquer nature. Ha ha. Mo Yin seemed to have heard the funniest joke and burst into laughter. He thought Anlin had different opinions, but in the end, his thoughts were the same as his. Yes, who isn't a genius? Geniuses all believe that they can change. Young man, everything is determined by fate. We have no control over it. But I can't see your fate clearly. Maybe you really are the variable I've been waiting for. But you are too weak, so weak that you cannot withstand the power of the Tsang Mo, nor can you grasp the Tao of this seat. Mo Yin looked around, a scornful smile on his face. What they possess is nothing more than sword intent, but my sword intent has transformed into the Tao, into rules. It is not something you can withstand. Mo Yin's figure suddenly appeared in front of Anlin. He looked at Anlin with interest and said with a smile, as expected of a variable, you have had many adventures, but you are so ostentatious that you can be easily killed. He patted his hand lightly, and a red mark appeared on the back of Anlin's hand, then slowly dissipated. This mark contains the full force of my attack. However, I will not protect you. The way the seal is triggered has no direct connection with whether you are in danger. Young man, everything you have received will be repaid double. Heaven is blind and fate is cruel. I hope that by then, you will still firmly believe that man can conquer nature. When Anlin saw the mark on his hand disappear, he did not rush to assess his own condition. Instead, he said to Mo Yin, things are not things. Mo Yin was stunned for a moment, with a sneer on his face. He opened his eyes wide and said, things are not things, what a thing. Junior, we will meet again. We will definitely meet again. Mo Yin looked up at the sky, and in Anlin, he saw his past self. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then Mo Yin sighed. The vast heaven, how can you be so unkind to me? Youngster, wait until you break through to the king level and then come back to me. You are too weak now. Before reaching the king level, you will suffer a major setback. I hope you still hold the same view when we meet again. Mo Yin's figure slowly disappeared. Anlin was stunned. What did it mean? Would he suffer a major setback before reaching the king level? Anlin was slightly taken aback, then became alert. Could it be the Mo family? But that didn't make sense. He had the Phoenix Fire Emperor behind him. No matter what the Mo family was like, they couldn't possibly offend an ancient emperor. What's more, the Phoenix Fire Emperor's personality was unrestrained and arbitrary. He might even target the Mo family and kill them. No, Mo Yin only said that he would suffer setbacks, not that he would die. The Heavenly Thunder Battle Body. Interesting. However, even if you have calculated everything, what's the harm? Mo Yu frowned slightly as he looked at the old Taoist in front of him. What do you mean, senior? The old Taoist shook his head and said, your fate has been determined. No matter what, you can't escape it. Even if you plan everything, it will all be in vain. The old Taoist looked at Mo Yu, sighed, and said, when you are truly not afraid of death and stop running away, you will be able to welcome a new life. After saying that, the old Taoist disappeared, leaving Mo Yu alone in this dark space. Calculate everything. Mo Yu was a little confused. After knowing Anlin's identity, he took the initiative to approach Anlin because behind Anlin was Feng Huijuan. Ji Hongfei and Dan Yunyao are both the most outstanding descendants among the four major families. He even wanted to plot against King Bai Ling, who saved his life. By saving Chun Yu's father, he also won over King Bai Ling in disguise. One step forward, one wrong step. Mo Yu's eyes were full of confusion. He thought of Chun Yu who stood in front of him regardless of the consequences, and of his brothers who stood firmly by his side, even when facing the powerless Mo family. Am I really wrong? But I just want to survive. Chapter 185, Ji Hongfei, the crazy deception of his ancestors. At this time, Ji Hongfei opened his eyes and saw the insect that was 100 meters long and had heads on both ends, like a centipede. Human race. The insect started to speak, and countless noises came at once, making Ji Hongfei feel like his head was about to explode. Go away, you are not suitable for this emperor's inheritance. After saying that, Ji Hongfei felt a huge force blowing him away. When he opened his eyes again, he was back to the original cemetery. So it's a legacy, why is it so eerie? Ji Hongfei got up from the ground and dusted himself off. He was a warrior, but he was actually frightened just now. I don't know what Qi Anlin and Mou are doing, or whether they are in danger. Fat Yao, there is no danger here. You can pick one, Ji Hongfei said to himself. At this time, he seemed to react and look behind him, but there was no one. Ji Hongfei felt a little uncomfortable for a while because Dan Yunyao was not around. He sighed. In the past, they were inseparable. Scratching his head awkwardly, Ji Hongfei walked forward, came to the ancestor's grave, knelt on one knee, and said, "Ancestor, I'm sorry for the offense." Then, he touched Ji Xuanji's grave, and the next second, he fainted again. When he opened his eyes again, a man who looked somewhat similar to him appeared in front of him. He was handsome, but looked unapproachable. The Ji family's fighting body is so weak. As soon as Ji Xuanji appeared, he frowned and looked at Ji Hongfei. He could feel the blood power in Ji Hongfei's body. Ji Hongfei was stunned for a moment, his eyebrows twitching wildly. Then he thought of the legendary story of his ancestor, and finally did not dare to talk back. What's going on in the outside world now? Ji Hongfei replied honestly. The human race is peaceful, with fewer disturbances, but the foreign races are still making small moves behind the scenes. Ji Xuanji smiled. When I was alive, the human race was in danger, and other races were bullied. Countless people were sold as slaves. Memories flashed in his eyes, and Ji Xuanji shook his head. It was precisely because he was born in such a chaotic era that the cultivation level of the younger generation of the human race improved rapidly during that period. At Ji Hongfei's age, he had already reached the middle stage of the second realm. However, the hidden danger is that the body will have numerous roots of disease. At that time, where would there be enough resources to lay the foundation? One can only advance madly and exhaust his foundation. Now that the human race is at peace, I can die without regrets. Ji Hongfei thought for a moment and said, "Ancestor, the human race has only temporarily alleviated the external threat. Now that there is a little peace, some conflicts have also emerged within the human race." Ji Hongfei sighed, then said, "The Ji family is in decline. As a member of the younger generation of the Ji family, I have always been suppressed by Mo Wentian of the Mo family, which is why my cultivation is so low." Hearing Ji Hongfei's words, Ji Xuanji was stunned, and then anger appeared in his eyes. What a Mo family. They are just an affiliate of the Ji family, and yet they are so bold. When he was alive, the Mo family was a subsidiary family of the Ji family, offering elixirs in exchange for the protection of the Ji family. But now they dare to ride on the head of their master. Is that kid Ji Chun still alive? Ji Hongfei sighed and said, "Ancestor Ji Chun died at the hands of the Mo family a long time ago." "I'm sorry, Ancestor. In order to become stronger, I can only let you sacrifice temporarily." Ji Hongfei's heart was filled with grief and indignation. But this grief and indignation was because in order to become stronger, he actually did not hesitate to tell lies, making him feel insulted. Ji Xuanji looked at Ji Hongfei, who was filled with grief and indignation. Such emotional fluctuations did not seem to be deceiving him, so he became even more angry. "How dare you? The Mo family." Seeing the old ancestor so angry, Ji Hongfei said with even more grief and indignation, "Unfilial descendants, the soldiers are fighting bodies. Because of the Mo family, I have not been able to lead the army until now. In fact, it is only because Ji Hongfei currently only knows how to practice, but does not know how to train soldiers, and he is too impetuous. After commanding the troops, he is likely to attack cities in other worlds, so it takes some time for him to improve before the Ji family will let him lead the troops." This made Ji Hongfei extremely sad and angry, so Dan Yunyao just called him Little General every day, but he didn't want to be a little general at all. He wanted to be a real general and lead troops to occupy the other world. Good. Very good. Mo family. Ji Xuanji's eyes were almost burning with fire, and he wished he could take action himself and destroy the Mo family. "Boy, I'm dead and can't help you, but as a descendant of my clan, I can help you improve." Hearing Ji Xuanji's words, Ji Hongfei seemed to see hope, which made Ji Xuanji's heart twitch slightly. This Mo family actually bullied his descendants so much and made them so desperate. He could also see that Ji Hongfei was an extremely proud man. If he had not been bullied for too long, he would definitely not show such an expression. At this moment, Ji Hongfei seemed to see hope in his heart. All along, Qi Anlin's talent and luck have made him feel hopeless. Now that the ancestor wants to help, he should be able to catch up with Qi Anlin in terms of cultivation. Thinking of this, Ji Hongfei was filled with fighting spirit. This general is also a genius, but he was delayed for so long by his inner demons. Ji Xuanji felt Ji Hongfei's transformation from the side, and a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Although that bastard Ji Chun brought the Ji family to its end, there was still hope for the Ji family. He will do everything he can to pass on the entire inheritance to this younger generation. Generally speaking, several copies of inheritance can be left in the heavenly tomb, but he can't wait any longer. The Ji family is in danger. Even if a few more inheritances are left, it will not help the Ji family. It is better to go all out and put all the pressure on this younger generation. Ji Xuanji walked towards Ji Hongfei. For a moment, Ji Hongfei's body was shining with golden light. Ji Xuanji said, "Close your eyes and feel it carefully. Youngster, this is all the help this ancestor can give you. Everything in the future depends on you. I believe that one day, you will be able to lead the Ji family to glory again." At this moment, Ji Hongfei was also full of confidence. Who is this general? The strongest person in the Ji family in the future must be this general. Seeing Ji Hongfei full of confidence and fighting spirit, Ji Xuanji's disappearing figure was also filled with relief. This child, he had suffered so much. For a moment, countless Taoist ideas, skills, spiritual powers, and even Ji Hongfei's combat body awakening were improving. Ji Xuanji gave his all, not only instilling these things into Ji Hongfei, but also borrowing the power of Tianfen to force Ji Hongfei to lay the foundation. The price is that his heritage will disappear forever. But it's all worth it. Ji Hongfei's cultivation level improved rapidly, and his combat power also soared wildly. As his combat body's awakening degree increased, he comprehended another talent. Put all one's eggs in one basket. Chapter 186. The Devouring Beast Egg Mutates, the Zerg Disaster. Ji Hongfei inherited all of Ji Xuanji's inheritance. While his cultivation level increased rapidly, Anlin continued to comprehend the sword intent in the sword tomb. After these 5 days, it has been nearly 2 months since I switched to the blood energy space. His cultivation level reached the 5th stage of the second realm, and Xiaoya's cultivation level also reached the 7th stage of the second realm. At this time, news came from the queen ant that the eggs of the sky-devouring beast seemed to have mutated. Without thinking, Anlin's consciousness directly entered the small world, and soon he saw the sky-swallowing beast egg. At this time, the vitality of the sky-swallowing beast egg was rapidly fading, and at the moment when Anlin's consciousness came into contact with the sky-swallowing beast egg, a prompt sound rang out. I've sensed that the sky-devouring beast egg is mutating. You can use blood energy to increase the chance and effect of the mutation. Note, the more blood energy you have, the higher the quality of the mutation and the more loyal the hatched monster will be. Anlin was stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. Isn't this the critical moment? Looking at his remaining health, Anlin went all in, then ordered the queen ant, summon all the ant soldiers and kill all the monsters in the small world. Originally, since these monsters were trapped in a jar, Anlin didn't want to waste so many ant soldiers to kill them, and he was not short of blood energy recently. But now, the sky-devouring beast eggs are mutating, and if we can use blood to pile them up, we certainly can't be stingy. So, under Anlin's command, the ant soldiers began to sprint. In a moment, 400,000 second-level ant soldiers came out in droves and began to encircle and suppress the monster. Kill the blue flower mastiff, a level 2 demon beast in the 3rd realm, and gain 3,000 blood energy. Killing a demon beast of a higher level will gain an additional 1,000 blood energy. Kill the 3rd level, 9th level monster, the flame marten, and gain 300,000 blood energy. Kill it above your level and gain an additional 50,000 blood energy. Kill the 3rd level 7th stage monster, the fiery giant mist raccoon, and gain 50,000 blood energy. Kill it above your level and gain an additional 10,000 blood energy. One by one, the 3rd level monsters died in the siege of the ant soldiers. For a time, Anlin harvested millions of raw materials. After receiving Anlin's order, and May began to produce ant soldiers. Anlin kept injecting blood energy into the sky-devouring beast egg, and his consciousness also followed the ant soldiers in flight. At this time, the ant soldier team encountered the first 4th level demon beast. A faint yellow light flickered on the bodies of the ant soldiers. Hundreds of ant soldiers formed a team and formed a formation, which brought themselves amplification. Name Yagami Black Wood Python. Realm, 4 realms and 5 stages. Quality, lower grade. Attribute, wood. Seeing the earth-level monster, the ant soldiers were not afraid and started attacking the monster directly. Hundreds of blood-killing ant soldiers gathered together. Their attack power was greatly enhanced, and each attack had the effect of breaking armor. Even though the scarlet sickle could only leave a white mark on the body of the 8 gods blackwood python, in almost a second, the blood-killing ant soldiers continued to chop 3 more times at the original position. Dense swarms of tiger-armored ant soldiers crawled all over the body of the Yagami blackwood python, and the Yagami blackwood python was also frightened and angry. Countless vines appeared around it, trying to sweep away the ant soldiers on its body, but the moment the vines appeared, the ant soldiers rushed up and gnawed the vines. The body of the ant soldier, which was more than 50 meters long, rolled on the ground. The strength and vitality of the ant soldier was very tenacious. If it was just an aftershock, it would not hurt the ant soldier at all. The huge snake tail twitched on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of ant soldiers were smashed into meat paste. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In anger, the Yagami blackwood python wanted to escape, but the black ant soldiers would not give it the chance and swallowed it directly. Looking at this shocking scene, Anlin felt that he had underestimated the ant soldiers. 5 minutes later, thousands of ant soldiers died, and at this time, wounds appeared on the body of the 8 gods blackwood python. The blood-killer ant soldiers left, and one by one the tiger-armored ant soldiers took the mandragora ant soldiers and flew up, bringing the mandragora ant soldiers to the wounds of the 8 gods blackwood python. One by one, the mandragora ant soldiers landed on the wound and began to release poison with all their strength. Feeling the threat to its life, the Yasha blackwood python also began to roar. However, no matter how angry it was all in vain. Under the poison of the mandrake ant soldiers, its movements became slower and slower. The poison in its body took effect, and coupled with the successive suicide attacks of the ant soldiers, it finally died on the spot. Kill a level 5 8 gods blackwood python, gain 13 million energy. Kill a higher level monster, and gain an additional 4 million energy. This time, 10,000 ant soldiers died, and more than 30,000 were injured. The ant soldiers in the second realm still had a certain recovery ability, but for the sake of blood energy, Anlin directly let the other intact ant soldiers deal with the injured ant soldiers who had no combat effectiveness. In a short time, Anlin obtained tens of thousands of yuan. Soon, the ant soldiers found the next 4th level monster, but this time the 4th level monster was at the peak of the 4th level. Name Phantom Cloud Red Deer. Realm, 4 realms and 9 stages. Quality lower heaven grade. Attributes, Phantom Wood. At once, more than 400,000 ant soldiers pounced forward, and the Huanyun red deer was frightened when it saw this dark mass. It immediately spewed out a mouthful of thick fog, which instantly covered the area within a mile. In its mist, the enemy will not only lose their direction, but will also be punished by the illusion, and these tiny ant soldiers will not be able to get out at all. However, what it doesn't know is that almost all the ant soldiers are directly controlled by the queen ant, and they don't need any direction to move towards each other. They just need to spread out and search, and when they encounter the enemy, they will rush over and devour it. More than 400,000 ant soldiers have enhanced the queen ant's mental power to a terrifying level, and this illusion cannot affect the queen ant at all. Soon, hundreds of ant soldiers discovered the phantom red deer in the thick fog. Under the control of the queen ant, all the ant soldiers surrounded it immediately. The phantom cloud red deer let out a cry of fear. Although its realm had reached the peak of the 4th realm, as a phantom beast, its own defense was much lower than that of ordinary monsters at the same realm. Therefore, when encountering a battle, it will basically avoid situations where its main body is attacked. The ant soldiers overwhelmed it, but after all, this was a demon beast of the 4th realm and 9th stage. When it launched a counterattack, many ant soldiers died from its wood-based skills. In the end, at the cost of the lives of 100,000 ant soldiers, the phantom cloud red deer was finally defeated. Kill the 4th level and 9th level monster beast to obtain 200 million blood energy. Fight against a higher level monster to obtain an additional 50 million blood energy. Ding! Blood energy accumulated to 100 million has been detected. System upgrade. 10 days remaining. The system has been upgraded again. Anlin's mouth curled up slightly, and then he began to frantically inject blood energy into the sky-devouring beast egg. He just didn't believe that so much blood energy couldn't allow the sky-devouring beast to evolve. Then he would have wasted all this blood energy. Chapter 187, Gluttony's Abnormal Skills. After injecting 200 million original blood energies into the sky-swallowing beast egg, Anlin suddenly stopped. He saw the sky-swallowing beast egg shaking slightly, and cracks began to appear on the eggshell. Suddenly, Anlin stopped, and at this time, the crack became bigger and bigger. The next second, a tender claw stretched out, grabbed the eggshell, and retracted it. At this time, a small mouth full of sharp teeth stretched out and bit the eggshell at the edge of the hole. A crackling sound was heard. Anlin raised his eyebrows and couldn't tell what it was. On the chin of this little guy, there are two sharp things like elephant horns, but not as long as elephant horns. The head looks like a dragon, but much more ferocious than a dragon. There are two huge horns on it, and the densely packed sharp teeth in its mouth make people feel scared at first sight. The eggshell was quickly eaten, and the sky-devouring beast's complete appearance appeared in front of Anlin. This little guy has a body like a deer, but it is covered with ferocious barbs all over its body. There is a strange hole on its belly, which is full of sharp teeth, like a meat grinder. On both sides of its body are pitch-black wings covered with scales, and the overall appearance is like that of a ferocious beast. But to Anlin, this little sky-swallowing beast is still quite handsome. Name: Sky-swallowing beast. Quality: King level top grade. Attribute: Chaos. Level: 1 level 1 stage. Skill: Chaos, a special skill. After swallowing an enemy, you will learn all of the enemy's skills. This takes a certain amount of time. The stronger you are, the shorter the time required. Gluttony: lower grade king, can swallow everything, has a dimensional space in its belly, can absorb the swallowed enemies and increase its own strength. Anlin froze in his tracks. What the hell was this thing? Not only did he reach the first level right after birth, he also possessed two such abnormal skills. With the Chaos skill, doesn't that mean the sky-devouring beast can learn all skills, including sword intent and the Great Tao? Anlin looked at the sky-devouring beast, which was as big as a puppy, with burning eyes. This monster must be contracted. Anlin has begun to look forward to the bond after the contract. In that case, I'll call you Gluttony. When Gluttony heard what Anlin said, he jumped for joy, and then swallowed the ant soldiers around him who were used to seeing him in one gulp. The queen ant once ordered the ant soldiers not to attack the eggs of the sky-devouring beast under any circumstances. Now that the sky-devouring beast has hatched, the ant soldiers still follow the order, so they did not resist at all and were directly swallowed by Gluttony. Anlin was stunned. Gluttony was not as big as the ant soldiers. He saw that when Gluttony opened its mouth, it seemed as if a space vortex was spinning, which directly sucked the ant soldiers in. After thinking for a moment, Anlin's consciousness drifted towards Gluttony and said to him, "Sense it carefully. From now on, you cannot swallow any creature that carries my aura." Gluttony uttered a groan of grievance, then opened its mouth wide and yelled, indicating that it was hungry. Anlin sighed, hoping that this guy really understood what he said. Otherwise, if Tianyin and Xiaoxing were playing next to it that day, they would probably be swallowed by this guy in one bite. The second-level ant soldier entered Gluttony's stomach, but there was no change in Gluttony's stomach. It opened its mouth and kept calling. As a newly born ant, its body was in urgent need of nutrition. Anlin thought about it, and his consciousness took some of the spirit stones in the anthill and fed about 10 to Gluttony. Only then did the little guy close his mouth, then lay on the ground and began to sleep. I have to improve my strength quickly. Anlin couldn't wait to contract this little guy. This was also his first time encountering a king-level monster. After his consciousness left the small world, Anlin began to comprehend the sword intent. Another 10 days passed, and Xiaoya actually comprehended the meaning of the ice sword. He used his claws as swords, and 5 sword energies flew out with each attack. Aren't claws more like knives? Ridiculous. Because he had stacked too many buffs, Anlin's realm improvement was not as fast as Xiaoya's. However, at this time, resources were sufficient, and Xiaoya ate pills and crystal cores as meals every day, and his realm had reached the 8th level of the second realm. As for Anlin, his realm has not evolved yet. But it has only been 10 days after all. You have to know that to reach this level, many ordinary cultivators have to practice for 1 or 2 years before they can break through. After this trip to another world, it will probably be time for vacation soon. After spending nearly half a year in the blood energy space, Anlin has mastered 5 kinds of sword intent. If the blood energy space could be entered by the physical body, he would have taken off long ago. As soon as 10 days were up, the long-lost system prompt sounded. Ding! The system upgrade is complete, rewards have been distributed, the new function simulation is enabled, and the appraisal function has been upgraded. Boundary Breaking Talisman, a mid-grade heavenly item that can break through formations and barriers. God-Destroying Cannon, a low-grade heavenly item, a one-time consumable item that can deliver a full-strength attack equivalent to that of a heavenly cultivator. Star Spirit Lake, a top-grade heavenly item that can be placed in the world. The lake water draws power from the void to create star spirits. The system rewards this time are not much, but the quality is extremely high. Putting aside other things, the Star Spirit Lake sounds very high-end. Anlin looked at the so-called Star Spirit Lake. In his eyes, it was just a stone, and there was nothing special about it. After picking up the stone, Anlin sensed that as long as he input spiritual power into it as a trigger, he could directly activate the Star Spirit Lake. When you have good things, of course you have to plant them in the Queen Ant's little world. However, Anlin was not in a hurry to place the Star Spirit Lake, but instead checked the new functions of the system. Simulation can be used with the Dragon Tripod bond to change one's own aura and simulate any race. Simulation can change any aura in the body, including the Sea of Spirit. Each activation will consume a certain amount of blood energy. Anlin was ecstatic. He could be the sixth one at will. And now not only can you transform into other people, you can even transform into other races. If you want to simulate someone from the Demon Clan, you just need to challenge him in the blood energy space and dissect him to check his structure. Then you can perfectly simulate this Demon Clan without any difference. When Anlin thought about his happy life as Lao Lu in the future, he felt like laughing. This way, he could change his identity and send ant soldiers. Afterwards, Anlin thought about it and used the identification function on Xiaoya again, wanting to see what difference the identification function made. At this time, Anlin was stunned. The original data had not changed, but a new column appeared at the bottom. Combat Power, 1123. Seeing this value, Anlin was a little confused and didn't know how this combat power value was determined. Chapter 188 Combat Power Index. Anlin thought about it, opened his character interface, and then saw his combat power. Combat Power, 783, Ice Soul State. Touching his chin, Anlin looked at Xiaoxing again. Xiaoxing is currently at the 5th level of the first realm, and at the bottom, the combat power is displayed as 35. Then, he looked at Tianyin again. Tianyin was at the 2nd stage of the first realm, and his combat power was displayed as 54. How come Tianyin's combat power is higher than Xiaoxing's? Anlin touched his chin. This should refer to Tianyin's auxiliary ability. Although Xiaoxing can hunt for treasure, this is not within the scope of professional calculation. Therefore, Xiaoxing's current combat power has only reached the 3rd level of the first realm. With the appearance of combat power, Anlin can also judge the strength level. After all, the strength of some geniuses cannot be judged by their realm. After thinking for a while, Anlin released Gluttony from the small world. After 10 days, Gluttony had actually reached the 5th stage of the first realm, and his promotion speed was very fast. I guess I'll be able to catch up with him soon. Tianyin and Xiaoxing's levels are both a bit low, so we have to find a way to improve their realm. After Gluttony appeared, he saw Anlin and came up to him excitedly. He rubbed Anlin's calf like a puppy, causing a lot of sparks. Gluttony's combat power is 67. Without any training, Gluttony relies entirely on its own strength to increase its combat power. Gluttony swallowed this sword. Anlin searched for a long time before finding this spiritual level sword. However, the sword intent on this sword body was not weak. Although it was only the 1st level, it was better than many sword intents. Hearing Anlin's words, Gluttony nodded repeatedly, ran over happily, and bit the long sword. Just like eating potato chips, under Anlin's surprised gaze, he swallowed the sword in a few mouthfuls and then burped. Looking at the somewhat sleepy Gluttony, Anlin's eyes showed joy. Although he had read the skill description, he still couldn't help but get excited when he actually saw Gluttony devouring these things. This skill is truly a magical skill. Letting Gluttony lie down and digest, Anlin found another long sword and prepared to continue to comprehend the sword intent. At this moment, a huge repulsive force appeared, as if driving him away. The next second, Anlin's body flew out and was kicked directly out of the sword tomb. Beside him, beasts such as Gluttony and Howling Moon also flew out. Damn it, Gluttony just ate a sword. Is there any need to chase him away like that? Anlin climbed up from the ground. The sword tomb was a great place. If he couldn't get in, his loss would be huge. After understanding the sword intent, you can draw the sword directly. These swords are of high quality and will be of excellent quality even if they are sold. Unfortunately, I can't get in. Forget it, this place is so big. I have to go somewhere else to have a look. Anlin, who tried to enter the sword tomb, was bounced out again. He sighed and decided to move to another place to continue exploring since he couldn't enter the sword tomb. Afterwards, Anlin asked Xiaoxing to lead the way and continued walking forward. Gluttony lay on Xiaoya's back to digest, and Tianyin looked at it curiously, then condensed a drop of source of life with a chirping sound and dripped it on Gluttony's belly. The bloody mouth on its belly directly swallowed the drop of source of life. The glutton's eyes lit up and then opened its mouth. indicating that he wanted more. Woo wow wow wow. Tianyin danced with joy when she saw Gluttony showing such support. She then stretched out her hand and dropped a drop of the source of life. After Gluttony ate it, he jumped for joy. Anlin turned around and saw this scene, and was speechless. Among his own beasts, the queen ant is needless to say. In the past, if he thought about something for a while, his CPU would overload and he would just stand there stupidly, and he was a little stupid himself. Tianyin, on the other hand, is just an idiot. She smiles foolishly every day, and no one knows what she is happy about. Now comes another Gluttony. Anlin sighed. Fortunately, he had Xiaoya and Longding. Xiaoya is a perfect beast tamer who knows everything and is thorough in his work, never letting him down. As for Longding, he has always been hardworking and has been refining pills nonstop since the contract began. Now in the queen ant's small world, the qi-gathering pills are piled up like a mountain. As for Xiaoxing, those who understand will understand. Continuing to walk forward, with the noise of these beasts, Anlin also felt much more relaxed. If he had been walking alone until now, he probably would not be able to resist looking for a heroine. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer trees around, and Anlin felt that the atmosphere became a little gloomy. At this moment, he was suddenly stunned. He didn't know when his surroundings turned into a cemetery. At this time, Xiaoxing seemed to have just reacted, screamed, and then suddenly jumped into Anlin's clothes, embedding her entire face in Anlin's belly button. Then, Xiaoxing turned her head again. Shoo shoo. I am going to hell. He grabbed Xiaoxing out with a helpless look on his face. What did this guy think of his belly button? He now has a pure body, and there is no bad smell on his body. Anlin looked at the graves around him and frowned slightly. What was going on here? At this moment, a cracking sound was heard. Anlin turned his head suddenly and found that a tombstone not far away suddenly shattered into powder. Anlin's pupils shrank. Before the tombstone disappeared, he also saw a few large words on it. Human race, Jishuanji. Jishuanji. Is he from the Ji family? What's his connection to Ji Hongfei? Why is the tombstone broken? For a moment, Anlin's heart was filled with doubts. Unlike Ji Hongfei, Anlin didn't know much about the history of this world, so he had no idea that the creatures whose names appeared on the surrounding tombs were actually dead. While Anlin was thinking, Gluttony opened his mouth and bit a tombstone, then froze there as if petrified. Gluttony. Anlin ran over quickly. This was the beast he had hatched at great expense. He couldn't let it die so quickly. When Anlin touched Gluttony, his eyes went dark, and then he seemed to have entered another space. In this empty, dark space, an extremely handsome man was staring at her, and in his pale golden pupils, there seemed to be crude runes flowing. Human race? Shen Wuhui looked at Anlin, then lost interest. This demon beast of yours should be from the sky-swallowing clan, but why does it look like a Tao Dai? Anlin didn't rush to answer him, but took the initiative to ask, who are you and why are you here? As he spoke, Anlin also used an identification on him. Name God without regret projection. Introduction. The projection of the god Wuhui of the Protoss, which contains the inheritance left by the god Wuhui, has no real power of its own. Is this the inheritance left behind? Anlin's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 189, Battle of the Godly King Body. Since he was from the God clan, Anlin thought about it, and his consciousness entered the blood energy space, and he chose Shen Wuhui, who was several levels lower than him. Afterwards, he observed it carefully, used his aura to simulate a similar one, and then changed his own appearance. However, what made Anlin feel a little uncomfortable was that he had no idea about Shen Wuhui's deeds, so he couldn't make up stories. So he observed Shen Wuhui's fighting skills several times in the blood energy space, and imitated them a little. Outside, Shen Wuhui frowned slightly. What was wrong with this person? Part of his consciousness disappeared for no apparent reason. Afterwards, he discovered that Anlin had returned to normal, but he couldn't sense clearly where the consciousness that disappeared and reappeared had gone. At this time, Anlin began to change in front of Shen Wuhui. His appearance and aura became more and more like his own, but it was only a slight resemblance, which made him feel a little familiar. Ancestor Wuhui. Anlin's eyes filled with tears, and he said with joy, Ancestor Wuhui, you are here. Your unworthy descendant Shun Wuya has been searching for you so hard. It was Shun Wuya's turn to be stunned. He looked at Anlin. This man's bloodline power was indeed his. Then, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he smiled. Although I don't know how you transformed into a member of the God clan, but... With a playful look on his face, Shun Wuya looked at Anlin with interest. I don't have any descendants. Because of his great talent, he was plotted against and was only at the king level when he died, without leaving any bloodline. Qi Anlin was stunned. What's the matter? Is this guy from a dink family? You transformed into my bloodline simply to inherit my legacy. However, if you were truly a god, I would definitely not give you the inheritance. Question mark. A big question mark appeared in Qi Anlin's mind, and then he imagined the plot of tens of thousands of words. Could it be? Shin Wuhui said leisurely. The god clan has become corrupt. Shin Wuhui from the god clan and Mo Jiuyo from the demon clan are both extraordinary geniuses who are always at odds with each other. But the demons have spent almost all their resources to cultivate Mo Jiuyo, while the gods are just a joke. Those hypocritical god emperors were all plotting against his body, and even against his own family elders, but he could not see through it at that time. Outside, did you see Mo Jiuyo's tombstone? Qi Anlin recalled. No, but there is Demon Yin. Shin Wuhui shook his head. He didn't know what Mo Yin was. It should be a genius of the demon clan who appeared after his death. With a sigh, Shin Wuhui said, after all, I still lose to him. Then, he looked at Qi Anlin and said with a smile, if you want to obtain my inheritance, you'd better defeat me first. I will suppress my strength to the same level as yours. If you defeat me, you will receive the inheritance. Hearing this, Qi Anlin was stunned. What a great feeling. He is only at the 5th stage of the second realm, suppressing those at the same realm as himself. But don't forget, he is still a beastmaster. Qi Anlin nodded repeatedly, but to be on the safe side, he still opened the blood energy space and chose to let Xiaoya fight with him. Then, he saw Shin Wuhui who was at the 2nd level and 5th stage. Name God without regrets. Realm, 2nd realm, 5th stage. Attribute, light. Constitution, divine king body, 192. Combat power, 1360. Qi Anlin. This is outrageous. He is at the same level as me and his strength exceeds Xiaoya. No wonder he ranks so high. However, he still wants to fight for the inheritance of the divine king's Dao body. Qi Anlin thought about it and directly transformed into the Tianyin combat body, with his combat power reaching 890. Then, he said to Xiaoya in a deep voice, I'll take the damage first. You go and stack the buffs and try to ensure your own combat power is intact. Xiaoya's passive skill, fighting will increase as the battle time goes by, so you have to ensure that Xiaoya can stack a certain buff. The man and the wolf transformed into flame state at the same time, and then rushed directly towards Shin Wuhui. Red cloud seals the sky. Qi Anlin took the lead in attacking, holding a flaming sword and swinging out a sword energy. This sword energy was mixed with the soul-destroying sword intent, which magnified in Shin Wuhui's pupils. Shattered light. Shin Wuhui said softly, and saw lightsabers explode around him, then turned into shining light, flying towards Qi Anlin like a meteor. This blow not only broke Qi Anlin's attack, but also left more than half of the light spots flying towards Qi Anlin. Qi Anlin's eyes focused, and then his feet started to move, and he began to use his body skills. 10 fireballs condensed behind Xiaoya and smashed towards Shin Wuhui. Qi Anlin dodged these fragments of light while waving his sword, but a few light spots still fell on him. Taking advantage of the time when the fireball exploded, Qi Anlin rushed over and swung his sword with a tearing intention. At this time, Shin Wuhui actually reached out and grabbed the sword. His arms were covered with gold-plated armor, and at the same time, a terrifying ball of light appeared on Shin Wuhui's other hand. Qi Anlin decisively gave up his sword and kicked Shin Wuhui with a whip kick. The next second, Qi Anlin flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood. Qi Anlin was in disbelief. You know, he had learned the king-level bodybuilding skills, but he couldn't even block this guy's basic attack. The enormous force shattered his internal organs. Qi Anlin fell to the ground, spat out blood again, then gritted his teeth and rushed forward again. In this way, Xiaoya harassed Shin Wuhui while avoiding being attacked, and Qi Anlin flew out again and again. This only delayed Shin Wuhui for 2 minutes, and Xiaoya's combat power reached 1210. Afterwards, Xiaoya rushed towards Shin Wuhui, constantly changing his attributes. He used Extreme Ice Flash to approach Shin Wuhui, and then changed into the Burning Heaven Battle Body. Flames appeared on his claws and exploded on Shin Wuhui's body. The difference in combat power was only 200, but Shin Wuhui's attack was extremely fierce. After a while, Xiaoya was injured. However, Xiaoya attacked Shin Wuhui almost without considering the consumption, which caused Shin Wuhui to consume a lot of energy. The next second, Xiaoya transformed into the Ice Soul state, then activated the New Moon, directly restoring all his spiritual power. Shin Wuhui's pupils shrank, and then he attacked Xiaoya even more fiercely. Xiaoya's eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and he did not retreat in the face of Shun Wuhui's attack. Instead, he adopted the method of exchanging injuries for injuries. The next moment, Shin Wuhui suddenly retreated, and a dazzling light like the sun suddenly burst out from his body. Xiaoya used Extreme Ice Flash to retreat, and Shun Wuhui's voice also came out. The Gate of the God King. For a moment, hundreds of light gates opened around Xiaoya, and Shun Wuhui appeared one after another, with a lightsaber in his hand. The Divine King's Judgment. Light swords flew down, and for a moment, Xiaoya was nailed to the ground. Chapter 190. The Sword of Destruction. Xiaoya let out a whimper as hundreds of lightsabers covered him, turning him into a hornet's nest. Shin Wuhui's aura dropped. He had used all his strength in that attack just now. Just as he was about to kill Qi Anlin, the lightsaber suddenly shattered, and the surroundings were quickly covered by flames. Shin Wuhui was a little confused and turned around to look in the direction of Xiaoya. Xiaoya's hair, burning with flames, was flying on his body. He howled towards the sky, and a surge of fighting spirit emanated from him. Qi Anlin's mouth curled up slightly in the distance. This was Xiaoya's unyielding skill. Unyielding. Possesses an unyielding soul, reduces negative effects, loses pain, greatly improves combat power, and will temporarily restore to peak condition after defeat. Note: after using unyielding, you will be weak for a week. At this moment, all the wounds on Xiaoya's body disappeared. When the unyielding skill existed, Xiaoya was equivalent to having a death immunity. Shin Wuhui didn't know that Xiaoya had this skill. After he had exhausted his spiritual power, he could only passively take the beating. At this moment, Xiaoya's combat power had reached an astonishing 1552. He defeated Shin Wuhui effortlessly and then fell into a weak state. After leaving the blood energy space, Qi Anlin said to Shin Wuhui, "Okay, but I'm a beast master, so I have to fight with my beasts." Shin Wuhui nodded. Beast control is also a part of strength. Let your beast control come up as well. So, Qi Anlin let Xiaoya, Xiaoxing, and Tianyin enter this inheritance land. Through Xiaoya's description, Qi Anlin also knew that he did not really enter the inheritance land in the physical body. Watching Xiaoya enter the inheritance site, Shin Wuhui was stunned. Dual combat bodies? Or opposing attributes? He looked at Qi Anlin deeply, then said, "I will suppress my strength to the 5th stage of the second realm." Hearing this, Qi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. If Shin Wuhui suppressed his strength to Xiaoya's level, they would definitely not be able to defeat him. This guy's fighting power was too outrageous. Fortunately, now that we have figured out some of Shin Wuhui's attack methods, it will be easier to deal with them. The battle was about to break out. Gluttony, Xiaoxing, and Tianyin were watching from behind. This level of battle was beyond their reach. According to Qi Anlin's plan, Xiaoya and Qi Anlin cooperated with each other, and a hint of surprise appeared in Shin Wuhui's eyes. He could see that Qi Anlin's fighting skills were very proficient. He could even rely on his body's reactions to dodge several of his attacks, and would subconsciously resolve and counterattack him. It was precisely because of this that Qi Anlin was able to hold himself back. Feeling Qi Anlin's breath, Shin Wuhui was a little confused. What kind of physique did this guy have that he could change his breath so that he couldn't detect it? After being delayed by Qi Anlin for a while, Shin Wuhui frowned slightly. The aura of the wolf beast was actually rising. Looking at Qi Anlin, Shin Wuhui's eyes showed a hint of understanding. So this was the plan. So, Shin Wuhui decisively gave up Qi Anlin and attacked Xiaoya. Xiaoya was beaten back repeatedly by Shin Wuhui, and the next second, Qi Anlin drew out the flame ghost sword and rushed towards Shin Wuhui. Shin Wuhui disrupted the plan, so he could only attack Shin Wuhui himself. As the sword intent was swung out, surprise flashed in Shin Wuhui's eyes. This guy actually mastered so many sword intents. You have too much but not enough concentration. It's disorganized and disorganized, wasting such a great talent. Shin Wuhui kicked Xiaoya away and said, "You will only drag down your own realm if you continue like this, and you won't be able to go far on one path." For some reason, Shin Wuhui actually gave up Xiaoya and rushed towards Qi Anlin with the lightsaber in hand. Sword is not meant to be used like this. This sword is invincible, Shin Wuhui shouted in a low voice, and then an aura of supremacy emanated from his body. Although he was unruly, he could still fight against the sky. If you worry too much, you will lose the initiative. The lightsaber passed through the flame ghost sword, and Shin Wuhui chopped down. When Qi Anlin wanted to stop him, he shook his wrist lightly and turned it into a challenge. "You've comprehended so much sword intent. Are you trying to prove you're a genius?" As Shin Wuhui spoke, he used his sword intent to defeat Qi Anlin's sword intent. Without a sword spirit of one's own, even if it is too much, it means mediocrity. Even if you possess 5 sword intents, how can you defeat my undefeated sword? Anlin gritted his teeth and persisted, but his heart was extremely calm. Yes, what's the use of having more but not better? He looked at Shun Wuhui and thought of his repeated battles in the blood energy space, being killed again and again, and being resurrected again and again. In the blood energy space, he can give up defense and attack because he knows that he will not die. But when he fought in reality, he became timid because here, if he died, he was really dead. In reality, there is no chance of another chance. With his eyes closed, Anlin's sword became faster and faster, and Shun Wuhui's mouth corners also rose slightly. In the distance, Xiaoya, who was constantly harassing Shun Wuhui, stopped attacking. It returned to its icy soul state, with blue light flashing in its eyes. It also realized that this person was actually feeding Anlin with moves. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords continued to ring, and Anlin's way of drawing the sword became more and more strange. The 5 kinds of sword intent disappeared, and Shun Wuhui also felt that a new sword intent was being nurtured in Anlin's body. Anlin fell into a state of ecstasy. In his mind, the geniuses who had fought with him in the past stood up again, and he attacked them again and again without reservation, giving his all. Anlin had a vague understanding, and under Shun Wuhui's surprised gaze, a new sword intent was born. Anlin slashed out with his sword, which was full of the intention of collapse, and tore apart Shun Wuhui's undefeated sword intent. Death again and again, leaving no way out again and again. Anlin opened his eyes and slashed with his sword again, while Shun Wuhui smiled slightly, put away his sword, and released his own restrictions. He casually gathered the sword's power in his palm. This sword has the meaning of burning the boats and crossing the river, and it carries a hint of destruction and death. What is the name of this sword? Anlin put away his sword and said with a smile, "This sword is called Mieshang. The sword of destruction kills others and kills myself. Either you die or I die." Anlin bowed and said, "Thank you, senior." If Shun Wuhui hadn't taught him the moves, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend his own sword intent so quickly. After recovering his ice soul state, Anlin looked at his combat power value, which had reached 910. The boost that the sword intent brought him allowed him to now even fight against ordinary cultivators of the 2nd realm and 9th stage. Shun Wuhui shook his head and said, "With your talent, you will be able to comprehend it sooner or later. That wolf beast of yours probably still has some trump cards. This time, I'm the loser." Shun Wuhui looked at Anlin and said, "I will pass on everything I have to you. I hope you can carry my legacy with you all the way. There is no need to set up more inheritances. His inheritance must be the strongest. He trusts his own judgment. No regrets, no regrets." Chapter 191, A Ruthless Man. While Anlin was accepting the inheritance, Ji Hongfei walked out of the heavenly tomb. At this time, he had actually reached the 2nd realm and 3rd stage, and his combat body awakening degree had reached 52%. This meant that not only was his combat power stronger, but his cultivation speed would also be greatly increased. My current realm should be higher than that guy Anlin. Ji Hongfei hummed a little tune happily. It was only because his ancestor was relatively honest that he would not have been able to break through so quickly, otherwise. After this incident, he awakened a new talent called All or Nothing. As we all know, the Bingfa war body can improve its strength by leading troops, but this is also limited. Once the level of improvement reaches a certain level, no matter how many soldiers you have, you cannot improve further. Go all in can temporarily increase this upper limit, but if there are too many soldiers, you will also suffer great damage. It's a pity that the tomb that day seemed to be able to accept only one inheritance. Otherwise, he would have wanted to look for more to see if there was any other tomb of the Ji family's ancestor. The inheritance given by the ancestor is enough for him to reach the ancient emperor realm, but those skills in martial arts are quite time-consuming. As for the sword intent taught by the ancestor, he understood it, but after all, he used to use a gun, so he was a little uncomfortable when he switched to using a sword. The spear is the king of all weapons. Ji Hongfei felt that it was because the ancestor did not practice spearmanship that he died in the place where gods died. As he was walking, he saw what looked like a figure moving in front of him, and he quickly chased after it. This was the first person he had met since he came in. Soon, Ji Hongfei walked towards the figure. "Who is that person in front? Tell me your name." Seeing the figure in front slowly turned his head, Ji Hongfei's pupils shrank, and he shouted, "Who are you, monster? Show your true form." The person in front of him looked exactly like him. There was a golden light flashing in his eyes as he looked at the man, but no matter how he used his pupil technique, he always saw himself. How dare you imitate this general? You're so brave. Ji Hongfei took out a spear and threw it directly, while Ji Hongfei on the opposite side also took out a spear and blocked the attack. I am you, and you are me. The fake Ji Hongfei had an expressionless face and attacked with a spear in hand. At the teleportation entrance of Tianfeng, a group of monks were scrambling to get in, and some monks were bounced out from time to time. Feng Huang was a little bored in the air. It's been a whole day. When will they be able to come out? Tiangu drank his wine while saying, the flow of time in the heavenly tomb is not fixed. I should be able to come out in a few days. At this time, he saw a member of the Golden Horn tribe walking out from below. Seeing so many human monks, he was a little confused, and then turned around and ran away. Tiangu waved his hand lightly, and the man from the Golden Horn tribe was in his hand. He just pinched him lightly and killed him. Why don't you find out what inheritance he has obtained? Feng Huang was a little confused. If he came out of the heavenly tomb and got any inheritance, he would have to give it up sooner or later if it fell into the hands of the human race. Tiangu froze, his mouth twitching slightly. What kind of inheritance can this guy get? That's right. Feng Wang nodded. Suddenly, the Phoenix Fire Emperor stood up, his voice carrying a hint of anger. I didn't come to you, but this guy came here on his own initiative. The next second, a laugh was heard. The Phoenix Fire Emperor is so angry. It's just a quarrel between the younger generation. Don't take it so seriously. Tiangu also took back the wine, looked at Feng Huang, and said, Old Mo Wentian did go a little too far. The figure of the Mo family's ancestor appeared. He looked at the two ancient emperors and said with a smile, Ask the sky and know your limits. Do you know your limits? That piece of trash is only considered a treasure by your Mo family, yet you dare to frame my disciple. If you don't give me an explanation today, you can't leave. The Phoenix Fire Emperor is joking. The two people who attacked your apprentice that day have been killed by the Phoenix Fire Emperor himself. It has nothing to do with Wentian. I didn't come here to cause trouble with the Phoenix Fire Emperor. My unworthy descendant has grown in strength recently, so I have to bring him back to the Mo family and give him a good promotion. Feng Huang raised his eyebrows. This old guy still wants to take Mou away? After coming out of seclusion, King Bailing also told her a lot about Mou. Originally, she didn't want to get involved in these troublesome matters, but now Mou is Qi Anlin's friend. Wouldn't the friends who want to take Xiao Anlin away want to kidnap Xiao Anlin in the future? Fire flashed in Feng Wang's eyes, and then he directly expanded his domain and pulled the ancestor of the Mo family in. The sudden change made Tiangu stunned. They had a mission to complete, and the Phoenix Fire Emperor actually took action? The ancestor of the Mo family did not expect that the Phoenix Fire Emperor would attack him without saying a word. He also knew Feng Huang's protective nature, but Mou had no connection with Feng Huang. Feng Hua, stop it. The sky was covered in flames, and the human cultivators below all raised their heads in horror. The ancient emperor had taken action. After absorbing Shun Wuhui's inheritance, Qi Anlin exhaled, looked at Shun Wuhui's broken stone tablet, and bowed. Although Shun Wuhui disappeared in the end, he did not ask Qi Anlin to help him take revenge, but only left behind a legacy. Senior Wuhui, rest in peace. I will take responsibility for your karma. Qi Anlin sighed. Although he didn't know what happened to Shun Wuhui, he deduced from some of the things Shen Wuhui said that Shen Wuhui must have been framed by his own people. Otherwise, the inheritance would not be passed on to people of other tribes at will. Looking at his attributes, Qi Anlin became a little excited. His realm reached the second level, 6th stage, and his combat power reached 1098. From Shen Wuhui, he not only gained a lot of insights, but also obtained many of the gods' skills and combat techniques, which allowed him to imitate the gods in the future without worrying about being discovered. Based on the large amount of information imparted by Shen Wuhui, Qi Anlin also knew that in order to break through the three realms, one must temper spiritual power. The more times spiritual power is forged, the greater the potential and strength will be. To break through the four realms, one needs to comprehend one's own intention, whether it is sword intention or fist intention, which can be regarded as laying the foundation for becoming a king in the future. Feeling a slight repulsion, Qi Anlin bowed to Shen Wuhui again and left. This time, not only did he raise the awakening degree of his combat body to 30%, he even raised the sword intent of annihilation to its peak, and was only a step away from reaching the second level. In Shen Wuhui's inheritance, there are 5 ancient level skills, which are enough for him to learn for a long time. However, what makes Qi Anlin feel a little regretful is that there are restrictions in the inheritance, and it cannot be passed on to outsiders. Otherwise, he could give it to the human race in exchange for supplies. After thinking about it, I think ancient martial arts should have some limitations, otherwise they would have been everywhere. Chapter 192, Daowa Fish. After summoning Xiaoxing, Anlin continued to move forward. Both the tomb and the sword tomb brought him great gains. However, at the sword tomb, Imoen still looked down on his own strength. He didn't know what realm this guy had reached when he was alive. He would go back and search for him. Soon, Anlin followed Xiaoxing to a lake. The surface of the lake was like a mirror, reflecting the sky without a single ripple. Xiaoxing came to the lake and took out a small swimsuit from her treasure bag. Then, under Anlin's puzzled gaze, she did a set of warm-up exercises and jumped directly into the lake. Anlin was a little confused, but seeing Xiaoxing jump in without hesitation, he hesitated for a moment, asked if there was any danger, and then jumped in directly. Entering the lake, Anlin felt like he was turned over. In his pupils, countless colorful fish like crystals were swimming rapidly. For some reason, the water here felt like it wasn't there, allowing him to breathe normally, but the buoyancy from his surroundings told him that he was indeed in the water. Little Mayu, wait a minute. Shushu, here are some delicious fish food. Xiaoxing was swinging her little feet rapidly in the water, and the word lust almost popped up in her head. Anlin felt a little guilty, wondering if it was because he had not bought a female mouse for this guy that he was even suppressed to the point of crossing species. He looked at the fish, and then a big question mark appeared on his head. Why does this fish have a rat head? Ratfish. Sailor suit. Beautiful fish. God knows what Xiaoxing is thinking. Anlin pinched his eyebrows, and then used an identification function on a fish in front of him. Except for the fish that Xiaoxing was chasing, the other fish were normal. Named Daowa Fish. Quality, special. Introduction. This fish is transformed from the Dao. After swallowing it, one can comprehend a bit of the Dao. It needs to survive in a special environment. Anlin was instantly shocked. What the hell was this? For a moment, Anlin just wanted to pack up all these things and take them away. He stretched out his hand to grab the Daowa fish in front of him, but it was swiftly pushed past. Anlin burst into speed and swam over quickly, but the next second he realized that his idea was too outrageous. The Daowa fish swam very fast, at least with his naked eyes. He could hardly see the fish's afterimage. Anlin gritted his teeth and said to Xiaoxing, "Summon all the ant soldiers." Afterwards, his consciousness entered the small world, and he once again retrieved the genes of the lightning ant soldiers from the queen ant's genes, and then integrated a large number of speed genes. After using blood energy to accelerate, the lightning ant soldiers are not only electrified, but also extremely fast in the water, and even electric arcs appear when surging. After letting the queen ant concentrate on producing lightning ant soldiers, Anlin left the small world and saw dense swarms of ant soldiers. According to Shun Wuhui's description, Tianfen is a place where geniuses and heroes are buried, leaving behind a legacy for them. Everyone who enters here is equivalent to entering a different space, and only a special level can bring them together. Therefore, there would be no other living people in this tomb except Anlin himself. Seeing so many ant soldiers, Daowa Fish was frightened and fled away like the wind. Anlin commanded the ant soldiers to form a huge net to surround Daowa Fish. More than 400,000 ant soldiers as big as puppies began to surround the Daowa Fish, forming a ball. They quickly surrounded a Daowa Fish and began to narrow the range. The Daowa Fish seemed to be anxious as well, and wanted to break through the siege of the ant soldiers by force. It swam towards the group of ant soldiers that it thought was the least dangerous. At this time, the ant soldiers began to launch sticky nets, which directly wrapped up the Daowa Fish that was rushing forward. Finally caught one, Anlin immediately swam over and held the Daowa Fish tightly in his hand. Taking out a piece of ice, Anlin used fusion on the Daowa Fish, but found that the fusion system had no response. Could it be that this thing isn't considered a monster? The main position of the fusion system can only be a monster, so he cannot use synthesis on the Daowa Fish. Anlin pinched the Dao fruit fish and touched his chin. This Dao fruit fish was hard to come by, and it didn't feel right to swallow it directly. However, since the Daowa Fish can survive in this lake, if I drain all the water from the lake, can I then feed the Daowa Fish in the small world? Anlin thought about it, and then did what he said, and began to pour water into the queen ant's small world. After a while, he discovered that the water here lost its spirituality after entering the small world and turned into ordinary water, and the water level outside did not change much. After placing the Dao fruit fish into the small world, Anlin discovered that the Dao rhyme in the Dao fruit fish began to dissipate. At this rate, it would completely disappear in less than 3 days. This made Anlin a little upset. Could it be that sustainable development was impossible? At this time, Anlin thought of the reward given by the system Xingling Lake. Daohua fish needs to live in a special environment. So, what about Xingling Lake? His consciousness entered the queen ant's small world. Anlin chose a suitable location and directly activated the star spirit lake. The stone suddenly exploded, and a deep pit appeared on the ground, which was soon filled with lake water. The lake is as bright and dazzling as the starry sky, and a reassuring breath can be felt from time to time. Anlin sent the Daohua fish in, and then his eyes lit up. Sure enough, the Dao fruit fish stopped losing Dao Yun after entering the Xingling Lake. Anlin noticed that the agate-like body of the Dao fruit fish actually had bits of starlight, as if it was absorbing the energy of the Xingling Lake. As long as he can raise them, Anlin's mouth corners slightly raised. He wants to rent all the starfish here. Afterwards, Anlin used the same trick again, but this time, he began to chase the fleeing Daohua fish, trying to drive them into the encirclement of the ant soldiers. Soon, another Daohua fish entered the ant soldier's net bag and was sent into the queen ant's world. At the same time, Xiaoya was also using extreme ice flash to catch fish, and he was accurate in catching every one of them. His efficiency was much higher than that of the ant soldiers. However, Xiaoya's own spiritual power is limited, and he cannot use extreme ice flash many times. He can only try to catch Daohua fish that are relatively close to him to save spiritual power. After catching 7 Daohua fish, Xiaoya used the crescent moon skill and continued catching after filling up his spiritual power again. Anlin estimated that there were tens of thousands of Daohua fish in this lake, but they were too difficult to catch. If he didn't have ant soldiers and Xiaoya, he might die of exhaustion without catching even one. At this moment, Anlin saw Xiaoxing collide head-on with a Daohua fish, and then angrily kicked it away. "Get out of the way! You're blocking me from finding a wife." Anlin opened his eyes wide. He suspected that Xiaoxing had done this kind of thing many times while he was concentrating on catching fish. Chapter 193 10,000 Fruit Fish. Xiaoxing, 10 fish for a female rat. Anlin took out his mobile phone, recorded the scene, and shook it to show Xiaoxing. "There's video proof. Don't try to catch this ratfish. I'll help you catch it later." After hearing this, Xiaoxing turned her head and saw the video in Anlin's hand. Her eyes lit up. Although it seems that Mr. Qi is making big promises for himself again, this time there is video evidence, and he can't hide even if he wants to. After watching Xiaoxing go fishing with full fighting spirit, Anlin silently deleted the video and cleared the recently deleted files. Then he went back to catching fish as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Gluttony opened its mouth wide and called out, as if hoping the fish would swim over by itself, and kept drinking the water in its mouth. Tianyin was riding on a Daohua fish, squeaking. With the help of several beastmasters and ant soldiers, 3 hours later, there were already 150 Daohua fish in the small world. Found it. Daohua fish. At this time, a young beastmaster girl entered the lake and looked at the Daohua fish swimming everywhere, her eyes flickering. Nangong Shirlan summoned several of her own beasts, then held her breath and carefully used her spiritual power to lure the Daohua fish. According to family records, the Daohua fish is a magical creature that can help people comprehend the great Dao. This fish is extremely fast, and basically no one can catch it, so it must be lured with spiritual power. 3 Dao fruit fish can allow a person to comprehend 1% of the Dao, but as the mastery of the Dao becomes higher, the number of Dao fruit fish added will become less. An ancestor of the Nangong family used his spiritual power to attract 11 Dao fruit fish. An hour later, Daohua fish swam by one after another, seemingly not interested in Nangong Shirlan's spiritual power at all, which made Nangong Shirlan blush with anger. Although I knew that Daohua fish was difficult to catch, this was still too difficult. I worked so hard for so long, but didn't catch a single one. But after thinking about it, this thing is a magical object that can allow people to comprehend the great Dao in advance. Even the heaven level, or even king level powerhouses will scramble for it, so it is normal that I can't get it. I hope I can catch even just one Daohua fish during this period. A day later, Anlin clapped his hands and stopped a little tiredly. After catching fish for such a long time without stopping, there are only more than 900 fish in Xingling Lake, which is simply a drop in the bucket. Anlin sighed and began to replenish the energy of the ant soldiers. Afterwards, he entered the queen ant's small world to see if there were any treasures that could help him catch the Daohua fish. After searching for a while, Anlin found a bottle of something he had long forgotten. Animal attractant. Picking up the bottle of animal attractant, Anlin dropped a small drop into the Xingling Lake. Suddenly, a large number of Daohua fish swarmed over and started fighting for it. "Damn, are you monsters? Why are you attracted to this?" Shi Anlin couldn't help feeling a little distressed when he thought about how he had been chasing fish all day. If he had thought of it earlier, he wouldn't have been so tired. After the ant soldiers replenished their nutrition, Shi Anlin got 50,000 lightning ant soldiers from the queen ant and prepared to catch the Dawa fish. After letting the ant soldiers form a ball, Shi Anlin swam in through the gap, took out the attractant, and opened it directly. All of a sudden, the Dawa fish outside swarmed in like crazy, and the next moment, the ant soldiers blocked the gap, and the lightning ant soldiers swam out quickly and soon hugged the Dawa fish in this narrow space. Shi Anlin happily sent the Dao fruit fish into the small world one by one, counting them as he released them. After a careful count, there were a total of 12,112 Dao fruit fish. There are so many Dawa fish, and I don't know if they can reproduce. Shi Anlin was a little excited. Although this thing was not a demon beast, it should be able to reproduce. After all, Shen Wuhui said that many cultivators would come here. After all these years, there should not be many Dawa fish left. There were still a few Dawa fish left in the lake outside, and Shi Anlin didn't try to catch them because it was too tiring. It would be better to leave them here in case he could catch another wave later. He had to pay attention to sustainable development. Among these Dawa fish, there was also the rat fish that Xiaoxing liked. Shi Anlin thought about it and used the identification method on it. Name Dawa Fish King. Quality, King level mid-grade. Realm, level 2, level 1. Attributes, none. Introduction, the King of Dawa Fish, due to its long history, has successfully transformed into a monster beast, possesses qualities, and can control the Dawa Fish School. Does your Fish King have a rat head? Shi Anlin was a little confused. Then he asked Xiaoxing and immediately figured everything out. According to Xiaoxing, when it just jumped into the lake, it saw the fish evolving into a monster, and the fish also happened to see it. Thus, a beautiful rat head grew out. Shi Anlin felt that this was probably the same principle as a duckling hatching from its shell. When Dawa fish was evolving, it saw Xiaoxing and reflexively moved in this direction. This fish is a reward for you. Gluttony, you are forbidden from coming to Xingling Lake from now on. Seeing Gluttony gurgling water, Shi Anlin stopped him immediately. There was a dimensional space in this guy's stomach. If he really let him drink freely, the entire Xingling Lake would probably be drunk up. Gluttony whimpered twice with some grievance. Shi Anlin thought about it and realized that it was still so small, so he couldn't let it get close to this area. What if it lost control and ate up all the Dawa fish? Therefore, Shi Anlin strictly prohibited binge eating from touching these things. Afterwards, Shi Anlin caught several Dao fruit fish from the Xingling Lake. After the Dao fruit fish entered the small world, he could catch them directly with his will, which was not as troublesome as outside. This was also the privilege of the Lord of the World. After distributing the Dao fruit fish to the beastmasters one by one, Shi Anlin swallowed a Dao fruit fish. Suddenly, he felt his brain become clear, and the 3 avenues increased by 1% at the same time. This is his first time taking Dawa fish, and the effect is surprisingly good. When Xiaoye swallowed the Dao fruit fish, his aura changed, and he directly comprehended the Dao. His combat power increased by 10% to 1235. Long Ding, Xiaoxing, Tianyin, Gluttony, and the Queen Ant have all comprehended the Great Dao, but their progress is very low and can be ignored. Shi Anlin consumed several more fish and stopped at the 10th one. Dawa fish should be like elixirs, with consumption restrictions within a certain period of time. After giving 10 spirit stones to each of the beasts, Shi Anlin threw some spirit stones into the Xingling Lake. Now that I have just obtained so many Dawa fish, I can spend them lavishly. But until I find a breeding method, I should use them sparingly. Afterwards, Shi Anlin transplanted a large number of spiritual herbs to the edge of Xingling Lake. The concentration of spiritual energy in this area was extremely high, all of which was diffused from Xingling Lake. In addition, there was water, so Shi Anlin felt that this place was very suitable for growing vegetables. With Tianyin's help, the elixir was transplanted very successfully. Chapter 194 Road to Heaven. At this moment, Nangong Shirlan was shocked. She was holding a Dawa fish in her hand, and in front of her, the tens of thousands of Dawa fish had disappeared, leaving only a few, swimming alone. Where are the fish? Nangong Shirlan was a little dumbfounded. Are these fish so smart? After seeing that she caught one, the others all ran away? Nangong Shirlan thought about it, and decided to take the fish first and wait a few days to see if the fish will come out again. At this time, the other monks in Dawa Lake were also confused. They didn't even catch a single fish, and the fish disappeared. Shi Anlin didn't know that his action affected everyone, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, it was such a precious thing, and he still kept 1 or 2, which was generous enough. He continued to walk forward. Soon, he came to another barrier. After letting an ant explore the way, Anlin walked directly in. Entering this space, Anlin frowned slightly. There was no light in this space, and everywhere he looked, there was endless darkness. Anlin. Hearing this voice, Anlin turned his head sharply and shouted, "Who? No one should recognize me here. Could this be an illusion?" But if it was an illusion, Anlin looked at Tianyin and found that it was also confused and didn't know who was talking. Anlin, do you believe in fate? It's fate again. Anlin frowned. Moin had been talking about fate before. Letter. The voice was stunned for a moment, as if it had not expected Anlin to answer like this. Then, he continued, then you believe that there is a God in the world who controls everything and controls destiny. Anlin thought about it. Although he didn't know what this person meant, he thought it might still be a test, so Anlin shook his head and said, I don't believe it. Why don't you believe it? There are no gods in this world. If there are gods, they are merely beings with high levels of cultivation. As such, they cannot be considered gods. Anlin felt that this so-called God should be similar to the way of heaven, but the way of heaven itself would not have any emotions and was equal to everyone. Knowing that there is nothing you can do about it, accept it as fate. Everything is determined by fate, and we have no control over it. My friend, you will understand. Hearing this, Anlin was stunned. He remembered that the old Taoist priest he met at the market had also said this to him. Before reaching the king level, you will suffer a great calamity. Then, I will ask for your opinion again. After leaving a word, Anlin was kicked out of this space. He was a little confused. There was no benefit in this place. What do you mean? Bullshit. Knowing that there is nothing you can do about it, and accepting it as fate. I insist on wanting to pursue something, so why should I be afraid of the long and difficult road ahead? After Anlin cursed, he walked in another direction, but his heart was full of haze. Both this man and Moin said that he would encounter a great calamity before reaching the king level. This made Anlin very alert, and he didn't know what this calamity meant. However, this person might also be Moin, but Anlin felt that Moin should not be so idle as to come here specifically to scare him. Before the king level, I don't know if it was about to reach the king level or recently. These people can't explain it clearly. Anlin sighed and said, never mind, let's take it one step at a time. Huff, huff. You little imposter, you want to compete with this general. Ji Hongfei was covered with wounds, and it was difficult for him to defeat the fake Ji Hongfei. After defeating this guy, the scene in front of Ji Hongfei suddenly changed. A noisy sound came. He frowned slightly and looked around. He was surrounded by young monks, including several young men from the Golden Horn clan, and right in front of him was a very wide stone staircase leading to heaven. Ji Hongfei looked down at his body and found that he was not injured at all. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know whether these people were enemies or friends. If they were injured, he would be extremely passive. Another person comes, and it seems that he has defeated himself. Ji Hongfei looked over and saw that the person who was speaking seemed to be about the same age as him, and his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the first realm. Young general, you are finally here. Dan Yunyao came running over, jumping and skipping, very happy. After seeing Dan Yunyao, Ji Hongfei's tense body relaxed slightly. Fat Yao, what's going on? Ji Hongfei looked at Dan Yunyao. Dan Yunyao had actually reached the 8th level of the first realm. She must have gained a lot of benefits. Hearing the word Fat Yao, Dan Yunyao narrowed her eyes, then hugged Ji Hongfei's arm, and said, I told you to study hard and stop practicing all day. I just don't believe it. This is Tongtian Road, a heritage site in the heavenly tomb. Many traces of our predecessors are left here. The higher you go, the more benefits you will gain. Ji Hongfei nodded, roughly understanding the situation, and then prepared to take Dan Yunyao to Tongtian Road. At this time, Dan Yunyao said again, don't fight here. Before you came, that guy from Jingda. Dan Yunyao started to complain when she saw Ji Hongfei. While complaining, she observed Ji Hongfei's expression. When she saw Ji Hongfei's face turned cold, she smiled with satisfaction. Ji Hongfei looked at Jingdao Mo Shi, who was climbing up the road to heaven, and said softly to Dan Yunyao, it's okay, go out and kill him. No one in the Mo family is a good person. At this time, a voice came from behind. Brother Ji, although I don't admit that I am a member of the Mo family, aren't you lumping me in with them now? Hearing this voice, Ji Hongfei's mouth curled up slightly, and then he said, so what? Fatty Yao has already told me that you talked to. Before he could finish his words, Dan Yunyao covered his mouth. These were all girls' gossips, and telling Ji Hongfei about them was already against the rules. Forget it, my reputation has long been ruined. Where's Chinyu? Dan Yunyao pointed at the Tongtian Road. Yes, it's right up there, it's quite high up. The road to heaven, the road to heaven. I didn't expect that we would actually arrive at the heavenly tomb. Mou breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Chun Yu struggling to climb up. Ji Hongfei glanced at the two of them and wondered why he didn't know about Tianfen. Then, there was a fluctuation from the barrier next to them. The three looked over and found that Chi Anlin's figure was slowly emerging. Hey, are they all here? Chi Anlin shook his head and was delighted after seeing the few people. Afterwards, he sensed the realms of several people and his expression became a little strange. This Ji Hongfei, his strength has increased so much, right? He's almost catching up with him. Ji Hongfei, second realm, third stage, combat power 644, Dan Yunyao, first realm, 8th stage, combat power 150, Mou, first realm, 9th stage, combat power 210. After a few pleasantries, Chi Anlin summoned a few beasts, and then they set out on the road to heaven together. Chapter 195 Xiaoxing's Pain. There are a total of 1,000 steps on the Tongtian Road, and many names are written on the stone tablet on the side. The first 7 names seem to be covered by the rules, and Chi Anlin saw Mo Yin's name at the 30th place. He walked to the 799th place. Shen Wuhui, on the other hand, was ranked outside the top 100 and reached the 689th step. As he stepped onto the first step, Chi Anlin felt a pressure on his body and mind, and even someone whispered in his ear to give up. Although these effects are small, they will be magnified as time goes by until they become unbearable. The ranking on the steps does not represent one's strength. The higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the greater the pressure he will face. Mou said on the side. The test of Tongtian Road is above all about talent and state of mind. Here, various levels of will and combat body awakening will have an impact on the final rank. Chi Anlin nodded. He could feel that under such pressure, his combat body had gained a little more awareness, but since it was only at the first level, it was not very obvious. Several people began to climb at a very fast speed, and when they reached the 30th floor, Chi Anlin felt a pure spiritual power feedback, filling his dantian. On the other side, Xiaoya, who was already at the peak of the 8th stage of the second realm, broke through directly and entered the 9th stage of the second realm. His combat power soared to more than 1,600. Feeling Xiaoya's realm, Ji Hongfei felt a little desperate. He originally thought that he had improved a lot, but he didn't expect that Chi Anlin's beast taming was about to reach the 3rd realm. Mou also sighed. He was only at the 1st level now. Looking at Chen Yu, who was still climbing in the distance, Mou quickened his pace and caught up with her. The friends around him quickened their pace, but Chi Anlin was not in a hurry because he had to bring several beasts with him. Due to eating a lot of fish and monsters, gluttony broke through directly after entering the 30th floor and reached the 7th stage of the 1st realm, while Xiaoxing also reached the 6th stage of the 1st realm. The most special one should be Tianyin. What Tianyin obtained was not spiritual power, but a long skirt. After putting it on, she looked like a fairy, and her healing ability was also improved. Under Chi Anlin's hands, Mo Huan also received blessings and made a breakthrough. It was a pity that Yi and Ying Mei could not be released. Chi Anlin sighed, thought about it, and entered the small world. At this time, he found that for a moment, all the creatures in the small world were under pressure and received spiritual feedback. Looking at the trembling Xiaoxing, Chi Anlin's eyes showed a hint of understanding. Although he didn't know what quality the Tongtian Road was, after discovering this situation, Chi Anlin felt that this thing would be effective even against saint-level powerhouses. Xiaoxing is now equivalent to a fake saint, carrying a small world with him. The creatures in the small world are equivalent to stepping onto the road to heaven, with Xiaoxing. Chi Anlin's eyes flashed slightly. In this way, the ant soldiers of the entire world can be improved. If Tongtian Road cannot withstand the pressure, it can just give up directly. In this way, no ant soldiers will explode due to being unable to withstand the pressure. Chi Anlin looked at the Daogua fish with some concern and opened his eyes wide. Some fish were actually entangled together excitedly under this pressure. Are all these fish M? Chi Anlin thought this was too ridiculous. You only have children when you are under pressure, right? Knowing that Dao Guoyu was fine and had even started giving birth, Chi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. This was a great thing, although he couldn't understand it. After exiting the small world, Chi Anlin patted Xiaoxing on the head and said, "Come on." All the creatures in the small world were waiting for Xiaoxing to continue climbing the stairs so that they could feel more pressure and move forward. Xiaoxing was lying on the stairs. "Shu Shu, I am so sad to see you. A female rat is at the 100th level. I recently saw some flame female rats for sale in the school mall. Hey, you have no idea how hot those little things are." Xiaoxing slowly stood up, his back becoming taller. A stick inexplicably appeared in his hand. He turned his head with a determined look in his eyes. From now on, I will step on the south sky and shatter Ling Xiao. After saying that, it looked at Chi Anlin expectantly, hoping that Chi Anlin would pick up on its joke. Chi Anlin rolled his eyes, took out a bunch of photos from his small world, tied them together, and threw them directly towards the stone steps in the distance. Go. When Xiaoxing saw these photos, she froze involuntarily. These were all photos of beautiful mice that she had secretly hidden. Chi Anlin, I hate you. Xiaoxing rushed forward, leaving only this sentence. After Xiaoxing left, Xiaoyu looked at Chi Anlin with a strange expression. Chi Anlin smiled and said, stimulate its fighting spirit. This guy is too lazy. Then, Chi Anlin looked at Tianyin, who was still humming a little tune, and said, Tianyin, if you can get through level 200, I'll buy you a speaker and some clothes. Swish. Tianyin flew up directly. Chi Anlin shook his head. If these guys were not forced, they would be ruined. However, it can have an impact on Tianyin, which should expand the range of the elf's voice. Xiaoya, needless to say, has always been very sensible, and as for gluttony, as long as Chi Anlin throws some food on the stone steps, it will run up happily. In front, Imoyu had just walked up a dozen steps when he saw a bunch of tied photos flying out, and the next second, a hamster with white hair rushed up, and its speed was so fast that he was dumbfounded. Isn't this Brother Chi's beast? Imoyu was very confused. This rat seemed to have little presence except when searching for treasures, and it didn't have much fighting power. But the speed at which it climbed the stairs. Another gust of wind blew by his ears, and Imoyu saw an elf flapping its wings and flying up with all its might. Suddenly, his mind was full of question marks. Why can Tongshanla fly? He turned around and saw Chi Anlin, and hurriedly continued to climb the stone steps. Soon, the group arrived at the 60th floor, and everyone received feedback again. The aura of Mou and Dan Yunyao changed, and they were directly promoted. Ji Hongfei's eyes flashed with golden light, and the next second, his pupil technique was actually directly enhanced. Except for Xiaoya, the realms of several beastmasters have been improved. Chi Anlin looked at Xiaoya. At this time, Xiaoya had reached the peak of the second realm and was ready to break through to the third realm. To break through the third realm, one needs to refine spiritual power and purify it again and again. Chi Anlin reminded Xiaoya not to rush to break through, but to purify it first. This feedback allowed Xiaoya to temper the spiritual power of his whole body. As for Chi Anlin, because of Shun Wuhui's inheritance, his Dantian doubled in size again. Even with these two feedbacks, the spiritual power in his Dantian was not full. Now the spiritual power in Chi Anlin's Dantian is even as strong as Xiaoya's when he used the new moon. As the pressure increased, gluttony completely digested the sword in his body. His aura flickered, and a sword intent emanated from his body. Suddenly, everyone around was dumbfounded. This demon beast actually possessed sword intent. Chapter 196 Breakthroughs. Brother Chi, your monster. Mou glanced at the little glutton. He had never seen this kind of monster before, but there were too many monsters with strange looks in the world, so he didn't care much at first. Chi Anlin also looked surprised. Gluttony, it turns out you are also a swordsman prodigy. Several people were filled with questions. Has this monster ever touched a sword? However, seeing Chi Anlin's expression, he definitely didn't want to say more, so they didn't continue to ask. Gluttony jumped up, as if the pressure here was nothing to it, and it seemed extremely relaxed. Chi Anlin touched his chin. This little guy has great potential. Coupled with the gluttony, skill, his growth limit can be said to be unlimited. After all, other people have to work very hard to improve their skills, but gluttony is different. As long as they can swallow it, they can master it quickly. Therefore, the level that gluttony will eventually reach may even be higher than theirs. Xiaoxing climbed up with tears and snot, and finally got the photo. She was happily holding it in her arms when a suction force came from the side, and the photo in her hand suddenly disappeared. Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, looked to the side, and found that gluttony was sticking out its tongue like a puppy. Xiaoxing's expression changed rapidly, and his face darkened. Then he clenched his fists and said, "You idiot. I'm going to fight you." It beat Gluttony's body, but did not cause any harm. On the road to heaven, it could not attack others. "Brother Chi, your rat is fighting with that weird thing," Dan Yunyao said. Chi Anlin looked over and rubbed his temples with a headache. In the end, Xiaoxing was promised countless benefits and was punished for overeating, and only then did she continue walking with red eyes. However, Chi Anlin saw determination from Xiaoxing's back. This guy felt that he would not be able to defeat gluttony afterwards, so from now on, he had the determination to become stronger and was determined to avenge his paper wives. Chi Anlin sighed. He wanted to make gluttony vomit it out, but things like photos were digested the moment they entered Gluttony's dimensional stomach. After teaching Gluttony a lesson, Anlin continued to move forward. Everyone in the group was a genius, so they didn't find it difficult at this level. Along the way, Anlin saw many monks with red faces who were determined to climb the stone steps even if they had to crawl. If I didn't have the system, I probably wouldn't be able to even get through the first few steps. Soon, Anlin reached the 90th floor, and feedback came again, causing Anlin to touch the bottleneck of breakthrough. Mou and Dan Yunyao had both reached the 9th level of the first realm and had to sit down to regulate their breathing. They could only continue walking after their realm was completely stabilized. Ji Hongfei directly broke through to the 4th stage of the second realm. After he sat down to regulate his breath for a while, he suddenly spilled a pile of beans. All of a sudden, 300 bean soldiers of the first level appeared, making the 90th floor seem particularly lively. My bean soldiers are all growable. Let them come out for a walk. Ji Hongfei said to Anlin, who was a little confused. Anlin touched his chin. This was a good idea. Every combat body had its own special features, and Ji Hongfei's bean soldiers were actually growable, which was a great help. If you train it well, you can directly summon a bunch of bean soldiers of similar level to yourself during the battle, and the enemy can only throw up his hands and declare that the game is over. When I go back, I will ask these 3 people for a drop of blood and store it in the Queen Ant's gene bank. The moment the bean soldiers appeared, they collapsed to the ground, staggering from side to side. The sudden pressure made them unable to adapt. Ji Hongfei's face changed. These guys were too embarrassing. Brother Qi, you guys go first. Let's consolidate our realm. Mou suddenly said. If they went together like this, it would slow down Anlin's progress too much. Anlin nodded and said, then we'll see you later. After saying goodbye to a few people, Anlin led the beast masters forward. With the help of this feedback, Xiaoya tempered his spiritual power again. Tempering in the 3rd realm is very difficult, and each time the spiritual power is tempered, there will be a qualitative leap. This time, Xiaoya's combat power directly increased by 120 points, which is also the limit of ordinary cultivators. There are many mediocre cultivators who do not have enough resources and can only rely on themselves to temper their spiritual power, so most of them stay between 2 and 4 times. Some people even break through the 3rd realm without even tempering their spiritual power and are used as a unit of combat power by some geniuses. The more outstanding ones, that is, the geniuses who come from small places, have been tempered about 6 times. The tempering becomes more difficult as time goes by. Such people have already reached the threshold of military academy. And after 8 temperings, he was considered a genius in the military academy. As for the 10 times of tempering, they are usually combat bodies. The number is still low at the moment, so Anlin is not too worried. Xiaoya is a combat body after all, so there will definitely be no problem if the tempering times reaches 10. The ant soldiers in the small world collectively advanced to a higher level, which was a pleasant surprise for Anlin. In the Xingling Lake, some small fish had appeared, about 30 in total. The Daowa fish's reproduction method is quite special. They are directly differentiated from the bodies of 2 fish. Anlin guessed that the Daowa fish will give birth when the Dao rhyme in their bodies reaches a certain level, so the Dao rhyme in each Daowa fish has always been maintained at the same amount. Soon, Anlin arrived at the 120th floor. Xiaoya tempered his spiritual power once again, and this time, his combat power directly jumped to 2120. Anlin sat down to regulate his breathing, and his spiritual power circulated in his body. After about an hour, he broke through to the 7th stage of the 2nd realm, and his combat power reached 1221. Tianyin stayed here to continue breaking through, while Xiaoxing inexplicably grew a golden hair on his head. He pulled it hard, and his scalp was almost torn off, but he still couldn't pull out the hair. After checking Xiaoxing's body and finding no signs of any damage, Anlin cheerfully reassured her, "It's okay. This makes it special. Other mice will remember this trait once they see it." After hearing Anlin's comfort, Xiaoxing felt even sadder. It felt like it was having some retrograde recently. "Lao Qi, Shoo, I want to dye my hair." The corner of Anlin's mouth twitched slightly. This guy's way of addressing himself was really ever-changing. "Let's talk about it when we get back." Gently touching Tianyin's head to let it concentrate on practicing, Anlin continued to step onto the stone steps and walked upwards. The gluttonous guy was like a wild dog that had broken free from its reins. He kept jumping up excitedly and had already run more than 160 steps. For some reason, Anlin found that this guy seemed to have no bottleneck. Every time he broke through, he could perfectly master this realm without having to consolidate his foundation. Now gluttony has reached the 9th level of the 1st realm, and the speed of improvement is terrifying. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a monster of the peak king level quality. Chapter 197 Mo Sure. Sincerity for sincerity. Soon, Anlin reached the 200th floor. At this time, his combat body awakening degree increased by 5%, and even his self-awareness reached 20%. As for gluttony, he successfully broke through the second realm. Anlin estimated that by the time he was able to contract gluttony would be almost at the same realm as Xiaoya. Looking around, there was no one else on the 200th floor. Anlin thought for a moment, took out a ground-level longsword from his space ring, and fed it to gluttony. Although gluttony has improved his realm, his combat power is mediocre because he has not swallowed anything yet. The pressure here can help gluttony digest quickly. He can also take this opportunity to let gluttony comprehend another sword intent. Afterwards, Anlin also fed gluttony several corpses of monsters. These monsters were all in the third realm, which was enough for gluttony to digest for a while. At this time, gluttony was already taller than Anlin's legs. Anlin touched gluttony's head, let it continue to move forward, and then sat down to regulate his breathing. The higher you go, the fewer people there are. Many people below are crawling on the ground unwillingly, trying to reach the next step. Anlin shook his head. If it were in his previous life, there might be a saying that hard work can make up for lack of talent. But in this world, talent determines everything. Some people work hard, walk on the edge of death day and night, and live a life on the edge of a knife, but they can never break through to a higher level. As for the combat body, one doesn't even need to practice much to be able to surpass others and reach a realm that many people need to look up to in their lifetime. Perhaps, this is the same as in the previous life. If you are not born into a family in many areas, you will basically have no chance to own one in this life. A trace of emotion flashed in his eyes. Anlin sighed, turned around, and continued walking forward. Now that he was reborn and had the opportunity, he also wanted to see the scenery from a higher place. At the 200th floor, Anlin's speed had slowed down. Although it was not very strenuous, if he continued to cross the stairs quickly, he would become exhausted later. After a few minutes, Anlin arrived at the 210th floor. On the road to heaven, each step was a very long distance, which was why the people below had to crawl. On the 210th floor, Xiaoya was practicing with his eyes closed. This was the 6th time he had tempered his spiritual power, and his combat power had reached 30-20. If calculated by realm, Xiaoya should be able to defeat an ordinary cultivator at the 3rd level of the 3rd realm. After all, he still has the fighting will skill in hand. Anlin sat cross-legged and absorbed the feedback from Tongtian Road. Every 30 levels, the feedback from Tongtian Road could rapidly increase one's strength. The feedback here was not just spiritual power, but something more refined than spiritual power. Feeling this energy entering his body, Anlin's body was constantly being tempered. The 9 stages of heavenly thunder had been cultivated to the 5th stage. Now Anlin could fight against the cultivators of the 3rd realm with just his physical body. This time, Anlin practiced for a full 5 hours. He opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed, and Anlin slowly stood up, making a sound like frying beans. Looking inward with his spiritual power, Anlin discovered that his blood had gradually changed. Every drop of blood contained a large amount of spiritual power. Even the dripping of blood could cause a small pit to appear on the ground. This is just the physical body reaching the 3rd realm. If it is a monarch, not only can he be reborn with a drop of blood, he can even destroy the mountain with blood. The world of cultivation is outrageous. Back then, the battle between the powerful heavenly beings was like a nuclear bomb devastating the earth. The aftermath alone destroyed half of Zhao County, if they had used all their strength. Anlin was looking forward to the next training more and more. There was nothing more satisfying than feeling himself getting stronger. His realm was raised again, reaching the 8th level of the 2nd realm. He only needed to break through one more level before he could start tempering his spiritual power. The energy he used to break through was enough for an ordinary cultivator to break through to the middle stage of the 3rd realm. If it weren't for the Tongtian Road, Anlin would have no idea how long it would take him to temper his spiritual power. After all, the amount of spiritual energy he now possesses is already ridiculously high. Compared to himself, Xiaoxing walked much slower. In order to prevent Mo Huan from not adapting to his speed, Anlin tied Mo Huan around Xiaoxing's waist. Then, he continued to walk forward. After taking a few steps, Anlin saw a man who was sitting cross-legged and practicing. Sensing Anlin's arrival, he opened his eyes. Anlin glanced at him and realized he had never seen this person before. When they reached Tongtian Road, these people became extremely quiet. For many of them, just persisting was already a struggle, so naturally they had no energy left to talk to others. Emosure looked at Chi Anlin and said with a smile, "Brother Chi, it's really insulting to your status to be with that loser Mou." Chi Anlin looked at Emosure thoughtfully. So he was from the Mo family. The Mo family's people dared to talk to him so brazenly. It was a pity that it was not easy to take action on Tongtian Road, otherwise Chi Anlin would have wanted to feed him directly. Name Moshi. Realm, 3rd realm, 2nd stage. Occupation, physical training. Combat power, 2666. After thinking for a moment, Chi Anlin pretended to be angry and said, "How dare you insult my brother Mou? This is just the road to heaven. Otherwise, the soul that Mou gave me will be the money to buy your life." Emosure was stunned. Spiritual wine. He was not from the military academy. He only knew that Chi Anlin was the disciple of Feng Huang and had connections with Mou. Could it be that Mou and Chi Anlin got together because of the spiritual wine? Considering that Mou, a loser who only drinks every day, it's not surprising that he can find good wine. Brother Chi, you're joking. It's just spiritual wine. How can Mou have any good wine? After we leave the heavenly tomb, I will bring you a few pots of heavenly grade wine. Chi Anlin is the disciple of Feng Huang. If he can be won over, the heavenly grade spirit wine will be nothing compared to this. The rewards given by the family will be more than that. That is to say, he doesn't have it with him now, otherwise he would have given it to Chi Anlin long ago. Chi Anlin's face showed a conflicted look, but then he seemed to make up his mind. Okay, then where can you give it to me? Emosure never thought that Chi Anlin had murderous intentions towards him. After all, he never imagined that offending a behemoth like the Mo family for a friend he had just met would lead to such a situation. Besides, he was only at the 3rd realm of cultivation, and Chi Anlin, a freshman who had just entered the school, could not possibly pose a threat to him. Soon, Emosure and Chi Anlin became close friends, as if they had met too late. Finally, he told Chi Anlin about a place in the Golden Horn realm, which was the strange lake that Chi Anlin had planned to go to before, and he planned to give Chi Anlin the fine wine there. Once he makes friends with Chi Anlin, he will not only gain many benefits, but also the approval of young Master Wentian. Chi Anlin nodded with satisfaction and then left. I don't know how this guy cultivated to this level. I just hope he doesn't say anything nonsense when he goes back, otherwise I may never have the chance to catch him. Chapter 198, the 300th floor. As time went by, 2 days passed, and Mou also reached more than 200 floors. Along the way, he kept stopping to practice, and his realm successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the 2nd realm. After walking up another step, he saw Emosure sitting cross-legged and practicing. This is the 232nd floor. Every time Emosure goes up a floor, he needs to sit cross-legged and regulate his breathing for a long time. Seeing Emosure, who had already adapted to the 232nd floor, raised his lips and said, "Useless, you're finally here." Mou looked at him in surprise, then pointed at himself in confusion. This guy had such a hard time climbing up more than 200 floors. How could he have the confidence to call himself useless? You useless piece of shit. I didn't expect your realm to improve so quickly. Emosure felt a little jealous. Such a good heavenly thunder battle body actually belonged to this guy. Mou shook his head. He had long been accustomed to the Mo family calling him that, so he didn't pay much attention and prepared to continue walking upwards. He didn't know where Chi Anlin and the others had run off to, so he couldn't be left behind much. Seeing Mou like this, Emosure was furious. Isn't it that I don't know that I've been betrayed? Mou stopped and asked, what betrayal? The ancestor is already waiting outside. This time, you will definitely be taken back to the Mo family. And your reliance will not be on Chi Anlin, right? To be honest, Brother Chi has a unique vision. You, a loser, also want to curry favor with Brother Chi? Hearing this, Mou instantly understood that this guy might be on close terms with Chi Anlin. Mou felt that this guy wouldn't survive more than a few chapters. I have no children, and seeing that you can make friends, I feel relieved. Mou said with relief, and then ignored Emosure's abuse and went straight to the next floor. Are you kidding? The ancestor of the Mo family is waiting for me outside. He may not quite understand the determination of the Mo family ancestor, but he understands Feng Huang. If it goes as he expected, Feng Huang has already started fighting with the ancestor. Meanwhile, outside the heavenly tomb, the Mo family patriarch's body was covered in scorch marks. He dodged the Phoenix Fire Emperor's attacks and angrily cursed, "Phoenix Fire Emperor, don't go too far." Originally, he thought that the Phoenix Fire Emperor had just been promoted to the Ancient Emperor, while he had already reached the Ancient Emperor realm 100 years ago, and was definitely superior to the Phoenix Fire Emperor in any case. But he didn't expect that Fenghuo Wang's fighting power was so strong that he could suppress him. Tiangu, on the surface, was trying to stop the fight, but in fact he was preventing him from hurting Fenghua Huang, and directly used him as Fenghua Huang's whetstone. Emperor Fenghua was also very angry. This old guy's strength was not that great, but his escape speed was first-rate. If he didn't have his domain, he would have escaped long ago. He was also at the first level of the ancient realm, yet he couldn't kill him. This made the Phoenix Fire Emperor even more furious. Seeing that Fenghua Huang was about to attack, Tiangu quickly intervened and stopped Fenghua Huang. Calm down. Calm down. Just kidding. It's enough to beat someone up to satisfy your desire, and it can even be said to be a sparring match. If you really kill the ancestor of the Mo family, it's hard to say if you will be blamed by the higher-ups. Ancient emperors are not allowed to kill each other among the human race. Taking this opportunity, the ancestor of the Mo family directly left the domain and quickly left the Golden Horn realm. He also realized that the Phoenix Fire Emperor actually wanted to kill him. The ancestor of the Mo family was very frightened. He had such a powerful fighting power just after the breakthrough. After his cultivation improved in the future, he would be no match for him. We have to take care of the younger generation of the Mo family and tell them not to mess with this crazy woman. On the 299th floor, Anlin met Chenyu. Chenyu was sweating profusely, and every step was extremely difficult. Putting a piece of clothing on Chenyu, Anlin said, "Adapt well to it, and don't push yourself too hard." Anlin thought for a moment, then stuffed a pill into Chenyu's mouth. He then circulated his spiritual energy to help Chenyu regulate her breathing, then said, "Sit down and regulate your breathing for a while." He also saw that Chenyu was at the end of her strength. If she went directly to the next level, she would probably be crushed. Chenyu was speechless at this time. She looked at Anlin gratefully, then sat down cross-legged and began to refine the medicinal power. She had exhausted all her energy in trying to reach the 300th floor to get feedback. Behind Anlin, Xiaoxing stepped onto the 299th floor breathlessly. Seeing this, Anlin immediately walked to Xiaoxing, took out several Dao fruit fish from the small world, and then grabbed one and stuffed it into Chenyu's mouth. "Absorb it well. I'll leave 3 fish here. If I meet Ji Hongfei and the others later, I'll give the fish to them." A Dao fruit fish can only allow a few people to comprehend a little bit of the great Dao, but it can also be regarded as having their own Dao. As for more, we have to go back and talk about it. Things like Daowa fish are easily spotted by others. After taking the fish, Chenyu opened her eyes wide, and then immediately began to digest and absorb it. If Anlin had given her the Dao fruit fish under normal circumstances, she would absolutely not have accepted it. It was too precious. But now, she couldn't even move, let alone refuse. After observing Chenyu for a while and confirming that Chenyu was fine, Anlin stepped into the next floor. A huge amount of energy poured into Anlin's body. Anlin quickly sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. Beside him, Xiaoya was also absorbing energy. It had begun its 8th tempering, and its strength was increasing rapidly. The further you go, the harder it is to temper, so even for combat bodies, few can reach the 12th level of tempering. On the stone steps in front, Gluttony was lying and sleeping. What Anlin didn't know was that Gluttony was now in a state of saturation. The road to heaven brings pressure to others, but to itself, it is a kind of food. The pressure that filled its body and soul was devoured by it and used as food, so now it has held on and needs to sleep to digest it. The spiritual power in his body rose rapidly and soon reached its peak. Anlin began to compress the spiritual power in his body and soon completed a tempering. A long time ago, he began to compress his spiritual power, and the spiritual power in his dantian had even liquefied. With this foundation, Anlin was able to refine his spiritual power exceptionally quickly. This road to heaven not only allows a large number of young people to break through and enhance the strength of the younger generation, but also widens the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. In the past, everyone who walked out of the heavenly tomb was a person of outstanding talent, but the emergence of the heavenly tomb this time greatly enhanced the foundation of the human race and even attracted saint-level powerhouses. Outside the heavenly tomb, the 9 absolute saints floated in the air, scanning the surroundings with their sharp eyes. Tiangu, Fenghua, you did a great job. If they had not killed the ancient Golden Horn Emperor, the human race would not have occupied this heavenly tomb and covered up the information of its appearance. Fenghua Huang didn't say anything either. She was just about to chase after the ancestor of the Mo family, but was brought back directly by the 9 absolute saint. Seeing the look on Fenghua Huang's face, Jiu Sage smiled and said, "Fenghua, you are still the same as before, with the same temper as your father." Chapter 199, Phoenix Fire Emperor's Background. Feng Huahuang snorted lightly, but said nothing, while Tiangu also sighed and said, Sage Jiuju, it is better not to mention this matter again. Back then, Feng Huahuang was also a favored daughter of heaven, with a saint-level father, and she was also a single-family household. However, due to the constant fighting on the front line, Emperor Feng Huo rarely had the opportunity to take care of his daughter. Until Feng Sheng died in battle, Emperor Feng Huo had only seen him a few times. At that time, Feng Huahuang was only 5 years old, and Tiangu, as Feng Sheng's best friend, brought Feng Huahuang to the military university, treated her as his own daughter, and raised her. Therefore, Emperor Feng Huo always did things as he pleased. No matter how big the incident was, he would cover it. If he really couldn't cover it, the saints would help him for the sake of Emperor Feng Sheng. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the pressure from the front line and let the Sword Emperor take action to protect the Phoenix Fire Emperor's breakthrough. This also created the Fenghua Emperor's protective character. Whatever he didn't get in his childhood, he would repay to his descendants. This was also the Fenghua Emperor's way of making up for his childhood. The 9 Absolute Saints sighed and said, Fenghua girl, I will handle the Mo family. Don't bother Mo Fu anymore. Even if he has 100 guts, he won't dare to mess with you again. He had already known that Mo Fu was being beaten by Feng Huahuang, but he only tried to stop him after he saw Feng Huahuang chasing him out of the Golden Horn realm. Saint Jiujue was also helpless. He felt that he owed something to his friend's descendants. After all, if he and others had not been injured that day, Saint Feng would not have died together with the saint of the God clan. Afterwards, a trace of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Saint Jiujue. When the Phoenix Fire Emperor broke through, the Tianjiao tribe actually dared to take action. They really thought that the human race was a soft persimmon. Saint Jiujue waved his hand lightly, and the entire space began to distort. The ground of the Golden Horn realm rumbled, and a crystal as bright as a star floated up and fell into his hands. Girl, since you have already broken through to the ancient level, you will be able to use this world course sooner or later. To break through the saint level, one needs to open up one's own world, and the core of the world can greatly shorten this process. What's more, this Golden Horn realm was formed by the fall of the saint of the Tianjiao clan. Sage Jiujue, Fenghua has just broken through to the ancient emperor realm and is still far from reaching the saint realm. If the core of the Golden Horn realm is given to Fenghua, it will attract the covetousness of other ancient emperors. Jiuju shook his head. Fenghua has suffered a lot over the years. The foreign wars continue, and we have no way to take care of Fenghua. The Phoenix Fire Emperor has been staying in the military university and not going out, which is actually a kind of protection for the Phoenix Fire Emperor. You know, Fenghua Wang has a Phoenix combat body and is born with an awakened combat body. The Phoenix combat body is the only combat body of the human race that ranks among the top 100 at 67th place. Feng Xing's death is also related to this. As long as we are alive, no one in the human world will dare to attack Fenghua. The world core of the 8th grade world is extremely attractive even to saints. Absorbing this world core may even allow them to take a step further. Only the human race would leave these worlds for ordinary people to explore. In the divine realm, there is no such thing as a small world. All the world cores that can be found have been absorbed by the saints. Anlin was lying on the ground to rest. Next to him was a huge cocoon of light. At present, he has reached the 420th level, and Xiaoya has successfully tempered his spiritual power 11 times, and then began to evolve. As for Anlin himself, he had tempered his spiritual power 4 times, and his combat power had reached 3302. This is only the Ice Soul state, and in the Sky Flame state, the combat power can continue to increase. This time, the awakening degree of Tianyan's combat body was raised to 40%, and Anlin also comprehended a new talent, 10 Directions Fire Hell. This 10 Directions Hellfire is somewhat similar to Xiaoya's Burning Sky, but in the 10 Directions Hellfire, Anlin can also merge with the flames and achieve temporary elementalization. Not only that, 3 flame clones with 40% of their own strength will appear in the 10 Directions Hell of Fire to help Anlin fight. After opening the system backend, Anlin took a look and found that Xiaoxing had reached the 3rd stage of the 2nd realm. Tianyin had successfully digested the previous part of the heavenly source of life, and his strength had leaped to the 5th stage of the 2nd realm. His quality had evolved to the earth level, and his various skills had also been greatly improved. Mo Huan also reached the 2nd realm, 6th stage, and could accommodate more spirit stones. He would no longer be gone in one shot like before. In the small world, the Queen Ant reached the 2nd realm, 4th stage, and each of the ant soldiers was promoted to the 2nd realm, 6th stage, and their combat power increased several times. Long Ding was a golden dragon before. After absorbing enough energy, he made the greatest progress and directly jumped to the peak of the second realm. Anlin also noticed that Long Ding itself had been tempered with spiritual power 10 times, and the quality of its spiritual power had always remained in the state of not being refined into a cauldron. The reason why I haven't made a breakthrough now is just to try to temper it twice more. Anlin looked at the Xingling Lake. The Daoguo fish in it had multiplied to more than 1,000. They were swimming happily, and because of the Tongtian Road, they were constantly intertwining with each other. Anlin had never thought that he would be able to see the fillets of Daoguo fish in his lifetime, and also see this group of fish move apart. One after another, some people could not hold on any longer and left Tongtian Road. Tongtian Road was equivalent to the last checkpoint of Tianfen, so after it was over, they would be directly transferred away from Tianfen. Emosher also left Tianfen. He finally stopped at the 240th floor and had no way to go any further. After leaving the heavenly tomb, he saw many familiar faces but didn't say hello. He thought Brother Qi must not have come out yet, so he had to hurry to get the heavenly grade wine. This matter must not be told to other people in the Mo family, otherwise if they steal the credit, it will be a big problem. Emosher left the Golden Horn realm in a hurry. In order to prevent being discovered by his tribesmen, he planned to use his accumulated credits and some of his own treasures to exchange for a bottle of heavenly grade wine. Thinking of this, Emosher felt a little pain. If this happened, all his resources would be used up, and he would even have to borrow credits from some classmates. After successfully making friends with Anlin and capturing Mou, the young master will give him enough rewards, so the money did not disappear, but just accompanied him in a different way. In the outside world, Feng Huang was a little bored. She casually grabbed a military college student who had just come out and asked, "Have you seen Anlin and Shuiyue?" The military student nodded repeatedly and said, "Student Anlin is extremely talented. He is far superior to me in the road to heaven. He has already reached the 400th floor." The 9 absolute saints smiled and said, "Fenghua girl, your disciple is quite good. On the road to heaven, an average combat body may stop at around the 380th level, while an ordinary genius can only quit after more than 200 levels. The 400th level is already the monarch seed. The next 500 or 600 levels are levels that only the most powerful monsters of each race can reach." Chapter 200. The teacher is of the same generation? I don't know how high Feng Huang's disciple can reach in the end. Feng Huang sent the student back and then said, with Xiao Anlin's talent, more than 400 floors are no problem for him. Although she had never walked this road to heaven, she still believed in the talents of Anlin and Shuiyue. After asking about the heavenly tomb, Feng Huang touched his chin. No wonder these cultivators who had just come out had increased their cultivation so much. 1 or 2 levels were not enough. I don't know what realm the 2 disciples will be in after they come out. Will Xiao Qixi directly break through to the 3rd realm? A trace of regret flashed in Feng Huang's eyes. She had never thought that Anlin would encounter Tianfen when he came to the Golden Horn realm. She had originally thought of telling Anlin that he needed to temper his spiritual power to enter the 3rd realm when she returned this time. This kid, wouldn't he just break through directly? I hope this kid doesn't break through. Phoenix Fire Queen herself has a talent, which is to use her own flames to help people temper their spiritual power once. If Anlin doesn't break through, then she can still lend a helping hand to Anlin. At this moment, there was a sudden vibration in the Golden Horn realm. The face of the Saint Juju changed, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. The truth cannot be hidden. The appearance of the heavenly tomb will soon be discovered by other worlds. The heavenly tomb represents countless opportunities and even has the inheritance of many saint-level powerhouses. In the past, the heavenly tomb would only stay for a moment, and only people with great luck could enter. But this time, the stay represents too many things. A few days later, Anlin arrived at the 570th floor. At this time, his steps became slow. The huge pressure made it impossible for him to walk without stopping as before. At this time, he also met his sister. This was the first time he saw someone since entering the 500th floor. Shuiyue was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Sensing Anlin's arrival, she opened her eyes and asked, "Little Anlin?" Anlin, on the other hand, looked at her with horror. Name Shuiyue. Realm, 4 realms and 4 stages. Occupation, cultivator. Attribute, fire. Battle body, flame phoenix battle body, 90%. Avenue, Qianfeng Avenue, 60%. Intention, the 3rd level of the Thunder Hammer intention. Combat power, 99999. Looking at his sister, Anlin didn't know what to say for a moment. Is this combat power a joke? Moreover, the awakening degree of the flame phoenix battle body and the mastery of the great Tao are too high, right? Shi Anlin felt that if his sister met the old dragon again, she wouldn't even have to use her trump card. According to his speculation, the 5th level cultivators, that is, the heavenly level cultivators, have just reached a combat power of 100,000. The awakening of this combat body has greatly improved combat power. Sister, have you seen a strange guy as free and easy as a husky passing by? That's my beast, Shi Anlin asked. He didn't have a contract with Gluttony and couldn't contact this guy now. You mean that weird monster? It ran past me 2 days ago. So what's with your beast? It can still run at this level, like it's not under any pressure. Shi Anlin didn't know how to describe Gluttony. This guy was on his way to heaven, and all he did was sleep and eat. He was not affected by pressure at all. It's of high quality. That's the only explanation. Shi Shuiyue didn't ask any more questions. She looked at Shi Anlin, frowned, and said, "Take off the breath-retaining ring." Shi Anlin did as he was told, and his cultivation level at the peak of the 2nd realm was revealed. At this time, he had only reached the 7th time of tempering his spiritual power. Shi Shuiyue examined it and said, "Your dantian capacity is too large, so it is very difficult to temper it." When her consciousness entered Shi Anlin's dantian, Shi Shuiyue was shocked. She had never seen the capacity of this dantian before. However, you have tempered it 7 times, which is equivalent to the 10th time for others. If you can't continue to temper it, don't rush to break through. Accumulate it first. When you go back, your teacher can help you temper it again. Seeing Shi Anlin's confused look, Shi Shuiyue also knew that Feng Huang must not have told Shi Anlin about these things. Thinking of her teacher's personality, Shi Shuiyue felt helpless. She probably hadn't told Shi Anlin anything yet. Teacher's Phoenix True Fire can help others refine their spiritual power, and teacher's talent is even stronger than Ji Hao's. Shi Shuiyue smiled and said, "Teacher is only in his 30s now." Holy crap! Shi Anlin was really shocked this time. What does this mean? Because of Feng Huang's strength, Shi Anlin always regarded her as a person of the older generation, thinking that no matter what, the teacher must be over 100 years old. However, he did not expect that the teacher was only in her 30s. When Ji Hao reached the King realm at the age of 25, he was already known as the strongest genius in the military academy. That Phoenix Fire Emperor. Few people know about this. The teacher's public identity is that he is over 100 years old. Don't think too much about it. The teacher has a Phoenix battle body, ranked in the top 100, so it's normal for him to cultivate quickly. If the Saint-level masters had not been afraid that Feng Huang would want to avenge his father once he gained some strength, Feng Huang might have reached the ancient emperor realm long ago. You know, Feng Huang's talent is even stronger than that of the demon Moin. Even if the Phoenix Fire Emperor breaks through to the Saint level, how can the God Clan be so easy to deal with? The most likely possibility is that the Phoenix Fire Emperor will be surrounded and killed by various clans. Shi Anlin was still in shock. His teacher was not even older than his parents. This was too unbelievable. In a sense, Feng Huang can be considered a peer. The pride that had just risen was shattered to pieces. Shi Anlin said, "Sister, I have something good for you." Shi Shuiyue was stunned for a moment and said, "That's right, I have something for you." A small golden stove appeared in Shi Shuiyue's hand. "This is the treasure bowl I got not long ago. I see that your little rat is not simple either. This treasure should be very suitable for it. Name treasure bowl. Quality lower heaven grade. Introduction. A spiritual weapon with the ability to attract wealth and increase the luck of the owner." This was the second time Shi Anlin had encountered something related to luck in such a long time. Last time, it was the lucky cat given by the system. Shi Anlin was very touched, and then took out 20 Dao fruit fish. "Sister, this is Dao fish? So many. No, keep it for yourself, it's good stuff." Shi Shuiyue's eyes lit up, and then she pushed Shi Anlin's hand back. She also entered Daoguo Lake, but the fish there were too difficult to catch, so she only caught 2 and left directly, which took a lot of time. Unexpectedly, there are so many Daoguo fish here at Shi Anlin's place. This is something that makes countless heavenly level powerhouses crazy. "It's okay, sister. I still have a lot. These 20 will be enough for you to use for a while." Hearing Shi Anlin's words, Shi Shuiyue was a little dumbfounded. Why did Shi Anlin imply that these 20 fish were not worth mentioning? How many fruit fish did this guy catch? If she could go back, she would definitely try it. What Shi Shuiyue didn't know was that the fish in Daoguo Lake were almost extinct.